A year ago, I awakened in frank talent, was advised to withdraw from school, and became the laughingstock of Jung City. Everyone thought I was finished, but only I knew the truth: my talent could upgrade infinitely. After enduring a year of silence, I transformed into the shadow, roaming through major forbidden zones and grinding my talent all the way to rank. Returning at level 40, I simply wanted to complete my class advancement quest in a low-key manner. But I never expected that a mentor from Capital University would scold me for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, or that my former classmates would want to watch me make a fool of myself in the dungeon. Someone even wanted to steal my kills? Looking at my name sitting comfortably at the top of the leaderboard with a massive lead, I spread my hands helplessly. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was alienation and ridicule. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a max-level boss. I'm showing my hand. The axe blade retracted, bringing with it a cloud of black mist. The level 40 Lord Tirbios the Earth Bear, a creature over a dozen meters long that had put the entire city of Jung City on high alert, now lay on the ground like mud, devoid of life. Killed Lord level Earth Bear. Gained experience. Player Dark Knight has reached the experience cap. Please complete the class advancement task as soon as possible. I exhaled a breath of white mist and glanced at the pitch-black giant standing over 8 meters tall beside me. It was bowing to me with honest devotion. Who would have thought this was the former dungeon boss I had resurrected with a skill? Good work, Warlord. I recalled the summoned creature back into the alternate dimension and grabbed a handful of snow to wipe the blood off my hands. A year ago, I awakened in frank talent and became a joke at Jung City High School No. 2, eventually being ordered to drop out. Everyone only knew I was trash, they didn't know my talent could upgrade infinitely. For the past year, I wore the identity of the Shadow, killing my way from the lowest level dungeons to level 40 forbidden zones. My talent had long since evolved into the Shrank Shadow Monarch. Now, everything was ready. I just needed that piece of paper, the class advancement certificate. Beep beep beep. The communicator on my wrist vibrated. It was Han Shiyu. The holographic screen popped open, and the exquisite but angry face of a girl with twin ponytails filled the lens. Luo Chen, I heard you snuck into a dungeon again? You haven't frank talent. Can you stop trying to get yourself killed? Why don't you just obediently wait for me to come back and carry you? Hearing her rapid-fire concern, I rubbed my brow helplessly. I know. I was just gathering some herbs on the outskirts, I lied casually. At least you have some sense. Let me tell you a secret, I'm already level 23. Even the mentor from Capital University praised me as a genius. By the way, I heard that mysterious high-level player the Shadow is also in Jung City. Mentors from all the universities are going crazy trying to recruit him. Hanging up the call, I rubbed my chin. Level 23 is a genius? I glanced at my own panel, at the LV of 40 glowing a deep crimson, and the record for the hell level 1000 man dungeon I had just cleared. Forget it. I'd better go to the class advancement center and finish the quest, otherwise my experience bar is going to overflow. Jung City Awakener Class Advancement Center. Just as I took off the Shadow's mask and changed back into my cheap novice gear, a harsh, duck-like voice exploded in my ear. Yo, isn't this the Frank loser from our high school No. 2? I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Yang Yufeng, the No. 1 lackey who used to hang around the class president. He and a few others blocked the path, looking at me with mockery. Luo Chen, is this a place you should be? This is the Class Advancement Center, not a recycling station. I glanced at him, too lazy to respond. Shrank Talent Eye of the Monarch activated automatically. Yang Yufeng, level 20, mediocre stats. For trash like this, my summoned beast could kill a whole group of them just by sneezing. Why aren't you talking? Feeling inferior? Seeing I ignored him, Yang Yufeng got even more excited. Do you know what level I am? Level 20. That's a height you'll look up to for the rest of your life. Stop it. A girl's shout rang out, and Han Shiyu rushed over like a protective tiger cub, blocking me from them. Behind her followed a middle-aged man with a dignified expression. Lu Shuabin, a mentor from Capital University. Lu Shuabin glanced at me faintly. I was all too familiar with that look, arrogant, looking down on an ant. Shiyu, why entangle yourself with this kind of person? Lu Shuabin spoke, his tone indifferent. Some people are destined to struggle at the bottom. You will be an elite of Capital University in the future. You need to be mindful of your status. He turned to look at me, his gaze carrying a warning. Kid, there are some circles you can't force your way into. Being frank means you should have the self-awareness of unfrank. I sneered internally. Lu Shuabin, LV 45, First Advancement Ranger. This is the standard of a Capital University mentor? His stats aren't even as high as the warlord I just recruited. Whether I can squeeze in or not, I'll only know after I try, I replied calmly. Lu Shuabin frowned, clearly not expecting me to talk back. He scoffed coldly. You don't know the height of the heavens. Since you want to humiliate yourself, go ahead and get tested. In the center of the hall, a giant blue crystal hovered. It was the peak season for class advancements and the place was bustling with noise. Yang Yufeng, level 20, passed. Following the announcement, Yang Yufeng lifted his chin triumphantly and looked at me provocatively. Luo Chen, don't just stand there. Go up and open our eyes, will you? Laughter erupted from the surroundings. Han Shiyu tugged at my sleeve, her eyes filled with worry. Luo Chen, don't go. If your level isn't high enough. I gently patted the back of her hand. Don't worry. Under everyone's gaze, I walked to the crystal and pressed my palm against it. Control it a bit, don't reveal too much. Just like this. Buzz. Light surged. The mechanical announcement echoed through the hall. Luo Chen, level 23, verification passed. Dead silence. The originally noisy hall instantly went quiet. Yang Yufeng's smile froze on his face, his eyes nearly popping out. Lu Shuabin, who had been standing with his hands behind his back acting like a master, turned around in astonishment. Level 23? Did I hear that right? That Frank Trash leveled up 23 times in a year? Are you kidding me? He must have taken forbidden drugs or someone power leveled him. But how could he withstand the experience penalty? After the momentary shock, doubts came crashing down like a tidal wave. Just then, the crowd parted automatically and a sinister, soft voice was heard. So what if he's level 23? Trash is still trash. A boy wearing a mage's robe walked out, a badge from the Jiang City University elite class pinned to his chest. Gao Tianwen, a famous genius in Jiang City. He walked to the crystal, not even looking me in the eye, and pressed his hand casually. Gao Tianwen, level 25, verification passed. The light outshone the commotion I had caused earlier. Gao Tianwen said arrogantly, do you see the gap? Level is just a facade. I have an rank talent. Frank Trash like you who climbed up on luck won't even pass the first floor of the dungeon. He pointed his staff at my nose, lowering his voice. I hope you don't die too quickly inside. Otherwise, you'll lose a lot of fun. I looked at the pitiful health bar above his head and couldn't help but smile. Then you'd better run fast. Don't let me catch up. The class advancement dungeon opened. With a flash of teleportation light, the surroundings instantly shifted into a desolate Gobi desert. This was the first floor of the first advancement dungeon. According to the rules, the more floors you cleared, the higher the rating of the class skills you would receive. Is this it? I looked around. A few level 20 desert wolves were wandering in the distance. Monsters of this level might require caution for ordinary candidates, but for me, too slow. I was in a hurry. Come out, big eye. I raised my right hand, and the Shrank Talent Shadow Monarch activated. Space seemed to tear apart as black mist rolled. Moo! A muffled ox roar, sounding like thunder, shattered the wind and sand of the Gobi. The earth trembled violently as a behemoth the size of a mountain rose from the ground. Evil-eyed bull demon monarch tier, LV-40. Its body, reaching 100 meters high, blotted out the sun. It lowered its head, its single eye glowing with purple light as it looked at me respectfully. I jumped onto its palm and was lifted into midair. Level this place, I ordered calmly. The bull demon let out an excited roar, and its giant palm swept toward the ground like it was swatting a fly. Boom! No technique needed. No positioning needed. This was pure statistical domination. The wolves that had been baring their teeth at me moments ago didn't even have time to scream before they dissipated into white light. Damage numbers floated up densely: 2,956, 3,100. Even the floor guardian boss, the Desert Evil Monk, had just popped his head out to shout who was making such a ruckus before being stomped back into the dirt by the bull demon. He didn't even get to show his face properly. Killed elite level Desert Evil Monk. Cleared the first floor. Time elapsed 30 seconds. Continue. White light flashed. Second floor jungle environment. This time the boss was a jungle tiger. When the bull demon's demonic figure appeared above the jungle, the level 27 elite monster lay directly on the ground, trembling, issuing woo-woo sounds of mercy from its throat. Embarrassing. It was a boss, after all. Destroy it. The bull demon crushed it to death with one finger. Looking at the jungle tiger's corpse, a thought moved within me. Necromancy. A black shadow stood up from the corpse. The originally orange tiger turned into a pitch-black undead form, with ghostly blue soul fire burning in its eye sockets. Its stats were only 70 of the original. But that was relative to a boss panel. I'll call you Little Black from now on. Little Black roared aggrievedly, shrank to the size of a kitten, and jumped onto my shoulder. Meanwhile, outside the class advancement hall, a huge blue screen displayed the real-time rankings. Gao Tianwen's name sat steadily at number 1. Kills 7. As expected of young Master Gao, 7 kills in just a few minutes. Where's that Luo Chen? Why is he still at the bottom? Yang Yufeng pointed at the end of the list and mocked, "I told you he was trash. He's probably shivering in a corner somewhere." Lu Xuabin nodded reservedly. "The limit of unfranked talent is right there. You can't force it." Han Shiyu bit her lip, staring fixedly at the screen, her palms sweating. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Holy crap! Look at the leaderboard." Everyone looked up. They saw the name that was originally at the bottom suddenly shoot up like a rocket. Kills 30, 50, 100. In the blink of an eye, the name Luo Chen kicked Gao Tianwen down and took the top spot. And the number was still jumping. Kills 101, first floor cleared. Total silence. Yang Yufeng, who had just been mocking me, opened his mouth wide enough to fit a light bulb. How is this possible? Cheating. It must be cheating. Even with items, it can't be this fast. Killed over 100 monsters in an instant? Did he gather them all up and nuke them? Lu Zubin's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He had just asserted that Luo Chen wouldn't make it, and this slap to the face came too fast and too loud. "Maybe he used a one-time large-scale destruction scroll," he explained forcefully. "This kind of opportunistic trick can only be used once. Let's see what he does on the later floors." However, before his voice fell, the numbers on the leaderboard jumped again. Luo Chen's kill count instantly doubled, and immediately after, the cleared floors changed to 2. The interval between the two was less than a minute. Inside the dungeon, Gao Tianwen was panting as he blasted a wild wolf to death with a fireball. With my speed, I must be far ahead." He confidently opened the leaderboard, ready to admire his dominant position. Then, he froze. First place Luo Chen cleared floor 3. Second place Gao Tianwen in progress on floor 1. Luo Chen. Gao Tianwen's eyes turned red and he smashed his staff onto the ground. Youth King hacked. 4th floor, Ruined City. The monster intensity on this floor was already level 30, a nightmare for ordinary candidates. But in front of me, they were still just toys. The bull demon seemed to be having fun. It casually pulled up a broken building and used it as a club to sweep everywhere. The screen full of experience notifications made me dizzy. Boom! As the final giant scorpion boss was crushed by the bull demon, the 4th floor was cleared. I had already obtained the rank class advancement token, but this wasn't enough. My father had used an rank token to advance back then, but he died mysteriously. If I wanted to find out the truth, I had to stand higher than him. Target 5th floor, Srank. Just as I was about to teleport, the outside world had exploded. At the entrance of the hall, a group of powerful awakeners filed in. They were the admissions directors from major universities. I heard the shadow appeared in Zheng City? That great god who soloed a level 40 dungeon? What's going on with this leaderboard? Zheng Fengming, the admissions director of Yinzhou University, stuck out his big belly and looked at the list with a smile. "Teacher Lu, it seems your capital university made a mistake. This Luo Chen is interesting." Lu Zubin's face was livid, but he couldn't refute it. Clearing 4 floors in a row. And instant clears at that. This could no longer be explained by items. This was absolute hard power. But, frank talent? How was this possible? "I think it's just dumb luck." A rough voice sounded. The crowd parted, and a man built like an iron tower walked out. Zhao Xia, a level 27 shield warrior, a famous university genius. He crossed his arms, looking disdainful. I looked at his file. The frank talent is genuine. He probably awakened some evil art that overdraws his life force. When he comes out, I can crush him with one hand. The surrounding students echoed him. Brother Zhao is right. How could trash like that compare to Brother Zhao? An explosion of power in exchange for life force won't get him far. Amidst the discussion, the door to the 5th floor slowly opened. This was the final floor of the class advancement dungeon. Correspondingly, on the leaderboard outside, Luo Chen's name turned a dazzling gold. Inside the dungeon, the 5th floor was a void platform. Opposite me, there were no swarms of monsters, only a solitary figure. It was a knight clad in black armor, holding a heavy sword. Abyss Knight Lord Tyr, LV 35. Was this the final trial? The Abyss Knight slowly raised his head. Under the helmet was nothing but empty darkness. An intense pressure washed over me. This thing was stronger than any boss before it. But that was all. "Come out, silver armor." I snapped my fingers. The summoned beast that hadn't had a chance to appear yet, silver armored guard Lord Tyr, crashed to the ground. Although it was only level 40 and also Lord quality, after being buffed by my strength talent, its stats had long surpassed its tier. Go! Teach him what knightly etiquette is. The battle erupted quickly and ended even faster. The heavy sword strike the Abyss Knight was so proud of hit the silver armored guard's shield without leaving a scratch. A backhanded shield bash instantly stunned the Abyss Knight. What followed was a brutal gang beating because the bull demon and Little Black couldn't resist running up to add a few kicks. 3 minutes later, the abyss night shattered into fragments. A token emitting brilliant golden light floated in the air. Congratulations on clearing all levels of the class advancement dungeon. Obtain rank class advancement token Monarch of the Night token. Teleporting out of dungeon. Class advancement hall. Everyone held their breath, because the name on the list had completely solidified at a height no one could reach. Floors cleared 5. Time 15 minutes. This was a record never seen since the establishment of the Jiang City Class Advancement Center. Buzz. The teleportation gate flashed. I walked out of the light curtain, my novice cloth clothes not even stained with a speck of dust. The hall was deathly silent. Countless eyes stared at Meshik, jealousy, greed, and fear. Luo Chen. Han Shiyu was the first to rush over, her eyes red with excitement. You really did it. I smiled and was about to speak. A discordant voice broke the peace. I don't believe it. Gao Tianwen crawled out of the dungeon wretchedly. He gave up on the second floor, covered in injuries. Seeing me completely unharmed, his mental state collapsed completely. You're in Frank, what right do you have to clear the 5th floor? I demand to inspect your inventory. You must have used contraband. Smack. I didn't even lift a finger. I just focused my gaze. An invisible force pressure from the Shrank talent knocked him back several steps, causing him to land on his butt. You want to inspect me? I looked around, my gaze sweeping over the pale-faced Yang Yufeng, the complicated expression of Lu Xuabin, and the eager Zhao Xia. Finally, my gaze stopped on the admissions teachers from the major universities. Zhang Fengming smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, rubbing his hands as he stepped forward. Student Luo Chen, are you interested in coming to our Yenzhou University? You can name your scholarship price. Fatty Jiang, have you no shame? A mentor from another academy squeezed in. Luo Chen, come to our Demon City War Academy. We'll give you a villa in the city center. Luo Chen, from Capital University. Lu Xuabin braced himself and tried to step forward. I interrupted him directly. Sorry, I have no interest in Capital University. After all, in Teacher Liu's eyes, I'm just an opportunistic Frank loser, aren't I? Lu Zubin's face turned liver-colored, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. At this moment, the burly Zhao Xia walked out, his muscles bulging, blocking my path. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Zhao Xia released his level 27 aura without reservation, pressing it towards me. Clearing a dungeon fast proves nothing. Real combat is the only standard to test the strong. Dare to spar with me? He wanted to step on me to rise up and show his face in front of the mentors. I looked at him like I was looking at a jumping clown. Are you sure? Cut the crap, draw your weapon. Zhao Xia raised his giant shield. I sighed and slowly raised my right hand. Since you insist on shoving your face forward for me to slap, I won't be polite. Then, I'll play with you. Behind me. The air twisted slightly. A terrifying giant hand covered in black hair flickered into existence in the void. Just revealing a sliver of its aura caused the faces of everyone present to turn pale instantly. Zhao Xia's pupils contracted violently, his body stiffening like a rock. In that moment, he finally understood exactly what kind of monster he was facing. How many wild monsters are there on this 5th level? Luo Chen frowned, allowing the evil-eye bull demon to act freely. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be good. He thought to himself and casually scrolled down the leaderboard, pondering the rankings displayed. 1. Luo Chen, Wild Monsters Killed, 1882. Gao Tianwen, Wild Monsters Killed, 72. Just as he was about to break 200, he still hadn't seen the boss, which made him a bit frustrated. Judging purely by the kill count, it seemed to outsiders that he was about to break through the 4th level. At this rate, it would be hard to keep a low profile. Fortunately, there are only people from the Capital University outside. Luo Chen patted his chest, secretly relieved. After all, he wasn't going to that Capital University anyway. If they found out, it wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, many had already cleared the 4th level, so he wasn't the only one. Ah, that guy is so full of himself, he probably looks down on me. Luo Chen smirked, talking to himself. He stretched out his arms, crossed them behind his head, and lazily lay on top of the evil-eye bull demon, his face full of contentment. He didn't care how the bull demon tossed and turned. Moo! As if receiving a command, the evil-eye bull demon's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Its massive hand swung down with tremendous force, crashing heavily onto the ground. It swatted down like a fly, but with the intent to destroy everything. Boom! The ground erupted with a thunderous sound, suddenly creating a shockwave. In an instant, a fierce wind blew, leaving the surrounding wild monsters in disarray. As the kill count continued to pile up, the evil-eye bull demon grew increasingly excited. In its dark golden pupils, it seemed as if red light surged, malevolence rampant. Each attack took away a batch of wild monsters. The rumbling sounded like thunder on flat ground, a brief explosion whose echoes lingered for a long time. The entire dungeon world felt as if it were experiencing a massive earthquake, shaking incessantly. Who has disturbed the rest of the dead? Suddenly, the scattered stones seemed to be drawn by some force, trembling uncontrollably. In the next moment, countless boulders flew up, converging towards one point. Instantly, a stone giant over 10 meters tall appeared. Its towering body made the dungeon's wild monsters want to bow in worship. However, they quickly realized that it didn't seem that impressive, and its size appeared rather small. Now that you see me, why not bow and submit? The stone giant's voice was deep and resonant, its body shaking off dust as it spoke. Its mud-cast eyelids slowly lifted, and its gaze, which looked down on everything, gradually descended. But in the next second, its entire movements suddenly paused, a hint of daze appearing in its eyes. What a huge hoof! The stone giant stared blankly, its gaze slowly rising. 2 towering pillars made its eyes ache. That can't be possible. At this moment, the stone giant was at eye level, yet it still couldn't see its knees, and a terrifying thought suddenly arose. It shook its head again, unable to believe what it was seeing. No matter how one looked at it, it was at least a commander-level boss, a being that could be considered a dimensional strike here. No matter how it thought about it, there couldn't possibly be a creature stronger than itself. The stone giant was very confident. Everything stemmed from its powerful strength. Guardian Stone. Spirit level, 30 quality, commander health, 6000/6000 strength, 300 defense, 300 agility, 10. A large size doesn't mean anything. The stone giant roared, its gaze lifting upwards, instantly locking eyes with those enormous bull eyes. Dark gold and blood-like reflected off each other, staring intently at it. Its towering body seemed like a pillar reaching the heavens, making it impossible for the stone giant to muster any resistance. Master. The stone giant shuddered all over, its newly assembled body nearly falling apart. A master-level being was 2 quality levels above it. That was secondary. The evil-eye bull demon's level of 40 made it feel utterly terrified. This is nothing much. It seems to have seen a figure rise from the top of the bull demon's head, leaning down to look at it. What kind of strength does that human possess? Oh ho! Has the boss finally appeared? Luo Chen clapped his hands, his face beaming with joy. After spending so long in this job transfer dungeon, he was starting to get a bit bored. Here, it felt like bullying a child, completely lacking any interest. Only the bloodthirsty bull demon could endure the loneliness. Sensing Luo Chen's delight, the bull demon immediately stopped holding back, its eyes shimmering with golden light as if thunder was pulsing within. Boom! In the next moment, 2 dark golden beams shot out. With a destructive force, they headed straight for the stone giant, aiming to obliterate it completely. Watching the terrifying attack come down upon it, the stone giant finally showed fear. Its face, made of shattered stones, was filled with dread. The yellowish shield expanded, attempting to withstand the impending attack. However, it was unaware that all of this was futile. Crack! The moment the dark golden beams made contact with the shield, it shattered like an eggshell, unable to withstand a single blow. The crisp sound struck at the heart of the stone giant, startling it to tremble like a leaf. No, my lord! It could only cry out in alarm before being completely engulfed by the light, not giving it a chance to struggle at all. It seemed slow, but it all happened in an instant. Boom! The beam passed through the stone giant, crashing into the ground behind it. In an instant, dust flew up, covering the entire form of the bull demon, leaving only a pair of bright eyes piercing through the haze. 5723, 5669. 2 massive numbers floated up, completely announcing the end of the stone giant. Defeated the boss-level Guardian Stone Spirit, obtained first transfer token a grade. Detected that the player possesses first transfer token a grade, meeting the conditions to unlock the hidden level. Do you wish to enter? Note, if the challenge fails, you will never be able to participate in the job transfer again. A hidden level? The moment he heard the prompt, a look of astonishment flashed across Luo Chen's face. He had never heard of hidden levels in job transfer dungeons, nor had he seen any related reports. It could be said that it was filled with unknowns. Luo Chen pinched his chin, not daring to make a hasty choice. The kind faces of his parents flickered before him, becoming somewhat blurred. At this moment, he actually felt a hint of hesitation. If he failed, it would mean he could never uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. Then, he turned his gaze to the job transfer token. First transfer token a grade effect 1, after use, you can obtain at least an A grade. First transfer skill effect 2, there is a chance to transfer to a special profession and gain 3 professional skills. Having an A grade token in hand is equivalent to having a stepping stone to all major factions. Even without revealing the secret of talent upgrades, he could become the target of various factions vying for him. But in the next second, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thoughts in his mind. Not enough, still not enough. Luo Chen tightened his grip on the token, determination shining in his eyes. Spending a whole year leveling up alone was for this day, wasn't it? It's fine. Luochen patted his chest, secretly encouraging himself, even if things go wrong, I still have the magic hand to back me up, there won't be any accidents. He then no longer hesitated and decisively made his choice. Enter. In the job transfer hall outside, everyone was eagerly waiting, staring at the kill count that had already surpassed 200. Han Shiyu was particularly excited. The more talent Luochen displayed and the more levels he cleared, the happier she became. However, Lu Shuabin, a teacher from the capital university, did not look so good. The 4th level already, he said through gritted teeth. Even from a distance, one could feel the resentment emanating from him. Little did he know, Luochen had already cleared the 5th level, directly triggering the hidden level. What they referred to as the 4th level was merely the data on the leaderboard. It was likely that even Luochen himself did not know that his actions would lead to so many misjudgments. Has he already cleared the 4th level? It seems the B-level first transfer skill is here. Compared to Lu Shuabin, Zhang Fengming had a cheerful expression, waddling to the front row with his big belly. Although he had never met Luochen, the admiration in his eyes was unmistakable. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's just a B-level skill, which seems rather low. Zhang Fengming was well aware of its significance. Even among the major universities, those who could obtain a B-level first transfer skill were few and far between. Moreover, this was without even considering talent. Good. Very good. Zhang Fengming rubbed his belly vigorously through his clothes. The smile on this middle-aged man's face was almost overflowing. There are many with talent but few with perseverance, Zhang Fengming thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied. In his view, no matter how good the talent, if it's not utilized, it's ultimately useless. As a teacher, he had seen all kinds of people, including those with exceptional intelligence. Unfortunately, some were ultimately tempted by wealth and pleasure, losing their drive and wasting their talents. In the past, he would have, like others, placed great importance on qualifications. But now, after years of experience, he had seen through much. Students like Luochen, who could rely on low-level talent to reverse the odds and clear the 4th level, were exactly what Yenzhou University truly needed. If this kid grows up, I'm afraid no one would be able to beat him. Zhang Fengming laughed heartily, his words full of praise for Luochen. Such a straightforward attitude inevitably garnered agreement from the other teachers. However, once words are spoken, no matter how cautious, there will always be someone dissatisfied. Teacher Jiang, I don't think so. Suddenly, a teacher with a goatee spoke up slowly. His words seemed to question, yet also carried a hint of boasting. Just as everyone was puzzled, Zhao Xia, resembling a small mountain, took a few steps forward and approached. In an instant, everyone understood. This goateed teacher was clearly Zhao Xia's instructor, the one who had challenged the entire sophomore class of Jiangcheng University. Although it was a one-on-one challenge, it was still a wheel battle, demanding great endurance and strength. This showed a glimpse of his combat power. Of course, it was uncertain whether Gao Tianwen, who was still attempting to clear the transfer dungeon, was among them. The 4th level is just SOSO. Zhao Xia spoke in a flat tone, but the pride on his face was visible to all. With his eyebrows slightly raised and his face tilted up, arms crossed over his chest, he exuded an air of superiority, as if no one could catch his eye. Zhao Xia has quite the audacity. Audacity? You don't know Zhao Xia's strength. Do you think a C+ has never cleared the 4th level? I've heard about that too. Zhao Xia almost cleared the 4th level but lost due to talent, unable to match the boss's healing. Indeed, if the boss had been different back then, Zhao Xia would have been a B-level first transfer skill holder, easily crushing an F-level talent waste. The students exchanged words, nearly exposing Zhao Xia's secrets. However, whether it was true or not remained debatable. After all, the transfer dungeon couldn't be verified, everything was just Zhao Xia's word, unprovable. The kill count did match up, but whether he was evenly matched or completely dominated by the boss in the end, no one knew. But without exception, everyone reached a consensus. As long as Zhao Xia took action, crushing Luochen would be no problem. An F-level waste, even if he obtains a B-level first transfer skill, would still be someone I could easily crush. Zhao Xia squinted his eyes, sneering in disdain. No one at the scene refuted this statement, as his track record spoke for itself. Challenging the entire sophomore class of Jiangcheng University, if it were them, it would probably be quite a challenge. Luochen is not that weak. Han Shiyu mustered her courage to argue, her face filled with anger as she glared fiercely at Zhao Xia. Lu Shuabin is a teacher, and afraid of writing a self-criticism she doesn't dare to confront, but when it comes to others, she won't be so polite. In response, Zhao Xia just chuckled. Did I say something wrong? A waste, and I can't even say anything about it? Even if I let him turn a skill, he still can't do anything to me. Zhao Xia said this, surprisingly, no one refuted him. Even without looking at skills, the level gap still loomed there, always an insurmountable chasm. Whoosh! Amidst the discussions, white lights flickered in the hall. Awakened ones have been teleported out one after another. Some have successfully changed jobs, while others have regrettably failed. As for those who haven't appeared, they are destined to never return. Ah, damn Luo Chen! Suddenly, an angry roar echoed in the hall. Unbeknownst to Wen, Gao Tianwen had already been teleported back and the kill count on the board was fixed at 99. Clearly, he was just one boss away from clearing the third level. Unfortunately, this number also indicated that he ended in failure. So close, just a little bit. Gao Tianwen's delicate face was filled with rage, his pupils wide open. Looking at his trembling hands, he found it hard to accept the reality before him. This was his third time participating in the job change assessment, and it was also the last time, ultimately only obtaining a D-level token. But he had to confirm the job change, otherwise he would never become a first-tier awakened one, always being one step behind. If it weren't for glancing at the leaderboard during the battle and being frightened by the numbers above, he wouldn't have made a mistaken operation, getting hit by the boss, causing his health to drop below the safety line, and having to retreat. He wouldn't have been so embarrassed, exiting the dungeon with a D-level token. Ultimately, it was because he was distracted during the fight, his will not strong enough. But Gao Tianwen didn't think it was his problem, blaming all the failures on Luo Chen. His face was filled with uncontrollable anger, his body trembling incessantly. Why? Why can a waste get to the fourth level? Gao Tianwen roared incessantly, drawing the resonance of countless awakened ones, especially those who were eliminated. Clearly, they were the talented ones. So why in the end did the spotlight fall on an F level? The crowd's hatred for Luo Chen reached its peak. TSK, the strength of your Zheng city is really weak. The second place can't even pass the third level. At that moment, a sarcastic voice came through. Instantly, Gao Tianwen, who was already furious, raised his head angrily and glared in the direction of the voice. The moment he saw the newcomer, he suddenly trembled, his eyes clearing up. Zhao Xia, why are you here too? Gao Tianwen's teeth chattered, his eyes showing a hint of fear. Gao Tianwen's gaze was fixed, staring at Zhao Xia. As a student of Zheng City University, how could he not be aware of the other's strength? Challenging the entire second-year level, it was widely talked about. Although there were indeed exaggerated elements, in reality, everyone was preparing for job changes, and only a dozen or so were actually fighting. But being able to defend the position a dozen times was enough to show Zhao Xia's strength, which he couldn't compare to. They all say Luo Chen has some strength. I want to see if he can last 10 rounds against me. Zhao Xia's eyes looked down, showing a hint of disdain for explanations. Perhaps in his view, Gao Tianwen and Luo Chen were no different, both belonging to the kind he could easily manipulate. No way! Gao Tianwen shouted urgently, Luo Chen must be taught a lesson by me. A waste like him, who can't even get into the Awakened University. I want him to know the gap between us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xia merely shrugged. If a defeated opponent was willing to take the spotlight, why wouldn't he go along with it? Not only would it not take much effort, but it would also showcase his own strength, so why not? Beside him, Teacher Goatbeard lightly stroked his beard, nodding slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. Just as they were still imagining how to humiliate Luo Chen, little did they know that the other's strength had long surpassed their understanding. On the other side, the job change dungeon had also reached its final stage. Luo Chen stood in an open area, curiously surveying his surroundings. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting his entire figure. As he looked down at the ground, the reflection in the mirror seemed to be looking back at him, but for some reason, there was always a sense of dissonance. Detecting challenger, talent Shadow Lord S-, matching opponent. In the pure white space, a prompt echoed in the air, lingering for a long time. There was a surreal feeling of echoes in a hollow valley, making Luo Chen's head buzz. Caw caw. Suddenly, a shadow moved beneath the ground. The body flipped over in an instant, reaching for his ankle with an outstretched hand. Luo Chen frowned, instinctively looking down. After grinding through dungeons alone for a year, he had long developed a state of constant vigilance. How could he be so easily ambushed? He suddenly stomped his foot down, and at the moment the opponent made a move, he instantly escaped from his original position. Just as the words were spoken, the action was swift. The figure actually broke through the ground, brushing past Luo Chen. At the same time, the opponent's data fell into his view. Shadow, Clone, Level, 40 Class, Warrior Talent, Shadow Lord Health, 9000/9000 Summoned Beasts. Evil Eye Bull Demon LV.40, Silver Armored Guardian LV.40, Jungle Tiger LV.1 Strength, 1200 Defense, 420 Agility, 160 Clone? Luo Chen was slightly taken aback upon seeing this. The skills and attributes were almost identical, with hardly any difference. No wonder he rarely heard about hidden levels. It turned out that they weren't something just anyone could clear. But unfortunately, he had encountered himself. Sure enough, compared to his own panel, the opponent was still lacking something. A bit of something, but not much. Luo Chan's lips curled slightly, not wanting to waste too much time. Clearing the dungeon as soon as possible and obtaining the job change skills was the priority. Fighting a clone wouldn't test his true strength. Snap! Luo Chan lightly snapped his fingers. In the next moment, blue smoke quickly billowed from his shadow, transforming into a figure in an instant. It was about the same height as Luo Chen, roughly 1 meter 80, wearing a top hat and dressed like a magician. The difference was that it was entirely constructed of black mist, including the tuxedo and gloves. Magician's hand level 41 quality, king level health 69999/69999 constitution 5999 strength 999 magic power 6999 defense 999 agility 999 magician's hand talent skill quality S passive basic attacks deal an additional 25% magic damage active. Aside from loyalty, the magician's hand can always break through any confinement just to showcase its magic. Mirror world exclusive trait, unique, quality, a plus passive. The magician's hand cannot be copied in any form. If the previous one is not dead, the next magician's hand will not exist. Active, consumes 50% of health to summon a magic assistant, which can use all its skills. Note, the trait has special characteristics and does not belong to the skill category. With such attributes, if placed outside, it would surely dazzle others' eyes. Unfortunately, Luo Chan always treated it as a trump card, summoning it only when necessary. Even when encountering others in dungeons, he had only seen the silver armored guardian at most. Master, what performance would you like to see today? The magician's hand inquired, placing one hand on its chest in a gentlemanly manner. A slight smile curved its lips, and its crescent-shaped eyes seemed to shimmer with blue light. End the battle quickly. Luo Chen said nothing more, just gently patted the magician's hand on the shoulder. He had already delayed enough time here. As you command, my master. The magician's hand bowed respectfully. With a flick of its wrist, a uniquely shaped playing card instantly appeared in its hand. Caw caw. On the other side, the clone let out a chilling laugh with a light lift of the arm. Two massive figures rose from the ground, the evil-eyed bull demon and the silver-armored guardian. Unlike the summoning of Luo Chen, they were entirely dark red. Even their patterns were a rose red. Ah, it's a bit hard to get my hands dirty. The magic hand sighed softly, suddenly focusing its gaze. The crescent-shaped squinting eyes abruptly opened wide, exuding a sharp aura. Fate. With a low shout, the playing cards in its hand instantly vanished, transforming into wisps of smoke that quickly dispersed. Fate quality, A effect, deals damage to selected targets. Damage is 1 to 10 * magic strength cooldown 30 minutes. Number 6, not bad luck. The magic hand chuckled, making a bingo gesture. In the next moment, the actions of Luo Chen's clone suddenly froze. Minus 41,986. A 5-digit damage floated up. The clone, without any life-saving equipment, had its health bar instantly emptied, with no room for reaction. Oh, so comfortable, although it just looks like. The magic hand muttered to itself, then seemed to think of something and immediately shut its mouth. Its gaze shifted slightly, slowly looking in Luo Chen's direction. Unfortunately, as its line of sight moved, it suddenly met a pair of unfriendly eyes. Startled, the magic hand shivered, almost dropping its top hat. Ah, what a coincidence, master, you're here, too. Hearing this, Luo Chen felt a headache coming on and helplessly shook his head. The magic hand was good at everything except for its incessant chatter, lacking any restraint. If it weren't for its loyalty being evident, one might really think it was planning a rebellion. It seemed that after being defeated previously and summoned back with necromancy, it still held quite a grudge. Alright, let's go back. Luo Chen waved his hand, retracting the magic hand into the shadow space. Kill challenger clone, obtained first transition token S-grade. Detected that the player possesses an S-grade first transition token. Would you like to use it immediately? Finally got the S-grade token. Luo Chen held the token in his hand, feeling somewhat unreal. With such powerful strength, he had pushed through without any obstacles. First transition token S-grade effect 1. After use, at least one S-grade first transition skill will definitely appear. Effect 2. A change to a unique profession and gain 3 professional skills. Good. Looking at the description of the S-grade token, Luo Chen didn't offer much praise. A single word couldn't hide his excitement. Aside from the known reward of the S-grade first transition skill, the unique profession was the biggest surprise. Based on past transition experiences, the rarer the character, the higher the attribute growth. For example, an ordinary awakener gains 1 point of strength or constitution or magic strength for each attribute point. After transitioning, depending on the profession direction, a certain multiple increase is obtained. For instance, in the warrior profession, the growth of strength and constitution attributes becomes 3, meaning 1 attribute point can yield 3 points of strength. The special professions of a grade tokens. are even better than that. In simple terms, the rarer the profession, the stronger the base attributes. This doesn't even account for the professional skills. Transition. With the token in hand, what was there to hesitate about? Moreover, the transition token has the characteristics of being non-droppable and non-tradable, making it impossible to give to others. Besides, Luochen wasn't foolish enough to not use something good for himself. It was most important to make himself stronger as quickly as possible. Great first transition token has been used. You can choose one from the following 3 skills. Shadow Body, Unbreakable Battle Body, Spirit of Protection. The 3 skills, just from their names, indicated they would develop in different directions. Shadow Body Quality S passive, agility increases by an additional 200%, constitution increases by an additional 50%, shadowing, enter a stealth state and gain a shield equal to 20% of health. The opponent's skills cannot detect it unless they reach S- grade or are above level 20, and the stealth state lasts until the shield is broken. Cooldown 1 hour. Hiss. Luochen looked at the skill description, instantly gasping in surprise. No wonder everyone is eager to acquire job change skills. They are indeed that powerful. Not only do they passively enhance one's attributes, but they also possess an invisibility ability that can be considered a bug. Unless there is absolute suppression, one can only force themselves out by continuously releasing area skills to break the shield. But the problem is, as long as one does not reveal it, who would know the way to crack it? Seeing this, Luochen even felt an impulse to choose directly. However, he still managed to suppress it and calm himself down. The first skill is so powerful, the rest must not be far behind. Luochen took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. He extended his right hand, his fingers trembling slightly, his breath a bit hurried. Indestructible Battle Body Quality S passive, defense increased by 200%, constitution increased by 50%, indestructible, immune to 90%. Damage for the next 3 minutes. Each attack deals an additional 420, 100% defense damage. Cooldown 1 hour. A skill leaning towards defense. Luochen stroked his chin, deep in thought. The 2 skills each have their own focus. One is primarily agility, paired with the invisibility ability, allowing one to kill unseen on the battlefield. The other is entirely focused on defense and resilience, enabling one to stand firm in battle. Although both are strong, their drawbacks are also quite apparent. The 2 skills do not match well with his own talents. Agility and defense are not particularly lacking for him. Besides enhancing survival ability, their other effects are not particularly significant. Logically speaking, the first job skills and initial talents should be quite compatible. Luochen lightly tapped his fingers, shifting his gaze to the last skill. His brows gradually furrowed, revealing a contemplative expression. Could it be, in the last one? Recalling the introduction of the token, there should at least be one S-level skill. Could it be that the skill that matches his talent is also an S-level? Luochen's heart raced violently, making it hard to control his excitement. He did not ponder further and directly reached out to touch it. Whoosh! A flash of light flickered, seemingly accompanied by a sound effect. The golden skill panel almost blinded him. What's going on? Luochen raised an eyebrow, unable to help but speak. The difference between an S skill and S is just a small tear. Why make such a big fuss? Luochen squinted one eye, slowly adjusting to the dazzling light. When his gaze fell on the skill description, he suddenly froze, disbelief written all over his face. Spirit of Protection Quality S+ passive, strength, magic power, constitution increased by 100%, agility. Defense increased by 200%, protection. Establish a connection with a summoned beast, sharing both parties' health points, lasting until unbound or the summoned beast dies. Spirit attachment. Select a summoned beast to gain all its attributes and skill usage. Rights note, duration of spirit attachment depends on the target's level and quality. The stronger the target, the shorter the duration. This. Luochen swallowed hard, his heart filled with unexpected joy. But soon, he calmed down. The smile on his face faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness, his brows nearly knitting into a frown. His gaze skipped over the protection and landed on the final spirit attachment, an active skill with no cooldown. Luochen's expression darkened slightly, as if weighing something. After a while, he continued to murmur, in other words, it will consume a large amount of stamina and the aftereffects will be significant. Luochen recalled the knowledge he learned from textbooks, carefully comparing it. In this world where the game has descended into reality, there is no concept of mana. Casting relies entirely on stamina and willpower. Theoretically, if a person possesses infinite stamina and strong willpower, they could cast spells continuously. But this is ultimately a hypothesis. Humans cannot achieve this. They need to consider stamina issues and also pay attention to skill cooldowns. And skills like this, with no cooldown, are what countless people both love and hate. Its explosive power is terrifying. But similarly, the consumption is far greater than that of ordinary skills. It could be 1 time, or 2 times, or even 10 times more. Some skills, after being used once, basically lose their combat effectiveness. Because of this, people tend to approach them with caution. Before him, this S+ level skill, Spirit of Protection, has this effect. However, the opportunity to use this skill made Luo Chen very envious. If it were someone else who knew that an S+ skill was right in front of them, Luo Chen might hesitate, not knowing if it would make them burst a blood vessel in anger. But how could they know that there were 2 other formidable S skills for Luo Chen to choose from? One is peak combat power but comes with a certain small risk. The other 2 are steady and reliable, with strong survival capabilities. With such considerations, it was normal for Luo Chen to show a hint of hesitation. However, he quickly shook off the cluttered thoughts in his mind. With the Spirit of Protection, that's already enough. Luo Chen nodded slightly, confirming his thoughts, and without hesitation chose the Spirit of Protection. As he selected the S+ skill, his attributes skyrocketed instantly. Before Luo Chen could take a good look, another prompt sounded consecutively. Congratulations player for awakening the unique profession. Congratulations player for awakening the unique profession, Magic Warrior. Congratulations player for successfully changing profession. All attribute points reset, please redistribute. Current free attribute points 545. Magic Warrior? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, murmuring it again. Just by the name, it didn't seem particularly special. However, since it was a unique profession, it certainly couldn't be judged solely by this information. One must also consider the skills and attribute growth to see its uniqueness. Magic Warrior, unique, a top-tier warrior who masters both physical and magical powers, with 5 times all attribute growth quality. S Magic Warrior's power. Your strength and magic power will always equal the highest of the 2 Magic Warrior's heart. You can learn any warrior and mage skills, and your spellcasting consumption is lower. With shorter cooldowns, Bloodthirsty Strike attacks grant 10% lifesteal. Excess healing is converted into a life shield, up to 50% of health. This. After reading the introduction, Luo Chen suddenly paused. All 3 skills are passive, which is simply unheard of. It is known that regardless of the profession, no matter how powerful the awakened one is, the hardest skills to obtain are passive skills. Among them, S-quality passive skills are even harder to come by. But now, he has 3 right off the bat, and they are distributed particularly comprehensively. Adding attributes, reducing consumption, shortening cooldowns, and lifesteal, these are simply perfect attributes. Who would have thought that this is just what one profession brings? Health can be shared with summoned beasts through the Spirit of Protection, doesn't that mean? At this thought, Luo Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. In the world of universal awakening, defense and agility attributes can only be obtained through additional equipment. The free attribute points can only be allocated to physique, strength, and magic power. And now, the passive skill of Magic Warrior's power allows strength and magic power to equal the highest one, with 5 times attribute growth, all in one attribute, plus the bonus from the Spirit of Protection. Luo Chen dared not think further. This is simply unheard of. Although he is indeed a warrior profession, is it really necessary to be this comprehensive? With the Shadow Lord talent by his side, he could be considered half a summoner, and now being given such a surprise is truly a bit outrageous. He opened the attribute panel and removed all his equipment. Looking at his bare attributes under the enhancement of Spirit of Protection, which showed no signs of weakness, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Basic attributes: physique 460, strength 220, magic power 0, defense 180, agility 150. Among them, there are points from previous dungeon completion rewards. There are also some special items and fruits that can similarly increase fixed attributes. However, none of this would be counted as free attribute points. Free attribute points are only calculated from those gained during level ups, while the rest are considered fixed attribute points. From levels 1 to 19, a total of 95 points were obtained. From levels 20 to 39, each level up grants 20 attribute points, totaling 400. Additionally, just recently, having reached level 40, he was rewarded with 50 free attribute points. All of these were earned through leveling up and felt incredibly precious at this moment. Luo Chen's fingertips trembled slightly, his palms sweating a bit as he allocated all 545 points to strength. The entire process required his full concentration, fearing that a careless mistake would lead to an incorrect allocation. Confirm allocation? Note, attribute reset is only available once. Subsequent allocations will directly solidify the current distribution mode and can never be reset. Looking at the pop-up prompt, Luo Chen read it carefully several times. Confirming there were no errors, he took a deep breath before reaching for the confirm button and pressed it down firmly. Allocation successful. Congratulations, player, on completing your first class transition. As the notification sound rang out, the attribute panel suddenly closed and then reappeared. Looking at the refreshed Attributes, Luochen felt an almost surreal sensation. Shadow level, 40 class, Magic Warrior talent, Shadow Lord S first transition skill. Spirit of Protection S plus health 4600/4600 Summon Beasts, Magic Hand LV.41, Evil Eye Bull Demon LV.40, Silver Armored Guardian LV.40, Jungle Tiger. LV.1 Constitution 460 Strength 5670 Magic Power 5670 Defense 180 Agility 150 Hiss. The strength and magic power have already surpassed the Big Eye, almost rivaling the Magic Hand. Luochen gasped, feeling somewhat dreamlike. The Magic Hand is a king-level boss, extraordinary in nature. Yet, here he was, just a mere awakener, able to match it in attributes, which felt somewhat unreal. If he were to say this outside, no one would believe him, no matter how much he insisted. After equipping his gear and using the Spirit of Protection to establish a connection with his summoned beasts, Luochen couldn't even imagine what kind of scene it would be. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit lightheaded. After a moment, he slowly calmed down, rubbing the jade pendant around his neck deep in thought. I will definitely uncover the truth from back then, Yanzhou, wait for me. Meanwhile, outside, everyone was staring at the leaderboard, seemingly calculating something in their minds. A pair of eyes were fixated on the light screen, fists tightly clenched, knuckles turning white. You, an F-rank lowlife, should just obediently be a waste. Why do you have to steal my spotlight? Yang Yufeng gritted, his teeth filled with resentment. At this moment he wished nothing more than for Luochen to stand before him so he could tear him apart. Only then could he resolve the anger in his heart? The fifth floor hasn't moved for so long, it seems there's no hope. Zhao Xie sneered slightly. In his view, even if a waste obtained a B-rank skill, they still couldn't compare to him. However, since Luochen was currently in the limelight, he felt a bit displeased. These honors should belong to someone with a bright future like him. But now, it didn't matter. As long as Yang Yufeng could step in for him and easily crush Luochen, the result would be the same. In contrast, the teachers from the admissions office had a different demeanor. Aside from a few who shared their attitude, the others appeared somewhat unsettled. Some were pacing back and forth in the hall, occasionally tugging at their hair, looking a bit anxious. Others were opening communication devices, repeatedly contacting their respective universities, seemingly applying for some permissions. Zhang Fengming's gaze wandered, rubbing his large belly, occasionally glancing over at Lu Xuebin. For some reason, the smile that always lingered on the other's face made him feel uneasy. Strange, what is this old fox plotting? Zhang Fengming squinted his eyes, murmuring softly, as if sensing his gaze. Lu Xuebin slowly turned his head to look at him. A hint of disdain lingered in the smile on his face. Lu Xuebin glanced around, taking in the performances of the other teachers. Clearing the fourth level does show some skill, but it still falls short at Capital University. His lazy and uninterested voice drew everyone's attention. Just as they were curious about who had such a bold claim, their gaze landed on Lu Xuebin. Suddenly, everyone was taken aback. However, considering the faculty strength of Capital University, it seemed quite normal. Honestly, I didn't want to recruit a student like this, but it seems he has no other options besides our school. The words dripped with a sense of superiority, making others itch to retort but unsure how to begin. Old Lu, don't speak so definitively. Zhang Fengming frowned, speaking in a low voice. Even as he said this, he didn't feel very confident himself. Then, Lu Xuebin continued, sigh. Recruiting an F-grade waste was never my intention, but I might as well tell you. He has a compelling reason to choose Capital University. Before he could finish, a bright light suddenly erupted in the hall. A figure slowly emerged from within. With Luochen's reappearance, the hall was thrown into an uproar. The words Lu Xuebin had intended to say were abruptly choked back. Luochen is out. Did he really clear the fourth level? An upgrade to B-grade skills. How great would it be if that were applied to me? Giving it to him is just a waste. I really don't know what tricks he used to clear it. Not sharing it is simply unacceptable. The crowd murmured, their gazes toward Luochen tinged with suspicion. Various speculations arose, suggesting he had merely exploited a loophole. With his extraordinary physical prowess, Luochen naturally heard everything clearly. To this, he simply shrugged, completely unconcerned. After hiding his strength for a year and being seen as a waste in others' eyes for so long, he had grown accustomed to such remarks. These shallow, subtly envious taunts stirred not a single emotion within him. Luochen smiled, allowing others to slander him. His demeanor only deepened the teacher's confusion. Zhang Fengming, with his prominent belly, crossed his arms, rhythmically tapping his fingers against his elbow. A glimmer of perplexity flashed behind his squinted eyes. Strange. Why is he so reserved despite his brilliance? Zhang Fengming freed one hand to stroke his chin, appearing deep in thought. He felt a profound sense of doubt. Logically, if an ordinary person achieved such success, they would be flaunting it. Yet, oddly enough, he saw none of that in Luochen. Instead, he wore a cheerful expression as if it were only natural. With this mindset, it's no wonder he has such achievements. Zhang Fengming nodded in satisfaction. But then, he seemed to recall something, and his expression suddenly stiffened. At that moment, an out-of-place voice rang out. Luo Chen, as an F-grade waste, what right do you have to clear the 4th level? The blunt words astonished everyone. They turned to find the speaker, wondering who dared to openly mock in the job transfer hall. Instantly, Gao Tianwen's effeminate face came into view. His fingers trembled, his cheeks flushed, barely able to contain his anger. Exactly. Luo Chen, you're a waste. Who can't even get into university? You must have used some underhanded means. Seeing Gao Tianwen speak up, Yang Yufeng naturally couldn't just stand by. He stepped forward, pointing at Luo Chen and cursing loudly. Everyone present knew his thoughts. Originally, the chance to shine was already troublesome enough with a top student like Gao Tianwen around. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen emerged out of nowhere, taking the top spot while he could only settle for 3rd. The key was that this person was someone he had always regarded as a waste. Today, being suddenly ridden by such a waste made him feel incredibly suffocated, his chest nearly bursting with anger. Takeda Wenji was not someone he could provoke, but would anyone stand up for a waste with an F-level talent? Hurry up and hand over the method to clear the level, or don't blame me for being rude, Yang Yufeng shouted. As soon as the words were out, many people's hearts stirred. At first, everyone was just guessing, not daring to voice it openly. Now, with Yang Yufeng's shout, everyone's thoughts began to spark and they all perked up their ears. Whether for themselves or for the younger generation at home, it was necessary. The method to clear the level? The sudden inquiry caught Luo Chen off guard. After a moment of hesitation, he shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "It's very simple. Just push through all the way." Luo Chen answered honestly, without a hint of concealment. Reflecting on his earlier performance in the dungeon, it was indeed the evil-eyed bull demon that pushed through without any embellishment. However, when the words fell into the ears of others, they completely changed in meaning. Ha! What did he just say? Just push through all the way? Dude, he's messing with you. He's just bragging. The level of wild monsters increases with each layer. How can he push through at level 23? He cleared it using items but won't teach the method. This Luo Chen is so selfish. Who knows, after all, everyone else has come up. Hasn't he become a waste again? The onlookers, awakened ones, chimed in, each taking turns to criticize Luo Chen. Deep down, they didn't believe what Luo Chen said, thinking he must be lying. Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me, Luo Chen pouted, feeling speechless. He didn't intend to prove anything, let them believe what they wanted. Luo Chen, dare you to compete with me? If you lose, reveal your secret to clearing the level. Before Takeda Wenji could speak, Yang Yufeng couldn't hold back any longer. He still had one more job. Change opportunity. As long as he mastered this method, he wouldn't have to rely on others in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Yufeng's breathing began to quicken slightly. Seeing this, Luo Chen nearly raised an eyebrow, not wanting to engage. After a year, how could he lose his composure over a few words? Unexpectedly, at that moment, a delicate figure suddenly blocked his way, a pair of twin ponytails swaying. Yang Yufeng, what do you mean? Luo Chen has said it before, clearing the level relies entirely on his own strength. Seeing someone slandering Luo Chen, Han Shiyu was the first to lose her cool, her head getting hot as she jumped out. Her cheeks were flushed, making her look particularly excited, like a ripe apple. But soon, she seemed to sense something was off, looking around in confusion. Seeing all those pairs of eyes fixed on her, Han Shiyu's already red face became even more radiant. At that moment, she resembled a startled ostrich, burying her head deep, her face so red it seemed to be steaming. Such a strange display left Luo Chen puzzled. In his impression, Han Shiyu was a shy girl who would blush after just a few words with someone. Now she was jumping out, wanting to argue. What was the difference from looking for a fight? Sure enough, the next second, Yang Yufeng's sharp words fell without any buffer time. Han Shiyu, I was polite to you before because we were classmates. If I don't give you face, what are you even worth? Unless Luo Chen admits he's a nobody and hands over the secret, this matter isn't over. Yang Yufeng spoke arrogantly, leaving no face for Luo Chen. In his eyes, Luo Chen was just like before, a soft persimmon that could be squished. While speaking, Yang Yufeng didn't forget to glance at the overseer above. Seeing that the other party said nothing, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, he suddenly heard a chilling voice. Immediately after, he felt a cold air rising from his feet, shooting straight to the top of his head, and he suddenly shivered. What did you just say? Following the sound, he saw Luo Chen's eyes slightly squinting, looking at him with a hostile gaze. That look was like a beast in the dark, choosing its prey. The moment their eyes met, he felt a surge of fear and instinctively took half a step back. However, he quickly regained his composure, and shame and anger flooded his mind. How could he be frightened by a waste with an F-level talent? Suddenly, he steeled himself and pointed at Luo Chen, cursing loudly, "I dare you to spar with me, you worthless nobody." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yufeng suddenly felt a blur in front of him. The next moment, a sharp pain rapidly spread from his abdomen to his brain. In the spacious hall, everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, as if something had flown by. Boom! A sudden explosion startled everyone, making their ears perk up and their scalps tingle. As the dust rose, it seemed that a figure lay within it. Cough cough. A heavy coughing sound echoed as Yang Yufeng struggled to get up. Just that one movement caused him to grimace in pain, blood oozing out. His health bar was barely hanging on by a thread. With just one more attack, Yan Yufeng would lose his life. This scene made countless people raise their eyebrows involuntarily. Even the steward standing on the high platform couldn't help but lift his eyelids slightly, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Hiss. Luo Chen is actually this strong. His damage is so high. Am I seeing things? Hit me. Could it be that Luo Chen has been hiding his strength all along? Everyone was dumbfounded, some unable to believe what they were witnessing. How could a waste with an F-level talent kill Yan Yufeng in one hit? No matter how weak Yan Yufeng was, his attributes were still there. He had what he should have. Humph. It was just a sneak attack. In a fair fight, he wouldn't even have the chance to strike. Exactly. Look, Yan Yufeng hasn't even changed his equipment. It's completely taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Indeed, he can only resort to underhanded tactics. No wonder he could clear the 4th level. Who told him to be a waste with an F-level talent? In a direct fight, he definitely can't win. He can only play dirty. Soon, some began to find excuses for him, starting to mock Luo Chen. They attributed Yan Yufeng's defeat entirely to the sneak attack. If it were a real fight, Luo Chen would surely have no chance at all. Hearing this, Luo Chen merely shook his head, showing no intention to explain, because he knew that no matter how much he said to ignorant people, they would still firmly believe in their erroneous thoughts. Rather than waste his breath, it was better to save some effort. Just then, a soft male voice rang out inappropriately. "So it's Luo Chen, you hit someone and still want to leave?" Hearing the voice, Luo Chen frowned slightly. The clearly provocative tone made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He had originally thought of showing a bit of strength to intimidate the onlookers as a warning. Unexpectedly, after just hitting Yan Yufeng, someone else immediately came, looking for trouble. Turning his head to see who it was, suddenly he heard a whistling wind by his ear, a scorching sensation quickly approaching. Luo Chen seemed to sense something and raised his hand for a sweeping strike. Boom! Sparks flew, and the orange-red dots quickly dissipated. Almost in sync, a firecracker-like explosion rang out, making the ears of those nearby itch. At this moment, everyone finally saw what it was. Did he just swat away the explosive fireball with his hand? Am I seeing things? Can this thing be caught with a hand? And why isn't he losing health? No, it must be that I haven't woken up yet. The crowd was in shock, with some rubbing their eyes vigorously, thinking they had seen it wrong. Luo Chen's barehanded skill reception gave them a powerful visual impact. Many teachers were also moved, observing with great interest. To achieve this, it wasn't enough to rely solely on level suppression, one also needed extraordinary combat awareness. In other words, Luo Chen's combat experience is far richer than what they currently see. No matter which aspect one wants to achieve, it's not as easy as imagined. Could it be that Jiancheng is really about to change? A shadow whose level is unknown, famous at a young age. A Luo Chen who has cleared the 4th level, achieving a grassroots counterattack with an exceptionally strong reaction. Which one of them isn't a target that major universities are vying for, yet now they all appear in the same place? Given time, how could Jiancheng not prosper? In the arena, Luo Chen was unaware of their thoughts. He only knew how fierce Takeda Wen's explosive fireball was. If he were just a level 23 ordinary player, taking a hit would probably leave him severely injured. Luo Chen squinted slightly and turned to look to the right front. Unbeknownst to him, everyone had already cleared a space. Takeda Wen stood in the middle, holding a staff draped in a hooded robe, standing out like a crane among chickens. Humph, I didn't expect you to have some strength. He snorted coldly, raising his staff high. Suddenly, a red light erupted, and a scorching aura gathered towards the jewel at the top. Seeing this scene, the awakened ones collectively gasped. Takeda Wen actually changed jobs. The damage from this strike is probably not that simple. Not just that, this is clearly the fire pillar skill that comes with the mage class after job change. What? Just to teach him a lesson? Is it necessary to make such a big deal? Luo Chen is likely to be seriously injured if not dead. Everyone was shocked, and Takeda Wen's charging action left them speechless. The fire pillar, as a universal skill, was something they were all too familiar with. This skill, which requires charging and has immense damage, few dared to face head-on. This is something. I'm afraid I can't take this hit without injury. Zhao Xie smirked slightly, secretly making comparisons. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he had to admit the destructive power of the fire pillar. In his view, Luo Chen definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this move. At that time, it would only be up to the manager to step in and save him. But even so, the cost of healing injuries was not something a worthless person could afford. Just as he was pondering, a voice of surprise came from beside him. Ha! What is Luo Chen doing? Zhao Xie raised an eyebrow and quickly looked towards the arena. In his puzzled gaze, Luo Chen slowly took out a book. An explosive fireball? I have one too, Luo Chen said with a smile on his face. Faced with Takeda Wen's poised fire pillar, he not only didn't run away but also pulled out a skill book. This strange behavior left everyone momentarily at a loss. What is he doing? Showing off? I admit he succeeded. I guess. He got scared and wants to take out the skill book to apologize. Aren't you curious where he got the skill book? He's just an F-level waste with no ability to obtain it. When Luo Chen took out the skill book, everyone was stunned. The explosive fireball, a mage skill. Why would he have it? He couldn't have just bought it for fun. It's worth noting that while the explosive fireball isn't extremely precious, it still costs at least 2,000 copper coins. 2,000 copper coins is equivalent to 2,000 in the old days, which is not cheap at all. Moreover, who would have that kind of spare money to buy something unnecessary? As for whether Luo Chen got it by clearing a dungeon himself, that was even less likely. They would rather believe he had taken shortcuts to clear the 4th level than believe Luo Chen had the ability to clear dungeons. Takeda Wen raised his staff high, watching Luo Chen's actions with a sneer. Now you're scared and want to apologize? It's too late. An explosive fireball, I wouldn't even want it. His face twisted slightly. In his view, Luo Chen just wanted to admit his mistake. However, one explosive fireball was hardly enough. Moreover, the key point was that he had already learned the explosive fireball, which made him even less interested. However, what he didn't expect was that Luo Chen's next words made him doubt whether he was hearing things. Who said I was going to give it to you? What about your face? I want to learn it myself. Luo Chen rolled his eyes, feeling a bit speechless. What kind of person is this? Seizing a good thing and wanting it? As soon as Luo Chen said this, the room erupted in an uproar. Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? A warrior wants to learn fireball? A warrior learning mage skills? Unless pigs can climb trees, is he trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my debts? Indeed, a waste is still a waste. A lucky clearance doesn't change a waste's mindset. Everyone seemed to have heard a hilarious joke, their faces filled with mockery. Some even pretended not to hear, mocking Luo Chen wildly. Is he trying to make us laugh? I admit he succeeded. Lu Xuebin sneered, disdainfully saying. He stood with his hands behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Fengming and the others, his meaning clear. If eyes could speak, he would definitely be saying, look, this is the person you all are fighting over. Upon hearing this, everyone tacitly chose to remain silent. Zhang Fengming touched his belly, his eyes darting around aimlessly. He didn't seem to know what he was thinking, but in the end, he still chose not to speak. As one of the parties involved, Gao Tianwen had a slightly pale face, his staff raised high, wishing he could take Luo Chen down with a single skill. He was charging up, preparing to unleash his strongest blow. In contrast, Luo Chen was acting like a clown, pulling out a skill book. Being looked down upon like this was unbearable for him. But the next second, with Luo Chen's movement, he suddenly froze. Luo Chen raised one hand and slapped the skill book. Whoosh! The skill book shimmered. In the blink of an eye, it all disintegrated into white particles, which then drilled into Luo Chen's body. This sudden change left everyone stunned. What's going on? He actually succeeded. Who said Luo Chen was a warrior? Clearly, he is a mage, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Everyone found it hard to believe. Even with the facts before them, they couldn't help but doubt. If the situation allowed, they would definitely step forward to get to the bottom of it. Lu Xuebin rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he had developed presbyopia. In his teaching career, he had never seen such an unbelievable situation. There were only two explanations: either Luo Chen was actually a mage, or he was a non-classed individual. Lu Xuebin's eyes flickered, seemingly recalling his speculation. However, it was clear that based on Luo Chen's behavior, he leaned towards the latter. Immediately, he straightened his back and said loudly, everyone need not be surprised, I guess. Luo Chen is actually a non-classed individual, just pretending to be a warrior before you. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't explain how he can learn mage skills. After saying this, he provocatively glanced at Luo Chen as if to say, I have seen through all your little tricks. In his view, Luo Chen must have been plotting for a long time, preparing to create a sense of mystery through this opportunity. All to shake off his previous identity as a waste with F-level talent. The other awakened individuals, upon hearing this, all showed expressions of realization. So that's how it is. I almost got tricked by Luochen. Indeed, the teachers from Capital University are different. Isn't he the one who can learn any skill? But the skill consumption is ridiculously high, and without first transition skills, he's just a pure waste. F-level talent plus non-classed profession? Luochen really can't escape the label of waste. Mocking voices rose, each word landing squarely in Luochen's ears. Listening to the familiar jeers, he had long since grown accustomed to it. What left him speechless was that this Mediterranean from Capital University, what was he jumping out for? He had no grudge against him. Why come out and explain randomly? If it weren't for the fact that he was a teacher from Han Shiyu's school, he would have wanted to slap him twice to let him know why the flowers are so red. Seemingly sensing Luochen's gaze, Lu Shuabin revealed a hint of disdain, glaring back fiercely. In response, Luochen didn't intend to let it slide. Since he had already decided not to endure any longer and to shake off the identity of a waste, he might as well be a bit more flamboyant. He opened his mouth and directly greeted Lu Shuabin. What are you looking at? You old wall lamp. If the light is bad on any wall, go hang yourself up there. Learning a skill and showing off, huh? Look at you. Spouting nonsense here. Tell me, which of your claims is actually correct? Just wait until I throw a fireball at your face and singe a few hairs on your head. Don't come crying to me later. Luochen's words flowed like a stream, his mouth moving like a machine gun, never pausing for breath. Gao Tianwen's fire pillar had just finished charging, while he had already completed a round of output. The speed left everyone stunned. It felt as if something had rushed past in their minds. Even Lu Shuabin was momentarily at a loss for words. Only Jiang Fengming was laughing, clutching his belly, teasing him with a series of exaggerated expressions. After a while, Lu Shuabin finally caught on, his face shifting from pale to red, then from red to black. His speed of changing expressions rivaled that of a chameleon. As a level 45 awakened one, when had he ever been insulted by someone of a lower level? And a grassroots waste at that. Kid, you've got some nerve. Lu Shuabin's anger flared, and he lifted his foot to stride toward Luochen. But the next second, he stopped abruptly. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the blazing fire pillar enveloped Luochen entirely. The terrifying aura forced some lower-level awakened ones to retreat repeatedly. A few stubborn ones, relying on their similar levels, stood their ground. But soon, upon seeing the burning damage appearing above their heads, they quickly retreated from the fire pillar's attack range. Luochen! Han Shiyu shouted, anxiously, wanting to rush forward. But before she could, Lu Shuabin grabbed her wrist tightly, holding her back. The mist blurred her vision, and her face was streaked with tears, looking like a pitiful figure. Han Shiyu struggled to shake off his grip, but the disparity in strength made it futile. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck. Darkness gradually consumed her vision, and she fell forward. Lu Shuabin was startled and quickly reached out to catch her, but anger quickly crept onto his face. Jiang Fengming, what are you doing? He looked up just in time to see the plump Jiang Fengming half raising his right hand, clearly the one responsible for knocking Han Shiyu out. Caught off guard, even Lu Shuabin hadn't reacted in time. Hee, this little girl is too impulsive, Jiang Fengming said, nonchalantly patting his belly without offering much explanation. He then turned to look at the center of the flames, his eyes narrowing slightly. Luochen, did you see that? This is the gap between us. Gao Tianwen's expression lifted slightly, a hint of arrogance showing. He was confident that this attack would be something few awakened ones of the same level could withstand. After all, the power of the fire pillar increased with the charging time. In a normal battle, he wouldn't have had this opportunity. Since Luochen had given him such a chance, it was the opponent's own fault. You still have time to beg for mercy. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. Gao Tianwen feigned a forgiving demeanor, but the disdain in his eyes betrayed him. In his view, the reason he had gone off track in his class change was entirely because of Luochen. A useless waste like him, who could cause harm, was better off dead. After all, this was just a spar, a few casualties were to be expected. Luochen, this time, you won't escape death. Gao Tianwen's gaze turned sinister, wishing the flames would burn even fiercer. Seeing this scene, Yan Yufeng also excitedly perked up. Brother Wen is indeed the top of the class. His moves are truly extraordinary. Regardless of how others viewed it, he showered praise without restraint. The most excited in the arena, besides Gao Tianwen, was Yang Yufeng. He had just made his entrance, looking impressive for only 3 seconds before being knocked down, and he always believed it was his own lack of preparation that allowed Luochen to gain the upper hand. Defeated by someone labeled as a waste, how could he possibly endure it? Now, the only way to release the pent-up frustration in his heart was to kill Luo Chen swiftly. At this moment, it seemed to him that Luo Chen was on the verge of collapse. Not just him, but most of the onlookers shared this thought. Even the steward had his hands lowered, waiting for the moment Luo Chen spoke to intervene. Only Jiang Fengming remained, completely still, seemingly murmuring something under his breath. This kid, he appeared so calm and composed just now, it can't possibly be an act, he said, nodding as if confirming his judgment. On the other side, Gao Tianwen's expression was slightly sinister. His gaze was fixed on the fire pillar, the fiercely burning flames oddly bringing him a sense of satisfaction. Luo Chen, if you don't admit defeat, don't blame me if you die, he shouted insincerely, but everyone knew what he truly thought. Just then, the flames suddenly began to shake violently. Boom! With a loud explosion, the fire pillar seemed to be struck by some force, instantly tearing apart. The orange-red light flickered and distorted, collapsing in an instant. As the sparks scattered, a figure slowly emerged, its resilient posture leaving everyone in a daze. Is that it? You're a bit weak. Luo Chen's words were sharp, leaving Gao Tianwen no face at all. After speaking, he grinned widely, revealing a set of bright white teeth. The smile on his face was unstoppable, as if mocking silently. You, Gao Tianwen, trembled all over, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. His most proud attack had been so easily neutralized, instantly filling him with a sense of powerlessness. It was as if he saw the scene of facing Zhao Xia reflected in Luo Chen, a shield making them cry for help. The powerful defense was unbreakable. Now that the fire pillar had been released, there were no stronger means of attack, and shame and anger instantly occupied his delicate face. Not just him, many others were rubbing their eyes vigorously, thinking they hadn't woken up yet. What did I just see? He actually withstood a fully charged fire pillar? No, he just used a skill, I saw it clearly. Should be an item, using a skill to withstand? I'm afraid Luo Chen doesn't have that kind of strength. Damn it, why does a waste have so many life-saving methods? The envy in their words filled the air with a sour lemon-like taste. They resented not the scarcity but the inequality, hating that Luo Chen had what they did not. Some were nearly grinding their teeth, veins bulging in their jaws. Their eyes were red, filled with bloodshot veins. As expected, I knew he had a backup plan. Jiang Fengming instinctively rubbed his chin, revealing a look of just as I thought. He didn't show much surprise at Luo Chen withstanding the attack, as if everything was within his expectations. How is it possible? The warrior's magic absorption skill can't completely negate damage. In comparison, Lu Xuebin was watching more closely. In his impression, this was just a damage reduction skill, and only for an instant. It was generally used by warriors to approach mages during combat. How could it transform into an interrupt skill in Luo Chen's hands, completely nullifying the fire pillar skill? But if anyone was most shocked, it was Zhao Xia. His own talent and first-turn skills were all related to defense, and his first-turn profession was primarily a shield warrior focused on defense. Yet even so, when he saw Luo Chen use magic absorption, he was still stunned, nearly dropping his jaw. Only he understood how exquisite Luo Chen's timing and angle control were. It even made him feel a twinge of shame. But soon, he shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. It was just a coincidence, Zhao Xia said stubbornly, refusing to admit he lost to Luo Chen. As a student of a prestigious academy, his pride wouldn't allow him to lose to such a waste. Luo Chen had no idea what they were thinking, merely curling his lips slightly, unable to understand where these people found the face to question him. He turned to Takeda Bun and slowly said, "You've had your turn, now it's mine. Just now you ambushed me with a fireball, so I'll return the favor." As soon as he finished speaking, someone couldn't help but chuckle. The laughter seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and mocking jeers spread throughout the hall. What did he say? He wants to use a fireball? No way. Does someone really think that just learning a skill makes it useful? Who doesn't know that a jobless person trying to learn a skill could end up harming themselves? I'll say this right now, if he can actually cast a fireball, I'll wash my hair upside down. The doubts kept coming, and no one had any faith in Luo Chen. Each face wore a mocking smile, all waiting to see how he would embarrass himself. Just then, flames leaped, and a bright red light shot out from Luo Chen's fingertips. Whoosh! With a sudden burst, the wind fueled the flames, and the fireball quickly took shape. Its speed was so fast that many people almost couldn't react in time. Some sharp-eyed individuals immediately formed a judgment in their minds. What a fast formation speed! It's actually twice as fast as Takeda Bun's. Is he really casting a fireball? No. Wait, it must just be for show. It could be a fireball spell in disguise. I think so too. Did you see its size? It's clearly much smaller than a fireball. I didn't expect this waste, Luo Chen, to care so much about face. Let's see how he ends up when he's exposed. Everyone, with a mindset of watching a show, observed Luo Chen with a half-smile. In their eyes, his fireball looked almost pitifully small, as if it hadn't grown at all. If Luochen knew what they were thinking, he might not be able to hold back a laugh. Small fireball? That's because he didn't dare to unleash his full power. With his current 5670 base magic attack, if he went all out, one skill would leave Takeda-bun in ruins. With a slight movement of his arm, the fireball was tossed out casually like a basketball. Seeing such a light attack, Takeda-bun instantly became furious. Although he was physically drained, he didn't deserve to be looked down upon like this. Luo-chen, you waste, stop looking down on people. Takeda-bun roared, flames gathering rapidly at the tip of his staff, fueled by his anger. The display was grand, almost exhausting all his remaining strength. Though it couldn't compare to the earlier flame pillar, it wasn't far off. As Luo-chen's fireball drew closer, he swung his staff. In an instant, two fireballs, one large and one small, rushed toward each other. And almost everyone wore a sneer, mocking his overconfidence. They wanted to see how Luo-chen would respond next. Under everyone's gaze, the two fireballs collided. Bang! The imagined roar didn't sound, only the explosive sound of flames bursting forth. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Luo-chen's smaller fireball instantly destroyed the larger one. It shattered and disintegrated in one go. The entire process was seamless, almost natural. Its smoothness made the onlookers doubt their own eyes. What the heck? This shrunken version of a fireball can break Takeda-bun's skill? Is that it? I could do that too. Takeda-bun isn't even that great, he just cast a skill and is already exhausted. His elemental skill can't even beat a jobless person. Eyes wide open, they watched as the small fireball continued to sweep toward Takeda-bun. Its momentum was like a dragon, nothing could stop it. Watching the fireball crash toward him with overwhelming force, Takeda-bun's expression finally changed. From initial arrogance to disbelief, and finally, fear appeared on his face. He could clearly feel death closing in on him, and he couldn't muster any will to resist. Escape. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. That was to escape. If he didn't, he would lose his life. Others might not know, but he was acutely aware that his fireball could definitely be considered a desperate gamble. The power was about 10% greater than usual, enough for him to boast for quite some time. Yet even so, the explosive fireball was still easily neutralized by Luo-chen. Clearly, the opponent's attack was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Blink! Takeda-one whispered, but his hand gripping the staff trembled uncontrollably. Under the immense mental strain, he had forgotten that he had no stamina left to support the use of the blink skill. With a thud, Takeda-one remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Now, he was completely panicked. The skill had not activated, and his mind couldn't process what was happening. As he watched the attack draw closer, he completely forgot even the most basic role to evade. Standing there in a daze, he kept urging himself, blink, just blink for me. Takeda-one's face twisted in fear, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He was scared. This time, he was truly afraid. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. As the explosive fireball approached, about to smash into his face, he could only resign himself and close his eyes. Boom! In the next second, the fireball exploded. Sparks erupted everywhere, the intense heat scorching the skin. Even from a distance, one could feel its warmth. Those who were closer had already raised their hands to shield themselves, turning their heads away to prevent the heat wave from ravaging their faces. Even the onlookers 5 meters away felt this way, so one could imagine the destructive power it possessed. And what kind of impact would Takeda-one, at the center of the explosion, face? Some timid souls dared not think any further. They covered their eyes, not wanting to witness the impending disaster. However, the scene they had anticipated did not occur. A voice rang out from the crowd. Go back and copy the school rules 100 times. And hand them to me. Don't embarrass yourself here. A deep, resonant male voice slowly emerged, and only then did the crowd notice that. At some point, someone had stepped in front of Takeda-one. With one hand extended forward, standing tall and straight, a few wisps of smoke lingered in his palm. The cold reprimand jolted Takeda-one awake. Hearing that familiar voice, he opened his eyes to see the upright figure, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Thank goodness, I'm saved. Takeda-one's voice trembled. Never before had he felt death so close. At that moment, any punishment of copying the school rules felt like a heavenly blessing. Aside from his legs being too weak to stand, everything felt so wonderful. Let's end this farce here. There's no need to continue, right? Teachers. The newcomer spoke slowly, articulating clearly, with a hint of implication. He gently pushed up his glasses with his index finger, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers, including the person in charge on stage. The meaning was quite clear. You've seen the result you wanted. Continuing to test is purely a waste of time. It's you. Most of those present were awakeners from Jiangchang, and some sharp-eyed individuals had already recognized The person's identity. It was none other than a senior student from Jiangcheng University, the most talented student in Jiangcheng in recent years, Chen Shaojuan. However, with the recent appearances of Shadow and Luo Chen, he had now fallen to third place. Even so, it did not change his status at Jiangcheng University. Chen Shaojuan? This guy truly deserves to be called Jiangcheng University's top genius. Luo Chen mused, gently stroking his chin and nodding to himself. With the presence of someone with the Shadow Monarch talent, the opponent's attributes were fully revealed before him. Chen Shaojuan level 45, first transition, class, Misnighted talent, Mystification A+. First transition skill, light as a feather, a health, 6200/6200 strength, 1150 magic power, 2300 defense, 700 agility. 140 as a senior student, his level was already catching up to the teachers present, showcasing his exceptional talent. Even more astonishing was that he possessed both talent and first transition skills rated A. Strength is one part, but luck should not be underestimated either. Moreover, there is a profession that aligns perfectly with one's traits, which can be said to be like adding wings to a tiger, significantly raising its limits. Fortunately, I have the magic warrior and the spirit of protection, so I'm not envious at all. Luo Chen quietly compared in his heart and found that his S rank was still superior. However, he did not look down on the other party. On the contrary, he particularly admired Chen Shaojuan. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the other party's attributes were enough to crush everyone present except for him. Achieving this level while still being a student, Luo Chen couldn't help but admire him. Just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. What do you think you are? Do you have a say here? Following the voice, a student who looked like a skinny monkey jumped out and shouted. Zhao Xia, who had just had a one-on-one with Jiangcheng No. 2 middle school, stood beside that person. Even without saying anything, just by crossing his arms and looking like he was enjoying the show, it was clear he was involved. Little did he know what kind of trouble his actions would bring. Chen Shaojuan slowly turned his head, his gaze fixed directly on the two. That unfriendly look made the two feel a chill in their hearts, and they instinctively wanted to take a few steps back. Are you going to make a move? This is getting interesting. Luo Chen smirked slightly, watching with great interest. He also wanted to see what kind of strength the long-renowned Chen Shaojuan from Jiangcheng University truly had. In the next moment, Zhao Xia's pupils suddenly constricted. Wisps of smoke quickly drifted past him, so fast that he couldn't react at all. Boom! A loud explosion sounded from behind him, and thick smoke rolled in. By the time he turned around in shock, his classmate had already been grabbed by the head and slammed to the ground. The floor tiles cracked beneath them. Whoa whoa! The skinny monkey's wailing echoed, making Zhao Xia tremble. Strong. Too strong. Zhao Xia shook like a leaf, certain that even with a shield up, he couldn't withstand this ordinary attack. Chen Shaojuan, let go of my student. At this moment, the teacher with a goatee finally panicked. Having watched the show for so long, it was finally his turn. He quickly shouted to stop Chen Shaojuan's actions. However, it was clear that his worries were unnecessary. Without needing him to speak, Chen Shaojuan had already released his grip and slowly stood up. While tidying his messy sleeves, he said slowly, now that everyone has no objections, let's get straight to the next segment. As he finished speaking, his gaze landed squarely on Luo Chen, the meaning unspoken. Following Chen Shaojuan's line of sight, the teachers also looked at Luo Chen. Each of their eyes sparkled, like a pack of wolves seeing a beautiful maiden, eager and restless. The strange behavior of the crowd made Luo Chen furrow his brows deeply. His gaze shifted, quickly scanning the surroundings, warily observing everyone. At the same time, he rapidly thought in his mind, confirming that he had not exposed any precious items. Just as Luo Chen was puzzled, Chen Shaojuan spoke first. Luo Chen, are you interested in coming to our Jiangcheng University? He slowly extended his right hand, offering a sincere invitation. The gesture was elegant and appropriate, carrying an indescribable beauty. Jiangcheng University? A hint of confusion flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. He then turned to look around the hall. At that moment, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, today's job transfer hall seemed to have many more people than usual. Moreover, their attire was relatively uniform, with some even wearing school badges clearly from different schools. Upon closer inspection, he found that there were even more teachers present than he had imagined. Strange. Didn't they go looking for the shadow? How could they be here? Luo Chen's lips twitched, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Could it be that the identity of the shadow had already been exposed? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the current situation. The whole of Jiangcheng knew he was a waste. These teachers must have had their brains kicked by a donkey to extend an invitation to him, but the next sentence instantly made Luo Chen understand what was going on. He saw Jiang Fengming pat his big belly, push aside the awakened one blocking his way, and leap forward. Kid, your strength is impressive. You actually managed to clear the 4th level. Our Yenzhou University needs talents like you. The chubby middle-aged man spoke very directly, and Luo Chen quickly caught the useful information from his words. In short, it meant that this group had seen the data on the leaderboard, and each of them was thinking about coming over to take advantage. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen simply shook his head. At this moment, he had no interest in going to university. All he wanted was to uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance years ago. That was all. As for attending university, he thought better of it. Just the thought of having to team up with so many people in dungeons, with the constant risk of exposing his trump cards, made his head spin. The summoning ability of the Shadow Lord, the unique S-rank class of Magic Warrior, and the S-rank first transfer skill, Spirit of Protection. If he could strip those away, wouldn't they be something that would be fought over outside? Unfortunately, these things were protected by rules destined to accompany him for life. But he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be malicious individuals driven by the mindset of if I can't have it, I'll destroy it, who would secretly take action against him. Although he was confident in his own strength, he couldn't ignore the possibility of someone playing dirty. After all, a thief can only steal for so long. How can one guard against thieves forever? After thinking it over, he still felt it unnecessary. Sorry, don't be in a hurry to refuse. We come with sincerity. Luo Chen waved his hand, just about to decline, when Jiang Fingning's voice rang out. With his round face, his eyes sparkled with wisdom. Through his actions, he anticipated what Luo Chen was about to say and intercepted him in time. Seeing the scene, even Luo Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, secretly admiring the other's quick reaction. However, he didn't expect that one of his words would directly open the floodgates for competition. Luo Chen, come to our Hancheng University. Tuition and utilities are all covered, plus a single dorm room. What the hell? Are they really quoting anything and everything? So generous. If I didn't know better, I'd think they were preparing to cultivate a billionaire. Choose us, and we'll throw in a private bathroom. We'll provide an extra blanket. We'll add. A group of teachers spoke about their respective advantages, just waiting for Luo Chen to join. However, this quoting truly felt devoid of any sincerity, as if they were desperately probing the edge of rejection. Some were just following along, while others didn't seem to be acting. The few who were rubbing their hands together seemed to be fantasizing about what rewards or kickbacks they could get. Shut up! Suddenly, a cold shout silenced the entire hall. Chen Shaojuan frowned tightly, walked up to the high platform, and approached the person in charge. Taking a position, he continued, in a deep voice, "You want to attract good students without offering benefits? Dream on." Chen Shaojuan's tone was slightly angry, his cold gaze sweeping over the teachers. Where his gaze landed, many people awkwardly lowered their heads, scratching their temples in embarrassment. Some appeared indifferent, thinking that it was just a matter of luck, and if they could snag a bargain, that would be best. Luo Chen, I won't talk about moral coercion. As long as you choose Jiangcheng University, a standalone villa, tuition, and accommodation are all standard. Additionally, you can enter resource dungeons 3 times a year, and you can also choose 120 level A grade item for free. As soon as Chen Shaojuan's words fell, the room erupted in an uproar. Confusion and disbelief were evident on everyone's faces. What's going on? Didn't Luo Chen just clear the 4th level? Why the benefits? 3 resource dungeons? If he gets a good skill or equipment, won't Luo Chen take off? Heh, Chen Shaojuan is just a student, what does he have to say? I said it, he's probably just thinking about how to trick Luo Chen into joining. They whispered among themselves, putting on a show of watching the drama unfold. In their eyes, Chen Shaojuan was just a senior and couldn't represent Jiangcheng University. The promise made, whether Luo Chen could truly enter and fulfill it was still a question. At that moment, Chen Shaojuan's indifferent voice slowly rang out. Sorry, I can indeed represent Jiangcheng University. With that, he pulled out a document from his pocket and displayed it before everyone. Black and white on paper, with the official seal of Jiangcheng University on the side. No wonder this guy came so late. Clearly, he was well prepared. I need to quickly report to the leaders. What shadows? Where does Luo Chen rank in importance? Everyone, I'm laying it all out. 3 resource dungeons plus an A-level weapon for the job. The crowd was in a flurry, preparing to report to their superiors. Teacher Goatbeard was already stroking his beard, speaking ominously. With such high stakes, even Zhao Xie beside him had his eyes reddened. He had never received such benefits even when challenging a sophomore from Jiangcheng University. Each entry had to be exchanged for points. And now, just to recruit Luo Chen, such conditions were being offered. How could he not feel jealous? His eyes were fixed on Luo Chen, wishing he could devour him whole. The teachers present began a new round of competition, completely ignoring his actions. Damn, this old goat is so insidious. Yang Shan, you bastard.
I don't care anymore. 3 dungeons plus a B-level job skill book. Damn, you're not being honest. Either. I want a B+ level skill book. In an instant, the teachers were arguing red-faced. Young Shan had been confidently stroking his goat beard, looking composed. The sudden increase in stakes startled him, making his beard tremble 3 times. Don't dream. At that moment, Lu Xuebin suddenly let out a cold laugh. Immediately, a determined expression appeared on his face, as if everything was under his control. Even Zhang Fengming, with his wise demeanor, showed a hint of confusion, vaguely carrying a sense of inquiry. The other teachers also turned their gazes toward Lu Xuebin. He relished this attention, a smirk unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. Such words made Luo Chen slightly surprised. He couldn't understand where Lu Xuebin's confidence came from, speaking so assuredly. Although the teachers were fiercely competing, it didn't stir much in his heart, because he had no intention of going to university at all. Since he had already made a name for himself on the path of awakeners, whether he went or not seemed no longer that important. It was precisely for this reason that he felt deeply puzzled by Lu Xuebin's confident demeanor. At that moment, Lu Xuebin was unaware of Luo Chen's thoughts. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on him, a hint of arrogance appeared on his face. This feeling of being the center of attention was quite enjoyable for him. His face involuntarily tilted slightly upward, his nostrils flaring a bit. His thick lips parted slightly as he slowly said, "Although I don't have high hopes for this F-level talent newcomer, I will reluctantly accept him." Who told our school Han Shiyu to know Luo Chen? I can't let the students down. Lu Xuebin sighed heavily, pretending to be in a difficult position. With his words, everyone finally noticed Han Shiyu, who was being supported by her classmates. Zhang Fengming's heart sank at this. He was too familiar with this girl. Just a moment ago, he had knocked her out with a hand chop. Seeing this, he felt his eyelids twitching. He was still wondering if Han Shiyu waking up would affect his recruitment of Luo Chen. But others didn't care about that. Lu Xuebin's confident words had no effect on the rest. What nonsense are you talking? A man's ambition lies in the world. How can he be bound by romantic feelings? You're a teacher from Beijing University, spouting this nonsense all day. Are you getting old and senile? Yang Shan changed his previous attitude, his goat beard bristling as he angrily scolded. The crude words caught Lu Xuebin off guard, leaving him stunned and unable to respond. Who would have thought Yang Shan would suddenly pull such a stunt? What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Wasting precious time on romantic feelings, what's the use? Once you graduate and break up, you'll have nothing. Yang Shan twirled his beard and snorted coldly. He certainly looked down on students from other schools, but as a teacher in the admissions office, he hated it even more. When potential was wasted, at the very least, he had his own standards. He believed that since they were students, they should focus on their studies. Hearing Lu Xuebin resort to such tactics made his nose flare with anger, his face turning red with indignation. The conversation among a few people left Luo Chen feeling bewildered. He had simply grown up alongside Han Shiyu, and their relationship had improved a bit. How had it turned into something completely different when spoken by others? However, although this old goat speaks a bit harshly, he does have a point. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. After a year of leveling up, he was very clear about the importance of rank and strength to himself. Without these, he would probably still be the so-called waste in everyone's eyes, let alone talk about turning his life around. The reasoning was sound. Time indeed shouldn't be wasted like this, at least that's what Luo Chen thought. Meanwhile, Zhao Xie's face had turned as dark as coal. Luo Chen, it's him again, Luo Chen. His tall frame trembled slightly, unable to contain his anger. Even after single-handedly taking on so many people and performing so brilliantly, he had never received any praise. Yet Luo Chen, merely an outsider with no ties to the academy, was being spoken up for by the teachers. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his chest heaving violently as his frustration burst forth uncontrollably. In his ears, a new round of bidding kept drilling into his brain. Join us at Lizhou University, and we guarantee you'll break through level 30 within a year. Don't listen to him. We'll add an extra B-grade life-saving item on top of what we already have. Hiss, are you crazy? A life-saving item? I'm out. The teachers had completely lost their composure, resembling nothing more than a group of market vendors. They were quoting and competing, their faces flushed with excitement. However, gradually, many began to withdraw from the competition. Once they calmed down a bit, they secretly rejoiced that they hadn't joined in. Yet even so, the teacher's scramble still made Zhao Xie extremely envious. Luo Chen, I want to challenge you. Are you brave enough to accept? Finally, Zhao Xie couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. He stepped forward, towering over Luo Chen, looking down at him. His entire outfit had been donned in an instant, and his attributes had been completely refreshed. stronger than before. The overwhelming aura made even the old foxes present take notice. If I remember correctly, Zhao Xia isn't from the elite class, right? With that kind of strength, no wonder he can take on Jiangcheng University. Heh, now I understand why Qin Shoujuan was so anxious. If my school were in such a predicament, I'd be anxious too. What a pity. The Luochen he wants to recruit will soon be knocked down. Some teachers who could no longer afford the prices wore smiles, ready to watch the upcoming spectacle. On the other hand, they also wanted to see what kind of strength Luochen truly had, whether he was worth offering better conditions. However, they ultimately miscalculated. Not interested, not accepting. His calm tone caught everyone off guard. No, buddy. They had already mocked you to your face. Aren't you going to respond? At the very least, a slight reaction would help them gauge the conditions more accurately. But they never expected Luochen to refuse outright, and so decisively. His words felt natural, devoid of any emotion. Regardless, he should have at least retorted once. What did it mean to dodge the issue directly? They simply forgot one fact. Luochen had been mocked as a waste for an entire year and had long since grown accustomed to it. To him, Zhao Xia's words were as harmless as a child's play. He didn't respond, and instead, it was others who grew anxious first. Luochen, why don't you give it a try? If you can't even defeat Zhao Xia, we won't offer better rewards. I guess he's just scared. His previous outstanding performance was all because he used props. Ah, no wonder. I said, how could a waste with F-level talent be so powerful? I was wondering how he could win against Yang Yufeng and Gao Tianwen. Turns out he used some tricks. In an instant, various speculations and rumors flew around every day. Fortunately, no one had left the job transfer hall yet. Otherwise, who knows what wild stories would spread outside. Luochen, you coward, if you had the guts, fight a match. No guts, not fighting. Luochen decisively refused without a second thought. Any hesitation would be a disservice to himself. He didn't want to go to college anyway, so why should he struggle here, performing like a monkey for everyone's entertainment? After saying that, he tried to walk past the crowd. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhao Xia suddenly sidestepped and blocked his path again. Not going to make a move, huh? Let's see how you dodge. With his arm raised, a shield was hurled towards Luochen. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Even Chen Shoujuan on the platform and the association manager were furious. They had clearly prohibited sparring. Yet someone was still testing the waters at the edge. Not just him, even Yang Shan couldn't react in time. As a teacher, seeing a student from the same academy act so sneakily filled him with anger. His slightly furrowed brows stood upright, like an angry ram. Just as he was about to speak up, the next moment, his pupils suddenly shook violently. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly erupted. Although it didn't travel far, everyone heard it clearly. Luochen's expression was cold as he extended one hand, firmly catching the round shield. The dull sound just now was the noise of his palm meeting the shield's surface. For Luochen, who possessed over 5,000 points of strength, catching the shield with one hand was just a normal operation. But to everyone else, it was a different scene. What's going on? Isn't he a jobless person? Where did he get so many attribute points? Didn't he allocate all his points to magic power? How can his strength be so high? Even if he has it, there's no way he could easily catch an attack. What kind of reaction speed does he have? Countless people were filled with doubt, while some had their eyelids twitching, clearly overwhelmed by what they were witnessing. A seemingly casual action could actually catch a shield strike skill. In their minds, such an attack could only be avoided by blocking or dodging. But what was this situation? A basic attack catching a skill? The key was that the one using the skill was a level 27 shield warrior. In an instant, those who originally wanted to make a move steadied themselves again. Luochen's performance far exceeded their expectations, and they could just watch how he would respond next. With this thought, several of them almost simultaneously paused. Chen Shoujuan slowly withdrew his hand, crossing his arms, watching with great interest. His gaze flickered, glancing over everyone, and found that the others shared the same sentiment. Zhang Fengming still wore a big smile, happily patting his belly. Yang Shan lightly stroked his beard, occasionally nodding in approval. The comical scene made it hard for others to distinguish which of the awkward Zhao Xia was from their academy or if it was Luochen instead. On Lu Xuebin's balding head, a few strands of hair danced in the wind, his eyes darting around like a fox. That shifty look made Chen Shoujuan frown. Each of them had their own ulterior motives, not knowing what they were thinking. At this moment, Zhao Xia, who had failed in his sneak attack, undoubtedly became the subject of everyone's discussion. You, Zhao Xia, glared furiously. At this moment, he felt immense humiliation. The round shield was quickly retracted, and he turned to draw a curved knife. One hand held the knife, the other the shield, which was one of the standard configurations for a shield warrior. Clang! accompanied by a crisp sound. Zhao Xie's curved knife was instantly deflected. The blade spun, tracing an arc in the air before crashing to the ground once. Again, it rolled around with a clatter for 2 full circles before coming to a stop. Silence. The surroundings were utterly quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Some even gaped, rubbing their eyes repeatedly, doubting whether they had seen it wrong. Because at that moment, what Luo Chen held in his hand was actually a novice wooden sword. I've said it before, if you have no skills, don't fight. Luo Chen spoke in a flat tone, repeating his earlier words. However, paired with the smile that always lingered on his face, it became somewhat intriguing. What the hell? One hit and he's down? Is Zhao Xia really that weak? Weak? You go try it, do you dare? Say that the second-year students from Jiangcheng are all weak? So when Luo Chen said he had no skills, he was referring to Zhao Xia. Sorry, I was rude. Zhao Xia's defeat in one move gave everyone a new understanding of Luo Chen's strength. Perhaps, Luo Chen was not as weak as they had perceived. At that moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Xia just fell victim to his profession, shield. Warriors mainly stack health, their strength isn't particularly high. The onlookers turned around to see an incredibly familiar figure. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Tianwen, who had just fled in embarrassment, had returned. But wasn't it said that Luo Chen is a non-classed player? And attributes should affect each other, right? Suddenly, someone weakly asked. The voice was almost inaudible, yet still heard by most. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianwen's breath suddenly hitched. After a long pause, he replied with a stiff neck, humph. Anyway, he must have used some trick, and soon enough, his true form will be revealed. It was absolutely impossible for him to admit Luo Chen's strength. The reason he returned was to see Luo Chen defeated, thus proving that his earlier loss was just a momentary slip. True form revealed? Yang Shan merely shook his head upon hearing this, choosing not to elaborate. The other teachers might not be particularly clear, but as the leading teacher from Wenzhou University, he undoubtedly understood Zhao Xia's strength the best. It could be said that even the top students in their elite class could spar with Zhao Xia. Yet, despite this, he was easily subdued by Luo Chen with a mere novice wooden sword. The speed of the process had shattered Yang Shan's psychological expectations. Moreover, he observed that Luo Chen maintained a smile throughout, his movements calm and unhurried, exuding composure. It seemed as if he had already calculated the point of attack. Soon, he reached a conclusion. The two were not even on the same level of combat. In fact, it wasn't just him, the other teachers also had a rough idea. However, Zhao Xia, who was caught in the moment, remained oblivious to all of this. He only felt a rush of heat in his head, completely losing his rationality. His shield strike skill was easily caught. His curved sword slash was effortlessly blocked. The continuous defeats were hard for him to accept. He had to do something. You die for me, Zhao Xia roared, decisively discarding his round shield. With a flick of his hand, a giant shield taller than a person was held in front of him as he charged at Luo Chen. The shield was covered in thorns, looking somewhat menacing, clearly not something to be trifled with. If he were to be hit solidly, who knew how many holes would appear on his body. Facing the aggressive assault, Luo Chen merely shook his head and smiled, suddenly yanking the wooden sword. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the hall. Zhao Xia, bracing against the giant shield, found himself momentarily stunned. The visible red mark on his face and the tingling sensation on one side told him that this was no illusion. After a brief moment of numbness, the pain finally registered in his brain. Ah! In an instant, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig pierced the sky. The shriek was so piercing that it made Gao Tianwen's teeth chatter, trembling uncontrollably. As an onlooker, the scene before him was clear. Luo Chen not only broke through Zhao Xia's defense but also casually struck him down with a single sword. It should be noted that Zhao Xia could almost be considered a dual B-level existence in terms of talent and first-turn skills, yet he was still subdued by a single strike. If the attack were to fall upon him, Takeda didn't even dare to think about it, only feeling darkness before his eyes as his body went limp on the ground. Faintly, he could still hear Luo Chen's words coming through. So now, is there anyone who has objections? This seemingly casual remark was met with silence. No one dared to respond. Zhao Xia's mournful wail sent chills down their spines. Even after a while, he was still lying on the ground, writhing in pain. They had no confidence that their defenses could be thicker than that of a shield warrior. One Zhao Xia had already failed to gauge Luo Chen's strength. Who else could possibly stand up to him? They all felt somewhat inadequate. Unconsciously, everyone's eyes turned towards Chen Shoujuan on the high platform. It seemed that apart from the teachers, he was the only one who could stand up. However, Chen Shoujuan was not one of this group. He naturally had his own pride. Have you seen enough? He let out a cold snort, his gaze finally landing on Luo Chen. Then, he slowly spoke. Join us at Jiangcheng University. And in addition to the rewards mentioned above, we can also offer you a B-level profession scroll. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in unison.
Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Luo Chen, wishing they could take his place.
Takeda Wen and
Yang Yufeng were the most affected, their eyes slightly reddened, filled with bloodshot veins.
As students of Jiangchun University, how
they wished such good fortune would fall upon them instead of Luo Chen, this F-level talent waste.
A B-level profession scroll, that's a great item. At least one attribute has triple growth. Really, all the good things are taken by Luo Chen. He just completed the job transfer ceremony and is about to get an even better profession.
If I were Luo Chen, I would wake up laughing in my dreams, just being a student, without having to do anything and still getting such great rewards.
Listening to the discussions, Luo Chen could only shake
his head helplessly. While others were drooling over it, to him, it could only be considered average. He admitted that if he had heard these rewards a year ago, before taking the college entrance examination, he would have been very tempted, but that was just in the past.
Now he had an S-level profession by his side, so what was a B-level profession worth?
However, to outsiders, it was a different story. They only saw Luo Chen shaking his head and sighing, seemingly dissatisfied with the conditions offered by Chen Shoujuan.
Luo Chen, don't get too greedy. What more do you want from these conditions? Do you really think this is your wishing well? How can a person with such poor character and low morals still be recruited by the academy?
The Awakeners were indignant, some even jumping out to accuse him
directly.
The root of their anger was simply that the benefits did not fall to them, leading to an imbalance in their psychology.
Ignorant. Luo Chen shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing.
Since the job transfer task had already been completed, there was no need to
stay here any longer.
Now, he was preparing to head to Yenzhou to see if he could find any clues about his parents.
With this thought in mind, Luo Chen lifted his foot and walked towards the door.
However, to others, his actions appeared to be a sign of guilt.
Look, he's scared, we've exposed him.
TSK, and he still has the nerve to complain about others' conditions.
I bet he's just playing hard to get.
He'll come back to apologize on his own soon. As they spoke, they nodded in agreement.
It seemed they were quite confident in their reasoning, even fooling themselves.
It is said that bad people rack their brains, but foolish people can have sudden insights. For some reason, the teachers found these words very reasonable after hearing them, and they immediately stopped their thoughts of competing.
Choosing to remain silent, they waited for Luo Chen to turn back.
In their view, Luo Chen should be planning just that.
Waiting for him
to get anxious would put the initiative back in their hands. This way, they could negotiate based on the original conditions without
exceeding too much. With this in mind, they became even less anxious.
Some even wore cold smiles, stroking their beards meaningfully. Waiting to see the drama unfold, Yang Shan was scratching his ears and cheeks in frustration, feeling helpless.
At this moment, he couldn't obtain a higher authority and didn't want to miss out on a student. For a time, he found himself in a dilemma. In contrast, Zhang Fengming
suddenly looked overjoyed, quietly squatting in a corner to open his communicator. As for the reactions of the crowd, Luo Chen was
completely indifferent.
The idea of feigning capture was naturally impossible.
However, disdain was certainly present. Given these conditions,
he might as well run a few more dungeons himself, which would be much better. As he got closer to the door, the mocking laughter grew
louder. I bet he won't turn back in less than 5 steps.
You really talk as if you're just talking. If he takes 5 more steps, he'll
be out the door. What else can he do without turning back? Just pretending. Let's see how long he can keep it up.
A group of people
sneered, secretly counting Luo Chen's steps.
1 step, 2 steps. With each footfall, their smiles grew wider.
Until Luo Chen stepped out
of the hall, still showing no signs of stopping. They finally revealed a hint of confusion.
What's going on? Isn't he supposed to turn back? Why is he walking further away? I get it.
He must be betting that someone will chase after him. How naive.
This isn't right. It seems like we can barely see him anymore.
Gradually, some began to sense something was off. It seemed Luo Chen had no intention
of stopping at all.
Unbeknownst to them, he was already close to being lost in the crowd. If they didn't chase after him now, they would probably lose track of him completely. Everyone, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll be leaving first.
My son is getting married soon. I need to go back and check.
What a coincidence. My wife is about to give birth. I have to leave too.
Several
teachers said this, disregarding the strange looks from the others, and hurriedly rushed out of the hall.
What integrity! That was no longer important. Finding Luo Chen was the main priority.
They had to admit they had indeed lost this bet.
Damn it! How could that kid not even be tempted by a B-level profession?
Before Chen Shoujuan could complain, someone beat him to it, gritting their teeth and cursing.
The look of hatred made it seem like he was the one who proposed the conditions.
To this, Chen Shoujuan could only silently shake his head.
watching Luo Chen disappear from sight. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in urgent sounds. Luo Chen, don't rush your choice. We at Yenzhou University. Ha? Where is he? Zhang Fengming, having just finished his call, rushed out of the corner in a panic, running while raising his hand and shouting. One might think he was calling for mercy. However, when he broke through the heavy encirclement and reached the center of the venue, he froze. Where was Luo Chen? Where was he? Zhang Fengming stared blankly at the empty space in the center, then glanced at the other teachers. For a moment, various postures emerged. Some stared at the floor counting their toes, some whistled at the ceiling, and some had unfocused gazes with no fixed point. Seeing this, Zhang Fengming vaguely guessed what was happening and immediately burst into a tirade. You bunch of old fossils. Obsolete. Narrow-minded. After saying this, he didn't wait for others to react. Sticking out his big belly, he strode towards the door. This scene left everyone puzzled. Is it really necessary? I admit Luo Chen's strength is quite good, but it's not to the point where he must be recruited. Indeed, there are quite a few in our top class who can beat Zhao Xia. Why waste so many resources? A B-level profession, I could use it for a dog and it would take off. Why fight over an F-level talent? It's a waste of growth potential. The remaining teachers stood still, criticizing Zhang Fengming's irrational behavior. At the same time, they subtly pointed out Qin Shaojuan's random price hikes, completely unable to understand their actions. Little did they know. At that moment, Zhang Fengming had found Luo Chen with even better conditions. Outside the Job Change Association, Luo Chen looked at Zhang Fengming in suspicion. You said to join Yenzhou University? He looked left and right, unable to make sense of it. In the eyes of others, no matter how well he performed, it couldn't change the fact that he had an F-level talent. Even the proposed rewards are within a relatively acceptable range, not taking many risks. It's called an investment, but it leans more towards a transaction. How much can be gained depends on his earlier performance. In short, it feels like he doesn't hold much value. However, Zhang Fengming's attitude made Luo Chen sense a hint of difference. Coincidentally, Yenzhou is the next place he plans to go. At least it could serve as a foothold. But if he joins Yenzhou University, it would undoubtedly come with many restrictions, and there would be numerous inconveniences in coming and going. Moreover, with his current level of 40 and an S-rank outfit, he can be said to lack nothing. Whether it's equipment or items, he has everything that should come with this level. It seems unnecessary to spend a few more years in university. Yenzhou University? Luo Chen pondered, stroking his chin. In that brief moment, Zhang Fengming immediately caught on. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly threw out his conditions. As long as you enter Yenzhou University, you can access the Infernal Demon Forbidden Zone dungeon once before you graduate or reach level 60. Unlike the previous series of promises, Zhang Fengming's admission reward consisted of just this one condition. Hearing this, some bystanders who were unaware of the truth looked puzzled. They turned to Zhang Fengming, eager to see which shabby school was recruiting. With no conditions to offer, they thought they could pull off a trick, truly believing that the people of Zhang City couldn't afford to live. And with such a condition, they dared to speak so loudly, not fearing being overheard. Just then, a sudden exclamation rang out from not far away. Infernal Demon Forbidden Zone. Zhang, are you crazy? As the voice fell, a group of people squeezed out from the crowd, arriving late. At the forefront was Yang Shan, his goat-like beard and black and white hair standing on end, his face betraying no sign of surprise or anger. Lu Shuabin and Chen Shoujuan followed closely behind. With only 3 or 4 other teachers remaining, none of the students had come along. Clearly, these teachers were still unwilling to give up, hoping to see if they could successfully recruit Luo Chen into their institution. But as they approached, they heard Zhang Fengming reveal his trump card, instantly shocking them into silence. At this moment, some of the onlookers, those with broader knowledge, began to catch on. Infernal Demon Forbidden Zone? Could it be that dungeon from Yenzhou University? Are they talking about the dungeon in the suppression zone of Yenzhou University that has yet to be conquered? Not conquered? Isn't that a good thing? It just means there will be many treasures inside. If it's really a good thing, wouldn't others rush in? High returns often come with high risks. Very few who enter the Infernal Demon Forbidden Zone come out alive. Yang Shan listened to the words of the bystanders, his expression growing increasingly grim. In a world where everyone awakens, the foundation of each university is closely tied to the resources produced by dungeons. Each time an academy secures a dungeon, it can obtain a large amount of resources to cultivate new students. Yenzhou University is a special case because, in addition to resources, it has a dungeon that has long remained unconquered, the Infernal Demon Forbidden Zone. To this day, countless geniuses from Yenzhou University have fallen within that dungeon, with only a few surviving and bringing out enviable treasures. However, those who survived often went mad or went missing. Now, hearing this, how could Yang Shan not be excited? Without a doubt, this was an attempt to push Luo Chen into a fire pit. At the same time, there was one point that puzzled him. That is, no matter how good Luo Chen's potential or strength, he would still be far from meeting the standards to enter the infernal demon forbidden zone in the future. He didn't understand what Zhang Fengming intended by proposing this. Moreover, judging by his attitude, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. On the other side, upon hearing the words, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, lost in thought. Infernal demon forbidden zone? I didn't expect it to be within Yanzhou University. Vague memories surged from a corner of his mind, gradually becoming clearer. The unfamiliar vocabulary also became familiar at that moment. That's right. I remember Dad mentioning it once. Luo Chen's gaze flickered, as if he had caught an important clue. Moreover, it seemed that without entering Yanzhou University, he wouldn't be able to go to the infernal demon forbidden land either. With this thought, he pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. All right, I will join Yanzhou University. As soon as he finished speaking, the joy on Zhang Fengming's face appeared to rise at a visible speed. In contrast, Yang Shan and the others looked as if they were about to spit blood. This is it? Luo Chen, don't believe him. The infernal demon forbidden land is not a good place. Come to Lezhou University, we have secret realm dungeons too. Nonsense. Don't listen to him. Our Jingcheng University can offer you a level 20 dungeon mining right. Once Luo Chen made his decision, they were completely anxious. If anyone could go anywhere, it would be fine, but he specifically chose Yanzhou University. Among them, Lu Shuabin was so furious he looked like he might explode. He and Zhang Fengming had never gotten along well, and now seeing the other's uncontrollable smirk, how could he endure it? Zhang Fatty, how can you let a freshman go to his death? Get lost. What do you know? This is a reward. He could exchange it for something else. You're just making excuses. What can a spot be exchanged for? What does it have to do with you? This is our Yanzhou University's business. Do I need to report to you? The two middle-aged men, one fat and one thin, argued incessantly, drawing the attention of passers-by. It was like a couple of elementary school students bickering, completely lacking the demeanor of teachers. Even Yang Shan beside them was pouting, clearly ready to join the fray. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Luo Chen could only helplessly speak up. Teachers, could you please stop for a moment? I appreciate your good intentions, but joining Yanzhou University is not a spur-of-the-moment decision for me, and the infernal demon forbidden land is a place I must go. Luo Chen did not finish his sentence, but the people present were not dull. They quickly understood his meaning. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, leaving only Zhang Fengming with a smug expression. As for whether it was a gain or not, only he knew in his heart. TSK, I really didn't expect to misjudge you. Lu Shuabin suddenly sighed, speaking pointedly. The information misled me. I really don't know what you guys in Jiangcheng have been doing all year. You shouldn't be as simple as you seem. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen merely smiled faintly, not offering any explanation. Although it would be exposed sooner or later, it was better to keep it hidden for a day. For him, his current trump card was not enough to act recklessly. It was better to be cautious. Zhang Fengming nodded secretly, ignoring the confused onlookers, and slowly stepped forward to say, in that case, we will set off the day after tomorrow. How does that sound? That works. I just have a small matter to take care of. Luo Chen nodded, his eyes slightly squinting as he gazed into the distance towards a certain place in Jiangcheng. At this moment, at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. You better not be lying to me. How could that waste Luo Chen possibly clear the 4th level? Listening to Yang Yufeng's voice on the communicator, Lu Hai's expression darkened to the extreme. As a senior from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, he had been an outstanding graduate who made it into the elite class of Jiangcheng University last year. While invited back to his alma mater to inspire the juniors, he could not allow anyone to overshadow him. Moreover, it was he who had used family connections to suggest that Jiangcheng No. 2 expel Luo Chen. This solidified Luo Chen's identity as a waste, leaving him with no chance to rise. If Luo Chen really broke through the blockade and was admitted against the odds, it would undoubtedly be a slap in his face. Not only that, Lu Hai was particularly aware that, even though they were both universities, there was a world of difference between them. The amount of educational resources and the number of dungeons they controlled directly determined the upper and lower limits of the colleges. The foundation of prestigious schools was beyond their imagination. Even in the elite class of Jiangcheng University, no matter how hard they tried, they might still not measure up to the ordinary students of Jingcheng University or Yanzhou University. Just like a few days ago, a relatively unknown Lezhou University was able to make them flee in panic. If it weren't for Jiangcheng University taking full advantage of its geographical location, situated in Jiangcheng, others might think it was some sort of backwater university. Unremarkable, the kind that anyone could trample on. Fortunately, a waste is a waste, completely unaware of the importance of university, even rejecting Chen Shaojuan's invitation. Luo Chen, oh Luo Chen.
Without anyone's help, you can forget about turning your life around.
Lu Hai wore a faint sneer on his face, secretly feeling fortunate. But, thinking that even he didn't have such treatment, he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened.
Luckily, the news hadn't spread that quickly, so he wouldn't be embarrassed.
Nevertheless, his resentment towards Luo Chen had never diminished. Lu Hai, get ready, it's your turn to go on stage soon.
A teacher's voice urged from behind, and Lu Hai hurriedly ended the call. After seeing the teacher had walked away, he sneered twice.
Defeating Zhao Xie? It's nothing special.
A tough turtle, I didn't realize it at first, that's why I suffered a loss. Lu Hai scoffed, already imagining a scenario where he had defeated Zhao Xie.
Relying on the method of mental
victory, he fantasized about having successfully beaten Zhao Xie with an attitude that no one could match. Holding his head high, like a victorious rooster, he swaggered outside.
Hearing the thunderous applause from the
crowd, his sense of pride soared even higher.
Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School,
Luo Chen murmured softly, slowly raising his head, where a few elegant stone-carved
characters came into view.
A year ago, just before the college entrance examination, he was expelled from here. However, today, he wasn't here to show off. At first, he felt a bit uncomfortable, but as his strength continued
to grow, he gradually came to terms with it.
When standing at a high point and looking down, the once unattainable giant seemed to be just that, nothing special.
If the information is correct, Lu Hai should be here today. My things are not so easy to take. Luo Chen glanced at his communicator, confirming the information was accurate.
He would be leaving Jiangcheng the day after tomorrow, and time was tight, leaving little room for delay. At the entrance, he couldn't see where the playground was, but passionate speeches echoed from afar. Even from a distance, one could imagine the smug smiles on those people's faces. With a swift movement, he vanished from
his spot, so fast that many didn't even react.
Some merely scratched their heads, looking around. The security guard at the entrance still maintained his posture of looking at his phone, completely unaware that someone had slipped past him. All he knew was that the air conditioning felt fantastic on this hot summer day. On his phone, videos played one after another.
#shocking.
After the shadow, another genius appears in Jiangcheng.
What kind of ridiculous marketing account is this?
How dare they post such deceptive content?
The security guard was furious, swiping his finger, not even bothering to look. However, the next post was almost the same. #wasteful. Come back?
F-grade talent clears the 4th level of the first transition.
Is this society so shameless that they don't even draft their lies anymore? Do they think people will fall for such petty tricks? The security guard
stared at the screen, feeling speechless. Although the titles were different, the images were from the same batch. If he said this wasn't hype, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. He also sighed inwardly, realizing that marketing accounts were already lacking in ethics, but today was particularly outrageous. Usually, they would at least embellish things a bit, but this time they didn't even bother to pretend.
An F-grade talent clearing the first transition is already impressive enough. Clearing the 4th level? The school board collapsing would be more believable.
The security guard adjusted his reading glasses, cursing angrily.
When
he realized he had misspoken, he immediately shut his mouth, cautiously looking around to confirm no one had noticed before he secretly sighed in relief.
Even though there was glass separating him from the security booth,
he still feared being overheard. Retracting his gaze, when his eyes fell back on his phone, they widened in shock. In that instant, his pupils constricted, and the world seemed to come into sharper focus.
He browsed the content in disbelief, familiar photos flashing by. What the hell? What is this? Isn't that the kid, Luo Chen, who got expelled last year?
The security uncle rubbed his eyes repeatedly, looking carefully over and over again. His rough hands made the skin around his eyes ache. But no matter how he looked, the content remained unchanged. This can't be right, the security uncle said in disbelief. On the screen, who else could it be but
Luo Chen?
#Yenzhou University promised Luo Chen a qualification for the Infernal Demon Forbidden Zone dungeon. He knew Yenzhou University, he knew the Infernal Demon Forbidden Zone, and Luo Chen's name and face were incredibly
familiar. But putting all these elements together, why did it seem a bit incomprehensible? The Infernal Demon Forbidden Zone. That's a treasure for Yenzhou University and the entire Yenzhou,
the security uncle exclaimed. Repeatedly, his eyes filled with envy. Suddenly, the communicator on his arm rang out sharply.
Old Wang, get in here. Something big has happened.
The sudden shout startled the security uncle.
Could it be that his slacking off had been discovered? But the next second, the shout came again.
That Luo Chen, for some reason, is beating up the previous year's students. Hearing the noise, old Wang first breathed a sigh of relief.
Glad it wasn't about him. But in an instant, confusion replaced that relief. Wasn't Luo Chen that F-grade talent? How could he be beating people up?
Just as that thought crossed his mind, the security uncle seemed to realize something, and his whole body jolted. What the hell? Luo Chen! Connecting it with the news he had just seen, he instantly became alert. Turning to the fourth layer of the dungeon, wasn't it easy to beat up little kids? The key point was what? Lu Hai? Wasn't he the son of a board member? Old Wang shivered, his body swaying as he armed himself completely. He kicked the door open and quickly ran towards the school. Stop it! That's my livelihood! The security uncle was still worried about his job as he rushed to the playground. Just moments ago, Luo Chen had walked slowly to the edge of the playground. The noisy sounds were continuous and the students were whispering among themselves. On stage, Lu Hai was passionately giving a speech, and rather than motivating the juniors, it was more of a pure show-off. His words were filled with self-praise and flattery towards Jiangcheng University. Even though to an outsider, Jiangcheng University could at most be considered a third-rate institution, it didn't stop him from boasting. After all, if the school's prestige rose, he would also appear more outstanding. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked towards the edge of the playground. The moment he saw Luo Chen, a disdainful sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He moved his arm slightly to adjust the microphone in front of him and cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen. Lu Hai raised one arm, elongating the last syllable. When the chatting crowd below turned their attention to him, he slightly parted his lips and slowly said, "Look who has arrived." As he pointed with his finger, the figure at the edge instantly captured their attention. Curiosity and confusion spread from the depths of their hearts, accompanied by a thick sense of bewilderment. Could it be a senior from last year, still from Jiangcheng University? The same question arose in the hearts of many students simultaneously. A year had passed, and Luo Chen was no longer the same as before. Except for those who had occasionally met him, most others were completely bewildered. Luo Chen wore a warm smile, appearing calm and unflustered. Just standing there gave off an aura of mystery and depth. Is it just me, or does he seem stronger than Lu Hai? No way. That arrogant Yang Yufeng is Lu Hai's little brother. Who could be stronger than Lu Hai? I recognize him. Isn't he that F-grade talent waste from last year? Listening to the discussions, Lu Hai became even more pleased. Such talk of pulling someone down while lifting oneself up was very beneficial to him, causing his face to tilt slightly upward, his nostrils flaring. With a condescending look, he glared at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School is not a place for someone like you. As soon as the words came out, the entire audience was in an uproar. The chattering voices rose like the buzzing of flies, creating a particularly noisy atmosphere. Luo Chen, it really is Luo Chen. TSK TSK TSK, the school's celebrity. The first F level in the history of the academy, and the only one to be expelled before the college entrance examination. So what if he was expelled? If I were the principal, if I could keep him until the college entrance exam, he should be grateful. Indeed, this is the first time I fully support the school. But didn't anyone notice how he got in? Suddenly, a weak voice interrupted the discussion, causing everyone to pause. Yes, how did he get in? The security guard at the door wouldn't have let him in for no reason. Luo Chen, aren't you embarrassed enough? Get out of second high. A middle-aged man with thick lips and a bald head shouted, his face darkening. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen glanced over with indifference, and immediately recognized him. The middle-aged man was none other than his former homeroom teacher, Ma Changkai. He hadn't forgotten that when it came to whether or not to expel him, Ma Changkai had voted in favor. Of course, that didn't matter much. On ordinary days, Ma Changkai had often picked on him, trying to curry favor with Lu Hai. In comparison, casting that vote was just another layer of branding on the facts. In front of others, Luo Chen could ignore them, but he wouldn't let Ma Changkai and Lu Hai's mockery slide. With a swift movement, he leaped onto the stage. His speed was so quick that many couldn't even catch it with their eyes. Where's Luo Chen? Where did that guy go? Look, he's already on stage. When did that happen? Isn't he an F-level talent? How can he move so fast? Not only were the students shocked, but even the teachers at second high had ashen faces. How Luo Chen had gotten up there was something they, as awakened ones, couldn't see clearly either. It's worth noting that among them were several awakened ones close to level 40. The higher the level of an awakened one, the harder it is to improve. Level 35 is already considered an excellent graduate in some universities. Luo Chen was just a 19-year-old kid, recognized as a waste by second high and even the entire Jiang city. Yet, they couldn't even catch Luo Chen's movements. At that moment, the teachers felt a tremendous humiliation. Their faces shifted from green to white, their expressions fluctuating between anger and confusion. Luo Chen, get down here now, Ma Changkai shouted sternly. His eyebrows furrowed, pointing at Luo Chen in the way he used to reprimand students. With a darkened face, he seemed ready to punish him with a writing assignment for any disagreement. Unfortunately, Luo Chen wasn't going to fall for that. He retracted his smile.
his eyes fixed directly on Lu Hai. Class leader Lu, it's time to return what you owe me. He took a step forward, slowly closing the distance. On stage, Lu Hai was startled by Luo Chen's sudden appearance and slow approach. His triumphant expression faltered and his right foot involuntarily stepped back half a step. By the time he reacted, his face flushed with anger. Damn it! How could I be scared by a waste? Lu Hai's expression changed, his heart filled with rage. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, he still had to pretend to be calm, stubbornly saying, "What thing? I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Hai's eyes darted, instinctively avoiding eye contact. At the same time, one hand moved toward the pouch at his waist, a subtle action he didn't even realize he was doing. It was a spontaneous reaction, born from instinct. Since you won't hand it over, I'll have to take it myself. Luo Chen shook his head, his palm opening toward Lu Hai. A seemingly ordinary gesture, yet Lu Hai felt as if he were facing a great enemy, his hair standing on end. His thoughts raced like lightning, and at that moment he didn't care about anything else, nor the many eyes watching from below. With malice swelling in his heart, his expression grew increasingly ferocious. Die for me. He let out a low growl, flipping his wrist. A long sword shot toward Luo Chen's armpit at a tricky angle, the attack exceptionally ruthless. However, Luo Chen seemed to be startled, showing no reaction at all. He stood there in a daze, waiting for the sword's edge to stab him, not dodging or evading. The teachers watched this unfold, but none spoke up to remind him. Even the principal and the director wore smiles, nodding in approval. It seemed they quite appreciated Lu Hai's style of doing things. But in the next moment, they were all stunned. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the long sword broke into two pieces, the tip flying away. Luo Chen merely maintained his posture with two fingers together. The arena fell silent, clearly everything had surpassed their understanding. However, it wasn't over yet. Luo Chen opened his palm and reached straight for Lu Hai's face. The movement appeared slow, yet it arrived in an instant, pressing against the other's face. Luo Chen, what are you doing? Bold! Let Lu Xiao go immediately, or you won't escape from number 2 high school. Quick! Call the school security team over. The scene below was chaotic, with shouts and threats. The flustered expressions made Luo Chen smirk coldly inside. He observed the changes in the crowd. If it were him being caught at that moment, they certainly wouldn't have reacted this way. Oh really? I'd like to see how you protect him. Luo Chen's gaze was indifferent as he swept over the crowd below. The teachers had various expressions, but the students were surprisingly unanimous. With no vested interest, they chose to quietly watch the show. Regardless of who the target was, it was none of their business. The school board member's son got beaten? Wow, that's even better. Luo Chen, let me go right now, or you're dead. Lu Hai shouted loudly. Even with his face pressed to the ground, contorted in pain, he still didn't stop being defiant. The hatred in his eyes only intensified. In response, Luo Chen remained completely unmoved, silently increasing the pressure in his hand. The immense force made Lu Hai's head throb painfully. He could vaguely feel his bones creaking. Faced with the threat of death, fear finally seeped into his heart. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from Luo Chen's grip. But no matter how hard he tried, even his veins bulged, it was still futile. Luo Chen's hand was like a mountain, pinning him down without escape. Attack! Hurry up and attack! What are you waiting for? Lu Hai yelled urgently, his voice trembling as if he might cry at any moment. Hearing this, the crowd finally regained their senses. They wiped away their cold sweat discreetly and rushed forward. A dozen teachers, all at level 35, surged forward. The pressure alone was something ordinary people couldn't withstand. They scrambled to perform well in front of Lu Hai. If they could rescue him from Luo Chen, that would be even better. Who knows, if the school board member was pleased, they might get promotions and raises. In an instant, some had already rushed to the two. A long spear swung down, grinning as it aimed for Luo Chen's back. The sound of slicing air passed by, the spear's momentum fierce, leaving no room for escape. Some teachers who were slower to react were already regretting missing such a good opportunity to show off. But then they thought, as long as they could keep up, giving Luo Chen a few surprise hits wouldn't be a bad idea. They wouldn't have to take risks and could still gain favor. The principal and director also slapped their thighs repeatedly, regretting their slow response. If it weren't for their self-importance, they could have easily taken him down, leaving no chance for these teachers. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed. A figure flew out like a rag doll, and it was none other than the teacher who had charged in front. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. They hadn't even seen what had happened. They only felt a gust of wind rush past their ears, and before their eyes could register, one person was already missing. Luo Chen slowly withdrew his hand, his expression showing little change. With his level 40 magic warrior stats, combined with the Night Lord's inherent effect of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, even a casual strike could reach a terrifying value. With a single punch, he knocked down a level 35 awakened, completely effortless. Whoosh! The howling wind surged, and a greenish-blue Gust shot forward. Seizing the opportunity in Luo Chen's defense, it rushed towards his face. The attack appeared unremarkable, plain and simple, yet the energy it contained was terrifyingly potent.
Unlike Takeda's flamboyant explosive fireballs, the Wind Mage's blade of wind was subtle, possessing a strong deceptive quality.
If it were an inexperienced awakened, they might think it was just a casual
attack from a beginner based solely on its appearance, and they would likely have to take the hit with their bodies. Unfortunately for them, they were facing Luo Chen. For someone like him, who had spent years
navigating various dungeons, these seemingly tricky attacks were riddled with flaws.
I may not have the blade of wind, but the warrior class has its own. Luo Chen smirked, facing the crowd, as a novice wooden sword appeared in his hand. He stepped down hard, pinning Lu Hai's bangs to the ground, giving him no chance to escape. Even Lu Xie and the others from before wouldn't have gone this far.
It was evident how much Luo Chen despised the class leader, Lu Hai. The movement was swift, happening in an instant.
The teacher's gazes shifted from Lu Hai to the novice wooden sword.
Taunting, a blatant mockery. The Wind
Mage's face twisted in rage, increasing the output of the blade of wind. The others quickly closed in, ready to take Luo Chen down in one fell swoop. They wanted this arrogant fool to understand that as a waste expelled from the academy, he should have the awareness of a waste, rather than wielding a wooden sword and looking down on their strength as teachers.
Luo Chen didn't care about them. To him, they were all the same.
A year ago, when he was expelled, no one stood up for him, not even to offer a word of comfort.
Not a single one.
They all applauded, relieved that the second high school had gotten rid of this so-called waste. Luo Chen's heart sank slowly as he turned his wrist, sweeping the sword.
Blade of wind.
With that shout, the opponent's blade of wind instantly shattered.
A blue arc of energy erupted from
the wooden sword, spreading towards the crowd.
Minus 4,288. Minus 6,069. Bang, bang, bang.
A series of damage numbers appeared, and the teachers at the front fell to the ground in response.
Under Luo Chen's deliberate restraint, he only activated their health protection mechanism, not harming their lives.
Hiss. With just his own strength, he could easily take down a level 38 awakened. The students below gasped.
At the scene. What's going on? Didn't they say Luo Chen was a waste? You ask me? How would I know?
But one punch and he takes down an old geezer. That's too thrilling. Indeed, the teachers from the first high school are the real deal. Ours only know how to curry favor with Lu Hai. I've long been fed up with them. Surprisingly, even though Luo Chen was hitting the face of the second high school, the students
seemed indifferent.
On the contrary, they felt that this action was simply exemplary for their generation. It was clear that they had long harbored deep resentment towards these teachers who only knew how to flatter those in power. They felt these people were unworthy of the title of teacher.
However, soon, discordant voices arose. Humph. So what? Don't forget Lu Hai is the son of a school board member.
That's
right. You think you can just hit someone and run? If the teachers can't handle him, someone else will come to deal with it. Hearing this defense, everyone understood.
It seemed that the earlier words had touched the interests of Lu Hai's supporters. Otherwise, why would they be so stubbornly promoting him? Although there was some flattery, their words also awakened the crowd.
Yes. What good is it if Luo Chen can fight?
Lu Hai's father became a board member, and it surely wasn't just because of these teachers. There must be other means. Speaking of both sides, under Luo Chen's strike, the remaining teachers were
stunned. They glanced at Lu Hai, who was pinned beneath, wanting to step up but too afraid to do so.
The benefits were right in front of them, but anyone who dared to step forward would have to take a hit.
Moreover, the medical expenses were no joke. Trash. All of you are trash. Luo Chen, you just wait.
I can make you drop out, and I can make it so you can't survive in Jiang City.
Lu Hai was so anxious he was
about to spit blood, but Luo Chen's foot was firmly planted on his back, preventing him from even turning over. He could only pound the floor in frustration, letting out a roar of helpless rage.
Is that so?
Jiang City is not something your Lu family can dictate.
Luo Chen lowered his head and slowly crouched down.
He raised his hand, a hint of mockery on his face.
Slap. In the next moment, a crisp sound of a slap echoed.
The loud noise reverberated on the stage, leaving everyone stunned. The red handprint on Lu Hai's face burned fiercely, as if telling everyone that this was no illusion.
Ah, Luo Chen, you trash. I want you dead. Lu Hai roared.
The veins on his neck bulged, and the resentment in his eyes was clear. If looks could kill, Lu Hai would have already torn Luo Chen to shreds.
Unfortunately, that was ultimately impossible. He could only be pinned down by Luo Chen, struggling to let out a helpless roar. Beyond that, he could do nothing. What the hell? That slap mark. Luo Chen is really not joking. Can someone also beat up that principal who only knows how to fawn all day? I've disliked him for a long time. Damn. Bro, you don't want to go to college anymore? Aren't you afraid of being heard? The murmurs
Continued, and the principal of the second high school had a face that was already terrifyingly dark. With Lu Hai being humiliated on stage, there would definitely be accountability afterward. Bang! The principal slammed the armrest, and the chair beneath him instantly shattered. With a dark expression, he stood up and said in a deep voice, "Where are the school security team? Why are they not here yet?" Having witnessed Luo Chen's strength, he was now acutely aware. He was on a similar level as the teachers, relying more on his smooth social skills to rise to power. If it came to a real confrontation, he would gain no advantage. Who knows, he might end up being treated like a wild monster and beaten up, which would be utterly embarrassing. As an old fox, how could he not discern the gravity of the situation? "Young master. Lu, just hold on. The school security team is on their way." The principal's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. At the same time, he had to maintain appearances, trying to soothe Lu Hai's emotions and convey a message. "I want to save you, but I can't. The only thing I can do is wait for the school security team to arrive." Sure enough, Lu Hai was still a bit too young. As a young master, he had no idea about the many tricks of the trade. Usually, others treated him like a star. Even if someone wanted to target him, there would be people specifically responsible for handling it. If it weren't for his arrogance today, forgetting to bring his bodyguards, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. However, after hearing the principal's words, his emotions did stabilize somewhat. "Hurry up! Get this trash down! Luo Chen, you're dead! You can't escape!" Lu Hai shouted angrily, showing no sign of being subdued. His tone was arrogant, commanding fiercely. "It seems you still haven't recognized your current situation." Luo Chen shook his head, finding it amusing. Used to throwing his weight around, he truly thought everything should go according to his whims. Slap! Slap! Luo Chen leaned slightly forward, raising his hand to deliver 2 slaps. The first slap followed by the second, executed seamlessly, leaving Lu Hai dazed, his head buzzing. This was still under the condition that he was holding back, otherwise, Lu Hai would have already spat blood. "Alright, it's been a year, it's time to return what belongs to me," Luo Chen said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai, still in a daze, instinctively tightened the pouch at his waist. He also couldn't help but retort angrily, "What thing? Luo Chen, it's one thing to hit me, but you actually want to frame me. Let me tell you, this matter is not over." Lu Hai's gaze flickered, and he spoke with a hint of unease. With so many people watching, he couldn't admit it, otherwise, everything would be over. "Exactly. Luo Chen, don't slander Lu Hai here. What status does our young master Lu have? Would he even look at your things? Indeed, a waste is just a waste, and he even wants to find such a pathetic excuse. Wasn't it already checked a year ago? There was nothing at all." Before others could speak, Ma Chengkai, the former head teacher, had already spoken up first. His voice was somewhat anxious and his breathing was rapid. As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily glanced at the crowd, observing their reactions. Seeing that they didn't think much of it, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Indeed, Luo Chen's excuse is quite pathetic. I was still thinking, since he beat up Lu Hai, he should be in trouble now, but I didn't expect him to be such a person." "I don't think so. After all, 12 years ago, Luo Chen's father was the first awakener in Jiangcheng." "Hiss. Are you talking about that blood-soaked warrior? Luo Qingfeng? TCH. He already said it was 12 years ago. After so long, any good stuff would have been taken out long ago." "That's right, and this matter was checked a year ago. Teacher Ma didn't take that jade pendant at all." The discussion grew louder, with some who knew a bit of the secrets directly spilling the beans. Upon learning that Luo Chen had this layer of identity, they couldn't help but show surprise. However, soon, doubts replaced their astonishment. As they said, if there were really good things, how could they not know? If he had something valuable on him, it would have already brought him disaster. Since it could be kept all this time, it surely had little value. Moreover, although Lu Hai was just a small branch of the Lu family in Jiangcheng, he wouldn't go to such lengths for a trivial benefit. Seeing public opinion leaning heavily against him, Ma Chengkai finally revealed a slight smile. He had to thank some people's divine assistance, otherwise he wouldn't know how much effort he would have to expend. In the entire affair, apart from Luo Chen, only he and Lu Hai were clear about it. As long as he kept it under wraps, it wouldn't affect his career. A year ago, when Luo Chen was forced to drop out, Lu Hai and Ma Chengkai conspired, ostensibly to help Luo Chen lift the expulsion paperwork, temporarily keeping the jade pendant for him. They promised that as long as he got into any university, they would return the pendant to him. At that time, Luo Chen didn't think much of it, he just wanted to get into a good university, level up, and find his parents. However, the reality was particularly cruel. The moment Ma Chengkai got the jade pendant, he immediately offered it to Lu Hai, and the expulsion paperwork was still delivered to him as usual. At that moment, Luo Chen realized he had been played. Unfortunately, the jade pendant was long gone from Ma Qingsai's hands, and without evidence, he was left with nothing in their confrontation.
Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School was also in cahoots.
Helpless, he could only choose to endure silently, developing quietly, waiting for this day. Now, he finally didn't have to endure anymore.
Framing? Luo Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Do you think it's still a year ago?
As he spoke, his expression gradually turned cold. This year, he had not only been leveling up but had also gained a lot of information.
The news about Lu Hai in Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School was one of them. Because today, it wasn't just about getting back the jade pendant.
The other accomplices wouldn't escape either.
Do you think not hiding the jade pendant in your backpack means it won't be discovered? Luo Chen suddenly asked. Do you know?
Stealing the relics of the martyrs of Jiangcheng has serious consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hai suddenly felt a chill.
A sense of
foreboding quickly spread through his heart.
Lu Hai's pupils constricted, looking at Luo Chen with fear.
The certainty in Luo Chen's words made him start to panic. A year ago, Luo Chen was just in F grade. Waste. As long as there was no solid evidence, no one was willing to speak for him. But now it was different. The strength he displayed was enough to prove his value.
The more certain Luo Chen sounded, the less confidence Lu Hai felt. Luo Chen, stop making a scene.
You're simply embarrassing Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Suddenly, he heard Ma Qingsai's furious reprimand, which startled Lu Hai. After a moment of calm, he quickly regained his composure, feeling much more at ease.
That's right.
This is Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, my own territory. Lu Hai felt a sense of certainty in his heart, no longer in a state
of panic.
His tone became much more assertive, no longer filled with fear.
Even if he couldn't defeat Luo Chen, it didn't matter. As long as he was still within his control, someone would come to rescue him.
Once that time came, what was Luo Chen but someone he could handle at will? You just wait. When the time comes, I'll make sure you know my methods.
Lu Hai's gaze darkened, and he silently vowed. His mind
began to fantasize about how to punish Luo Chen severely. However, what he didn't know was that all his actions had already been seen through clearly.
If I'm not mistaken, you still have the item on you, right? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and said mockingly.
Upon hearing this, a hint of panic appeared on Lu Hai's face, and he stammered in his defense.
Nonsense. I don't have it on me. No, I didn't take it at all.
Halfway through his words, Lu Hai realized he had misspoken. He quickly shut his mouth and tried to explain.
Is that so? But it doesn't matter anymore.
Luo Chen smiled, reaching for the pouch at Lu Hai's waist. In that moment, Lu Hai was completely panicked, cold sweat pouring down his back.
Others might not understand, but he was fully aware.
The jade pendant's effect required it to be worn to take effect, which was why he always kept it on him. To avoid suspicion, he had hidden it in the pouch. But he never expected Luo Chen would catch on. If the jade pendant was really taken back, he would be labeled a thief. Being exposed was one thing, but the matter concerning the jade pendant was far more serious. As Luo Chen's hand gradually approached the pouch, Lu Hai trembled violently.
Fear spread instantly, chilling his mind. What do you want?
Lu Hai said through gritted teeth, his teeth chattering uncontrollably.
What do I want? You should have thought about the consequences when you did this. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and yanked the pouch away.
From the very beginning, he had been observing Lu Hai's movements.
He was very sure that the jade pendant was hidden in the pouch. There couldn't be any other possibility.
Grabbing the pouch, he didn't even need to open it to feel the general shape of the object inside. Instantly, Lu Hai's face turned ashen. Ma Qingsai, on the other hand, felt his legs go weak and collapsed to the ground, chilled to the bone. Lu Hai had the protection of the Lu family, so he would only suffer a little. But Ma Qingsai was different. As the instigator, he would undoubtedly be pushed forward to
take the blame. He couldn't bear to think about what kind of ending he would face. How dare you? Let the student go at once. A sudden roar echoed across the playground. The security guard, holding dual axes, coldly commanded. His voice was like thunder, making people's ears ring and their eyes blur. Upon seeing the security guard's arrival, the teachers' faces lit up with joy, their previous gloom instantly lifted. It was like biting into a chilled watermelon on a hot summer day, a refreshing sensation washing over them. Of course, except for Ma Qingsai, whose face was ashen. Old Wang, hurry up and take him down.
The principal urged anxiously. If anyone was the most anxious in the scene, it was definitely him. After all, if something went wrong, he would be the first to take responsibility. However, due to his slippery nature and fear of trouble, he had not acted from the beginning until now. The head of the school was even less worth mentioning. He could at most be considered the second responsible person. If something happened to the principal, he would be the happiest, as he had always been eyeing the principal's position. But now, he couldn't show it so obviously. With the security guard's appearance, he naturally couldn't continue to pretend. Even if he was unwilling deep down, he could only join in. Old Wang,
As long as you can take down Luo Chen, I'll cover the meals for the next 6 months. Compared to the principal's words, he took more concrete action, sounding much more generous. After all, this was a rare opportunity to show off of the teachers, unable to discern the situation, merely nodded in agreement. Good. Old. Wang echoed, then turned to Luo Chen. Kid, let go of Lu Hai. Without waiting for Luo Chen's response, he gripped his double axes and charged forward. Thud, 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 the ground resonated with each step. Those standing nearby could faintly feel the earth tremble. The momentum was overwhelming, like a raging bull. Wang Chuzhou level 40, first transition, class, Berserker talent, strength amplification D+. First transition skill, life amplification D+ health, 8000 attack, 2800 defense, 500 agility, 100. Old Wang's talents were all focused on attribute amplification, and in this combat state he was fully equipped. Thus, his attributes appeared even more extravagant than Chen Shoujuan from Jiangcheng University. Of course, this was merely superficial. If Chen Shoujuan donned his gear and utilized his talent skills, he could easily handle Wang Chuzhou. But for Luo Chen, it was just barely manageable. In terms of attributes, he was slightly stronger than the leader-level silver armored guard, but still had a gap compared to the evil-eye bull demon. If skills were added into the mix for autonomous combat, he would likely have little chance against the bull demon. After his first transition, he had acquired the magic warrior class and first transition skills, which had already reached a qualitative leap. Even in a bare state, he was much stronger than Wang Chuzhou, not to mention that he was currently free from the restrictions of learning mage skills. Even if he were to kite, he could easily outmaneuver him. However, for those who couldn't see through his attributes, with Wang Chuzhou stepping in, it seemed almost certain that victory was at hand. As expected of old Wang, a level 40 awakener is indeed different. What a pity, if it weren't for the limitations of his talent and first transition skills, he wouldn't be in such a position. Come on, no matter what, we can't compare. I want to see what Luo Chen can use to defend himself this time. A group of teachers crossed their arms and sneered, especially those who had been drained of their health. Even with pale faces, they forced themselves to stay upright just to watch Luo Chen get defeated. As Wang Chuzhou approached with his double axes, Luo Chen suddenly snorted coldly. I don't have time to play with you. He moved his foot away from Lu Hai and stomped down hard on the ground. With immense force, there was a loud crack and the cement floor instantly shattered. Lu Hai was also propelled upward by this force, momentarily floating in the air. Luo Chen's gaze turned cold as he lifted his leg and kicked out. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out, showcasing the tremendous power behind it. It struck Lu Hai's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a figure resembling a tattered sack was sent flying, crashing violently towards Ma Changkai. The sudden turn of events caught Wang Chuzhou off guard. He felt a gust of wind rush past his ear and instinctively turned to follow the shadow. When he finally saw clearly, his pupils constricted in shock. The swirling dust could not obscure the sight of Lu Hai, who lay on the ground like a dead fish, limp and nearly out of health, gasping for breath as if he might pass out at any moment. Quick! Healers, get in there! We can't let Lu Xiao come to harm, the director shouted urgently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Those unaware might think something had happened to his family, but everyone present knew he was merely worried about his own position. However, they all tacitly understood. The priority now was to save Lu Hai, otherwise, if he truly died, it would be a huge problem. Not just the director, but they would all be held accountable. In an instant, everyone was in a frenzy, several healing skills wasted in the chaos. They were so anxious they were jumping around, completely losing the composure expected of teachers. Even the principal, who held a high position, looked as if he had swallowed a fly, his face dark with anger. It wasn't just the teacher's behavior, it was also the director's earlier words. This was supposed to be his line, but it had been snatched away by someone else. A wave of discomfort surged within him, and he narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced at the director, a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. The key was that even though he felt a myriad of grievances, he could not express them overtly. On stage, Luo Chen swept his gaze across the crowd, only to shake his head in disappointment. Those people had no sense of being role models, each one only knew how to flatter and scheme against one another. Fighting on campus comes with consequences. Uncle Wang Chuzhou, the security guard, stood firm and suddenly shouted. He raised a hand, pointing directly at Luo Chen. Perhaps due to his age, he understood the nuances of restraint better and did not rush forward recklessly. Although his expression was serious, he also bore a semblance of wanting to reason. That damn security guard! What are you talking about? Hurry up and take him down! Lu Hai, who had just been scolded, barely regained his senses. But upon seeing the two's demeanor, he was instantly enraged, roaring as if Luo Chen's defeat was a matter of life and death. He acted with an air of superiority, clearly not treating Wang Chuzhou as a normal awakened one. Perhaps in his
eyes, a security guard should have the awareness of a security guard even if they were level 40. However, that was an unchangeable fact. Hearing this, Wang Chuzhou could only glance at him helplessly. In middle age, one often felt powerless. He was quite displeased with Lu Hai's attitude, but who could blame him for needing to earn a living? Disobedience? Then he might as well quit. Luo Chen, admit your mistake, or I'll have to take you in. Wang Chuzhou stepped forward, his momentum surging. In an instant, his aura reached its peak, an invisible pressure radiating outward. So strong. No wonder he's a level 40. Awakened one. I didn't expect it. The security uncle was hiding it so well, I totally misjudged him. Luochen is in trouble this time. I bet he won't last a few rounds before he has to back down. As they watched Wang Chuzhou approach Luochen step by step, waves of pressure spread out. The terrifying aura made it hard for them to breathe. Seeing this, the crowd began to sing Luochen's demise. Little did they know, facing Wang Chuzhou, Luochen felt not a shred of pressure. His gaze was indifferent, sweeping past the man and landing on Lu Hai behind him. Admit my mistake? I really don't know where you get your twisted logic from. Should everything just operate according to your thoughts? Luochen slowly raised his right hand, the pouch held in his grip. As his arm moved, everyone's attention focused on him. Could it be that inside? A jolt ran through the crowd, an unbelievable thought emerging simultaneously. The students exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something. Stop! Lu Hai's pupils constricted as he shouted urgently. Ignoring his weak body, he stumbled forward. After just a couple of steps, he tripped and fell to the ground. At that moment, he had completely forgotten the pain, desperately reaching out, as if trying to grasp something. Ma Chunkai trembled like a leaf, fear spreading through his heart. He shook his head frantically but could not make a sound. The two's reactions only solidified the crowd's thoughts. Sure enough, under their watchful eyes, Luochen slowly took out a jade pendant from the pouch. The luster of the white jade surrounded it, and just one glance made it hard to look away. It's real. Just like the photo from a year ago. Does that mean Lu Hai is a thief? TSK, rich families are indeed different. This must be for temporary use. The students spoke in a sarcastic tone, causing Lu Hai's face to turn ashen. Lying on the ground, his eyes were vacant, mumbling continuously. It's over. This time it's completely over. He felt as if his soul had been sucked out, his eyes devoid of focus, staring blankly at the sky. Repeating the same words over and over, it was as if he had resigned to his fate. He knew very well what kind of consequences awaited him if this matter was exposed. Claiming the relics of the guardian of Jiangcheng as his own, depending on the severity of the situation, he could face execution on the spot. Moreover, it would depend on the other party's wishes. Clearly, since Luo Chen had been lying low for a year before returning, he would not let this matter rest easily. At this moment, he could no longer hear what was being said outside. Even when Luo Chen was questioning him, he remained completely oblivious. Lu Hai, are you still saying it wasn't you who took it? What else do you have to say now? Luo Chen gripped the jade pendant tightly in his hand, speaking coldly. After a year, he had finally retrieved his most important possession. Although it was not some magical artifact, it held extraordinary significance for Luo Chen. Glowing jade pendant quality? Glowing absorption, kill wild monsters, experience plus 20%, effective up to level 20, effect 2, unlocked experience boosting item, though difficult to obtain, it is not so scarce. However, for Lu Hai, a side branch of the Lu family, it was immensely attractive. With the experience item, Lu Hai could level up faster and stand out among his peers. But now that the truth was out, no one in the Lu family would protect him because of this. In a merchant family, the most extravagant thing is familial affection. Just when Lu Hai was in despair, unsure how to refute Luo Chen, a heavenly voice suddenly rang in his ears. Who knows if you just stuffed it in there? Wang Chuzhou, holding an axe, frowned and questioned. He believed he was standing on the side of justice, ready to reorganize the matter. Little did he know, his words directly ruined everything. The crowd raised their eyebrows and glanced at each other, as if exchanging thoughts. Clearly, some among them agreed with the security uncle's idea. In a world where everyone has a backpack, as long as one is discreet enough and skilled enough, it is still possible to frame someone. Among them, the most agitated were Lu Hai and Ma Yukai. Yes, he put it in. Exactly. I didn't expect Luo Chen to be so vicious, taking revenge for being expelled to this extent. It was indeed right to kick him out back then. Otherwise, he would have been a disaster in school. The two of them chimed in, seizing the public opinion and performing a duet. They were adept at turning right into wrong, making black into white. So when they spoke, they were completely unrestrained, as if it came naturally. Feeling that they had escaped their predicament, the two wore mocking expressions. They raised their heads, sneering at Luo Chen. Listening to Lu Hai's words, the onlookers couldn't help but waver slightly. Indeed, as the two said, perhaps everything was just a self-directed play.
Now that the pouch was in Luo Chen's hands, what was really going on was impossible to conclude. Moreover, even if the matter was true, as long as Lu Hai refused to admit it, they had no way to counter it. The whole situation seemed to lose its interest. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. But little did they know, the next second, Luo Chen was not playing by the rules. Why should I prove anything to you? After saying this, he put on his signature smile again. However, this smile appeared exceptionally eerie in the eyes of Lu Hai and his companion. It was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, sending chills down their spines with just a glance. Luo Chen, what do you want to do? Wang Chuzhou stepped forward, blocking their view of Luo Chen. This was his duty as a security guard, and he could not allow any slip-ups at this moment. Otherwise, even if he escaped punishment this time, he would be in trouble elsewhere. In the same industry, reputation is the most important thing. Can you stop me? Luo Chen suddenly smiled. The smile made Wang Chuzhou pause, a hint of panic appearing on his face. The next moment, Luo Chen's figure vanished from the spot. To be precise, he did not disappear but moved so quickly that it was hard for the naked eye to catch. Even Wang Chuzhou, who was also level 40, barely saw a shadow flash by. When he hurriedly turned around, Luo Chen was already behind him. With both hands raised, he was gripping one person's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Help! Cough cough. Lu Hai's face turned red, wanting to call for help but unable to say anything. He felt the air at the tip of his nose dwindling, his breathing becoming heavier, as if he could suffocate at any moment. Ma Chun Kai was even more embarrassed. He was already teetering on the edge of death, with almost no one helping him draw blood. Now, with such a casual grip, he felt as if half of his life had slipped away. His face turned red and dark, veins bulging around his neck and temples, his hands tightly gripping Luo Chen's forearm. It seemed that only by doing this could he seize a moment of breath. However, it was all in vain. The air in his brain grew thinner, and the whites of his eyes gradually rolled back. Stop! Wang Chuzhou was in a panic, and at this moment he couldn't care less. He gripped his double axes tightly and swung them horizontally at Luo Chen. Swish! The axe light flickered, carrying an unstoppable force, and was about to land on Luo Chen. In an instant, everyone had different expressions. The students instinctively covered their faces with their hands, not wanting to witness this bloody scene. The principals, on the other hand, wore cold smiles, feeling delighted. It was as if, for them, what lay before them was not a living being, but livestock that could be executed at will. However, everyone still underestimated Luo Chen's strength. He took a slow step forward, strolling leisurely, without a hint of anxiety. Yet, the axe blade brushed past his clothing. If it weren't for the countless eyes watching closely, they would have thought they were seeing things. How could this be? Wang Chuzhou was shocked, his arm trembling, almost losing grip on the axe. In his memory, although he hadn't met Luo Chen many times, he had heard rumors about F-level talents. Even if he had seen the news, it wouldn't have stirred much in his heart. After all, in this world, the news was often filled with fabrications, various clickbait headlines, shamelessly seeking traffic. News? Just listen to it. If one were to truly believe it, they would probably be laughed at for a lifetime. But in this situation, he couldn't help but think more. Could it be the information in the news is all true? Wang Chuzhou was filled with disbelief. Looking at Luo Chen, there was a hint of admiration in his gaze. No matter what, someone who could clear the fourth layer of a first-turn dungeon was definitely not an ordinary person. With this speculation, Wang Chuzhou's voice grew heavier. Luo Chen, I admit I underestimated you. As long as you let them go, I can take the responsibility to let you leave. You can't kill, because you have no direct evidence. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze tightly on Luo Chen's eyes. In his sincere gaze, there was not a hint of deception. Why do I need evidence? Luo Chen chuckled softly. Regardless of the outcome, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to kill openly. Such things should be done discreetly. However, now that he had caught them, how could he not let them suffer a bit? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he violently threw the two to the ground. The dull sound sent chills down the spines of some timid students. Seeing this, Wang Chuzhou was about to rush forward. But before he could act, he was met with Luo Chen's gaze. In an instant, it felt as if an endless abyss was rushing towards him. In a moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering all over. What was happening? What kind of eyes were those? Coming back to his senses, a flash of fear crossed Wang Chuzhou's eyes. He had lived for quite a while, what hadn't he seen? Yet, when facing those eyes, he seemed to see the power of destruction brewing. Brutal. Eerie. Although reason told him that Luo Chen was just a person. Merely an awakened one who had just cleared a first-turn dungeon. No matter how powerful, it was impossible for him to intimidate him with just a gaze. But deep down, he firmly believed that what he had just seen was no illusion. For a moment, he didn't dare to step forward, allowing Luo Chen to beat Lu Hai and the other person. Little did he know, his feelings were not wrong. And all of this was intentionally shown to him by Luo Chen. Just moments ago, Luo Chen had established a connection with the evil Ai Niu Gui through the spirit attachment effect of the guardian spirit. At that moment, in a sense, what he saw was indeed the eyes of Niu Gui. Bang! 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 Don't you really like to take my things? I said a year ago that I would show you today. The sound of fists hitting flesh, accompanied by Luo Chen's questioning, sent chills down everyone's spine, their teeth chattering. Even from a distance, it felt as if they could sense Luo Chen's resentment. God knows how long he had been suppressing it during this time. With each punch that fell, it was evident that Lu Hai's breath weakened noticeably. Those teachers who had just been shamelessly flattering him now stood frozen, none daring to use healing spells. They feared that if Luo Chen was displeased, he would beat them up too. Even the formidable Wang Chuzhou stood there in a daze, not daring to act. They were merely a group of teachers with ranks, having never witnessed such a scene. They could only turn their heads slightly, pretending not to see. Beyond that, it seemed there was nothing else they could do. Stop hitting. Luo Chen, please stop. I beg you, spare us. It's all Ma Qingsai's fault. Just hit him. Don't hit me. Lu Xiao, you can't just abandon me like this. You were the one who made me do. Shut up. I'm from the Lu family. How could I covet such trivial things? Compared to Luo Chen's intimidation, they were more willing to blame their own. In just a few words, Lu Hai had sold out their homeroom teacher, Ma Chengkai. However, Ma Chengkai could only silently seek a chance for survival, not daring to vent his anger on Lu Hai. Yet, in Luo Chen's eyes, their behavior was particularly laughable. A year ago, when they set their sights on their father's relics, they should have considered the consequences. As long as he had enough evidence, even if he beat them to death here, no one would care. This was the attitude of the people of Jiangcheng in maintaining the guardians, who had passed away. Just then, a loud shout came from afar. Stop! I command you to stop. Do you hear me? Accompanied by the sound, a surge of energy mixed with a fierce wind rushed straight towards Luo Chen. An invisible energy fist was aimed directly at Luo Chen's face. Faced with the sudden attack, he showed no signs of panic. Instead, he appeared quite calm, as if he had anticipated what was about to happen. Exploding fireball. Luo Chen raised his hand, summoning a round fireball to smash against the energy fist. In just a few meters, it reached its target in an instant. Boom! The collision between the two energies erupted with a violent roar. The energy shockwave wreaked havoc, the scorching heat making skin burn painfully. What terrifying power! Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Wang Chuzhou raised his hand to shield himself from the heat wave, secretly astonished. Just the impact generated from this clash of power was somewhat hard for him to withstand. At the same time, he was curious about who it was that had such a deadly intent from the very start. Following the direction of the attack, several figures came into view. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a black suit, wearing a round hat. He bore a striking resemblance to Lu Hai, but with a hint of ruthlessness on his face. Behind him were several bodyguards in suits and sunglasses, one of whom held his fist up, surrounded by smoke. Clearly, the earlier attack was his doing. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Chen slowly stood up and turned to face him. Lu Chenfeng, what do you mean by this? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, directly calling out the other person's name. His words carried a hint of questioning. Hearing the voice, Lu Hai's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. His face, which was barely human, was streaming with tears that he couldn't stop. Dad, save me, Dad. His voice trembled with a hint of crying, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Upon seeing Lu Chenfeng, he felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, crawling towards him despite everything. He knew that at this moment, the only one who could save him was his father. What Jiangcheng No. 2 high school, what level 40 school security team, were all nonsense. At a critical moment, none of them could be relied upon. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Lu Hai's heart twisted in anger, cursing inwardly. As he glanced at the others, his eyes were filled with resentment. There's also Luo Chen, that guy must die. This time, no one can save him. Lu Hai thought to himself, wishing he could tear him apart. When he raised his eyes, he happened to meet Luo Chen's mocking face. From a high vantage point, his eyes were filled with derision. Young Master Lu, what are you trying to do? Luo Chen taunted, stepping on him again. Seeing this scene, Lu Chenfeng was instantly furious. You dare! A sudden roar erupted, and a hood and staff appeared in response, stirring a terrifying aura on the playground. A fierce wind blew, making it hard to open one's eyes. It surged like ocean waves, pressing down on people, making it hard to breathe. The mage's cloak fluttered in the wind, the cuffs rustling loudly. Luo-chan, let Lu Hai go now, and I can still give you a way out. Lu Chenfeng's voice was low, and one could see his jaw clenching as he spoke. The veins on his forehead bulged, as if he might explode at any moment. As he spoke, his aura was fully revealed to everyone. Lu Chenfeng level 47, first transition, class, wood mage talent.
Lively B first transition skill. Vines solidify C plus health. 9200/9200 magic power. 3500 defense. 1200 agility. 190. Although both his skills and talents were combat oriented, his attributes were
still far superior to Wang Chuzhou. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow at this. The opponent's attributes were the strongest he had seen among awakened ones so far. Of course, if Chen Shoujuan entered battle mode, that might not be the case. However, if the opponent only had this level of strength, it might not be enough.
Even if he didn't equip himself or activate Spirit of Protection, it didn't seem to matter much.
But the others didn't think so. Luo Chen, you dare to humiliate me. This time, you're dead. No one can save you. Lu Hai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. His voice showed no hint of concealment, directly reaching Luo Chen's ears. Alas!
What a pity. Although Luo Chen's strength is barely adequate, this time he's up against Lu Chenfeng.
Level 47, what can he use to fight? His head? Even if what he says is true,
he shouldn't act impulsively. After all, this is Lu's territory, and he doesn't have clear evidence. The crowd sighed, as if they could already see the story's conclusion.
They all felt that Luo Chen was indeed a bit impulsive. He couldn't pin Lu Hai down for stealing Luo Qingfeng's relics and acted so recklessly without considering the consequences.
Now he had really stirred up trouble. However, Luo Chen seemed to have not heard the discussions around him and spoke to himself.
Only the officials are allowed to set fire, but the common people can't light a lamp? I don't believe you don't know about Lu Hai's dirty deeds. Do you think such a fool would think to hide things in a pouch?
He made it very clear that with Lu Hai's dull-witted nature, he could never think of a way to handle the
glowing jade pendant.
There was only one explanation: someone must have given him advice. As for whether it was Ma Chengkai, Luo Chen felt the possibility was slim. After all, from the beginning to the end, when he seized the pouch, Ma Chengkai had always seemed confused. If it wasn't him, then it could only be Lu Chenfeng. I don't know what you're talking about, but I advise you not to randomly accuse people.
Here, let go of Lu Hai, and I won't hold it against you.
I can even arrange a spot for you at Jiangcheng University. It was unclear if he had hit a sore spot, but Lu Chenfeng appeared somewhat guilty. Perhaps he was afraid of pushing Luo Chen too hard and revealing everything. His originally aggressive attitude softened a bit, surprisingly giving way.
Jiangcheng University was the dream university for countless students from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School.
For those common folks who couldn't afford to attend higher education, any university was hard to resist.
Moreover, this was the best university in Jiangcheng. Clap, clap, clap.
The sound of applause slowly rose, neither hurried nor slow. The sound reached Lu Chenfeng's ears, but it was incredibly harsh. He saw Luo Chen lightly clap his hands, a hint of a sneer on his face.
Director Lu really has a good idea, but unfortunately, it's just Jiangcheng University. I wouldn't even go if invited. Luo Chen slowly shook his head and said, "Wow." Instantly, the room erupted in an uproar, and the teachers all wore mocking expressions. What did he say? He wouldn't go even if invited? How shameless. Does he really think he's someone important? Does he think he's a shadow? That the academy would come all the way to recruit him. He looks down on Jiangcheng University? Truly a waste with F-level talent. Even if he has strength, his vision will never improve. Everyone's faces were filled with ridicule, their eyes towards Luo Chen full of disdain. Little did they know, everything he said was merely the truth. Lu Chenfeng raised an eyebrow at this. In his view, Luo Chen's behavior was just typical of someone preparing to make an outrageous demand. He had seen plenty of such people in the business world. Noticing this, his eyes narrowed slightly. I advise you to know your place. Otherwise, Lu Chenfeng said coldly, his words dripping with threat. Before he could finish, a voice suddenly rang out. Otherwise what? The small Lu family dares to compete with us for recruits? Hearing the voice, everyone turned in surprise. A middle-aged man with bronze skin, a buzz cut, and muscles like a coiled dragon was calmly walking towards them. His eyes sparkled with a captivating aura. With each step he took, he resembled a hunting tiger, an invisible pressure emanating from him that made people wary. Behind him followed a big, fat man, his signature large belly swaying as he walked, as if filled with water. Balloons. The newcomer was Zhang Fengming from Jiangcheng University. The appearance of the two instantly captured everyone's attention. Isn't that from the admissions office of Yenzhou University? Why are they here at our second high school? What were they just saying? The Lu family is competing with them for recruits? Competing for whom? It can't be Luo Chen, right? Although he is strong, it doesn't change the fact that he has F-level talent. The students were buzzing with discussion, their words laced with disdain for Luo Chen. Perhaps out of jealousy or a subconscious belief that it was unrealistic, they speculated in other directions. Yenzhou University was a top-tier institution. Although it couldn't compare to the elite Beijing University, it was certainly not something Jiangcheng University could casually approach. They even doubted for a moment if they had misheard. The Lu family wants to compete with Yenzhou University for recruits? What does that mean? Why does it sound so strange? That person couldn't possibly be Luo Chen, right? But just moments ago, it seemed Lu Chunfeng had mentioned Luo Chen attending Jiangcheng University. Other than that, there seemed to be nothing else. The students looked at each other with strange expressions, their gazes shifting between Luo Chen and Zhang Fengming from Yenzhou University. Did you two mishear? I never said such a thing. Lu Chunfeng frowned and said in a serious tone. He looked at Zhang Fengming and the others with a hint of caution, especially that muscular man whose aura made him feel an unprecedented pressure. He was afraid that if he said the wrong thing, the other party would act directly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man said nothing, only directing his gaze towards Zhang Fengming. What are you looking at me for? Old Gua, ask yourself, when have I ever lied to you? Feeling the probing gaze, Zhang Fengming suddenly became anxious. Like a fat cat whose tail had been stepped on, he exploded in dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Wei Juinjia merely nodded slightly. His face showed no joy or sorrow, revealing no emotion, and then his lips parted slightly. The whole academy knows you love to lie, Wei Juinjia said in a deep voice. Strangely, although it sounded very honest, it gave off a sense of clarity. If anyone naively thought they could judge by appearances, Wei Juinjia's fist would definitely make them see reality. His speech, which showed no regard for face, left Zhang Fengming speechless. His mind raced, trying to come up with a rebuttal. Just as Zhang Fengming was scratching his head in frustration, Wei Juinjia spoke up again. However, you've never deceived me when it comes to admissions. So, is this guy really as you say? After saying this, Wei Juinjia's gaze fell on Luo Chen. In an instant, everyone reacted. It turned out that their initial suspicions were correct, they just hadn't been willing to believe it. How could that be? Is Yenzhou University out of its mind? I can't understand why anyone would want to fight over an F-level talent. If someone were willing to take me to level up, I'd definitely be stronger than him. What are you dreaming about? With the experience penalty mechanism, even a top-tier family would find it hard to get you to level 30. Just a guy who got lucky. He can't really think Yenzhou University wants to recruit him. I say, Yenzhou University probably mistook him for someone else. It's likely just a case of the same name. In no time, various speculations sprang up. Some even preferred to believe in a mix-up rather than accept that the person was Luo Chen. They wanted to sympathize with the weak but didn't want to see the weak rise again. Teachers, you must have made a mistake. Luo Chen's talent is only F-level. Even if he temporarily used an item. Seeing them approaching Luo Chen, Lu Hai was the first to panic. He hurriedly spoke to Zhang Fengming and the others, glancing at Luo Chen from time to time to prevent any sudden moves. As he spoke, his voice grew softer, appearing hesitant. Those who didn't know would think Lu Hai was a good person. In truth, everyone was well aware that there was no kind reminder, it was just his one-sided opinion. The lowering of his voice wasn't due to concern about being threatened but rather a deliberate ploy to leave them guessing. However, he clearly had no idea that Luo Chen and Zhang Fengming had already met and reached an agreement. Slap. Ah. Just as the words left his mouth, a loud slap echoed in everyone's ears. Following that was a wailing sound, akin to a pig being slaughtered, sending chills down people's spines. A handprint appeared on Lu Hai's already swollen face. The pain made him roll on the ground, unable to stop for a long time. Everyone was stunned, even Lu Chenfeng was the same. Because the one who struck was not Luo Chen but Gui Juinjia, whom they had just met. Stop whining. It's annoying to watch. He disdainfully clapped his hands and said casually. When his gaze met Lu Chenfeng's, he shot him a fierce glare. What? Not convinced? I wouldn't dare. As soon as the words fell, Lu Chenfeng waved his hands repeatedly, not daring to confront him. Unlike his arrogance when facing Luo Chen, he could only silently accept this loss when locking eyes with Gui Juinjia. His son got beaten, so what? It was nothing. Although he couldn't see the other's level, he could tell from the aura that it was extraordinary. Moreover, backed by Yenzhou University, they were simply not a force to be reckoned with. Luo Chen, we meet again. Jiang. Fengming ignored the others and said cheerfully, scratching the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. We meet again, Teacher Jiang. Luo Chen nodded slightly, not asking too many questions. However, he thought that since Zhang Fengming had come to him, there must be other matters at hand. The two greeted each other like acquaintances, and this scene undoubtedly shocked everyone. All their speculations shattered in that moment. What? They really came to find Luo Chen? On what basis? He's just a waste. Humph. Even if he has connections, does that mean he can join Yenzhou University? Exactly, admission requires an assessment and the freshman enrollment period hasn't even arrived yet. As they spoke, an unnoticeable sourness filled the air. Despite this, they still firmly believed that having connections didn't mean Luo Chen could attend Yenzhou University. Until the next moment, Zhang Fengming's words struck them like a loud slap across the face. There's been a situation at the school, you might have to set off with us. Tomorrow, Zhang Fengming said, his smile quickly fading. A visible frown rapidly appeared on his face. At this moment, Wei Juanjia also chimed in. What trouble is it? I can help you deal with it, but we don't have time to waste.
As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously fell on Lu Chunfeng. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes, the meaning clear.
How dare someone threaten Lu Chunfeng on the Lu family's territory?
If an outsider heard this, they would likely think that person was insane. But if it were Gui Juanjia, it would be a different story. No one would doubt that a teacher from the combat department of Yen State University had the right to say such things. Even Lu Chunfeng, the person involved, did not dare to refute him. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't handle just any student. It was just that the situation was special, and he had to be cautious. The fact that a teacher from the combat department personally came to admit a student spoke volumes about his status, far beyond what those fresh graduates could compare to. In a way, it was a testament to the school's recognition of his abilities. What puzzled him was what qualifications and merits a mere Luochen had to reach this point. You two are joking, how could I dare to stop a student from your esteemed school? Lu Chunfeng said with a forced smile, his fists unconsciously wanting to clench. Perhaps it was due to the other party's strength that he didn't show it. Gat. Lost. Luochen slightly raised his right foot, letting go of Lu Hai. After all, Zhang Fengming and the others had already arrived, so this was no longer his personal matter. One had to maintain a sense of propriety. Those who truly cared for him should at least not be made to feel awkward. However, that did not mean he would let Lu Hai and Ma Chengkai off the hook. After a year of relentless leveling and grinding, he was almost sick of it. What was it all for? It was to gain enough strength to investigate the events of that year and to retrieve the jade pendant, severely punishing the two who colluded together. After a year of swallowing his anger, how could he just let it go? It was simply unacceptable to not make them suffer a bit more. We only set off tomorrow, which means there's still one more night. Luo Chun thought to himself, looking at Lu Hai with pity in his eyes. It wasn't that he truly felt sorry for him, but just thinking about what the other would face next made him feel a sense of desolation. Lu Hai, who was fortunate enough to escape, glared at Luo Chen with a look full of murderous intent. Damn Luo Chen. Just you wait. I'll make you know the consequences of offending me. Lu Hai's eyes were filled with malice, silently vowing in his heart. He didn't dare to vent his anger on Zhang Fengming and the others, so he could only hold Luo Chen accountable. He could only secretly plan how to regain the face he had lost. Little did he know, everyone present was not ordinary people. His expressions and the small movements on his face were clearly captured by others. Wei Juanjia even showed a hint of disgust filled with contempt for Lu Hai. Yet, Lu Hai naively thought he was hiding it well. Still making a fool of yourself here? Hurry up and get back. Seeing this, Lu Chunfeng felt a surge of anger. He snorted coldly and commanded. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai dared not say anything more. He could only glare fiercely at Luo Chen and awkwardly flee like a big pig. Watching his son leave, Lu Chunfeng clasped his hands. Well, gentlemen, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. After saying this, he turned to Luo Chen and looked at him deeply. His lips parted slightly as he slowly said, young friend Luo Chen, truly remarkable at such a young age. Lu Chunfeng forced a smile, but his tone was incredibly flat, making it hard to guess what he was really thinking. However, it was not difficult to see that he certainly did not have a good impression of Luo Chen at this moment. After all, Lu Hai had just been beaten, and he wanted to stand up for him, only to be stopped by Zhang Fengming. According to what others usually understood about him, he should have silently held a grudge first and then looked for an opportunity to retaliate. However, under the current circumstances, that seemed rather unrealistic, not to mention the presence of Zhang Fengming and Gui Juanjia. Luo Chen only had one day in Jiangchang, and there was simply no opportunity. Unfortunately, how could Luo Chen not guess what Lu Chunfeng was thinking? He waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, it's nothing, dealing with a bunch of freeloaders doesn't even require effort. Luo Chen smirked, retorting without reservation. They say you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling, but since the other party had already extended their face, not hitting would be impolite. Between the two, a grudge had already formed, and he didn't mind deepening it a little. Life isn't about pleasing others. If something can make you feel good, why not do it? Moreover, it wasn't that Lu Chunfeng realized he was wrong, he simply backed down when the situation turned unfavorable. Luo Chen's blunt mockery made the teachers' faces shift from green to white. Their fists clenched, making cracking sounds, wanting to retort but unsure how to start. So many people were there, their mouths moved, but not a single word came out. The facts were laid bare before them, and with so many students watching, excessive debate would only serve as a pale excuse. Lu Chunfeng was so provoked that he nearly choked on his words. Good. Very good. I hope you enjoy your time at Yenzhou University, he gritted through his teeth, the veins on his jaw clearly visible. Even from a distance, one could feel the chill in his tone, his cold gaze, as if he were about to swallow Luo Chen whole. Then you needn't worry, Luo Chen replied lightly, a smile on his face. Humph. Lu Chenfeng suddenly swung his hand and turned to leave. Thus, what was originally a show-off ceremony for the previous year's graduates ended in such an unhappy manner. The principal and the director felt as if they had swallowed something unpleasant and it was stuck in their throats. Throughout the entire event, they hadn't managed to exchange a single word with the school board member Lu Chenfeng. If everything had gone smoothly, that would have been fine. Both were well aware of each other's petty nature, and their faces had darkened considerably. To exaggerate, there would definitely be a round of reprimands afterward, salary deductions and demotions would be mild. But now, the people from Yenzhou University were right there, and they couldn't find trouble with Luo Chen at all. If they were like this, Wang Chuzhou, the security guard, needed no further mention. At this moment, he was scratching his head in confusion, unsure of what to do next. The crowd had various expressions, but the students still maintained their excitement as spectators. At this time, at the entrance of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, in a luxury car. Ugh, it hurts so much. Damn Luo Chen. I want him dead. Lu Hai covered his swollen cheek, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Just thinking about the embarrassing scene earlier made him feel a burning sensation in his chest, his heart pounding violently. Slap. Suddenly, a hand struck his face, leaving him dazed. Covering his face, he looked incredulous. Look at what you've done. Didn't you check the other party's background before acting? How could I have a son like you? Lu Chenfeng was seething with anger, his brows furrowed, and his finger pointing at Lu Hai trembled slightly. A stream of reprimands poured out, leaving Lu Hai too afraid to speak, his head sinking lower and lower. After a while, feeling the scolding had stopped, Lu Hai timidly asked, Dad, what about Luo Chen? Humph. Just a clown. I can't touch Yenzhou University, but can I not handle him? Don't forget this is Jiangcheng. Lu Chenfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked ahead, glinting with dangerous light. The night enveloped Jiangcheng, a gentle breeze blowing, carrying a hint of chill. June's weather is like a woman's face, changing at a moment's notice. It had been a waning moon with sparse stars, a bit of dim light, but in an instant it had turned into a thunderstorm. Thunder rumbled, the wind howled, and it seemed like rain was imminent. In the empty room, two figures stood facing each other. One was still dressed in a tailcoat, wearing a top hat and white gloves, looking clean and proper. Aside from the blue glowing patterns on his face, he was no different from an ordinary person. Hey! Good evening, my master. Oh, no. Outside, I should call you boss. Good evening, my boss. The magician spoke with ridiculous words, one hand placed on his chest, slightly bowing in greeting. The elegant gesture was completely at odds with his chatty mouth. All right, enough nonsense. As you command, boss. Hearing Luo Chen's reprimand, the magician also restrained his quirky demeanor. His body slowly straightened, adopting a posture of waiting for orders. Can you locate Lu Hai and Lu Chenfeng's positions? Luo Chen asked, his gaze towards the magician carrying a hint of inquiry. Of course, it's completely effortless. The magician smiled confidently, but then his expression grew serious, his eyes slowly closing. He raised his hands, and a short wand suddenly appeared, hovering between his palms. In the next moment, his eyes snapped open, shimmering with strange ripples. Dark golden patterns began to spread from the center of his pupils outward, in circles, endlessly. The magician activates the skill lead dice. Fate. Lead dice rolls a die, gaining corresponding abilities based on the number. Up to 3 dice can exist simultaneously. Your current quality is king level, with some effects receiving a 10x amplification. Final effects displayed. Quality S Fate 1 can locate targets within at least 41 level * 1000 meters, kilometers. Up to 3 can be locked simultaneously. Luck 2 for the next 10 minutes. Drop rates double, and it's easier to obtain high quality items. Teleport 3 You teleport within 20.5 level * 500 kilometers. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. Inheritance 4 With permission, copy the target specified. Skill lasting 10 minutes. Phantom 5 Generate an untouchable phantom possessing life and agility, lasting 10 minutes. Giant 6 For the next 10 minutes, enter an uncontrollable, unblinding state with 50% damage reduction. Cooldown, 1 day, March 3rd, Magician's additional effect. The magician can always roll the number he desires, one skill with 6 randomly different effects. There's also a magician's exclusive trait that will randomly turn into a self-selected option. Bar Street, another. The magician murmured, as if unconsciously whispering. After a short while, the dark golden hue in his eyes slowly faded, returning to its original color. The fate effect of the lead dice activated, and everything seemed to be laid bare before his eyes. Found it. A calm voice rang out, a hint of confident smile on the magician's face. Searching for a person in the vast sea of people was as simple for him as drinking a bowl of water. Without waiting for Luo Chen's command, he grasped the wand and tapped the air in front of him. The movement was elegant and appropriate, like a conductor in a choir. Mirror world. As soon as the words fell, a large portion of the health bar above his head inexplicably vanished. Then, a mirror slowly formed. In front of him, the blurred surface of the mirror reflected the magician's indistinct figure. In the next moment, the person in the mirror actually lifted a foot and walked towards him. Upon touching the mirror, he bizarrely transformed into a solid form, his appearance also completely renewed. Colorful pants accompanied by high-heeled shoes stepped out of the mirror first. Following closely, a figure with a clown face appeared in the room. Gaga. Hello, boss. The clown assistant grinned, directly bypassing the magician to respectfully bow to Luo Chen. But that laughter sounded so eerie. Dressed in a mismatched outfit, he looked somewhat ridiculous, with a signature red mouth and round nose on his face. Standing next to the elegant magician, he formed a stark contrast. The similarity was that, apart from his clothing and makeup, he was also composed entirely of black mist and blue patterns. In the next second, the clown assistant began to screech at the magician. Aha! Now you only have half health, just like me. It's the perfect time for me to counterattack. As he spoke, he kept rummaging in the large pocket in front of him, as if hiding some great treasure inside. Ding ding! He suddenly emitted a sound effect, and a box the size of a human head was pinched in his hand. This scene left Luo Chen astonished. Clearly, the other party's pocket could only fit 2 hands and was flat, only able to hold a few pieces of paper. Yet, the clown assistant pulled out a large box from inside. Given its size, it would have been difficult to fit it in there, and yet it was neither discovered nor hard to take out. Take this, a Pandora's box. Ignoring Luo Chen's curious gaze, the clown assistant was about to throw it away. In the face of this threat, the magician surprisingly showed no reaction. One hand held the cane while the other gently brushed off the dust from his clothes, appearing calm and unflustered. It was hard to tell if this confidence came from strength or the composure of a summoner. In the next moment, the clown assistant's action of throwing it out suddenly stopped. The two remained in a stalemate, silent for quite a while. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, completely unable to understand what they were doing. Finally, after a few seconds, the clown assistant conceded first. TCH. Boring. I changed the moment I came out. Saying this, he stuffed the box back into his pocket. Just then, the magician spoke in a calm tone, his expression stern. 1. Task per person, you choose first. He. You go to the bar street. Group battles are my specialty. The clown assistant chuckled, speaking in words Luo Chen couldn't comprehend. In the next moment, a lead-filled die identical to the magician's was thrown. After a brief shake, the number settled firmly on 1. Fate? Luo Chen frowned, a bit unclear about what the clown assistant intended. From the earlier performance, it should have been sharing the magician's perspective. In this case, rolling the die again seemed completely unnecessary. Suddenly, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, recalling something. It seemed that the magician's effects did not apply to the clown assistant. In other words, it was completely misusing it now. Just as Luo Chen felt speechless and unsure of what to say, the clown assistant suddenly spoke. Teleport. As soon as the words fell, a purple light flickered, enveloping him entirely. Tear and reorganize. Yahoo Lu Chunfeng, your grandpa is here. With the final shout, the clown completely vanished from the spot. Throughout the process, Luo Chen was left dumbfounded, his mouth twitching slightly. If the number was just for show, then why roll it at all? Seeing this, the magician did not explain. He simply threw the lead die, which landed steadily on the number 3. Thunder rumbled, and heavy rain poured down. The large raindrops, which had just started to fall lightly, quickly enveloped the entire Jiang city. The rain pounded against the glass, as if it were about to break through at any moment. Inside the villa, Lu Chenfeng stood by the window, his eyes slightly squinted. The water mist covered the window, blurring his vision and reflecting his shadowy face. Each flash of lightning revealed the scene outside. Lu Chenfeng swirled the goblet in his hand, enjoying the symphony of the rainy night, letting the red wine flow freely in the glass. Outside, the sound of rain was deafening, drowning out all other noises, leaving only a hint of tranquility inside. On the table behind him lay several pages of documents, all concerning Luo Chen from today. A short dagger was stabbed through the papers, piercing them completely. Indeed, there's something here, but that's all there is to it, Lu Chenfeng said, tilting his head back to down the red wine in his glass. A bit of liquid dribbled down the corner of his mouth, flowing towards his neck. Dare to provoke me, Lu Chenfeng, and I'll make you understand that regret is useless. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. At that moment, it was unclear what he was thinking, but it certainly wasn't anything good. Caw. What do you mean by regret is useless? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Lu Chenfeng. The unexpected turn of events startled him, causing him to shiver all over. Looking through the glass of the window, Lu Chenfeng saw a figure not far behind him, painted with clown makeup, leaning there.
Who are you? Lu Chunfeng tensed up, abruptly turning around and asking in a steady voice.
The fact that the other party had appeared behind him without him noticing sent alarm bells ringing in his mind.
Once upon a time, when he was younger, such situations would occur.
But ever since he gained strength and his status in the Lu family rose significantly, he had never encountered such a thing.
Yet now, he was experiencing the same situation again.
Although he had been somewhat lax over the years, it shouldn't have come to this.
The only possibility
was that the other party was not weak and was skilled in the art of concealment. With this thought in mind, Lu Chunfeng lowered his body slightly, ready to spring into action at any moment.
What am I? The clown assistant tilted his head at a 45-degree angle upon hearing this.
He rubbed his chin with his fingers, a look of contemplation in his eyes. Just as Lu Chunfeng thought the other party had revealed an opening and was about to strike, the clown suddenly laughed.
Hee hee ha ha. Ga gaga.
A wide mouth paired with bright red lipstick gave the impression of splitting all the way to the ears.
The laughter was wild and manic, exuding an eerie vibe.
Hearing the sound, the foot Lu Chunfeng had prepared to step forward with immediately retracted. His heart sank slightly as he warily stared at the clown. Clearly, the other party had no defenses, with flaws all over, as if he could easily take advantage of the situation.
Yet for some reason, his heart raced uncontrollably, giving him a sense of foreboding. Seeds of self-doubt began to sprout in his mind.
At that moment, the clown suddenly pulled out a chair and sat down as if no one else was around. He tilted his head, staring at Lu Chunfeng in a bizarre posture. The smile on his face had long faded, leaving only a signature fake grin, like a discarded marionette. I'm not a person, Lu Chunfeng, the clown assistant grinned, his whites of his eyes clearly visible.
The strange words made Lu Chunfeng's heart skip a beat. Not a person? Then what could he be? Could he be a dungeon creature? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chunfeng's pupils constricted sharply, a hint of fear flashing in the corners of his eyes.
At this moment, he wasn't thinking about how to defeat the clown in front of him. Instead, he reached into his pocket, preparing to pull out his phone.
In the real
world, most of the time, a phone was much more practical than a communicator.
But right now, it didn't seem to be the case. What is this?
As soon as Lu Chunfeng tightened his grip, he felt something was off. The metallic feel of the phone did not come from his hand, instead, it was something soft. He quickly pulled it out of his pocket, only to find it was a red balloon.
A balloon? When did? Lu Chunfeng
was startled and hurriedly tossed the balloon aside, reaching for the communicator on his wrist. However, before he could make a move, he felt a sharp pain in his hand.
A wineglass crashed to the ground, splattering liquid everywhere. Smash! Ah!
A playing card was deeply embedded in the back of his hand, causing him to scream in agony. The sound of rain poured down, and his cries did not carry outside
the villa.
Lu Chunfeng half clutched his hand, trying to stop the bleeding, his hands trembling slightly. Even so, bright red blood continued to flow along the edges of the playing card.
Beginner's healing
spell, he shouted in a low voice, and suddenly a white light illuminated his hand. Then, as the white light dissipated, the injury on his hand, along with the playing card, vanished.
Who sent you? Lu
Chunfeng's eyes were about to burst with rage, but he did not act recklessly. From the moment the clown assistant made his move, he realized the terrifying strength of the other party. Compared to him, he felt
utterly inadequate.
The only thing he could do now was to buy as much time as possible, waiting for rescue. And one more thing, to find out who was behind this. Just moments ago, in a flash of thought, he remembered that the other party had called him by name right from the start. If it were just a simple dungeon creature, there would be no reason for it to know his information. The other party was clearly well prepared. Even if they weren't being directed by someone, they must have some connection to certain individuals. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something strange about the other person's appearance. The face formed from black mist had faint deep blue patterns weaving through it, shimmering with a weak light, as if it were breathing. He remembered seeing this kind of scene somewhere before.
Shadow. You are a
summoned beast of the shadow. As Lu Chunfeng thought this, it felt as if he had encountered something terrifying, and his right foot involuntarily took a small step back. During this time, news about the shadow had been more frequent than he had imagined. What with soloing a level 40 dungeon, it was merely an appetizer in comparison. If it were him, he was certain he wouldn't have a guaranteed victory.
It was even
possible that he wouldn't even see the final boss, let alone clear the dungeon.
I wonder what brings you to me. If there's something to discuss, why not sit down? I believe I can offer a satisfactory price.
Lu Chunfeng forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart. Since he had figured out the other party's identity, negotiation was the first priority for a businessman. He firmly believed that there was nothing that
couldn't be negotiated, only insufficient leverage. However, he still underestimated Luo Chen's determination and even more so the loyalty of the clown assistant.
Caw. It seems the position of school
Director has more benefits than I imagined.
In Lu Chenfeng's gaze, the clown assistant let out a strange laugh and leisurely stood up. A smile suddenly blossomed, tinged with a hint of madness. The bright red mouth made him feel uncomfortable, yet he forced himself to endure it.
Not at all, just. Lu Chenfeng thought the clown assistant had taken the cue, chuckled, and was about to speak. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, and his words came to an abrupt halt. In a whirlwind of thoughts, his hands had instinctively crossed in front of his chest. Boom! The high-heeled shoe met his hands head-on. In an instant, accompanied by a roar, an invisible shockwave sent everything around flying.
The night in Jiangchang was lit up by flashes of lightning. The heavy rain became the only noise in the vast land.
The roar from the villa seemed so weak in this rainy night. Bang!
Lu Chenfeng, who had taken a kick from the clown assistant head-on, was uncontrollably sent flying backward. He crashed hard against the wall, producing a muffled sound. He could faintly sense the wall was on the verge of cracking. His hands felt numb, and a large area of his back felt as if it were about to fall apart, unable to muster any strength. Then, as the momentum dissipated, Lu Chenfeng slid down the wall, staggering to stand on the ground. Minus 5,233. Puff! A mouthful of old blood was suddenly spat out, splattering the air with crimson.
Compared
to his outwardly disheveled state, his heart was already churning with waves of turmoil. Because just a moment ago, at the instant he took the clown assistant's attack, he had seen the other party's basic attribute data. Clown assistant, affiliation, shadow, level 41, quality, king, health 35,000/35,000, constitution 5,999, strength 6999, magic power 999, defense 999, agility 999, king level. Lu Chenfeng was horrified, as if he had seen something terrifying. Everything was so normal, except for the mismatch in constitution and health growth. Indeed, it was the appearance that a king level should have. Of course, the so-called normal was only in comparison to the bosses within dungeons.
The mere presence of a king-level monster in the real world was an extremely abnormal factor. If it appeared, the major associations and authorities would definitely not allow it to rampage.
Even more bizarre was that the other party belonged to someone called Shadow.
How is that possible? How could a human control a king-level monster? Lu Chenfeng's pupils constricted, trembling violently, disbelief evident in his eyes.
He couldn't fathom why a top-tier existence in a dungeon would willingly be under the control of a human. You should know that even the top summoners of the Dragon Kingdom cannot control a boss at will.
Moreover, this is under the condition that the combat power and levels of both sides are vastly different. But now,
Shadow has achieved this, which leaves only two explanations.
First, Shadow's level and abilities have long surpassed the information everyone possesses. Second, Shadow has a summoning talent that exceeds that of ordinary people. Either point is enough to prove his value.
Yet, such a highly valuable awakener has inexplicably formed a grudge against him.
Wait, let's talk.
Lu Chenfeng, having figured everything out, quickly spoke up to stop it. Unconsciously, his fingers had already reached for the red button under the table beside him. After doing all this, he finally felt a bit more at ease. However, he still lacked confidence. With no one to help him and no way to send messages, he had no confidence at all in defeating the king-level clown assistant. It might be better to see if he could turn hostility into peace. However, the clown assistant seemed to ignore his words. With a flick of his arm, a dart engraved with a clown's face flew straight towards his forehead. Fate quality, A effect, deals damage to the selected target. Damages 1-10 * attack cooldown 30 minutes. This skill is the same as that of the magic hand, but the clown assistant's fate grants an attack bonus. Even so, it was still a terrifying existence.
For Lu Chenfeng,
just being kicked once had already taken away half of his health. Now, any damage point was extremely lethal to him.
With over 4,000 health remaining, he couldn't withstand any attack at all. Just then, the damage multiplier of the fate appeared. The large number 1 made Lu Chenfeng's face brighten with joy. Without saying more, a one-time attack value was still something he could handle easily. Vine protection.
In a hurry, he managed to call out his staff and struck it hard against the ground.
In an instant, 4 thick vines burst forth from the ground, intertwining to protect him securely.
Another wave of green light surrounded him, and the vine seemed to grow even thicker. After doing all this, Lu Chenfeng still felt it wasn't secure enough, so he quickly took out a scroll and crushed it. The next moment, the dart was already upon him. Boom! In just one encounter, the seemingly solid vines shattered instantly. Green plant debris flew everywhere.
Lu Chenfeng's expression shifted from
relaxed to terrified, his pupils trembling violently. In his incredulous gaze, the dart had already pierced through the heavy shackles and stabbed into his forehead.
Minus 29,907. A massive amount of damage appeared, completely ending his life.
He died without understanding why. Despite clearly seeing the number 1, such a change occurred. The defense he had meticulously built was shattered in an instant.
You guessed. Wrong. It was the number 5. The clown assistant waved his hand and said leisurely.
However, Lu Chenfeng had already breathed his last and could no longer hear what he was saying.
Alas! You all came too late.
Suddenly, the clown seemed to sense something and looked towards the door, saying something inexplicable. The door was tightly shut, and the outside situation was completely invisible.
Upon closer
inspection, one could notice the door trembled slightly, as if someone was gripping the handle.
Teleport.
The lead dice activated, tearing through the purple light. The next moment, the clown assistant had
vanished from his spot.
Just then, the doorknob shook violently, likely due to someone twisting it forcefully. Following that, a commotion erupted outside the door.
I can't twist it open. What should we do? Just break the door. Don't worry about anything else. If we wait too long, it will be too late. Okay. Everyone step back.
After a flurry of anxious words, there was a moment of silence.
Boom! With a loud
explosion, the door burst open, with chips flying everywhere. As the dust continued to swirl, a group of people streamed in, all fully equipped and ready for battle. Some were clad in silver armor, wielding great swords. Others were shrouded in robes, holding a gnarled wooden staff. Their equipment varied in quality, each differing in height and style.
But without exception, they all wore an armband on their right arms. Jiangqing Law Enforcement Team.
Upon entering the room, the leading warrior quickly scanned the surroundings.
First, to confirm the environment, and second, to locate the enemy's position. But soon, he was left dumbfounded. What's wrong?
A companion, seeing his state, stepped past him to the front. Upon closer inspection, his brows furrowed tightly.
Report back. The rescue target is dead, the mage
said in a deep voice, then began to slowly assess the state of the surroundings. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became.
The entire room appeared chaotic, with items strewn across the floor. However,
upon closer examination, a pattern could still be discerned. Everything had been overturned by the aftermath of a battle. In reality, there were only 2 signs of an actual fight. The mage was deeply shocked. Staring at the cracks in the wall and the dart embedded in Lu Chenfeng's forehead, his hand trembling involuntarily. The entire process, from when they activated the group teleportation, took hardly any time
at all.
Yet, in that brief moment, Lu Chenfeng had already met his demise. It should be noted that he was a genuine level 47 awakened one, not some random nobody.
Even with a talent rating of B and C+, he was not someone who could be trifled with. Yet, this awakened one had been taken down in an instant.
Lu Chenfeng was indeed notorious, but at this moment, the law enforcement team could not allow the murderer
to roam free.
Anyone capable of easily killing such a being was a danger no matter where they were.
Not good. Lu Hai sighed.
The captain of the mages seemed to realize something and shouted urgently.
The bar. Street. Jiangqing's sleepless night.
The rain mist hung in the air, casting a dreamlike veil over the neon lights by the roadside. The red and green signs, under the diffusion of the mist, extended a small
distance in light.
From afar, it was not clearly visible words, but rather clusters of light. On the street, even on a rainy day, there were still many drunken young men and women reveling wildly. The crisp sound of bottles clattering to the ground seemed insignificant amidst the heavy rain. Tap, tap, tap. Leather shoes splashed through the rain-soaked street, moving forward slowly. The tailcoat swayed gently,
exuding an indescribable elegance. In white gloves, a pure black umbrella shielded against the raindrops.
The figure in black, known as the magician, strolled through the rain, unhurried. But to the drunken youths returning home, this gentleman walking against the tide was particularly eye-catching. Especially the intellectual beauty he exuded stirred restlessness in some young girls.
No one saw his face, nor did they need to. The nobility radiating from within was far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Excuse me, sir. One girl finally couldn't hold back, stepping forward and mustering the courage to call out.
However, the magician seemed to hear nothing, walking on as if oblivious.
With each step forward, the black mist quickly dissipated, drifting away behind him.
As the girl caught up, she only saw a flawless face, even more delicate than Luo Chen's.
In an instant, the girl's face flushed.
Whether it was the effect of alcohol or shyness, her speech became stammering.
Dear lady, do you know where Lu Hai from Jiangqing University is?
The magician placed a finger to his lips, making a silencing gesture.
Slowly opening his mouth, he asked in a deep voice.
Little did he know, such a small action was incredibly impactful for a rebellious girl in her teenage years. Ultimately, benefiting from his looks, the girl pointed in a direction without a second thought. It's right in front at the Star
River Illusion. Thank you, beautiful lady.
The magician placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly in gratitude.
The gesture was natural and unpretentious, leaving the girl mesmerized. By the time she realized what was happening, there was no trace of the magician's hand in front of her. She anxiously searched around, but saw nothing at all. Everything felt like an illusion.
The girl lowered her head, feeling a bit lost, unsure of what was on her mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, the magician's hand had already found itself in a bar, holding an umbrella that was still dripping with rainwater. It stood in stark contrast to the young people swaying in the center of the bar. Strangely, its presence drew no attention from others, as if it were meant to be standing there all along. The magician's hand looked around and finally fixed its gaze on a figure in a booth at the back. Surrounded by two women, he was enjoying the pleasures of companionship. At that moment, he was boasting loudly, fueled by alcohol, completely unaware of the magician's hand approaching, except for the two women beside him, who were captivated by his appearance. In the flickering lights of the bar, his features could still be vaguely seen. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his pocket. Under the influence of alcohol, his movements had become sluggish, and after fumbling for a while, he finally pulled out his phone. The ringtone sounded jarring amidst the noise of the bar. Shaking his heavy head, he finally saw who was calling, an unfamiliar number. Beep. Without a second thought, he swiped the screen and hung up. But before he could even put the phone back, it vibrated again. This time, it jolted him awake a bit. He had been bragging, and the sudden interruption from the call left him somewhat annoyed. Without thinking, he frowned and chose to answer. Hello, who is it? Lu Hai's tone revealed his impatience, resembling someone just woken up and ready to lash out. He didn't care who was on the other end, showing no hint of politeness. It's me. I'm Lu Hai. Hearing his name called out directly, along with the mention of the Jiangcheng law enforcement team, Lu Hai's tone softened slightly. Even so, the defiance in his eyes showed no sign of diminishing. On the contrary, he felt it was no big deal. Even if the Jiangcheng law enforcement team came knocking, so what? If anything happened, his father would take the fall for him. The law enforcement team couldn't just do as they pleased with him. Besides, there was still the Lu family. Even though the glorious jade pendant had been taken back by Luo Chen, losing its experience boost, it didn't change the fact that he was a standout among the younger generation, with a level advantage being a natural edge. With the Lu family backing him, he had no need to tone down his arrogance. But just then, a voice came through the phone again. Listening to the other party's words, Lu Hai froze for a few seconds, and then his expression darkened. You bastard! Don't let me catch you! Your dad just died. Dare to mess with the law enforcement team? Let me tell you, you're finished. No matter who's backing you, they can't protect you. Lu Hai gripped his phone, his face filled with rage. He directed his mouth towards the microphone, unleashing a torrent of insults. The more he cursed, the more awake he became. As if afraid he wouldn't hear, the voice on the other end raised the volume. Even from a distance, the sounds from the phone were audible. Lu Hai, we're not joking with you. Tell us your location right now. I said, screw you. Don't you dare track my location. Otherwise, you're done for. As soon as the other side spoke, Lu Hai shot back. His father, Lu Chenfeng, was a level 47 awakened, one of the elite in all of Jiangcheng. Moreover, they belonged to the Lu family of Jiangcheng, with the family's protection above them. No one would risk the wrath of the Lu family to cause them trouble. But today, someone was actually using them for amusement, and how could he tolerate that? He had already been seething all day because of Luo Chen finally finding solace in alcohol. And now someone was throwing themselves into the line of fire. Lu Hai could no longer hold back. Whether they were the law enforcement team or not, he had to let them have it. With that, he angrily hung up. He tossed the phone aside, letting it fall onto the booth. The buzzing sound continued, and the phone vibrated incessantly, but no one paid any attention. At most, someone among the companions glanced over, then went back to ignoring it. Crazy. Calling me for fun. Tomorrow I'll deal with you all. After saying this, Lu Hai let out a belch, feeling his head spinning. In the haze, he seemed to see a figure slowly approaching him. Holding an umbrella, the movement was graceful, resembling an old noble from the medieval West. He could hear the other person's mouth slightly open, recounting familiar events one by one. In 2121, Lu Hai had his eye on a girl. In 2122, the same thing happened 8 times. In 2123. In 2124, he occupied the relics of Jiangcheng's guardian, Luo Qingfeng, and besides that, until 2125, which is this year, a total of 14 girls were murdered. 21 were maimed. The tone of the magician was unhurried, each word causing a tremor in Lu Hai's heart, and the more he spoke, the more alarmed Lu Hai became. This kind of thing was only known to him and his father, and it had already been suppressed. But the person in front of him knew it so clearly. Faced with such a damning record, the companions around him appeared to be unfazed. It was hard to tell if it was the effect of alcohol or if they had heard it before. The magician's expression was blank as he stared at the group of numb young people, slowly opening his palm towards them. Inside the bar, the heavy bass made it hard to hear anything. Men and women were carelessly flaunting their bodies, completely unaware of the strange person who had just appeared.
The white-gloved hand gripped the umbrella handle, using it as a cane planted on the ground, rainwater sliding down the umbrella.
A faint smile hung on the magician's face as his palms spread wide.
Kid, don't push your luck.
After a moment of daze, Lu Hai suddenly came to his senses. Seeing the magician making such a gesture towards him with what seemed like a disdainful smile on his face, anger surged within
him.
He slammed the table hard and stood up abruptly. As the head of the younger generation of the Lu family, he had never endured such humiliation.
Today he was belittled time and again, and now everyone seemed to want to ride on his head.
Without caring about where he was, he waved his hand, fully arming himself. At this moment, in the villa area, the heavy rain poured down, beating against the lotus pond,
pressing the lotus pods down.
On the empty road, a group of people rushed back and forth in the rain, collecting samples at the crime scene.
Clang, clang, clang.
A warrior carrying a large sword hurried over, the friction of his armor producing a heavy metallic sound.
He let the rain hit his eyelids without blinking.
With a solemn face, he spoke to the thin mage in front of him.
Captain, we have found Lu Hai's location.
Upon hearing this, the mage nodded and took out a scroll. At the same time, he murmured, 2 sea-level teleportation scrolls must be charged to the Lu family. Then, with a forceful grip, he crushed it. In the pitch-black rainy night, a bright light suddenly rose from the ground. A teleportation array radiating white light was instantly constructed, neither too big nor too small, just enough to accommodate 5 people. The others, seeing this, wasted no time and quickly squeezed into the teleportation array.
As the skill finished casting, a brilliant light enveloped all 5 of them. When everything dissipated,
there was no trace of them left, only the staff still collecting evidence.
Inside the bar, swift slash.
Lu Hai suddenly sprang up, his long sword pointing directly at the magician. With the skill's enhancement, his speed increased significantly, and the distance between the two closed rapidly. The magician watched Lu Hai charging towards him, his gaze unchanged. The azure light in his eyes flickered, capturing Lu Hai's every move. Under the influence of alcohol, Lu Hai's actions appeared slow, his steps unsteady. It was full of flaws. Nevertheless, one had to admire the Lu family's foundation. During the day, the long sword had just been severed by Luo Chen, and now it was replaced with a new one. Although the quality was the same, it was significantly better than the previous one. However, the magic hand did not care about these details. In its eyes, the only thing that mattered was completing the task and eliminating Lu Hai. Everything else was irrelevant. Slow, too slow. The magic hand's lips curled slightly, not dodging or evading. Its outstretched hand slowly clenched, making a gesture as if grasping something in the void. Strangely, even though it held nothing, it felt as if it had grasped something solid. Crack, crack. With its movement, Lu Hai's forward charge abruptly halted. It felt as if something was squeezing his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. His bones creaked, as if they might fall apart
at any moment.
Magic control quality, A control, suppresses based on the levels and quality of both parties, causing 10% to 300% magic damage cooldown, 1 minute for a skill that gains damage based on the
power gap. Theoretically, facing the incredibly weak Lu Hai, the magic could deal maximum damage. But the magic hand chose not to do so.
It was unclear whether it was its own subjective will or Luo Chen's command, but it did not want Lu Hai to die so directly. Instead, it gradually tightened its grip, savoring the sensation of something being needed in reality. Help me! Lu Hai's eyes were filled with fear as he turned to call out towards the booth. But at that moment, the people over there seemed not to hear him, still cheering and encouraging.
Go, Lu Gu! Knock that pretentious old man out. Look, Lu Gu still has time to put on a show. It seems this time it won't be difficult to win. So impressive, the performance looks so real. Lu Gu, give that guy a taste of his own medicine. Faced with this bizarre scene, everyone subconsciously did not think too deeply. They treated it as Lu Hai's silent performance, all cheering in perfect harmony. No one could have imagined that he was not performing at all, but was being controlled from a distance. Such a thing was generally beyond the capability of most awakened. Those who could do it would never risk coming to trouble someone from the Lu family. Yet, this situation was happening for real. So many people are enjoying my performance, it's a pity it's just an appetizer. The magic hands selectively ignored the noisy sounds of the bar, taking in the words of the people at the booth. Listening to the praises, a hint of regret appeared on its face. Although those words were not directed at it, who could blame Lu Hai for being merely a guest cooperating with its act? While the audience was astonished by the performance, were they not also praising the magician? In the eyes of the crowd, the magic hands suddenly exerted force. Crack! Minus 20,997. The enormous number floated out with the cracking sound. The red damage was so conspicuous, deeply stinging the eyes of several people. Following that, Lu Hai's body slumped weakly. All of this was proving one fact: Lu Hai was gone. It turned out that everything just now was not a performance at all, but Lu Hai's desperate plea for help. A bone-chilling cold made them shiver. At that moment, it seemed even the alcohol could be startled, instantly sobering them up. Their minds cleared, realizing what was happening. They wanted to escape, but their legs had completely lost control, collapsing in their seats. Asking themselves, no one dared to admit they were good people. They were all in the same boat as Lu Hai. Now, Lu Hai's crimes were exposed and he was directly facing execution. The entire process took place in just a short span of time, leaving no chance for resistance. They wanted to fight back, but their cowardly bodies were painfully honest. Let us go. They shook their heads vigorously, tears glistening in the corners of their eyes. The fear in their hearts, combined with too much alcohol, caused some to lose control and wet themselves. The scene unfolding here might have gone unnoticed by most, as the voices were too low. Even those who did notice merely turned their heads back, not caring in the slightest. The entire bar remained immersed in a haze of drunkenness. Fortunately, the magician seemed oblivious to them. After releasing his loosely clenched hand, he walked towards the entrance with his umbrella. Step by step, he moved steadily through the crowd, nearing the front door. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! The bar's door burst open violently, dust swirling in the air. The soundproof door, under the immense force, shattered into several large pieces. The deafening roar jolted the drunken men and women back to reality, and they turned in fear towards the entrance. The bar's music came to an abrupt halt, plunging the room into a brief silence. However, due to the lighting, no one noticed the commotion in the corner. Huff, huff. The heavy breathing was heard, and people then noticed the blade of a large sword being pulled back from the dust. Following that, a 5-person team entered in single file. Just when everyone thought they were troublemakers, they spotted the armbands on their arms. Jiangqing Law Enforcement Team. As the dust from the bar's entrance settled, the 5 members of the enforcement team sprang forth. Faced with this sudden method of operation, everyone was momentarily stunned, especially those hiding in the corners, who couldn't help but nervously crawl under the tables. Some even began to think about how to sell out their teammates. The bar owner was also about to step forward, hoping to negotiate, mentally preparing for the worst-case scenario, and steeling himself to take a step. However, the way things unfolded was often beyond their expectations. Before they could make any move, a burly soldier had already stepped forward, approaching the team. After a quick scan, his gaze immediately locked onto the magician not far from them. Dressed in a proper tailcoat, he was completely out of place in this scene of neon lights and revelry. Moreover, from the beginning until now, the other party seemed utterly unfazed. He maintained a calm demeanor, quietly staring at them. Something unusual must be afoot. The soldier's subconscious immediately locked onto him, while the remaining time was merely used to confirm if there were any other suspicious individuals. Law enforcement team is conducting an operation. Please leave immediately. The big man shouted, his gaze never leaving the magician. The calmer the magician appeared, the more cautious they felt they had to be. After all, just moments ago, a level 47 Lu Chunfeng had inexplicably died in his own home. The key point was that the entire process was incredibly swift, with the murderer using only 2 moves, and they were merely a fully equipped team of level 45. Although they had a significant advantage in numbers and combat experience compared to Lu Chunfeng, they still lacked sufficient confidence. If the person before them was indeed the murderer, then what awaited them next would be a fierce battle. With this thought, the hearts of the few grew heavier. Whoosh! At the soldier's words, a wave of chaotic exclamations erupted in the room. Without a second thought, some people dashed past them, sprinting towards the exit. Among them, the fastest were those who had just been hiding under the tables. They knew all too well that now was the perfect time to escape. If they waited too long, or if reinforcements arrived and began a thorough search, none of them would get away. The law enforcement team had other cases to handle, and they certainly couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Seeing someone run, the rest decided to drop the act. Those who had already planned not to return next time wouldn't pass up the chance to skip out on their tab. In an instant, the door was surrounded, a crowd of people frantically pushing to get outside. They feared that even a slight delay would bring misfortune. And indeed, it was often the case that when the law enforcement team conducted operations, a fight was inevitable. Once a battle broke out, it was truly difficult to ensure the safety of bystanders. Especially in such a confined space, there was no guarantee that lives wouldn't be at risk. A group of people squeezed together, and the law enforcement team only took a moment to glance. They were constantly checking the situation behind them, ensuring the crowd dispersed as much as possible. Throughout the process, only the bar owner silently shed tears, but the thought of possible compensation afterward lifted his spirits a bit. As the crowd began to thin, the enforcement team finally noticed a few individuals in the corner. Those young people, scared to the point of weakness, had yet to regain their composure and had fled with the main group. Upon seeing them, the tallest warrior suddenly narrowed his pupils. In his line of sight, it seemed he had caught a glimpse of a figure.
However, due to the poor lighting, it took a long time for the light to shine on it. Drawing from his experience with multiple cases, he instantly recognized who the figure lying on the ground was. Captain, Lu Hai has also been killed, the burly man said in a deep voice, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. In such a short time, they had used 2 teleportation scrolls. Yet, not a single person had been saved. They racked their brains but couldn't understand. There were only 2 people. No matter how bad their reputation or how many evils they had done, it shouldn't have been such a waste of resources to use something so precious to deal with Lu Chenfeng and his son. What they didn't know was that the entire incident was not solely the work of the magician's hand. Strictly speaking, the clown assistant also counted as an independent combat force. Moreover, they hadn't spent a single prop, it was all skills inherent to the loaded dice. However, the uniqueness of the magician's hand and the clown assistant gave them the ability to control numbers. Unable to make sense of everything, the few of them gradually showed a cautious expression. Several pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the magician's hand. You don't need to look at me like that. If I wanted to leave, you wouldn't see me anymore, the magician's hand said slowly, standing still. Just as he mentioned, the reason he wasn't in a hurry was to let people know who was behind all this. What remained uncertain was whether he was acting on his own or following Luo Chen's orders. Humph. It better be that way, the burly warrior snorted first, his gaze never leaving the magician's hand for a second. He stared intently, fearing that the other's words were merely a pretext and that he might slip away the moment he turned his head. It was the captain, the mage, who voiced his inner question. Is it necessary for you to do this? Aren't you afraid of the Lu family's revenge? Yi Tianyu asked in a deep voice, his gaze locked. But soon, he noticed something was off. In a fleeting moment of light, he caught a clear view of the magician's hand's cheek. Everything seemed normal, except for those striking blue eyes that revealed a hint of peculiarity. I know what you want to ask, but your rhetorical skills won't work on a magician, the magician's hand replied calmly, a slight smirk on his lips. He even unabashedly exposed Yi Tianyu's hidden thoughts. If he answered, it would undoubtedly play into the other's hands. Was it necessary? Was he afraid of the Lu family? Answering either would narrow their investigation scope. Recently, the one with the most significant conflict and no fear of the Lu family would undoubtedly be Luo Chen. As for lying, the magician's hand had no intention of doing so. Thinking from another's perspective, he could judge whether someone was lying from their words, and others could similarly deduce from him. Even magicians could have slip-ups, how could one speak without leaving any gaps? Therefore, for him, the best answer was to say nothing at all. Just as Yi Tianyu was about to ask something further, the magician's hand suddenly spoke again. The audience has dispersed, how about we perform outside? After saying this, the magician's hand made a gesture inviting them to follow. Before anyone else could respond, the warrior was the first to lose his composure. Don't play tricks. Are you trying to escape while we're distracted? Let me tell you, not a chance, he said in a deep voice, refusing without a second thought. For him, this enclosed space was the only way to keep the other party from letting loose. They were numerous, and as long as anyone approached, they could quickly subdue him. In the midst of contemplation, a seemingly frail arm had already blocked his path. Yi Tianyu shook his head at him, signaling him not to act impulsively before turning to face the magician's hand. All right, I don't want to pay a hefty sum for no reason either. His words were quite direct, leaving no hint of their truthfulness. For people like them who were on official business, whether they needed to dig into their own pockets to cover losses was something no one really knew. After saying this, he stepped aside and gestured for the magician's hand to proceed. Seeing this, the magician's hand showed no signs of backing down. Striding forward, leaning on the umbrella, it passed by the group as if nothing were amiss. The movements were casual, completely devoid of any defensive posture. The others watched with their own thoughts. The burly man attempted to make a move several times but was forcibly restrained. Only Yi Tianyu raised his eyebrows slightly, a grave expression on his face. This leisurely calm was far from what they could possess. Either he had enough confidence in his own strength or he harbored a determination to die. But whichever it was not something they wanted to face. Follow me. He kept his eyes on the magician's hand until it exited the door, then instructed the others to keep pace. The bar street on a rainy night exuded an air of tension. In the center of the street, a figure strolled under an umbrella. Close behind, 5 figures quickly converged, surrounding it. If you want to catch me, you lot aren't enough. The magician's hand lifted the umbrella slightly, revealing a delicate face, speaking softly. The tone was ordinary, without much fluctuation. It was as if they were merely stating a fact rather than saying something provocative. However, to the ears of the others, it sounded like mockery. Cut the nonsense! Battle roar! The burly man shouted, taking a sudden step forward. The unique taunt skill of a warrior erupted, the invisible sound waves penetrating the heavy rain, reaching the magician's hand.
The level 45 taunt
skill was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade, and even the members of the team had no complete assurance of dodging it.
Once hit, they would inevitably fall into a brief state of hatred transfer and forced auto-attack. In battles between experts, the outcome often hinged on a moment.
A brief control was enough for them to unleash a series of chain controls and damage. Unfortunately, they were facing the magician's hand, a level
41 king-level boss.
Its human appearance was merely a disguise. Ordinary taunt skills would have no effect on it whatsoever.
Moreover, it possessed independent consciousness and its own attack mode.
The sound waves of the battle roar spread, drilling into the magician's hand's ears.
However, it seemed as if it hadn't heard anything, remaining still under the umbrella, not moving an inch, not even a slight sway of its form. How is this possible?
Seeing this scene, the burly man Chang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze was filled with intense incredulity, feeling somewhat unreal.
How could someone be immune to the battle roar skill?
Realizing the skill was ineffective, Chang Lei immediately drew the massive sword strapped to his back.
Without a second thought,
Earth Splitter! His robust body flipped in the air. Holding the great sword, he swung it down towards the magician's hand, creating a sense of overwhelming momentum with the force of his descent. With the taunt skill failing, the Earth Splitter, also an attack in control
skill for warriors, became Chang Lei's first choice. Hitting would deal significant damage.
Even if he missed, the impact point could cause varying
durations of stun effects. Chang Lei, don't be impulsive. Water binding technique.
Seeing the burly man charge ahead, Yi Tianyu's expression changed
drastically.
He quickly called out to stop him, while his own movements were not slow at all. A water-based control skill, the water binding technique, was directly flung towards the magician's hand. In the rain, water-based professions had a natural advantage. Not only would their skills receive a certain boost, but they could also conceal the traces of skill release, allowing for a surprise attack. Although it might not sound very honorable, once on the battlefield, no one would mention such things. In an instant, the trajectory of the falling rainwater twisted slightly. Before Chang Lei Luo could land his attack, several tendrils made of water suddenly converged and wrapped around the magic hand.
The speed was incredibly fast, reaching it in an instant.
It was as if the magic hand hadn't reacted yet, and the water binding technique had already ensnared its body, soaking the tailcoat.
Got it!
The team members cheered with joy, and Chang Lei's eyes lit up. He swung the great sword in the air, bringing it down forcefully onto the
magic hand's umbrella.
The coordination among the team was so seamless. At this moment, they had already devised a plan to unleash a chain of control skills. The others were poised to strike. The archer had already knocked an arrow on the bowstring, and the assassin activated the sprint skill, following
closely behind Chang Lei. Boom!
The great sword crashed down, striking the black umbrella as intended. It fell with such force, as if cutting
through tofu, reaching the very bottom.
With a loud thud, it slammed into the ground, cracking the tiles beneath. Water splashed up, unexpectedly erupting over a meter high, as if someone had thrown a few firecrackers into the water, all exploding at once.
In an instant, the invisible energy generated
by the collision swept away the surrounding rainwater.
After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, the heavy rain resumed its relentless downpour. Despite the strong offensive, Chang Lei's pupils constricted.
Not only him, but the others were also stunned, with the assassin frozen in place, a hint
of confusion on their face,
because they couldn't catch any trace of the magic hand.
Looking for me? A calm voice rang out, startling everyone.
They turned towards the sound, only to find that the magic hand had already taken its place atop the eaves, though they didn't know when it had happened.
When did that happen? Chang Lei muttered in disbelief.
Just moments ago, he had been the closest, and from the moment the attack fell until it ended, he hadn't sensed the other party's escape. It could be said that this was no longer just a matter of speed. Perhaps it was some kind of displacement. Skill. Whoosh! Before he could regain his senses, he heard the sound of an arrow slicing through the air.
Although faint and nearly inaudible in the
heavy rain, he caught the trajectory. The arrow brushed through the rain, crossing the space, aimed directly at the magic hand on the roof. Just as the attack was about to close in, the archer suddenly snapped his fingers.
Secret technique. 7-star convergence. With that exclamation, the arrow suddenly split into 7.
Each attack retained its original momentum, shooting straight towards the magic hand.
The 7 arrows targeted different
parts, the forehead, the heart, and the torso, all within its attack range.
3 arrows even branched off to seal the left, right, and upper escape routes, completely eliminating any chance of retreat.
It could be said that this was a guaranteed kill.
Water element. Fierce tiger leaps the pond.
Captain Yi Tianyu spread one hand while the other held a staff, the gem at its tip suddenly glowing.
In the next second, the rainwater twisted and surged towards the empty space in front of his palm. In less than a breath, a fierce tiger made of rainwater charged out. It leaped over obstacles, heading straight for the magic hand. Faced with the incoming attacks, the magic hand chose not to retreat. It allowed the rainwater to slide off the sides of the black umbrella, a faint smile remaining on its face. Card spirit, bomb. Saying this, it casually tossed out 4 playing cards. Spinning, they flew towards the arrows. Rainwater continued to fall on the cards but was flung away by the centrifugal force, creating a beautiful splash. Ding, 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 ding. 4 consecutive sounds rang out as the playing cards collided with the arrows. With each impact, both were deflected, neither able to gain the upper hand. Only 3 arrows remained to seal off the escape routes, brushing past the magic hand. Only the archer, witnessing this scene, was filled with dread. An outsider watches the excitement, while an insider sees the intricacies. Only he understood how difficult it was to intercept his arrows with a single strike. Moreover, it wasn't simply about hitting the shaft of the arrow, it was a direct clash with the arrowhead. And to intercept 4 arrows at once was a terrifying display of judgment and skill. With this move, he directly recognized the gap between himself and the magic hand. The confidence he had built up from past missions crumbled entirely in that moment. On the other side, the blue tiger had already pounced on the magician, its mouth wide open, ready to bite down. Upon seeing this scene, the magician merely raised an eyebrow, tossed the umbrella into the air, and reached for the top hat on his head. Magic hat trick, he exclaimed, suddenly removing the hat. At that moment, it was as if something had been released, and a large amount of black mist surged forth. The originally delicate features of the magician's face transformed back into a visage of black mist with azure patterns swirling. This face, it shouldn't be an awakened. Yi Tianyu's heart trembled, his voice somewhat stiff. Not only him, but the other team members also showed expressions of shock. However, the magician seemed unconcerned, merely pointing the hat's opening at the tiger, which looked somewhat comical. A giant tiger over 3 meters long and a small hat, no matter how you looked at it, it was an odd match. But in the next second, a bizarre situation occurred. The massive tiger, upon touching the hat, strangely shrank in size. The entire water tiger seemed to flow like water, merging into the hat. After doing all this, it seemed not to feel it was over, turning the hat's opening towards Yi Tianyu and the others below. With the other hand, it picked up a cane and lightly tapped the hat twice. Watching the dark hat aimed at him, Yi Tianyu furrowed his brows deeply. The black mist and features of the magician told him that the other party was not human. Faced with such an unknown existence, he had to be cautious. What is it planning to do? Chang Lei was the first to voice his question. As soon as he spoke, he saw water vapor swirling inside the hat. The next moment, an identical giant tiger suddenly leaped out, but this one was even larger than the previous one. The giant tiger emerged without any pause, charging straight towards the group. What? The others were horrified, their faces twitching. After years of handling cases and going through numerous dungeons, they had never encountered such a bizarre attack method. Facing the magician, they felt like trying to catch an eel, unsure of where to start. In contrast, the magician appeared completely at ease, showing no signs of panic. What encirclement! It was as if it was 1 against 5. Shield bash. Suddenly, a roar erupted as Chang Lei intercepted in front of the group. The giant sword in his hand had somehow transformed into a giant shield as tall as a person. He slammed it down hard, embedding the bottom into the concrete bricks, making him look like an indestructible wall. Boom! The magician's attack followed closely, crashing violently against the shield. The explosive sound, like a water cannon, forced the entire giant shield to tremble violently. The powerful shockwave pushed both him and the shield backward, and it looked like they were about to fall. Azure Water Guardian. Yi Tianyu raised his palm, and a blue energy shield enveloped Chang Lei completely. Together, they withstood the impact of the water tiger. Even so, the ground still bore 2 long white marks. Xiao Rou, heal quickly. Yi Tianyu hurriedly turned back and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the previously timid girl standing at the back nodded vigorously. Without saying much, she moved swiftly, raising her hand to cast a basic healing spell. She restored Chang Lei's health, which had been depleted from the attack. Compared to her appearance, she showed no signs of weakness or timidity. As the team's support personnel, she was well aware of her responsibilities and knew she could never panic. A complete configuration of priest, mage, warrior, and archer. As for the assassin, at this moment, the magician, who had just performed the hat trick, was just about to place the top hat back on his head. The black mist rose, restoring his human appearance. Just then, a flash of sharpness darted towards his neck. Sneak attacks won't work. As he spoke, the umbrella that had been tossed up had already fallen. The magician caught it with his hand, quickly folding it, then pointed the handle towards the dagger. Clang! In the moment of contact, sparks flew,
but they were quickly extinguished by the rain, as if they had never existed. Blocked. The assassin's pupils shrank to pinpoints and his face trembled. The hand gripping the dagger was unsteady, nearly dropping it to the ground. Even on a rainy day, the assassin's movements were relatively clear, yet it shouldn't have been so easily blocked. What on earth are you? The assassin gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground. He never expected that someone skilled in long-range combat could be equally formidable in close quarters. Most importantly, the opponent was not even a human awakener. Just thinking about this made cold sweat seep from his back. But now, his entire body was already soaked, making it impossible to distinguish whether it was sweat or rain. In response to the question, the magician's hand did not answer but instead curled the corner of his mouth slightly. The more this happened, the more the assassin's face turned ashen. Tat tat tat. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps approached from afar. The crowd, hearing the noise, turned their heads in annoyance. The moment the assassin saw the newcomers, a sense of calm washed over him, a feeling of safety he had never experienced before. In the distance, on the street, a row of soldiers marched through the rain at the forefront, with other professionals protecting the center. Although their equipment varied, the insignia on their arms showed no difference. The Jiangqing law enforcement team. Some onlookers in the distance, upon seeing this scene, stood on tiptoe and craned their necks just to see more clearly. What kind of case required such a large-scale deployment? A rough count revealed at least 50 people, meaning 10 small teams. Chief, why are you here? Yi Tianyu exclaimed. Typically, only small teams were dispatched for cases, and only in rare instances did multiple teams coordinate. Such a situation, where nearly the entire district's law enforcement bureau was mobilized, was exceedingly rare. It could be said that one might not see it even once in several years. If I hadn't come, something big might have happened, the middle-aged leader said with a serious expression. As he spoke, he cast a wary glance at the magician's hand. It was known that he was a level 50 awakener, and even he was cautious in front of the magician's hand, which left the others astonished. The assassin, upon hearing this, acted decisively, retreating without hesitation and sheathing his knife. In a few leaps, he dropped from the rooftop and returned to Yi Tianyu and the others, looking at the law enforcement chief with a probing gaze. Wu Yun said nothing more but fixed his gaze intently on the magician's hand above. You are powerful, but this is not a place for you. The inexplicable words startled everyone. It was known that Wu Yun, as the chief, was the strongest presence in the district's law enforcement bureau. Yet, facing such an unknown figure, he uttered such a statement. Some tried to speculate but still couldn't gauge the magician's hands strength until his next words. King-level boss, who let you out? Wu Yun's voice was low, his tone slightly cold. It was unclear whether he was being cautious in front of the magician's hand or expressing deep disdain for the one who released the king-level boss. Perhaps both were possible. At this statement, everyone paused. Yi Tianyu and the others felt their hair stand on end, a chilling sensation rising from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. What was this? The opponent was actually a king-level boss? From the very beginning, they were not intercepting the magician's hand but dancing with death. A slight misstep could lead them to an irretrievable abyss. Fortunately, the opponent had never intended to get serious from the start, merely toying with them. I can't believe I was recognized, the magician's hand shrugged, saying helplessly. He let the rain pound against him, without wiping it away. Form up! Wu Yun shouted without a moment's hesitation. At his command, some of the enforcers, still in shock from seeing a king-level boss outside of a dungeon for the first time, quickly regained their composure. Their movements were swift, without a hint of delay. Within a few breaths, the soldiers had firmly protected the core output. An apparently unbreakable formation had already taken shape. Seeing this, the magician did not sit idly by. With one hand extended and palm open, he looked down from above, gazing coldly at the crowd below. His eyes, once a brilliant blue, gradually shifted to a dark golden hue. Want to fight? I'm ready anytime. His tone was icy, filled with an indescribable oppression. The enforcers below felt an invisible pressure wash over them, making it hard to breathe. Humph, don't bring out your little tricks. Wu Yun snorted coldly, instantly sweeping away the original pressure. Everyone felt a release, the terrifying aura completely dissipating. Little tricks? You underestimate the magician too much. The magician's lips curled into a smirk as he whispered softly. As he spoke, the dark golden hue in his eyes reached its peak. In the dark, stormy night, lightning flashed. Bright lights illuminated half of his face. Standing on the rooftop, the magician was clearly visible to everyone. His dark golden pupils shone brightly in the pitch-black world. Magic, levitation, magic, mirror image. The magician murmured, each word sounding almost like Sanskrit as it reached everyone's ears. In the next moment, he actually rose into the air, floating above the street without the
Need for wings.
As the light flashed, 10 mirrors lined up in perfect order.
Ping, ping. The mirrors suddenly shattered, replaced by 10 identical magicians.
The difference was that they all held their staffs in their left hands, making them easily distinguishable.
Magic mirror image quality.
A mirror image, up to 10 copies can be created, each possessing 50% of the original's attack potential in life, lasting for 10 minutes cooldown, 1 day. With the original, 11 magicians floated in the air, creating an invisible pressure.
As a result, the warriors and assassins became almost mere decorations. Mages, prepare. Initiate long-range attacks.
Wu Yun shouted loudly. His voice, even in the heavy rain, was still penetrating, reaching
everyone's ears clearly. In an instant, beams of light gathered as the staffs charged with energy. Fire. With the command, ice spikes, explosive
fireballs, and water cannons, a colorful array of attacks were unleashed. All of them hurled towards the magician floating in mid-air, especially the
one in the center. Magic shield.
Everyone heard a cold snort. The next moment, a massive magic shield suddenly formed in mid-air, its hexagonal, honeycomb structure clearly visible. Under everyone's gaze, the colorful attacks struck the giant shield.
Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions rang out, shaking their eardrums painfully.
Ice and fire clashed, creating a mist that rose into the air.
Raindrops fell, and the mist ascended, forming a bizarre scene.
After a brief moment, it was all washed down by the rain, and the air returned to clarity.
Once everything settled, the intact shield reappeared before everyone. How is this possible?
Wu Yun's hand trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. He had never seen such a
situation before.
According to the basic information revealed by the magician, he should only be level 41. Yet, the power he displayed was far beyond what a king-level boss of that level should possess. Even when he last went with his superior to hunt a level 45 king-level boss, it hadn't been this
troublesome. Everyone be careful. He is not an ordinary king-level boss. Wu Yun shouted loudly, ensuring the information reached everyone's ears. Even
knowing that this would severely impact morale, he had no choice but to make this decision.
The consequences of underestimating the enemy would be far more severe than a collapse of confidence.
Gritting his teeth, he spoke slowly and deliberately.
It is very likely a boss on the verge of becoming an emperor level.
As he said this, he could feel his teeth chattering. But he couldn't show it, for he was the backbone of the entire team.
If he lost confidence, the entire enforcement bureau would quickly fall apart. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Their understanding of
royal-level beings had always been that they were forces of nature, beyond the reach of ordinary people.
But seeing Wu Yun's attitude, a spark of eagerness ignited within them.
Since the director wasn't afraid, they had nothing to fear either. Who knows, there might even be a chance to slay a royal.
Archers, prepare for the second round of attack.
Wu Yun maintained a serious expression, raising his right hand high.
With a sudden wave, he almost shouted, and one could faintly hear a hint of sorrow in his voice.
Release! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At his command, arrows shot out in rapid succession. The others were equally generous, not considering the cooldown of their skills.
7 stars align, 6-pointed arrow formation, without a second thought, they unleashed their attacks.
Only one person held back, the archer from Yi Tianyu's team. Having experienced setbacks, he deeply understood
that such skills wouldn't have much effect.
Rain of arrows. He pulled back his bow to its full moon shape and shouted. His voice drew the attention
of everyone, revealing their surprise. This skill had an extremely long cooldown and consumed a lot of stamina.
One could say that after using such a skill, if the opponent dodged, one would just have to lie down and wait to die. Of course, with such an area of effect skill, dodging was nearly impossible. One could only take it head-on or blink away. This was a desperate gamble, leaving everyone quite puzzled. They were a coordinated team, and against a king-level boss, they could easily adopt a wheel tactic to wear it down. There was no need for such recklessness.
But soon, they realized
how wrong they were, and how absurdly so. The archer released the bowstring, and the arrows shot straight up, cutting through the sky.
Ding! In a daze,
it seemed one could see a glimmer of light flash in the sky, a sign that the arrows were on their way.
The next moment, whoosh, 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 a
dense rain of arrows fell vertically, accompanied by the pouring rain. They completely sealed off the area around the magician, leaving no chance to
evade. Clang, clang.
The arrows continuously struck the shield, creating a series of sounds. After a moment, the assault paused.
The archer's eyes
were vacant, staring blankly at the sky-blue shield, his longbow clattering to the ground.
The strongest attack still couldn't shake it in the slightest. A single shield had effortlessly blocked 2 rounds of attacks.
Wu Yun pinched his fingers and looked up, gazing at the magician above, a sense of helplessness rising in his heart.
How can a king-level boss be so terrifying?
He murmured, not wanting his subordinates to die for no reason.
But There was no retreat. Brothers, we cannot retreat. Our backs are against Jung City. Once we retreat, your wives and children will have nowhere to hide. Charge with me.
The heavy rain began to ease and the noisy sounds diminished significantly. Wu Yun nearly screamed hysterically, his voice
echoing throughout the bar street.
His passionate words inspired the law enforcement team who followed closely behind him.
Charge! The warriors and assassins shouted, rushing towards the magician below.
They bore expressions of fearless determination, causing some onlookers in the distance to feel
a pang in their hearts. Oh dear, what are you doing here playing with kids?
However, at that moment, a strange voice, out of place, rang out.
The
voice was not loud, but it easily drowned out their battle cries.
Everyone was startled and turned to look. They did not notice when, not far away, another figure appeared on the rooftop.
Dressed like a clown, it looked somewhat comical, but now no one could find it funny. They all stared blankly at
that figure, swallowing hard. Hey, why are you all staring at me? I'm not like that guy. He. I'm very kind, you know.
The clown's mouth stretched into a wide grin, almost reaching his ears, emitting a chilling laugh. Yet, his words, combined with his sinister laughter, made it impossible
for anyone to believe him. Finally, someone couldn't help but exclaim, King level, another king level. Everyone looked at the figure on the rooftop,
their faces filled with fear. After the magician's hand, another king level boss appears.
Its attributes are equally despairing, perhaps due to its
proximity to the magician's hand. The shadow that was originally listed in the clown assistant's data has completely vanished. At first glance, they
look like two wild bosses. Caw.
Look, you've scared them. The clown assistant sat cross-legged on the rooftop, hands on hips, looking displeased. In response, the magician's hand remained unfazed. For him, there was no need to think too much, he just had to complete the task.
As for the consequences, as long as no one got hurt, it was of no concern at all. They actually recognize each other.
Wu Yun was taken aback, his right eyelid twitching
uncontrollably.
If the two bosses teamed up, they would have no chance of survival. Before he could make a move, the clown assistant had already darted
towards the magician's hand.
In the incredulous eyes of the onlookers, it slowly merged into the magician's hand's body.
Merged.
The members of the Enforcement Bureau swallowed hard in unison, their hearts leaping to their throats. Based on past experiences, a merged boss would have
its combat power elevated to a whole new level. If two top-tier kings merged, wouldn't that mean reaching the emperor level? Even if not, it should
be close. However, what left them dumbfounded happened next. After merging with the clown assistant, the magician's hand began to rise in momentum,
instantly reaching a peak.
Clearly, the values hadn't changed, yet it gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression.
Then, it slightly bowed and removed the top hat from its head.
I'm truly sorry for the trouble, everyone.
The apologetic words left everyone present momentarily stunned, unable to react. For a while, just as they began to suspect whether this was a scheme by the magician's hand to test them, it spoke again. A perfect finale. It made a gesture of throwing something upwards.
Suddenly, countless rose petals burst forth from its previously empty hands. The petals danced lightly,
wrapping around it beautifully. Coo.
In the next moment, dozens of white doves burst out, flying in all directions.
As their wings flapped,
they stirred up the bright red petals. The bar street, after the rain, was once again showered with rose petals.
Well then, until we meet again next time, everyone.
There was no figure to be seen, only its voice echoing in the empty valley. Wu Yun stared blankly at the horizon, letting the roses fall
onto his cheeks, still in disbelief. Everything felt like a dream, so unreal. Even after the magician's hand completely vanished, he couldn't believe
they had faced two king-level bosses.
Even if they were no match, it was an undeniable fact. Everyone was the same, staring blankly around. The bar
street, after the rain, was filled with the fragrance of earth mixed with the scent of roses.
We were saved.
The members of the Enforcement Bureau collectively sighed in relief, their faces showing an indescribable ease. It felt like a sense of relief after surviving a disaster.
Regroup.
Wu Yun composed himself, rubbed his face vigorously a couple of times, and then gave the order. As soon as he spoke, the Enforcement Bureau members
quickly got ready.
After a while, the place had been cleared out, and later arrivals wouldn't even know a battle had taken place here.
Only excitement
remained, as they looked forward to meeting friends at the bar.
Who would be willing to do this job if they truly had a good life? In the distance, the clock tower, the magician's hand sighed softly.
It then threw the dice, which landed on the number 3.
Teleport. As soon as the words fell, a purple light illuminated.
In an instant, it disappeared from the spot. At that moment, in a shabby apartment room, Luo Chen frowned as he browsed
the news from Yenzhou.
He was about to head to Yenzhou University and needed to understand the situation there as soon as possible to avoid making
Unnecessary mistakes later. Whoosh! Suddenly, a purple light flashed and the magician's hand appeared abruptly in the room. Hey, boss! It raised its right hand in a playful manner, greeting him somewhat comically. After saying that, he didn't care whether Luo Chen replied or not. He grabbed a piece of fruit from the table, took a few steps, and lay down directly on the sofa. At first glance, one might think he was paralyzed, completely lacking the image of a magician. Crunch! He bit down, juice bursting forth. The juice flowed down his white glove, staining it with a hint of orange. Boss, the task is complete. Crunch! Are we going to Yenzhou tomorrow? The magician's hand, biting into the fruit, mumbled indistinctly. When mentioning Yenzhou, a glimmer of curiosity appeared in his eyes. It seemed that for him, every new place was a brand new experience. Even Luo Chen, the person involved, didn't have as many thoughts as he did. Yes, Luo Chen replied without looking up, his eyes glued to his phone. It seemed that doing his homework was the most important thing to him. Woohoo! Yenzhou! Yenzhou! The magician's hand raised both hands, excitedly shouting. With his movements, a few drops of juice splattered out. Yet he seemed completely oblivious, appearing very casual, only filled with joy. Ignoring whether Luo Chen was watching him, he kept fiddling with his fingers. New fruit, new dungeon, new stage. Oh my, it's all the things I want. The magician's hand showed a delighted expression, and the more he calculated, the brighter his eyes shone. By the end, he looked a bit overly excited. Compared to those boring tasks, eating is definitely more suited to me. The magician's hand chuckled. Then, as if he thought of something, he sneaked a glance. After seeing that Luo Chen hadn't noticed him at all, he slowly let out a sigh of relief. For him, nothing was more thrilling than speaking ill of the boss in front of him. Although he knew Luo Chen wouldn't hold it against him, he just enjoyed that sneaky feeling. What would Yenzhou University be like? Right. What would Yenzhou University be like? Hearing the voice, Luo Chen suddenly turned his head, staring intently at the magician's hand. At that moment, the magician's hand happened to have a mischievous look, grinning at him. Perhaps sensing Luo Chen's gaze, he suddenly felt shy and chuckled awkwardly. Are you mimicking me? Luo Chen frowned and said sternly. Upon seeing this, the magician's hand immediately admitted defeat. A good man doesn't take advantage of the moment, he should apologize when necessary. Sorry, boss. Just a habit. The magician's hand laughed weakly, clearly not the fierce figure from before. His speed of admitting defeat was comparable to a professional player. By the way, boss, what should we do when we get to Yenzhou? What should we do? The nonsensical question left Luo Chen momentarily stunned. Going to Yenzhou University was to find information about his parents, right? But what after finding it? What about the rest of the time? Luo Chen lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling for a long time, unable to articulate his thoughts. For some reason, he felt a sense of confusion like a wanderer away from home. I don't know. Let's sleep and see. Maybe we'll know the answer tomorrow. The next day, at the entrance of the Jiangqing teleportation tower, Luo Chen, check if there's anything else we need to bring? Zhang Fengming said cheerfully, patting his big belly. He was genuinely happy about this new recruit. As for whether he had recruited anyone for the next session in Jiangqing, it seemed completely unimportant now. Wei Ju and Jia beside him didn't say anything, but from his slight nod, it was clear he also had a good impression of Luo Chen. If there had been a bad impression, they would have treated each other as strangers after the incident at Jiangqing No. 2 Middle School. There shouldn't be anything. Luo Chen shook his head, quite certain. He was all alone, so there wasn't much to bring. Throughout the year, he hadn't even returned home a few times. The furniture was almost growing mold. Hearing this, Zhang Fengming and the others nodded, then turned to prepare to enter the teleportation array. Just then, a voice interrupted their actions. Kid, after so many years of recruiting, this is the first time I've misjudged someone. Teacher Yang Shan from Lezhou University lightly stroked his goatee and said helplessly. The look in his eyes as he glanced at Luo Chen was filled with undisguised regret. It was as if he were thinking that if only Luo Chen were a bit more resolute and revealed more of his cards, then the good fortune wouldn't fall to Yenzhou University. But now, it was basically a done deal, and there was no need to continue to fight over a single student, causing a rift between the two schools was truly not worth the loss. If he knew that his wavering would lead to a greater opportunity slipping away, would he regret it upon returning to school? However, it seemed that Yang Shan had not yet grasped the situation at Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Of course, it could also be that, considering the family disgrace should not be aired, Jiangqing No. 2 had suppressed the matter. Which was why not many people knew. The fermentation of events would at least require some time. At least in these 2 days, the students were still under pressure and tried their best to keep quiet. Over time, anything could happen, but for Zhang Fengming and the others, that was already enough. During this period, naturally, the fewer people who knew, the better. What are you two up to? Are you hiding something from me? Yang Shan squinted his eyes, his face almost close to Jiang Fengming's, repeatedly sizing him up.
He seemed to sense the smell of conspiracy, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. What could there be?
Coming to Jiangcheng, it's just this little matter.
What else could we hide? Jiang Fengming said innocently, lying through his teeth. After all, there was no evidence, so what did
it matter if he refused to admit it? No way. You two are definitely up to something, Yang Shan said suspiciously. His gaze kept darting between Guo Juanjia and Jiang Fengming, trying to find an answer. But who were these two?
One had a cold expression, while the other was slick-tongued.
As for Luo Chen,
he maintained an air of indifference, as if he had no idea what was going on. Just then, Zhao Xie suddenly
walked over.
As a student of Lezhou University, he felt somewhat disgruntled after losing face in front of Luo Chen and Yang Shan last time. Although afterward, teacher Yang Shan repeatedly emphasized that the gap in strength between the two was not trivial. He listened but didn't take it to heart. They were just peers, how strong could they really be? Zhao Xie felt indignant, his gaze fixed on Luo Chen, provocatively saying, Luo Chen, I admit you do have some strength.
You won by luck yesterday, but next time I won't hold back. Put. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fengming couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Realizing he had let the cat out of the bag, he quickly shut his mouth and tried to hold it in. His face turned from red to purple, gradually shifting towards black.
It looked like he might burst out laughing at any moment.
Wei Juanjia was better off, appearing somewhat expressionless, with only the corners of his mouth twitching slightly.
A challenge to hold back laughter? That was indeed a bit amusing. Hey! Enough of that.
Yang Shan shot them a glare, somewhat displeased. Although he knew Luo Chen was quite strong and could easily defeat Zhao Xie, there was no need to go this far. It was just a spar, with wins and losses. After all, Zhao Xie represented the younger generation of Lezhou University. Being laughed at by two seniors like this might leave some shadow.
If he knew
that Luo Chen had the strength to challenge the teachers of number 2 high school, he wouldn't think so.
Unfortunately, Jiang Fengming would never inform him of such matters. Luo Chen, don't get too proud. Next time you won't be so lucky.
Before Zhao Xie could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt an irresistible pull. He was yanked and rushed toward the teleportation tower.
Yang Shan covered his face, looking utterly embarrassed.
Meanwhile, Luo Chen shrugged indifferently. After all, he felt nothing about such childish provocations. He quietly watched as Zhao Xie was pulled away by fate, disappearing
at the entrance of the teleportation tower. Hello, Mr. Luo Chen.
At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. Luo Chen and the others turned around to see several staff members in sky blue uniforms
standing behind them.
On his shoulder hung the armband of the Jiangcheng law enforcement team.
Who are you?
Luo Chen furrowed his brows and asked. At the same time, questions arose in his mind. Why would
the Jiangcheng law enforcement team come looking for him at this time?
Logically, after the magic hand caused such a ruckus, the focus should be on them. There was no reason for all suspicion to fall
on him. But now these people had come over. What exactly did they want?
We are from the Jiangcheng law enforcement team. Come with us.
The leader's tone was firm, showing no intention of explaining the reason.
He directly ordered Luo Chen to go with them, his words leaving no room for doubt, completely ignoring Jiang Fengming and the others beside him.
Jiangcheng law enforcement team? I remember that. Even the law enforcement team doesn't have the right to take someone away like this.
Jiang Fengming asked coldly, his face serious. However, the other party was completely unfazed by his words.
We suspect he is related to a case. He must come with us or we will treat it as resisting arrest. As for the rest, go talk to our chief. The newcomers were very arrogant, showing no intention of revealing any information from start to finish.
This set of rhetoric seemed to have been used countless times, and they were already very skilled at it.
Teacher Jiang, it's fine. Luo Chen shook his head, unafraid. After all, he had left no clues.
They couldn't trace anything back to him. Even if there were, it was the Shadow's business, unrelated to him, Luo Chen.
Suspicion would always remain suspicion. There was simply no evidence. Let's go. Seeing Luo Chen comply, the leading law enforcement officer urged him on.
His demeanor suggested that he had already solidified the charges against him.
All right. Jiang Fengming was instantly infuriated to the point of laughter.
Clapping his hands, he seemed to be on the verge of exploding with anger at any moment.
If you can't figure out what's going on today,
just wait for it.
Old Guo, you follow the car. I'll report to the school first.
Upon hearing this, Wei Juanjia nodded and turned to follow. However, someone had already anticipated their actions, blocking
their way with a hand. Sorry, the case is special. You are not allowed to follow the car. After saying this, the law enforcement officer turned and got into the vehicle, slamming the door shut. The law enforcement vehicle roared away into the distance. Let's go.
We'll head to the law enforcement bureau ourselves. Jiang Fengming and the others exchanged glances, arriving at the same conclusion.
The law
Enforcement vehicles sped through the city, the tall buildings behind them rapidly receding.
Luo Chen looked out the window, his smile gradually fading. This isn't the way to the Beijing law enforcement sub-bureau, is it? He asked in a low voice. As a native of Jiangcheng, how could he not know which district he belonged to? If something really happened, the first to come looking would definitely be the Beijing Law Enforcement Bureau. But right now, the direction the law enforcement vehicle was heading was not that way at all. Which sub-bureau we are from is none of your business. The driving law enforcement officer replied coldly without looking back.
His eyes were fixed ahead, filled with intensity.
Is that so? Luo Chen suddenly smiled.
Before he could make a move, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Seeing this, his eyes shifted and his brows raised slightly. He glanced sideways, and the law enforcement officers on either side were all staring at him with warning looks, as if any sign of
restlessness from him would lead them to take coercive measures.
With 3 law enforcement officers, all at least level 45, an ordinary person really couldn't handle them.
But they clearly underestimated Luo Chen.
Seeing this, Luo Chen merely curled his lips, revealing a hint of a knowing smile. Don't waste your breath, we know you must be at least level 40, so we directly dispatched 3 people this
time, said the officer driving the vehicle.
His tone was casual, appearing very confident, seemingly unafraid of Luo Chen slipping away from their grasp.
Upon hearing this, Luo Chen made no rebuttal.
Instead, he simply closed his eyes, leaned back in his seat, and remained silent. Seeing him stop moving, the others thought he had backed down and couldn't help but smirk in disdain.
Little did they know,
Luo Chen had never regarded them as a threat. At this moment, he could only think of one thing: who on earth sent them here? After all, there are not many who can mobilize the enforcement team.
It's not
the thief's stealth that worries him, but the thief's intentions. He really needs to find out who is pulling the strings behind the scenes to avoid prolonged troubles.
Luo Chen closed his eyes tightly, lightly tapping his index finger, calculating the time.
On the other side, at the Jiangcheng Enforcement Bureau, Beijing branch, Wu Yun was sitting at his desk checking recent documents.
The wall was covered
with scribbles and corrections filled with court cases and clues.
Among them, a few photos that seemed out of place were highlighted.
Upon closer inspection, they were indeed pictures of the magician
and the clown assistant.
In addition, there were details about the deaths of Lu Chunfeng and his son, along with a stack of photocopies.
Beasts, simply beasts.
Wu Yun cursed angrily.
With a bang, he
slammed his hand on the desk. In front of him, there was also a stack of case files, identical to those on the wall.
Lu Chunfeng and his son. They truly deserve to die.
He gritted his teeth and cursed,
shaking with rage.
The papers were filled with the criminal records of Lu Chunfeng and his son, along with some unresolved cases. Now, everything was clearly documented. When he first received this information, he had maintained a skeptical attitude. It wasn't until he cross-checked the files that he had no choice but to believe the facts.
Are those guys in the south of the city just loafing around?
Wu Yun was furious, cursing indignantly. Almost all the closed cases on the files were related to the Southern Enforcement Branch. If there were no oddities, he would definitely be the first to doubt it. Thinking this, he directly opened the communicator.
Hello? Xiao Wu, what's up?
Uncle Zhou, it's like this. Wu Yun recounted the situation to the person on the other end of the communicator, looking
indignant.
As he delved deeper, he became so enraged that he slammed the table. After quite a while, he finally finished explaining the whole matter. After he was done, there was a moment of silence on the other end, and then it slowly replied, I understand.
Go ahead and do it. Who in Jiangcheng dares to stop you can be dealt with first and reported later. The calm tone revealed almost no fluctuations.
Only Wu Yun, who knew the other person well, understood in his heart. It wasn't that there were no emotions, it was the calm before the storm, on the edge of fury.
Yes, Uncle Zhou. Wu Yun felt
a chill in his heart and unnamed pressure settling on his shoulders. The Lu Chenfeng case was significant, with far-reaching implications. If mishandled, it could lead to a major upheaval in Jiangcheng.
After all, it was no longer just about the Lu family. There were also 2 unnumbered king-level bosses, not recorded in any documents.
He didn't know which dungeon they came from, nor what specific abilities they had, which was the most troublesome part. However, fortunately, the other party had not yet shown any strong inclination to attack, which meant there was still a possibility for negotiation.
Why is that king-level boss doing this?
Wu Yun couldn't help but wonder why they would take the risk of exposure to do such a thankless task.
Was it a conspiracy, or was it genuine? That's not a wild
dungeon boss. There should be someone controlling it from behind. Just as Wu Yun was puzzled, a guest suddenly came from the communicator, striking right at the heart of the matter.
Hearing this, Wu Yun frowned. Uncle Zhou, that's unlikely. The top summoners in the country can't do it so easily,
he said, mentally comparing it to those few individuals. However, no matter how he looked at it, there were very few who could control 2 king-level bosses at the same time.
Moreover, such individuals would immediately attract the attention of Longhua as soon as they left their original residence. It was impossible to come to Jiangcheng unnoticed and let two kings cause trouble.
In response, the communicator remained silent. Instead, it seemed to change the topic and continue to ask, by the way, you
mentioned that the Lu family's case involves Luo Qingfeng's son, right? Are you talking about Luo Chun?
Yes.
You go handle it.
If the Lu family dares to resist.
Understood, Uncle Zhou. I know what to do. Wu Yun's expression turned solemn as he stood up straight with a snap.
Without saying much more, the communicator on the other end had already hung up. He stared intently at the photo of the magical hand on the table, his mind filled with speculation.
Although it wasn't accurate, it definitely had something to do with Luo Chen. As expected of Luo Qingfeng, a legendary figure in Jiangcheng, Wu Yun murmured, secretly admiring him.
Just as he was about to gather people to issue orders, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door.
Wait, you can't go in. Get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll have old Guo take care of you too. Even if you break my legs today, I won't budge. Damn it. I'm here to demand an explanation from Wu Yun for daring to detain someone in front of us. Hearing the
familiar yet strange voices, Wu Yun frowned slightly. They were calling his name directly and making such a racket.
Could it be that some old classmates were trying to reconnect?
The thought made a hint of disgust flash in his eyes. He was already in a bad mood, and now someone was coming to provoke him. He couldn't tolerate it for a moment. This made him so angry that he almost laughed.
He stepped out in a few strides and flung the door open with a bang. Which bastard is looking for trouble here?
Wu Yun shouted with fierce eyes. His gaze then fell on a plump figure.
Jiangcheng Law Enforcement Team, Beijiang Branch. Wu Yun's sudden shout silenced the chattering corridor.
The law enforcement officers and Zhang Fengming were all staring at him in shock.
After 2 or 3 seconds, Zhang Fengming was the first to react. Bastard?
You Wu Yun are the real bastard.
Tell me, where did you take my student? Zhang Fengming glared, his brows furrowed.
Like a shrew scolding in the street, he stepped forward, pointing a finger at Wu Yun's nose and cursing.
Zhang Fengming, what are you doing here?
This left Wu Yun momentarily speechless. He had thought it was some acquaintance trying to leverage their
relationship, but it turned out to be a familiar face just here to demand an explanation. Did one of his own capture Zhang Fengming's student? What did that mean?
He was a bit confused.
I captured your student? Nonsense. We only capture suspects.
If your student got caught, he must have dirty hands.
Wu Yun, realizing the situation, immediately retorted without thinking. No matter what, he wouldn't let someone use their past relationship as a reason to come and ask for favors. Not a chance.
Wu Yun snorted, his attitude extremely firm.
Dirty hands? He's cleaner than your Jiangcheng law enforcement team. Where did you all go wrong? You don't even have evidence and you're here to arrest people. Zhang Fengming was nearly fuming at this point. He came to demand someone and ended up being scolded a few times.
He wasn't clear on what Luo Chen had done, but it was definitely better than the law enforcement team arresting people without evidence.
Wrong?
Are you saying our Jiangcheng law enforcement team is
wrong?
Wu Yun pointed at his own nose and suddenly laughed.
It was hard to tell if he was angry or amused.
In any case, his tone suggested that he wasn't in the mood for negotiation.
Our Jiangcheng is wrong? Your Yenzhou is even more wrong. Not just the law enforcement team, but the students too.
I don't have time to waste with you here.
I won't release the person, so you can go back where you came from.
Without a second thought, Wu Yun issued the eviction order. He still needed to deal with that group at the South City branch and had no time to chat with Zhang Fengming.
If he got too angry, he might
just lock the other party up for a couple of days first.
Leave? Old Gua, don't pull me. I don't believe it.
I'm laying it down here today. If you don't release Luo Chen, it won't matter what you say.
Zhang Fengming was also getting anxious, stating firmly.
On one side, the school was urging him to hurry back, while on the other, the students who hadn't even enrolled yet were being detained.
The key
was that the Jiangcheng law enforcement team couldn't even say what crime Luo Chen had committed. They were just dragging it out, wasting his time. Not just him, anyone would be anxious in his position.
Lay it down? What does that matter?
Even if you set up a forum here, it won't help.
I'm telling you, I've got this person locked down today.
I don't care who Luo Chen is, even if it's Luo Cheng. Before the words were finished, Wu Yun suddenly choked. The words that were about to come out were abruptly swallowed back, and he looked at Zhang Fengming with uncertainty.
With a sidelong glance and lowered brows, he asked somewhat sneakily, what did you just say his name was? Luo Chun? Which Luo, which Hua?
Wu Yun doubted whether he had misheard and confirmed it again.
This left the others, especially the law enforcement officers, at a loss. Just moments ago, the director was fuming. How could he suddenly become so restrained? What kind of ability did this Luo Chen possess to warrant such a reaction? From the director?
But Jiang Fengming didn't care about that. Wu Yun was their superior and it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, he sneered and retorted, "How many people with the surname Luo do you have here? Who else could it be but Luo Chen?" Having come to Jiangcheng for a short time and diligently investigating, he quickly found out the answer. Moreover, as the director, Wu Yun should have no reason to be unaware of matters within his jurisdiction. If he truly knew nothing, he wouldn't have confirmed it again. Is it really that Luo Chen? Wu Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, lifting one hand. "Someone, release that Luo Chen." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianyu immediately showed a distressed expression. His strange demeanor left Wu Yun puzzled. Frowning, a hint of reproach flashed across his face. "Really, can't you be more flexible? You bring him over, I'll interrogate him directly. If there's really no problem, let him go back." Wu Yun shot them a glare and commanded. He also gave Jiang Fengming a reassuring gesture, indicating that this issue wasn't serious. But soon, his expression turned cold again. He noticed that even after 2 or 3 seconds had passed since he spoke, the law enforcement team still hadn't moved a single person. Instantly, his brows nearly furrowed into a shape. "What are you still dawdling for? Is what I said no longer valid?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone finally mustered the courage to step forward. Yi Tianyu lowered his head, wearing a bitter smile. "Director, it's really not that we don't want to release him. We haven't caught anyone today." "Where would this Luo Chen come from?" "Haven't caught anyone? You haven't caught anyone?" Hearing this, Wu Yun was stunned. If they had come knocking, it meant it wasn't fake. Could it be that someone was looking for trouble in his jurisdiction? "Wu Yun, if you don't want to release him, just say so. This excuse is too pathetic." Hearing the clumsy explanation, Jiang Fengming thought it was just the other party trying to shirk responsibility. He immediately sneered, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "I don't want to release him?" Wu Yun's voice rose significantly with anger. "If I didn't want to release him, I would have kicked you out already." He also had a bad temper. Although he seemed to be in the wrong, he didn't hold back with Jiang Fengming. He still had to confront what needed confronting and find what needed finding. "Someone, investigate. Find me Luo Chen. I want to see which bastard dares to stir up trouble in my area. The rest of you, come with me and take down the South City Sub-Bureau." Wu Yun shouted loudly, issuing a search order. Seeing that his attitude didn't seem fake, Jiang Fengming's demeanor improved considerably. While they were still working hard to find him, Luo Chen had already arrived at his destination. South City Law Enforcement Sub-Bureau? Looking at the 4 golden characters shining above, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. While others used golden paint, this place was directly gilded. This was no place for serving the people, it was simply the giant mouth of a dungeon monster. "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and get inside." Seeing him stop to look at the plaque, a law enforcement officer behind him gave him a push. With a strong shove, he didn't budge an inch. The other party glanced at his colleague beside him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He immediately lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Luo Chen's backside, attempting to use brute force to shove him inside. However, Luo Chen seemed to sense it and sidestepped, easily avoiding the attack. Now, the law enforcement officer who relied on his position was in trouble. Caught off guard, he kicked into empty space and performed a split right on the spot. Hiss! The person showed a look of pain, and with a tearing sound. It was as if some fabric had ripped apart. "No need to push me, I can go in by myself." Luo Chen glanced at the other party and said. Then he lifted his foot and walked towards the law enforcement bureau. That resembled a wild beast. At the South City branch, passers-by avoided it like the plague. The moment Luo Chen stepped into the hall, countless gazes immediately fell upon him. Disdain, sneers, and gloating. Clearly, they did not seem surprised by Luo Chen's appearance. In fact, they all believed it was a done deal. "Hurry up, be honest." The law enforcement officer who had split kicked saw him stop again and immediately urged him angrily. However, this time he had learned his lesson, not continuing to kick but only pushing from behind. Since they hadn't reached the interrogation room yet and there were still cameras around, he chose not to act. After all, the monitored area still belonged to upper management and they couldn't arbitrarily cut off video records, otherwise, the consequences would be severe. "No need to rush, I just want to see what kind of deep palace this is." Luo Chen chuckled, glancing around and taking in everyone's expressions. As expected, everyone looked like they were watching a show, their gazes towards him completely fearless. Perhaps in their eyes, Luo Chen was now like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. To this, he was indifferent, and in his heart, he had already communicated with the magic hand. If a fight breaks out, what are the odds? Upon hearing the question, the magic hand fell silent for a moment. It was unclear whether it was feeling speechless or seriously considering the comparison, but it hesitated for a second or two before finally replying in Luo Chen's mind. "If you don't hold back, it's 1 to 9. They are different from the law.
Enforcement Bureau I encountered last night, they are all a bunch of useless drunks who have never seen real combat. Hearing the reply, Luo Chen was slightly taken aback.
He had thought the law enforcement bureau was basically the top tier in Jiangcheng, but unexpectedly, it received such an evaluation from the magic hand. Not to mention the 1-to-9 ratio, which was quite a gap.
Just the term useless drunks was enough to show its ignorance.
Luo Chen even suspected that the so-called 1-to-9 was still within the magic hand's cautious calculations. It also had to consider whether there were hidden combat powers or special means. Of course, these were just internal factors. The uncontrollable external factors were clearly impossible to calculate. For example, this was during the day, and acting recklessly could easily attract attention and draw powerful individuals. A king-level boss invading Jiangcheng would have a significant impact. Boss need not worry, although it may not be completely manageable.
Ensuring your safety is a piece of cake. Luo Chen nodded. With the magic hand's assurance, he felt much more at ease.
Plus, his own strength was evidently sufficient, and his life could be fully
guaranteed. Following the ill-intentioned guidance, Luo Chen walked step by step deeper into the law enforcement bureau.
Before he got close, he heard a series of screams coming from ahead.
Bang! 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 Will you confess or not? Will you confess or not?
Officer,
I am truly wronged.
The dull thuds of fists hitting flesh accompanied by the law enforcer's gritted teeth and furious shouts.
No
matter how the other party pleaded or denied, it could not stop their actions. In the past, Luo Chen had only heard about such things. He never expected to walk into reality today.
No wonder they said.
The South City branch had the highest case resolution rate but notoriously low approval ratings.
Put, are they still doing this kind of forced confession act?
Luo Chen laughed out loud, his mockery
unhidden.
He had thought the South City branch was just colluding with some people, but it turned out to be rotten to the core. In order to please the upper management, they had become so unscrupulous. It seemed that not only were there a series of wrongful cases involving Lu Hai and his son, but it probably also involved a terrifying industrial chain.
Humph. Go ahead and laugh. You won't be laughing for long.
The law enforcement officer behind him sneered coldly, threatening without any restraint. For them, as long as Luo Chen crossed the store and entered the blind spot of the surveillance, he would be
at their mercy.
Hurry up, move it, the law enforcement officer urged, treating him like a criminal with an extremely bad attitude. They were already near the interrogation room, and they simply stopped.
Pretending. No rush, can I still run away?
Luo Chen grinned and said slowly, as if hinting at something. However, the other party seemed to not understand the implication. With a scoff, their face was filled with disdain.
Run? Do you think you can escape?
The other party was clearly very confident in the strength of the South City branch, not worried at all about such a situation arising.
Not to mention,
when it came to preventing criminals from escaping, they were undoubtedly the best in the entire Jiang City.
As for the reason, better left unsaid. Why would I escape? Maybe you'll have to beg me to come out later. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and asked casually. Calculating the time, the North River branch should have finished their verification by now.
Even if they weren't here to find him, the South City branch would still face some trouble. As for himself, he just needed to stir things up a bit and the whole pond would become murky.
The choice of the North River branch was entirely based on the suggestion given by the magician after watching their performance last night.
Otherwise, as two parties who were unfamiliar with each other, he wouldn't have entrusted such an important matter to them.
Ha ha ha, what did he say? Begging to let him out? Is he still half asleep? Does he think he's from the Lu family? I'll lay it all out.
Even if he's a relative of the director from the headquarters,
he can't run from here today.
Luo Chen's words drew loud laughter.
The group was extremely arrogant, completely lacking the demeanor of law enforcers. Strangely enough, even so, their banter still revolved around flattering the Lu family. The Lu family, huh? I see.
Luo Chen revealed a meaningful smile. The matters of Lu Chenfeng and his son could always be resolved across districts, if there was
nothing amiss. That would be strange. The Lu family and the South City branch were indeed in cahoots.
Without needing anyone to urge him, he stepped into an empty interrogation room. Such behavior amused the
onlookers. Who does he think he is? The Lu family? So what if he knows? Does he really think he can get out of here?
At least he's smart enough to go in himself. Maybe he'll suffer a little less.
The law enforcement officers discussed openly, their words filled with mockery towards Luo Chen, because they knew, once someone entered this door, very few normal people ever came out. Interrogation? Not a chance. One law enforcement officer glanced at the surveillance, grinning as he followed inside.
In a careless moment, he took a step too large, aggravating his injury, and his hips ached slightly.
Luo Chen, you've offended the Lu family.
Hiss, don't think you'll have it easy. His face was twisted, muttering about the Lu family. But from his actions, it didn't seem so simple.
His companions noticed but said nothing. They were used to such personal vendettas by now. Take good care of him, the Liu family will be coming over to confirm soon. The leading law enforcer patted the shoulder of the other, specifically reminding him. Through their eye contact, they instantly understood each other's meaning. Without needing to say much, they led a few people into the interrogation room. Inside, several law enforcers grinned menacingly. Luo Chen sat in the central chair, slightly raising his eyelids, not taking them seriously at all. At this moment he had already used the effect of the spirit of protection to establish a connection with the evil Aino Gue. His bare life value soared from 4,600 to 40,600, comparable to a blood cow. The others remained oblivious, thinking he was just an ordinary awakener. Don't put on equipment, be careful not to kill him without an explanation, the leading law enforcement officer reminded, his fingers cracking loudly. He then turned to Luo Chen, his smile somewhat sinister. Let's see how long you can stay calm. There are no surveillance cameras here. Oh no, my body camera, how is it out of battery? As he spoke, he spread his hands, a hint of mockery on his face. There can't be that many coincidences, everyone understands. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles and then feigned a look of urgency. Oh my camera is actually broken. That's it, mine has a problem too. What a coincidence. Right, what a coincidence indeed. A few of them laughed exaggeratedly, their expressions extremely theatrical. The looks they cast at Luo Chen were filled with ill intent. As they spoke, someone stepped forward first. With a swing of his arm, he threw a punch at him. The force was heavy, clearly aimed at making him spit blood. Your camera is broken? That's really too bad. Luo Chen glanced around, his eyes quickly scanning every corner of the room, including the other party's camera. After confirming there were no surveillance devices, he said ominously. For some reason, this seemingly ordinary sentence made everyone's heart skip a beat. Especially the enforcer at the front, who was about to throw a punch, suddenly trembled. An ominous premonition surged up. An enforcer is hitting someone. Quick, come and stop it. Luo Chen shouted, suddenly standing up. Outside the interrogation room, the crowd exchanged smiles. Some held coffee, others munched on pastries, looking relaxed and carefree. There was no sense of urgency in the office, as if they were all just a leisurely crowd. Hearing Luo Chen's cry for help was like listening to a beautiful symphony. How could he have acted so tough yesterday at the second school, only to turn out to be a coward? This hasn't even started, and he's already giving in, but that won't help him. He's messed with the Liu family, he's done. For in this lifetime, they discussed animatedly, as if they could already see Luo Chen's miserable fate. Little did they know, it was all part of his plan. At this moment, a triumphant smile had already appeared on Luo Chen's face. He flipped his hand, and in the shocked gazes of the crowd, 5 skill books appeared simultaneously. Not only were there warrior profession books, but there were also mage skill books. In an instant, greed flooded their minds. Mine, all mine. The same thought emerged in the hearts of different people. They naively believed that Luo Chen was showing them goodwill by bringing out these skill books, perhaps to make a deal to let him off the hook. The enforcer at the front even transformed his fist into a claw, reaching for the skill books. The smile on his face was almost manic, clearly determined to seize them. Little did they know, the next move Luo Chen made left them completely stunned. Smack! He slapped the skill book, looking just like he was learning a skill. In an instant, light burst forth. Blue, white, red, orange, blinding them. He actually learned them all. The few of them felt their eyes nearly pop out, as if they were watching their belongings being squandered away. Anger and humiliation piled up to the extreme. The desire to kill Luo Chen reached its peak. Clearly, there were so many skill books, even if each person got one, it would be fine. Perhaps they would be so pleased that they would forgive Luo Chen's crimes. At the very least, they could let him off with a light beating. Luo Chen's actions now were undoubtedly a waste of resources. Whether it was a warrior learning mage skills or a mage learning warrior skills, there would always be 2 or 3 books rendered ineffective. Ignorance. Truly ignorance. The crowd was seething with rage, wishing they could crack open Luo Chen's head to see what was inside. Especially the enforcer at the front, who was so close to grabbing them, only for them to vanish into thin air. All transformed into skill fragments, surging into Luo Chen's body. The sudden loss of such treasures at such close range made his forehead smoke with frustration. Little did they know, Luo Chen's magic warrior profession allowed him to learn all warrior and mage skills simultaneously while reducing stamina consumption. It could be said that the skills of both professions could exert special effects on him. The light swirled around, rapidly drilling into Luo Chen's body. A flash of brilliance passed through his eyes, and a new understanding of skill usage emerged in his mind. Everything happened in just a few breaths. In the blink of an eye, the attack had already arrived. Luo Chen's expression darkened slightly as he clenched his fist, drawing it back to his waist. Waste of resources, die for me, the enforcer shouted angrily.
On the other side, a hand reached out towards Luo Chen, aiming directly for his chest.
As the distance closed, the hatred in the opponent's eyes intensified, yet Luo Chen seemed completely oblivious.
Taking a deep breath, he punched forward.
Flame fist.
The words were plain, lacking any emotional turbulence.
At first glance, it sounded as if he was merely reciting something. However, when he threw the punch, a wave of heat surged forth, almost scorching the skin.
The one closest felt the brunt of the searing heat, their hair and eyebrows curling.
In a daze, they could almost smell something burning. Boom! Before anyone could react, the flames had already engulfed their companion. Luo Chen's attack struck the opponent as if hitting a sandbag, sending them flying with a single punch. In a blur, they saw something on fire shoot out.
With a dull thud, it crashed against the wall, shaking the entire room 3 times.
Gulp! The enforcers collectively swallowed hard, their eyelids twitching. Although they knew a level 45 awakened one wasn't so easily killed, the scene before them was a tremendous shock. One punch, just one skill. What did that mean?
It meant that there were 5 of them, perfectly corresponding
to 5 skill books.
In an instant, this ridiculous thought surged to the forefront of their minds.
Yet, no one could laugh.
Because this was not a farce, it was a stark reality unfolding before
their eyes. Cold sweat poured down their backs, quickly soaking their clothes. They couldn't tell if it was the residual heat from the flame fist or sheer fright. Unlike their terror, those outside the door found it amusing. Hee, they really aren't holding back. Fighting so fiercely, aren't they afraid of killing him? But if they do, I believe the Lu family won't blame them too much. TSK, no. Matter how fierce they are outside, once they come to the South City branch, even a dragon has to coil. A group of people leisurely discussed, their tone light and carefree. The so-called human life, when
spoken of by them, felt weightless, as if it held no significance.
A possible future for Jiangqing seemed equally trivial.
Little did they know, inside the room, Luo Chen was in a rampage state.
He had the few people cowering in fear, unable to fight back at all. South City Branch, interrogation room. The small space offered little room for hiding. A few enforcers huddled in the corner by the door. Terrified. Open the door. Hurry and open the door. Open the door. This Luo Chen is not human.
They pounded on the door with all their might, their legs nearly giving way.
When Luo Chen made his move,
he didn't bother to conceal it. They had already seen his level. Level 45 against level 40, the advantage was mine.
Nonsense. If something happens, let it be me. With just one skill, he could send someone
flying, draining their health to the kill line.
What could they use to fight back? Their heads?
If the opponent slammed down, their skulls would crack open.
Bang, bang, bang. The door rattled loudly. Yet no one responded.
Outside the corridor, the crowd listened to the commotion and couldn't help but chuckle.
Wow,
they're really putting on a show. I didn't expect they had this trick up their sleeves.
Retreating to advance. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Luo Chen is beating up the enforcer team members, and the onlookers have no choice but to take him down.
TSK. Ah, no wonder they could take on this mission. The employer must be thrilled.
The enforcers at the South City branch applauded, all casting serious looks of admiration.
Such a clever tactic, why hadn't they thought of it before?
If they had come up with it sooner, they could just eliminate anyone they disliked.
And they wouldn't even have to write a report afterward. How wonderful would that be? More importantly, isn't it simpler to find a scapegoat for the tasks assigned from above? A master is actually by my side. Indeed, no matter how hard we try, we can't compare to someone with talent. Ha! I said it. How could that guy be doing splits at the door? Such a big person can still kick sideways?
Hiss, now that you mention it, laying a trap within the surveillance range, hinting that Luo Chen had thoughts of
resistance long ago. Damn, why didn't I think of that?
Then act pitiful inside, indicating that Luo Chen already intended to escape.
Brilliant, truly brilliant.
The crowd praised, appearing humble and
eager to learn.
Unknowingly, they had turned the pleas for help from a few into various conspiracies. They clapped and exclaimed, eager to jot it down in a notebook.
Little did they know, the cries for
help they heard were genuine. The so-called schemes were merely figments of their imagination. At this moment, the 4 people in the room felt half their hearts sink.
As for why there were only 4, it was because another one looked a bit cold. A casual push from someone else might just send him straight to the afterlife. What the hell is going on outside? Open the door for me. Luo Chen, calm down. First, let's sit down and talk things over. Yes, let's talk it out. We can satisfy you.
The few of them tried their best to lower their voices, not daring to raise their tones even a little. They were afraid that a sudden outburst might scare Luo Chen, triggering an unexpected reaction. If they lost control, it wouldn't be a joke anymore. Who knows, they might end up in a city rebirth scenario.
Talk it out. Now you want to talk it out? Luo Chen's lips curled slightly, the smile on his face making them uneasy.
It was hard to tell if it was a kind smile or the calm before a storm. The enforcer who had been yanked by the groin was even more fidgety, as if he might collapse at any moment. It was unclear whether he was scared or if an old injury had flared up. Yes, let's talk it out. Just don't get agitated. Don't do anything reckless, this is illegal. The other party pressed their hands down, attempting to calm the emotions. Their tone was as gentle as possible, not daring to make any large movements. Illegal? Luochen slowly shook his head, giving a self-deprecating smile. From the very beginning, the other side had been aggressive, wanting to put him in a dead end. As law enforcement, how could they appear to be upholding justice? If it were an ordinary person, they would have long been unable to resist, allowing them to twist and turn them at will. How could it be that he took action and gained the upper hand? When he forced the other side into a corner, they instead started talking about the laws for awakened ones. Was this just a decoration for them? Was this merely a means to bind ordinary people? Yes, it is illegal. So don't get agitated. At worst, we'll let you go, just stop. Seeing Luochen show some signs of emotion, the other party hurriedly added fuel to the fire. As long as they could calm him down, it didn't matter what it was, they would promise first and talk later. At worst, if they really did let him go, they wouldn't suffer too much loss. Could Luochen really walk out of the South City branch and escape lose control? To put it bluntly, everything was just an empty promise. Right now, they were genuinely scared that Luochen would take action. In this interrogation room, they had seen many people take risks for survival. Betraying their wives and children, pointing fingers at the innocent, or even attempting to kill enforcers, they had seen it all. However, they had never encountered someone as powerful as Luochen before. Usually, such cases were sent to the headquarters, not handled by their branch, or they would apply for tools to suppress his strength. There would never be such negligence, allowing Luochen the possibility of going berserk. But now, the situation had occurred, and they might be forced into a dead end. What they didn't know was that Luochen was different from others. He was maintaining his rationality. He understood that even if he didn't deal with these people, they wouldn't fare well in the future either, because the people from the Beijiang branch should be arriving soon. However, regardless of what happens next, these few in front of me cannot be let off easily. If they dare to secretly prepare to take justice into their own hands, then they should also experience that feeling. Not good. He's about to make a move. Among the enforcers, there were those with sharp eyes. Upon seeing Luochen make a move, they immediately judged that the negotiation might be ineffective and urgently shouted. The other three reacted without delay. Damn it! I don't believe it. 4 against 1. The advantage is mine. Arm up. With a few loud shouts, their equipment appeared, enveloping their figures. Except for one mage, the other three were warriors. In this narrow terrain, they had a significant advantage. Unfortunately, they were facing Luochen. What warriors? How could they compare to a magic warrior? With a flip of his hand, a wooden sword appeared, and he swung it forward fiercely. Frost impact. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew towards the group. Crystal clear ice crystals quickly formed on their skin, and their steps visibly slowed down. Not good. It's a slow debuff, someone shouted in panic, shaking their body. They tried to shake off the ice crystals to return to normal. But just as they moved, a row of ice spikes formed in the next moment, rapidly piercing towards them. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. They never expected that a warrior could fully execute a mage's skill. They initially thought that just producing a slow effect would be the limit. They never imagined there would be a follow-up. As they saw the ice spikes appear, panic flashed in their eyes. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, he's a warrior. With such high attack, his magic power must be very low." This reminder instantly calmed their hearts. Yes, so what if he can learn mage skills? Can he deal damage? They didn't believe that a warrior using a mage's skill could take them down in one hit. I'll handle it. Immediately, one of the warrior enforcers shouted. With a disdainful smile, he stepped forward despite the slow debuff, taking a sudden step. Just a small step, yet it seemed to cost him most of his stamina, panting heavily. But at this moment, he didn't care about that. His face showed determination as he positioned himself in front of the others. Let me block him. You take the chance to attack. After saying that, he spread his body wide, raising his hands to cover as much area as possible against the frost. As if no matter how piercing the cold, it couldn't budge him an inch. At that moment, he resembled a mountain standing firm against the wind, unyielding. Good. Well done. Yes. Just like that, stay focused. The three behind him applauded and cheered, their faces filled with praise. Compliments flowed freely from their mouths. Luochen watched the scene and couldn't help but secretly give the guy a thumbs up. It wasn't that he admired the other's courage, but he felt that this guy was simply stubborn. Didn't he see the might of the frost impact? This temperature, this slowing effect, was it a joke? Others casually said that a warrior couldn't deal damage with a mage's skill, yet he dared to step up to block the damage. With eyes on his own face, couldn't he take a closer look? Or was he preparing to donate to those in need? Truly, one dares to speak and another dares to believe. Thoughts aside, Luo Chen wouldn't be polite with them. The enforcers from the South City branch had few clean backgrounds, estimating that these people had committed enough offenses to warrant their deaths 10 or 8 times over. With a wave of his hand, the ice spikes shot out in unison. Each one radiated a bone-chilling cold, as if they could freeze a person into an ice sculpture at any moment. Looking at the sharp ice spikes, the enforcer blocking the front suddenly felt his eyelids twitch. For some reason, he had an overwhelming feeling of being deceived. It shouldn't be possible. Trust your teammates. He took a deep breath of the cold air, stealing his heart. His whole body tensed, and he shouted loudly, as solid as a fortress. Buzz. Accompanied by his shout, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from his body. This was his strongest defensive skill, which could provide a 30% damage reduction within 3 seconds while remaining stationary. Although it was somewhat lackluster in combat, it could be considered a small miracle when it came to helping teammates absorb damage at critical moments. If he hadn't been stuck without a useful giant shield, he wouldn't have had to take the hit with his body. I see. Watching the opponent use their skill, Luo Chen's heart suddenly flashed with understanding, but he still shook his head. But it's still not enough. The damage reduction effect was indeed precious, but once it exceeded the limit of what could be endured, it would still lead to disaster. For instance, his current attack clearly fell outside the scope of what the opponent could withstand. Clang, clang, clang. In a flurry of metallic clashes, the ice spear pierced directly into the enforcer. The seemingly impenetrable talent had already exploded before the third strike could arrive, as it entered a near-death state. The remaining ice spears were not withstood by the opponent. After triggering the protective mechanism, Luo Chen chose not to directly eliminate them, which was why no damage was inflicted. This was one of the few benefits brought about by the game manifesting in reality. Even so, while he had spared the opponent's life, the pain they felt was still very real. After a series of attacks in the biting cold, with a loud thud, the hard-headed enforcer fell face-first to the ground. Even in excruciating pain, the remaining stamina was insufficient to support him in turning over. Didn't they say he was a warrior who couldn't deal damage? Who said that? Witnessing Luo Chen inflict such outrageous damage, the remaining 3 were left dumbfounded. The one who had initially shouted that line, believing Luo Chen's skills were ineffective, was now stuttering, lacking any confidence. At this moment, refusing to admit it was the best choice. If trouble arose afterward, it wouldn't be good at all. Not good. Luo Chen is coming at us. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, their voice trembling slightly. In their eyes, Luo Chen seemed to be a more terrifying presence than the creatures in the dungeon. Sweep across the army. The indifferent voice reached their ears like a clap of thunder, shaking them to their core. Clearly just a wide area skill that most warriors could perform. They reacted as if they had seen something horrifying. Screaming, they fled to the outer circle, trying to escape his attack range. Outside, the crowd was enjoying themselves. Look, they're having so much fun. That scream sounds just like my howls during a celebration. Damn it, hearing that makes my heart itch. Is it really that thrilling to beat someone up? Why didn't I feel this before? Envy and confusion mixed in their hearts. They couldn't figure out how that scream had come about, each one scratching their heads filled with curiosity. If the suffering individuals inside knew what they were thinking, they would probably be spitting blood at this moment. I'm about to die, and you still think I'm celebrating? In the interrogation room, Luo Chen slowly put away his wooden sword, looking down at the few people lying on the ground with disdain. In such a confined space, there was hardly any way to dodge a sweeping attack. Unsurprisingly, the others were directly knocked down by his skill. The room was filled with wails of despair, the 5 of them lying half-dead on the ground, unable to express their grievances. If they had to do it all over again, they wouldn't step foot in this room even if they were killed. Looking at Luo Chen before them, was he even human? At 19 years old, in his second year of college, he had rendered them powerless to fight back. And what were they? The Jiangcheng law enforcement team, level 45 awakened ones, the backbone of Jiangcheng, whom others had to look up to. Yet, such beings were being pressed down and rubbed into the ground repeatedly. Even more absurdly, after unleashing 3 skills in a row, he hadn't even broken a sweat. He hadn't even exerted himself before they were all down. If there was a hole in the ground, they would wish they could just crawl in and bury themselves with some dirt. No, buddy, the damage is outrageous enough, but how come using your skills is as easy as a cow drinking water? Listening to the room gradually quiet down, everyone exchanged smiles. TSK finally stopped. You've got me really curious. Me too. I want to see how someone can be so happy while interrogating Luo Chen.
Just as they were leaning their heads together, staring at the door, ready to investigate, a sudden commotion erupted outside. It was bustling, and no one knew what was happening. "Director, it's bad. The people from the Beijing branch are arresting people at our door," someone shouted urgently, their words so baffling that everyone almost didn't react. "What does that mean? The Beijing Law Enforcement Bureau came to their Changnan Law Enforcement Bureau to arrest people? Why does that sound so strange?" But at this point, there was no time to think about that. The director of the Changnan branch immediately furrowed his brows and slammed his hand on the table. "This is outrageous. Does the Beijing branch really think we're easy to bully?" With that, he stormed out, his face dark enough to drip water. Outside the Changnan branch, more than 20 law enforcement vehicles sped to a stop, nearly 100 people pouring out of the cars in an orderly and swift manner. In no time, they had surrounded the Changnan branch. Wu Yun walked at the front, his gaze slightly cold. Beside him, Yi Tianyu followed closely, his expression solemn, eyes straight ahead, as if waiting for orders at any moment. On the other side, Jiang Fengming approached with Gui Juinjia, glancing around. Seeing the scene, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Old Wu, I was wrong before, but I didn't expect you to make such a big deal out of it. Impressive. Once they release Luo Chen, I'll remember this debt and I'll treat you to something good when you come to Yenzhou." He patted his chest, assuring him. His attitude had done a complete turnaround, even the way he addressed Wu Yun had changed. By the end, when he mentioned food, he couldn't help but swallow. It was unclear whether he genuinely intended to treat or just liked to eat. To this, Wu Yun merely shot him a sidelong glance and said nothing. Knowing the other's character well, he couldn't be bothered with it at the moment. Raising his hand, all the law enforcers from the Beijing branch instantly turned to look at him, waiting for his next command. "Arrest everyone here. Not a single one gets away. If anyone resists arrest, they can be killed on the spot." Wu Yun commanded sternly, a chilling atmosphere enveloping the air. As soon as the words fell, everyone sprang into action. The 100 or so people were all seasoned law enforcers honed through countless missions, moving with remarkable speed. There were no questions heard in the field, only the sound of equipment clashing. This scene attracted passers-by to stop and watch. "I've never seen anything like it." The Law Enforcement Bureau surrounded the Law Enforcement Bureau. "I must have fought with the Duke of Zhou and still haven't woken up. They're here to arrest the Changnan Law Enforcement Bureau? Good, that's great." For some reason, even though it was a bizarre situation, the onlookers were all thrilled. Each one wished they could become part of it and take down the Changnan branch. Unfortunately, they lacked the authority and the strength. A battle involving level 45 awakened ones would shatter them if they rushed in. Compared to their eagerness to watch the chaos, Jiang Fengming felt overwhelmed. At this moment, he felt as if the sky was about to fall. "Wait, aren't we here to rescue Luo Chen? What is this about killing on the spot? I didn't encourage you. I'm not taking the blame for this." Jiang Fengming was in a panic, scratching his head, feeling utterly flustered. The situation seemed to be developing in a direction he hadn't anticipated. As he thought about it, cold sweat uncontrollably slid down his forehead. Inciting a battle between two law enforcement branches, even if Yenzhou University intervened, it might not work, because this had already involved endangering public safety and deliberately provoking a conflict. Who knows, maybe someone has long been displeased with him. If they directly jump out and put the hat of a dungeon monster gap on him, that would really be the end. However, Wu Yun seemed to have not heard him speak. His eyes were deep and his face was as cold as ice, fixated tightly on the direction of the doorway. The law enforcement personnel had already begun the battle barrier, and at this moment they could act without restraint. The Southern City and Northern River branches were completely entangled in battle. "Northern River, you've crossed the line." "Crossed the line? I'm here to catch you filthy scoundrels. An arrest warrant has already been issued from above, and none of you can escape." "Nonsense. The headquarters issued an arrest warrant. Do you think we wouldn't know? I see you just want to turn things around." "Headquarters? Ha!" The Northern River group said little. Their lethal moves came one after another, all aimed at fatal spots. It was clear they prioritized killing over capturing, emphasizing efficiency. Faced with their combat experience and ruthless strikes, the Southern City branch could only be described as scurrying like headless chickens. They were timid, focusing solely on defense, fearing that a careless mistake would lead to a fatal hit, plunging them into a near-death state. At that point, whether they lived or died would be uncertain. They hadn't spent all their savings from the past, and they didn't want to die in such a muddled way. On one side were seasoned battlefield veterans, and on the other were cowardly weaklings. Just one encounter led to a swift defeat. "Hurry! Go report to the director. The Northern River is attacking." "You wait, we will definitely let the headquarters know that you are finished." Don't hit! I surrender! I surrender!"
The Southern City branch had lost its former arrogance, retreating while still uttering provocative words. But to outsiders, it was merely a show of verbal bravado. Some even couldn't hold on and directly squatted down, hugging their heads. The Southern City Law Enforcement branch was like a bunch of clumsy chickens, lacking the pride that law enforcement personnel should have. They surrendered without hesitation, not a bit ambiguous. Even though Wu Yun was in charge of the Northern River branch, he couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. "It's simply rotten to the core," he said bitterly, his face dark and terrifying. A glimpse reveals the leopard. With such performance from the law enforcement personnel below, he could even imagine what kind of person the director of the Southern City branch was. Just as he was fuming, a team burst out from the upper law enforcement bureau's door. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a slight belly, of similar age to Wu Yun. The difference was that Wu Yun looked lean and capable, while the other was shiny with grease. Though not as bad as Zhang Fengming, he was not far off. As soon as he came out, he let out a loud roar. "Wu, are you rebelling? The Jiancheng law enforcement team is not your private army. No matter what." He opened his mouth to put a hat on at first. However, his words had no effect on Wu Yun. "Come, capture him." Without a second thought, he gave the order. Both were branch directors, in an equal relationship, yet Wu Yun dared to issue such an order. Yi Tianyu and others were also unyielding. Regardless of the branch director, they would capture him first and talk later. For them, obeying orders was their duty. If there was anything wrong, they would discuss it with Director Wu. "Rebellion! You are truly rebelling!" the director of the Southern City branch shouted angrily. Unfortunately, lacking practical combat training, he was no match for the Northern River branch personnel. After a few exchanges, he was easily subdued. Only his eyes remained glaring fiercely at Wu Yun. "Rebellion? Who is rebelling? And you dare to touch Luo Xingfeng's son? Your good days are over." Wu Yun sneered coldly, staring directly at him. If nothing unexpected happened, the approved arrest documents should have already been issued. Everything was just as he had thought. At this moment, in the Jiancheng headquarters, in the director's office, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair was on the phone, one hand vigorously wiping sweat with a handkerchief. His arm trembled slightly, completely unaware. Yes, Director, you can rest assured. The matters mentioned above will definitely be handled." "It's just that person," Director Jiang Cheng said, suddenly slapping himself. I spoke too much. No problem, I'll go personally." After hearing the other end hang up, he let out a long sigh. Bang! In a fit of anger, he slammed his palm down on the table. Instantly, the table shattered into pieces, and paper documents flew everywhere. "Is everyone in the south of the city just a bunch of good-for-nothings? Come here. Wu, I advise you to let me go quickly." Li Xiankai struggled and shouted, his face filled with rage. As the director of the South City branch, he was actually pinned down at his doorstep, unable to resist. Moreover, the other party was merely from the neighboring district, holding the same position as him. "Li Xiankai, I see you still don't understand your current situation." Wu Yun sneered as he approached, looking down at him from a height. He did not let the law enforcement personnel below him release their grip due to the other party's threats. "Do you know who you have offended? You can't afford to provoke them." Li Xiankai cursed fiercely, his breath hissing as it hit the ground. The gust of air stirred up dust around them. "Whether I can afford to provoke them, I'm not sure, but I know you're definitely finished," Wu Yun said calmly, his expression slightly cold. After saying this, he turned to look at Yi Tianyu, who was standing by. At this moment, most of the law enforcers from the South City branch had already been captured, squatting on the ground, wearing specially designed handcuffs that suppressed their abilities. This scene made the onlookers nod in approval of their actions. If it weren't for the fear of being targeted, they would probably have already joined in the fun. Rotten fruits, stinky eggs, none would be spared. "Oh dear, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble." At that moment, Zhang Fengming rushed over in a panic. With both palms raised, he clapped his hands together. Looking utterly at a loss, he glanced around, feeling as if he was about to black out. However, what had already happened. And it was set in stone, nothing could change it. Helpless, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Sigh. "I really don't know what to say. To you. You say, are we really this impulsive? Aren't we all from the Law Enforcement Bureau? Can't we just sit down and discuss it?" Zhang Fengming couldn't understand. Even if he sought help from Wu Yun, it shouldn't have escalated to such a degree. Now, the situation had spiraled out of control, clearly exceeding his ability to manage. "Fine, I accept it. But now, Luo Chen must be taken away." Seeing that Wu Yun didn't respond, Zhang Fengming could only resign himself to the situation. Since it was already a done deal, taking the blame was inevitable.
But since they were here, if they didn't manage to rescue him, it would be a huge loss. It seemed that upon hearing his words, Lee Hsien-kai, on the ground, suddenly laughed. His laughter was tinged with madness and a sense of victory. Luo-chan? It's Luo-chen again. Unfortunately, you guys are too late. He probably has already confessed. Do you think you can save him? You better weigh the consequences. Ha ha ha.
Lee Hsien-kai laughed recklessly, and even with his head down, it couldn't stop the unpleasant sound of his laughter from escaping.
At this moment,
he was likely counting down in his heart, calculating when Luo-chen would break down.
Confess? What crime? Zhang Fengming was momentarily
stunned upon hearing this, then immediately reacted. He suddenly squatted down, grabbing the collar of Lee Hsien-kai's clothes, their heads nearly touching, his anger boiling over.
What crime does he have? You're forcing a confession,
he nearly shouted, his teeth trembling. With rage, his chubby face turning bright red. Heavy breaths escaped him, his lips quivering incessantly.
What forced confession? Mind your
words, Lee Hsien-kai sneered, his face filled with smugness. It was as if at that moment he had achieved victory, and he felt much more
relaxed.
As long as he made Wu Yun and the others uncomfortable, he felt good.
Don't you want Luo-chen? I just need to pin a crime on him and
send him in, and then you all will have come here for nothing. Moreover, this time Wu Yun acted on his own to mobilize the enforcement team,
neglecting his duties.
I can only imagine what kind of situation he will face afterward. Just thinking about it makes Lee Hsien-kai feel a rush of exhilaration, a tingling sensation coursing through him, so comfortable he can hardly stand it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengming suddenly
froze.
His hands weakly fell away, feeling somewhat at a loss.
A brief moment of confusion appeared in his eyes, not understanding why he had
gone through so much trouble only to end up with nothing saved. What was it all for?
In contrast, Wu Yun appeared much calmer. He cast a
sidelong glance at Lee Hsien-kai, then turned his attention away, looking instead at Yi Tianyu and the others.
Tianyu, take 2 teams with me inside. Search every corner thoroughly,
especially those places I instructed you about. Not a single one can be missed, Wu Yun commanded coldly,
methodically organizing the enforcement team.
For some reason, after hearing his words, Lee Hsien-kai suddenly shuddered.
An ominous premonition
surged in his heart.
Not good. They are here for something else.
Lee Hsien-kai's pupils constricted, his heart racing violently.
If they
really went to search, they might indeed find something undesirable. Regardless of whether it was his or not, he certainly couldn't escape the
connection. What do you want to do?
This is the Enforcement Bureau. You have no right to search, Lee Hsien-kai shouted. Even he felt a lack of confidence in his own words, because he knew that they had already come knocking, ready to break the pot and smash it. How could they
possibly heed his threats?
Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Wu Yun merely shot him a disdainful glance. He strode forward with a commanding
presence toward the southern branch of the city. Yi Tianyu and the others moved even more swiftly. The moment they entered, they immediately split into 5 teams of 2, searching in different directions. Some items were overlooked entirely, not even given a glance, their purpose
very clear. Meanwhile, Wu Yun continued to walk step by step toward the interrogation room.
Ahead, a 2-person team was clearing the way,
so he didn't even need to check each room himself.
Report. This room is empty. Report. There's someone being interrogated here. Report.
The sound of reports was even faster than his footsteps. He hadn't even reached halfway down the corridor when the 2-person team had already searched the last few rooms.
Report. Luo-chen is here. What the hell is this?
The enforcer who had just been reporting suddenly raised his voice, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His words were filled with intense disbelief.
Upon hearing
this, Wu Yun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Whether it was out of worry or curiosity, his pace quickened significantly. Until he reached the door and looked into the room, his pupils instantly
constricted.
Wu Yun's eyes widened, his gaze darting back and forth between Luo-chen and several enforcers from the southern branch. The calm expression of Luo-chen sitting in the chair starkly contrasted
with the enforcer writhing on the ground.
There were only a few people in the room. If he said this had nothing to do with him, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death.
Did you do all this?
Knowing this was a pointless question, Wu Yun still instinctively asked. Although Luo-chen did not answer, he still drew a conclusion
from it. After confirming that Luo-chen was completely unharmed, he raised an eyebrow.
That so-called genius Qin Shoujuan, rumored to be extraordinary at Jiangcheng University, was probably nothing special. Only geniuses from top-tier universities like Jingcheng University or Yenzhou University could compare with him. No wonder he's Luo Qingfeng's son. Zhang Fengming really struck gold with this one, Wu Yun murmured, his eyes filled with envy. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Yi Tianyu shout,
"Director, we found it. The recent files from the southern branch." In the southern branch, in the hall. Wu Yun's gaze was fixed on the documents in his hand, his chest heaving violently.
Forgery.
This is blatant forgery, he roared, flinging the documents in his hand onto the nearby table. His gaze was sharp, the veins on his jaw throbbing. Laughing in anger, he picked up the file and read it again. Well, no wonder it's the Liu family. Their hands have even reached our law enforcement bureau. Wu Yun's tone turned cold, and he trembled with rage at the mention of the Liu family. A local family dared to meddle in official matters. What chilled him the most was that the four great families of Jiangcheng had all benefited from Luo Qingfeng's kindness to survive. The lamb has the grace of kneeling to suckle, and the crow knows to return the favor. Yet the Liu family, for the sake of their own face, directly attacked Luo Chen. All of this stemmed from Liu Chunfeng and his son, members of the Liu family. How could he possibly endure such behavior? Wu Yun looked at Luo Chen, who appeared relaxed, always wearing a faint smile, and it made his heart ache. What had Luo Chen experienced during this past year of disappearance? Doubts began to rise in his mind. What kind of low point had he gone through to be able to smile at everything? A smile was the most ruthless mockery of suffering. While Wu Yun was still lamenting, Luo Chen had already waved at them. Hey, law enforcement officer, can I leave now? They started fighting among themselves for the loot. But it has nothing to do with me, okay? My teachers must have been waiting for me for a long time. I have to go back. His peculiar thought process made Wu Yun raise an eyebrow. What do you mean they started fighting? There are only a few people here and it ended up like this, yet you're fine. Moreover, how did Luo Chen recognize that he and the few law enforcers inside were not on the same side? But since he had said so, he might as well do him a favor. Alright, I already know the whole story. Zhang Fengming is right outside. Wu Yun waved his hand, pointing to the outside. Following the sound, Zhang Fengming happened to walk to the door. What's going on here? He stared at the chaos in the room, momentarily stunned. Was this a private punishment or what? Why was the scene like this? Clearly, he hadn't heard any fighting just now. Panic surged in his heart as he scanned the room. When he finally saw Luo Chen, unharmed, he slowly let out a breath. Hello, Teacher Jiang. Noticing the gaze, Luo Chen immediately raised his hand to greet him. He looked so familiar and harmless, completely unrelated to having just finished a 1-against-5 battle. Anyone who didn't know would think he was on vacation. This scene made Wu Yun's mouth twitch slightly, unsure of what to say. You brat, did you do all this? Zhang Fengming's mouth fell open, pointing at the room. Clearly, he was also shocked by the wailing people before him. He had initially thought Luo Chen's performance at number 2 high school was already outrageous. They had struck gold at Yenzhou University. But now, looking at it again, they had been too conservative. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp was Jiangcheng number 2 high school? How could it compare to the achievements before him? Zhang Fengming's face was filled with joy, eager to confirm with Luo Chen immediately. Ahem. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Yun coughed heavily twice. With a stern face, he shot him a glare full of reproach. However, Zhang Fengming, who hadn't heard their previous conversation, looked completely bewildered. He rubbed his belly, confusion written all over his forehead. No, as a teacher, I just want to understand. You're not from the Law Enforcement Bureau, are you? How did you come in here without permission? Before Zhang Fengming could finish his sentence, he was forcibly interrupted by Wu Yun. His words carried a hint of deliberate distancing, as if he wanted to drive him out. Hey. No, just now. Do I need to say it a second time? I'll go out right now. Zhang Fengming wanted to argue further but was directly cut off by Wu Yun. Knowing he was in the wrong, he could only helplessly concede. There was no way around it. After all, this was the Law Enforcement Bureau's territory. An outsider, entering without permission indeed has a different nature. Come on, Luo Chen, old Goi is still waiting for us outside. Jiang Fengming waved at Luo Chen, urging him repeatedly. The matters at the academy urgently required their attention, and they couldn't afford to waste any more time. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen nodded and followed Zhang Fengming out of the interrogation room. As they passed by Wu Yun, the two suddenly exchanged a knowing glance, as if sensing something. In their eyes, there seemed to be a depth of meaning. As for what exactly it was, only they themselves would know. However, throughout the entire time, Wu Yun hadn't even told Luo Chen his identity or name, nor did he show any intention of befriending him. They were like slightly familiar strangers, nothing more. Watching Luo Chen disappear from sight, Wu Yun's fingers moved slightly as he picked up a file from the side. The Liu family, it seems they've been living too well and have forgotten their past pains. He squinted his eyes and waved at Yi Tianyu. Leaning in close, he whispered something, and the latter just nodded repeatedly, as if receiving some command. Alright, go. Yes, Director. Yi Tianyu straightened up quickly, then turned around, leading his action team out of the southern branch of the city. Stepping out of the interrogation room and seeing the law enforcers busy collecting evidence, Wu Yun took a deep breath.
Those who gather firewood for the masses must not let them freeze to death in the wind and snow. He slowly exhaled the foul air, and the middle-aged man's posture straightened slightly. Putting down the file in his hand, his gaze became incredibly resolute. Meanwhile, at the Liu family, they had no idea that their actions would bring about their own doom. A group of people was hiding inside a house, conspiring, greed and hesitation written on their faces. The leader sat at the end of a long table, appearing to be in a meditative state, lightly tapping his index finger on the armrest of the chair. Behind him, a massive monster's head had been preserved as a specimen, hanging high on the wall. With 8 eyes and 6 angles, its hair was like steel nails, glinting with a cold light. A large mouth with interlocking fangs, the tusks alone were as long as an arm. Even in death, it exuded an intimidating presence. For some timid individuals, just seeing it for the first time would be enough to scare them out of their wits. Uncle, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to act against Luo Chen? What if others find out? What's wrong with it? I think what Uncle is doing is right. Indeed, no matter how strong Luo Xingfeng was, he's just a dead man now. Can he still protect Luo Chen? If you don't take action, someone else will. The Chunfeng father and son have already tested the waters. A group of people was engaged in a heated discussion, rebutting each other's viewpoints. As they spoke, the middle-aged leader suddenly spoke up. The radiant jade pendant is the only item that drops from above the royal level. It's definitely not as simple as it seems. As long as we find a way to crack it, we can completely cultivate another Luo Qingfeng. Jiang City? It's still within our grasp. Buzz. Outside the southern branch of the city, the space suddenly rippled. The next moment, 2 figures, one fat and one thin, stepped out. The frail old man leaned on a staff, shaking his dazed head, his face pale, looking as if his mental energy was depleted. Clearly, the teleportation skill just now was his doing. On the other side, the fat man hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and then vigorously ruffled his hair, trying to keep his appearance tidy. After adjusting his law enforcement uniform, he anxiously took large strides into the southern branch of the city. Director Liang. Hello, Director Liang. Along the way, he seemed to ignore the greetings from others, merely nodding casually, his eyes scanning rapidly as if searching for something. Director, help me. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone calling for him. Looking closely, who else could it be but Li Xiankai from the southern branch? The moment he saw the other party, he felt a rush of heat to his forehead, and he was almost losing his sanity. In the excited gaze of Li Xiankai, he hurriedly took 3 steps into slap. The next moment, a loud slap echoed through the hall. The sound drew the attention of some law enforcement officers still searching, who turned to look at the scene with curiosity. After a full 4 or 5 seconds, a bright red handprint slowly appeared on Li Xiankai's face. The red tinged with purple, clearly indicating the force behind. It's Director. Li Xiankai stammered, completely afraid to speak loudly. Even though the pain was unbearable, he still didn't cry out. He couldn't understand, wasn't Liang Wenda there to save him? Why did he start with a slap? Could there be some deeper meaning? As he pondered, Li Xiankai quickly found a reasonable explanation for himself. A feigned act of weakness. Yes, it must be a strategy of retreating to advance. Director. I understand. Li Xiankai nodded, secretly closing his eyes. His expression seemed to say to others, I am ready, you can hit me as hard as you want. This strange behavior made everyone show a teasing expression. TSK, I didn't expect Li Xiankai had this hobby. You can't say, but really, with that round face and bushy beard, it does have a certain charm. Oh, it's really creepy. The law enforcement officers whispered to each other, casting disgusted glances at Li Xiankai. It was as if they had confirmed some terrible truth in their exchange. Seeing this scene, Liang Wenda, already furious, felt darkness cloud his vision. As a law enforcement officer in a high position, it was the first time he had such murderous thoughts. You understand? What the hell do you understand? If you understood, would you still be pinned here? I have 5 branches under me, hundreds of people, big and small, and I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. If I say you're a pig, I'd be afraid of insulting pigs. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his demeanor. He directly opened his mouth to give Li Xiankai a scathing reprimand, splattering him with insults. After that, he seemed to feel it wasn't enough to vent his anger. He slowly crouched down and slapped Li Xiankai's cheek hard. Li Xiankai, should I say you have no brains? Or should I say you have guts? Why did you catch someone else and specifically go after Luo Chen? Tell me, who allowed you to do this? Do you have any summons or arrest warrants to bring someone here? The continuous questions made Li Xiankai unable to lift his head. With his face down, he wished there was a crack to hide in. At that moment, he finally understood the seriousness of the situation. If someone could make the The director come personally and name names. If this matter wasn't serious, he wouldn't believe it even if he died.
The director can't be, I know. He's just an orphan.
Li Xiankai stubbornly argued, trying to salvage something. As for Luo Chen, he really hadn't taken the time to understand, only
hearing rumors from others. An orphan? Yes, indeed. Liang Wenda sneered, uttering a remark.
This statement undoubtedly reignited the dying heart
of Li Xiankai.
But before he could feel happy for long, he saw Liang Wenda turn his head, looking at him with a deep gaze. His lips slightly parted. He slowly said,
"There aren't many people with the surname Luo in Jiangcheng. His father's name is Luo Qingfeng. Do you think he's an orphan?" Liang Wenda's rhetorical question sounded calm.
But when it fell into Li Xiankai's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Anyone of status in Jiangcheng probably
knew the name Luo Qingfeng. They might not care about Luo Chen's life or death, but they absolutely couldn't deliberately persecute him. If no one
knew, that would be one thing, but now even the director of the headquarters was alarmed, clearly indicating someone had taken action. This meant he had already committed a grave taboo.
"Director, I know I was wrong."
Li Xiankai trembled violently, pleading desperately.
Tears streamed down his face,
making those who heard it feel sorrowful and listeners weep. If he weren't being held down, he would probably be crying and clinging to Liang Wenda's
leg by now.
Unfortunately, in the face of such lamentation, Liang Wenda only smiled coldly.
"You know you were wrong? You don't just know you were wrong, you only know you're about to die."
Liang Wendao spoke incisively, directly exposing the other party's lies.
For someone so rotten to the core, it was easier for him to believe that an S-level talent could be found everywhere.
Liang Wendao's words seemed to be the last straw that broke
the camel's back.
A chilling wave swept over Li Xiankai's entire being.
Fine. You forced me."
Li Xiankai suddenly yanked his arm, violently, catching the law enforcement team off guard. In the brief moment his right hand was freed, he swiftly pulled out a vial of potion from his backpack. Without a second thought, he downed it in one go.
Gulu gulu.
In less than a breath, he had finished it all.
Bang! After drinking the
potion, Li Xiankai's strength surged. With a sudden effort, he flipped up from the ground.
The two law enforcement officers responsible for restraining
him were thrown aside with just one glance.
Boom! Boom!
With two muffled thuds, the two were slammed against the wall. Their health points dropped,
losing a third in an instant.
The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Due to insufficient restraints, they hadn't put handcuffs on him, and unexpectedly, an accident occurred at a critical moment.
"Li Xiankai, what do you want to do?" Liang Wendao shouted coldly, his eyes nearly bursting with rage.
He didn't know what potion Li Xiankai had consumed, but from the evil aura emanating from him, it was easy to deduce it was nothing.
"Good. What do I want to do?"
Li Xiankai's face twisted in a grimace, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes.
"Didn't you say I couldn't touch Luo Chen? Today, I'll show you." With that, the aura of a level 49 suddenly exploded.
A fierce wind whipped through the hall, carrying a faint stench.
The momentum was so overwhelming that even Liang Wendao could only evade its edge. "Impossible. I'm level 52, yet I can't withstand this aura." Liang
Wendao looked at Li Xiankai, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. Facing the other party, he felt as if he were a mayfly shaking a tree.
Sniff. Sniff.
Li Xiankai vigorously twitched his nose, as if trying to catch the scent in the air. His eyes gradually turned a shade of crimson, and he
was completely unaware.
Suddenly, he froze, turning his head to fixate on a direction, a sinister smile spreading across his face.
"Found you." Everyone followed Li Xiankai's gaze and saw Luo Chen and his companions walking out of the corridor. This aura." Luo Chen frowned slightly, glancing back at the intimidating gaze. A face that was neither human nor ghost instantly came into view. Not just him, but everyone else was equally shocked. In just a moment, Li Xiankai's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Below his eyes, two slits had opened up, one on the left and one on the right, resembling a pair of tightly shut eyes. His skull seemed to be pulled and twisted by an invisible force, and a pair of horns suddenly sprouted.
His body hair grew wildly, instantly resembling a wild man.
Luo Qingfeng.
Li Xiankai bared a row of sharp teeth, uttering a
name that left everyone momentarily stunned.
Except for a few high-ranking individuals in Zhang Fengming who had specifically learned about it, the others were somewhat confused.
Luo Qingfeng? Wasn't that the name of the guardian of Zhang City? Why did he call out Luo Qingfeng's name upon seeing Luo Chen? Could there be some connection? Or had Li Xiankai drunk the potion and lost his mind?
Everyone was puzzled, but Gui Juanjia and the others knew
all too well. Not good, he's coming for Luo Chen.
Zhang Fengming's expression darkened, feeling an immense pressure bearing down on him.
It felt as if the fat on his body was being squeezed into a different shape. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? Everything was just someone else's scheme. Suddenly, the monstrous-looking Li Xiankai twitched violently. His bloodshot eyes regained a moment of clarity. Help me! His words carried a hint of pleading. He extended his arm forward, his eyes filled with hope. A bizarre scene made everyone furrow their brows, yet no one stepped forward. They were not very familiar with Li Xiankai, and the law enforcement team from the South City branch had already been completely subdued. However, from their averted gazes, one could roughly guess that even if they were released, they would probably act as if they hadn't seen anything. Suddenly, Li Xiankai yanked his hand back, cradling his head as if enduring immense pain. His mouth slightly opened, saliva uncontrollably dripping down. Roar! Li Xiankai suddenly let out a roar, a terrifying aura spreading outwards. Liang Wenda, who was closest, nearly found it hard to breathe. The ground beneath his feet had cracked open, as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on his head, forcing him downwards. Old Jiang, what's happening? Why is there the aura of a dungeon monster? Hearing the commotion and sensing the ominous presence, Wu Yun rushed out of the room. As soon as he stepped outside, a sinister wind slapped against his face, making it hard for him to open his eyes. Wu Yun braved the wind and approached, barely managing to crack his eyes open a slit. The moment he saw what was in front of him, his pupils suddenly constricted. That's Li Xiankai? He found it hard to believe, staring blankly at the scene before him. But the reality was right in front of him, leaving no room for doubt. As the fierce wind subsided, Li Xiankai had completely lost his human form, resembling a long-haired monster. Crouched on the ground, his muscles bulged, standing at least 2 meters tall. Each hair stood like steel needles, glinting with a cold light. Dual pupil demon general level. 50 quality, monarch level health, 40,000/40,000 constitution, 4,000 strength, 5,000 magic power, 100 defense, 2,000 agility, 1,000 this. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at the monster before them, their faces filled with disbelief. What kind of potion was that? Just a single bottle turned someone from a level 45 awakener into a level 50 monarch level monster. Luo Chen was equally shaken. His gaze sharpened as he scanned the opponent's stats. These attributes, he murmured. With 4 summoned creatures, he was acutely aware of the terror involved. Excluding skills, it had completely surpassed the same. Monarch level Evil Eye Bull Demon, almost rivaling the magic hand. Especially in such a confined environment, the opponent undoubtedly held a massive advantage. Ranged mages and archers would find it hard to exert their power. As for the remaining melee fighters, there were likely very few who could pose a threat. It could be said that without summoning the magic hand, Luo Chen had no confidence in taking down the opponent. But once he summoned the magic hand, the people from the North River branch would definitely recognize him. At that point, he would truly become a public figure. Luo Chen clenched his fists, suddenly caught in a dilemma. Whoosh! Before he could think further, Liang Wenda, who was closest, had already charged forward. He swung his arms back, assuming a stance as if gripping a staff. In the next moment, a giant axe rapidly formed, exuding a heavy aura, and swung straight at the demonized Li Xiankai. The attack came from above, like a mountain being split. Suddenly, the dual pupil demon general abruptly lifted its head, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, making everyone's ears itch. To their astonishment, a steel claw firmly caught the axe. The dual pupil demon general's smile was sinister, its mouth curling up. Its arm trembled slightly as the steel claw gradually closed into a fist. Under Liang Wenda's shocked gaze, the giant axe began to deform. Not good. He was startled and hurriedly tried to retract it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the axe back out. Crack! Crack! In the next second, a crisp shattering sound echoed. The metallic axe blade shattered and flew everywhere, grazing his cheek. A line of blood trickled down from the wound. Liang Wenda's pupils shook as his gaze followed the axe blade. A level 50 C-grade equipment was crushed just like that. However, before he could regain his senses, a massive fist had already enlarged in his line of sight. Boom! Liang Wenda felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his whole body was sent flying by an immense force. Under this power, he couldn't even put up a fight. He was directly smashed into the wall, leaving a large imprint. Director Liang! Wu Yun shouted loudly. Seeing Liang Wenda's miserable state, he didn't rush forward recklessly. Brothers! From the Beijiang branch, he first shouted to awaken the dazed crowd before turning his gaze back to the dual pupil demon general. Get ready to fight! Upon hearing this, everyone immediately gathered with their respective teams. Before the enemy could react, they had already formed several squads. However, the dual pupil demon general seemed completely unafraid, its mouth full of sharp teeth grinning wide. Everyone will die, it said slowly, its tone filled with disdain. It was as if it wasn't making a provocative statement, but merely stating a fact. Bang! As soon as the words fell, it suddenly charged forward. The floor was instantly crushed into a large pit under its force.
With its palm wide open, it lunged fiercely at Wu Yun. Its target was clear, as the commander of this group, capturing Wu Yun first would make everything much simpler. The speed was so fast that even Wu Yun was caught off guard. As it seemed certain to succeed, the grin on the dual-pupil demon general's face grew increasingly sinister, and the distance between them continued to close. At that moment, a cold snort unexpectedly came from the front. In the next instant, it felt its claw being tightly gripped by someone. "Humph, who do you think you are?" A tremendous force surged, almost crushing its claw. The already dark face of the dual-pupil demon general turned an even deeper shade of liver color. "Who are you?" it snarled through its sharp teeth, asking coldly. Looking at the figure with bronze skin, a hint of fear appeared on the dual-pupil demon general's face. Among the group, a human so powerful had infiltrated, and it had never noticed. Wu Yun looked at the claw that was so close, also showing a shocked expression. Turning his head, he realized that the person in front of him was actually a familiar face. It was Gui Juinjia, who, like Zhang Fengming, came from Yenzhou University. "It's you!" Wu Yun never expected that this burly man, who had been silent since their first meeting, would possess such formidable strength. Just a single encounter was enough to easily subdue the dual-pupil demon general. In response to their questions, Gui Juinjia remained silent, only continuing to exert force with his hands. Crack, crack. The crisp sound suggested that something was about to give way, ready to break at any moment. The dual-pupil demon general showed signs of pain, its claws flailing uncontrollably. Let go of me, damn it, it roared viciously. The other claw was not slow either, already reaching for Gui Juinjia's forehead. With immense force, it seemed that if it grasped tightly, it could easily crack his skull. Unfortunately, just as it moved, Gui Juinjia had already punched it squarely on the forehead, and it could only watch helplessly as the fist approached, unable to evade. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the plain punch seemed to have been enhanced with special effects. At the moment it struck the dual-pupil demon general's head, it instantly created a ripple that penetrated through the force, blasted out, leaving a fist imprint on the wall. So strong. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, generously expressing his admiration. This casual punch was already enough to show that it was far superior to the magic hand. Just this level of power was not something anyone could easily achieve. This is what a level 60 awakened one is like, where talent and first-turn skills merge to form a brand new characteristic. Old Gua, who was once a AA grade awakened one, reached a whole new height after his breakthrough, Zhang Fengming said while revealing an envious expression. Now, nearing 50, his level was still stuck in the 40s, and it seemed unlikely he would ever break through to level 60 in this lifetime. Seeing Gui Juinjia make his move, he effortlessly controlled the dual-eyed demon general with an irresistible force. The gap in strength between the two was like a chasm, instilling fear in onlookers. Specialty? Luo Chen was slightly taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing outside of magic. No wonder, just standing there, Gui Juinjia gave off a different vibe. Wu Yun moved at the mention but had no intention of stopping to chat. As an enforcer, he felt obligated to take responsibility for the unexpected situation on his home turf. Everyone, listen to my command. Control. Seeing the dual-eyed demon general caught and unable to escape, Wu Yun considered the proximity of the two and realized that acting recklessly could lead to collateral damage. He decisively issued the control order. Water binding technique. Thorn entanglement. Vine binding. Different. Colored lights flared up and chains of control suddenly shot out. Howling, they crossed the spatial distance and wrapped around the dual-eyed demon general. In an instant, the fierce demon was bound 3 times inside and out. Ah! It roared in anger, its muscles bulging. Unfortunately, under the numerous controls, its level and lord-level attributes seemed insufficient. No matter how it struggled or howled, it could not shake off the chains of control. Diamond Fist. Gui Juinjia took a deep breath, and a golden light seemed to flash in his eyes. The next moment, a fist, the size of a sandbag, enveloped in rich golden light, smashed toward the dual-eyed demon general. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in the air. As Gui Juinjia's attack arrived in an instant, the golden light burst forth, stinging the eyes. In the terrified gaze of the dual-eyed demon general, the fist struck its chest and then continued to penetrate through. Put! Everyone only heard a faint sound of flesh being pierced. As the light dissipated, Gui Juinjia's fist had already pierced through the demon's chest. Its fur and tough skin offered no resistance whatsoever. As a result, everyone felt that the demon was quite weak. But just thinking about how the director of the General Bureau, Liang Wenda, had been sent flying with a single palm made them reconsider. This. Wu Yun stared blankly at Gui Juinjia, then seemed to recall something. He turned back to glare at Luo Chen, his face filled with confusion. Old Jiang, so you anticipated that Luo Chen was extraordinary and called him over? Wu Yun couldn't help but ask. According to past procedures, usually only one teacher was needed for recruitment. Now, Yen Prefecture University had actually dispatched two, one of whom was a level 60-second transformation powerhouse. If there was no connection between the two, he would never believe it. Such a strong individual placed on the side of Jiangcheng University would be treated like royalty. Yen Prefecture University couldn't possibly just wave their hand and send him out casually. Thinking this, Zhang Fengming scratched his head in embarrassment. It just so happened. Old Guo finished his task nearby, so I just coaxed him over. Otherwise, do you think I, a recruitment office teacher, have the qualifications to use the infernal demon Forbidden Land as a condition? Zhang Fengming said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world, his left foot stepping on his right in a coaxing manner, leaving everyone stunned. Although it sounded quite shameful to the listeners, he felt no embarrassment at all. To him, it seemed like the most normal thing. Impressive. Yen Prefecture University really drew the short straw with you. Wu Yun's mouth twitched slightly as he silently gave a thumbs up. It was hard to tell whether the statement was a compliment or a jab at him. As for Yi Tianyu and the other enforcers, they were left in darkness. Having only ever focused on completing their tasks, they had never encountered such a bold maneuver. For a moment, they felt as if the world had turned so dark. Zhang Fengming, seeing the reactions of the crowd, could only smile awkwardly and wave his hand. At least I'm not at a loss, and neither is Luo Chen, right? That's a level 60 infernal demon Forbidden Land, and to this day, no one has cleared it, which means there are still plenty of good things inside. The most important thing is, if you don't want the quota, you can exchange it for an equally valuable reward. As he spoke, Zhang Fengming tried to put it in a positive light. As for why no one had conquered it yet, he didn't mention a word, fearing it would scare Luo Chen away. Fortunately, it wasn't a forced quota. If one didn't want it, they could trade it for something else. However, Luo Chen wouldn't give up this good opportunity, as he was originally aiming for the infernal demon Forbidden Land. If he exchanged it, there would be no need for him to go to Yenzhou University. On the other side, the battle between Guizhuinjia and the dual pupil demon general had reached its climax. Boom! With the final punch, the demon general's health bar was emptied. Covered in blood, Guizhuinjia slowly stood up, a faint golden light radiating from him as he expressionlessly looked down at the demon general. He then turned to Luo Chen. With a flick of his wrist, a black object arced through the air. Reacting quickly, Luo Chen reached out and caught it. Before he could get a good look, Wei Juinjia's voice came through. Just dropped, consider it a gift for our meeting. Wei Juinjia's words stirred up a wave of excitement. An item dropped by a monarch-level demon general just given away like that? To be treated as a meeting gift, it must be of high quality. Moreover, he was a level 60 awakened, so the item he could present was undoubtedly impressive. This is... Luo Chen opened his palm, revealing a quietly resting object. A fist-sized orb, within which seemed to swirl black mist. Glimmering pearl quality, glimmering, absorbs glimmering items. To strengthen itself, glimmering pearls can devour each other. Active, deals 20 times damage based on glimmering layers. Each use will definitely consume half of the glimmering layers. 100, a growth type item. Luo Chen examined the glimmering pearl in surprise, feeling a wave of astonishment. He had seen many items, but this was the first time he encountered a growth type item starting with 2000 damage. Although the damage wasn't very high, less than half of a level 40 awaken's health, its potential for growth was undeniable. If he nurtured this item, could he target a hapless foe in a team battle or even take down a boss in an instant? Most importantly, the forms of evolution materials were not singular. As long as he could find glimmering attribute items or other glimmering pearls, it would suffice. However, the downside was also evident. Using the active skill would consume layers. The higher the layers, the more painful it was to use. But for Luo Chen, who often hoarded items, this was hardly a concern. He could just store it and nurture the layers. When the time came to use it, he wouldn't feel too bad about it. Thank you, Teacher Guo. Luo Chen tightened his grip on the glimmering pearl, expressing his gratitude. In response, Wu Juinjia merely waved his hand, casually, seemingly indifferent to the item. Teacher Guo, you are the 8-armed Vajra of Yenzhou University, Wu Juinjia? Wu Yun excitedly stepped forward, sizing him up from head to toe. He looked as if he had seen a crush and was utterly infatuated. No wonder you came here. Wu Yun suddenly realized, then seemed to think of something and abruptly shut his mouth. The others looked on, scratching their heads, wishing they could go up and give him a good beating. Aside from the indifferent Luo Chen and Zhang Fengming, who already knew the situation, only Yi Tianyu remained curious. He quickly scanned the hall and his gaze landed on a certain spot. There, it seemed, a figure was still lying down. Director, do you want a promotion? Yi Tianyu suddenly asked. Ha? What? Want a promotion? Wu Yun was taken aback by the sudden question. It took him several moments to realize what strange thing Yi Tianyu was saying. He had a position and there were superiors above him, regardless of whether the thought was true or false, or if it had ever existed, how would others perceive it when said out loud? At that moment, Luo Chen and Zhang Fengming were looking at him with strange expressions. Their teasing looks made him feel uneasy. Wu Yun frowned and shot Yi Tianyu a fierce glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you still not know who I am? Then take a look at Director Liang, he seems a bit dead, Yi Tianyu said, pointing at the figure on the ground. Deeply buried in the pile of documents, it was hard to see at first glance. Wu Yun was taken aback, his mind struggling to process. What was that thing? It seemed a bit familiar. A brief silence filled the air, pausing for 2 seconds. Damn! Priest, hurry! Up and heal! Wu Yun, regaining his senses, shouted urgently. Hearing the command, the enforcement team quickly applied the healing, bringing Liang Wenda's health back up. Seeing Liang Wenda in a safe state, Wu Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, he turned his head and scolded Yi Tianyu with irritation. You bastard, why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't ask either. I thought you were pretending not to see. Yi Tianyu also felt wronged, his heart heavy with frustration. The battle had ended a while ago and the director's focus had been elsewhere. As a mere squad leader, he couldn't say much. Listening to Yi Tianyu's explanation, Wu Yun felt speechless but couldn't say anything. It seemed the other party had no faults in what they said and he found himself unable to refute it at all. After a brief quarrel, Wu Yun's expression turned serious again. His gaze shifted to Li Xiankai's corpse, his brows furrowing. This matter is unusual, it even involves the demon race from the instance, Wu Yun said, then paused, looking at Luo Chen and the others. You all continue, I have some important matters to attend to. After saying this, he led Yi Tianyu and the others away quickly, gathering the scattered documents on the ground. Each one was picked up with extreme care, fearing that one might be overlooked. If it had been before, the problem might not have been significant, but now the situation was different. The king-level boss that appeared on the rainy night might have just been a sign, perhaps to remind himself and the others. But now, with the demon race from the instance appearing, the nature of the situation had become quite serious. Every piece of information could be evidence of Li Xiankai colluding with the demon race. Similarly, it was key to finding the person behind it all. Alright, you all look for it first and let me know if there are any developments. Zhang Fengming nodded slowly and said. Logically, Wu Yun had the right to refuse. However, the fact that the dual-eyed demon general called out Luo Qingfeng's name clearly indicated a premeditated targeting. Okay, let me know if anything comes up, Wu Yun said without raising his head, directing the enforcement team to continue cleaning up the scene. At this moment, at the Lu family, bang! A loud explosion sounded and the long table shattered instantly. In the hall, the Lu family members fell silent. Each one dared not breathe, fearfully looking at the middle-aged man at the front, Lu Chentian, the head of the Lu family. Useless. All of you are useless. Lu Chunfeng is useless and so is Li Xiankai. One after another, you can't even handle a small matter. Lu Chentian's face was filled with rage, his eyes cold and fierce. Under the shadow of a giant beast's head, he resembled a ferocious creature ready to devour. The six-sided, eight-eyed beast head seemed to overlap with him. Head of the family, this we didn't expect. Didn't expect. What else do you think you can expect? Lu Chuntian's fingers trembled with anger, wishing he could drag everyone below to feed the fish. The one who had just mustered the courage to speak now buried his head even lower. Demon blood. You wasted a bottle of demon general level demon blood. Do you think this stuff is easy to come by? Lu Chunfeng roared, cursing everyone until they were drenched in shame. Just thinking about the demon blood going to waste made his heart twitch, a feeling of heartache rapidly spreading. Contact the people in Yenzhou and keep a close watch on Luo Chen's movements. Even if it costs lives, we must drag him down with us, Lu Chentian said, his eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of killing intent flashing in his gaze. The teleportation tower loomed high and 3 figures emerged from it. Is this Yenzhou? Luo Chen looked around, observing this city that was completely different from Jiang City. Jiang City, nestled by mountains and rivers, primarily featured pavilions and towers, with buildings mostly in shades of blue. In contrast, Yan Prefecture was a sight of scorched earth as far as the eye could see. The buildings by the roadside were mainly sturdy earthen houses, with windows set quite deep. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. The hot wind made the air particularly stifling, leaving a dry sensation on the skin that was quite uncomfortable. Hee, are you dumbfounded? Zhang Fengming chuckled mischievously, leaning his head close to Luo Chen, looking as if someone had fallen into his trap. However, before he could say the next sentence, he was ruthlessly interrupted. The desolation is only temporary. There are protective shields in the city and at Yan Prefecture University.
Wei Juanjia stepped forward and said slowly. As he passed by Zhang Fengming, he shot him a fierce glare, seemingly blaming him for his behavior. Yet, his glare had no effect at all. Zhang Fengming merely shrugged helplessly, then resumed his nonchalant demeanor, even appearing a bit disrespectful. Luo Chen nodded upon hearing this, finally understanding the situation. If Yin Prefecture were entirely like this, then Yin Prefecture University could not possibly be a top-tier institution. A large group of students living in a place filled with yellow sand felt somewhat incongruous. Before he could pull his gaze away from the environment, he heard a whisper beside him. Let's go. I'll take you to Yin Prefecture University to have a look. As soon as the words fell, Luochen saw a phantom light up. 4 pairs of arms arranged themselves in an orderly fashion, glaring fiercely, all enveloped in golden light. The phantom flashed by in an instant, and the next moment, Luochen felt a force pulling at him. He couldn't tell how long it had been, perhaps a few seconds, or maybe a minute. When he could see clearly again, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. The low buildings he had seen earlier were nowhere to be found, replaced by towering pavilions. A steady stream of people came and went, many of whom were young and full of vigor, in stark contrast to his age. As they passed by Guijuanjia and the others, everyone greeted them with utmost respect, while also casting curious glances at Luo Chen. This was because Zhang Fengming and the others knew that the teachers from the admissions office were essentially the barometers of every university, known to all. Moreover, when a teacher from the admissions office took action, the significance was self-evident. However, today was somewhat unusual, as not only were there students present, but Guijuanjia had also come along. With so many factors at play, they were even more curious about Luo Chen's identity. What kind of genius could attract the attention of the 8-armed Vajra while being admitted through special consideration? Since we're already at the school, old Jiang, you can take Luo Chen to register. Yeah, you go ahead. After all, this matter is quite significant. Zhang Fengming nodded in response. The seriousness on his face was evident as he spoke. If it weren't for this sudden incident, they would have probably arrived at Yin Prefecture University long ago. Thinking of this, Zhang Fengming couldn't help but curse the Southern District Bureau several times. After venting his frustrations, he didn't forget the main business. About half an hour later, at the entrance of Yin Prefecture University, alright, here's your student ID and school badge, both have backups. Zhang Fengming stuffed a small booklet and the badge into Luo Chen's hands, smiling as he spoke. Without waiting for Luo Chen to say anything, he continued on his own. Next, someone will take you to register in your class. Strange, it should be time for them to arrive. Zhang Fengming rubbed his stomach and raised his hand to check his communicator. The message reply confirmed that the other party had indeed received the information. Just as he was pondering, a large ball of flesh suddenly appeared not far away. Thud thud thud. With each step, it felt as if the ground was trembling. The greenery by the roadside seemed unable to bear the weight, with leaves falling in a flurry. Goodness! Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing back at Zhang Fengming, that figure, and the way of running. It couldn't help but make him wonder if Zhang Fengming had used some kind of clone skill. As the other party drew closer, the heavy sound of breathing followed. Huff, huff, caught up. The chubby boy gasped for breath, looking as if he was about to collapse. His awkward appearance made Zhang Fengming furious. After giving him a fierce glare, he turned to Luo Chen with a somewhat flattering smile. Luo Chen, next, let Pang Xin take you to report to the class. Hello, Brother Hua, I'm Pang Xin. The chubby boy greeted him with familiarity, showing no shyness at all. However, at that moment, Luo Chen's focus was not on this. Instead, he wore a strange expression, constantly shifting his gaze between Zhang Fengming and Pang Xin. After confirming several times, he proved to himself that he wasn't seeing things. It was one thing for their appearances to be somewhat similar, but their body shapes were practically identical. Pang Xin? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the chubby boy again. His eyes were filled with suspicion, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Hey, what kind of look is that? What are you thinking? This is my nephew. Seemingly noticing Luo Chen's odd behavior, Zhang Fengming shot him a glare in return. From the other party's reaction, it was clear that this wasn't the first time he had been mistaken. No, I actually thought of that too. Luo Chen withdrew his gaze and said nonchalantly, his heart not racing at all. It was hard to tell if he was being truthful or just making things up, but Zhang Fengming didn't believe his nonsense at all. Indeed, nephews resemble uncles, this saying does not deceive me. In the end, perhaps. Feeling that his explanation was a bit weak, Luo Chen added another comment. After saying this, he even nodded, putting on a look of agreement. However, what he received in return was Zhang Fengming's eye roll. Ahem. Luo Chen cleared his throat twice to cover up his embarrassment. then turned to Pang Xin. So, Pang Xin, could you please take me to the class? Upon hearing this, Pang Xin immediately nodded excitedly, clearly thrilled. It seemed he hadn't even noticed Luo Chen's earlier behavior. He exuded a special vibe from the inside out, especially in those eyes, which held a clarity and foolishness unique to college students. Sure, Brother Hua, you can just call me Sanjin like everyone else. Pang Xin patted his chest, assuring him, for a sophomore like him, this little matter was completely no problem. Sanjin? Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly, his expression a bit strange. Everything was fine, but unfortunately his last name was Pang, which sounded a bit odd. However, he thought about it but didn't actually say it out loud to avoid another awkward situation like before. Then, Sanjin, thank you. No trouble at all. It's my duty. Pang Xin waved his hand, showing no signs of impatience, and dutifully walked ahead to lead the way.
Meanwhile, the news of Luo Chen being accepted as a special recruit for the sophomore year had quietly spread within Yenzhou University. Have you heard? Teacher Jiang brought back a special recruit from Jiang City. TCH. I knew that already. The one called Shadow has been making waves for a while. No, it's not that. Shadow, it's someone named Luo Chen. In the classroom, a group of people whispered among themselves. Unlike the conventional university before the game descended into reality, the awakened university was divided into combat, support, life skills, and strategy departments. Each department had its strengths, and the employment directions after graduation varied. Among them, the life skills department had the most branches, while the strategy department had the fewest students. However, in reality, regardless of the university, apart from a handful of special colleges, the focus was primarily on the combat and support departments. After all, the ultimate goal for all awakened individuals was to enter dungeons to obtain more rewards. The combat department, Elite Class 2, held a status similar to the top class at Jiang City University. However, such classes at Yenzhou University existed in triplicate for each grade. If you include the regular class, there must be at least a few thousand people. By the way, what kind of strength does that special admit named Luo Chen have? I don't know, but it can't be too bad. At least he must have the strength of an elite class to be admitted through special circumstances. That said, he's just a wild card. Compared to us, he's probably still far behind. A group of people discussed without restraint, and as the conversation deepened, they suddenly burst into laughter. Their words were laced with blatant disdain. Suddenly, in the corner of the classroom, a girl with long black hair withdrew her gaze from the window, her eyes filled with indifference as she glanced over the crowd of gossipers. Do you all enjoy talking about others behind their backs? Her soft voice pierced through the air like a steel needle, direct and powerful, entering everyone's ears. In an instant, the few who had been discussing the most heatedly turned pale, glaring at the girl. Xiaoyingyao, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Exactly, if we don't show the newcomers some color, they'll be writing on our necks tomorrow. Dare to interfere, and be careful not to get taken down with them. The few of them spoke harshly, showing no courtesy simply because she was a girl. In this era where strength speaks, power is the ultimate truth. However, Xiaoyingyao didn't seem to be an ordinary person either. She spoke in a detached tone, coldly glancing at the few of them. Is that so? Then show us what you've got. As Xiaoyingyao spoke, a powerful aura surged towards the boys. It was as swift as a cheetah darting through the night. Some onlookers quickly fell silent, fearing they might attract trouble. Boom! The aura suddenly descended. The unfortunate soul caught off guard was directly forced to kneel on one knee. Crack! The laid tiles shattered upon impact, and pain flashed across the faces of the boys. They gritted their teeth, struggling to believe what had just happened. How is that possible? When did you reach level 35? The leading student was in shock, even doubting his own perception. As the class monitor, he had been stuck at level 32 for half a month. He had thought he was quite impressive, the only one in the class at level 32, feeling superior. When talking to others, he would often boast about himself. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyingyao, who had the same talent as him, had quietly reached level 35. She was a full 3 levels ahead, and the gap in strength had suddenly widened. Now, he had become a true clown. So, do you want to compete again? Xiaoyingyao asked lightly, her words devoid of much emotion. That casual remark was undoubtedly a contempt for their strength. Class monitor Suchi clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing slightly. But the next second, he suddenly smiled and shook his head. Xiaoyingyao, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. This time, I lost. Saying this, he slowly stood up from the ground and returned to his seat. Throughout the entire exchange, he hadn't uttered a single harsh word to Xiaoyingyao. His strange behavior left everyone puzzled. What they didn't notice was that the moment Suchi sat down, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curled into a cold smile. Seeing this, the crowd
couldn't help but start praising him. Look, this is the class monitor's magnanimity.
Although he lost face this time, he doesn't care to hold a
grudge. No comparison, no harm.
Don't be fooled by Xiaoyingyao's level 35. She might not have anything good up her sleeve.
I think so too.
If she dares to hide this today, she'll dare to backstab others tomorrow. I think anyone teaming up with her should be cautious.
She probably
got close to that guy from class 1, which is why she leveled up so fast. Various slanderous remarks arose, all baseless speculations.
As
they spoke, many people instinctively distanced themselves from Xiaoyingyao, as if afraid that one wrong move would provoke her to harm the classmates
present.
However, regardless of their behavior, it seemed there was an underlying sense of rejection, but Xiaoyingyao merely closed her eyes slightly, completely ignoring the faces of these people. She didn't care about isolation or not teaming up with her for dungeons at all.
Since her
awakening, she had always been doing dungeons on her own. In her view, many teammates were only proactive when things were going smoothly, but became flustered when faced with difficulties. When nothing was happening, they could even be startled by some dungeon creatures, screaming in shock. Not only were they unhelpful, but they also disturbed her with their noise, truly more of a hindrance than a help. Therefore, to her, teammates were just dead weight, incapable of doing anything right. It was better to cut ties with such people quickly, at least she wouldn't be bothered by
incompetence.
Tap, tap, tap. Just as she was thinking this, the crisp sound of footsteps came from outside the door. The next moment, she saw a bald middle-aged man leading a handsome young man inside. The young man had short, tousled hair, looking clean and sharp.
Behind them followed a panting Pang Xin. Oh, Pang Xin is actually following this newcomer?
Xiaoyingyao's beautiful eyelashes fluttered, revealing a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Although Pang Xin was not strong and his looks were mediocre, it was hard to believe he would be so unfortunate as to follow a newcomer. After all, Zhang Fengming was his uncle. As long as he didn't cause trouble, there wouldn't be many people who would pick on him.
With that connection, Pang Xin didn't need to engage in much social interaction.
Not to mention, like now, trailing behind someone like a little brother. While she was pondering, the teacher on stage had already opened his thick lips and slowly said, "Let me introduce everyone, this is the special
recruit from Jiang City, Luo Chen. Luo Chen, say hello to everyone."
After saying this, he stepped aside slightly, leaving the opportunity for Luo
Chen to present himself.
After a brief introduction, the teacher continued, "Now, find a seat and sit down. Class is about to start, and I hope
you can keep up with our lessons. Teacher, sit next to me. I can teach Hua Gu." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Pang Xin eagerly raised his hand, looking like he was saying, pick me, pick me." Unfortunately, the teacher gave him a doubtful glance before decisively shifting his gaze away. He quickly scanned the classroom and landed on the only 2 empty seats. "Pang Xin, you want to take up 2 seats by yourself. Luo Chen should go sit with Ying Yao." Hearing the teacher's words, Luo Chen followed his gaze towards the corner.
There sat a girl dressed in black, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. She exuded an aura that seemed to repel strangers. It was unclear whether she hadn't heard or simply didn't want to acknowledge Luo Chen, as her gaze never left the window. In response, Luo Chen could only shrug helplessly. Amidst the varied gazes of the crowd, he slowly walked towards the seat. "It's all your fault that I can't hold my head up in class." Class monitor Su Chi had a sullen face,
his eyes following Luo Chen.
He had just suffered a loss at Xiaoyingyao's hands, but due to her level, he didn't dare to vent his anger on her. So, he could only blame everything on Luo Chen. After all, it was because of the discussions about him that this happened. He should bear some responsibility. Thinking this, Su Chi narrowed his eyes. He glanced over and exchanged a knowing look with one of his companions. Immediately, the other understood and made a gesture of acknowledgement. At that moment, Luo Chen had no idea that he was being inexplicably resented. As he walked down the narrow aisle, suddenly a foot stretched out, blocking his path. A faint gray light flashed, and one foot turned to stone, incredibly hard. The movement was very discreet, completely unnoticed from the teacher's perspective. Even Luo Chen, if he didn't look closely, would find it hard to detect. But who was he? How could he be tripped up by such a clumsy trick? He paused, turning to look at the other person. He saw that the male classmate still wore a nonchalant expression, looking left and right, pretending to know nothing. This whole act made him laugh in anger. "Did you just want to give yourself a show of strength upon arrival? If that's the case, then don't blame me." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, secretly steeling himself. As he passed by the other party, he almost tripped but suddenly exerted force with his foot. Crack! Ah! The crisp sound of shattering was accompanied by a scream that resembled a pig being slaughtered. Ma Dafu clutched his foot, rolling on the ground in pain. His face turned a deep shade of purple, cold sweat streaming down. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone, leaving them momentarily stunned. Even Xia Yingyao couldn't help but glance back, only to quickly retract her gaze and lose interest. It should be noted that although Ma Dafu was just a little brother of class leader Su Qi, he was still at level 28. In any ordinary class, that would be a top-tier existence. Yet, this person was unexpectedly kicked and had his foot broken without any warning. No one would believe that Ma Dafu was innocent. He must have been prepared. But even so, it still couldn't prevent the blow. Su Qi, upon seeing this, didn't immediately feel sorry for Ma Dafu. Instead, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Luo Chen's blatant intention to break a classmate's foot was witnessed by the teachers. As long as he added a bit of embellishment, or took a moral high ground to criticize, it would surely embarrass Luo Chen. At that moment, Su Qi was filled with excitement and jumped up. He stretched out his arm, ready to point at Luo Chen and shout, "Luo Chen, are you okay, classmate? I have naturally hard bones. I didn't hurt you, did I? Why were you so careless to stretch your leg out? I thought you wanted to compete with me, or were you trying to trip me? Wait a minute. You don't seem that bad. Could it be that someone is instructing you? Who is it? How could they be so malicious?" As soon as Su Qi finished speaking, Luo Chen had already unleashed a barrage of words. It didn't matter what he wanted to say or not, he laid it all out, leaving Su Qi speechless. The words he wanted to say were all swallowed back. Moreover, from what he heard, he understood that Luo Chen had definitely seen everything, otherwise he wouldn't have asked so clearly. If he responded, wouldn't that be like revealing the truth and telling everyone that he was the one orchestrating it? And Ma Dafu's face turned green from the frustration. The words he had just wanted to say were all blocked by Luo Chen, leaving him utterly stifled. With one leg broken, seeking treatment from a priest would be another hefty expense. Alright, class leader. Take Dafu to the auxiliary department for treatment. The teacher pushed up his black-framed glasses, seemingly having seen through everything. His thick lips parted slightly as he instructed. How could he not be aware of their nature? Yes, teacher. Even though Su Qi was at a loss, he had no choice but to comply. He stepped forward to help Ma Dafu up, who limped away towards the auxiliary department. Before leaving, the two didn't forget to glare fiercely at Luo Chen. Alright, stop looking. Luo Chen, Pang Xin, hurry back to your seats. With the farce over, Luo Chen arrived at the assigned seat. What met his eyes was Xia Yingyao's frosty face. Hello, Luo Chen. Out of courtesy to his new deskmate, Luo Chen introduced himself again. After all, they were deskmates and would likely have to get along for a long time. It was necessary to formally get to know each other. However, Xia Yingyao seemed not very interested in him. She glanced at him briefly, quickly assessed him, and then slowly spoke. Xia Yingyao, the girl said, then impatiently added, "Don't bother me unless it's important." The two sentences flowed out in one breath, leaving no room for Luo Chen to respond. She turned her head away, looking out the window, exuding an air of wanting to keep people at a distance. Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit awkward as he withdrew his gaze. Alright, since the new student has arrived, let's continue with yesterday's lesson. The teacher touched his mouth with his finger, twisting his saliva to open the book. He lifted his reading glasses slightly, squinting his eyes to study it carefully. Last time we talked about the ways to acquire skills, mainly through dungeon drops, fusion, inheritance, and self-creation. We have finished discussing inheritance. Today we will continue with the course on self-created skills. As the teacher spoke, many students below seemed indifferent. It was hard to tell if they were bored from hearing too much or if the lesson was genuinely dull. Only Luo Chen's ears perked up and his eyebrows raised slightly. Self-created skills? A look of confusion crossed his face as he stared at the teacher on the podium. He could understand the first three methods, but he had never encountered self-created skills. If he could learn the method, wouldn't that mean he could obtain skills that matched him better? Unfortunately, he had heard about it a bit late and wondered if he might inadvertently miss something. With this thought, Luo Chen felt a slight stir in his heart. The teacher on stage seemed oblivious, continuing to read from the textbook. The topic of self-created skills drifted further away. It seemed that for him, as long as he finished reading the book, the task would be considered complete. After all, the students had never cared about it, and it had been this way for many years. However, today, there was an exception. Teacher, are there any requirements for self-created skills? Luo Chen raised his hand and asked, his face filled with strong desire for knowledge. The sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Luo Chen's voice was like a vehicle going against traffic. Among a group of drowsy students, he stood out. However, it seemed no one thought highly of him, and they all showed disdainful smiles. A newbie is still a newbie, already fantasizing about self-created skills. Laughable, does he really think he can do it? Self-created skills require more than just levels. It's normal for a country bumpkin who hasn't been to school to ask such questions. The crowd burst into laughter, showing no concealment of their contempt for Luo Chen.
Even Xia Yingyao couldn't help but be slightly surprised, giving him a second glance. Her expression was complex, and it was unclear what she was thinking.
Only the teacher maintained his usual demeanor, pinching the arms of his glasses, his head slightly lowered. With the appearance of an old man reading a newspaper, he looked at Luo Chen from above the frame.
You haven't heard of self-created skills? Teacher Wang asked.
Although he knew it was a pointless question, he couldn't help but ask again.
Not for any other reason, but because
he was well aware that discussing this topic with such students wouldn't be very useful. On the contrary, if someone tried it, who knows what
uncontrollable consequences might occur.
At best, they would be bedridden for half a month. At worst, their foundation would be damaged.
However, he
also had his own reservations, as these were all well-known things. A teacher's role is to impart knowledge and resolve doubts.
For self-created skills, first, you must have a blank imprint scroll.
As he spoke, the teacher moved his hand, and a flash of light appeared.
An imprint scroll
materialized in his hand, floating in the air as if cooperating with his explanation.
Seeing this new item he had never encountered before, Luo
Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a strong interest in this novel object. After running so many dungeons, he had never seen an imprint scroll.
Could it be that this item is quite rare? Or perhaps it can only be produced in fixed dungeons? Seemingly guessing what Luo Chen was thinking,
Teacher Wang continued, every region has its own unique dungeons, which produce various rewards, and the imprint scroll is one of them.
Our Yen State University also has several dungeons, among which the high-level dungeon is the Inferno Demon Forbidden Zone.
The speaker was casual, but the
listener was attentive.
Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat.
Inferno Demon Forbidden Zone.
The familiar words instantly brought his buried memories back to clarity. When he was young, he had heard his father mention this dungeon more than once. If it was for the imprint
scroll, it would make sense.
However, Luo Chen was not naive enough to think that was all there was to it. From another perspective, no matter how precious the imprint scroll is, it shouldn't be something one constantly thinks about.
Luo Chen's thoughts were racing while Teacher Wang on stage
was still patiently explaining. The same old lines, completely identical, made the students below feel drowsy, and they could fall asleep at any
moment.
If you think having a scroll is enough, then you're gravely mistaken. Because imprint scrolls, like skills, also have levels. The higher the skill, the more advanced the scroll you need. However, no matter what, the level of the skill can never exceed the level of the imprint scroll. As he spoke, Teacher Wang suddenly paused.
Habitually tapping the desk, he looked as if he was emphasizing a key point. Remember, once you
attempt a skill that exceeds the scroll's level, the scroll will immediately dissipate and become completely ineffective.
Don't waste a scroll
and then blame the teacher for not telling you. On the contrary, using a high-level scroll to imprint a low-level skill will increase the success
rate.
The disclaimer-like words left Luo Chen in a daze.
What, do they have exams in college too? However, he finally understood the requirements for creating skills and how to obtain imprint scrolls. But Teacher Wang didn't stop there.
He flipped through the book in his hand, as if checking
something.
Pushing up his glasses, he said in a calm voice, but actually, those things are secondary.
The most important thing is that you
must have enough mental power and talent in this area. Both are indispensable, or everything will be in vain.
Hearing two new terms again, Luo Chen nodded slightly.
Although this was a world after the arrival of a game, many aspects were still different. For instance, the mental power commonly seen in online games remained an elusive concept in reality, where releasing skills relied mostly on physical strength.
When Teacher Wang
mentioned mental power, Luo Chen felt it was somewhat mysterious. It was like trying to grasp a key point in a fog, but he just couldn't catch it.
Teacher, could you give an example? Luo Chen raised his hand to signal.
This scene caught Teacher Wang's eye, adding a bit of color to the moment. In the past, he would repeat the old curriculum over and over. Although he claimed to be teaching, it was really just a way to let the combat students relax. After all, these students had to improve their combat skills every day and had no interest in theoretical classes. As a result, teachers like him could be said to be mere decorations. But today was different. There was a unique buzz in the classroom. However, he was quite pleased with this buzz. He enjoyed the feeling of others asking questions. Only then could he find joy in being a teacher, rather than just reciting from a script. He thought this way, but it didn't mean others felt the same. Oh, still asking for an example. Like a pig's nose stuck in a green onion, pretending to be something. Just listen, and really think you're something special. Laughing to death. Does he think gaining the teacher's favor is useful? Yenzhou University speaks with strength. A few students discussed freely, wearing faint smirks.
It seemed they were mocking Luo Chen's overestimation of himself while denying his efforts. Humph. Everyone quiet down. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang let out a cold snort.
Instantly, a chill swept through the room, causing a few students to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, as a teacher, Wang wouldn't hold a grudge against them. At most, he would just give a verbal warning. He then turned to Luo Chen and patiently explained, of course. When you have an imprint scroll and decide what skill you want, a unique skill pattern and corresponding level will form in your mind. Then, you need to modify the pattern according to the scroll's level. If the skill level is high, simplify it a bit, and vice versa. When everything is ready, you can try to imprint the skill onto the scroll. The more complex the pattern, the more it tests your control over mental power. Although Teacher Wang didn't explain it very clearly, Luo Chen had a rough idea of what he meant. In short, the patterns are simple, and even if the mental strength isn't that precise, it won't be too much of a problem. However, the downside is that the skill's final product level won't be very high. Luo Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought, nodding from time to time. Look, that guy is listening so seriously, he can't really be fantasizing. Can he? I guess so. A country bumpkin who has never seen the world thinks he's the chosen one just because he said a few words. If he can make it, I'll just run while peeing. The crowd looked down on his contemplative behavior, thinking he was just putting on a show, pretending to be confident. Faced with their ridicule, Luo Chen remained unfazed. There were plenty of people who didn't believe in him along the way. They had no right to say anything. For him, as long as he understood these principles, it would be immensely beneficial. He immediately took out paper and pen from his backpack and carefully recorded his thoughts. I thought university would be just that, but I didn't expect the first class to be such a surprise, Luo Chen murmured, nodding occasionally. He had thought that with his strength, attending the Awakener University would be a pure waste of time. Now he realized that while improving his strength, theory was equally important. Knowledge learned is his own, to be taken out when needed. If he hadn't learned about the process of creating skills today, he would probably still be clueless about what to do with the imprinting scroll next time he encountered one. He might have foolishly sold it off. When Teacher Wang saw that someone was actually paying attention in his class, he was instantly filled with enthusiasm. The bridge connecting skill patterns and imprinting scrolls is our mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the easier it will be to imprint. However, conversely, if the mental strength is insufficient, the imprinting process must be terminated immediately, otherwise, it can easily backfire. In mild cases, you could be bedridden for half a month. In severe cases, your talent could be damaged, or even death. Teacher Wang's expression turned serious, the smile on his face suddenly vanishing. When discussing the consequences, his face became so grave that it was frightening. Although this was the second time Luo Chen had heard Teacher Wang mention it, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logically speaking, with the presence of priests, how could one be bedridden for half a month? As long as enough gold coins were spent, wouldn't it be resolved? Luo Chen stroked his chin, his brows furrowing deeply, twisted into a frown, seemingly seeing through his doubts. Teacher Wang opened his mouth and continued, this kind of damage is a soul injury, which is hard to explain. So far, no priest has been able to heal this kind of injury. Once the root is harmed, it's basically a death sentence. Saying this, he shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. It's hard to imagine that in a world where a game has descended and humanity is half digitized, such an incurable disease lurks, with no solution in sight. Usually, ailments can be eradicated instantly as long as the priest's strength is sufficient. Of course, the cost might be a bit high. For limb regeneration, it usually costs at least 1 gold coin, equivalent to 10,000 copper coins, about 10,000 from the old world. Yet, even so, facing this kind of soul injury, they remained powerless. Soul injury? Luo Chen murmured, his previously furrowed brows now deepening even further. He wasn't afraid, it was just that another new term had emerged, making him realize he still knew too little. It seems that there are many things I only understand on the surface. Luo Chen nodded, further solidifying his resolve to learn. At the very least, he didn't want to be a clueless fool. However, his contemplative demeanor immediately drew the displeasure of others. Unavoidably, another round of sarcastic remarks ensued. Oh, look who's pretending now. Could there really be someone naive enough to think they can do it? I won't say who, you can guess. I'm laughing. After hearing a few words, they really think they're all powerful. New people just love to put on a show. Why not let him report with the newcomers in a few days? Probably because they're all new, it's exhausting to pretend. The crowd mocked, their malicious words causing even Teacher Wang to furrow his brow. Adjusting his reading glasses, his face was filled with dissatisfaction. Silence. Teacher Wang clenched his fist and rapped the table with his knuckles. Looking around, he shouted in a low voice. Though his voice wasn't loud, it made everyone quiet down, and Luo Chen snapped back to reality from his thoughts. Recalling what he had just learned, he smacked his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Raising one hand, he continued to ask, Teacher, what is the talent for creating skills? Is it related to our talents? Although it sounded a bit like nonsense, he felt that some things needed to be clarified.
Otherwise, if he really had to operate it later and did it incorrectly, it could be dangerous. Just as Teacher Wang mentioned about soul damage, he certainly didn't want to experience that firsthand. Only by understanding every step could he prevent minor issues from escalating. Hearing his question, Xia Yingyao turned her head in surprise. Looking at her inquisitive deskmate, it felt like she was staring at an oddity, more so unable to comprehend. She didn't understand why he would ask something that could be found in books again. Was it to attract the teacher's attention? If that was the case, it was completely unnecessary. In the combat department of Yenzhou University, strength was always the deciding factor. Without strength, no one would respect you. Even with a teacher's backing, others would still see you as a coward. But soon, Xia Yingyao began to doubt her judgment. Because from Luo Chen's profile, she saw something different. What is that? Xia Yingyao wondered, as if she could see excitement and enthusiasm on Luo Chen's face. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to explore and light. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she suddenly paused. It seemed she was imagining things, and she self-deprecatingly smiled. I must have been alone for too long. How could there be light in a normal person's eyes? Xia Yingyao secretly shook her head, no longer paying attention to Luo Chen's behavior. On stage, Teacher Wang pushed up his glasses. The talent for creating skills and our talents? Yes, but also no. As he spoke, he made an analogy. Skill talent, I prefer to call it skill creation ability. The higher the creation ability, the more thorough the understanding of the skill, making it easier to reach its core, and the skill replication will become more effortless and faster. But no matter what, it cannot escape the constraints of talent and profession. For example, a warrior cannot inscribe a mage's skill. A D-level talent would find it very difficult to create a C-level skill. Teacher Wang gave a rough explanation, and Luo Chen began to grasp the concept. In summary, there were 3 key points. Initial talent affects the quality ceiling. Combat profession determines skill direction. Skill talent affects the final effect. Next, there were the hard conditions of replication scrolls and mental strength. Otherwise, even if one's talent was sufficient, if the mental strength was lacking or the creation ability was insufficient, it would still be useless. If talent is paper, mental strength is the hand, and creation ability is the brain, then skill replication is like painting on paper. With enough talent, the paper is large enough to depict 100 birds facing the phoenix. But if the hand is clumsy and the brain lacks creativity, it would just be a simple drawing of a chick pecking at rice. With high mental strength, it would be a delicate little chick pecking at rice. After summarizing everything, Luo Chen finally understood the principle of skill replication. Now, he just needed a replication scroll to give it a try. Just as he was thinking, Teacher Wang on stage slightly parted his lips. He looked deeply at Luo Chen and slowly said, Luo Chen, would you like to give it a try? I just happen to have a D-level scroll here. Although the quality isn't very high, it's already sufficient for your F-level talent. Seemingly seeing what Luo Chen was thinking, Teacher Wang suddenly threw out an irresistible temptation, but his words indeed exploded in everyone's ears. What? Luo Chen is only F-level talent? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. I thought the special recruits were something impressive. Turns out he's just F-level. Teacher, I think your imprint scroll is better off with me. Don't let Luo Chen waste it. TSK engraving F-level. Skills on a D-level scroll, the success rate must be ridiculously high. Genius. Absolutely a genius. Which family would actually feed an F-level? Waste? It's simply genius. The classmates wore mocking expressions, their words dripping with sarcasm. It was as if someone who often stood above them had suddenly been caught and pulled down, and they wanted to take the opportunity to kick him while he was down. For a moment, various contemptuous remarks filled the air. Even Xia Yingyao couldn't help but glance over. Her slightly pale lips parted, filled with disbelief. From her expression, it was clear she was also surprised that Luo Chen was F-level talent. However, she quickly turned her face back, cold as if nothing had happened. But Pang Xian's chubby face turned slightly red. Nonsense. Brother Hua is not F-level. He's really impressive. He can take on. For members of the Jiangqing law enforcement team by himself, there's no way he could only be F-level. Pang Xian desperately defended, even revealing what Zhang Fengming had secretly told him. You see, knowing this information first could help him establish a good relationship with Luo Chen early on. When the time came to take off, he could hold on to a big leg in advance. But right now, he was pushed to the edge and ended up spilling everything, losing his advantage. However, aside from Xia Yingyao, it seemed no one believed what he said. Ha ha, someone actually claims to take on the law enforcement team, and 4 of them at that. If you ask me, that Jiangqing law enforcement team is probably just a small branch in some remote corner. I guess so, probably only around level 20, just bullying some kids. You've made me laugh. Maybe he's just bragging. Really just talking nonsense.
In the classroom, everyone burst into laughter. Even with Teacher Wang standing at the podium, they continued to laugh heartily.
Their eyes were filled with disdain for both Pang Xian and Luo Chen.
However, Luo Chen seemed to not hear anything, his pupils
reflecting only that imprint scroll.
Try it. A frenzied emotion quickly spread within him. Under the mocking gazes of everyone, Luo Chen slowly stood
up and walked towards the podium. No way, no way. Someone really thinks they can do it.
TSK, when his soul gets damaged, he'll know to
regret it.
Just wait, it's just right to let this newcomer suffer a bit so he doesn't get too arrogant.
Everyone looked on as if watching a show, waiting to see how Luo Chen would embarrass himself. Pang Xian clenched his chubby hands tightly, filled with self-reproach. He felt that it
was very likely his careless words that led Luo Chen to want to prove himself. If things went wrong, it might not just be a matter of soul damage. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and with a slap, he hit himself on the face.
This action undoubtedly reinforced everyone's thoughts, believing they lacked confidence, which allowed Pang Xian to act this way.
The only one different in the crowd was Xia Yingyao. She slightly raised her eyes, her gaze deep, closely watching every move Luo Chen made. Her beautiful face had a slight smile.
The slightly sunken
cheeks and dark circles added a touch of sickly beauty to her.
Is this the imprint scroll? What a wonderful feeling. Luo Chen held the scroll in
his hand, filled with wonder. Deep in his pupils, it seemed there was light dancing around.
Beginner imprint scroll quality. D-imprint, crush.
The scroll to create an existing or entirely new skill, up to D-level. Note, awakeners can have one self-created skill for every 20 levels. Skills
can be replaced.
Every 20 levels can use one, so I'm at level 40 now, which means I can have two.
After reading the note, Luo Chen nodded.
Having a rough idea in his mind, little did he know, the next second, a brand new blank panel suddenly popped up.
The moment he saw the panel, Luo
Chen was momentarily stunned. Warrior skills, 0/2 mage skills, 0/2 magic knight skills, 0/2. What does this mean?
For skills? Could it be that his arithmetic was wrong? Teacher, how many self-created skills can you use now? Luo Chen pondered for a moment and did not directly mention his own situation.
Instead, he turned to Teacher Wang and asked first. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang did not shy away and answered straightforwardly.
Are you trying to test my level?
I might as well tell you, I'm already over level 40 and can use two skills.
After saying this, Luo Chen couldn't
help but raise his eyebrows and turn back to look at his own panel. After carefully comparing several times, he confirmed that he wasn't
seeing things. Could it be because of the magic knight profession? Luo Chen stroked his chin, forming a rough guess. After all, an S-class profession is given a bit of special treatment, which is quite normal.
But he wouldn't disclose such good news. Of course, he would keep it to himself and make a fortune quietly. Others probably wouldn't expect that he could have 3 times the skill slots compared to them. There were downsides as well, which also meant he needed to collect 3 times the imprint scrolls to fill them up.
Sigh. This is indeed a heavy burden.
It seems I must hurry to level up. The trip to the Inferno Demon Forbidden Land needs to be scheduled as soon as possible.
With this thought, Luo Chen's
determination to head to the Inferno Demon Forbidden Land grew stronger. Whether it was for his parents' information or for his own future, he had to make plans. Seeing him standing there with the imprint scroll for a while, the underground suddenly emitted discordant sounds.
This country bumpkin probably hasn't even seen an imprint scroll.
Very likely, a single scroll could excite him to the point of losing his mind.
Someone
who hasn't seen the world, even a D-class imprint scroll can dazzle him. If he saw an A-class scroll from the college competition, wouldn't he
faint? College competition? He can't even get in, yet he wants to see?
The crowd talked freely, filled with disdain for Luo Chen.
Unfortunately, none of this had any impact on him. However, he did catch a very useful piece of information. The college competition has A-class imprint scrolls?
Luo Chen's heart stirred, and his gaze fell back on the scroll in his hand. While thinking about other things, he needed to confirm the value
of the imprint scroll.
Otherwise, it would be pointless to exhaust himself for something useless.
Huff, here we go. Luo Chen took a deep
breath, held his breath, and focused all his attention on the imprint scroll. His palm exerted slight force, directly crushing it.
In an instant, specks of light rapidly traveled up his arm and drilled into his brow.
As the imprint scroll shattered, Luo Chen's consciousness entered a brand new space. Dots of starlight surrounded him, carrying a mysterious aura. He floated within, as if billions of stars were passing by him.
Is this the world of creating skills?
Luo Chen felt it was marvelous, even more so than when he learned that his talent could be upgraded.
But thinking about it, if this world were so ordinary, how could it be called creative? How do I create skills now?
As soon as this thought emerged, a beam of light suddenly lit up in front of him. It seemed to be guiding him in some way. Upon closer inspection, it was merely the tiniest star among
The starlight. Luo Chen's heart stirred and he reached out his right hand towards the light, lightly touching it with his fingertip. Whoosh! The moment his finger made contact, a rich radiance instantly enveloped him. A flood of dense information suddenly filled his mind, almost bursting his head. Enduring the pain, Luo Chen gradually began to see what it was. It was a collection of countless skills, along with annotations, seemingly waiting for him to explore. At that moment, he even felt that with just a movement of his finger, he could easily outline a skill. Outside, in Elite Class 2.as, everyone watched Luo Chen's face contort in pain. Their expressions varied greatly. Yet, many felt a deep disdain in their hearts. TSK, he can't even hold on, this newbie is just trash. Is this it? He dares to act tough? I bet he'll manage at most 10, no, 5. Skill principles. He really overestimates himself. Being in F rank, he probably doesn't even have skills of that level in his skill library. Ha, that's possible. With that little brain of his, he probably can't withstand the onslaught of D rank skills. A group of people discussed. Their gazes towards Luo Chen filled with contempt. Many had seen others create their own skills or heard of their exploits, so they naturally understood what was going on. No matter who it was, after using the imprint scroll for the first time, they would touch a glowing orb. They usually referred to this orb as the skill library, which supposedly contained thousands of original skills. Then they needed to integrate these original skills to create a skill that suited them. So far, the most creative awakeners had obtained hundreds of original skills upon their first contact. Although they could still acquire more later, the first encounter basically shaped their future path. No matter how they walked, it was impossible to break free from that framework. Those who only had a few skills upon their first contact would essentially bid farewell to that elite group. However, there were a few exceptional geniuses who, referencing the limited original skills they had, could glimpse their principles and create skills unique to themselves. But this was merely a minority, not enough to signify anything. The entire class watched as the pain on Luo Chen's face grew more intense, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. Pang Xin looked on, a hint of confusion and helplessness appearing on his face. It was as if he was saying, "It's over. The big brother I just recognized today, won't he just drop dead?" But then he recalled what Zhang Fengming had told him, and his gaze regained its determination. "Hua Ge, I believe you can do it. My uncle has never misjudged anyone." Despite constantly cheering himself on in his heart, his chubby hands still gripped tightly. Sweat dripped from his forehead. It was impossible to say he wasn't nervous. In the corner, Xia Yingyao slightly raised her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of nostalgia. She seemed to think of something, suddenly shaking her whole body. Instinctively, she tightened the zipper of her thin jacket as if feeling very cold. But strangely, it was now the end of August, just before the new students' enrollment in September. This time of year was supposed to be sunny and bright, known as the new student's nightmare, a beautiful moment when seniors enjoyed watermelon while watching military training. Yet Xia Yingyao appeared as if she had caught a chill. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was on Luo Chen, and no one noticed her abnormality. Even teacher Wang adjusted his glasses, his expression serious as he stared at Luo Chen. His brows were deeply furrowed, unsure if the development of the situation had exceeded his expectations. The fan blew, causing a few strands of hair on his balding head to sway, but he had no time to care. His gaze never left Luo Chen. This performance, how is it so similar to that person from back then? He pressed his glasses, ensuring that what he saw was real. At this moment, in Luo Chen's mind, the light of the stars slowly faded, revealing its original appearance. Everything was as usual, as if nothing had happened. Only Luo Chen knelt among them, gasping for breath. In that brief moment, Luo Chen had actually received thousands, even tens of thousands of original skills. Strangely, there wasn't a single S or A level skill, or even a B level skill among them. It seemed that he had to rely on his own comprehension to create them. However, the thousands of C level and below skills in his mind were enough for him to act recklessly. As long as he wanted, he could casually extract one and directly write it onto the scroll. But doing so would undoubtedly waste a precious scroll. After coming into contact with the original skills, he realized how important the compatibility of these skills with oneself was. Some skills even require consideration of various factors such as profession and the final effects of the skills. Now I have 6 self-created skill slots, let's practice with a warrior's skills first. After all, he presents himself to the outside world as a warrior, occasionally using a bit of mage skills. No one would think too much about it. Having multiple warrior skills can create more confusion. With this thought, Luo Chen nodded slightly, and a rough idea formed in his mind. He squinted his eyes and quickly searched for the corresponding skill patterns in his mind. Warrior skills, thrust, type, he murmured, swiftly extracting keywords from the vast original skill library. In an instant, over 100 skills with similar effects suddenly appeared.
Upon careful observation, one would find that certain components shared extremely similar commonalities. The difference was that some patterns were straight, some were spiral, and there were even decorative ones. So that's it, part of the patterns means thrusting? Luo Chen compared carefully, nodding from time to time. The vast skill library for comparison greatly reduced his control over the patterns. Immediately, he attempted to quickly sketch in the empty space before him. Whether it was due to his powerful creative talent or something else, the entire process was completed in almost no time at all. Next, it's about extracting my Shadow Lord talent. Luo Chen's expression darkened slightly, and his smile faded. The unique talent granted him more possibilities. However, he also feared that finding something that matched his talent would be a bit difficult. With a thought, he directly searched for key information about the Shadow Lord. Sure enough, as soon as the information was sent out, it was like a cow sinking into the sea, receiving no feedback at all. Enlarging the keywords yielded only skills related to the shadow and dark systems, which had almost no connection to his talent. It shouldn't be like this. The original skill library mentioned that all skills have traces to follow. Luo Chen's eyes deepened as he carefully compared the skills one by one. Soon, he discovered the first relevant skill: Rebirth of the Dead. It's somewhat similar to my necromantic rebirth. Luo Chen looked at the skill description and murmured. Although there were still some differences, at least it was a good start. He immediately chose to save the skill for later summary. However, it was clear that thrust type skills would not be very compatible with necromantic rebirth. He still needed to find other effects similar to his talent, extract parts of them, and then merge the two. It sounded simple, but in practice, it was another matter. Luo Chen needed to constantly search through the vast skill library just to find a few skills, even just a handful. Because even now, he couldn't fully grasp what his talent truly was. There were no documented records, no classifications, making comparison impossible. Everything he did was like searching for a needle in a haystack, and the key was that the needle he found might not even be his own. Skill to see through? Luo Chen was slightly taken aback, suddenly recalling a skill he often overlooked, a passive one. Lord's Eye, see through disguises, detect targets not exceeding 10 levels above oneself. Right, what if I combine the eye technique skill with the thrust and add the effect of necromantic rebirth? Luo Chen suddenly clapped his hands, feeling a bit strange. Although it sounded quite discordant, he couldn't shake the intuition that it would definitely work. Without hesitation, Luo Chen focused his mind, and all the original skills related to seeing through were summoned. In an instant, dozens of skill patterns floated before him, shimmering with light. There are actually so many patterns related to eye techniques. Luo Chen was astonished, his mouth slightly agape. No one had ever counted them, nor had anyone cared. It should be noted that these were all just original skills of C rank and below. Basically, they were all exploration type skills, but now that I look at it, it seems to be more than just that. Detection technique, eagle eye, identification technique. Luo Chen's eyes scanned over the skills that were vastly different in function, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. Although he had anticipated this, he never expected that eagle eye and identification technique would share the same origin. The more he looked, the more it refreshed his understanding. Petrification, burning eye? These attack skills are actually the same too. Luo Chen gazed at these almost identical skill patterns, feeling a sense of wonder. In the next moment, Rebirth of the Dead and Resurrection of the Undead appeared before him as well. Luo Chen squinted his eyes, carefully comparing the two, searching for commonalities. As two skills that were almost of the same origin, their pattern directions were nearly identical. The difference was that Resurrection of the Undead, as a branch of the Shadow Lord, was undoubtedly classified as an S-level skill. In terms of quality, it was certainly higher than Rebirth of the Dead, and its skill patterns were more intricate and complex. However, this was no challenge for Luo Chen. Soon, he found the highlights within. So this is its operating principle? After browsing through thousands of skills, he suddenly discovered that there were indeed common points. In every skill's initial position, all were the points of force. Application. For example, in eye techniques, regardless of how the other parts changed, the starting position of the pattern always had a design resembling an eye. Similarly, for charge-type skills, the representation for warriors was mostly a pictogram of a foot, which could be a direct image or a character. But for mages, the charge might represent the brain, or something else, or it could still be in the shape of a foot. Just as Luo Chen was gaining insight, the outside world was in an uproar. This Luo Chen, a D-level skill actually requires so much effort, he probably has no hope. I guess so, even that guy from class 1 wouldn't take more than 5 minutes. Oh, you mean the one pursuing Xia Yingyao? What's his name? Xian Duo Duo, right? Yes, that's the name. Ha ha ha,
He finished in 5 minutes and Luo Chen still hasn't gotten results after 6 minutes. I bet Luo Chen is about to suffer a soul injury. It seems he won't escape after talking for half a month. As everyone discussed, the atmosphere was filled with pessimism. At this moment, no one believed in Luo Chen, thinking that this skill imprinting would surely end in failure. Suddenly, Luo Chen moved. His fingers danced like butterflies through flowers, repeatedly pointing at the air. In an instant, a character resembling an iPhone, followed by one resembling a brain. Yes, he chose a construction that defied tradition for the warrior skill. Perhaps it was due to his unique profession, or maybe he had other ideas. When making his choice, he showed not a hint of hesitation. It should be known that once the skill pattern was constructed, it could not be retracted. Otherwise, the entire imprinting scroll would be wasted. If the energy within the pattern could circulate normally, it would only require mental power to engrave it, forming a unique skill. He moved. Luo Chen actually moved at this moment. Is he crazy? Isn't he a warrior? How could he carve such a pattern? It seems quite different from what I've seen before. Indeed, I always feel like this resembles a mage skill. I don't know if it's just an illusion, just putting on a show. He's probably afraid of not achieving anything and embarrassing himself later, so he's just pretending. From their perspective, they couldn't see the specific skill patterns of Luo Chen, which was also a kind of indescribable protective measure. They could only judge a rough idea through his aura and the direction of his fingers. So everything was merely their speculation, but it was unlikely to be wrong. Some even thought they could see through everything, believing Luo Chen was just putting on an act. However, they had no idea how excited Luo Chen was at that moment. His fingers tapped rapidly, quickly constructing the pattern. The outermost layer, the summoning function of resurrection of the undead. As soon as he finished speaking, a delicate and intricate line quickly appeared on the last layer of the skill pattern. After doing all this, Luo Chen slowly withdrew his hand. Pattern construction completed. Level B. Unable to imprint. Hiss, how did it exceed so easily? Luo Chen suddenly slapped his forehead, feeling a wave of headache. Helpless, he could only painfully reduce the strokes. After a series of operations, a pleasant prompt echoed in his mind. Pattern construction completed. Level D. After confirmation, please use mental power to imprint. Here it comes. Luo Chen's expression brightened, and he tried to extend a thread of spirit using the method from the imprinting scroll. It trembled, like a wool thread shaking in the wind. Hiss, do I really have to use this to brand the pattern? Luo Chen gasped, feeling the pressure increase significantly. With a thought, he wanted to stabilize the mental power line a bit more. However, the next second, just as he imagined, the mental power surged out like a flood. In an instant, the mental power line transformed into a brush that he could write with at will. Oh, this seems quite simple. Luo Chen was overjoyed and quickly began to sketch on the skill pattern. If others knew what he was thinking, they would probably have spat out a mouthful of old blood by now. Simple? Do you think everyone is like you? For others, being slightly better than his mental power line at the start would already be considered impressive. Who would be like this, starting off with a cheat and shouting that it's simple? Outside, the pattern in front of Luo Chen suddenly burst into brilliant light. The dazzling glow almost blinded everyone. It made people doubt whether this was really just a D-level skill. The radiance shone, threatening to engulf everything. Everyone present was shocked. No one could have imagined that Luo Chen actually succeeded. For a moment, envy and extreme emotions surged in everyone's hearts. They wished that the person on stage was not Luo Chen, but one of them. He succeeded? How is that possible? There must be an inside story. He must have practiced in advance to come here and mess with us. Exactly, look at his clumsy performance, pretending it's real. Seeing Luo Chen perform so brilliantly, one by one, they all found excuses for him, stiffening their necks. They stubbornly said. Deep down, they were unwilling to believe he could do it. Even Teacher Wang, at this moment, had surprise written all over his face. The difference was that, despite the surprise, he still maintained a fair attitude. His face, wrinkled like old tree bark, was filled with appreciation for Luo Chen. Good. Very good. Teacher Wang nodded repeatedly, not even noticing what he was saying in the end. He just kept praising, swallowing all the words meant for description. Who says the elite class 2 is not as good as class 1? Even if a few of these little guys reach this point, they must have studied hard in advance. Teacher Wang's gaze flicked, revealing a hint of nostalgia. He carefully compared Luo Chen with other students, analyzing their performances. At least among his peers, Luo Chen was definitely the top one. He just didn't know how effective the skill would be and whether it could bear this honor. In the audience, Xia Yingyao's lips trembled. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Luo Chen, somewhat in disbelief. He actually did it. She murmured softly, some images flashing through her mind. Before Luo Chen took the stage, that look in his eyes filled with light lingered in her thoughts. What kind of gaze was that, filled with curiosity and excitement for new things? She had never paid attention to it, but now looking back, it seemed so ridiculous. Luo Chen's confidence was not arrogance but absolute confidence in his abilities. It was as if from the very beginning, Luo Chen had never considered failure. So, is this the reason he succeeded on the first try? Xia Yingyao whispered softly, her eyes sparkling. The gaze she directed at Luo Chen was filled with a different flavor. Nice, Brother Hua, well done. Suddenly, a shout interrupted her thoughts. Coming back to her senses, the pale color on her face returned to its cold demeanor. However, the faint blush on her cheeks still betrayed her inner feelings. Xia Yingyao turned her head in annoyance, only to see the chubby Pang Xian excitedly raising his fist and cheering. It was as if the one standing on stage was not Luo Chen but himself. Clearly, he was not the main character, yet he was so thrilled. His chubby face turned slightly red from the excitement, making one wonder if he was a red-skinned person from somewhere. It seemed he noticed her gaze, and he turned to look at her as well. For a moment, they locked eyes, and Pang Xian seemed slightly taken aback. He must have realized his earlier outburst and scratched his head in embarrassment. Yingyao, don't you think my brother Hua is amazing? Pang Xian asked proudly. It was unclear why he was so excited when he was not the main character today. Hearing this, Xia Yingyao had no intention of responding to Pang Xian. She was already one of the more reclusive people in class and hardly spoke to her classmates. Moreover, he was just a silly, chubby boy with no image, which made her even less interested. She immediately turned her face cold and looked away. Just when things were fine, Pang Xian's next words almost made her choke on her saliva. Not watching? Fine. Don't watch then. It was clearly a normal statement, but for some reason, when it came out of his mouth, it took on a completely different meaning. The key was that Pang Xian still wore an innocent expression, seemingly unaware of the strange connection between the two sentences. On stage, Luo Chen made his final stroke. Pop! A sound similar to a bubble bursting echoed in the air. The next second, a unique skill icon appeared. It flashed before everyone and quickly sank into the center of Luo Chen's forehead. Soul Capture / Quality, D effect causes a 2-second stun effect, and flashes to the target dealing 100% physical damage. Necromantic Resurrection, Link effect, targets killed by this skill trigger Necromantic Resurrection with double the chance of successful summoning cooldown, 10 minutes. Note, stun effect is based on the highest quality of both parties' eye techniques and personal level difference. This is. Luo Chen's pupils constricted as he incredulously reviewed the information again. No matter how many times he looked, the information remained unchanged. Is this really just a D-level skill? And I created it myself? Luo Chen murmured softly while looking at his hands. Although he primarily used mental power in his mind, which had little to do with his hands, the subconscious action still couldn't be changed. Looking at the skill, he initially thought he had overused his mental power, causing him to see things differently. A warrior skill with control and a dash was surprisingly rated as D. A full 2 seconds of stun effect was still enough for him to unleash a combo and easily take down a small boss. Not to mention there was a flash instead of a dash. In less than half a second, he could close in on the target and deliver a fatal blow. It's a bit overpowered, but it should be influenced by my talent. However, Luo Chen quickly figured out what was going on. Just as the soul capture / could trigger Necromantic Resurrection upon killing a target, the stun control effect should be related to Monarch's Eye. After all, it was connected to his S-level talent playing a role. If it were another warrior, they likely wouldn't have learned eye technique skills, so it wouldn't have much effect. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a fortunate coincidence. Double success rate, does that mean? Luo Chen chuckled, already envisioning how to lead a group of boss armies in the future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show a hint of nostalgia. Earlier, he had a shadow army, but unfortunately, they were all cannon fodder. When he killed the evil eye bull demon and got slapped away, he realized that quality was more valuable than quantity. The frustrating part was that while Necromantic Resurrection could catch small monsters with pinpoint accuracy, the success rate for bosses was terrifyingly low. Otherwise, he wouldn't still only have 3 summoned beasts by now. As for why there are 3, it's because the jungle tiger is currently just a pure muddler, completely lacking in combat ability. When will it be able to handle the need to level up itself? That would be true resurrection of the undead. Luo Chen nodded and couldn't help but start to daydream. Just then, Teacher Wan's voice suddenly came through. So, Luo Chen? What level is your skill? On his somewhat aged face, there was a childlike curiosity. It seemed that to catch a glimpse of Luo Chen's skill, he was willing to temporarily set aside the authority of a teacher. Hearing Teacher Wang's inquiry, everyone leaned in, straining to listen. Despite their disdainful expressions, their instinctive actions had completely betrayed them. They all wanted to see what kind of skill Luo Chen had created.
It was rare in the entire dragon country to successfully create a skill on the first attempt. Moreover, the time Luo Chen took was frighteningly short. Even some of them, who considered themselves worldly, had family members who had tried to create their own skills, but without exception they had to ponder carefully and simulate countless times. Only after gaining some confidence would they dare to touch the imprint scrolls. They had never heard of anyone achieving it so effortlessly. Every step Luo Chen took seemed to refresh their understanding. At this point, everything they had previously known was omitted. After all, it's just an F-level talent. Creating an F-level skill isn't anything to be surprised about. Oh right, I almost forgot you only have an F-level talent. Doesn't that mean? I see now, no wonder. I was so focused on the imprint scroll that I forgot about the talent. In an instant, everyone suddenly understood, and they also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just an F-level skill. Even if he succeeded, there was nothing for them to envy. Whether it was relief or schadenfreude, smiles were plastered across their faces. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang immediately showed a hint of understanding. He pushed up his glasses and said earnestly, "A skill alone doesn't mean much. It's still too early to conclude how far you can go in the future. At least the step you took today has already put you ahead of the vast majority." Teacher Wang spoke slowly, guiding him gently. Although he didn't say much, it was clear from his words that he preferred to believe Luo Chen had only created an F-level skill. After all, the commonly accepted knowledge among everyone couldn't possibly be wrong. Is that so? Luo Chen nodded, agreeing. Indeed, an F-level skill isn't anything to show off. Encountering something like this for the first time, he didn't have a clear definition. Seeing that, Teacher Wang said so, Luo Chen suddenly felt it made a lot of sense. An F-level skill was indeed nothing to be happy about. D-level? Did you just say D-level? Teacher Wang exclaimed in shock, feeling deeply incredulous. It was hard to imagine that such a small skill could make this old man, who was over 50, so flabbergasted. Kid, don't try to fool me. Teacher Wang stared at Luo Chen, warning him. Perhaps in his view, what Luo Chen said couldn't possibly be true. Not just him, but the classmates in the class felt the same way. What did he just say? D-level? He must still be half asleep. Is he trying to make me laugh to death? I admit he did it. He's an F-level. He probably doesn't even know what a D-level skill looks like. No, he probably hasn't even seen an E-level. Facing everyone's ridicule, Luo Chen could only shrug helplessly. He was quite puzzled as to why speaking the truth led to no one believing him. At this moment, Teacher Wang seemed to realize his own loss of composure, cleared his throat a couple of times, and cautiously spoke. Luo Chen, would you mind showing us your skill? After saying that, he stepped aside, giving Luo Chen enough space at the podium. Luo Chen initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Teacher Wang's eager expression, he decided not to hide it. This is not just a display of skills, but also a demonstration of one's own strength. Teacher Wang, are you sure there's no problem? Luo Chen looked deeply at Teacher Wang, confirming once again. He didn't want to be resented by a teacher later. After all, he had experienced such things more than once or twice. He had seen people turn hostile in an instant. No problem, just follow my lead. The classroom is made of replica materials, so you don't have to worry about damage. To encourage Luo Chen to let loose, Teacher Wang even took the time to explain. After finishing, he seemed to feel it wasn't enough and quickly added, "If you perform to my satisfaction today, you can come to my class whenever you want in the future, as long as your grades don't drop." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chen couldn't wait any longer. Perhaps he was used to being free and lazy outside. Just the thought of attending class made his head ache. Of course, this didn't apply to days like today when he could actually learn something. It's a deal. You can't go back on your word. Luo Chen said urgently, rubbing his hands together, eager to start. Seeing this, Teacher Wang couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how inadequate he was, he wouldn't use this to make fun of his students. After all, as a teacher, it would be unreasonable not to have at least this small privilege. Special students should be treated specially. They shouldn't be bound by conventional rules. He nodded decisively. Of course it counts. Just bring it on. But if I'm not satisfied? Teacher Wang smiled but didn't finish his sentence. The smile on his face clearly indicated he wasn't up to any good. However, when facing Luo Chen, he could only return empty-handed. Here it comes. Teacher! Luo Chen suddenly shouted, a smile appearing on his lips. It seemed like something was going according to his plan. However, in the next second, as Teacher Wang's expression turned serious and he looked into Luo Chen's eyes, his pupils suddenly began to scatter, losing focus. The sudden change went unnoticed by anyone. The students on stage still wore cold smirks, watching how a mere F-grade like Luo Chen would embarrass himself. Hee, this Luo Chen is really thick-headed. The teacher just said it casually, and he actually believed it. I can already predict that in future physical education classes he'll have double the workload compared to us. Who cares? He's just trying to embarrass himself. No one can stop him. Looking at Teacher Wang's stance, his defense is impenetrable. What can Luo Chen use to attack? Everyone watched as Teacher Wang stood there, boasting in various ways. Even without any movements, they firmly believed he was already prepared for defense. Next, no matter which direction Luo Chen attacked from, he would be precisely intercepted. Little did they know. At that moment, Teacher Wang's consciousness had already become hazy, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Target is under a state of intimidation, duration 4.68 seconds. Looking at the prompt, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Even he hadn't expected Teacher Wang's eye technique ability to be so low. He had clearly restrained his power quite a bit. How could there still be over 4 seconds? However, he couldn't worry about that. With a thought, he activated Blink. Everyone only felt a flash before Luo Chen vanished from sight. When they could see clearly again, he had already landed behind Teacher Wang, holding a wooden sword against the other's neck. When did this happen? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. They couldn't comprehend how a warrior could be this fast. Even the traces of his advance were undetectable, just like the blink commonly used by mages. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang still maintained his original posture, seemingly unaware of anything. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Teacher Wang stood still. 1 second, 2 seconds, until someone gradually lost patience. What is Teacher Wang doing? Luo Chen is already behind him, and he's still just standing there. Is he letting him win? This acting is really poor. No. I think Teacher Wang might be waiting for Luo Chen to believe he is bound to win and then suddenly launch a counterattack. Indeed, as expected of Teacher Wang, this plan is truly brilliant. True victory is not about absolute domination, but rather about turning the tide in a moment of laughter when the opponent believes they are certain to win. Everyone nodded in agreement, marveling at Teacher Wang's cunning. Little did they know, it was all just their wishful thinking. The notion of waiting for an opportunity to rise and retaliate simply did not exist in front of Luo Chen. Soon, the few seconds of shock passed in a flash, and Teacher Wang's pupils regained focus. In the first moment of realization, a look of terror crept onto his wrinkled old face. He instinctively took half a step back. With that retreat, he clearly felt something pressing against the back of his neck. Drawing on years of experience as an awakened one, he immediately deduced it was a sword or a knife. When did this happen? Without needing to guess, he knew the person behind him was none other than Luo Chen. Because in his line of sight, Luo Chen had long since vanished. Moreover, during their sparring, in front of so many eyes, there was no reason for anyone to suddenly attack. Just then, as if to answer his question, Luo Chen's voice slowly came from behind. About 4 or 5 seconds ago. How is that possible? How did I not notice? Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang's old face twitched. His first reaction was disbelief, but then he suddenly realized. This was in the classroom, with nearly 30 pairs of eyes watching. Luo Chen had no reason to lie. As this thought crossed his mind, he was suddenly alarmed, cold sweat bursting forth from his back. If this had been a real battle, such a moment of distraction could have cost him his life 10 times over. Good. Very good. Excellent. Teacher Wang exclaimed repeatedly. A simple good could no longer describe his current feelings. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the reality was right in front of him. Even if he felt he still had the ability to counterattack, it no longer mattered. From the very beginning, it was just to test skills, and the goal had already been achieved. Luo Chen had performed even better than expected. Continuing further would only stray from the original intent. Does what the teacher said before still count? Luo Chen retracted his wooden sword and asked, knowing full well that Teacher Wang had no chance to go back on his word. He still brought it up. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang nearly snorted in anger. He angrily brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and said, grumpily, a loss is a loss. Remember not to cause me any trouble during the exam. Although he didn't say it directly, he was clearly telling everyone that Luo Chen had indeed secured the privilege. Not worried about scarcity, but about inequality. The others had previously said nothing because they thought Luo Chen would definitely fail, and that they would have to increase the workload. But now it was different. Luo Chen had proven in front of them that his skills were exceptionally effective, which made it hard for them to accept. Now, having obtained the privilege of not attending classes, they felt somewhat displeased. There's definitely an inside story. Exactly, how could there be control and still have a breakthrough effect? He must have cheated. I think so too. He achieved his results using a skill set. How can that count as a win for him? The students protested in a flurry, naively believing they had discovered a blind spot. They genuinely did not think highly of Luo Chen and did not believe he deserved to have it. Pa! A bunch of shameless guys. Before Luo Chen could retort, Pang Xian was the first to disagree. He stood up, slamming the table, and began to curse loudly. Looking around at the faces of others who were clearly unconvinced, he was equally unyielding. To put it bluntly, you just can't stand to see others do well. If you think Hua Gu is no good, why don't you step up yourself? If you're too scared to do that, then stop whining here.
Pang Xian's speed in retorting left Luo Chen stunned. He never expected that a seemingly shy
and timid little chubby boy could be so powerful when confronting others. With indiscriminate attacks, he directly drenched everyone in verbal blood. Although he didn't use any foul language, the
phrase "if you can do it, then you go ahead" completely silenced them.
One by one, they held back their faces, unable to respond with even half a sentence.
Aside from Xia Yingyao, the highest ranking class monitor Su Qi was not in the classroom. What could they use to compete with a teacher who was nearly level 45?
Even if Su Qi were present, upon hearing this, he would probably back down if he could. After all, when it comes to saving face or saving one's life, they knew which was more important. However, despite their cowardice, they showed no sign of admitting defeat. After a brief brainstorming session, someone finally began to rebut.
What? Just because I think Luo Chen is incapable, I have to step up? Just because eggs aren't tasty, do I have to lay them myself? Exactly. Do we not even have the right to suspect him of cheating?
I said there must be some underhanded dealings. Look, Luo Chen isn't even speaking, he must be feeling guilty.
As soon as the words fell, everyone's gaze turned to Luo Chen. Seeing him silent, they became even more convinced of their suspicions.
This sight made the little chubby boy feel anxious. He wanted to argue but felt somewhat powerless. After all, he had only just come into contact with Luo Chen and didn't know him well. Everything he knew was through his uncle Jiang Fengming's accounts, and he had no idea how to counter the
current opinions. Just then, Teacher Wang spoke up. Alright, stop arguing. I have my own judgment on this matter.
He frowned, his balding head swaying in the wind as if he were deep in thought.
Then, he turned to Luo Chen. Luo Chen, do you mind sharing your skill panel with everyone? Teacher Wang said hesitantly.
He knew that asking such a question undoubtedly carried a hint of distrust. But there was no other way to calm the crowd, otherwise, it would be hard to quell their anger. Of course, he could outright deny it and grant Luo Chen special privileges.
But that would turn it
into a one-man show, which would not be good for either him or Luo Chen.
Undoubtedly, this most direct approach would dispel everyone's doubts. Of course, no problem. Luo Chen nodded and readily agreed.
He had long anticipated the expressions of his classmates, so he had prepared for the worst from the very beginning. Without hesitation, he directly erased the important information about reanimation of the undead. In an instant, the skill panel appeared. Everyone stared at the description above, their faces suddenly turning unnatural. The blue panel was now as glaring as blood. As they looked at the skill's description, their eyes were already filled with bloodshot veins. Envy, jealousy, and hatred were no longer sufficient to describe their feelings.
Why could the gap between people be so vast?
They could only wish to take his place, hoping that the person on the podium was not Luo Chen, but them.
It has control. It has charge. Is this really a warrior skill? And it's only D rank. Am I dreaming?
Indeed, I must be dreaming. I pinched my thigh and it doesn't hurt. It must be fake.
Ah, you bastard. You pinched me. With a heart-wrenching wail, everyone finally came back to their senses.
They stared blankly at Luo Chen's skill description. No matter how many times they looked, it only felt extremely unreal.
In that moment, they felt their understanding was completely overturned. How could a D-rank skill have such effects? Just because the cooldown time was a bit longer, could it be used as a D-rank? So, do you believe it now? Luo Chen shrugged
his shoulders and said casually. He knew very well that unless he shoved the evidence in their faces, they would never relent.
Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang said nothing, merely nodding in
satisfaction. After all, no matter how you put it, Luo Chen is still his student. The higher his achievements, the more face he has. Although he just became a student today, it didn't affect anything at all. Because it was indeed under his guidance, and it was with his imprint scrolled that he succeeded. I am not afraid of what others might say.
What? You say I haven't taught Luo Chen? Then what are these? He has high talent. Can you blame me for not teaching him much? Seeing Luo Chen's skills displayed, the discordant voices have diminished significantly. However, there are still some who remain stubborn. So what if he has control and mobility?
This skill of mine must consume a lot. Luo Chen probably has little stamina left now.
Heroes see alike. At most, it's just a trick skill.
Not worth mentioning. If it were on the battlefield with this skill, he would probably end up being backstabbed.
A group of people discussed, getting more and more animated. Even when Luo Chen's
skill effects hit them in the face, they could still belittle it to nothing. Even if Teacher Wang has already acknowledged it, it cannot change their views.
Nonsense. You are just being stubborn. While others might be polite, Pang Xian showed them no courtesy at all.
It's unclear whether he usually doesn't get along with them or what, but he was directly on the offensive.
With you like this,
if you get beaten outside, your bones will be shattered, yet your mouth remains unscathed.
One sentence made them swallow back whatever they wanted to say.
They glared at Pang Xian with anger.
Unfortunately, such threatening glares didn't intimidate him at all.
If it were class leader Su Qi, he might have been a bit wary, but these people were not enough.
Fatty, what did you say? Are we wrong? The more powerful the skill, the greater the side effects, isn't that common knowledge? If you say another word, do you believe we'll tear your mouth apart? In an instant, a few people in the class stood up, pointing at Pang Xin.
Perhaps unable to find a reasonable excuse, even their confidence in speaking seemed lacking, let alone cursing Pang Xin.
Come on, tear my mouth apart. If you don't come, you're a coward.
I want to see what you can use to fight me, a level 30.
Pang Xin was also unyielding, pointing at a few of them provocatively.
He slapped the table hard, and it creaked under the sudden force. Finally, Teacher Wang seemed unable to watch any longer, his thick lips moving. You lot! If you don't stop, you'll all write self-reflections.
As soon as he finished speaking, a few of them immediately shrank their necks.
It was as if they had heard something terrifying, and they reluctantly closed their mouths.
All right, Luo Chen, you can go down now.
Teacher Wang said slowly, waving his hand at him. Hearing Teacher Wang's words, Luo Chen nodded and returned to his seat.
He took note of Pang Xion's performance this time.
Just as he sat down, a cold voice came to his ear. How did you do it?
Hearing this, Luo Chen turned around in surprise.
Instantly, Xia Yingyao's perpetually cold face reflected in his pupils. With her beautiful features, the slightly sunken cheeks and dark eye sockets were so striking that it was hard not to notice.
It disrupted the tranquility and added a touch of morbid beauty. It was hard to imagine what could make a level 35 awakener look so weak.
What do you mean, how did I do it?
Luo Chen was slightly taken aback and blurted out a response.
It was a completely instinctive reaction, without even passing through his brain for thought. After realizing it, just as he was about to answer, Xia Yingyao spoke first. If you don't want to say, that's fine, after all, these things are personal privacy. Saying this, she turned her face away, looking out the window with an indescribable sadness. It seemed to her that an awakener withholding things from others should be the norm.
Sharing one's secrets should be the most abnormal behavior. Hearing her words, Luo Chen paused slightly. He couldn't understand why creating a skill could become a matter of privacy.
To him, aside from talent, first turn
skills, and S-class professions, it seemed that nothing else really counted. How could something that everyone already knew be turned into something so mysterious? Actually, it's nothing. If you want to know, I can tell you right now.
Luo Chen slowly shook his head and spoke frankly. He didn't believe that he was the only one who understood the intricacies of the patterns. Surely others knew
as well. However, he had no intention of keeping it a secret. It would be even better to help more people.
As his words left his mouth, many ears in the classroom perked up.
Even Pang Xin showed a
hint of anxiety on his face, as if trying to maintain order and prevent others from overhearing. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yingyao's expression froze, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light. She stared intently at Luo Chen, seemingly unable to see through this newcomer. Just as Luo Chen was about to speak, she suddenly reached out her hand and pressed it against his lips. The speed was so quick that she herself didn't even react in time. After being stunned for a second or two, she quickly withdrew her jade-like hand, a faint blush creeping onto her pale face.
If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to notice. I believe you.
Xia Yingyao stammered in response. I'll wait for you at the school gate after class. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly realized that there seemed to be some ambiguity in her statement, and the blush on her face deepened.
The onlookers, witnessing this scene, all thought they were seeing things. Only a few remained focused on their work, secretly pulling out their phones to edit and send something.
The chubby Pang Xin, however, was making faces at Luo Chen, but unfortunately he didn't notice at all. At that moment, Luo Chen was equally bewildered, feeling a wave of confusion in his heart.
What does that mean? Why is she blushing like a bubble teapot? He scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Was it just a skill? Was it really that serious?
The class soon came to an end. The students stretched, as if waking from a dream. When their eyes inadvertently swept over Luo Chen, there was a subtle
hint of hostility. Luo Chen, I'm leaving first, remember.
Xia Yingyao hurriedly stood up, her face a bit unnatural.
When their gazes met, she deliberately looked away.
Her cold face seemed to carry
a hint of pink.
All right, we'll talk about it then. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. Although he didn't understand why it had to be so mysterious, since Xia Yingyao had said so, there must be her reasons. After all, it would only take a bit of time to make a trip and it wouldn't affect him much. After they made their agreement, Xia Yingyao dashed out of the classroom as if fleeing. Even when she accidentally bumped her foot, she didn't have time to rub it. She hopped away, limping slightly.
This. Luo Chen watched Xia Yingyao retreating figure, his mouth twitching slightly.
He never expected that a girl who appeared so aloof would have such a side to her.
Our brother Hua is indeed different. The next second, Pang Xion's chubby face leaned in closer. He couldn't help but laugh heartily.
Although he didn't say much, it was clear he wasn't holding back anything good. Luo Chen frowned slightly, looking at him in confusion.
What's wrong? Why are you laughing? Like that? Did you learn something useful? He asked instinctively.
In his view, Pang Xin should have learned how to create skills from the class, just like him. Otherwise, why would he be so happy?
Like a child? Ha! Pang Xin's expression fell, and he waved his hands repeatedly.
His face looked like he had heard something torturous. The wisdom of ancient sages, in his case, had been reduced
to a single concept: not thinking and not learning is bliss. The main point was that all kinds of knowledge passed through his ears. If he could remember one, he would consider it a loss. Studying? What a load of crap.
Hee, I've tried hard too, but this knowledge just won't stick in my head.
Pang Xin scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly.
There was no hint of guilt about not learning anything. Instead, he felt quite at ease. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead.
Right, it's getting late and I still need to take you to the villa area, Pang Xin hurriedly urged.
If he hadn't thought of it just now, he might have forgotten all about it. Fortunately, he caught it early, otherwise he would have faced another round of scolding.
Then let's go. Luo Chen nodded and got up. Being new here, he needed Pang Xin to guide him through many places.
Meanwhile, at the school gate, a tall and graceful figure was eagerly waiting, exuding an air that kept strangers at bay. Xia Yingyao frowned slightly, a hint of worry etched on her face. It was hard to tell whether it was concern or something else, but her expression remained tense. Coupled with her slightly gaunt features, she had a look that made one feel pity, causing countless passers-by to lose their focus.
TSK. Isn't that Xia Yingyao, one of the 4 school beauties? Who is she waiting for?
Just to clarify, she's the former school beauty. In her current state, she can only rank outside the top 4.
So, who is she waiting for? It can't be that guy from the elite class of the 2nd year, right?
I guess it's possible. It's been all over the place.
Can it be fake? Look, he really came.
Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look.
At the end of the road, a man with a
somewhat effeminate appearance was slowly walking toward them. Dressed in a suit, he didn't look like a seasoned awakener but rather like a businessman.
His face was clearly gloomy, yet he still
forced a smile, trying to appear natural.
Yao, have you been waiting long?
Kai Jisheng lowered his voice, struggling to squeeze out a sentence.
Even passers-by could detect the unusual tone in
his words, but they couldn't quite grasp the situation.
Kai Jisheng, we aren't close enough for you to call me that. Please use my full name.
Xia Yingyao narrowed her beautiful eyes, a flicker of disgust crossing her gaze. She seemed quite displeased with Kai Jisheng's presumptuousness, her expression filled with disdain. The aloofness in her words was unmasked, and everyone heard it clearly. Instantly, whispers erupted among the crowd, pointing and gossiping. This reaction undoubtedly ignited the anger within Kai Jisheng. He stepped forward abruptly, almost pressing against Xia Yingyao, and coldly said, "We have a marriage contract. Don't forget." His tone was icy, laced with a strong threat.
Upon hearing this, Xia Yingyao's brows furrowed deeply, her disdain even more pronounced. Kai Jisheng, you truly disgust me.
I will never acknowledge that opportunistic marriage contract of yours. Her tone was filled with anger, devoid of any emotion. Then, she smiled lightly, her voice tinged with mockery.
Wasn't the marriage contract signed by those people from the Xia family? Why don't you go marry them?
As soon as she finished speaking, the onlookers, who had been
watching the drama unfold, couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Some who were still eating even sprayed their food onto the heads of those in front of them. The scene became chaotic, but it couldn't
dampen their enthusiasm for the spectacle.
This is hilarious. I thought he was a battle wolf, but turns out he's a celestial dog. Haha, if this were on a phone, he'd probably ask if anyone's there. TSK, I didn't know there was such a way to marry a goddess. I've learned something new. Dude, calm down, your family isn't as rich as the Kai family. The words landed squarely in Kai Jisheng's ears. Hearing this, his face turned as dark as a rag. He glared coldly at Xia Yingyao, his throat rolling as if he was about to say something.
Xia Yingyao, making this public is not good for either of us. No matter how unwilling you are, this marriage is set. And that guy, what's his name, Luo Chen, right? Don't think I don't know anything.
Kai Jisheng's eyes were filled with coldness, as if he wished he could swallow Xia Yingyao whole. When the name Luo Chen was mentioned, he gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't understand what made him inferior to the other person. Why did a newcomer, who had just arrived, manage to win Xia Yingyao's favor?
Kai Jisheng, what do you want?
Xia Yingyao scolded, this has nothing to do with Luo Chen, don't act recklessly. Even she didn't realize that a hint of panic flashed in her eyes as she spoke.
All she knew was that this matter couldn't implicate Luo Chen. Just then, a voice rang out not far away. Oh, Yingyao, what are you doing here?
Upon hearing this, Xia Yingyao turned her head with a hint of anticipation, but when she saw that it was indeed Luo Chen, a trace of unease appeared in her eyes. At the entrance of Yinzhou University, everyone's gaze fell on a figure, while the chubby boy behind was completely ignored.
Isn't this the place you chose? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Xia Yingyao with confusion.
Although they had agreed to meet at the school gate, they never said it had to be in front of so many people. Suddenly coming over like this was a bit uncomfortable.
If he had
known, he wouldn't have joined the commotion earlier and would have just walked around it.
I'm sorry, Luo Chen, I didn't expect.
So you just had to call him Luo Chen, huh?
Just as Xia Yingyao was
about to apologize, Kai Jisheng interrupted her directly. With a sullen face, he stepped in between the two. His aggressive demeanor made it seem like he was there to pick a fight.
However, those present had mostly heard the backstory and wouldn't be fooled by the current appearance.
They all made enough space, eager to watch the show unfold.
At this moment, Luo Chen was unaware of the true situation. Seeing someone come up and give him a cold shoulder, he naturally wouldn't indulge the other party. Since his deeds had been spread by Zhang Fengming, there seemed to be no need to hide them anymore.
But what Luo Chen didn't expect was that someone would be quicker than him.
Pang Xin shifted his gaze from Luo Chen's face, nodded in understanding, and then stepped forward. In the
moment of everyone's astonishment, he extended his finger and gave Kai Jisheng the middle finger.
Don Linliang, you damn sissy, you really have a lot to say. Does your grandpa need to tell you his name? Can't you just go back and ask your dad? Is there no one at home? Pang Xian's mouth was like a firecracker, popping off a barrage of insults. The crowd was stunned, momentarily thinking they were hearing things. Was someone really cursing out an elite class student right at the school gate?
But then they remembered that Luo Chen and Xia Yingyao were likely elite class students too,
and they quickly relaxed.
Let them curse, they were just there to watch the fun, hoping the insults would get even harsher. However, while they were enjoying the show, Kai Jisheng, the person involved,
did not look so good.
His body trembled, his chest heaving violently, and his knuckles turned white from clenching. It seemed he was enduring intense rage.
You fat bastard. Where did you come from?
Kai Jisheng glared at Pang Xin, his expression dark. As for Luo Chen, he had already been cast aside in his mind. At this moment, he just wanted to probe this fat guy's background for future
revenge. A gentleman does not hold a grudge overnight.
Kai Jisheng didn't consider himself a gentleman, so he not only wanted revenge but also wanted to remember it well.
Little did he know, Pang Xin was completely impervious to his provocations.
When Kai Jisheng asked, he didn't play along at all.
Sigh. This foolish kid must have cut his brain with the umbilical cord. I just told you to. Go back and ask your dad, and now you're here asking again. What do you want others to think our relationship is? Pang Xin sighed dramatically, looking as if he was lamenting a failure to live up to expectations.
He spoke bluntly to Kai Jisheng, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Some of them had grievances with these young scions, and now they laughed even more joyfully. The harsh laughter crazily drilled into Kai Jisheng's ears. It felt as if each laugh was a slap, striking him hard across the face. Stop laughing. All of you, stop laughing. Do you want to die? Kai Jisheng waved his hands vigorously, trying to use gestures to halt the crowd's behavior. Knowing full well it was futile, he still chose to do so, making him appear even more ridiculous. Unfortunately, the crowd was not afraid of him at all.
With anger boiling in his heart, he could only redirect his ire towards Luo Chen and the other person. Since he couldn't stop the laughter, he would eliminate its source. You too, get on the stage with me. Do you dare? Kai Jisheng's tone was chilling as he pointed a trembling finger at the two.
From his already flushed face, it was easy to tell that his anger had nearly reached its peak.
Are you crazy? If you let us go up, wouldn't that be a huge loss of face for us? Pang Xin looked at him with disdain, sizing him up from head to toe. It was
impossible for him not to know the other party's identity.
Coward! Ha! You bastard!
Kai Jisheng cursed without holding back, nearly choking Pang Xin. But it was only for a moment. After considering the disparity in their strengths, he quickly calmed down. The foot he had raised was placed back down. Seeing him like this, the disdain in Kai Jisheng's eyes grew even stronger, and he turned
his gaze to Luo Chen. What about you? Crazy, anyone can challenge us, then I would be too busy all day. Luo Chen replied, rolling his eyes at the other.
What elite class students? They were barely a notch above class monitor Su Chang. A full 34 levels might seem impressive to ordinary people, but in front of Luo Chen, they were no different from children. In fact, they were even less capable.
Then Xia Yingyao, a girl. Let's go. We won't pay him any mind.
Luo Chen said to Xia Yingyao, his gaze sweeping past Kai Jisheng. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay attention, he simply didn't
have the time.
After all, too many flies can be annoying. After walking a few steps, he turned back to see Xia Yingyao still standing in place, feeling a bit puzzled.
What's wrong? Didn't you say you had questions to ask?
Upon hearing this, Xia Yingyao nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. She knew that if she left now, it would undoubtedly put her family in an unjust
position.
but if she didn't leave, the opportunity might be lost forever and she might never have this chance again. Just then, Kai Jisheng's irritating voice came again. Xia Yingyao, don't blame me for not reminding you, we have a marriage contract, think carefully about your Xia family. His words were full of threats, causing Xia Yingyao's heart to feel a wave of irritation. The words echoed repeatedly in her mind. Hearing this, she couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling a surge of powerlessness. But soon, this feeling was replaced by a determined gaze. She then furrowed her brows tightly and coldly glared at Kai Jisheng. You don't need to threaten me. I said, it's the Xia family that will marry you, not me, Xia Yingyao. I will secure a spot in the college competition to show everyone that you, Kai Jisheng, are unworthy. Her straightforward words were like thunder on a clear day, startling everyone present into silence, even making them think Xia Yingyao had gone mad. What did she just say? College competition spot? That requires securing a place in the top 3 teams of our school. Top 3? I can't even dare to think about it. How could a sophomore like her have the guts? Even if she's in the elite class, it's useless. As a senior, I can only say that even if my head were made of iron, I wouldn't dare to crash into the campus competition. Whispers of ridicule filled the air, all mocking Xia Yingyao's overestimation of herself, because they all understood just how much weight securing a spot carried. Competing in a campus battle of nearly 10,000 people to select the final 15 standing. What kind of concept was that? However, before they could calm down, another word was spoken. Although I don't know what that is, just for your courage, I might be able to help you. Luo Chen smiled, gazing at Xia Yingyao with admiration. In a daze, it seemed as if he saw his own shadow from a year ago in her. Luo Chen's words were like a shooting star in the night, directly piercing Xia Yingyao's soul, causing her heart to tremble. You help me, she murmured, staring blankly at Luo Chen. Once upon a time, burdened with the hopes of the Xia family, everything was beyond her control. Even the so-called cultivation from the family was merely a few scattered resources exchanged for her future trade value. From beginning to end, Xia Yingyao was treated as a commodity. No one had ever considered her, let alone offered help. Of course, but I can't guarantee I can do it. Luo Chen shrugged and said with a smile. He knew nothing about the college competition, so he naturally couldn't make any promises. However, when it fell into Kai Jisheng's ears, it took on another meaning. Ha ha ha, agreeing to help someone with something you have no chance of winning it, you really talk better than you sing. He laughed wildly, his face still showing a sinister expression. He then turned to Xia Yingyao and disdainfully said, see that, Xia Yingyao? Is this the friend you made? What else can he do besides brag? His words were not only directed at Xia Yingyao but also meant to let the onlookers know. The derogatory tone in his words was not concealed at all, aiming to embarrass the three, including Pang Xian. This guy. Pang Xian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to step forward, a hand blocked him. Luo Chen slowly shook his head at him, signaling him not to act. In his view, it was completely unnecessary. There was no need to showcase their strength to such people. Why waste time? What? Not going to fight? Kai Jisheng sneered, his face full of provocation. You don't even dare to fight me. What right do you have to participate in the campus selection? The more Luo Chen refrained from acting, the more pleased he felt. That surely indicated that his strength far surpassed that of Luo Chen and the others. As for Xia Yingyao, who was one level higher than him, he completely ignored her. After all, she was a woman he regarded as forbidden. What right did she have to act against him? Slap. Just as he was thinking this, a loud slap landed on his face. It was so sudden that even he didn't expect it. Not just him, even the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Except for Pang Xian, who was directly excited and clapped his hands, his face seemingly written with the words delightful. If anyone was the most enthusiastic, it was definitely him. Who said no one dared to act? Xia Yingyao smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Kai Jisheng. This slap undoubtedly drew a clear line between them. You, Xia Yingyao, you're seeking death. Kai Jisheng covered his left cheek, angrily rebuking, with bloodshot eyes clearly visible. His lower eyelid twitched, fists clenched, ready to strike at any moment. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he suddenly felt something grip his wrist. Looking closely, it was Luo Chen's hand, firmly locking him like a golden hoop. Then, he heard a calm voice. I advise you not to act. Luo Chen slowly spoke, the smile on his face fading, leaving only a hint of indifference. For no reason, the moment he met Luo Chen's gaze, Kai Jisheng instinctively took half a step back. Due to his wrist being grabbed, he lost his balance and fell to the side. Luo Chen glanced slightly and casually released him. Thud. Kai Jisheng, a level 34 awakened one, was actually scared to the point of sitting on the ground. This series of actions left everyone dumbfounded. No, dude, where's your usual arrogance? Where's your confidence as an awakened one? Only Kai Jisheng himself knew that Luo Chen's strength was definitely much higher than his, although he was a bit of a dandy and somewhat lecherous.
he still had a keen eye. Otherwise, someone like him, who could easily cause trouble outside, would have probably been beaten to death long ago. How could he still be alive now? He stared blankly in the direction of Luo Chen, momentarily dazed. In that brief moment, Luo Chen had already called for Xia Yingyao to leave, leaving him like a clown, surrounded by onlookers. His face changed from green to white, repeatedly shifting. After a while, he suddenly shouted in anger, "What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll kill you all." Kai Jisheng threatened. Although everyone knew he couldn't actually do it, they couldn't help but worry about being remembered and facing retaliation after leaving school. In an instant, the previously crowded school gate became a place where people could easily come and go. Luo Chen, and that fat guy. Just you wait. Kai Jisheng's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing in them. Unknowingly, a hint of ruthlessness appeared on his face. Xia Yingyao, don't think you can escape my control. As long as the Xia family is around, you won't be able to run. Saying this, he directly opened his communicator and dialed someone's number. The setting sun cast long shadows, and the cuckoo in the woods called out from time to time. Next to Yenzhou University, in the villa area, the three of them looked at the large villa in front of them, expressing different sentiments. Wow. After living in a small house for over 20 years, I didn't expect to indulge a bit just by going to college. No, Hua Good, don't you think there's something off about this villa? What's wrong? It's just in a better location and a bit bigger than the others. Is it really that surprising? Look at Yingyao, she hasn't said a word. In response to Luo Chen's sentiments, Pang Xian looked incredulous. After asking several times, he received the same answer. Hearing the last sentence, Pang Xian finally shifted his gaze from the villa to Xia Yingyao. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched, his head filled with black lines. This, she definitely won't say anything. At that moment, Xia Yingyao looked no better, her face blank. In this state, it would be strange if she could speak. At this time, her gaze was fixed on the two large characters above the villa door. Tianxing, the only two villas at Yenzhou University that started with Tian, also symbolizing its status. Being able to live here indirectly meant that the academy acknowledged that his talent was among the top in the 4 years of study. However, it didn't mean that the top students could move in immediately. If they hadn't met the academy standards from previous years, they would rather leave it empty than casually give the villa to the so-called top student. Besides that, the villa contained countless precious cultivation facilities, absolutely something that countless students dreamed of. Yet now, she was being told that the Tianxing villa had been assigned to Luo Chen, who stood before her. Tianxing, I really didn't see it wrong? At this moment, Xia Yingyao's face showed no coldness, only a dazed expression, like an ignorant girl. The only response she received was Pang Xian's repeated confirmation. Hiss, that's right. My uncle really did give this address. He opened the communication panel and carefully confirmed it several times. But no matter how he looked at it, everything remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was stroking his chin, deep in thought. It seems this villa called Tianxing is quite remarkable. Could it be that teacher Jiang and the others noticed something? That shouldn't be the case. Luo Chen shook his head, unable to think of anything he had carelessly exposed. Besides that, it could only be due to his father, Luo Qingfeng's connections, that the school treated him specially. But that also seemed hard to explain. The villa on the mountain was brightly lit. At the foot of the mountain, countless so-called geniuses from the academy looked up at the light on the mountaintop, all surprised. Who exactly lived here? A common question arose in many hearts. Inside the Tianxing villa, Luo Chen and the others were enjoying a feast. Wow! Hua Go, where did you get this meat? It smells so good. Pang Xian took a deep breath, almost swallowing his tongue. His mouth was full of grease, showing no semblance of civility. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but this flavor was something he had only tasted during their family banquets. Even some bosses from dungeons at level 30 or above seemed bland in comparison. Really? It might be because it's pickled. Luo Chen shook his head, revealing a hint of contemplation. To him, eating these foods almost every day didn't seem that delicious. Therefore, he couldn't understand Pang Xian's exaggerated reaction. Perhaps it was a possibility that he was deliberately putting on this act to provide emotional value. Luo Chen nodded, further confirming his suspicion. In contrast, Xia Yingyao appeared much more reserved, savoring her food slowly, creating a stark contrast with Pang Xian. Seemingly sensing Luo Chen's gaze, her face flushed slightly. She put down her chopsticks and nodded shyly. It really is quite delicious, I just couldn't help but eat too much. Xia Yingyao's face showed a hint of embarrassment, not daring to meet Luo Chen's eyes. It was completely different from when they first met. Well, if it's delicious, then eat more. Luo Chen's lips curled slightly, secretly lamenting how accommodating these two were. It made him feel embarrassed to ask more, so he could only follow their lead and continue the conversation. By the way, Yingyao, did you just say you don't plan to return to the Xia family? Luo Chen said thoughtfully, observing the expressions on their faces. He was afraid his words might touch on her painful memories. However, he soon realized that his worries were unnecessary. Xia Yingyao calmly nodded, showing no intention of avoiding the topic. So, have you thought about what to do? Luo Chen furrowed his brows and asked slowly, if you don't resolve this, I see you won't have the mind to focus on the college competition. I haven't thought it through yet, Xia Yingyao replied, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the depths of the villa. It seemed like something there was attracting her. The room was spotless, indicating it was regularly cleaned. However, her true thoughts were far from this. Luo Chen seemed to sense something and glanced at her, then stroked his chin, frowning in contemplation. It seemed he was weighing something, calculating the pros and cons. After a little while, he slowly spoke. If you don't want to go back, you can stay. Here, there are plenty of rooms. He didn't understand why the villa was so large just for one person to live in. It was even less comfortable than his small apartment, which at least had some liveliness. Xia Yingyao nodded gently and asked in a soft voice, which room do you stay in? Me? Luo Chen was slightly taken aback. He had just moved in and hadn't even looked at the rooms, so he had no idea where he would stay. Before he could respond, Xia Yingyao added, I can just stay in the room next to yours. As soon as she finished speaking, Pang Xian showed a teasing expression, his eyes darting back and forth between the two. He was chattering away, but no words came out, just mouthing shapes. However, the teasing in his eyes didn't escape Luo Chen's notice. If you want it, go pick one. He rolled his eyes at Pang Xian. After all, it wasn't his house, it was just a small room, and he wasn't going to be stingy about it. No, that's not necessary. Pang Xian quickly waved his hands, shaking his head like a rattledrum. He might look a bit silly on the outside, but he wasn't really stupid. Although Luo Chen didn't say anything, the look in Xia Yingyao's eyes was sharp enough to cut. I won't, I'm just in the way here, Pang Xian said, showing some awareness, cautiously glancing at Xia Yingyao. Seeing her expression soften, he let out a small sigh of relief. This made him, who had never been very popular with girls since childhood, feel quite hurt. Seeing that Pang Xian didn't need it, Luo Chen had no intention of forcing the issue. After all, he was Jiang Fengming's nephew, so he surely didn't have to worry about where to stay, otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. So, regarding the university competition, is there anything you need me to help you with? Luo Chen asked Xia Yingyao, a hint of confusion in his voice. After all, he was still new here and wasn't particularly familiar with these activities. If it were about running a dungeon, that would be simple, he could just mindlessly push through. But if he had to understand some messy details in advance, he had no interest at all. The university competition is organized by major universities across the country, roughly a month after the freshmen start school. Except for top institutions like Capital University, each school only has 3 slots, and Yenzhou University is no exception. To secure one of these slots, we need to form a 5-person team within the next half month and go through several rounds of selection. At this point, Xia Yingyao seemed to think of something, her tone faltering. Her expression paused, and a hint of worry appeared on her face. Looking at Luo Chen, her eyes carried a touch of dimness. I know the school has high hopes for your talent, but talent alone doesn't fully represent strength, at least not right now. Xia Yingyao bit her lip, filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. Luo Chen didn't offer much explanation, he just stroked his chin in thought. He understood that it would be hard to convince them with words before they saw his true strength. At this moment, remaining silent was the better solution. That's also why I'm particularly eager to know about self-created skills. Only skills that are more suited to oneself can minimize the gap caused by level and talent. As Xia Yingyao spoke, her gaze was fixed intensely on Luo Chen. It was as if he was not a freshman but a living treasure. And indeed, it was true, Luo Chen's self-created skill was not something just any senior could achieve. Not to mention, he had gone from first contact to being able to use it in less than 10 minutes. Whether at Yenzhou University or a top institution, it was an incredibly terrifying existence. However, because teacher Wang had deliberately feigned a lack of surprise at the time, it led everyone to have a misconception. Meanwhile, within the board of directors, everyone wore a serious expression. On one hand, it was due to the recent dungeon rescue situation. On the other hand, it was because of Luo Chen. Everyone looked at teacher Wang in the center, their expressions somewhat complex. Only Guizhu and Jiang Fengming, and a few school leaders seemed to have seen through everything long ago. Teacher Wang, do you know the consequences of lying? The leading figure's authoritative words made Teacher Wang tremble suddenly. However, he still gritted his teeth and replied, absolutely true. Aside from attending classes, Luo Chen spent less than 6 minutes on the entire process. And although his skill is only D level, it has at least C, no, B+ level effects. In the conference room, everyone listening to teacher Wang felt it was utterly absurd. How could a mere student's self-created D-level skill possibly compare to B+ level? Without even thinking, they deemed it impossible.
No matter how well the skill matched or how perfectly it utilized talent and profession, it couldn't be done. No matter how strong or powerful, could it surpass AA level? According to Yanzhou University's records, the strongest self-created skill talent, also a D-level scroll, only achieved a C-level effect. Now, right off the bat, Teacher Wang was saying such illogical things, which truly made it hard for them to believe. Principal, I told you Jiang, Feng and the others were unreliable. Exactly, now they are even trying to manipulate Teacher Wang into fabricating such ridiculous lies. Today they gave that Luo Chen the Tianqing villa, and tomorrow they'll be thinking of ways to hand over the academy too? I think they have ulterior motives. Indeed, otherwise it would be hard to explain why a student under investigation receives such high treatment. No matter where it is, factional struggles never disappear. Even within the universities that awakeners dream of and long for, it is no exception. Teacher Wang's words were exceptionally exaggerated, sounding almost fabricated to the ear. But to a few, it was like hearing a precious saying, and they jumped out to accuse him with great delight. In their view, it was as if they had caught hold of Zhang Fengming's little braid, eager to pull it out immediately. Seeing that the crowd was skeptical, Teacher Wang was the first to lose his temper. Everyone, could I possibly be lying to you? With at least 2 seconds of control, the ability to displace, and an additional 100% physical damage, is it really excessive to call it B+ level? Teacher Wang's expression was anxious, wishing he could reveal the entire process. This was still his conservative estimate, as Luo Chen's panel indicated 2 seconds of control. However, based on the students' descriptions at the time, he could actually be controlled for over 4 seconds, and the key was that he had not even realized it. Unfortunately, without evidence, his explanation seemed pale and powerless. But facing him were the mocking expressions of the crowd. Even the principal himself showed a look of doubt. Although he knew that what he was saying sounded like a fairy tale, everything was a fact, and as a teacher, he had to set aside other factors and treat it objectively. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately mocked him. What are you talking about, Teacher Wang? You don't even need to draft your words? You just blurt it out? Do you believe what you say? This is hilarious, at least 2 seconds of control? Teacher Wang is almost level 45, being controlled for that long, it's hard to say there isn't an element of performance. Indeed, it's reasonable. It's hard for us to believe Teacher Wang just based on his words. A few of them spoke in a sarcastic tone, showing no intention of giving Teacher Wang any face. With a faint sneer at the corners of their mouths, they looked ready to see him make a fool of himself. At this moment, the usually taciturn Gui Juanjia spoke up. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, I believe this is nothing for Luo Chen. He straightened his body, his face serious. Clearly discussing something outrageous, his expression only showed seriousness. Eight-armed Vajra, we admit your strength is formidable, but this is not your one-man show. You want to protect Luo Chen, merely because of his father, Luo Qingfeng. Don't think we don't know. Luo Qingfeng's 8 generals, with the 8th being the 8-armed Vajra, indeed raises suspicions about your motives. The crowd showed mocking expressions, even Wei Juanjia, who was at least level 60, was indiscriminately attacked. It should be known that once awakeners cross the second transition, their physical qualities undergo a tremendous change. Ordinary awakeners are no different from regular people to them. Yet, even with Gui Juanjia's high status, they showed no fear. They even mixed their personal grievances into their verbal attacks. Perhaps in their eyes, Luo Chen was indeed such a relationship-based individual. Moreover, he was the kind with very strong connections. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Zhang Fengming snorted coldly. He patted his sleeve as if he had touched something dirty. Then he looked at the people present, a cold smile appearing on his face. There are always those who think that relying on a connection can cover up someone else's excellence. There are always those who believe that under the guise of exaggerated descriptions, they can deny others talent for creating their own skills. I won't say who it is, you can guess for yourselves. After saying this, Zhang Fengming crossed his arms and closed his eyes with a half-smile. His sharp tongue and wit seemed to indicate that Pang Xian was likely the one he had raised. After his words, someone immediately couldn't hold back. Whether out of righteous indignation or having hit a sore spot, they slammed the table and pointed at him, scolding. Zhang Fengming, how rude you are! What are you insinuating here? Are you slandering us in front of the principal? The person was panting like a bull, seemingly holding back a pent-up frustration that needed to be released. Those who dared to step forward and accuse Zhang Fengming immediately earned cheers from a few onlookers. Good. Well done. Stay spirited, don't lose face. The disdain in their eyes as they looked at Zhang Fengming was palpable. It seemed they were waiting for him to solidify this reputation of being insulted, and then they would kick him and Luo Chen out of Yanzhou University together. However, they were in for a rude awakening with Zhang Fengming. Not to mention anything else, but with his sharp tongue and Gui Juanjia backing him up, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. He showed no mercy to this group, mimicking an exaggeratedly pretentious demeanor.
Oh, now you know how to bark like a dog? When you were cursing us earlier, why didn't you hold back? Now that you're being scolded, you all act like you have someone at home to back you up?
His words hit home, leaving a few of them momentarily speechless. Some onlookers even choked on their saliva, coughing for a while before they could regain their composure. Goodness, what was supposed to be a meeting of school leaders had turned into a scene of shrewish bickering. They directly targeted each other's families, launching a verbal assault based on their family trees. The back and forth left the other teachers stunned. With one sentence, he left them at a loss for words. The rest of the crowd focused their gazes on them, making them feel a prickling sensation on their scalps.
It was practically a large-scale double standard, and they had
been caught red-handed. They had no shame left, and could only weakly retort, "That can't be the same."
How can it not be the same?
We were all born to our parents and raised by them, and we are all teachers. Why should I have to give
way to you?
Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Fengming had already anticipated their response.
The moment he opened his mouth,
their words were once again cut off. The few of them were left speechless, glaring at him with resentment.
However,
Jiang Fengming didn't care in the slightest. There were plenty of people in the school who disliked him. Why should he care about a few glares?
Unbeknownst to him, the others, realizing they couldn't do anything to Jiang Fengming, shifted
their focus back to Luo Chen.
Since no one has any objections, let's continue to let Luo Chen stay in the Tianqing Villa.
Who is in favor?
Who is against? After Jiang Fengming spoke, the previously boisterous group chose not to respond.
They had argued for quite a while, and all the commotion had been made. Yet, the school leaders, unusually, had not expressed their stance, which indicated that they had tacitly approved of this action. If they continued, it would only put
themselves in a difficult position.
However, despite these thoughts, they wouldn't admit defeat verbally.
Don't forget, staying in Tianqing Villa means you have to accept at least 3 challenges every month. If you fail, then don't blame me for not reminding you.
Among the group, a man who bore some resemblance to Kai Jisheng spoke slowly. The ruthless look in his eyes made many feel uncomfortable at first glance.
Kai Jingyuan said coldly, staring at Jiang Fengming with a gaze full of warning. Unlike his nephew Kai Jisheng, he was well aware of who was behind Luo Chen. He also knew that the evening incident had something to do with Pang Xin, including Jiang Fengming behind him.
Compared to that, Kai Jisheng was just a naive young man, recklessly squandering his family's resources for a mere xiaoyingyao. Although it was a forced marriage, the resources spent were gone for good and could never be reclaimed. In his view, such behavior was utterly
foolish, yet he was helpless against it.
After all, Kai Jisheng was the youngest legitimate son, while his elder brother's eldest son was heavily relied upon. The youngest was spoiled by their grandfather.
This temperament was a bad habit,
fostered by the old patriarch who was also his father. Whether it was for the location of the Tianqing Villa or to poke at Kai Jisheng's sharpness, he had already calculated everything in his heart.
Big brother, since you don't cherish your feathers, let me help you trim some.
Kai Jingyuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared directly at Jiang Fengming. It was just the right opportunity to use the other party in Luo Chen's hands to clean up nicely.
Jiang Fengming was
unaware of his thoughts. He only knew that the other person's gaze made him very uncomfortable. Relying on years of intuition, he instantly judged that Kai Jingyuan wanted to use him.
However, he had no idea what exactly it was. This feeling
of being out of control made him somewhat restless, to some extent. Regardless of what he thought in his heart, he still maintained a calm demeanor on the surface.
3 challenges?
I'm not bragging. Others might challenge 3 times a month.
But Luo Chen,
Jiang Fengming said, unable to hold back a chuckle. His gaze swept around, deliberately leaving the suspense unspoken. When he noticed impatience on others' faces, he slowly said, I estimate that after Luo Chen accepts a few challenges, no one will be foolish enough to continue. His straightforward words left everyone momentarily stunned. The principal raised an eyebrow, his silver pupils moving slightly, a look of contemplation on his face.
Everyone present
was not foolish and understood what Jiang Fengming meant. It was just a matter of belief or disbelief. The principal maintained a neutral stance, sensing the different undertones.
As the admissions officer, Jiang Fengming's certainty about
being able to accept several challenges implied he had absolute strength to fight. The subsequent remark that no one would be foolish enough to continue was also self-evident. He nodded, raising his hand slightly. An invisible force rippled, and feathers began to fall. Except for Guijuanjia, the previously somewhat noisy room instantly fell silent.
I am aware of this matter. What do you think about the sudden appearance of the dungeon rift?
Baiyu's lips parted slightly as he surveyed the crowd. His silver pupils moved, taking in everyone's expressions. As his gaze swept across, everyone involuntarily lowered their heads, even Jiang Fengming, who had just been confrontational. However, there was still one person outside of them. Wei Juanjia's body emitted a faint golden light, repelling all the feathers. His eyes were deep, as if a thin layer of golden sand was overlaying the black. As the white light continued to approach him, the gold in his eyes grew brighter. In the depths of his being, it seemed a tremendous pressure was coming, making everyone feel as if they could hardly breathe. The group of teachers, all just over level 40, could no longer endure and suddenly lunged toward the table. It was as if they were bearing immense pressure, their teeth clenched, bodies trembling uncontrollably. In contrast, Wu Juanjia remained calm, though his pupils had turned completely golden. Suddenly, he spoke. "Senior brother, there's no need to test me. I am indeed not as good as you." As soon as the words fell, everyone felt a lightness throughout their bodies as the mountain that had pressed down on them suddenly vanished. Their gazes toward Principal Baiyu were filled with fear. They knew, as did many outside the academy, that the principal of Yenzhou University was not human. He was a beast from the dungeon who for some unknown reason had gained human traits. Time had passed too long, and many had forgotten what kind of beast he was, only knowing him as Baiyu, known as the seven-faced feathered demon. "Ah, junior brother, you are too modest. With your 8-armed Vajra skill, how could you be inferior to me?" Baiyu laughed heartily, appearing nothing like the fearsome figure from before. However, even though everyone saw him act this way, they did not dare to joke around. Only Gu Juanjia dared to speak against him. "Senior brother merely wants me to take a look at the dungeon, wanting to test whether I would be in danger after going in. I appreciate your good intentions. But even if there is danger, I must go in once more. Only by going deeper can I rescue the students." Wei Juanjia's expression was indifferent, but his gaze was exceptionally resolute. When faced with the unknown dungeon, there was no intention of retreating. Sigh. Baiyu sighed softly, slowly shaking his head. "This is just a level 40 dungeon. It's not worth it for you to go in. If there's any danger, the loss would be the entire Yenzhou University. We all understand the rules of the dungeon. You may be level 60, but once you enter, you can only exert level 40 attributes. Moreover, the talents that have already merged into characteristics cannot be used at all. Even if you are the 8-armed Vajra, you can't withstand being roasted over a fire." As everyone listened to Baiyu's words, they shook their heads in unison. They wanted to help, but thinking about their long-term lack of training, going in would only add to the chaos. If only there were a group of people who could fit the dungeon, we wouldn't have to make these pointless sacrifices. Baiyu sighed lightly, a hint of worry appearing on his youthful face. Looking at that extraordinarily handsome face, no one showed much fluctuation. Because they all knew, this was just one side of the seven-faced feathered demon principle. "Is there really no one suitable?" Zhang Fengming murmured as he listened to Baiyu. Just as he was retracting his gaze from the other's face, he suddenly seemed to think of something, his expression momentarily frozen. "Candidates? Who says there are no candidates?" Zhang Fengming clapped his hands suddenly, instantly capturing everyone's attention. But soon, he fell silent again, his expression tinged with a bit of excitement. At this moment, in the Tianqing villa, Luo Chen listened to Xia Yingyao's words, nodding from time to time. After a while, he slowly spoke. "But the current problem is, where do we find 5 people? Luo Chen stroked his chin, pondering. "You, plus me, that's only 2 people. Although he was confident that he could have an absolute advantage alone in the competition, rules were rules. Without enough people, they couldn't participate. "Hua ge, me. The chubby Pang Xian exclaimed eagerly, raising his hand. His face flushed slightly, appearing particularly excited. However, after Luo Chen glanced at him, he withdrew his gaze. Seeing himself being ignored, Pang Xian could only lower his head helplessly, pouting. Just then, the communicator in his hand suddenly flashed. "Oh!" Pang Xian swiped the screen and said to Luo Chen, "Hua ge, you guys continue chatting. It seems my uncle is looking for me." With that, he got up and ran towards the kitchen. In the hall, the two continued their conversation. "It really isn't easy to gather 5 people," Xia Yingyao said slowly, lightly biting her lip. Unlike Luo Chen, she was very clear about the situation within the academy, including how to participate in the selections at Yenzhou University. She also understood how difficult it was to find suitable teammates. The first consideration had to be the other party's strength, and secondly, character was also very important. But often, for those of them who were awakening with insufficient strength, it was hard to have both. Those who were manageable had rather average strength, while the high-level ones looked down on them. Reality was this cruel, and they had no way to refuse. "Is that so? How about just pulling in a few random ones and see if I can handle it?" Luo Chen stroked his chin, thinking carefully. Previously encountering Chen Shoujuan from Jiangcheng University, both his level and talent were not low. Perhaps in terms of combat talent, he was not as good as the Jiangcheng law enforcement team, but in terms of means, he definitely had much more than the law enforcement team. Moreover, the students of Yenzhou University certainly wouldn't have talents worse than Chen Shoujuan's. Without exposing the magic hand, it should be very difficult to win the competition. Of course, there was also a possibility that even if the magic hand acted, it wouldn't necessarily guarantee victory.
Luo Chen's fingers moved slightly, gently tapping his thigh, not knowing what he was calculating.
Seeing that he seemed at a loss, Xia Yingyao couldn't help but feel a bit despondent. With her head slightly lowered, she stared blankly at the floor, not knowing what she was thinking.
Alright, then let's do this. Bring the chubby one in, and find a few willing to team up.
Luo Chen clapped his hands and said directly to in his view, since finding teammates was so troublesome, it would be better to see if he could break through the campus selection on his own.
4. Now, this is all we can do. Xia Yingyao nodded, feeling somewhat helpless.
Given the current situation, Luo Chen was indeed the strongest here, and the decision lay in his hands.
If even Luo Chen couldn't manage it, she would be even more at a loss.
The only thing left to do now was to wait for arrangements. Aside from that, there was no other way. Perhaps even Xia Yingyao herself hadn't realized when she had become so indecisive.
Just then, Pang Xian walked in with a troubled expression. What's going on? Luo Chen immediately noticed Pang Xian's unusual demeanor.
He looked as if he had something to say but was hesitant. If others couldn't see it, they would truly be oblivious.
Hearing this, Pang Xian pouted inside deeply.
I don't know what my uncle is thinking. He actually asked if we could go into a dungeon.
He wore a pained expression full of helplessness.
From the looks of it, it seemed he had encountered some difficulty.
Isn't it just going into a dungeon? Why the long face? Luo Chen couldn't understand.
For him, opening a dungeon meant strategizing to conquer it. Depending on the difficulty, the resources inside would vary. Even if he didn't use them, he could sell the mining rights for enough funds, at least splitting it 50-50. Of course, this so-called 50-50 was just an estimated price. The actual value developed would definitely be much higher than the estimate. It was clearly a surefire profit. So why look so distressed?
Can I say something?
Xia Yingyao slowly raised her hand and cautiously asked.
She glanced at Pang Xian, then at Luo Chen, before voicing her thoughts. Could it be that this dungeon has something special? According
to her speculation, if it were just an ordinary dungeon, there would be no need for such concern. For some experienced dungeons that had been safely developed, if there weren't restrictions on entry, many people would love to spend every
day in them. But clearly, Pang Xian didn't seem to be talking about something so simple.
It was very likely that it was a brand new dungeon. Currently, there weren't many dungeons that fit this description, and there happened to be one near
Yanzhou University. You can't be talking about that one.
She clapped her hands, as if struck by an incredible thought. Pointing at him, she exclaimed in realization, "That's right, it's that one."
Pang Xian looked even more troubled.
Just thinking about the task he had received made him feel a headache coming on. This was no ordinary dungeon. It was as if they wanted him dead.
The back-and-forth conversation left Luo Chen, who had just arrived at Yanzhou University, completely bewildered. He was utterly in the dark, not knowing what they were talking about.
Sensing Luo Chen's confusion, Xia Yingyao patiently began to explain.
Just over a week ago, a new portal appeared near Yanzhou University. At first, we didn't
pay much attention because, based on the green fluctuations, it seemed to be a level 20 dungeon. But soon, we realized we were wrong. Some nearby awakened individuals who went in never came out again,
including some of our classmates who
were skeptical. They also disappeared after going in, but at that time, they sneaked in without anyone knowing. It wasn't until 2 days ago, when the dungeon stabilized at level 40, that the situation could no longer be hidden. Alarming.
The school authorities.
Xia Yingyao spoke softly, completely different from her previously cold demeanor.
Pang Xian, hearing her speak so much for the first time, was left dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Luo Chen, then suddenly broke into
an evil grin, as if he understood something.
So, you're saying Teacher Jiang is planning to send us to check out this dungeon?
Luo Chen stroked his chin, pondering seriously for a moment. Unlike Pang Xian, who seemed lost in thought, he carefully analyzed the pros and cons. Undoubtedly, this wasn't a good situation for him. Firstly, it's not that I lack these gold coins, and secondly, if I were to take action, it would undoubtedly expose my identity.
No matter how you calculate it's a deal that doesn't add up.
The most important point is that the dungeon is filled with unknowns, and I can't guarantee that every time will be without danger. Just as I was thinking this, Pang Xian seemed to sense my doubts and hurriedly spoke up. By the way, my uncle also said that if this works out, he can at least get you a B-grade imprint scroll. As soon as he finished speaking, different expressions appeared on Luo Chen and Xia Yingyao's faces.
You mean a B-grade imprint scroll? Luo Chen's eyes lit up, repeating it again.
He even thought he had misheard. How could such good fortune always fall on him? Little did he know, this was actually something Jiang Fengming had already investigated, catering
to his preferences. In contrast, Xia Yingyao didn't seem so calm.
If it weren't for the lack of decorum, she would have dug at her ears to hear it again.
Why was she encountering so many strange things today? Teacher Wan giving away a D-grade imprint scroll was one thing, but what was this situation? A B-grade imprint scroll just given away like that? Did they think it was a cabbage by the roadside, $1 apiece? If possible, she might as well get one for herself too. What she didn't know was that there weren't that many coincidences. Since Luo Chen was so highly regarded by Yenzhou University and was assigned to Tianqing Villa, it was naturally impossible for him to be assigned to Class 2. The only explanation was that Zhang Fengming and teacher Wang had some connections. When there are benefits, of course, they would think of their own people first, otherwise, it would be hard to explain. But to outsiders, Luo Chen was just a newcomer with insufficient strength. Therefore, Xia Yingyao couldn't understand and couldn't fathom what they were after. She only felt that the teachers at the school seemed a bit absurd, asking an awakener to help and rescue trapped students with a B grade. Imprint scroll might not be a problem, but the issue now was that the person they asked was actually Luo Chen, who was the same age as her. However, the next second, she was stunned again. If teacher Jiang really said that, then I agree. Luo Chen nodded and agreed without hesitation. Moreover, from his words, it seemed like it wasn't a problem at all, nor a challenge. Really? Pang Xin was overjoyed, saying it repeatedly. He jumped up in excitement, shaking the ground as if an earthquake was about to happen. But there was no need to worry. After all, Tianqing Villa, as one of the facades of Yenzhou University, would not be easily destroyed by ordinary disasters that would be unworthy of its status. As the only one completely unaware of the situation, Xia Yingyao found it a bit strange. The dialogue between the two and Pang Xin's performance made her feel puzzled. Aren't you worried at all? That's a level 40 dungeon. Xia Yingyao lightly bit her pale lips, pondering as she spoke. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Luo Chen's, trying to discern something from them. And then? Luo Chen paused, instinctively retorting. He completely forgot that Xia Yingyao didn't know anything about him. Subconsciously, he thought that since Pang Xin knew, she had no reason not to know. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? It's just a level 40 dungeon, right? Luo Chen tilted his head, somewhat confused. He had been in dungeons of this level more than once. To put it bluntly, it was just a bit stronger than an ordinary dungeon. If he were to say he was afraid, it really didn't count at all. Xia Yingyao pursed her lips and said softly, Aren't you afraid you won't come back? Why should I be afraid? Being afraid won't help us go further down this path. But I'm afraid you won't come back. As soon as Xia Yingyao's words fell, everyone was stunned, including herself. It seemed she realized there was a misunderstanding in her words, and her face turned as red as an apple. Having said nothing, she ended up making herself blush. Well, my mom is calling me home for dinner. Pang Xin, still enjoying the spectacle, dropped a line and dashed away in a flash. It was unclear whether he was afraid of being beaten for running slowly or if it was intentional. In the astonished gaze of Luo Chen, he vanished at the entrance. That speed was nothing like a 200-pound man. He was clearly a nimble rabbit. Once Pang Xin ran off, the villa fell into an awkward silence. For Luo Chen, who only knew how to dive into dungeons, he had no idea how to handle the situation. He scratched his head, mouth slightly agape. Just as he was about to say something, he realized he didn't know what to say and could only helplessly close his mouth again. The atmosphere sank into an eerie quiet, while Xia Yingyao stood beside him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her face, slightly pale from illness, had a hint of rosy color that made her look even more endearing. After a long pause, she finally spoke slowly. Actually, it's not what you think. Xia Yingyao moved her lips, arguing in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Her words seemed a bit weak, almost making things worse. Fortunately, Luo Chen hadn't thought too deeply about it from the start, so there was nothing wrong. That little fatty deserves to gain 3 pounds. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. They had only just met, and he wasn't confident enough to think others would have a good impression of him at first sight. He was somewhat self-aware about that. By the way, didn't you want to know about creating your own skills? Luo Chen clapped his hands. I almost forgot the most important thing. Upon hearing about creating skills, Xia Yingyao's eyes lit up instantly. Although this thing relied heavily on personal insight, as long as it could be summarized and reviewed repeatedly, the chances of success would definitely increase significantly. Hearing this, she quickly took out paper and pen, looking like a diligent student. The speed of her change in expression left Luo Chen momentarily stunned. But soon, he regained his composure and shared everything he had seen and heard. That night, the open space in front of the villa was illuminated. Some people talked with their families all night, while others were filled with rage. In a study room of the Kai family. What did you say? Luo Chen moved into Tianqing Villa. And Xia Yingyao still hasn't come out? Kai Jisheng swept his arm across the table, clearing it in a fit of rage. The sound of things crashing down echoed as countless valuable ornaments fell victim to his wrath. Each piece was worth several gold coins, equivalent to tens of thousands from before. But at that moment he couldn't care less. After finally using family resources to bring back his fiancée, she had run off with someone else in the blink of an eye. He hadn't even touched her, and now she was gone.
Regardless of whether Xia Yingyao had done anything with Luo Chun in Tianqing Villa, the mere fact that a man and a woman were alone together was enough to raise suspicions. If word got out, how would others view him? Everyone would be waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Alright, Xia Yingyao, if you're ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. I want to see whether the Xia family is more important or Luo Chen. Kai Jisheng gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear them apart. If possible, he wouldn't even want to spare Luo Chen, but he had no way to do so. After being slapped this afternoon, he had already sent someone to investigate Luo Chen's background. Unfortunately, all of Luo Chen's relatives were gone. The only one he had some contact with, Han Xiu, was still at Jingcheng University. Although her level wasn't high, she was favored by the teachers. This left him utterly confused. He couldn't find any useful information about Luo Chen, let alone about an ordinary girl who also yielded no practical insights. Just wait, I want to see what kind of virtue or ability you have to be able to live in Tianqing Villa. Kai Jisheng narrowed his eyes and said fiercely. The next day, at the entrance of Yinzhou University, Hua Ge, over here. The chubby Pang Xian waved his hand, making faces at Luo Chen. Anyone who didn't know would think he was plotting something bad. Only Xia Yingyao understood that he was clearly teasing her. The key is, she couldn't show it, otherwise it would seem like a confession. Why are you waiting for us here? Luo Chen asked, slightly puzzled. He didn't consider that there was anything wrong with bringing Xia Yingyao to school with him. Instead, he thought that Pang Xian was the strangest one. Why was he squatting at the school gate instead of staying in class during morning study? Ha! Didn't my uncle tell you? Pang Xian's face was filled with black lines, as if he could feel a row of crows flying over his head. His mouth twitched, as if he had encountered some major absurdity. That good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat. Pang Xian angrily pinched his fingers. Then he looked at Luo Chen and the others, his face breaking into a smile again. He smiled brightly, like a blooming flower, completely different from his earlier mumbling. My uncle communicated with the school. We can go directly to the dungeon today, no need to go to class. Is college really this free? Luo Chen said. Back in high school, he was used to never being late for class. Arriving at college, he was suddenly told he didn't have to attend classes, which was a bit hard to adapt to. It's not that good, many teachers are quite rigid. If it weren't for the school stepping in, today's class would probably be a mess, and the application wouldn't even get approved. Pang Xian had a bitter expression, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The good news was that they didn't have to attend class today and could go directly to the dungeon. The bad news was that even the school found this dungeon tricky. If it weren't for the upper-level educators, who happened to be scarce at level 40, this matter probably wouldn't have reached them. He felt quite wronged, whose uncle was so at ease sending his nephew to his death. Hua Ge, you can't let me die in the dungeon. Pang Xian's chubby face was almost wrinkled into a ball, his words filled with a desire to survive. Don't worry, it's just a level 40 dungeon, it won't be that bad. Luo Chen shook his head and said, without a hint of exaggeration. In his view, a level 40 elite dungeon master was already a bug-like existence. No matter how bizarre a dungeon was, it was basically impossible to break through the original limits. Just a level 40 dungeon? What a big mouth. Suddenly, an annoying voice rang out from the side. Looking over, it was the class monitor Su Qi and his sidekick Ma Dafu. The two had a sinister look in their eyes, flashing with dangerous light. From their appearance, it seemed they were still brooding over not getting the upper hand yesterday. They deliberately raised their voices, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Sure enough, as soon as they spoke, they immediately attracted others' attention. I'm dying of laughter. A level 40 dungeon is nothing? Who do they think they are? Even the seniors from the elite class in their third year wouldn't dare say such things. They are really overestimating themselves. They probably haven't seen much of the world. Newcomers just love to brag. Wait, that guy, and Xia Yingyao. They can't be the same people from yesterday, right? Soon, someone recognized Luo Chen and the others. Xia Yingyao, as one of the former school beauties, was always the center of attention wherever she went, making it hard not to attract notice. Immediately, some people revealed meaningful smiles. Others scoffed at her, showing disdain. I thought the school beauty was some pure and virtuous girl. Turns out she's just a promiscuous woman. Isn't that right? Yesterday I heard she was that Kai Jisheng's fiancé, and today she's appearing with another man. TSK, I think. It's just that Kai Jisheng is lacking in ability. Unfiltered vulgarities spilled out directly. A group of people crossed their arms, shaking their heads, and began to criticize Xia Yingyao. Without knowing the full story, they had already started to express their personal opinions. The crowd's words could turn gold into ash, and black could become white. Malicious remarks made Xia Yingyao's delicate body tremble slightly. She bit her silver teeth tightly but felt powerless to refute. At this moment, any explanation would only sound like a defense. Don't pay attention to them. Just then, Luo Chen's gentle voice slowly came through. Like a bright lamp, it guided her in the darkness.
Xia Yingyao looked up, met his gaze for a moment, and gently nodded.
At that moment, a figure in the distance watched the scene, nearly exploding with rage.
Xia Yingyao, Luo Chen,
you both must die. Kai Jishang's eyes narrowed, the murderous intent in them unmistakable. He had thought that directing public opinion in his favor would work, but in the end, he was still the one who suffered. Seeing Xia Yingyao's expression, which was almost like a string being pulled, he felt a surge of anger rising above him. If conditions allowed, he could directly set up a ranch right there.
You want to go to the Scorched Earth Territory dungeon, right? Then I'll make sure you go and never return,
Kai Jishang said viciously, without a hint of mercy.
Since he couldn't have it, he would destroy it.
He was the legitimate son of the Kai family, although not the eldest, his status was still noble. Xia Yingyao was merely a discarded pawn used for marriage by the fallen Xia family, not worth his
attachment.
Compared to women, he cared more about his face. Even if the other party was once one of the 4 campus beauties, looking like a lotus emerging from the water, it was not enough to shake the chips in his hand.
He was very clear about the fundamentals.
There was only one Xia Yingyao, but there were countless like her. As long as he secured this position, he could choose at will.
Since that was the case, why hang himself on one tree?
Now that Xia Yingyao had embarrassed him, he could only send her on her way. With this thought, he had already connected the communicator. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was completely unaware of his actions. He was simply leading the way, going against the flow of students who were heading to class.
Xia Yingyao appeared obedient, following closely behind him, no longer the aloof figure she once was. The onlookers were stunned, thinking they were seeing things.
Only Pang Xin, after a couple of smug hums, caught up, as if
mocking their astonishment. Luo Chen, want to skip class on the second day? Do you think living in the Tianqing villa means no one can do anything to you?
Perhaps seeing Luo Chen and the others slip away, Suchi suddenly shouted loudly. The volume was clearly intentional. In an instant, everyone's ears perked up, quickly receiving a series of messages.
The second day of class. Tianqing villa.
2 unrelated phrases, when combined, seemed so strange. Some who were in the know had already caught a whiff of something different. Although the academy stipulated that awakener skills could not be used for dueling in non-designated areas, it seemed that dungeons might not count.
Level 40 dungeon. Some exchanged subtle glances, the smiles at the corners of their mouths intriguing. Not far from Yenzhou University, the dark entrance of the dungeon seemed to want to swallow everything. Is this the Scorched Earth Territory? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, surveying the area. The aura emanating from the portal was undoubtedly level 40.
It was not much different from the dungeons they had entered before. However, there was a vague feeling that it didn't seem so stable, as if it carried some danger.
Luo Chen, I always feel something's off. Xia Yingyao frowned and whispered a warning.
She didn't know if it was just her imagination. The moment she got close to the dungeon, her heart inexplicably thudded.
Clearly, being in Yenzhou, influenced by the Inferno Demon Forbidden Zone, the surrounding area should be high temperature.
Yet here, she felt an inexplicable chill. She had spent much more time in Yenzhou than Luo Chen and was more sensitive to subtle changes.
In an instant, she sensed something was wrong. What? What's wrong? Pang Xin scratched his head in confusion.
He was broad and carefree, completely unaware of any abnormalities, instead thinking it was all quite normal.
The Scorched Earth Territory is a bit dangerous, isn't that normal?
If it were safe, that bunch of stingy school officials wouldn't dare to pluck a feather.
Pang Xin said indignantly, also dragging Zhang Fengming into the scolding.
If there weren't some danger involved, they wouldn't have been assigned this task, and they could have easily skipped class with an official excuse. Indeed, opportunities often come with risks. Luo Chen nodded, not saying much more. Over the years, he had lived this way and had long
since gotten used to it.
If it were a dungeon that had already been fully explored by others, with no challenge at all, he wouldn't take it. What he wanted was precisely this kind of brand new, undeveloped one, accompanied by high risks and high rewards. On one hand, it could help him accumulate some initial capital. On the other hand, it could continuously enhance his Shadow Lord talent.
Let's go. Step inside, Luo Chen said without much hesitation, stepping directly into the dungeon.
For him, retreating was not his style. Once there was a first time, there would be countless more, endlessly. If he were to avoid dangerous things, he wouldn't have come this far today.
Xia Yingyao and Pang Xin exchanged glances and immediately stopped hesitating. They followed closely behind and disappeared into the portal.
Before long, a few sneaky figures appeared at the entrance of the dungeon.
Sure enough, this Luo Chen actually came to the Scorched Earth Territory.
Boss, should we? One of them said, making a gesture across his throat.
Killing and looting were not allowed within Yenzhou University.
But if they were a bit farther from the university, especially inside an unknown dungeon, no one would know.
Moreover, no one would have any evidence and they felt justified. Even if something went wrong, they could deny it to the end. No rush. We don't need to act yet. The leading man squinted his eyes, the ruthlessness in his gaze, far beyond what Kai Jisheng could compare to. In contrast, he had more deterrence and aggression. Lu Qingping touched the scar on his face, revealing a hint of a cruel smile. The Lu family just remembered me. It's really like calling me at will and dismissing me at will. He sighed softly, but there was not a shred of the respect that should have been there in his words. As a member of the Lu family, if it weren't for the tempting reward this time, he wouldn't even want to take this job. The Scorched Earth territory, an undeveloped dungeon, had too many unknown factors. Even as a senior student with a level of 42, he didn't have complete confidence. But anyway, Luochen is going in to die, so it's like picking up a big bargain. Lu Qingping sneered and stepped into the dungeon. Just as he left, someone immediately followed behind. He took a deep look at the dungeon entrance before disappearing inside. The flow of people was at least 10% more than usual. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be hard to notice, and among that 10%, the vast majority were students from Yenzhou University. The Scorched Earth territory was a desolate sight, barren and lifeless. 3 figures appeared in succession, stepping on the wasteland. Luochen's eyes moved slightly as he slowly crouched down, grabbing a handful of charred soil from the ground. He crushed it lightly in his hand, feeling the hardness of the soil. Looks like we triggered a random teleport. He slowly stood up and scanned the surroundings. Years of experience in dungeons had cultivated his habit of checking the environment first. According to the information provided by the school, many people had definitely entered the dungeon recently. But strangely, there wasn't a single figure to be seen where they appeared. In fact, there weren't even footprints or signs of activity on the ground. The wasteland was completely open, with no possibility of hiding. This was not a job change dungeon. Everyone had their own separate dungeon world. Otherwise, Pang Xin and Xia Yingniao wouldn't be appearing beside him. The only remaining explanation was that they had been randomly teleported. Hua Ge, can you see this too? Pang Xin leaned in with his chubby face, asking curiously. Experience. Luochen didn't elaborate further, just shot Pang Xin a glance. Then he turned to look behind him, confirming that there were no other changes before relaxing a bit. Such a vigilant demeanor and skilled methods made Xia Yingniao feel even more curious. She didn't believe that these experiences could be learned overnight. Unless Luochen frequently entered dungeons, it wouldn't be possible. Moreover, anyone who often teamed up with others couldn't possibly have such a high level of vigilance. Could he really have D-level talent? But if he only had D-level talent, it seems he wouldn't be able to do this. Xia Yingniao lightly bit her lip, her beautiful willow brows slightly furrowed. Remembering the self-created skills, at least D-level talent was required to achieve that. This made her even more convinced that Luochen was hiding his true strength. If Luochen knew what she was thinking, he would probably just roll his eyes. Although he had already upgraded the Shadow Lord to S level, he had only been F level before. The difference was that previously, no one was willing to team up, leaving him with no choice. Now, he was simply used to it and didn't want to enter dungeons with others, that was all. Just like at this moment, entering a new environment, the first priority must be to familiarize himself with the surroundings. He would never casually hand over life and death matters to others. Let's go, maybe we should get a little helper. Luochen waved his hand, and a jungle tiger the size of a kitten immediately appeared in front of him. After glancing around in confusion, it turned and jumped into Luochen's arms. Meow, the blue jungle tiger opened its mouth and let out a low growl. If one didn't know better, they might think it was a mutated tabby cat. Wow, so cute, let me hold it. Xia Yingniao's eyes sparkled like stars as she reached out her arms toward the jungle tiger. However, what greeted her was its disdainful gaze. Thud. I called you out to work, not to act cute. Luochen unceremoniously gave the jungle tiger a light smack and tossed it onto the ground. In the Scorched Earth territory, the three of them walked along the path. In front, a blue kitten was vigorously twitching its nose, occasionally looking around. Its face was filled with a sense of urgency. So, did you find anything unusual? Upon hearing this, the jungle tiger paused, turned back, and gestured towards Luochen. Its little paws waved, tugging at Xia Yingniao's youthful heart. She couldn't help but want to reach out and grab it, giving it a good squeeze. Only Luochen listened to the jungle tiger's sounds, his brows furrowing deeply. Because of his talent, he could clearly understand what the other party was trying to express. Are you saying there's a fresh smell of blood in the air? Luochen softly repeated, mimicking the twitching of his nose to sniff. Sure enough, there was a faint scent, something special. If it weren't for the jungle tiger's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed at all. It wasn't that he wasn't alert enough, mainly he hadn't carefully discerned the smell and hadn't felt anything amiss. This is bad. Luochen looked around, frowning deeply. In his line of sight, there were no taller buildings or dense forests. All he could see was the scorched territory. The fact that he could smell blood meant that someone had already been harmed. Although it was something he had anticipated, the fresh scent indicated that someone was in danger at that very moment. Hua Ge, what's wrong? Pang Xin, seeing this, also reined in his boisterous demeanor and asked in a low voice. He didn't dare to speak loudly, fearing it would disturb Luo Chen's thoughts. At the same time, he quietly opened his communicator, trying to contact the outside world. He needed to do his job and prepare to report the situation here in real time to get the fastest rescue. However, he soon realized that things were more serious than he had imagined. The communicator was on, and all functions were normal, including his attribute panel. But the communication function had lost signal, as if something was intercepting it. He stubbornly took out his phone to check, but the result was the same. Oh, no, Hua Ge. The communicator's signal is gone. Pang Xion's face showed panic as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. His mind felt a bit blank as he reported the situation to Luo Chen. I understand. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen simply waved his hand casually, indicating that there was no need to make such a fuss. His eyes moved slightly, always on guard against the surroundings. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation, and it certainly would not be the last. In certain special instances, uncontrollable factors could occasionally arise, and the disappearance of signals was one of them. In the current instance, it was not just the signal that had vanished. If Pang Xian had observed closely, he would have noticed that the exit button had also disappeared. But he was unaware and did not pay attention. Typically, in such instances, there was only one choice: to clear it. Clearly, those who had entered before, even if they had not died, were definitely trapped. Xiao Hei, see where the smell is coming from. Luo Chen commanded coldly, but he did not let his guard down against the surroundings. As he issued the command, the jungle tiger immediately stopped hiding. Roar! With a sudden roar, its form rapidly expanded by several times. When he looked again, it had transformed into a majestic tiger, its body entwined with black mist, blue patterns swirling and flowing. It first shot Luo Chen a glance, as if protesting being treated like a dog and given a dog's name. Then, without any hesitation, it lowered its head and sniffed vigorously at the ground, occasionally lifting its head to sniff the air. Wow! This big tiger is so cool! Pang Xin, who had initially shown no reaction, brightened up at the sight of the jungle tiger. If it weren't for his lack of corresponding abilities, he would have wanted to get a jungle tiger as a mount. Unfortunately, ordinary jungle tigers were not this color. Moreover, to withstand his size, it would probably be quite a challenge. On the other hand, Xia Yingyao, upon seeing the little cat transform into a captivating tiger, felt her excitement diminish significantly. The jungle tiger completely ignored their reactions, diligently discerning the scents in the air. Suddenly, it paused. Instinctively, it glanced back at Luo Chen. In that moment of eye contact between man and tiger, it seemed as if they immediately understood each other's intentions. Found it! Luo Chen's heart sank, and he nodded heavily. The next second, the jungle tiger sprang forward at high speed. The sudden change caught Pang Xian and Xia Yingyao off guard. By the time they reacted, Luo Chen and the jungle tiger had already run quite a distance ahead, not waiting for them at all. Hey, Hua Ge, wait for me. Pang Xian's expression changed urgently as he hurriedly chased after them. From a distance, it looked like a round meatball, rolling and swaying. The two hurriedly pursued, fearing that if they lagged even a bit, Luo Chen would vanish from sight. At this moment, it was no wonder Luo Chen was ahead. You said the smell of blood is getting stronger? Roar! As they ran, Luo Chen occasionally communicated with the jungle tiger. His face grew darker with each step forward. This isn't looking good. Could it be that some kind of ritual is taking place? Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he could see something ominous through the spatial distance. For someone who had gone through numerous instances, he never treated instance creatures as NPCs, because he was well aware that, aside from demon beasts and magical beasts, there were various highly intelligent beings. It was likely that they were currently draining the blood of those trapped awakeners. To put it bluntly, as long as they didn't die, it was none of Luo Chen's business. But if he continued to ignore it, once the ritual was completed, things would become tricky. And that was the last thing Luo Chen wanted to see. The scorched earth territory seems to be more complicated than I imagined. Luo Chen gritted his teeth, gazing ahead, his pace unbroken. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Qingping and his companion were desperately resisting the attacks of the demon beasts. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans had already soaked his hair. Clad in warrior gear, he swung a large sword at the approaching demon beasts. Behind him, his companion, a mage, was in a state of panic. Not only did he have to be wary of what was ahead, but he also had to be careful of the demon beasts. Circling around. As soon as the energy of the staff gathered, it was immediately released, leaving him no time to think for even half a second. Unknowingly, his lips had already turned pale, a consequence of severely overexerting himself. Boss, I can't hold on much longer. The mage's voice trembled, tears nearly blurring his vision. Fearful as he was, there was not a hint of hesitation in his actions. He wiped his face with the cuff of his light purple robe, quickly clearing the tears from the corners of his eyes. Raising his hand, he cast another fireball, hurling it at the approaching beast. I can't hold on. Even if I can't, I must. We have no way out. Lu Qingping gritted his teeth, the veins in his jaw bulging visibly. The great sword in his hand swung relentlessly, giving him no chance to rest, because if he stopped, the beasts would surge forward, overwhelming him in an instant. Just as his mind began to relax slightly, a sharp claw suddenly grazed his arm. Put! 3 bloody scratches appeared, blood gushing out rapidly. Startled by the sudden attack, Lu Qingping felt a surge of anger. Lifting the giant sword, he swung it down at the attacking beast, cleaving the wolf demon in two in an instant. Huff huff! Lu Qingping gasped for breath, feeling as if a significant amount of his strength had been drained with that strike. He knew very well that his stamina was nearing its limit. If he continued to fight like this, he would be finished in less than a minute. Come on, he roared, unleashing his swordlight. Within the scorched earth territory, the beasts seemed endless. There were clearly only a dozen wolf demons, yet it felt like they were inexhaustible. Lu Qingping's eyes were bloodshot, and he swung his weapon in a frenzy, cutting and slashing in every direction. The great sword was almost smoking, its edge nearly dulling. Gale blade! Lu Qingping shouted, sweeping his sword. The skill's cooldown had just ended, and he immediately connected it. The arc of energy swept through, instantly blasting the attacking wolf demons away. With that one move, he bought himself a moment to catch his breath. Huff huff! Lu Qingping panted heavily, feeling his body nearing its limit. But he did not retreat, gripping the great sword tightly, readying his defense once more. Boss, you should run. The mage behind him secretly wiped away his tears, forcing himself to shout in defiance. It seemed that by uttering those words, he had already anticipated his own fate. Even in the face of death, the fear he felt could not change his awakening at that moment. No one knew the courage it took for him to utter such a seemingly light phrase. Shut up! If you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop you down myself. Lu Qingping retorted coldly, his gaze never leaving the wolf demons ahead. His fierce side was directed entirely at the approaching beasts. He was rational, knowing that blaming his companion at this moment would serve no purpose. The true instigator was the wolf demons before him. Unless they were dealt with, there would be no chance of survival. Fireball! The mage, realizing the situation was dire, felt a slight determination in his eyes. He waved his staff, sending a fireball crashing into the wolf pack. Although the effect was minimal, it did momentarily halt the wolf demons. Awoof! From within the flames, the lead wolf suddenly charged out. Its gaping maw, dripping with blood, lunged fiercely at Lu Qingping's arm. With a crunch, the armored arm was easily bitten through. Ah! Lu Qingping cried out in pain, but more than that, he felt anger. With a fierce motion, he threw the lead wolf to the ground. Raising his great sword high, he brought it down on the wolf demon. Put! Blood splattered, covering his armor. Even his face, filled with rage, was stained. With that strike, he finally ended the lead wolf's life, but he had also plunged himself into a bitter struggle. The injury to his right arm severely diminished his combat ability. With one hand, he could no longer wield the great sword easily and had to switch to a one-handed longsword. Without a suitable weapon, he gradually became unable to fend off the attacking wolf pack. Wang Zhao, you should run! Lu Qingping shouted loudly, then swung his sword. The wolf demon at the front let out a pained cry and staggered back. But this was only temporary. The subsequent attacks came swiftly. In just a moment, Lu Qingping found himself surrounded. Boss! Wang Zhao instinctively stepped forward, completely forgetting the perilous situation before him. With this movement, the pack of wolves immediately showed their fierce eyes, turning their gaze towards him. The cold beastly eyes seemed ready to devour his very soul. Yet, instead of retreating, he stepped forward with even more determination. What was once a hesitant step became a firm stomp. Are you an idiot? Lu Qingping cursed loudly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. It wasn't a cruelty directed at a person, but rather the accumulated malice from years of dungeon runs. When he saw that some of the wolves had broken away from him, preparing to charge at Wang Zhao, he suddenly shouted, "Sweep the 1,000 armies!" His gaze was like lightning as he stepped forward. With a sudden sweep, a circular sword aura lit up within a 3-meter radius. Centered on Lu Qingping, it radiated outward. Awoof! The wolf pack erupted in a chorus of howls. The wolves that were close were sent flying by the single strike. 7 or 8 wolf demons soared into the air, creating a spectacular scene. Unfortunately, it was ultimately an area of effect warrior skill. In terms of damage and stamina consumption, it was far inferior to single-target skills. Although he cleared out some wolf demons, Lu Qingping's stamina was instantly depleted. Huff huff.
The long sword was planted in the ground as he gasped for breath. His lips turned pale and beads of sweat the size of beans slid down his forehead, making him look as if he had just been pulled from underwater.
Flame wall. The mage didn't back down either, casting a skill just in time. In an instant, a transparent wall of flames formed, blocking the path between the wolf demons and Lu Qingping.
You idiot! Lu Qingping cursed weakly under his breath, but he didn't say much more. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone, perhaps in his eyes. As long as Wang Zhao could escape in time, one of them might survive. But now, that was clearly impossible. At this moment, he didn't know whether to feel relieved or desolate. Looking at the wolf demons on the other side, he felt a strange sense of pity. Clearly, the Lu family had done nothing for him. He had always been treated as a tool. Even at Yen State University, any benefits had to be handed over to the Lu family's direct descendants first. In such a family that viewed him as worthless, he was always expected to repay them with family honor. He didn't know why, even until now. Looking at the wolf demons eyeing him hungrily as his life was about to come to an end, everything before him became a blur. Right. Why should I sacrifice myself for such a family? Lu Qingping stared blankly at the wolf demons, their ugly faces flashing before him. In the past, the Lu family's direct descendants at Yen State University had bullied and exploited him at will. They summoned him at will and dismissed him just as easily. And if he wanted training resources, he could only dive into dungeons, fighting desperately to earn credits. In the end, he might still be fated to have his spoils divided by the Lu family. It could be said that if it weren't for the Lu family, he wouldn't be stuck at level 42 now. Not to mention, with his talent, he could have barely reached level 44. Today, he was destined to fall here. Scenes kept flooding his mind. He felt no anger, only a sense of absurdity, as if mocking his own one-sided devotion. Gradually, the wolf pack closed in again, but he was already too weak to resist. Boss! Wang Zhao's anxious voice came from behind. However, he seemed to have resigned himself to fate, closing his eyes in despair. In this unfamiliar dungeon, everyone was randomly teleported. He no longer held any hope that someone would dare to come and save him. Moreover, even if he were lucky enough to meet up with them, they would probably be scared out of their wits at the sight of the wolf pack. Lu Qingping thought to himself, calmly spreading his arms to welcome the wolf demon charging at him. For him, it might be the last time he faced life with such openness. Having come to terms with many things, he was utterly unafraid of the impending death. Time flowed slowly, each moment dragging on. Seconds felt like years. 1 second, 2 seconds. Yet death did not come, and he felt no pain at all. It was then that he seemed to hear an incredibly familiar voice. Soul Sever. As he hurriedly opened his eyes, he was met with a scene that filled him with terror. The pack of wolves before him had suddenly halted, their eyes filled with fear. Frost impact. A cold wind swept through, sending a shiver down his spine. Upon closer inspection, he saw that a thick layer of ice had formed on the wolf demon's body. With just 2 skills, all the wolf demons were instantly immobilized. It seemed like the effects were overlapping, but Lu Qingping did not think so. If it were an ordinary person, that would be one thing. He couldn't believe that someone who could control the wolf demons with one skill would waste another skill to add an extra layer of control. Sure enough, just as this thought crossed his mind, the ice sculpture ahead, emanating cold air, suddenly cracked with a sharp sound. This crisp noise seemed to press a switch. One after another, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture. It shouldn't be possible. Lu Qingping stammered, somewhat uncertain. In his line of sight, the white cracks spread rapidly, densely packed, threatening to shatter the ice sculpture at any moment. As he squinted one eye, cautiously examining the scene, bang! Suddenly, the azure statue shattered. Ice crystals sparkled, scattering into the air, quickly turning into mist. As the ice shards drifted away, the remaining pieces fell to the ground. Accompanying them were the wolf demon corpses wrapped in ice. How is this possible? Lu Qingping's heart trembled. He had considered countless possibilities but never thought that a slowing skill could be used as an attack. If Luo Chen knew what he was thinking, he would have only one response. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of it, it was just that the majority of people thought this way. This was not a virtual game world, but rather the reality after the game had descended. Since it was not fictional, the effects of freezing were not limited to mere confinement. As long as a certain threshold was reached, it could directly inflict damage on the entity itself, leading to its demise. However, there was a very important prerequisite. The attack itself had to deal damage exceeding that of the target. For others, this was difficult to achieve within the same level, but for Luo Chen, it was not a big problem. Hey, have you seen anyone else around? Before Lu Qingping could collect his thoughts, Luo Chen's voice reached his ears. He looked up in a daze, his gaze locking with Luo Chen's.
Luo Chen. You are Luo Chen. Lu Qingping's heart shook, feeling as if everything was somewhat unreal. He even thought he had died and was witnessing a hallucination before his end. He had already given up resisting, facing death with calmness. Yet unexpectedly, fate seemed to be playing a joke on him. Not only had he survived, but it was also Luo Chen who saved him, which sounded somewhat ironic. The reason he had entered the instance was to carry out the Lu family's orders to hunt down Luo Chen. Not only had he failed, but he had also received Luo Chen's kindness. You recognize me? Luo Chen asked, surprised. He had just arrived at Yenzhou University and did not expect that there were quite a few people who knew him. Anyone he randomly encountered in the instance could call out his name. However, he did not dwell on it too much, as these matters were not important at the moment. Whether or not they recognized him was secondary. He needed to quickly uncover the mastermind behind it all. He then refocused his thoughts, looking intently at Lu Qingping. Have you seen anyone else around here? Luo Chen stared into Lu Qingping's eyes and asked again. The only response was Lu Qingping shaking his head helplessly. Is that so? It seems I can only continue searching on my own, Luo Chen said, a hint of disappointment in his voice, but he had no other options. Fortunately, that last wave of wolf demons had provided a significant amount of experience, allowing the jungle tiger to leap to level 14. With the level increase, their travel speed had also improved considerably. Wait, Luo Chen. Just as Luo Chen turned around, Lu Qingping suddenly called out to him. Luo Chen, hearing the voice, looked back in confusion. He saw Lu Qingping standing straight, one hand placed on his chest, slightly bowing. Thank you very much for saving us, Lu Qingping said, and the mage Wang Zhao behind him also bowed in gratitude. It wasn't a grand gesture, but it expressed their sincere thanks. Perhaps you don't know, but this also makes us feel a bit ashamed. As he spoke, Lu Qingping stared directly at Luo Chen, seemingly brewing something in his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Zhao was scratching his head, looking somewhat awkward. Others might not understand what was going on, but he was very clear. Just as Luo Chen was slightly surprised and showed a look of confusion, Lu Qingping spoke. Again. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Lu Qingping from the Lu family of Zhangchang. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Chen's pupils constricted sharply. His brows furrowed slightly, and his hand clenched tightly. The stance he took suggested that if the other party said anything wrong, he would throw a punch. Whether it would be a physical attack or an instant explosive fireball was uncertain. At that moment, whether Lu Qingping lived or died would be left to fate. He didn't believe that the Lu family knew nothing about the conflict between him and Lu Chunfeng. Since Lu Qingping had already revealed the name of the Lu family, it was clear that the news had reached those people's ears. Given the current situation, it was evident that they were enemies, not friends. Wait. Lu Qingping waved his hands repeatedly, fearing that Luo Chen might act on impulse. Watching him prepare to make a move sent a chill down his spine. The scene of him instantly killing the wolf demon was still fresh in his mind, and he was afraid that if he wasn't careful, they would be treated like wild monsters. Although he had been fearless in the face of death just moments ago, that was a different matter. Now that he had survived, he naturally didn't want to lose his life. For no reason, especially not to suffer such an unjust fate. After seeing that Luo Chen had no intention of attacking immediately, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly said, I am indeed from the Lu family, but that was in the past. After going through so much, Lu Qingping had long been completely disappointed with the Lu family. The last attack by the wolf demons was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back, severing his ties with the Lu family. In the face of life and death, it was easy to clarify many things. Now, he just wanted to be himself again. As for the Lu family, he didn't want to be a puppet again, allowing them to continue exploiting him. You may not understand, but none of this is important. Seeing that Luo Chen had relaxed a bit but hadn't completely let down his guard, Lu Qingping continued. He didn't elaborate further because he knew that saying these meaningless formalities to others was unnecessary. After quickly thinking through it, in his mind he pointed out the key points. The Lu family has already noticed your movements, and I believe they will soon send someone over. I am the first, but I will definitely not be the last. As he spoke, he looked at Luo Chen and found that he showed no signs of surprise, instead appearing as if it was only natural. He realized that Luo Chen, seemingly unconcerned, had actually anticipated the consequences. Moreover, his strength had grown to a level where he could disregard people like them. Even the wolf demons that he, at level 42, found difficult to handle were resolved in just one encounter, which was telling. Seeing that Luo Chen had no emotional reaction, Lu Qingping pondered for a moment and added, based on my guess, you must have something on you that has caught their attention. Otherwise, just the father and son Lu Chunfeng would definitely not be enough to make them act personally. Lu Qingping lightly tapped his chin as he voiced his speculation. When it
came to the end, he even sighed with empathy. It was hard to tell whether he felt pity for others or for himself.
The Lu family? I see. At that moment, Luo Chen spoke up.
He had already anticipated the actions of the Lu family. When it came out of Lu Qingping's mouth, he was at
most a little surprised.
He didn't know what the other party had gone through that made them so decisive in selling out the Lu family.
However,
none of this concerned him. Since the Lu family had taken action, he would definitely respond.
Whatever hand the Lu family dared to extend,
he would chop off that hand, leaving no room for them.
If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, Luo Chen turned and left. In
comparison, finding the hidden hand in the copy was the more pressing matter at hand.
Luo Chen. While running, Luo Chen suddenly heard
a call. He turned back, puzzled. He saw Lu Qingping fully armed, a large sword planted in front of him, shouting loudly,
Luo Chen, I owe you a life.
The distance was a bit far, so he didn't catch every word.
However, he could roughly make out what Lu Qingping was saying. He didn't
take it to heart. Why dwell on something done casually, especially since he wasn't the type to hold a grudge for favors?
Boss, it seems he can't hear,
Wang Zhao cautiously said, gesturing with his mouth. He seemed afraid that speaking too loudly would upset someone and cause him to
suffer. Shut up. I know. Lu Qingping scolded irritably, giving him a glare.
Thinking that Luo Chen didn't take it to heart, he could only sigh helplessly. The rapid changes in the world made him feel as if he were in a different era. After this incident, he had come to terms with
many things.
Some people, just because they held a title, could oppress him at will, treating him like a tool.
Yet some, even after saving him
from peril, never truly regarded him. It was as if they had merely done a trivial favor, nothing more. While he was lost in thought, heavy panting
sounds came from not far away.
Huff, huff. Turning to look, he saw a small ball of flesh heaving violently. Beside it stood a tall, icy girl. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her chest rose and fell with her breath, looking as if she had just come from a long journey. She seemed a bit out of breath, which was quite rare for an awakened one.
Seeing this, Lu Qingping couldn't help but be taken aback. For some reason,
he felt that the girl in front of him seemed familiar, yet he couldn't place her name.
Xia Yingyao. Before he could recall, Wang Zhao had already called out her name first. Upon hearing it, he snapped back to reality. TSK. How could I forget this?
Lu Qingping slapped his forehead,
looking enlightened.
Once he realized, he immediately looked at the little ball of flesh.
Who else could it be but Pang Xin? She looked just like Zhang Fengming from the admissions office, at least in terms of body shape.
As for her face, he dared not think too much or say anything.
Reckless. Pang Sanjin, you guys are late,
Lu Qingping said flatly.
Without comparison, there would be no harm. He wasn't sure where Pang Xin
and the others had come from, but he was aware of Luo Chen's terrifying abilities. Under such high-intensity travel, he still appeared unfazed,
not even breaking a sweat. Moreover, he could casually unleash two skills, taking down the wolf demon in one fell swoop. If he hadn't seen it
with his own eyes and only heard others talk about it, he would have just laughed it off. Now, Luo Chen had already rushed off to the next location, while Xia Yingyao and the others had only just arrived.
What? Brother Hua has already left? Pang Xin looked as if he were questioning
life, his face full of pain. It was as if he were bound with lead weights, making even the slightest movement require tremendous effort. He simply collapsed onto the ground, crashing down with a thud, sending dirt flying everywhere. The unpleasant smell of scorched earth penetrated his
nostrils and reached his brain.
Yet he acted as if he sensed nothing, too lazy even to cover his nose, remaining completely still. His belly rose and fell violently with each breath, resembling a small hill.
In contrast, Xia Yingyao appeared much more graceful.
As her arms swept past, a
lounge chair appeared before her, and she lay back onto it effortlessly. Damn! You're cheating! Who brings a lounge chair to a dungeon run?
Pang Xin turned his head away in annoyance, looking at Xia Yingyao's chair, his eyes filled with envy. For some reason, he felt a sense of
having miscalculated.
Instinctively, he thought he should have brought a chair too, or he would be at a disadvantage. Listening to Pang Xin's
remarks, Lu Qingping's lips curled slightly, unsure of how to respond. Wait, how do you know we came to find Brother Hua?
Just as he was pondering what to say, he suddenly heard Pang Xin's belated exclamation. His face was filled with a look of vigilance, as if to say, "What do you
want? I won't tell you anything." Lu Qingping felt a headache coming on, even wanting to kick Pang Xin.
Save it. With your current dead pig. Look, even if I stab you twice, you'd just have to accept it. He rolled his eyes and said irritably.
Luo Chen had done him a favor, and he had no grudge against Pang Xin, so he couldn't resort to violence.
However, it was still necessary to say a few words.
Upon hearing this, Xia
Yingyao merely nodded slightly in agreement. In fact, she had already checked Lu Qingping and the others' information as soon as she arrived. which was why she felt so at ease. Rather than feeling at ease, it was more accurate to say she knew that resistance wouldn't have much effect. Since the other party showed no malice, she didn't need to be overly cautious, just keeping an eye out was enough. If you're looking for Luo Chen, you probably won't catch up, Lu Qingping said, instinctively glancing in the direction Luo Chen had left. There was no sign of him anymore, yet it felt as if he could still see him. He sighed deeply, filled with emotion. Hey, big brother, if you keep sighing like that, the scorched earth territory will soon be hit by a tornado. Pang Xin, lying on the ground, had not closed his mouth. Hearing those sighs, he couldn't help but add a couple of jabs. You bastard, this fat pig. You deserve to gain 3 more pounds. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and Lu Qingping immediately unleashed a tirade at Pang Xin. It felt like being lost in a beautiful landscape, only to suddenly have a butt appear in front of you, letting out a fart. At that moment, his heart felt just like that. It was inexplicably uncomfortable, and he wanted to hang Pang Xin from a tree and beat him like a top. Ha, thanks. Brother Hua praised me like this too. You. Ultimately, his attack lacked power, and Lu Qingping's words couldn't even stir Pang Xin's heart. Instead, he just turned over, adjusted to a comfortable position, and lazily replied, "Put." This time, Wang Zhao couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. When he saw Lu Qingping's murderous glare sweep over, he immediately returned to a serious face, as if nothing had happened. Forget it. Lu Qingping waved his hand helplessly, then gestured in front of him. Then let's wait together. Instantly, 2 chairs appeared in front of them, just right for him and Wang Zhao. After a long silence, Pang Xin turned around in confusion, glancing out of the corner of his eye. Not looking was fine, but once he did, he felt completely unwell. What the hell? You all brought chairs, right? And I'm the only one who didn't? Pang Xin shouted unhappily, but unfortunately, no one paid him any mind, and he could only sulk alone. Soon after, he began to mumble quietly. Humph. Just wait. Next time we run a dungeon, I'm going to bring something you all wouldn't expect. Luo Chen was completely unaware of the commotion happening in the scorched earth territory. He had never considered that Pang Xin would join forces with Lu Qingping and the others, and that there would be no conflict. Just as he hadn't thought they would be following behind him in the first place. Accustomed to being alone, whenever there are people behind him, he instinctively wants to shake them off. Especially in situations like now, where finding a breakthrough in the dungeon is urgent. In such circumstances, there is no time to consider others. Waiting is not necessarily safe. Only by strategizing the dungeon can everyone be spared from disaster. Are we getting close? A heaviness settled in Luo Chen's heart, and he focused all his attention. Ahead, the majestic black jungle tiger dutifully led the way, charging forward without hesitation. Thanks to Rebirth of the Undead, it seemed tireless. It charged ahead without a hint of wanting to rest. If others knew that a leader-level beast was being treated like a dog, they would probably be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. However, to probe into Luo Chen and the summoned beast's information, it would be difficult for an ordinary person. At least for now, no one would find it strange. Luo Chen moved quickly, keeping his eyes and ears open, fully entering a state of vigilance. He transformed into a human-shaped radar, always on guard for movements around him. As long as he detected anything unusual, he could retaliate at any moment. Along the way, he encountered several wolf packs. The jungle tiger also gained a lot of experience, leaping to level 24. The rapid leveling was not good news for him. The density of the beasts had far exceeded his original estimates. They haven't caught up? Luo Chen turned back to confirm, gradually slowing his pace. The jungle tiger tilted its head in confusion at his actions. It knew very well that the girl and the chubby boy behind could not keep up with the speed. So, was it necessary to confirm again? Just as it was puzzled, Luo Chen spoke again. In that case, there's no need to waste time. He raised his right hand and slowly opened it towards the front. In an instant, his hair moved without wind, and his clothes rustled loudly. A flash of deep blue light flickered in his eyes. Frenzied army! A detached voice echoed in the air. The next moment, a stone statue rose from beneath his feet, standing over 8 meters tall. Crack, crack! The stone shattered, revealing its true form. A level 40 silver-armored guardian, one of Luo Chen's capable subordinates. Due to the massive size of the bull demon, there was always a risk of exposure. Thus, Luo Chen decided to leave the journey to the silver-armored guardian. Little Black, keep leading the way, he commanded the jungle tiger with a deep gaze. Meanwhile, he needed to conserve his strength and prepare for the dangers that could appear at any moment. The silver-armored guardian, standing over 8 meters tall, maximized the speed of their journey, covering 5 or 6 meters with just one stride. Roar! The jungle tiger growled in dissatisfaction, as if blaming Luo Chen for hitching a ride without taking it alone. However, it did
not forget its current task.
Its nose, surrounded by black mist, twitched twice before suddenly stopping. Then, it turned its head, fixating
on a certain direction. Its eyes transformed into slits, exuding a dangerous aura. Roar! It roared, abruptly turning its limbs and heading to the right. Seeing this, Luo-chan raised an eyebrow.
Standing on the shoulder of the silver-armored guardian, he gazed into the distance,
revealing a hint of surprise.
Being in the scorched earth territory felt the same everywhere, with no discernible differences.
A casual glance showed nothing but barren land.
Yet, the jungle tiger's behavior suggested it had found the right direction. This made Luo-chan slightly astonished. He carefully looked at its forward path but still found nothing unusual.
Keep up.
He patted the helmet of the silver-armored guardian, urging
it on.
Receiving the command, the silver-armored guardian did not pause for a moment, quickly following suit.
In its mind, it seemed that loyalty was the only directive. Thud thud thud.
Each step it took sounded like a war drum beating. A dull thud echoed, making hearts race and
heads buzz.
On the ground, clumps of earth trembled gently with each step. In a dark, unseen place, a figure wrapped in a robe slowly lifted its
foot.
A pair of beastly eyes looked down at the ground, revealing a hint of confusion.
The pupils, round and glistening in the darkness, sought to capture more light. Do you feel that? The ground seems to be shaking?
It turned its head to glance at its companion, who was similarly
wrapped in a tattered beast skin robe.
One stood on the left, the other on the right, guarding the stone door.
It's normal, you'll get used to it soon enough.
The ground shaking is just those awakened ones making their last struggles. The aftershocks of the battle are a bit strong, so it's only natural for the ground to tremble. In contrast, the wolf-headed beast on the other side appeared much calmer. Its face showed little expression, always vigilantly watching the depths of the passage. It seemed to be on guard, preventing anything from entering the door.
Behind them. What? Is that so? The newcomer wolf demon showed a hint of doubt, somewhat skeptical. When it placed its paw back on the ground, it could no longer feel the tremors.
It was as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion.
Ha! It's really gone. Was it an illusion? The newcomer wolf demon scratched its head, confusion returning to its face. Just as it was about to ask, it noticed the veteran wolf demon still unmoved, staring straight ahead. Instantly, it felt a bit disappointed and repressed its curiosity, pretending to patrol instead. Time passed slowly, and the tremors did not return. This should have been a good thing, yet it felt no joy, only a sense of foreboding. Why? Hasn't the new prey been caught yet? Could something have gone wrong?
I heard that the awakened ones outside are quite cunning. If anything
goes wrong.
Just as it spoke, its ears perked up. It seemed to have heard something, looking deeper into the passage.
The old wolf demon on
the other side appeared nonchalant, completely unconcerned.
Tat tat tat.
Heavy footsteps approached, echoing in the empty cave passage.
It seems that sound is not quite right, it said hesitantly.
In its memory, aside from a few deep within the stone door, there shouldn't be such heavy footsteps.
With their wolf demon agility, at least wearing light armor wouldn't make such noise. No, it's the sound of the awakened.
The old wolf demon reacted first, turning to prepare to sound the alarm at the door behind it.
Unexpectedly, a fireball came hurtling faster than it could react. Whistling, it smashed toward it. If it didn't dodge, it would surely be hit, leaving it either dead or severely injured. Reluctantly, it had to abandon the idea of calling for help and darted aside. Boom!
The fireball suddenly exploded in mid-air, the intense
heat almost igniting its fur.
Fortunately, it wasn't too close, otherwise, who knows what would have happened.
Before it could recover from the shock, it heard a mocking male voice. Finally, I've caught you. The indifferent voice echoed in the cave. Startled, the two wolf demons jumped. When they saw the newcomer, they immediately sighed in relief.
They had thought a group of awakened ones was gathering to attack. Their hearts had been in their throats. After the flames dissipated, they found only one person, and they quickly regained their previous arrogance.
Ha! Ha! Human, how dare you find your way here? The newcomer wolf demon bared its teeth, stretching its limbs. It stepped forward, inching closer to Luo-chan.
Its mouth curled up, the flesh between its teeth clearly visible, as if it had already fed.
As for what it had eaten, that was self-evident.
Stop the chatter, finish the fight quickly, and be careful of what tricks this human might play, the old wolf demon warned, its
eyes locked tightly on Luo-chan, observing his every move to prevent any unforeseen changes. However, its concern was unnecessary. Of course, it wasn't that Luo-chan had no other means, rather, the opponents simply couldn't defend against him. At this moment, the only factor to consider was whether the booming sound of the explosive fireball had disturbed the beast behind the door. If not, it would save a lot of trouble. In the absence of knowledge about whether there were hostages, taking them out one by one was much more prudent than a reckless all-out attack. If it were any other time, he would have pushed through without a second thought, without needing to consider so much. Oh, whoa! At a time like this, you dare to be distracted. The rookie wolf demon had already approached, its fangs and claws fully displayed. Upon seeing Luo Chun seemingly
lost in thought and not taking it seriously, it immediately let out an angry howl. With a sudden backward swing of its arm, it charged forward. A cold gleam appeared on its claws, as if trying to dazzle Luo Chen's eyes. However, before it could get close, Luo Chen suddenly steadied
his stance, one hand retracting.
An intense heat surged in front of him.
At that moment, Luo Chen threw a punch aimed directly at its face.
The distance between the man and the wolf was over 2 meters, and the wolf demon hadn't thought much of it.
Instinctively, it felt that a warrior class, without the aid of weapons, couldn't possibly hit it. But the next second, it realized it was terribly wrong. In a blur, red flames suddenly erupted, quickly filling its vision. Flame fist.
It barely had time to hear Luo Chen shout the name of the technique.
The intense flames had already engulfed it in an instant. Oh whoa! The rookie wolf demon howled in pain, its body rapidly expanding. It tried to escape the flames' engulfment in this manner.
Unfortunately, it soon discovered that all was in vain. Not only did its size increase, but so did the scale
of the flames.
No matter what, it couldn't escape, allowing the burning effect to continuously spread over its body.
Oh whoa! The intense burning
pain made it roll on the ground.
This scene sent chills down the old wolf demon's spine, its teeth chattering.
Even before the fight began, it had already developed the urge to retreat. Without any hesitation, it turned and dashed toward the stone door. It seemed to believe that as long as it triggered a mechanism on the stone door, the beasts inside would hear the message. However, dreams are beautiful, and reality is cruel. The moment it turned, Luo Chen's attack followed closely behind. Spear throw. The plain and unadorned name of the skill sent a chill
down its spine. In its panic, it looked back. In its line of sight, a long spear was rapidly approaching with lightning speed. The next second, put.
A barely audible sound of piercing flesh was heard as the spear tip emerged from its chest, striking deep into its back. Although it wasn't human, the position of its heart under the werewolf form was not much different. With one strike, it swiftly took away its life, emptying its entire health bar. The old wolf demon felt a heavy weight enveloping its body, as if it had been shackled with a thick chain.
It wanted to take another step forward, but no matter what, it couldn't do it. Human. Awakened one.
The old wolf demon reached out a hand, trying to touch the stone door. With this movement, it completely lost its balance and fell to the ground with a thud.
But
the spear was pulled out, and Luo Chen stepped over the corpse of the old wolf demon. Looking at the tightly closed stone door, his expression gradually darkened.
A wise beast, this isn't good. I just hope it's not a magical beast. Luo Chen muttered to himself, reaching out to climb the stone door.
After trying to gently push it a couple of times, he found it was completely immovable.
It seems there is a mechanism.
Saying this, he looked up and surveyed the walls around him. After seeing no obvious markings, he decisively withdrew his gaze. He was here to save people, so he couldn't
waste too much time. Every minute of delay could mean an increase in risk. Using a hammer for the demolition should be more efficient. Luo Chen's eyes flickered as he slightly compared the gap in the door, confirming its thickness.
Then, with a flick of his wrist, a two-handed giant hammer firmly landed in his hand.
Golden hammer of 1,000 pounds LV.40 quality, beer restrictions, constitution
400, strength 400 attributes, constitution plus 200, strength plus 300, agility - 20,000 pound strike, attack carries a 20% armor piercing effect. He lightly weighed it in his hands, then directly released one hand and swung it twice in the air. It's not as heavy as I imagined, but it shouldn't be a problem. A level 40 two-handed hammer is enough, Luo Chen said with a relaxed expression, holding a weapon of the same level without feeling any strain. If this were seen by a shield warrior outside, they would probably find a crack in the ground to hide in. But that was normal. After all, he was influenced by the S-rank magic warrior profession and the first-turn skill spirit of protection. Even if all his attributes were allocated to strength, he could still ensure his own safety.
Let alone
a shield warrior, even a berserker wouldn't have such outrageous attributes as he did. It was normal that others couldn't achieve what he could.
The last skill book, I should have known better than to sell it before, Luo Chen said as he took it out from his backpack.
Giant hammer strike quality, air restrictions, two-handed hammer effect, strike the target causing 700% damage, hit rate. Affected by movement speed, strength, and target speed. An extremely high burst skill, but with a pitiful hit rate. Of course, this was only for normal shield warriors. For Luo Chen, it was as if there were no negative effects. But regardless, its quality was its value. It was precisely because its quality was too high that selling it would attract too much attention, which was why he had kept it all. This time, he never expected it would actually come in handy one day.
Smack! He clapped his hands decisively and learned it. In an instant, not only did he master the giant hammer strike skill, but
he also absorbed its skill patterns.
This, Luo Chen was slightly surprised but didn't pay too much attention.
He quickly regained his focus, gripping the golden hammer tightly, its tip shining
brightly. It was as if charging, with countless particles continuously gathering. Giant hammer strike.
Luo Chen shouted fiercely, his muscles bulging as he smashed down hard on the stone door.
The scorched earth territory was silent.
Xia Yingyao and her group were sitting on chairs, chatting idly.
Pang Xian was sitting cross-legged on the ground, counting the dry weeds.
Suddenly, he tossed aside
the grass roots in his hand and curiously asked, "Hey, where do you think Hua Go ran off to? How could he just disappear like that?"
As he spoke, Pang Xian propped his chin up, looking quite frustrated. He hadn't lagged behind much, so how could he not catch up in such a short time? Fortunately, this was just his inner thought, and others were unaware. Otherwise, they would have rolled their eyes at
him and looked down on him. "Well, it's better if you can't catch up."
Lu Qingping shrugged and said slowly. Nearby, Wang Zhao added casually, "With your strength, you'd just be a burden if you went."
Luo Chen definitely left you behind considering that. Unlike us.
Wang Zhao didn't finish his sentence, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
This made Pang Xian quite unhappy. He wanted to retort but didn't know what to say.
The other party wasn't wrong at all, and he had some self-awareness. With his level 30 strength, he indeed was a burden in this dungeon.
But one thing, he still stubbornly shot back. "What can you do? Compared to our strength,
then we can avoid being such a burden."
"Strong, so what?" Before Pang Xian could finish his sentence,
Wang Zhao's words cut him off. As the conversation continued, their voices grew quieter. Feeling embarrassed to speak up, even the two senior students in their fourth year tacitly acknowledged that
their strength was a hindrance. How could Pang Xian, at level 30, dare to refute that?
He swallowed hard and chose to remain silent. At that moment, the usually reticent Xia Yingyao spoke up.
"Why aren't you looking for a way out? Why put all your hopes on Luo Chen?" In just a few words, she hit the core of the issue. In response, Lu Qingping seemed unfazed. Subconsciously, he touched the scar on his face that looked somewhat menacing, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. Some people need scars to prove their ruthlessness, to show their power over others. And some don't need anything. Wherever they stand, they become the object of others' worship. He didn't say it outright, but it made Xia Yingyao begin to realize Luo Chen's strength. Even the fourth-year seniors could only aspire to look up to him. Xia Yingyao paused, her cold face unable to hide the shock within. Only Pang Xian remained carefree, shaking his head vigorously. Luo Chen was strong, and he was certainly happy about
it, but it was also within his expectations. After all, Zhang Fengming had already briefed him, so no matter what strength Luo Chen displayed, he wouldn't be too surprised.
Just as everyone's thoughts
diverged, the ground suddenly shook.
"What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" Pang Xian, sitting on the ground, felt the tremor the most intensely.
Realizing something was off, he jumped up, his expression serious as he scanned the surroundings. The three sitting on chairs stood up a beat later. Without a point of reference, they even thought it might all be an illusion. It was at that moment. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, a cloud of yellow sand suddenly rose in the distance. Like an explosion, it completely tore apart everything around. Even from a distance, just hearing the sound made their hearts tremble. "Is it Luo Chen?" Lu Qingping asked, uncertain, his deep gaze fixed on the direction of the explosion. His face was filled with disbelief. But apart from Luo Chen, he couldn't think of any other possibility unless it was the academy teachers taking action. The power of the explosion had already exceeded his imagination. Is it a prop card, he wondered, somewhat unsure. But upon further thought, it seemed more likely to be a prop card. On the other hand, Pang Xian had no doubts at all and dashed out immediately. "It's Brother Hua. Let's hurry and help." His round body ran, the flesh on his face jiggling. He didn't even consider whether he could be of any help, just charging forward. Seeing this, the others could only reluctantly put away their chairs and follow. At this moment, within the wolf demon cave, dust filled the air. The scorched earth covered the entire area, blurring their vision. Luo Chen held the gilded thousand-gene hammer, his arms faintly numb. The sevenfold strength made the recoil quite significant. "Phew! I almost wrecked the hammer. Luckily, its level and quality aren't too low." As he spoke, he looked through the dust. He could vaguely see a corner of the gilded thousand-gene hammer, which already showed signs of cracking. It probably wouldn't last much longer. If the hammer was like this, the stone door was even less worth mentioning. At this moment, there was nothing blocking Luo Chen's path. The intense attack directly blasted open the stone door, taking out a large portion of the passage behind it. Player kills Wolf Demon Guard, gains experience. Player kills. A series of game notifications continuously popped up in the corner of his vision. Unfortunately, the effect of necromantic resurrection wasn't applied, otherwise he could have turned some of them into cannon fodder. "There are intruders. Assemble." The chaotic footsteps mixed with commands echoed from deep within.
Amidst the dust, Luo Chen remained calm, silently changing into a full set of gear. Click! The visor on his helmet closed, firmly protecting his face.
He was completely wrapped in thick armor, his weapon performing a flourish as it pointed forward. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had been fully armed like this.
As the dust settled, shadows moved in the depths of
the passage. By the time he saw clearly, he realized it was a wolf demon standing upright, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. With sharp fangs and a menacing gaze, it fixated on Luo Chen, drool dripping from its teeth.
Ha! Looks like I've stumbled upon the lair.
Faced with a pack of wolf demons that seemed endless, Luo Chen smiled easily. Not only was he not the slightest bit nervous or retreating, but he was also fully prepared to strike at any moment. He crouched slightly, pushing off with his back foot, deeply pressing into the ground, leaving a shallow footprint.
Oh whoa! Suddenly, the leading wolf demon howled.
Instantly, in the not-so-empty passage, the wolf demons surged forward, following
their leader, charging at Luo Chen.
Their claws seemed to shimmer with a cold light, instilling fear in those who beheld them.
Their faces were twisted and fierce, far beyond the ordinary wolf demons outside. However, in the face of
Luo Chen, they were still lacking by a significant margin.
Sorry, I never said I was just a warrior.
Luo Chen grinned slightly, extending one hand forward. A faint blue glimmer flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, the temperature
around him plummeted.
The wolf demons, their brains clouded by greed, were oblivious to the sudden change, their thick fur shielding them from much of the cold.
Completely unaware of the anomaly, they continued to advance. In the blur, it seemed like droplets of water appeared ahead. No, it looked like ice crystals.
The wolf demon at the front tried to halt its advance, only to realize it was too late.
Frost surged forward, and its companions behind had already blocked the retreat. Frost impact.
With a cold shout, droplets of water condensed at the top of the cave, slowly dripping down. A gust of cold wind swept through, quickly forming a layer of frost on the ground.
The speed of the wolf demon
pack slowed at that moment, becoming stiff and awkward. In the next instant, azure ice crystals enveloped everything. Ice sculptures emerged before them, some even maintaining the posture of their charge, their expressions twisted
in rage.
The sudden scene frightened the wolf demons behind, causing them to falter and fall to the ground. Their legs kicked out, and the air was filled with the stench of urine. Before they could recover from their shock, the true attack of the frost impact arrived. Ice spikes, carrying chilling air, slammed down on the statues.
Crack, crack, crack.
In just a moment, the frozen wolf demons shattered rapidly. The cold air surged out with the breaking of the ice sculptures, making the already chilly passage even colder. Player kills wolf demon guard. Player kills. Just when the wolf demons thought Luo Chen had finished using his skills and was in a skill cooldown, they never expected he had silently raised his arm again. This action terrified the wolf demons, making them lose their wits and retreat with their tails between their legs.
Isn't this guy supposed to be a warrior? Finally, one wolf demon cried out in despair. The scene of easily killing its companion was still vivid in its mind. Because of this, it was so frightened that it wished it had more legs to escape faster. The appearance of this human awakener clearly suggested he should be a warrior, yet he raised his hand and unleashed a mage skill. A mage who could wear warrior blood gear was simply beyond comprehension. Of course, if they knew that Luo Chen not only mastered mage skills but also had warrior skills that were incredibly powerful, they would be left to imagine a scene of chaos in their hearts. Would they not want to trample the two wolf demons that had called them out, drenching them in blood? Since I didn't get to use it last time, let's see how you fare.
Saying this, Luo Chen's raised right hand suddenly clenched in the air. Yellowish energy gathered, as if sand was swirling around. The wolf demons, witnessing this scene, felt an inexplicable surge of
dread, grip of dust.
With Luo Chen's command, the ground trembled violently. In the next moment, an arm made of gravel suddenly extended from the cave wall.
As the palm shook, clumps of earth fell away. Sensing the impending danger, the
wolf demons trembled in fear, their sharp teeth chattering.
Oh whoa! Some of the more perceptive ones had already turned to flee.
The remaining sluggish ones were completely unaware that death was about to descend upon them, watching helplessly as the sandy hand slowly closed. Luo Chen's gaze turned icy. He suddenly exerted force, quickly forming a fist.
Bang!
A muffled sound echoed, like a door slamming shut.
Dozens of wolf demons were trapped within, unable to move.
This scene made those wolf demons who reacted slightly faster tremble violently, as if they might collapse to the ground at any moment.
Crack! Oh whoa!
The sharp sound accompanied by the wolf demons' wails grew increasingly dense. When they reached a certain critical point, everything suddenly paused, and the wolf demons' cries abruptly ceased.
Put!
A line of blood sprayed out. Immediately after, it was as if a switch had been flipped.
Blood continued to pour out without interruption. Crack!
With the final muffled sound, bright red splattered across the walls of the passage. The thick red, mixed with sand and gravel, slowly slid down from the cave.
In the corner, a few wolf demons that hadn't managed to escape were now dumbfounded.
Their bodies were drenched in the blood of their companions, as if they had just emerged from a vat of red paint. Only their eyes, filled with fear, stared blankly.
10 minutes. Cool down, that's enough.
Suddenly, Luo Chen murmured to himself. He then slightly raised his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. A murderous intent pierced into the wolf demons' minds, causing them to shudder in unison.
Soul slash. With that command, Luo Chen's figure vanished from the spot.
Then, a thud was heard. It sounded like something heavy had fallen from a not very high place, and then something began to roll on the ground.
Summoning successful.
Wolf Guardian has gained a quality upgrade.
In the next moment, the previously silent wolf demons rapidly disintegrated.
A wolf claw, shrouded in black mist, reached out from the ground, swiftly pulling the wolf demon corpses
into the shadows. Crack, crack.
The sound of bones breaking echoed continuously from within.
Fortunately, the wolf demons had already breathed their last, so no wails emerged.
Only the crisp sounds of feeding could be heard, grating on the ears and almost causing goosebumps.
However, for Luo Chen, this was nothing out of the ordinary. He felt no chill, instead finding it quite routine.
Suddenly, the sounds of feeding came to an abrupt halt.
The next second,
whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and a wolf-like creature suddenly sprang out from the shadows. Compared to the previous wolf demon guardians, its ears appeared much longer, and its muscular lines were more pronounced.
Cloaked in black mist, it resembled a wolf warrior ready for battle.
Bloodthirsty werewolf level, 38 quality, leader health, 12,000/12,000 constitution, 1200 strength, 900 defense, 300 agility, 130 skills.
Bloodthirsty greed, pain suppression, triple claw strike. It actually retained its original level. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, speaking with some surprise.
Even he hadn't expected that using soul slash completely for the first time would yield such unexpected rewards. Not only had the wolf guardian evolved into a leader-level bloodthirsty werewolf, but it had also inherited its level.
Moreover, its attributes were somewhat higher than those of the original wolf demons.
However, it still fell short when compared to the higher-quality silver-armored guardians. Just as he was about to retract his gaze and close the bloodthirsty werewolf's information panel, suddenly, his eyes shifted. His gaze fell on the description of one of the skills, and a hint of disbelief appeared in his eyes.
What is this? Luo Chen said in astonishment. Bloodthirsty greed. The
wasteland werewolves are extremely greedy for the wolf bloodline, hunting a large number of enemy wolf clans, which can purify a certain bloodline.
Quality B+ effect. Each time a complete wolf bloodline is devoured, it will slightly increase the probability of advancement. I actually struck gold.
Luo Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, speaking excitedly.
He hadn't expected that the new summoned beast would bring such a huge surprise.
Compared to this innate talent, the previous benefits seemed rather ordinary to it. Is important to know that encountering such a summoned beast is harder than winning the lottery.
The magic hand is excluded, as this guy's uniqueness means he cannot be measured by common sense. Besides that, Luo Chen has not encountered any other summoned beasts with evolutionary qualities. Perhaps, this is a good start.
Luo Chen clenched his fist slightly, feeling re-energized. He couldn't wait to sweep through the entire dungeon, purify the bloodline, and see what the evolved bloodthirsty werewolf would look like.
Let's go. Let's clear this dungeon.
At this moment, deep within the wolf demon cave, corpses littered the ground, and bones were piled high. A glance around revealed a dark red expanse, resembling dried bloodstains. In the innermost part, a high altar loomed. Iron chains and shackles firmly bound the barely conscious awakeners. If any relevant personnel were present, they would surely recognize these trapped awakeners as the missing individuals from recent days. At this point, they were almost breathless, hanging on by a thread.
It was unclear whether it was their strong will or the wolf demon priest's intention.
One thing was certain: if this continued, they would soon be completely dead.
For each of them had a rusty iron pipe stabbed into their chests.
Blood trickled out, slowly dripping and gathering along the ground's patterns towards the center of the altar.
On the high platform, a werewolf,
dressed in feathered robes, resembling a priest, waved his staff in hand.
It murmured, not revealing what it was chanting.
The pattern at the altar's center flickered with each of its movements, pulsing steadily like a breath. Below the altar, 4 tall and sturdy werewolves stood guard. Clad in heavy armor, their eyes glinted with ferocity, constantly scanning the surroundings.
Wasteland Wolf Demon Guard level, 40 quality, Lord health,
18,000/18,000 constitution, 1800 strength, 900 defense, 900 agility, 164 Lord level monsters in any other level 40 dungeon would be considered bosses. Yet here, they could only obediently serve as guards.
What a sight that was! Ahead, countless wolf demons knelt. Looking around, there were at least 100 of them. Bowing their heads, they murmured devoutly, not knowing what they were praying for. It was as if they
were holding some ancient and mysterious ritual.
Not good. High priest, something's wrong. A panicked voice suddenly echoed in the empty cave. A wolf demon rushed in, trembling, shouting at the werewolf priest on the high platform. However, all it received in return was the cold gaze of the wolf demon priest. Disturbing the ritual is punishable by death. As soon as the words fell, the wolf demon felt a blur before its eyes. When it tried to open them again, it found its body growing lighter, completely losing all sense of existence. Bang! A wolf demon's corpse fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The wolf demon guard casually tossed a round object it had been holding and slowly returned to its original position. Throughout it all, the other wolf demons never lifted their heads. To them, it seemed like an entirely normal occurrence. The death of a companion did not stir even the slightest ripple in their hearts, barely enough to draw their attention. Great Wolf King, please heed our call and descend upon this world. Let those ignorant beings witness your great power. The wolf demon priest did not turn back, continuing to chant. With arms raised high, it earnestly offered its prayers. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the altar, and the flickering patterns increased in frequency. Following that, the awakeners on the altar began to convulse wildly. In no time, several of them were already foaming at the mouth. If this continued, it was believed that within a minute, people would start dying one after another. Hearing this sound, the wolf demons below finally raised their heads, looking up at the towering altar. Excitement filled their eyes, as if the screams of awakened humans could bring them joy. Just as they were reveling in their thrill, a sudden boom echoed explosively in the ears of the wolf demons. The stone door that had just closed was kicked open again. The wolf demons turned back with fierce expressions, only to see a human figure. With a well-proportioned build and handsome features, who else could it be but Luo-chan? This time, he didn't even use the gilded thousand-gene hammer, he simply relied on brute force to break through. Of course, the door wasn't as sturdy as the one outside, which was one reason for his success. Finally found the lair. Luo-chen grinned, a smile spreading across his face. His gaze swept over, finally landing on the altar in the center. As the altar continued to rise, his expression gradually darkened. At first, he wasn't sure, as he couldn't see anything clearly underground. It wasn't until the screams and cries for help from humans reached him that he realized. Good. Luo-chen sneered, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. It was at that moment that the wolf demon guards launched their attack. Their sharp claws glinted coldly as they swiped directly at his face, as if a single hit could easily crack his skull. Is it Lord level? Big Eye, it's your time to shine. Luo-chen couldn't care less at this point. Although he could pierce through the wolf demons alone, it would take some time. But now, time was of the essence. With every passing second, another awakened one could die. They could be citizens from nearby towns or students from Yen State University. Regardless of their identity, he couldn't allow the wolf demons to act as they pleased, let alone be used as sacrifices. Oh whoa! The wolf demon guard howled, excitement flashing in its eyes. It seemed to already envision its claws tearing through Luo-chen's skull, ending his life right there. Yet, the human before it remained motionless. It was unclear whether he had given up resisting or was simply stunned in fear. However, the next second, clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the wolf demon guard's movements abruptly halted. Its vertical pupils trembled violently, as if it had seen something terrifying. Immediately after, a shadow surged forth. From the initial brightness to a complete engulfing darkness, it was entirely overshadowed. A half-kneeling bull demon blocked its view entirely. The entire cave's ceiling shook violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. Gulp! The wolf demon guard felt its throat dry up, struggling to swallow. As it looked up, it saw a gigantic hand covering it. Boom! The evil-eyed bull demon slammed down, causing the ground to tremble. Everything around it was destroyed, and the dozen or so nearby wolf demons were not spared. When it raised its right hand, everything turned to dust. Only the wolf demon guard lay on the ground, as if it had lost half its life. Its armor was shattered, and blood trickled from the broken edges. Big Eye, don't waste time. Standing on the bull demon's shoulder, Luo-chen's gaze sharpened. He crossed the space and fixed his eyes directly on the wolf demon priest on the altar across from him. Around it, a group of awakened ones could fall silent at any moment. Human, don't even think about disturbing the arrival of Lord Wolf King. The wolf demon priest looked at Luo-chen with a calm gaze, unafraid. As for the evil-eyed bull demon being stepped on, it was completely ignored as a large target. Being of the same lord level, it understood that this human was the greatest threat. In the face of the wolf demon priest's threat, Luo-chen merely smiled indifferently. To be safe, in case someone recognized him, he put on the shadowy gear he had worn before. Although it felt like a futile effort, a discerning person could still make a rough judgment. But ultimately, every little deception counted. If others didn't even think in that direction, it would be a pure gain. I can't be bothered to waste words with you, little wolf pup. Luo-chen scoffed, waving his hand at the evil-eyed bull demon.
In an instant, a glimmer of gold flashed in the bull demon's eyes. Buzz! The buzzing sound echoed like a call from the depths of the valley. Without warning, the underground wolf demon felt a jolt in its mind. It was as if something terrifying was about to happen. As a fellow monarch, you actually choose to be a lapdog for humans, the wolf demon priest shouted angrily, the ferocity in its eyes unmistakable. With its staff raised high, its aggressive gaze fell upon the evil-eyed bull demon. What it did not know was that the monarch-level potential of the bull demon was granted by Luo Chen. Moreover, it was no longer a mere instance creature but a summoned being under the influence of the shadow monarch. The true evil-eyed bull demon had long been farmed countless times by awakeners in an ordinary instance. Moo! The evil-eyed bull demon bellowed, seemingly expressing its disdain for the wolf demon priest. The golden hue in its eyes grew more intense, gradually shifting to a dark golden color. It was not a magical hand, lacking uniqueness, and understood the importance of rebirth even more clearly. On the altar opposite, energy gathered at the tip of the wolf demon priest's staff. Despite the words spoken, the speed of the opponent's action showed no signs of hesitation. Clearly, everything that had just happened was merely a tactic to numb and delay the bull demon. However, the wolf demon priest had not anticipated that the bull demon was not a wild demon beast at all. In its ideology, obeying orders was above all else. Wolf Fong Wind, the wolf demon priest roared, its sharp voice causing discomfort in the ears. A demonic wind suddenly formed, coalescing into the shape of a wolf's head with a gaping bloody mouth. Howling, it lunged toward Luo Chen. Its target was clear: to directly attack the evil-eyed bull demon, which was also at the monarch level, with no chance of victory. If it could take down Luo Chen, it would save a lot of trouble. Eye of Destruction activated. As a small prompt appeared, the evil-eyed bull demon's eyes turned entirely dark golden. From the outset, it unleashed its full strength without holding back. The bull demon was like this, and so was Luo Chen, because he understood better than anyone that the wolf demon priest would do anything to protect the altar, regardless of its own life or that of the awakeners. The human being sacrificed was something the wolf demon priest would never abandon. This was not the first time he had experienced such a situation, so he was exceptionally clear. The more concern he showed for the trapped awakeners, the more reckless the wolf demon priest would become. This was a psychological game between both sides. Whoever retreated first would lose. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided instantly. Facing the full force strike of the Eye of Destruction, the wolf had formed from the howling wind only managed to hold it off for a moment. After breaking through, it continued its unstoppable momentum toward the altar. If it hit, a large chunk of the altar would surely be missing. As for the awakeners on it, if even one survived, it would be a stroke of luck. Stop! Are you crazy? The wolf demon priest's eyes were bloodshot as it shouted loudly. Watching the approaching attack, Luo Chen showed no signs of retreat. At this moment, its heart raced, reaching a critical point. It could not fathom why, despite being human, this awakener before it could be so ruthless. Even disregarding the safety of its own kind, it aimed to destroy the altar. Instantly, this feeling of miscalculation made it feel a twinge of frustration. With a fierce expression, it swung its staff with all its might. Wolf King Protection Spell. In an instant, a majestic giant wolf appeared. It howled to the sky and then transformed into a massive energy shield, firmly enveloping the entire high platform. The shield was so thick that the outside world was nearly obscured, providing an overwhelming sense of security at just a glance. Yet, it would never know that at that moment, across from it, under the black robe, Luo Chen's lips curled slightly beneath his mask. It was a smirk of triumph, a disdainful sneer. When one panics, mistakes happen, and the same goes for demon beasts. The wolf demon priest was safe, and the 3 wolf demon guards nearby were also protected. However, those little wolf demons who had just been praying were about to suffer. Unaware of the severity of the situation, they foolishly looked up. A dark golden beam of light crossed through space and struck directly against the massive energy shield. In an instant, brilliance erupted. The golden light mixed with the shield's azure glow, instantly blooming and covering the entire area. Even the bloodstains on the ground were completely illuminated, and the stark white bones appeared as if they were made of white jade. The wolf demon's line of sight was similarly engulfed. It became increasingly bright, turning into a blinding white. Boom! Almost simultaneously with the white light, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Accompanying it was a powerful shockwave. The fierce energy lashed down like a giant whip, striking the ground with tremendous force. Boom! 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 Following closely, a series of explosions sounded from below. The wolf demons didn't even let out a single mournful howl before being consumed by the white light. Even the wolf demon guard lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, could not escape the disaster. The entire wolf demon cave was tainted by the light. When everything finally settled, only chaos remained on the ground. The reds and whites were nearly invisible, leaving only a deep pit and a gaping hole that revealed the sky above.
Humans! An angry roar from the wolf demon priest echoed ahead.
Seeing this, Luo Chen merely smiled disdainfully. The ones who died were the wolf demons, it had nothing to do with him. The more he acted indifferent to the awakeners, the less the wolf demon priest would suspect his intentions.
What? Are you unconvinced? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and said, refusing to back down. At that moment, a crisp sound rang out, and the shield supported by the Wolf King's protection spell shattered with a bang. The wolf demon priest's grotesque face was imprinted in his vision, deeply etched with the kind of vengeful spirit unique to wolves, with a pair of slitted pupils that looked dark and terrifying. Bloodline frenzy, the wolf demon priest howled. He pointed his staff at the 3 wolf demon guards below. In an instant, the wolf demon
guards seemed to be injected with hormones, their bodies swelling rapidly. Originally already 3 meters tall, they grew to a height of 5 meters in the blink of an eye.
Their muscles bulged, their fur stood up like
steel needles, and their eyes turned blood red at that moment.
Whoa!
The wolf demon guard let out a long howl, unable to bear the burden. The wild madness was thoroughly unleashed at that moment.
Their aura continuously rose, faintly approaching the level of a monarch.
Looking at Luo Chen on the shoulder of the ox demon, the blood-red gaze held a hint of greed and brutality.
In the next moment, one of the wolf demon guards suddenly leaped up, charging towards Luo Chen. Facing the frenzied wolf demon guard, Luo Chen's eyes flickered. He glanced briefly before quickly retracting his gaze, not even bothering to pay it any more attention. With a
thought, he raised his palm slightly. In the next moment, the silver-armored guardian suddenly appeared.
Kneeling on the shoulder of the ox demon, its entire body was just the size of its head. Silver-armored guardian. Activated skill, stalwart body, significantly increasing defense. No communication was needed. The moment it appeared, the silver-armored guardian used its skill. While enhancing its defense, it also narrowed the power gap with the wolf demon guard.
After doing all this, it pushed off the ground with force and leaped down. From below, it fell towards the ground, directly targeting the wolf demon charging at Luo Chen.
There was no sign of retreat, nor any fear of the height.
At the same time, one hand reached for its waist, grasping the hilt of the sword. The great sword was drawn, revealing a cold gleam. The eyes beneath the silver-armored
guardian's helmet shone with blue light, fierce and sharp. Silver-armored guardian activated skill, Void Slash. Whoa! The blood-red wolf demon guard was equally unwilling to back down. Consumed by rage, it had no
intention of avoiding the silver-armored guardian's attack. Its claws swung, unleashing a flurry of claw strikes towards the silver-armored guardian above. The attacks were dense, like a web, enveloping the entire small area. It was just waiting for the silver-armored guardian to fall into its assault. Swish! In the next moment, a flash of sword light appeared. The silver-armored guardian, having activated its skill, increased its speed dramatically and fell straight down to eye in the hazy distance. It seemed as if it was stepping through the air, using the force to increase its falling speed. Logically speaking, this was impossible. If it were a skill, however, it would be a different matter. With each step down, at the moment its foot bent, a layer of air wall formed at its toes. Whoosh! The silver-armored guard slashed out a beam of swordlight, meeting the claws. Glow head-on. In an instant, the 2 waves of attack collided. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and flames lit up in mid-air. Thick smoke billowed up, floating in the air. The aftershock of the explosion, though not comparable to the devastation caused by the bull demon and wolf demon priest, was still not to be underestimated. The entire cave shook violently twice. The soil blocks at the edge of the sinkhole above began to fall in a shower. Before long, a small rain of dirt began to drift down in the cave. Human, your soldiers are nothing but this. The wolf demon priest glared at Luo Chen with a fierce gaze, as if claiming victory in this round of battle had completely suppressed him. The ferocious wolf face was filled with mockery and disdain. Whoosh! Before the words were finished, a sound of something slicing through the air came. From the side. Through the smoke, it seemed that a heavy object was falling. From its high vantage point, it could not see the specific situation above, as the dust completely obscured its view. However, the wolf demon guards below could see it very clearly. Above them, a heavy object, shrouded in thick mist, was heading straight for them. As it continued to fall, the dust quickly dispersed. The resolute figure of the silver-armored guard suddenly appeared. Holding a silver greatsword, he slashed down towards the wolf demon guard. Clang! In a panic, the wolf demon could only hurriedly raise its claws to defend. A crisp sound rang out, and sparks flew. The wolf demon guard's mouth twisted into a cruel smile. But in the next moment, its expression suddenly froze. The look of triumph on its face was instantly replaced by fear, as if it wanted to flee. Crack! At the same time, it seemed that something had shattered. 6 sharp claw spikes flew everywhere. The greatsword that the wolf demon guard had crossed in defense broke through its defensive line at that moment and fell towards its body. Put! The sound of a knife piercing flesh echoed, and blood instantly stained its entire chest. The fur became matted, showing a dark red color. With just one strike, the silver armored guard had crippled half of the wolf demon's combat ability. It withdrew its sword and turned to deliver another series of slashes at the wolf demon guard. Silver armored guard activates skill triple slash. Silver armored guard activates skill heavy strike. These were all basic warrior skills, requiring almost no special training. Even for human awakeners, they belonged to the category of upgrade bonus skills, with nothing particularly special about them. Yet, despite this, the silver armored guard used them without any hint of clumsiness. The skill connections were seamless, and it even used educational skills to cancel its own attack recovery. Just this alone was far beyond what these wolf demons could compare to. The speed was so fast that the other two guards didn't have time to assist, and even the wolf demon priest failed to react. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound. That wolf demon fell straight to the ground. The sudden turn of events shocked the wolf demon priest, causing its pupils to constrict. It never expected that a battle between lord-level beings could end so quickly. It felt as if neither side had even warmed up before the fight was already nearing its end. But thinking that it still had two guards under its command, it felt much better. If one couldn't win, could two together not take it down? Without needing its orders, the two wolf demon guards had already charged at the silver armored guard. Their faces were fierce, and their moves were ruthless. Kill! Kill them, the wolf demon priest roared. At this moment, it also forgot that the evil-eyed bull demon opposite was the same kind of existence as it was. Its entire focus was on the silver armored guard. It seemed that taking it down would declare a preliminary victory in this battle. Such orders were undoubtedly a challenge for the guards. Unfortunately, they had long been consumed by brutality, and all that filled their minds was the word obey. Fierce attacks rained down on the silver armored guard, clanging and clattering, causing its life to plummet. Witnessing this scene, a smile finally appeared on the face of the wolf demon priest. The corners of its long mouth curled slightly, and wrinkles formed on its face. Just as it began to feel a sense of pride, suddenly, Luo Chen's indifferent voice came again. You lost. Startled, it was taken aback. Having been focused on the battle below, it had forgotten about Luo Chen and the ox demon. As it hurriedly looked up, it met a pair of eyes that seemed to look down on everything. The distance of several dozen meters was imprinted in its mind, and fear crept up its cheeks along with its gaze. In the midst of its dazed consciousness, it seemed to hear a cold snort. Soul-severing slash. As Luo Chen's voice fell, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had crossed space, teleporting from the shoulder of the ox demon to the altar. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he swung his sword at the wolf demon priest. Clang! Just as he struck, a protective shield suddenly sprang up around the wolf demon priest. At the same time, the jade token at the wolf demon priest's waist shattered. It's a life-saving item. Luo Chen's heart sank as he immediately realized what was happening. At this moment, the wolf demon priest also shook its head, on the verge of waking up at any moment. Humph. Don't think that just because you have a life-saving item, you can be completely protected. Luo Chen snorted coldly and swept a kick. In an instant, the wolf demon, still not fully awake, was sent flying. It arced through the air, heading towards the ox demon. Moo! Suddenly, a bellowing roar erupted from the cave. A pair of large hands slammed down towards the wolf demon priest. The force was immense, and every movement was accompanied by howling winds. Canine wind! The wolf demon priest trembled in fear and shouted urgently. Just as it exited the state of shock, it saw a scene that horrified it. It was a priest, not a warrior. With such a small frame, how could it withstand this blow? Instinctively, it unleashed a skill. Like sharp canine teeth, the fierce wind transformed into a dozen streaks, piercing straight towards the ox demon's palm. Just as the skill was cast, the wolf demon priest was suddenly alarmed. It realized that, unbeknownst to it, a protective shield had already formed around it. Without thinking, it immediately reached for its waist. Sure enough, it found that it was empty. The jade token that had been hanging there had vanished. The sensation of weightlessness that came from its body also left it flustered. Because at this moment, it finally realized that it was no longer on the altar. So, who had sent it flying? There was only one possibility. The wolf demon priest struggled to turn its head in midair and saw that familiar shadow on the altar. Hey, old dog, I told you that you lost. Luo Chen smiled indifferently, directing the bloodthirsty werewolf to lower the awakened ones. His agile figure darted back and forth on the altar. Clang, clang, clang. One after another, the shackles were swiftly severed by the werewolf. The movements were clean and efficient, without a hint of hesitation. In contrast, the jungle tiger that was helping seemed much more amateurish. Ah, human! The wolf demon priest roared in anger, its fierce face filled with malice. Unfortunately, it had no leverage in the air and could not defend itself. It could only watch as Luo Chen and the others rescued the awakened ones one by one. At this moment, it faced another perilous situation. Boom! The ox demon's palm came crashing down, striking fiercely against the fierce wind. Continuous explosions rang out, and clouds of smoke billowed from the ox demon's palm. The tremendous recoil from the explosion instantly blew apart its right hand. Its body swayed, nearly losing its footing. With a loud bang, it crashed against the cliff wall, chipping a corner off the cave ceiling. Moo! Caught off guard, it suffered a great loss. The ox demon roared fiercely, and the brutality on its massive face intensified. With a flip of its palm, two sharp axes were gripped tightly. Raising its wrist, it aimed directly at the wolf demon priest. Stop! Quickly stop! The wolf demon priest was taken aback but being suspended. In mid-air, there was nothing it could do. It could only watch in horror as the giant axe fell. The small toy axe in the hands of the evil-eyed bull demon appeared to it as a colossal object. Bang! The axe blade struck down, instantly shattering the shield on its body. Such a fierce blow sent the wolf demon priest's soul soaring. Even though its body was covered in fur, it still felt a chill run down its spine. Its tail drooped behind, wedged between its legs, resembling an ordinary frightened wolf cub. With a successful strike, the evil-eyed bull demon quickly pressed the attack. The old power had not yet dissipated, and the new power surged forth. Directly, with its left hand raised high, bringing the axe down. The massive axe, like a meteor from the heavens, was unstoppable. The axe blade shimmered with a cold light, heading straight for the wolf demon priest. Weaken! Defense aura! Now it could not afford to hold back. Any skill it could throw out was unleashed without reservation. First, it cast a weakening spell on the evil-eyed bull demon, then activated a defensive skill for itself. Still feeling it wasn't secure enough, it unleashed another skill. Double wind strangle. In an instant, two fierce winds intertwined. They howled as they rushed towards the evil-eyed bull demon to strangle it. The offensive was fierce, threatening to completely tear everything apart. However, compared to the previous bull demon's eye of destruction, it was still somewhat lacking. But now, the battle had reached a fever pitch, and both sides' main skills were still on cooldown. At this moment, it was a contest of the consumption of minor skills. This was one of the wolf demon priest's strongest killing moves, aimed directly at tearing the bull demon apart. As the skill was unleashed, its face appeared somewhat ferocious, its gaze extremely aggressive. It seemed as if it could already see the scene of the bull demon's death. However, dreams are beautiful, and reality is cruel. The continuous release of skills led it to believe it could fight back. Unfortunately, the next second, its delusions were brutally crushed by the bull demon. It was pressed to the ground and rubbed several times. Clang! The sharp axe struck, carving an arc in front of it. In the next moment, the axe light surged, sweeping across a long semicircle, almost enveloping half the cave. The center of the attack was precisely the wolf demon priest's double wind strangle. Boom! The attacks between the two sides merely met for an instant before being easily crushed by the axe light. Like withering grass, the two fierce winds were completely swept away. The axe light broke through the double wind, its momentum unabated, once again charging towards the wolf demon priest. No! It barely had time to scream before the attack heavily struck it. Along with the faint glow of the defense aura, it was smashed down. The entire wolf, like a cannonball, instantly crashed to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, dust billowed up from the ground. The scorched earth lingering in the air did not dissipate for a long time. The battle between the two monarch-level beings was something Luo Chen did not pay much attention to. He understood the bull demon's strength better than anyone. As long as it didn't encounter a high-attack, high-speed monarch, it was basically an invincible existence. The wolf demon priest's defeat was entirely within his expectations. At this moment, there was something more important waiting for him. Miss, you're awake? He saw a girl slowly opening her eyes while sitting cross-legged on the ground. The pure white priest robe was already tattered, revealing much of the spring light. Faintly, one could see her plump chest. A beautiful face, if the dust on it were wiped away, would surely look even better. Who are you? Mu Wanqiu could only see a masked face through her blurred vision. She couldn't make out either the attributes or the true appearance. No! She remembered that she had accidentally entered the scorched earth territory, was defeated by the wolf demon here, and had been captured. There were also other awakeners, all hung up and bled dry. Does that mean, am I dead? Is this heaven or hell? Mu Wanqiu mumbled, her speech not flowing smoothly. Her gaze towards Luo Chen was filled with confusion. Hey! Our dragon country only has the underworld. Ah, wrong. If you're not dead, get up and get to work. Luo Chen shook her a couple of times, forcing the girl who was about to fall asleep again to wake up. It was only after the shake that Mu Wanqiu finally realized she was still in the dungeon cave, and the scene hadn't changed. Someone must have come to rescue her. However, lying on the other person's thigh felt somewhat inappropriate. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. After sitting up with some difficulty, Mu Wanqiu said a bit shyly. She awkwardly shifted her gaze to the top of the cave. The top? What top? Why is there a big hole? And why can she see a blood-red sky? Wait, what the hell is that? What is that? Mu Wanxio's pupils trembled, murmuring unconsciously. Her injuries hadn't healed yet and she was already weak. Under the tremor of her spirit, she stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Her chest shook violently with the movement. Oh, that. It's just my summoned beast, no need to make a big fuss about it. Luo Chen glanced at her, realizing what Mu Wanxio was referring to. Accustomed to it, he instinctively blurted it out. To him, a demon-eyed bull monster was nothing special. Aside from its large size, it wasn't even the strongest. However, his words fell into Mu Wanxio's ears and painted a different picture. Unbeknownst to her, her heart was already in turmoil. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Hey! If you keep dragging this out, these people will die soon. Seeing her still in a daze, Luo Chen urged. Although he had the ability and the corresponding potions to help these people, he didn't want to do so. After all, they wouldn't die immediately, so he could leave it to the priest in front of him. Saving people was just a matter of kindness, not an obligation. Besides, if he saved them, who would pay for the potions he used? He could easily rescue them from the wolf demon priest, but there was no need to incur further expenses. He couldn't afford to go out of his way. Luo Chen was just an awakener, and everything he had was saved up over time. He wasn't running a charity. Why should he help everyone, especially when those who run charities might not even be that kind-hearted? Luo Chen looked at Mu Wanxio, tapping his chin and pondering for a moment. Then he moved his hand and tossed out 4 bottles of potions. Clink! Although Mu Wanxio was weak, her instincts as an awakener were still present. Seeing the 4 small bottles flying towards her, she quickly caught them. When the potion bottles landed in her hands, they lightly clinked together, making a crisp sound. This is intermediate stamina potion. Intermediate life potion. Mu Wanxio stared at the potions in her hands, momentarily stunned, then exclaimed. Although she also had these potions, she usually hesitated to use them casually unless it was an important dungeon. Intermediate potions were just right for replenishing the status of awakeners. At levels 30 to 50. As long as they weren't tanks, 1 bottle of life potion would quickly restore their status. Each bottle was worth over 10 silver coins, which is 1,000 copper coins. The stamina potion was even more astonishing, reaching an incredible 20 silver coins. Drinking one would cost hundreds of coins. Ordinary awakeners couldn't afford such consumption. This is too much. Mu Wanxio hesitated as she looked at the 4 bottles of potions in her hands. 1 life potion and 3 stamina potions worth 70 silver coins. Holding them, she felt they were a bit too hot to handle. What surprised her even more was that the precious stamina potions were actually more numerous than the life potions. The two sounded similar, but their effects were vastly different. The life potion was used to restore health points, bringing the health line to a safe state. The latter was different, it mainly acted on the awakeners themselves. In this world where the game had descended into reality, whether it was mages, warriors, or other professions, there was no mana bar releasing. Skills requires consuming stamina to activate them. Once stamina is depleted, even moving becomes a struggle, turning one into a lamb ready for slaughter. This is precisely why the preciousness of stamina potions is highlighted even more. Is that a lot? It's just 4 potions, Luo Chen asked in confusion. He really didn't have much of a concept about this. Anyway, selling the rights to any random dungeon could fetch dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. As for these potions that he frequently used, he hadn't sold them much, so he wasn't very clear on the market. He only knew that he had quite a few piled up in his backpack and it would be difficult to use them all up anytime soon. He casually gave away a few bottles, not expecting such a strong reaction from the other party. They're actually that valuable? Good thing I didn't waste them on these people. Luo Chen nodded, secretly praising himself for saving a significant amount of money. As for what he would give to Mu Wanxio, that was a different matter. She couldn't be lumped together with this group of clueless youngsters. A priest has her own value. Trading a few potions for a free laborer would be quite a deal. Thinking this, he hurriedly urged Mu Wanxio again. If you dawdle any longer, everyone will die. Oh, okay. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanxio first stared blankly, then quickly gulped down the potions. Unlike some awakened ones who would throw a fit or act spoiled, she downed the potions without hesitation. After consuming 2 potions, Mu Wanxio could feel her physical condition rapidly recovering. However, she still felt somewhat weak, her lips slightly pale. This was because the altar had offered heart's blood, which couldn't be restored through potions and could only be gradually adjusted. Otherwise, the wolf demon priest could have just fed them stamina potions while drawing blood, which would have been much more efficient. Clearly, that was impossible, and didn't meet the standards for offerings. Healing spell. Once she regained some strength, Mu Wanxio immediately began healing the others. There was no hesitation, her movements were swift. Although her head was still a bit foggy, making it hard to tell directions, she didn't forget the important task at hand. Having a healer really is worth it. Luo Chen nodded, seeing everyone's health points slowly being restored. He remarked. As for the lack of stamina, that was definitely not his concern. If one wanted to survive but couldn't bear to part with even a little potion, they might as well not live at all. It must be said that Mu Wanqiu had some insight. When casting the healing spell, she focused on the other priests, maximizing efficiency. However, the psychological endurance of those awakened ones was evidently weaker compared to her. Am I dead? Is the Academy's rescue here? I actually survived. Whoa. As everyone woke up, the altar became noisy. For a moment, some of the more psychologically fragile awakened ones were crying uncontrollably. Some were also filled with fear from their narrow escape. Only a few joined in to help restore everyone's condition, which was somewhat embarrassing. After all, most of them were still students at the academy, having not experienced much. Their combat quality was still lacking. Wait, what is that monster? Oh my god, is heaven really trying to kill us? It's over, this is it. Monarch level, monarch level. Some were acting like they had gone mad, clutching their heads while staring at the evil-eyed bull demon. Their eyes widened, unable to believe what was before them, preferring to think it was an illusion. Everyone, don't panic. This is the summoning beast of our senior. Mu Wanqiu repeatedly explained, fearing that everyone might misunderstand or become despondent. She adjusted her newly donned gold-rimmed glasses and awkwardly apologized to Luo Chen. Senior? This man before her is a senior from Yenzhou University? Everyone was taken aback, but upon reflection, it made sense. Returning to school, Mu Wanqiu was already a junior and the only one she could call seniors were the seniors in their 4th year. Of course, it also didn't rule out the possibility of being a graduate from previous years. However, upon seeing that Luo Chen did not deny it, they subconsciously accepted this assumption. Luo Chen was unaware of their thoughts and saw no need to explain. Since others misunderstood, it suited his intentions perfectly. He would let them continue to misunderstand. Luo Chen remained silent, gazing at the evil-eyed bull demon. The wolf demon priest had just been knocked down by it, and now it was still inactive, which was quite unusual. He remembered that the opponent was also at the monarch level. Even if they were not skilled in close combat, they shouldn't have been killed in one blow. Below, the wolf demon guards, having lost their leader, were thrown into disarray. In no time, they were subdued by the silver-armored guards. Although it took some effort, the outcome was still acceptable. Hurry up, restore your stamina and leave quickly. Don't linger here, Luo Chen said in a deep voice without looking back at the others. His gaze was fixed, looking down at the land below. For some reason, just a wolf demon priest gave him an ominous premonition, and his brows twitched. Hearing this, Mu Wanqiu said nothing more. She nodded slightly, raised her head to drink a bottle of stamina potion, and continued to cast other recovery skills. As soon as the cooldown was over, she immediately threw out her skills without a moment's hesitation. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely, barely having time to wipe it away, wishing she could be 2 people to use her skills. Meanwhile, many of the other awakened ones were taking their time, not taking it to heart. Although they didn't know Luo Chen's identity or which senior he was, upon seeing the monarch-level evil-eyed bull demon, they felt an overwhelming sense of security and were completely unconcerned. They were leisurely dragging their feet, completely unaware that they were still in a dungeon. You guys, hurry up and restore your stamina. Mu Wanqiu looked at the group of seasoned veterans, almost crying from anxiety. As a priest with no combat power, she could only fret helplessly. The priest's skills had usage limits, they could only restore health points and could not recover stamina at all. Otherwise, wouldn't 2 priests be able to exploit the bug infinitely? Because of this, she looked at the group that had health but was lifeless, which made her so anxious. At this moment, they were no different from lazy fish. If even one of the wolf demon guards had been alive, they could have rushed up and slaughtered them without any resistance. What are you still dawdling for? At that moment, Luo Chen's cold reprimand came. Startled, she shivered. Mu Wanqiu could clearly feel the chill and dissatisfaction in Luo Chen's tone. For some reason, she felt a jolt of fear, worried about leaving a bad impression. No, I've already helped them recover. If you've restored them, then hurry and leave. If others want to die, what does it have to do with you? Before Mu Wanqiu could finish her sentence, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Luo Chen. His tone even carried a hint of command that brooked no argument. Yes. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqiu instinctively straightened her posture. She didn't know if it was due to Luo Chen's authority or the requirements of the support department. After putting a halo on her priest staff, she hurriedly ran down. She rushed without stopping, fearing that if she slowed down even a little, something bad would happen. Everyone else was indifferent, some even scoffing. They thought this was just an excuse from Luo Chen not wanting to take them along. Without exception, they all chose to tacitly agree.
Escaping with Mu Wanxiu, a priest, was nowhere near as safe as following the mysterious expert Luo Chen. Oh whoa! Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed from the bottom of the cave.
Unbidden, everyone felt a chill sweep over them, and they shivered unexpectedly.
What was that sound? Someone couldn't help but ask.
The wolf howl was still that familiar
howl, but for some reason, it carried a chilling aura. Just one howl made them feel uneasy.
Mu Wanxiu, who was rushing down, hesitated at this moment, her steps faltering, as if she wanted to retreat. Looking back, she saw Luo Chen wearing a mask, and without saying much, she could only grit her teeth.
The senior definitely wouldn't lie to me. He has no reason to deceive a level 40 little priest. Mu Wanxiu kept telling herself, repeating it over and over. Nodding slightly, she resolutely continued to charge down. On the altar, Luo Chen watched the figure on the steps, silently nodding.
Then he turned his attention away, looking towards the spot where the wolf demon priest had fallen. The howls of wolves came from there, proving that the opponent was still alive.
The fact that it hadn't appeared yet clearly indicated that it was still brewing something. Until
everything was ready, it shouldn't show itself, continuing to hide in the deep pit.
But who was Luo Chen? How could he give the opponent a chance to breathe? Seizing the moment, if it still had strength left, it must be struck hard. Big Eye, make your move. With Luo Chen's command, the evil eye bull demon immediately raised its battle axe.
With a swing, it cleaved down in a sweeping arc, showcasing its violent nature.
Boom! As
the attack landed heavily, a powerful shockwave instantly swept in all directions. A fierce whirlwind blew, sending dust swirling everywhere. Standing on the steps, Mu Wanxiu felt an overwhelming force rushing towards her, nearly causing her to stumble and fall. Although at her current level, she wouldn't die from a fall. She had just released a healing skill not long ago and felt somewhat weak. Everything was a bit uncertain. After a while, the strong wind dissipated. Only then did Mu Wanxiu lower her arms that had been shielding her, feeling a lingering fear. In that moment, she felt as if the world had turned dark before her eyes, as if a demon god had descended. A casual strike from a monarch-level being was not something a little priest like her could withstand. Amidst her lingering fear, she didn't forget the urgent matter at hand.
Run, the senior said. To hurry and run. Mu Wanxiu didn't linger for a moment.
Once she realized, she pulled up the hem of her priest robe and hurried down the steps, afraid that if she slowed down even a bit, she would suffer the same
shockwave as before. Damn humans!
Even before the smoke had cleared, she heard the voice of the wolf demon priest. The next moment, something burst forth from the dust, flying through the air.
It was none other than
the wolf demon priest, but at that moment, its eyes seemed a bit off. They were blood red, filled with a murderous intent.
Seeing this, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, already preparing for battle. In contrast, the people
behind him were still oblivious, acting like fools, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation.
How dare you interrupt the arrival of my king and slaughter my wild wolf demon clan? I will make you know the consequences.
The wolf demon priest's gaze was dark, fixated on the people on the altar, completely ignoring the evil eye bull demon behind.
Its tone was chilling, exuding a terrifying aura. As the wolf demon priest's
words reached her, Mu Wanxiu looked up in terror. Fortunately, the opponent's attention was entirely focused above, and it hadn't noticed her at all. However, upon seeing Luo Chen at the forefront, she couldn't help but feel her heart leap to her throat.
The senior didn't make a sound. He must want me to run first. Mu Wanxiu secretly nodded in her heart, considering this possibility.
With her strength, she couldn't be of any help. Here, she would only be a burden. Since that was the case, it was better to retreat early to avoid affecting the senior's performance. She analyzed quietly, remaining calm and composed.
She didn't act impulsively just
because Luo Chen was in danger, losing her sense of proportion. After determining everything, she decisively turned to leave without hesitation. Just as she ran a short distance, she felt a terrifying aura coming from
behind.
With my blood and the legacy of the wild wolf demon clan, I humbly request my king to descend.
As the words fell, the wolf demon priest's aura visibly weakened.
Luo Chen stared at it, his brow furrowing deeply.
This old dog is here making a no-cost deal?
Luo Chen cursed inwardly, lamenting the cunning of this guy. The clan under its command had been completely wiped out, and not a single one of the 4 guards remained.
Now,
it was left all alone, certain that it could not escape the inevitable death. Yet, in such a situation, the wolf demon priest was actually preparing to sacrifice itself and everything of its kin.
Wasn't this a surefire way to make a profit without any investment? But soon, Luo Chen realized he was wrong, and very wrong at that.
Unlike the sacrifices he had seen before, when the contract was fulfilled by the wolf demon priest, an invisible great power suddenly acted upon it. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a blue transparent figure, identical to it, was stripped away from its body. Not only that, but in the various pits of the cave that should have been empty, blue figures began to rise, floating towards the altar. Their eyes were vacant, moving entirely on instinct. The bizarre scene frightened a few timid awakeners, causing them to collapse to the ground. Having lived this long, they had never witnessed such a sight. Not wetting themselves would have been considered the best outcome.
What is that? Could it be a soul? No. It must be. How could it be? Is it preparing to sacrifice its soul as well?
The crowd trembled, engaging in a conversation without awareness. They weren't sure if they were answering each other's questions or merely talking to themselves. All they knew was that with the strange sight before them, nothing good was likely to happen.
This is a soul, but why does it seem different from when I created my own skills? They seem to have no consciousness. Luo-chan
murmured, his brow deeply furrowed. His gaze swept over the crowd behind him, a serious expression appearing in his eyes. At this moment, there were still so many people in the way. If a fight broke out, there would
definitely be collateral damage.
Hey! If you don't run now, don't come looking for me when you die. Luo-chan shouted coldly, his face filled with impatience towards these people. He really couldn't understand, even when they had encountered wild teams in dungeons before, they had never acted like this. Hearing his words, the crowd finally reacted. A few with better physical fitness had already taken off, completely disregarding the others. In the face of life and death, it wasn't about running the fastest, just faster than the others would do.
You, don't forget to take me with you.
Brother, I'm so scared. You promised to protect me. You ungrateful bunch, I treated you all so well in the past. The shouts from behind merged into one, but those who were running acted as if they hadn't heard. They ran desperately forward, thumping down the stairs. Some even lost their footing and tumbled down. Along the way, it was like bowling, whoever they could knock down counted. Those who were hit didn't bother to curse, as long as they could get up, they would slip away
and continue running.
For a moment, the scene became chaotic. It was impossible to tell who had collided with whom, or which couple had mistakenly held the wrong hand. All they knew was that if they had something in their hands, they would just grab it and run. As for whether they grabbed the right thing or not, it was all left to luck, with no time to check. On the altar, the cold aura grew denser.
A gust of chilling wind swept through, causing Luo-chan to tighten his black robe.
With his current level 40 physical condition, this little cold wind shouldn't be enough to chill him. It was a coldness that emanated from the depths of the soul. Utterly unpreventable. Just as he couldn't stop the soul bodies from merging into the altar, he couldn't resist the onslaught of this cold wind. Gradually, as the wolf demon clan was absorbed, the bloodlight on the altar
became increasingly ferocious.
A sinister aura surged, as if a blood mist floated above. In midair, the wolf demon priest was also drained of its last breath. The soul body soared, its shriveled form slowly falling
towards the ground.
In the haze, it seemed that the translucent blue soul body glanced at Luo-chan. In its hollow gaze, there appeared to be a strong hatred. Just like that, it brushed past Luo-chan and merged into the altar. Buzz and ancient humming sound echoed, distant and lingering. The entire cave seemed to be frozen in time. Whether it was the awakened ones who had been crying or the ones who were fleeing, everything came to a halt. Some even tumbled down the stairs, rolling all the way to the ground, nearly losing half their lives before slowly regaining consciousness. Only Luo-chan, with a serious expression, turned his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. He fixed his gaze on the center of the altar, not once diverting his attention. After so many attempts at clearing dungeons, it was the first time he encountered such a situation where a creature was
summoned through a soul.
On one hand, he was curious, on the other, he wanted to see what kind of existence was worth such a sacrifice from the wolf demon priest. Even if it meant sacrificing the souls of an entire clan, it was necessary to summon the other party from another world. Buzz, as his thoughts flowed, the altar emitted a humming sound once more. There was clearly nothing there, yet a melodious chime resonated. You all better wake up quickly. If you don't leave now, there won't be another chance. Luo-chan shouted coldly, even going so far as to unleash an effect similar to a battle roar.
The loud sound jolted everyone back to their senses. The awakened ones, regaining their composure, hurriedly continued their escape, not daring to linger for even a moment. At first, they might have been oblivious, but now, having experienced the terror of the altar, they were thoroughly intimidated. Even among those on the altar, several already weak-kneed awakened ones couldn't care less. Even if they had to roll, they would roll down to safety. God knows what kind of ending awaited them if they stayed here any longer. Luo-chan's gaze tightened, fixated on the center of the altar. There, the patterns glowed brightly, dark red flickering as if something was about to break through the ground. Crack! A sharp claw suddenly appeared, tearing through the space and lunging towards Luo-chan. In the wolf demon's lair, one could look up and see the blood-red sky through the large opening. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. Half a long sword shot out, the cut smooth as a mirror, as if severed by some immense force in an instant. So fast! Luo-chan's eyes narrowed, retreating rapidly. Before him stood a werewolf over 3 meters tall. Even though its height was not as imposing as that of the wolf demon guards, the sense of oppression it exuded was incomparable. Unlike the wolf demons he had seen before, this one bore some resemblance to the bloodthirsty werewolves he had summoned. At least in terms of muscle structure and posture, there was no difference. Beneath its fur, the exposed muscles were naturally streamlined, devoid of any explosive bulk, as if born solely for battle. Most importantly, its eyes were a striking blue, lacking any hint of bloodlust. It was known that all wolf demons, at first glance, gave off a greedy impression. This indirectly indicated that the werewolf before him was not easy to deal with. A rational wolf demon, this seems a bit troublesome.
Luo Chen felt a slight heaviness in his heart, his body slightly
crouching, ready to strike at any moment.
Wasteland Wolf King level, 40 quality, King level health, 300k/300k strength, 8000 magic power, 3000 defense, 1000 agility, 1000 ancestor of the Wasteland Wolves talent.
Skill quality, I passive, can produce 1 Wasteland Wolf Demon Priest every 10 days active, summons 5 Wasteland Wolf Demon Guards and 10 ordinary Wasteland Wolf Demons. This talent? No wonder. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, instantly understanding everything.
No wonder the Wolf Demon Priest was willing to make such a sacrifice, preferring to offer up the entire clan to summon the Wolf King.
Now it all made sense. As long as the Wolf King existed, the Wasteland Wolf Demon clan would thrive endlessly, continuously.
However, the fact that they went to such lengths surely meant there was something to gain.
But what could a summoned being do in an abandoned scorched earth territory dungeon? Was there a deeper conspiracy at play? Luo Chen couldn't make sense of it and chose not to dwell on it any longer.
The attributes of the Wasteland Wolf King before him compelled him to treat the situation with utmost caution. 300,000 health points, that's at least 4 times more than the magic hand.
Luo Chen clenched his fists, feeling an inexplicable pressure. The situation before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Not only that, but the opponent's attributes were also significantly stronger than the magic hand. However, this was reasonable. If the attributes were too mediocre, it wouldn't fit the identity of a king-level boss.
If it weren't for his own considerable strength, barely blocking a sneak attack from the opponent, the situation might have been dire. Even if he locked the Spirit of Protection onto the Silver Armored Guardian, 20,000 health points wouldn't withstand several attacks from the opponent's 8,000 strength.
Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat.
The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of dread. That feeling of brushing past death was truly unsettling. "Human, are you the one who killed my people?" the Wasteland Wolf King slowly spoke, with a hint of indifference.
It seemed that the deaths of the wolf demon priests did not stir much hatred within it.
The wolf's head lifted slightly, looking down at Luo Chen with disdain. A gentle breeze passed, causing the brown wolf fur to ripple, exuding an
unyielding authority. That's right. Luo Chen's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, speaking boldly without retreat.
He slightly turned his body, always keeping an eye on the fleeing crowd below, observing their
movements at all times. He could only try to buy time, hoping to give everyone a glimmer of hope.
If it really came down to it, he would have to resort to extreme measures. At that point, whether they lived or died
would be uncertain. Strangely, upon hearing Luo Chen's words, the Wasteland Wolf King showed no sign of anger.
It even bared its row of canine teeth more prominently, seemingly quite interested in him.
Then, it slowly spoke again. "Interesting, would you be interested in becoming my slave? As long as you agree, you can continue to survive in your world."
Hearing this, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. With a scrutinizing gaze, he kept
circling around the Wasteland Wolf King, as if trying to see through it completely.
Noticing his gaze, the opponent was not angered. Instead, it directly revealed its full strength.
This unusual behavior made Luo Chen's already heavy heart sink even further. An uneasy feeling instantly took over his mind, and he could hardly believe the information he had just heard. If what the opponent said was true, it would be a particularly serious matter. To ensure he wasn't hearing things, Luo Chen steadied his voice and asked again, "You mean, as your slave, and then continue to survive in our world?" "That's right, what do you think? After all, it's all benefits and no harm for you." Luo Chen's inquiry seemed to pique the Wasteland Wolf King's interest in talent. The opponent actually repeated it without hesitation.
The words were full of temptation, showing no fear that
Luo Chen would run away.
Previously, it was the wolf demon priests who guarded the instance, but now it was different.
As long as it was present, the others in the instance would never have the chance to exit, unless they could slay it here. But was that possible? The Wasteland Wolf King was very confident, unless outsiders were willing to invest heavily.
Risking the unknown, they would have to send in a level 60-second transformation
awakener, otherwise, it would be an unsolvable problem. So, how about it? I can give you 3 more seconds to consider. The Wasteland Wolf King crossed its arms, speaking very casually. As for the awakened ones fleeing below, it merely glanced at them and lost interest.
No matter how they ran, they could never escape its grasp. Retracting its gaze, it raised a claw at Luo Chen. "Don't worry, just make your choice, these people."
below definitely won't leak any information," the Wasteland Wolf King said with a confident smile. Its words carried an invisible allure, and anyone with wavering willpower would likely have already agreed. The crowd below, not having run far, looked up in terror upon hearing this. They feared that if Luo Chen nodded, he would agree, and then they would face only a dead end. It's one thing to face a boss of a higher rank, but now they also have to deal with this masked man and a monarch-level monster. What do they have to fight with? Even risking their lives would be in vain. It would be difficult to even scratch the surface of their opponent. Luo Chen was unaware of their thoughts and simply shook his head. He had already confirmed one thing, and there was no need to waste any more time. Time had been given to everyone, and if others didn't know how to cherish it, there was nothing he could do. He raised a finger and waved it at the Wilderness Wolf King. No. I think Mr. Wolf King might not know. Oh, hearing Luo Chen's words, the Wilderness Wolf King curiously scratched its chin with a paw. It had shown considerable patience towards Luo Chen. Before explicitly refusing, it hadn't even intended to attack him directly. Since before you descended into our world, we haven't had slaves for a long time. After saying this, Luo Chen grinned, and his gaze sharpened. Human, are you toying with me? Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, the Wilderness Wolf King's expression darkened. The previous gentleness was gone, replaced by a fierce wolfish face. Its mouth curled, revealing sharp fangs. So what if I am? In the face of the Wolf King's threat, Luo Chen was unafraid and even quite disdainful. The earlier pretense was merely to extract more information. Now that it was no longer needed, there was no reason to be overly polite. No matter how powerful the opponent was, they couldn't escape the constraints of the dungeon. It was just a wolf, after all. Could it really turn the tables? Good. Very good. Is this your reliance? The Wilderness Wolf King laughed in anger. It raised its head slightly and stared into the eyes of the evil-eyed bull demon. Although it looked somewhat out of place, and the bull demon's one eye was even larger than both of the wolf kings, no one dared to underestimate it, including Luo Chen. The king-level strength was evident, making him treated with caution. What do you think? Luo Chen smirked slightly and then shouted loudly at the evil-eyed bull demon, "Big Eye, get them all out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, the evil-eyed bull demon sprang into action. Before the Wilderness Wolf King could react, with a look of confusion, it suddenly lunged at the awakened ones. Its massive hand covered the sky, blocking out the sun, making it impossible to see above. The sudden scene frightened them so much that they fell to the ground, forgetting to resist. Their minds went blank, unable to comprehend why Luo Chen would suddenly turn on them at this critical moment. Before they could react, the bull demon's large hands, like a bulldozer, directly dug 3 feet into the ground. Along with the land beneath the awakened ones, everything was uprooted. The ground shook, causing them to huddle together in panic, as if that would provide them with a sense of security. Little did they know, the evil-eyed bull demon had no intention of attacking them at all. Otherwise, with their meager defenses, it would only save a bit of space when they were buried. In their terrified gaze, the scorched earth beneath them quickly rose. In an instant, it had already surpassed the pit above their heads, revealing the scorched world outside. However, at this point, it showed no signs of stopping. The next moment, a sudden gust of wind swept in, growing faster and faster. They were horrified to discover that they, along with the land beneath their feet, were being thrown into the air. The howling wind stung their cheeks. Inside the cave, Luo Chen retracted his gaze and said to the Wilderness Wolf King, "It's certainly not my reliance, it just helps me solve many problems. Alright, now that the nuisances are gone, it's time to show some real skills." With that, he snapped his fingers. With a pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the ground. As the dust settled, a gentleman in a tailcoat and top hat appeared. But the next second, as soon as he opened his mouth, he completely shattered that elegant impression. "Good evening, boss. What do you need me to do for free this time? Let me see, a king-level little wolf dog?" The magician feigned ignorance, scanning the altar before finally fixing his gaze on the Wild's Wolf King. However, the term little wolf dog made the Wolf King's eyelids twitch, ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. As a king-level boss, being so despised was unbearable. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was also king-level and he was unsure of their abilities, he would have already made a move. How could he allow the magician to slander him without consequence? Ah, so it turns out you're fighting a battle without confidence. I thought you were just working for free. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. The magician lamented, his head drooping in defeat. Yet his eyes were mischievous, as if he were plotting something. "I see, no wonder you dare to refuse me like this. But if you think he can stop me, you're truly naive. I'll make you realize that even among king-level beings, there are differences." A fierce look appeared on the Wild's Wolf King's face as he shot a sidelong glance at Luo Chen. He looked down on both Luo Chen and the magician. With a flick of his arm, his sharp claws extended with a whoosh, their tips glinting coldly. Hey, What are you yellow-skinned dogs talking about? Am I weak? Before a fight even broke out, the magician had already started shouting. Pointing at the Wild's Wolf King, he scolded him angrily. Though he didn't resort to foul language, he still insulted the Wolf King, calling him a yellow-skinned dog that wasn't even a beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the Wild's Wolf King's eyes narrowed suddenly. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in his blue pupils. At the same time, both Luo-chan and the magician sensed something and turned their heads, a serious expression fleeting across their faces. Swish! In the next moment, a flash of cold light surged toward them. The magician elegantly dodged to the side. Luo-chan, however, flipped and jumped, plummeting straight toward the altar's edge without a hint of hesitation. Just then, the sinister-eyed bull demon reached out at the right moment, catching him. He quickly withdrew his hand, creating distance from the altar, leaving no opportunity for the opponent. Cunning human! As soon as Luo-chan dodged, the Wild's Wolf King appeared in his original position. His eyes darted, scanning the magician and Luo-chan, cursing under his breath. Once I deal with this annoying guy, I'll have fun torturing you. Is that so? You probably don't have the strength for that. Although Luo-chan lacked absolute confidence, he did not back down. After all, he would never admit defeat or act as a spy for the other party. To the Wild's Wolf King, he held no value. Given that, there was no reason for him to be afraid. Oh, the Wild's Wolf King let out an angry howl and lunged at the magician. His form moved like lightning, quickly closing the distance between them. However, the magician was not much slower. He had already prepared a countermeasure the moment the Wolf King approached. For playing cards were thrown out, blocking the Wild's Wolf King's path. As the attack approached, the Wolf King's pupils constricted. Despite his absolute confidence in his strength, he chose not to take it head-on. He abruptly halted, and in the midst of his advance, he attempted to sidestep. Just then, a rather annoying voice rang out. Card Spirit Bomb! In an instant, the flying playing cards turned red and began to swell. Before the Wild's Wolf King could react, they exploded violently. Boom! Flames engulfed him in an instant. The scorching fire nearly burned the surrounding air. If the law enforcement team from Jiangqing's Beijiang branch were present, they would likely be left in shock. The same skill, executed here, was at least 3 times more powerful than what they had previously witnessed. Along with the flames came thick smoke. Oh, damn flies! The Wild's Wolf King swiped his claws, dispersing the smoke with the gust of wind. Staring at the magician's hand, the killing intent grew stronger. The Wild Wolf King was enveloped in curling smoke, remnants of the flames from earlier. With a sudden shake of its body, it flung off the dirt and debris as if shaking off water. Annoying things! The Wild Wolf King clenched its fist, a surge of energy emanating from its body. Suddenly, the ground lit up with brilliance, revealing a summoning array that originated from the altar. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted, and a dozen figures shot up into the air. It was the Wild Wolf King's innate skill, the ancestor of the wild wolves. Tisk, completely breaking the rules. What kind of boss uses summoning at full health? Luo-chan cursed under his breath, summoning the silver-armored guardian and the bloodthirsty werewolf once more. As for the jungle tiger, he chose to ignore it. In a battle of this level, its presence would only be a burden. It was better that the Wild Wolf King and the magician did not engage. If they did, a single shockwave could easily take it out. Oh, suddenly, a howl erupted from the new wolf demon priest. Following that, the remaining wolf demons all raised their heads and howled in unison. The sound shattered the silence, echoing through the vast depths of the cave. In the distance, the scorched earth territory. The awakened ones who had just been rescued felt a chill run down their spines. Those who had run fast were mostly fine, aside from feeling a bit weak in the legs. But those who had lagged behind were likely in a much worse state. Being tossed by the evil-eyed bull demon, surviving was already a stroke of luck. Where's the priest? Damn it, where did the priest go? Is anyone there? I think my ribs are broken. Why can't the life potion just restore health and not injuries? The ground was filled with wails, as a dozen awakened ones cried bitterly. In this dungeon where no one extended a helping hand and they couldn't exit, their feelings could only be described as despair. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in their line of sight. The prominent chest first caught their attention, and only then did they notice the white priest robe. Although it was a bit tattered, the style was unmistakable. Sister! That priest sister, please save us! Classmate Wanchio, hurry! Use healing magic. I feel like I'm dying from the pain in my chest. Junior, save me first, and I promise to share half of the benefits from the dungeon with you. The group lying on the ground lit up with hope upon seeing Mu Wanchio, especially the students from Yen State University, who all recognized her. Earlier, they had been too busy fleeing to notice that Mu Wanchio was among the priests. But now, it was different. Although their injuries were serious, they were not life-threatening. However, the feeling of helplessness, as if calling out to the heavens and receiving no response, inevitably bred despair. Upon
Seeing Mu Wanqiu, hope rekindled in their eyes, allowing them to reassess the priestess.
Alright, wait for me.
Mu Wanqiu nodded, gripping her staff tightly. Just moments ago, when she emerged from the passage and saw the vast scorched earth, she knew it was Luo Chen's doing. Both the direction and the giant hand that had appeared at the cave entrance made it clear it was that giant monster. With her level 40 strength, she could see that the scorched earth was filled with awakened ones. Coupled with the werewolf that had appeared last, she immediately understood what was happening. Without hesitation, she rushed over. Hearing the crowd's cries for help, Mu Wanqiu quickly stepped forward, staff raised, ready to cast healing magic. Just then, she suddenly heard a wave of complaints. It's all that masked man's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in this
situation. Exactly. Can't he just hold on a little longer?
My ribs, my leg bones, it's all that guy's doing. A group of awakened ones continued to slander Luo Chen, completely oblivious to the growing coldness in
Mu Wanqiu's expression. I say, Junior, why haven't you cast the healing yet?
The crowd looked up in confusion, only to see her holding the pastor's staff without making any move.
Finally, someone, unable to bear the
pain, directed a question at Mu Wanqiu. However, the only response they received was her cold snort.
Sorry, people like you should seek someone more capable.
After saying that, she didn't even pause, decisively turning
to leave, completely ignoring the wails behind her.
No matter how they shouted or pleaded, she never looked back. On the other side, Xia Yingyao and the others suddenly perked up their ears and looked towards the
direction of the pit.
The previous howl of the wolf was particularly loud, and even from a distance they could hear it clearly.
Did you hear that?
Xia Yingyao furrowed her brows and asked in a low voice.
Yes, obviously. It's not something an ordinary wolf demon can do. Indeed, it seems that's where the boss is located, but its strength should be considerable. Lu Qingping and Wang Zhao nodded, expressing their views, their faces growing increasingly serious.
With their strength, if they rashly approached, it would undoubtedly be a death sentence.
We really aren't going over there, are we? Pang Xian asked weakly.
Among the four present, he had the lowest strength. With level 30 attributes, compared to the others, he barely had the ability to protect himself.
No, we definitely won't go over.
Xia Yingyao shook her head and said slowly. She raised her head slightly, her gaze towards the pit filled with worry. Despite this, she did not lose her composure. If we go over, we will only hold him back and affect his performance. So, we just need to keep our distance and ensure that Luo Chen can regroup with us as soon as he comes out. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingping and the others nodded in agreement.
Indeed, as she said, their combined strength might not even match Luo Chen alone. Although they weren't very clear about Luo Chen's strength, they firmly believed in this idea. Ha! Someone's coming? Suddenly, the mage Wang Zhao frowned and looked towards the pit.
There, a somewhat plump figure was running towards them. Taking small steps, she wasn't running particularly fast. Especially with each movement, there was a noticeable sway. Hiss! Lu Qingping and the others collectively gasped. Even Pang Xian, who only thought about food, couldn't help but shiver, his eyes wide open. But soon, he felt a chill creeping in. Turning to look, they all met Xia Yingyao's gaze, which was filled with disdain.
Ahem, well, we
were just curious how a single priest could survive alone in a dungeon.
Yeah, indeed, this dungeon is really, this dungeon is really dangerous. What kind of look is that? I just got a bit lightheaded from hunger and thought a big white bun was coming my way. As soon as Pang Xian finished speaking, even Wang Zhao shot him a doubtful glance.
However, upon seeing his sincere yet somewhat foolish expression, the doubt was immediately dispelled. Goodness, seeing such a stunning beauty and still thinking about food, he must be really hungry. He turned to Lu Qingping and exchanged a glance, silently giving Pang Xian a thumbs up.
Yingyao, is that you? You also came to the dungeon?
At that moment, the sweet voice of the white-robed priest suddenly rang out.
Wanqiu?
Hearing the voice, Xia Yingyao replied uncertainly.
Meeting an old friend, she felt a bit
hesitant, especially in such a dungeon.
It's me, Mu Wanqiu said with a sweet smile, reaching out to hold Xia Yingyao's hands and gently shaking them.
Despite her face being smeared with scorched earth and blood, she
couldn't hide her playful demeanor. Feeling the warmth from her hands, Xia Yingyao looked her up and down.
She opened her mouth slightly, hesitantly speaking.
But you, sigh, don't mention it. The teachers at the
Auxiliary System Academy are really strict, I sneaked out.
What's there to say?
Don't team up with outsiders if there's nothing going on, they just want to take advantage of our free healing.
Mu Wanqiu pouted, clearly
displeased as she grumbled. If it weren't for how familiar she was with Xia Yingyao, she wouldn't have blurted out such things so casually.
Upon hearing this, not only Xia Yingyao but even Pang Xian and the others nodded in agreement.
Indeed, if it were me, I'd want a priest on my team too.
Don't even mention it, the wounds are too deep. Healing potions can help, but if a bone is broken, that's really painful. Ha ha ha, speaking of which, I can't help but laugh.
That idiot in our class went crazy yesterday and got his leg kicked off by Brother Hua.
Oh, so the treatment costs would be. Hey, you can't say that.
The three big men exchanged knowing smiles, winking, and chuckling.
If it were about someone else, it wouldn't matter.
But when it came to matters concerning Luo Chen, they had plenty to discuss and even felt justified in their actions. Their strange behavior made Mu Wanqiu frown, clearly disapproving as she distanced herself. Hiding behind Xia Yingyao, she resolutely refused to engage with them.
It's fine, they're not bad people. You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't be fooled by Senior Lu's rough looks, Senior Wan's ugliness, or Pang Xian being like a meatball. They're all good people.
Xia Yingyao waved her hand and said to Mu Wanqiu, now that the others were alone in the dungeon, it was only natural to band together.
After hearing her words, Mu Wanqiu nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
Although she was a year older than Xia Yingyao, she was still somewhat less adept at
dealing with people.
When she turned to look, she only saw three dejected figures, seemingly mumbling something.
Rough looking, ugly, like a meatball.
The three squatted on the ground, drawing circles.
Vaguely, it seemed like dark clouds loomed overhead, lingering without dispersing.
Xia Yingyao's lips twitched slightly as she withdrew her gaze. For some reason, she felt that introducing Mu Wanqiu to them was an extremely wrong
move. By the way, what are you all doing? Mu Wanqiu finally reacted and asked the group. Everyone else was fleeing outside. Why were they going against the tide?
A friend of ours just went inside, and we wanted
to see how things were going.
Xia Yingyao pondered for a moment before speaking the truth.
However, she chose to conceal part of the information, especially regarding Luo Chen.
It wasn't that she didn't trust Mu Wanqiu enough, but she felt it was better for fewer people to know about such matters.
Your friend?
Mu Wanqiu paused at the mention. She slowly extended a finger to tap her lips, tilting her head in thought for a moment. But no matter how she thought about it, she seemed to have never seen anyone go inside, of course, excluding Xia Yingyao and the others. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. But she quickly shook her head, thinking
it was unlikely.
After all, the strongest among Xia Yingyao's group was Lu Qingping. But no matter how one looked at it, their strength didn't seem very high.
Someone who could team up with that senior definitely
wouldn't be such an ordinary person.
What Mu Wanqiu thought, Lu Qingping was completely unaware of.
If he knew he was being inexplicably criticized again, he would probably suffer another blow.
I didn't see anyone, but they should be out soon, Mu Wanqiu said, nodding like a chick pecking at rice.
As if recalling something, she was quite certain of her thoughts.
Just now, a senior went inside and saved us all. I think your friend should be in there. Senior?
As soon as the words fell, the group instinctively exchanged glances. In an instant, they read the same meaning from each other's eyes. It seemed that Xia Yingyao was worried, so Mu Wanqiu added, don't worry, that senior is very capable. Although I don't know what he looks like, as long as he's here, we won't be in danger for the time being. As she spoke, her cheeks unexpectedly flushed. This change was so subtle that even she didn't notice it. She only felt that her cheeks seemed to be slightly warm. Instinctively, she thought it must be because the scorched earth territory was too hot. Xia Yingyao observed this and couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis rising within her, something she herself was unaware of. Her subconscious kept warning her not to reveal Luo Chen's information.
Is that so? Since a senior has stepped in, I believe he should be safe. Then we can just wait for him here. What do you all think?
As she said this, Xia Yingyao looked at Pang Xian and the others. According to the original plan, they hadn't intended to delve deeper, so they found it quite reasonable. However, why did it feel off when those words were spoken?
Lu Ge, why do I feel something strange?
Yeah, boss, everything seems normal, but it just feels off.
What's going on?
The three of them huddled together, questioning their souls. Lu Qingping furrowed his brows, equally puzzled. Rubbing his chin, he felt a slight itch in his hand, which made him think a bit.
I think Yingyao might want to protect his identity.
Exactly.
That's it. Lu Qingping clapped his hands and answered decisively.
But when he looked up, he saw two people casting him disdainful glances.
It wasn't that they
looked down on him, but rather there was a sense of intellectual superiority, as if mocking his naivety.
Isn't it? If that's not hiding his identity, then what could it be? Suddenly, Lu Qingping became anxious. He clearly hadn't said anything wrong, but what did those looks mean? Just then, Pang Xian suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, Lu Gu,
I didn't expect you to speak like you're actually talking. As he spoke, he even shook his head, pretending to be an adult. Before Lu Qingping could react, another hand was placed on his other shoulder. Turning to look, he saw his little brother Wang Zhao imitating Pang Xian's
demeanor. Boss, if you hadn't said that, we would have thought you never spoke.
The two of them played off each other, and Lu Qingping finally realized he had been mocked again. He was about to get angry, but then he thought about it and realized it was indeed the case.
To some extent, it felt like he was exposing himself unnecessarily.
Out of respect for Luo Chen, he didn't want to think too deeply about it, and for a while, he couldn't.
Find a reasonable explanation. At that moment, Xia Yingyao's cool voice suddenly came through. What are you all mumbling about over there? As soon as she finished speaking, the three young men stood at attention, stiffly turning their heads. They were afraid that their earlier hushed plotting had been overheard, which would lead to some trouble. Listening to Xia Yingyao's inquiry, for some reason Pang Xian and the others all shrank back. What was clearly a normal sentence sounded like a threat to their ears. No, we didn't say anything. Lu Qingping waved his hands repeatedly, looking like an honest person. This made Mu Wanqiu, who had heard of him, show an extremely puzzled expression. She had heard that this senior had a somewhat eccentric personality and rarely got close to anyone. Except for one little brother, hardly anyone was willing to team up with him. Especially in their support department, some typical classmates had been mentioned, which was why she remembered so clearly. Seeing him today was indeed a bit of a subversion of past rumors. This senior seemed nothing like the way others had described him, and he got along quite well with the juniors, showing no airs of a senior at all. Strange, why am I encountering so many odd things today? Mu Wanqiu scratched her head, utterly baffled. Before she could find an answer, Xia Yingyao clapped her hands and made a decision. Alright, since that's the case, let's rest here. After saying that, he directly took out his own lounge chair, ready for Mu Wanqiu to sit. Who would have thought that someone would beat her to it, seemingly afraid she would blame them? No need, no need. Sister, just use mine. Lu Qingping quickly grabbed his own chair and shoved it behind the other person. Before the other could react, he had already run off, pulling out another small chair and leisurely sitting down. This series of actions left Pang Xian dumbfounded. He looked at Lu Qingping, then at the chair he had left behind. In that moment, he felt as if his brain had crashed for a while. Wait. Pang Xian pressed his temples, trying hard to recall. His gaze kept darting back and forth between Lu Qingping and the chair. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "What the hell? You actually have another chair?" At that moment, Pang Xian seemed to understand something. He touched the tip of his nose, confirming it wasn't red before he finally sighed in relief. Lu Ge, you're not being fair. I just asked you for a chair, why didn't you give me one? Pang Xian looked at Lu Qingping with a pitiful expression, blinking his eyes. It was a bit out of place. Seeing this, Lu Qingping remained calm, looking at Pang Xian with a serious tone. Sanjin, it's really not that I don't want to give you one. I'm poor too, the chairs are just ordinary ones, they really can't withstand your build, and I only have two this time. Lu Qingping's words were filled with helplessness, each word revealing his bitterness. Faced with their questioning gazes, he chose not to continue explaining. The truth was, most of his previous wealth had to be handed over to the Lu family's direct line, and he really didn't have much liquid capital. Most of the money was spent on buying equipment to ensure his safety in dungeons. As for daily necessities, he saved wherever he could, emphasizing frugality. Listening to him, Pang Xian looked again at the two chairs. As Lu Qingping said, they were indeed ordinary chairs, truly embodying the spirit of thrift. Hey, if it weren't for the fact that I can't lose weight, I would definitely sit in your chair right now. Pang Xian didn't dwell on it, pretending to look very dissatisfied. In reality, he didn't take it too much to heart. He did this to make Lu Qingping feel less awkward. After saying that, he could only pat his pants and sit down on the ground. No one expected that what was originally a normal situation would lead to such a small issue. Mu Wanqiu also pouted, silent as a mouse, her big eyes darting around. On the other hand, Xia Yingyao seemed to be in a meditative state, completely unconcerned with their matters. With no commotion, she was happy to enjoy her peace, seizing every moment to rest. While they were in silence, on the other side, Luochen was already fighting fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosion sounds echoed throughout the cave. Without the interference of the awakened ones, Luochen was completely free to unleash his strength. Swish! With a swing of his sword, he instantly took the life of a wolf demon. Then, a cold gleam suddenly lit up beside him. The wolf demon guard raised its sharp claws and fiercely swept towards his head. The force was tremendous. If hit, he would likely lose half his life even if he didn't die. Facing the crisis beside him, Luochen merely glanced indifferently, then continued to block the attack in front of him. Just as he said it, it happened quickly. Just as the large sword was about to fall, a black giant sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Clang! The dull sound made one's ears itch. The blue light on the silver-armored guard brightened, tightly gripping the giant sword. After blocking the wolf demon guard's attack, he swept back at it. Bang! Facing its heavy blow, the wolf demon guard was directly sent flying. It couldn't even manage a moment of resistance before being completely defeated. Just as they were fighting, a shadow passed overhead. The evil-eyed bull demon swung its large hand, aiming at the wolf demon priest. Wolf King's blessing! A new priest, a new cooldown time. When the attack from the bull demon arrived, it did not hesitate to use its strongest defensive technique. It gave the bull demon no chance, striking without leaving a way out. Boom! The attack landed directly on the shield. The powerful recoil made the evil bull demon's palm tremble slightly. In battles of the same level, this was the first time it had suffered such a setback. Moo! Its violent nature was instantly ignited, letting out a bull's roar towards the sky. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from its palm, and it struck the shield again. The force was immense, and the air seemed to resonate with explosive sounds. With each inch it advanced, the color of the bull demon's palm deepened. By the time it fell, it had turned as red as a heated iron block. Boom! 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 3 consecutive strikes. With each impact, the sturdy shield shook a few times. Unfortunately, until the end of the attack, it still could not break the Wolf King's protective spell. Moo! Seeing that several attacks had failed to achieve results, the evil-eye bull demon was completely enraged. The bull's roar echoed, and it exhaled through its nostrils like a pillar. In the next second, an axe appeared, and it swung fiercely at the shield, this time without holding back. The sharp axe light struck once, and the Wolf King's protective spell shook violently. Watching this scene, the wolf demon priest felt a wave of dryness in its mouth. Turning to look at Luo Chen, it saw that 5 of the guards had already been taken down, and some ordinary wolf demons had also been lost, yet they still could not take down Luo Chen. In fact, they might not have consumed much stamina at all. A glance showed that Luo Chen was merely breathing a bit heavily. How could this be? The wolf demon priest's small head was filled with confusion. It clearly remembered that the awakeners in the outside world were weak, so why were they the opposite here? Not just it, even the wild Wolf King on the altar shared the same thought. The Wolf King's eyes were fierce, wishing it could rush out right now to deal with Luo Chen. Hey! Getting distracted during a fight is not a good habit. A cheeky voice came, startling the Wolf King. At the moment it turned its head, 5 cards were already flying towards its face. Card Spirit Flush. Just as the wild Wolf King turned back, a series of cards slapped against its face. Caught off guard, it couldn't dodge in time. Bang! 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 Minus 1,756. Minus 2,533. With each strike, the attack was stronger than the last. Like bone-piercing cold nails, they struck directly against its bones, causing it to grimace in pain. The bloodline dropped at an alarming speed, though not fatal, it was far from easy. Oh whoa! The Wolf King suddenly roared, this time truly enraged. A cold glint flashed in its eyes as it quickly approached the magic hand. Just as it got close, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a wind blade that surged forward. Wow! This yellow-skinned dog has quite the bravado. The magic hand feigned surprise upon seeing this. Then, with a spin of the black umbrella in its hand, it suddenly opened with a bang, facing the direction of the wind blade. Put! The attack landed, crashing hard against the black umbrella. With a soft sound, it created no further ripples. It was as if that was not an attack, but just an ordinary gust of wind. So, what now, yellow-skinned dog? What other tricks do you have? Feel free to show them. You dead fly, I want to see how long you can keep bouncing around. The cheeky voice of the magic hand ignited the wild Wolf King's fury once more. Already furious, its murderous intent towards the magic hand had reached its peak. As a king-level being, having failed to land a hit after several attempts was quite a blow to its pride. This was not just about whether it could take down its opponent, but also about its own dignity. You will pay a painful price. The wild Wolf King's gaze sharpened, and it leaped fiercely towards the magic hand. Its speed was so fast that only a blur could be seen, and in an instant, it had arrived. Faced with the sudden attack, the magic hand stood there. Dazed, showing no sign of resistance, there was no time to think too much. The wild Wolf King pounced directly, pinning it to the ground, its claws raised high. Swish! The sharp claws extended, a chill suddenly emerging. One attack after another relentlessly struck the magician's hand. Scratches appeared, and the tuxedo was instantly torn to shreds. Stop scratching! Stop it, please! If you keep scratching, my substitute prop will be ruined. Stop now. Ah! It hurts! It hurts too much! The magician's hand cried out in agony, the sound tinged with a hint of a mocking tone. Hearing the voice, the wild Wolf King suddenly froze. Its hand paused, and its gaze regained a moment of clarity. Only then did it realize that what it was pressing down on was not that annoying guy at all, but a fake body. Meanwhile, the magician's hand was not far away, wearing a smile as if mocking it. Ah, damn it! As a wolf, it couldn't match the magician's hand in terms of intelligence. In just a few exchanges, it had been played around in circles. At this moment, it felt like it was not a wolf at all, but clearly a donkey. Bang! Just as it glared with murderous intent, wishing to tear the magician's hand apart, there was a loud bang, and the remaining substitute prop suddenly exploded. The powerful shockwave instantly sent it flying, not giving it a moment to react. If it weren't for its tough skin and high health of 300,000, it would have probably lost half its life by now. Hey! I forgot to tell you. Although the substitute won't move, it can still explode. If it doesn't reach the maximum damage within the specified time, it will blow up. Hee, sorry about that. The magician's hand said apologetically, but the smirk on its face said otherwise. That annoying look made the Wild Wolf King's heart surge with anger. Seizing the moment while the magician's hand was feeling smug, it suddenly flipped up and quickly reached out with one hand. With its palm wide open, it aimed at the air. Fury suppression. The Wolf King let out a cold snort, its eyes sharpening. As soon as it finished speaking, the magician's hand felt its whole body suddenly stiffen. Unable to move at all. Got you. Damn fly. The Wild Wolf King grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. After suppressing the magician's hand, it immediately felt a rush of wind beneath its feet and charged forward. Its claws aimed straight for the magician's hand's chest, a look of inevitable victory on its face. It believed that as long as it landed a hit, the magician's hand would have no chance to resist afterward. As the attack drew closer, the smugness on the Wild Wolf King's face grew stronger. The time for fury suppression had not yet ended, and the magician's hand had no chance to dodge. Just then, a calm voice rang out. Mirror world. As the words fell, a mirror suddenly appeared. Before the Wolf King could react, a colorful figure suddenly sprang out from within. Clenching its fist, it swiftly struck the Wolf King's face. Bang! With one blow, the Wolf King was instantly sent flying. Immediately after, the suppression effect on the magician's hand was lifted, regaining its freedom of movement. Hey! Why did you call me out? Our life is already low. Splitting it like this just gives it one each. The clown assistant crossed its arms, scolding with annoyance. While speaking, it still kept an eye on the Wild Wolf King's movements to prevent a sudden ambush. Hearing this, the magician's hand merely brushed off the dirt on its sleeve without replying. Sigh. Talking to you, you dullard, is really boring. Where's the boss? Let me see where the boss ran off to. The clown assistant placed one hand above its eyes, searching curiously. When its gaze fell below, it feigned surprise. It was hard to tell if it was genuinely unaware or just pretending. Oh whoa! The Wild Wolf King shook its head, feeling a bit dazed. The clown assistant's earlier strike had been merciless, hitting it squarely in the face and leaving it stunned. With a howl, it even felt pain on one side of its face. Its consciousness still hazy, it could already hear that mocking voice, Gagaga, this yellow-skinned old dog is quite hard to kill. The colorful clown assistant, hands on hips, mocked without any courtesy. Meanwhile, the magician said not a word, took off his top hat and gently tapped it with his cane. Hat trick, rampaging rabbit. As the words fell, a burst of pure white erupted from the hat. Upon contact with the air, it rapidly expanded, instantly becoming as large as a water buffalo. To everyone's surprise, it was a clumsy yet adorable giant rabbit. However, the muscle lines beneath its fur were distinctly outlined. Suddenly, its eyes widened, revealing a pair of crimson orbs. In an instant, the original cute appearance was completely shattered. Squeak! The rampaging rabbit let out a cry, its gaze locking onto the Prairie Wolf King. With short legs moving, it charged towards the Wolf King like a furious little truck. Before the Prairie Wolf King could steady itself, it felt a tremendous force hit its waist. Ah, this is going to be serious. The clown assistant pretended to cover his eyes, feigning a look of horror. The next moment, the Wolf King was sent flying high, crashing against the altar's wall. Dirt and debris fell, and the Wolf King struggled to rise. Before it could regain its footing, the rampaging rabbit had already dashed out first. Moving at incredible speed, it transformed into a white blur, giving the Prairie Wolf King no chance to catch its breath. Taking advantage of its weakness, it aimed for its life. As it drew closer, the Wolf King suddenly raised its eyes. A chill flashed by, but more than that, it was a thirst for blood. Its sharp wolf jaws slightly parted. I say, don't push your luck too far. As the words left its mouth, a claw swiped at the rampaging rabbit. Put! A glint of cold light flashed, and several lines of blood suddenly sprayed out. Warm blood splattered across the Prairie Wolf King's face, adding a hint of bloodthirstiness to its demeanor. Instinctively, it extended its barbed tongue and licked it gently. Ahead, the rampaging rabbit that had been charging towards it suddenly exploded. Being a summoned creature, it couldn't withstand an attack that exceeded its limits. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. The Prairie Wolf King said coldly, looking down with disdain. Just as the words fell, it noticed that the clown assistant had vanished. Realizing this, its pupils constricted and an involuntary tension gripped its heart. The previous attack had made it aware of this creature's terrifying nature. Unlike the magician, who would always stay at a distance and throw skills, this clown assistant had yet to reveal any long-range attack capabilities. Moreover, it could still faintly feel a sharp pain in its cheek from that last attack. Gagaga! I'm right here! At that moment, a teasing voice suddenly rang in its ears. The Prairie Wolf King was startled, instinctively swiping a claw. Whoosh! The claw swiped at empty air, and the feeling of powerlessness in that Empty space was quite unpleasant.
Knowing it had been tricked, it tried to retract its paw for defense, but it was already too late. The previous attack had exhausted all its strength, and the powerful inertia prevented
it from pulling back instantly.
Just then, the Prairie Wolf King suddenly felt a sharp pain in its rear. The clown assistant had kicked out, its slightly pointed shoe landing heavily on its backside.
Bang bang bang! The immense force instantly sent it flying. Its body bounced off the altar like a rubber ball. Woohoo! Curveball!
The clown assistant raised both hands high, celebrating as if it had scored a goal.
It was unclear
whether it was praising its own perfect performance or mocking the Prairie Wolf King for falling for the trick. The magician remained silent, solely focused on unleashing skills.
Magic flame rose. Whoosh! As the
words fell, without warning, a cluster of flames erupted beneath the Prairie Wolf King. Blooming like a rose, it was a breathtaking sight.
Each petal was a flickering flame, burning fiercely. Unlike the final red rose, in true magic, the flame rose was a genuine damage skill.
The blazing fire completely enveloped the Prairie Wolf King. And no matter how it struggled and rolled, it was still tightly wrapped.
Ah! A tragic wail echoed
in the flames, and it was almost delirious.
Even the howling of wolves was forgotten.
Berserk! Suddenly, a low shout rang out, and the flames erupted. Revealed was the Wild Wolf King, surrounded by a faint red glow. Having activated the Berserk skill, it felt an overwhelming surge of power, even dispersing the flames with its aura.
Don't be fooled by its high health, it seemed to have the upper hand. However, after a round of fighting,
it was being toyed with by the magician and the clown assistant.
A single king-level creature against two king-level ones was indeed not easy. Moreover, these were twin-born kings, and their cooperation was seamless, complementing each other's weaknesses.
In such a 1 versus 2 scenario, it was bound to be bullied.
Rather than being worn down, it was better to end things quickly. Hesitation would lead to defeat, so the Wild Wolf
King decisively activated Berserk. This time, failure meant death, leaving no room for error.
Oh no! We're doomed!
The clown assistant spread his hands, looking completely resigned.
The magician lowered his head,
slightly, lost in thought, his eyes flickering with uncertain light.
Oh whoa!
The Wild Wolf King suddenly roared, instantly intimidating the clown assistant who was closest. Then, with a swift motion, it pressed down on the clown assistant's face, slamming him to the ground.
A cruel smile crept across its lips.
Seeing this, the magician wasted no time and threw out a card.
Ding ding ding! The enhanced Wolf King didn't even need to look.
With a swipe of its claws, a cold light shot out. Almost instantly, 5 cards were split in two, the angles precise, perfectly timed to end an attack. After doing all this, it unhesitatingly lunged a claw at
the clown assistant's shoulder. Put!
No blood flowed, but a thick black mist surged out.
Beneath the altar, Luochen felt something and looked up. How could this be? He murmured. Just as he was distracted, a large
sword suddenly swung down towards him. Sensing danger, Luochen hurriedly defended himself, raising his sword to block.
Boom! It was still a moment too late.
The instant he raised his hand, the attack had already struck
his body.
Fortunately, he had a thick layer of armor and the protection of the Spirit of Blessing. Otherwise, that blow would have likely taken half his life. Even so, he was still sent flying by the sword, crashing
to the ground. With a loud thud, he hit the ground hard.
The pain in his back made him grimace.
Oh whoa! The wolf demon guard, having landed a hit, excitedly howled twice.
Brandishing its large sword, it charged fiercely
at Luochen.
Now, Luochen felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart, unable to mount any effective resistance, not even the most basic defense.
He could only grip his long sword tightly, searching for any openings that might appear.
Just then, a roar suddenly rang out.
Roar!
The deep voice pierced the battlefield.
With that sound, the charging wolf demon guard abruptly halted.
Its blood-red eyes turned towards the source of the sound, its large sword raised high, ready to strike.
Silver Armored Guard activates skill. Battle roar. Silver Armored Guard activates skill. Strong physique. Defense increased by 50% for 1 minute. Upon receiving this information, Luochen's heart suddenly trembled.
He turned to see that all the remaining 3 Wolf Demon Guard's attacks were directed at it.
Additionally, the few ordinary wolf demons were doing the same. Withdraw. Luochen's pupils constricted as he commanded repeatedly.
However, all he received was the cold notification from the game. Summoned beast is in taunt state, cannot initiate recall cooldown.
With that, Luochen's heart sank to the bottom.
He strained his arms, trying to sit up straight, even wanting to stand.
However, he could only watch helplessly as the attacks descended.
Berserk!
Luochen's eyes were about to burst. With rage, a murderous intent surging within him.
On the altar, the clown assistant, who had just been clawed, was still crying out in pain. But at this moment, he suddenly went still. His gaze was icy, even heavier than the magic hand. Countless attacks rained down, and the 8-meter-tall silver-armored guardian staggered.
Roar! With a sudden long roar, a massive amount of black mist erupted from its body. In an instant,
the entire cave was shrouded in a hazy fog, making it hard to see clearly.
After taking down a major general, the wolf demons were immersed in joy.
They were completely unaware that Luo Chen's expression had turned
terrifyingly dark.
From being looked down upon a year ago to the discovery of the Shadow Lord's talent, and now the silver-armored guardian had been the only one to accompany him all the way. It could be said that without its protection, Luo Chen would have found it hard to reach this point. Although it was now struggling to keep up with the difficulty of the dungeon boss, it still could not change its status.
Luo Chen had anticipated
this, but he did not expect this day to come so quickly.
Kill for me. He did not roar loudly, his tone was even eerily calm. Yet for some reason, even the wolf demon priest not far away could feel a chill. Without hesitation, it launched an attack towards Luo Chen.
As the attack drew closer, about to hit, a smug smile appeared on the wolf demon priest's face.
But strangely, neither the evil-eyed bull demon nor the bloodthirsty werewolf and jungle tiger showed any intention of helping to block the skill. This abnormal behavior made the wolf demon priest's heart race. Spirit attachment.
Luo Chen's voice was cold, filled with endless killing
intent.
As his words fell, a blue light flickered in his eyes, resembling a summoned creature brought back to life. This was another small skill of his spirit of protection, allowing summoned creatures to possess him and gain their abilities and skills. At this moment, on the altar, the clown assistant radiated light, and the sudden change made the wild wolf king feel a sense of alertness. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the magic hand in the distance did not exhibit this strange phenomenon. Instead, it raised its hand, preparing to unleash the next skill.
No matter what tricks you're up to, don't think you can slip away from
me, the wild wolf king roared, raising its paw to grab the clown assistant again. But at that moment, it suddenly felt empty beneath it, its paw grasping at nothing. The clown assistant before it gradually became
ethereal, enveloped in blue light. How is this possible?
The wild wolf king had never seen such a bizarre sight and found it hard to believe. At the same time, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from beneath the altar,
shooting up into the sky. For some reason, it gave him a tingling sensation on his scalp.
The wild wolf king was startled and hurried to the edge of the altar to look down.
Upon seeing that familiar figure, it couldn't help but shudder. Isn't he just an ordinary human? How can he possess such power? Even it did not realize that its entire body trembled as it spoke those words. Just then, the figure below seemed to sense something, and raised its head, locking eyes with it. The deep blue eyes seemed to freeze, inexplicably sending a chill down its spine.
For some reason, this human, who had clearly shed his equipment and revealed his true form, inexplicably evoked a sense of heart palpitations. Shadow level, 40 health 59600/39600, Spirit of Protection 20,000, Summoned Beasts, Magic Hand LV.41, Evil-Eyed Bull Demon LV.40, Bloodthirsty Werewolf LV.40. Jungle Tiger LV.23 Constitution, 6459 Strength, 12669 Magic Power, 6669 Defense, 1179 Agility, 1149 Gulp. The wild wolf king couldn't help but swallow, feeling a chill run down its spine, without sweat glands. It wasn't drenched in sweat, but its instinctive intuition made it quite uncomfortable.
What's going on? The difference in attributes isn't particularly obvious, so why do I feel this strange sensation?
The wolf king instinctively touched his chest, feeling the intense beating of his heart. That dry mouth and parched throat feeling was no illusion. Before he could recover from his shock, the magician's hand had already
launched an attack. Card Spirit 13 Dragon.
This time, the magician's hand held nothing back. As soon as it struck, it unleashed a killing move never used before. 13 cards spread out, completely blocking
the movement of the wild wolf king, all converging to strangle it. Between them, there were even fine threads connecting, forming a small net. Ding, ding, ding. Sensing danger approaching, the wild wolf king quickly withdrew its gaze.
Several slashes struck against the magician's attack. The clanging sounds rang out continuously, yet they still failed to cut through the net formed by the playing cards. It continued to advance directly towards it. Seeing that it couldn't dodge, the wolf king could only cross its hands in front of its body, preparing to withstand the upcoming attack. Boom! At the moment the card net made contact, it triggered an explosion.
Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the altar. Below the altar, Luo Chen looked up at the black smoke, withdrawing his gaze. Before him was a countdown. Spirit duration, 0 hours 3 minutes 52 seconds. Huff, huff.
Luo Chen gasped for breath, with large amounts of white smoke spewing out with each breath. Clearly in a scorched earth territory with a hot climate, he only felt a bone-chilling cold.
Hey! Boss, hurry up and finish the fight. My body can't hold out much longer.
The persistent urging of the clown assistant echoed in his mind. The only response he gave was a muffled grunt. Although his strength was increasing rapidly, the feeling of an extra force within him made him feel quite uncomfortable.
Huff,
Luochen exhaled a breath of foul air, the atmosphere repeatedly carrying a hint of icy particles. With a step forward, even the ground sank by a third. Go! Quickly block him! The wolf demon priest trembled all over, shivering as it commanded. At the order, the remaining wolf demons immediately wilted. However, the command of a superior could not be refused, and even though their legs trembled, they still raised their blades towards Luochen. Clown, use your skill, Luochen said coldly. As the words fell, a red light flickered in his hand. Immediately, a flood of skill information surged into his mind at that moment. Facing the approaching wolf demons, Luochen's eyes suddenly lifted. His expression carried a hint of madness, and the corners of his mouth stretched wide. Reflected in his pupils were the ferocious faces of the werewolves, while he was filled with endless killing intent. Party time! It's here! Luochen grinned, flipping his hands, and several dark bombs suddenly appeared. He threw them towards the path the wolf demons were advancing on. Boom! 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 The explosions were deafening, yet Luochen seemed to revel in it. The remaining bombs flew repeatedly in his hands, like juggling balls. One after another, they were thrown out with continuous blasts. With an attack power exceeding 10,000, each explosion claimed at least one wolf demon. In just a few seconds, 3 wolf demon guards had already collapsed on the ground, barely alive. The only one left was a wolf demon priest, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Its entire body trembled uncontrollably. Behind it, a giant hand suddenly struck towards its back. Boom! With a single slap, the wolf demon priest was instantly knocked to the ground. Its bones felt as if they had been shattered, rendering it completely powerless. Just as it tried to prop itself up with its hands to sit up, it suddenly felt a heavy weight on its back. Did I tell you to get up? Luochen's tone was icy as he heavily stepped on the wolf demon priest's back, looking down at it. The wolf demon priest turned its head in terror, Luochen's disdainful gaze piercing into its soul. Fear surged from its heart, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Spare me. At this point, it no longer cared about anything. Even though the Wolf King was right above, it was just a wolf demon that had just been summoned, with no concept of honor or disgrace. The pressure from the Wild Plains Wolf King above felt weaker than the human in front of it. However, the response it received was not from Luochen, but only cold eyes. Ha! A gust of cold air burst forth, freezing the wolf demon priest, making it shiver. Before it could speak again, it felt a sharp pain in its back and its lower body went numb. Crack! The sound of bones shattering completely severed the wolf demon priest's will to survive. It knew very well that Luochen had no intention of letting it go. Moreover, with a broken cervical spine, without a shaman, it would never have the chance to be reborn. At least among the Wild Plains Wolf Demon clan, without a shaman, which was equivalent to a priest, it meant that in the survival of the fittest among the wolf tribe, a certain death awaited it. Before death arrived, its eyes were already filled with a dead gray. Put! Luochen swung his sword down, directly ending its life. There was not much time left. He had no leisure to torment the wolf demon priest. After doing all this, he raised his head again, gazing upward. With a movement, he stepped onto the arm of the evil-eyed bull demon and ascended. On the altar, as the dust settled, the face of the Wild Plains Wolf King was revealed. Its eyes scanned, moving in sync with Luochen. The bull demon's arms slowly lifted, gradually becoming parallel to the high platform. Taking advantage of this momentum, Luochen continued to approach. In an instant, he was about to reach the altar. Not good. I can't let him get any closer. The Wild Plains Wolf King's pupils constricted, panic rising in its heart. It looked up at the pit at the top of the cave, the blood-red sky reflecting in its eyes. Glancing back at Luochen and the magic hand, it crouched slightly, the muscles in its thighs bulging. Even through a layer of fur, it could still see clearly. Block him! As it ran, a chill continuously seeped from Luochen's body. Seeing the Wild Plains Wolf King's movements, he commanded in a deep voice. As soon as the order was given, the magic hand showed no hesitation and snapped its fingers. In the next moment, 9 mirror images appeared. They quietly hovered in the air, perfectly reflecting the Wild Plains Wolf King's upward movement, a mix of confusion and panic. There was no time to think, the Wolf King leaped into the air. As for the 9 mirrors facing it, they were completely ignored as it charged through, claws outstretched. From its posture, it seemed intent on slicing through all the mirrors in one blow and escaping from this side. The end of its escape route was the edge of the pit. As long as it could grab hold, it could turn the tables and escape, exhausting Luochen's fusion time. In its view, Luochen's current performance did not seem sustainable for long. Ha ha ha, you think you can keep me with this? The Wild Plains Wolf King laughed wildly, a hint of ferocity at the corner of its mouth. Just then, the mirrors suddenly flickered. The Wolf King was horrified to find that its reflection was gone. In its place was the magic hand, dressed in a tailcoat and wearing a top hat. In the next moment, they all passed through the confines of the mirrors, as if walking through mist into the cave. Facing the oncoming claws, it merely extended one arm. Card Spirit, 7 pairs. In an instant, cards flew through the sky. The playing cards paired up in twos, intertwined with transparent threads. The Wild Plains Wolf King's pupil shrank, its fur standing on end. This scene was not unfamiliar to it. It was very similar to the previous 13 dragon formation, but the difference was that this time, the attack's coverage was far greater than before. 9 magic hands launched their attacks simultaneously, their skills connecting with each other, forming a large net that descended upon it. Like fishing, the net was cast towards the Wild Plains Wolf King. Wolf King Cannon. The Wild Plains Wolf King was suspended in mid-air, unable to gain leverage. Knowing there was no way to avoid it in its frenzied state, it opened its mouth and spat. In an instant, a white light illuminated the air, shooting towards the magic hand mirrors above. It should be noted that the mirrors only had the potential for attack. In terms of health, they could almost be said to shatter upon contact. If this strike landed solidly, it could instantly clear all the mirrors. Suddenly, at that moment, the Wasteland Wolf King felt a tightness around its ankle, as if something had grabbed it. Instantly alarmed, it remembered that Luo Chen was still below and should not have been able to catch up so quickly. But wasn't the magic hand a mage? How could it dare to come up and grab itself? The attack from its mouth had already been unleashed, and the Wasteland Wolf King naturally could not lower its head. Out of the corner of its eye, it caught a glimpse of the magic hand still standing not far away. So who was it that had a hold of its ankle? While its thoughts were racing and it was racking its brain, that person had already exerted force. With a sudden pull, it threw the Wolf King off balance. In an instant, the Wolf King's cannon shot veered off, blasting towards the sky. The distant awakeners only felt a beam of light streak across the sky. The terrifying aura flashed and then returned to calm. Inside the cave, the Wasteland Wolf King, feeling weightless, found its attack completely dissipated. It was only then that it noticed the one holding its ankle was also a mirror image of the magic hand, and that mirror was right behind it at the point of its jump. This meant that the opponent had jumped right after it, only to disrupt its performance at a critical moment. Realizing everything too late, the Wasteland Wolf King was struck with dread. Boom! 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 Attacks fell one after another, landing solidly on its back. The threads of energy whipped against it, instantly tearing its skin. If it had fought back with all its might, it wouldn't have found itself in such a predicament. But at this moment, in a panic to escape, it had no time to resist, which allowed for such a flaw to be found. Clearly, Luo Chen was just an awakener, yet for some reason, the Wasteland Wolf King always felt a soul-deep heart palpitation. Having withstood several attacks, the Wolf King had completely lost its upward momentum. With a thud, it crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, the remaining 9 mirror images also landed steadily on the altar. In that instant, the Wasteland Wolf King, which had seemingly fallen and could not rise, suddenly flipped over. Swift wind strike. A cold voice rang out, and before the sound faded, its figure had already vanished. In the blur, only a brown silhouette could be seen darting quickly. Aside from the main body of the magic hand, which seemed to sense something and quickly retreat, the other mirror images failed to react in time. In a flash of cold light, they were all severed at the waist. In the moment the mirror images stiffened, there was a sensation of shattering glass, and then they directly dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Warriors like the Wolf King lacked the visual spectacle of mage skills, whether in range or damage. However, the exchanges between warriors were deadly, and a slight misstep could lead to paralysis. This was true for the Awakeners, and the magic hand mirror images were no exception. In an instant, all 10 replicated images were wiped out. The Wasteland Wolf King's face twisted in rage, its breathing noticeably rapid, indicating that this move had also taken a toll. It glanced towards the pit and quickly scanned its surroundings. Suddenly, its pupils constricted. At some point, a slightly thin figure had already stood at the edge of the altar. Human, we have no grievances or grudges. Seeing Luo Chen approaching, the Wasteland Wolf King threatened in a deep voice. However, there was clearly little conviction in its words. Luo Chen remained silent, his eyes filled with deep blue light. With each step closer, ice shards fell from him. Huff, huff, heavy breaths escaped his mouth and nose, sounding like a bull. The long sword in his hand was tightly gripped, the tip dragging on the ground. No grievances, no grudges. Luo Chen slowly uttered a few words, sounding both questioning and mocking. It was impossible for him and the Wasteland Wolf King to have no grievances or grudges. Not to mention that the other party had wanted him to betray humanity from the very beginning, or else it would take his life. If it weren't for the silver-armored guardian using its battle roar skill to withstand damage, sacrificing itself, he truly couldn't guarantee that after being knocked down, he wouldn't be killed by the wolf demon. Just based on this point, he could not easily forgive the Wasteland Wolf King. At the very least, the silver-armored guardian cannot sacrifice itself in vain. Swift wind slash. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen activated his skill the instant the distance closed. In an instant, a crescent-shaped gust of wind howled out, carrying with it an invisible chill. It was merely an ordinary warrior skill, yet it posed a tremendous threat to the Wasteland Wolf King. Its fur bristled and its beastly eyes narrowed to pinpricks. Gale Strike. With a claw swipe, 3 gales were unleashed. Though it was also wind attribute energy, it gave off a slightly dispirited feeling. Before it, Luo Chen's swift wind rapidly expanded, quickly covering half of the altar. Even the magician, fearing accidental harm, had retreated to the side early on. Boom! The gales collided. In an instant, wind energy surged chaotically, wreaking havoc in all directions, sending sand and stones flying. Scratches appeared on the walls and the altars ground out of nowhere. It was impossible to see what had flown by, leaving the scorched earth pockmarked. As one of the instigators, the Wasteland Wolf King was now on the verge of madness. With its hands pressed forward, it struggled to hold on. It seemed to want to resist in this final way. But soon, it realized that its thoughts were rather naive. Whoosh! The howling wind rustled its fur, outlining its body beneath. The Wasteland Wolf King's attack lasted less than a moment, before being utterly destroyed by Luo Chen's swift wind. After all this, the wind did not cease. It continued to howl, rapidly advancing towards the Wolf King. Wolf King's blessing. With no way to evade, it could only grit its teeth and use its ultimate trump card. The blessing, although a priest's skill, was something the Wolf King, being what it was, could use to some extent. Moreover, compared to the Wolf Demon Priest, the skill it unleashed was more condensed, and the defense appeared much sturdier. From a distance, it firmly protected a 2-meter radius around it, with no significant energy leakage. The color was also much deeper than before, clearly indicating its extraordinary effect. Come on! The Wasteland Wolf King roared loudly, a hint of madness in its eyes. It refused to believe that this single skill could break its shield. As the swift wind approached, the Wolf King's eyes widened in shock, for in its line of sight, a tiny crack had appeared in the blessing. Boom! The next moment, a pale blue light enveloped it. A tremendous explosion echoed throughout the cave, shaking the scorched earth above, causing debris to fall. Having landed a hit, Luo Chen did not let his guard down. His gaze was calm and composed as he moved through the smoke. He did not believe that a mere swift wind slash could take down a king-level boss with 300,000 lives. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened and he squinted slightly. Trying to escape? He suddenly snorted coldly, leaping into the air. The long sword in his hand was sheathed, replaced by a massive hammer. The gilded hammer, previously used to smash the door, was now ready for action. Hammer strike! Luo Chen shouted softly, his muscles bulging. Veins visibly throbbed on his forehead and neck. Just a second ago, his body was covered in ice shards, but now they had all evaporated. Mist enveloped him, shrouding the area above him. Luo Chen's skin flushed red, and his arms were even thicker than his thighs had been before. At this moment, he had no time to think of anything else. His eyes were fixed intently on a spot within the smoke, filled with cold intent. The hammer swung up, and his entire body descended towards that direction. Using the force of gravity, his speed was at its peak. At this moment, the Wasteland Wolf King was stealthily groping towards the outside, taking advantage of the blurred vision. Suddenly, it sensed a terrifying presence above its head. Without needing to think, it knew it was definitely Luo Chen again. As it pondered how to evade, that presence was already rapidly closing in on it. And that speed was simply astonishing. His mind had not yet registered the situation when the attack arrived before him. From the altar, shrouded in smoke and dust, a hammer burst forth, appearing in his line of sight, seemingly accompanied by flames. His vision shifted from the previously swirling yellow sand to the solitary figure of the hammer. The entire process took less than half a second. By the time he saw the hammer, it was already too late. Boom! The hammer struck down. In an instant, the dust was swept away by the powerful shockwave. A large circle was drawn around them, rapidly expanding outward. A multitude of metal fragments shot out with the shockwave. It was none other than the level 40 equipment, the gilded 1000-gene hammer, which even he could not withstand the recoil of the attack. Bang! Under the immense impact, the evil-eyed bull demon stumbled and crashed heavily against the cave wall. Its heavy body created a large dent in the wall. Even the fellow king-level magician, despite having distanced himself, had to cross his arms to desperately resist the shockwave. But even that lasted less than a second before he was swept away by the gale. With a loud crash, a dent was left in the altar wall. The giant hammer, with over 12,000 strength, dealt nearly 90,000 damage with that one strike. Additionally, with the Shadow Lord's dual mastery of physical and magical attacks, the physical attack carried an extra 80% magical damage, and with the enhancement of martial power, the dual attack would always equal the highest one. With one blow, it directly knocked off a third of the life of the Wasteland Wolf King. Coupled with the previous damage, it nearly emptied its life bar. Oh whoa! Suddenly, a
Mournful howl echoed as the Wolf King lay on the ground, unable to rise.
On the brink of death and suffering from immense damage, it could no longer resist.
Ha! Luo Chen exhaled a breath of foul air, his muscles trembling violently. The countdown for the spirit binding in his vision had shrunk from over 3 minutes to just a few seconds. Human, spare me. I can recommend you to the royal family. I am their pioneer. If you kill me, you will face endless revenge in the future. Of course, if you let me go, we can let bygones be bygones. The Wasteland Wolf King trembled, continuously begging for mercy from Luo Chen. It would go to any lengths to secure its survival. However, the only response it received was Luo Chen's disdainful gaze. Royal family? So what?
Upon hearing the term royal family from the Wasteland Wolf King, Luo Chen could roughly
gauge the situation.
There would definitely be a royal level boss among them.
As for the specific level and strength, that remained unknown. Yet, he felt no fear. On the contrary, he dismissed it entirely. It would take time for the news to be relayed back, and he could not just sit and wait. During this time, Luo Chen believed his strength would surely rise to a new level. By then, even if a royal level boss did descend, he might still be able to take a shot at it. Upon hearing his response, the Wasteland Wolf King suddenly showed a hint of disdain. Humph! Ignorant child, how could you understand the terror of the royal family? It was unclear who had given it the courage. Despite being a captive, it still dared to speak so boldly. Since it had the audacity to mock, Luo Chen saw no need to be polite. After all, for him, the Wasteland Wolf King had to die. It was merely a matter of when. The reason he had kept it alive was simply to see if he could extract any more information. Now that it was so uncooperative, he had no intention of keeping it around, especially since the spirit binding time was about to end. Soul reaping slash. As the voice fell, the eyes that had begun to dim once again shone with a blue light. From the depths of its soul came a sense of dread, piercing through the Wasteland Wolf King's gaze and striking at its heart. Target is under the effect of fear. Duration, 5.93 seconds. Over 5 seconds of control, even longer than the previous teacher Wang's fear duration. The wolf tribe was inherently prone to rage and emotional instability, and their mental state was already poor. Coupled with their current unfavorable condition and lack of relevant eye techniques, even a king-level boss, under Luo Chen's soul slash, is no different from a novice. The attack was initiated, and there was no need for positional shifts at close range. With a single sword strike, the life of the Wasteland Wolf King was completely extinguished. Kill the king-level Wasteland Wolf King, gain experience. Player Dark Knight leveled up to level 41, gained 50 free attribute points. Player Dark Knight leveled up to level 43. Congratulations! Gained King-level Wolf Fong Longsword, C-level Imprint Scroll, A-level Wolf King Blessing Technique, Wasteland Wolf King Bloodline, cleared Scorched Earth Territory LV.40, gained 1 year of dungeon mining. Rights. A series of rewards bombarded Luo Chen, who was already extremely exhausted, making it hard for him to discern anything. The halo of leveling up lit up one after another, but it couldn't heal the physical injuries caused by the spirit binding. With a pop, like a bubble bursting, the clown assistant was suddenly ejected, crashing towards the distance. Restoring his original attributes, Luo Chen felt his legs give way, and his head dizzily fell back. Just as the back of his head was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a pair of gloved arms reached out and caught him securely. It was none other than the stern-faced magic hand. Wow! 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 I almost fell to my death. You go catch the boss. Who exactly is the one body with me? Are you kidding? The completely exhausted clown assistant, witnessing this scene, threw a tantrum on the ground. Like a child who couldn't get candy, it made a fuss. Seeing this, Magic Hand said nothing more, simply snapping his fingers calmly. Instantly, the clown assistant, who had been crying loudly, was rendered completely silent. Furious, it began to pound the ground, expressing its grievances. I'm fine. Luo Chen leaned on Magic Hand and slowly stood up, shaking his heavy head. The swelling sensation in his temples made him feel quite uncomfortable. However, upon seeing the dungeon rewards, he felt a bit better. King-level Wolf Fong Longsword. I actually saw king-level equipment. Luo Chen was somewhat incredulous. He should have been very happy, but there was little joy on his face. His body was already weak beyond recognition, even his lips were pale, and even the slightest smile was a struggle. King-level equipment is superior to A-level equipment. Unlike skills and certain items, ordinary equipment reaches its peak at A-level. Beyond that, it is referred to by the boss level, such as king level or emperor level. Only by possessing king level equipment can one have the initial qualification to face king level bosses directly. If he could gather a full set, it wouldn't be impossible to challenge them in hand-to-hand combat. Of course, aside from Luo Chen, who was an anomaly, he had already defeated the Wasteland Wolf King without any king-level equipment. Now that he had the equipment in hand, his chances of success would be even greater when facing a boss of the Wolf King's caliber next time. Wolf Fong.
Longsword LV.40 quality, king level attributes, constitution plus 1000, strength plus 2000, agility plus 500. Blood guardian, overflow healing effect will convert into a life shield, maximum value 20%. Blood mark gain 1%. Lifesteal effect, additional 1% maximum health shield. Each attack gains 1 layer of blood mark, maximum 20 layers. If no attack is made on the target within 30 seconds, blood mark resets. Another lifesteal effect, plus a maximum 40% life shield. Luo Chen looked at the description and nodded in satisfaction. The Wolf Fawn Longsword, combined with the bloodthirsty strike of the Magic Warrior. A 30% lifesteal effect plus a 90% life shield. If he were to throw a skill into a group of demon beasts during a team battle, stacking the shield first, what kind of effect would that have? As for whether the blood mark effect would break, he wasn't particularly worried. As long as he remained in combat, he could sustain indefinitely. With this thought, Luo Chen suddenly had an idea for his next skill. He then shifted his gaze away from the Wasteland Wolf King's strongest defensive technique, the Wolf King Blessing technique. This was not what he was looking for, but it was the one behind it. Sea-level imprint scroll. Luo Chen's heart raced. It wasn't because of the void, but because he was genuinely excited. Having tasted the sweetness of the D-level imprint scroll, it was hard for him to forget. The soul-cutting slash, merely a D-level skill, could achieve comprehensive development. If he had a C-level 1 in hand, wouldn't that be a step further? Plus, with the task from Jiang Fengming, he would also have a B-level scroll by then. 2 scrolls. This time, he was determined to create a mage skill. Even if the damage wasn't high, it had to last long enough. Because only in this way could he maintain his blood mark effect uninterrupted. When I get back, I must consult Teacher Wang properly. Luo Chen clenched his fists, having made up his mind. When he wasn't in school, he thought not being in school was great, but now that he was at Yenzhou University, he realized that some things were quite rare outside. There was no need to sift through materials and rack his brain. Directly asking the teacher about skills could save a lot of unnecessary time wasted. He put the scroll away and then looked at the last special item. Bloodline of the Wasteland Wolf King? Luo Chen murmured, suddenly recalling something. Just then, a shadow surged on the ground, wildly pulling at everything around. Anything dead that had a hint of scent, red or white, was completely enveloped. Hearing the noise, Luo Chen turned in confusion. He gently pushed away the magical hand that was supporting him and set down the bloodline of the Wasteland Wolf King. Before him, black threads surged out, constantly plundering the surroundings. Such a strange display made Luo Chen frown. He wasn't afraid of suddenly being attacked, as the threads before him were dark with a hint of blue. It was clear that they were of the same origin as his necromantic resurrection. However, he had never seen a situation like this before. If the previous bloodthirsty werewolf's appearance was already bizarre enough, then this mass was simply unheard of. While he was pondering, a figure slowly rose from the black liquid. The black slime dripped continuously, resembling oil. Aside from the vague resemblance to the original Wolf King, there was nothing else similar. Even the eyes were a bright red, indistinguishable between pupil and iris. What is this? Luo Chen frowned deeply, glancing at the magical hand and then at the bloodthirsty werewolf. But neither they nor the giant evil-eyed bull demon had this form. All were shrouded in black mist, unlike the new summoned beast before him, which had no mist, only black slime. Summoning successful. Wasteland Wolf King gains unknown enhancement. Is it an enhancement? Luo Chen was somewhat uncertain. The appearance of the Wasteland Wolf King before him hardly looked like an enhancement. Just not having its abilities decline was already a blessing. He skeptically looked at the attributes of the creature, and his eyes widened in shock. It wasn't that the Wolf King's panel was impressive, but rather it was quite bizarre. Chaotic Wolf Shadow, unique, level 40 quality, king level life. 300k/300k strength, 8000 magic power, 3000 defense, 1000 agility, 1000 chaotic simulation trait quality. Chaotic simulation. In battles against canines of the same level or higher, it will automatically simulate the opponent's form and gain the right to use up to 3 random skills. If it successfully defeats and devours the opponent, it will gain random evolutionary direction or retain 1 skill. This, Luo Chen's pupils constricted, and he looked again, still uncertain. The attributes were completely preserved, but all the original skills had disappeared. In their place was a brand new skill. A skill of unknown quality, marked as chaotic. He truly couldn't discern its strength or weakness. Moreover, there were several obvious drawbacks. Only by fighting against dogs of the same level or higher quality can one obtain the qualification for evolution. But the problem is, it doesn't even have a single skill. Can it really win with just the 3 copied ones? To this, Luo Chen still held a skeptical attitude. On the other hand, as long as the chaotic wolf shadow exists, one can only choose between summoning or devouring. If Luo Chen uses the necromantic resurrection on the spoils of the chaotic wolf shadow, it cannot devour them. But what brightened his eyes was the possibility of infinite
Evolution. Although it was very slim and the process might be extremely long, it was indeed a fact. If enough high-level dogs could be killed, the chaotic wolf shadow might possess an infinite number of skills. Perhaps the physical consumption would not be enough to support its infinite release. But as long as it could restrain its opponent with specialized skills, that would be sufficient. This was undoubtedly a versatile master. In short, it meant giving up a short-term fighter in favor of cultivating a versatile genius. With this thought, Luo Chen, who understood the principle that quality is more valuable than quantity, suddenly felt enlightened. Sigh. If only Kwang Jun were still here. Luo Chen looked in a certain direction in the arena and sighed softly. That figure, who was serious yet had loyalty etched into its bones, was no longer present. Whenever he spoke, the silver-armored guard would listen, even if it meant bringing him watermelons in the freezing cold. Unfortunately, this was destined to be nothing more than a wishful thought. Luo Chen rubbed his slightly sore nose and casually brushed off the dust on his clothes. But why does something like the chaotic wolf shadow even exist? He frowned, puzzled. Although the wolf shadow had a promising future, its emergence seemed somewhat illogical. Hearing his words, the clown assistant lying nearby involuntarily shrank its neck. It turned its body, directly facing away from them, pretending to be a dead person. Luo Chen stroked his chin, shaking his head in confusion. He decided not to think about it anymore, waved at the bloodthirsty werewolf, and tossed out the bloodline of the Wasteland Wolf King. In the previous battle, the entire Wasteland Wolf Demon clan had been wiped out by Niu Gui with a single skill, which also resulted in the werewolves not having enough numbers to purify the bloodline. But now, with the Wolf King's bloodline in hand, this gap was filled. "Awah!" The bloodthirsty Wolf King let out a howl, its eyes shining brightly. Only as a leader-level creature, it had long been coveting the Wolf King's bloodline, its gaze never leaving it from start to finish. Seeing Luo Chen toss it out, it pounced on it instantly, catching it securely in its hands and carefully nurturing it, wagging its tail like a house dog. Those who didn't know would think the bloodthirsty werewolf had given birth to some little wolf cubs. Only Luo Chen understood that no little wolf cub could be as attractive as the bloodline. After all, this was fundamental to its evolution. The bloodline was the inheritance upon which every clan relied for survival. And as the bloodthirsty werewolf evolved by devouring bloodlines, Luo Chen was curious about how far it could grow. All the way down, whether in level, summoned beasts, or skills, there had been a certain improvement. However, losing that honest silver-armored guard still left Luo Chen somewhat unsettled. This also made Luo Chen place great importance on the abilities of summoned creatures, especially those with growth potential. Gurgle, gurgle. The bloodthirsty werewolf was unaware of his thoughts and simply drank the contents of the bottle quickly. Its throat rolled as it greedily swallowed. Clearly, it was just a small bottle, and it was impossible for even a drop to leak from its large mouth, yet it still extended its tongue to lick around the edges. After downing a bottle of Wolf King's bloodline, there was still no visible change. Just as Luo Chen was puzzled, the bloodthirsty werewolf suddenly threw its head back and let out a howl. "Awah!" The wolf howl echoed for a long time. With this sound, the bloodthirsty werewolf's body began to tremble violently. Its arms twitched, muscles bulging. The entire figure, unexpectedly, began to shrink. Previously standing at a height of 3 meters, in an instant it was reduced to just 2.5 meters. Fortunately, the 2.5 seemed to have reached its limit and no longer shrank. Subsequently, its sharp fangs became incredibly keen, as if they could easily pierce through steel plates. Bloodthirsty. Werewolf level 40 quality, Lord health 17,000/17,000 constitution, 1700 strength, 1300 defense, 500 agility, 180 bloodthirsty greed talent skill. In addition to a host of minor skills, bloodthirsty greed has also been upgraded to a talent skill. This can be considered a complete entry into the ranks of the Lord level. Moreover, there was an additional small line of description. Wasteland Wolf King Bloodline LV.1 summons 5 Wasteland Wolf Demons with 10% health and 50% strength to fight with no consumption. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. The lost talent skill of the Chaos Wolf Shadow unexpectedly reappeared on the bloodthirsty werewolf. Although it was just a lower-tier version, this LV.1 was indeed thought-provoking. Looking at the bloodthirsty werewolf's bloodline skill, Luo Chen examined it carefully. Sure enough, just as he had guessed. As long as enough bloodlines were devoured, the bloodline skill could evolve again. By then, it would no longer be a lower-tier version, but a genuine Wasteland Wolf Demon. Not bad. It seems I need to get the werewolf some bloodlines from other wolf tribes in the future, Luo Chen murmured, lightly tapping his chin. Watching the summoned beast grow stronger, he felt genuinely happy. A powerful summoned beast was also a reflection of his own strength. Congratulations, player, for successfully clearing the dungeon. Would you like to hide your nickname or real name? Hide. Luo Chen shook his head, deciding once again not to be so ostentatious. This matter was significant, and attracting others' attention was not a good thing. It wouldn't be too late to figure out the situation in Yenzhou later. A dungeon that had caused countless awakeners to fail and even had a king-level appearance was now cleared by him alone. If this got out, some families would likely reach out. He was in the light while others were in the dark, which was not a good situation for him. After some thought, he decided to keep a low profile and make a fortune quietly. Congratulations XX for clearing Scorched Earth Territory LV.40. Participants receive Dungeon Crystals * 2000. Scorched Earth Territory will soon close. All players will be teleported out of the dungeon in 10 seconds or exit on their own. At this moment in the dungeon, countless desperate awakeners, upon hearing this announcement, wept with joy as if they had been granted amnesty. They hurriedly opened their panel interface, found the exit button, and upon seeing the highlighted icon, they cried even harder. That was the exit symbol, one they were all too familiar with. There was no need to wait for the dungeon teleport, they all eagerly clicked it. It was as if staying even a moment longer would lead to uncontrollable changes. Swish, swish, swish. White light flashed continuously, and the entrance of the dungeon became lively. It was noisy, like a bustling market. This scene startled some awakeners wandering nearby. Once they realized what was happening, they hurriedly rushed to report the information. Those who had lost contact in the dungeon were all teleported out at the same time. There was only one explanation: the dungeon had been cleared. The news quickly spread, and whether it was the Yenzhou Awakener Association or the higher-ups of Yenzhou University, no one showed any signs of shock. Which team possessed such strength? For a moment, everyone was filled with suspicion. Only Jiang Fengming displayed a look of "I knew." He nudged Guijuinjia with his elbow and whispered, "How about that? I wasn't wrong, was I?" The pride was written all over his face, as if he was waiting for praise. However, Guijuinjia merely glanced at him, nodded, and then withdrew her gaze. She hadn't said a word from beginning to end. This infuriated Jiang Fengming, who pouted in displeasure. Their little actions were not unnoticed by others. However, the vast majority were puzzled, not understanding why they were behaving this way, except for a few people, like the principal and the seven-faced feathered demon Baiyu. He took a deep look at the two and then flicked his slender arm, sending a delicate box flying out. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and before they could see anything clearly, Guijuinjia had already reached out and firmly grasped it in his hand. Seeing this scene, Jiang Fengming's smile instantly turned into a chrysanthemum, and he hurriedly took it from Guijuinjia's hand. His old face, full of flab, was almost twisted into a ball of laughter. "Thank you, Principal Bai." Jiang Fengming repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, he stowed the box into his backpack, not giving anyone else a chance to take a peek. Not even a second glance was possible. His mysterious demeanor instantly piqued the curiosity of the others. They wanted to ask, but realizing they usually didn't get along, they could only sulkily keep quiet. On the other side, at the entrance of the dungeon, the group that had just emerged from the Scorched Earth Territory, having survived a disaster. Some laughed wildly, some cried out loud, and others silently dialed their relatives' numbers, recounting their experiences in the dungeon. There were also those who rummaged through their phones, only to find their girlfriends had announced relationships with others. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether this was a real competition or a circus. It wasn't until the arrival of Pang Xin and his group that the original scene was broken. They were naturally familiar with the great priest Mu Wanxiu, who had escaped with them, especially the few awakeners who had slandered Luo Chun and had not received help. Now they were nursing broken legs or ribs, their eyes filled with resentment. Of course, what caught their attention was not Mu Wanxiu, but the others. Lu Qingping and his group were leisurely sitting there, even their chairs had been teleported out. Except for Pang Xin, everyone looked quite content, not at all like they had just returned from a dungeon. Instead, they looked like they were on vacation. "Are we back?" Noticing the change in scenery, Pang Xin suddenly sat up. He looked around excitedly and said, just as he wanted to pull out his communicator to report to Jiang Fengming, he found that the other party had already replied. In short, it was just 4 words: "Well done." This made Pang Xin, who had been slacking off the whole time, feel a bit embarrassed, awkwardly scratching his head. Fortunately, no one had seen it. Otherwise, it would have been truly embarrassing. Swish! Another beam of teleportation light lit up. Luo Chen, having shed his disguise, appeared in front of everyone. For this person who arrived a bit late, everyone just glanced at him and then looked away. At this moment, they were only thinking about capturing that masked person. Even if it meant recruiting him or quietly eliminating him, they had to hold on to someone valuable tightly, otherwise they would all become unstable factors. However, upon seeing Luo Chen's pale face and trembling body, he was nothing like the confident and composed masked person in the dungeon. In contrast, he looked more like the victims who had successfully escaped. Without needing to think much, they directly excluded Luo Chen. Even if it was an act, it couldn't be that convincing. Yet the truth was, Luo Chen was indeed not
Acting, he was suffering from the aftereffects of overexertion.
Luo Chen, Brother Hua, Brother Luo. Upon seeing him, Pang Xin and the others' eyes lit up. Unlike the completely clueless crowd, they felt as if
they had grasped first-hand information. Although they weren't entirely sure, they felt in their hearts that they were right. Seeing his cheeks so pale, the group immediately surrounded him with concern.
Xia Yingyao even stepped past the strongest Lu Qingping, moving forward to stand in front of Luo Chen.
She originally wanted to throw herself into his arms, but her modesty held her back. Hesitantly, she reached out and gently touched Luo Chen's face, her eyes filled with compassion. This made the few people behind her snicker teasingly, and Pang Xian even poked Wang Zhao, exchanging knowing glances. Watching this scene, Mu Wanqiu felt quite emotional, envious of the bond between them. Seeing her return alive, everyone felt genuine joy from the bottom of their hearts. Only she stood a short distance away, like an outsider.
Soon, Mu Wanqiu turned her head, her
delicate brows furrowed tightly as she stared intently in the direction of the dungeon. But no matter how long she waited, that mysterious figure in black still did not appear.
Outside the dungeon, a few people were exchanging pleasantries. Hua Ge, you really are something. Pang Xian lightly patted Luo Chen's arm, slowly giving a thumbs up.
The boy's chubby face was lit up with heartfelt happiness.
With his carefree demeanor, he
wore his thoughts openly on his face.
Luo Chen merely nodded lightly in response, saying nothing more.
Although the others found it strange, they didn't dwell on it. At most, they felt relieved to have survived, as
many here greeted each other in the same way. Classmate Luo Chen must be very tired. Shall we head back?
Xia Yingyao asked softly, her brows tightly knit. It seemed she was seeking everyone's opinion, but her gaze
remained fixed on Luo Chen. This obvious favoritism made Lu Qingping and the others feel somewhat unnecessary.
In fact, they truly were unnecessary.
All right then. Lu Qingping shrugged helplessly and replied. He then
turned to Mu Wanqiu and called out to her.
Hey, that priest girl. I remember you don't have any teammates, right? Hurry up, it's dangerous outside Yanzhou University. Lu Qingping had spent years navigating the outside
world, and they were all too aware of such matters.
Especially for those lone awakeners, it didn't matter if they were from Yanzhou University or not. If it was just a simple robbery, then letting them go wouldn't be a big deal. Just a case of losing money to avoid disaster. But for someone as beautiful as Mu Wanqiu, with her mountainous curves, she was definitely worth the risk for some nefarious individuals. Especially since she was just a defenseless priest. At the same time, one couldn't help but admire her boldness for daring to step into the scorched earth territory alone. Hearing Lu Qingping and the others call out, Mu Wanqiu's
expression darkened as she withdrew her gaze from the dungeon entrance. She bit her lower lip, lost in thought. In the end, she merely sighed softly and fell in step behind Luo Chen and the others.
As the six of them left, many greedy gazes were also withdrawn. To others, Luo Chen and his group seemed to have 4 deadweights, 3 low-level awakeners, and 1 injured person. Such a team should be relatively easy to take down. Moreover,
there were 2 beauties which made many people drool. But upon seeing Lu Qingping and Wang Zhao, they still chose to retreat reluctantly. These 2 fully capable seniors could definitely buy some time for them to send
out a distress signal.
Such a reckless move was not something they would dare to undertake.
Little did they know,
the strongest in the group was actually that injured person. As the crowd withdrew their gazes, Luo
Chen's narrowed eyes relaxed as well.
He had already raised his hand, ready to summon the chaotic wolf shadow to silence them, but at that moment he let down his guard. The greedy crowd was completely unaware that they had once again brushed past death. As the group walked along the road, only Mu Wanqiu kept glancing back, staring at the dungeon entrance, hoping for that figure to appear.
However, everything was destined to be a fantasy.
She had no idea that the shadow who saved her was actually the Luo Chen walking ahead. As they walked further away, the dungeon completely vanished from her sight, and only then did she turn back in disappointment. With her head down, she followed closely behind Luo Chen and the others, silent.
One couldn't tell what she was thinking.
This girl.
Luo Chen also noticed her unusual behavior and could roughly guess Mu Wanqiu's thoughts. However, he had no intention of comforting her. Should he tell Mu Wanqiu his true identity? That was absolutely impossible.
Or perhaps to console her, which was even less fitting, considering he wasn't familiar with her. After thinking it over, Luo Chen decided to abandon the idea of playing the Good Samaritan. Anyway, these years have been lived like this, so what's one more time? Beside her, Xia Yingyao was also glancing over, intentionally or not. She noticed the other person's somewhat lost and disheveled appearance. But in the end, she held back and bit her lip, continuing to keep silent.
She couldn't possibly expose Luo Chen's identity, otherwise, she might face annoyance.
More importantly, Mu Wanqiu's appearance inexplicably made her feel a sense of crisis. Even though they were friends, especially since the other was still on the school flower list, she couldn't say anything. Be a little selfish. Be a little selfish.
Xia Yingyao, you are right.
Xia Yingyao kept reminding herself, fearing that she would feel guilty. In fact, she even found an excuse for herself, thinking that Mu Wanqiu just wanted to thank Luo-chun in person but was struggling to find him. With this thought, she felt much better inside. Their different reactions made Pang Xin and the others break out in a cold sweat. Unanimously, the three of them silently distanced themselves from them. Following Lu Qingping, they exchanged glances, wide-eyed. As outsiders, how could they guess Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu's thoughts? However, since Luo Chen, the person involved, said nothing, they could only remain silent. Damn, Lu Ge, this Yingyao classmate's sense of oppression. Pang Xin whispered, not even finishing his sentence. While speaking, he still kept an eye on Xia Yingyao, afraid she would hear him. Shut up. Do you want to get me killed? Lu Qingping frantically gestured. One hand quickly and discreetly slapped Pang Xin a few times, fearing he would continue the topic. Clearly, a level 40 awakener chose to back down in front of Xia Yingyao, because he knew very well that he was no match for Luo Chen. As for why they connected the two, that remained a mystery. What are you guys talking about? Suddenly, a cold voice came. Supporting Luo Chen, Xia Yingyao turned her head sharply, casting a threatening glance at them. Seeing this, Lu Qingping's heart sank. He straightened up and saluted Xia Yingyao. Report, classmate Yingyao, San Jin is speaking ill of you. Ha, ha, damn. Upon hearing this, Pang Xin was first stunned, as if he heard Lu Qingping talking about him. After realizing it, he was suddenly shocked, even cursing out loud. How did Lu Qingping manage to do that, so smoothly turning around and selling him out? Pang Xin felt a chill run down his spine, stiffly turning his head. When he met Xia Yingyao's narrowed eyes, his pupils instantly constricted and sweat began to drip down. It's over. I'm doomed. Alright, classmate Yingyao, let's not joke with the little fatty anymore. It wouldn't be good if we scare him. Luo Chen said weakly, his pale lips moving. He didn't think deeply about it, he simply felt that Xia Yingyao was joking with Pang Xin. He waved his hand, trying to rescue this little fatty who was very diligent towards him. Upon hearing this, Xia Yingyao immediately smiled brightly, as if nothing had happened just now. It was completely an act, specifically to scare him. Only Pang Xin knew in his heart that this was clearly not an act. At this moment, he just wanted to cling to Luo Chen's thigh and cry his heart out. Brother Hua is such a good person. I'm teary-eyed. Pang Xin wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. When he looked at Lu Qingping, he found that the other was just looking around, as if nothing had happened. It was as if the reporting incident wasn't done by him at all. Damn. This old 6, I really admire him. Pang Xin cursed, but Lu Qingping still had a look of indifference, as if he were a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. When he looked ahead again, the outline of Yenzhou University slowly emerged before them. Entering Yenzhou University, everyone returned to their own homes, each looking for their own mothers. Taking advantage of the holiday still being effective, Xia Yingyao helped Luo Chen back to the Tianqing Villa. Wang Jia followed Lu Qingping to go back and settle accounts with the Lu family. The chubby Pang Xin had important matters to attend to. Moreover, since he wasn't particularly tired, he hurried towards the admissions office without stopping. Only the lonely Mu Wanqiu remained, her head slightly bowed, filled with a sense of loss. Along the way, she felt somewhat dazed, and it took her a while to return to the auxiliary department. Wanqiu, what's wrong? It wasn't until someone called her name that she came back to her senses. Turning her head, she saw that her roommate had come to her side without her noticing. A worried expression filled Jiang Xinyue's beautiful face. She reached out her slender fingers and shook them in front of Mu Wanqiu, confirming that she hadn't lost her mind before slowly letting out a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought something happened to you. She patted her chest, which was beginning to take shape, and spoke with a hint of lingering fear. They say that people gather in groups and things divide by nature. As Mu Wanqiu's roommate, Jiang Xinyue was also a strong contender for the campus beauty list back then. Unfortunately, she was later eliminated due to certain shortcomings. At that time, it had made her quite angry. She couldn't understand how someone could constantly attack her weaknesses with words, but now that they were in their third year, she had long since let it go. Hearing her words, Mu Wanqiu let out a faint sigh. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Xinyue's face, forcing a smile. She recounted her experiences in the dungeon in detail. Only when she mentioned Luo Chen's other identity did her eyes light up a bit. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyue listened quietly. The more she heard, the more shocked she became. Her finely arched eyebrows had not relaxed since the latter part of the story. Clearly, what she was hearing now was quite beyond her understanding. It wasn't until Mu Wanqiu stopped that she finally voiced her first question. What? You really went there and even fell into that dungeon? Jiang Xinyue grabbed Mu Wanqiu's arm and carefully checked her over several times. Only after confirming that all her injuries had healed did she let out a sigh of relief. Then her expression turned slightly angry as she said in a low voice, No,
my half-baked astrology skills are completely inaccurate. And that so-called destined person is just a joke. How could you still believe it? Though she said she was angry, it was more about being frustrated that someone could be so foolish. How could anyone really go that far just because of a few words and put themselves in danger? Just thinking about it made her feel it was utterly irrational. At least if it were her, she definitely wouldn't engage in such extremely irrational behavior that would put her in danger. But I really encountered it, Mu Wanqiu replied foolishly, her big eyes blinking with confusion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyue's breath caught in her throat, nearly making her unable to breathe. She wanted to refute it, but it seemed there was no flaw in Mu Wanqiu's words. If what Mu Wanqiu said was true, and she had indeed saved someone from peril, giving them a chance at rebirth, then in the other person's eyes, it was indeed no different from being a destined person. However, despite this, Zhang Xinyue still chose to argue. She simply couldn't bear to see her roommate so easily deceived, especially since she still didn't know what kind of person the other party was. Immediately, Zhang Xinyue tightly grasped Mu Wanqiu's shoulders. Looking directly into her eyes, she said very seriously, "Listen, that's called gratitude. You don't even know the other person's name or what they look like. How could you possibly like them?" She was very sure that Mu Wanqiu had fallen into such a misunderstanding. Therefore, it was crucial to prevent her from sinking deeper. "Really?" Mu Wanqiu asked, half convinced, as even she wasn't entirely sure. Being told this made her feel like there might be some truth to it. Jiang. Xinyue nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, affirming Mu Wanqiu's thoughts. There was hope. Her expression suddenly brightened and her mind began to stir. Fearing that Mu Wanqiu wouldn't believe her, she quickly took out a star chart. "Look, you see, if predictions were really that accurate, then I could predict them myself." With that, she directly activated her skill. Her fingers danced across the star chart like butterflies flitting through flowers, touching the elemental symbols related to her. As each marvelous character lit up, everything became dreamlike. In the next moment, a panel popped up in front of her. Upon seeing the description, Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Without hesitation, she shared the information with Mu Wanqiu. "Look, did you see that? It even says I'll meet someone I like in the competition in a few days. As for my special profession as a star array master, I bet everyone in the academy knows about it, as long as they aren't freshmen," Zhang Xinyue said proudly, her nose almost pointing to the sky. Because of the uniqueness of the star array master profession, she hadn't participated in the campus competition for 2 consecutive years. It wasn't that star array masters were particularly strong or cherished by the academy. On the contrary, it was because the skills preparation time was too long, often requiring a significant amount of time to set up. In a competition where a single mistake could determine victory or defeat, no one was willing to team up with her. Even if she wanted to trick a few freshmen into teaming up, the teachers would do everything to stop her. The reason for the obstruction was also exceptionally direct, fearing that the freshmen would be ruined by her. Is there any stronger and more compelling evidence than this? Mu Wanqiu, who had been wavering, also believed her words after seeing Zhang Xinyue's prediction. She felt she might have overthought it, projecting emotions that shouldn't be there. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the dormitory door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was urgent and irritable, seeming to indicate a conflict with them. Zhang Xinyue frowned, displeased, and shouted, "Who is it?" Her tone was unfriendly, as if she was ready to fight at any moment. The person outside paused their actions upon hearing her voice. The next moment, a sharp and sarcastic female voice came through. "Zhang Xinyue, the teacher asked me to inform you. If you don't participate in this year's campus competition, you won't earn any credits, so you might as well prepare to roll away with your star array master profession." There was not a hint of politeness in her words. What was supposed to be a notification sounded more like a threatening warning in her mouth, delivered with an air of superiority. After finishing, the sound of high heels clicked away, not giving Zhang Xinyue a chance to retort. But at that moment, Zhang Xinyue's mind was completely elsewhere. Instead, her lips twitched slightly, awkwardly glancing at Mu Wanqiu across from her. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Watching the other person fall back into confusion, Zhang Xinyue felt too exhausted to comment. Why did something unexpected have to happen at this critical moment? Usually, shouldn't the teachers be worried about her causing trouble for others? Why had they suddenly changed their attitude this year, saying she couldn't graduate if she didn't participate? Zhang Xinyue glanced at the skill prediction again, then looked at Mu Wanqiu, saying with little confidence, "It should be inaccurate, right?" As day turned to night and the stars shifted, a new day had quietly arrived. The matter of the scorched earth territory being conquered had become somewhat delicate after a night of fermentation. Aside from a few leaders like Gui Juinjia, almost no one knew the truth. Even Lu Qingping and Wang Zhao, who shouldn't have been involved, were invited for a cup of tea.
Especially after learning about Lu Qingping's identity, Jiang Fengming paid special attention to him. Others might not be clear, but as someone personally recruited, he couldn't be unaware of the grievances between Luo Chen and the Lu family. After Lu Qingping's repeated assurances and accusations against the Lu family's crimes, he barely escaped the predicament. However, he still couldn't avoid being closely monitored. As for the others, Jiang Fengming naturally had his reasons for exclusion. Pang Xian didn't need much explanation, as his own nephew, how could he not be aware of the other's character? To put it bluntly, he knew exactly how many worms were in his stomach. As for Xia Yingyao, how can this kid be so quick to act and even end up living together? Jiang Fengming patted his belly, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that this girl was as cold as ice? How could she be taken down so quickly? Little did he know, Luo Chen didn't have that many thoughts at all. The reason he kept her around was simply because she had nowhere else to go, far from having the scheming mind of Jiang Fengming. In the principal's office, Jiang Fengming sat close to Gui Juanjia. Rather than face the imposing seven-faced feathered demon, he preferred to stay a bit closer to the wooden Gui Juanjia. In the spacious room, there were only the three of them. Luo Chen's achievements are far more dazzling than those of the former brother Luo. Baiyu's lips parted slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Wei Juanjia merely nodded lightly. He didn't respond, as if he felt it was just a matter of course. He had already heard about the 40-level dungeon clear back in Jiangcheng. However, at that time, Luo Chen was tackling a lord-level boss. Compared to the current king level, it was a full 2 tiers lower in quality. But the gap in strength was not something that simple data could bridge. As one of the few who had broken through level 60 at Jiangcheng University, Wei Juanjia naturally understood the terror of it. He had faced that kind of pressure alone, which could even sap his desire to fight. But that was a long time ago, and he was naturally unafraid now. The problem was, Luo Chen had achieved this with only a level of 40. Although he was well hidden, for Wei Juanjia, it was still quite easy to take a peek. By the way, has the reward I promised him been delivered? Baiyu withdrew his gaze from Gui Juanjia and looked at the honest Jiang Fengming beside him. Although Jiang Fengming appeared slick outside, here he was like a well-behaved child, not daring to say a word more. Of course. Jiang Fengming nodded vigorously, as if afraid that a slight delay would result in punishment like cleaning toilets. After seeing Baiyu's expression ease a bit, he added, but since yesterday, Luo Chen has been sleeping and hasn't woken up yet. Although I've given the stuff to our little brat if we want to wait for Luo Chen to accept it. Jiang Fengming didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already very clear. He merely wanted to inform Baiyu that the items had been delivered, but the other party hadn't had the time to accept them yet. As long as it's been delivered, that's fine. Baiyu didn't say much more, just nodded slowly. Things promised to others should naturally be delivered as soon as possible, otherwise, it would be their own problem. It was clear that he didn't want to ruin future relationships over such a small mistake. As long as it was sent out, even if it got lost, they could compensate for it later. But if nothing was sent, they might end up being criticized by others. If they waited until others demanded it before giving it, that would completely lower their credibility. By the way, keep an eye on the campus competition. If anyone dares to abuse their power and block Luo Chen's spot, you can handle it as you see fit, Baiyu said slowly to Jiang Fengming. He knew very well that getting his junior brother Gui to handle things was nearly impossible. Asking him to fight or tackle a dungeon was absolutely no problem. But if it came to managing internal affairs, the entire system would probably collapse in less than 3 days. Therefore, for matters that required thinking, he would let his partner Jiang Fengming take care of it. On the other side, at Tianqing Villa, Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes, alertly scanning his surroundings. Upon seeing that he was in his new home, he immediately sighed in relief. After arriving at school, he had felt a wave of dizziness. For the latter part of the journey, it was all Xia Yingyao supporting him, relying on instinct to move. What is this outfit I'm wearing? Luo Chen glanced at his neatly arranged clothes, then turned to look at the wardrobe. He was surprised at how much he still loved cleanliness, unconsciously changing into a different outfit before sleeping, otherwise he wouldn't have any memory of it at all. Just as he was thinking, the door suddenly creaked open. A tall figure squeezed in, carrying a basin of water, and then carefully turned back to close the door. She didn't dare make any loud noises, fearing she might disturb someone. However, Luo Chen just watched with a strange expression on his face. It wasn't until she closed the door and picked up the basin from the floor that their eyes finally met. The moment she saw Luo Chen, Xia Yingyao was startled. Her hand trembled, and the basin almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Luo Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he reached out with one hand. Just as the basin was about to hit the floor, a cluster of sand appeared out of nowhere, catching it securely. It was nothing other than an alternative use of the dust grip skill. After doing all This, he suddenly felt his nearly exhausted mental energy as if it had been yanked back. Cough, cough, cough. With this cough, the sand vanished into thin air. The basin also tilted and spilled water all over the floor. The aftereffects of the spirit attachment skill are surprisingly severe. Luo Chen thought to himself, coughing incessantly. Fortunately, he hadn't fully utilized the skill, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. The current situation was that his body and physical strength were almost intact, but there were no signs of recovery from the exhaustion of his soul. Especially after waking up, the original aches all erupted. At this moment, are you okay? At this time, Xia Yingyao, disregarding the water on the floor, hurried to Luo Chen's bedside. Just as she took a few steps, she suddenly felt her foot slip. Eager to check on Luo Chen, she had no time to react. She lost her balance and fell forward. Inside the room, there was a muffled thud. Luo Chen felt as if his head had been struck hard, and he uncontrollably leaned back. His body was already in poor condition, and now this added blow left him too exhausted to complain. Lying on the bed, his ears buzzed, completely unaware of his surroundings. In a daze, it seemed like something was pressing down on him, and through the bedsheet he couldn't feel it very clearly. Blurrily opening his eyes, he was met with a shy face. Xia Yingyao stammered, unable to speak fluently. She looked at Luo Chen, who was so close, and, for a moment, didn't know what to say. The warm breath brushed against her face and she felt weak all over. Even so, her rationality urged her to stand up, telling her that she shouldn't be doing this. Xia Yingyao hurriedly got to her feet, adjusting her clothes. When her gaze fell on the water stains on the floor, she felt a bit resentful. The water seemed to protest its innocence, claiming it had done nothing wrong to deserve this. Xia Yingyao felt her cheeks burning, and she gently touched them with her delicate hand, her expression somewhat unnatural. They were flushed, like ripe apples, so tempting that one couldn't help but want to take a bite. At this moment, she completely dared not meet Luo Chen's eyes. By the way, Pang Xin said the rewards from above have been received and are just waiting to be handed to you. Xia Yingyao searched for a topic, speaking absent-mindedly. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen was slightly taken aback. He supported his head, pondering for a moment before digesting the information. Clearly, he hadn't yet recovered from the earlier impact. Just leave it for now, Luo Chen said. In any case, in his current state, even if he received the reward, he wouldn't be able to use it at all. Let alone the B-grade imprinting scroll, even the C-grade scrolls he had on hand were beyond his energy to utilize. The mental exhaustion made him feel as if his entire head was about to split open. Just when he thought it couldn't get worse, he was hit again, and he felt even worse. How come I never noticed before that this girl, Xia Yingyao, seems a bit slow? Pulling his thoughts back, Luo Chen gently asked, by the way, about school. The school has already helped you take leave, and the teacher approved it. Before Luo Chen could finish his sentence, Xia Yingyao had already guessed what he wanted to say. She directly took over the topic and replied. Hearing this, Luo Chen nodded. Then, as if he thought of something, he furrowed his brows and looked out the window. The sun was blazing outside, casting a golden hue on the leaves. It was noon, and the cicadas were chirping incessantly, celebrating the last moments of summer. He had taken leave, but shouldn't it be class time now? So you. Although Luo Chen felt it was somewhat unnecessary to ask, he still chose to voice it. Because no matter how he looked at it, the other party didn't seem to be seriously injured. As soon as he finished speaking, the blush on Xia Yingyao's face, which had faded, was visibly rising again. Her gaze flickered, unconsciously looking out the window. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she kept glancing at Luo Chen. I also took leave, Xia Yingyao said. However, she didn't specify what kind of leave she had taken. When she looked at Luo Chen, her expression seemed a bit unnatural. Her eyes filled with subtle emotions. I see, I didn't expect it to be so easy to take leave in college. Luo Chen rubbed his chin and nodded. But thinking about it, it was just like when they were going to the scorched Earth territory. They didn't even need to directly ask the teachers for leave. As long as someone above informed them, Pang Xin would just pull him and others directly into the instance. Now that he thought about it, it seemed to be the same. Luo Chen didn't delve deeper, feeling that everything seemed quite natural. The two fell silent, and the room was enveloped in a brief quietness. By the way, the registration for the campus competition is about to start, but our team. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Xia Yingyao suddenly brought it up. By the end, her words were tinged with hesitation. Even without considering the uneven levels, at present, even if they pulled Pang Xin in, they would barely have 3 people. They were still too short of the standard for the campus competition. Is that so? So we still need to find 2 more people to join our team. Luo Chen stroked his chin, pondering. His brows slightly furrowed, lost in thought. Normally, this kind of thing should be handled by Xia Yingyao or Pang Xin. He was just a newcomer who had just entered the school. How would he know anyone? Asking him to recruit people for the team was just putting him in a difficult position.
But the problem was that Xia Yingyao and Pang Xian also didn't know many people, and their strength was low.
He believed that many would choose to ignore them when they saw their levels, unless they were just there to experience the atmosphere of the campus competition, thinking they would be eliminated in the
first round. Where can we find 2 people?
Luo Chen kept rubbing his chin with his index finger, trying to recall the people he had seen in the past few days, attempting to find suitable candidates.
Seeing Luo Chen like this, Xia Yingyao couldn't help but sigh.
Everything had seemed so promising before, but unfortunately, the plan had already fallen apart before it even began. If it really doesn't work, Luo Chen, you can just
participate in the individual competition.
You don't have to make such sacrifices for us.
Xia Yingyao said helplessly. Luo Chen's strength was evident to all. She didn't want to delay the process because of the team competition.
There's also an individual competition? Luo Chen, who had been deep in thought, was momentarily stunned when he heard Xia Yingyao's words. His brain seemed to freeze for a moment.
Yes, didn't you?
No? Xia Yingyao tilted her head and asked.
Do you think I should know?
Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He had only just reported to Yenzhou University a few days ago, and he had only heard about the campus and intercollegiate competitions.
No one had mentioned the individual competition at all, so how would he know about it?
Oh right.
It seems so.
Xia Yingyao slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing. Clearly, at that moment, she finally understood. Instantly, Xia Yingyao felt a bit embarrassed and scratched the back of her ear, feeling a wave of shyness. One thought the other wasn't participating in the individual competition, while the other had no idea there was an individual competition at all. It was only now that the truth was revealed.
Then, should I help you sign up? Xia Yingyao asked weakly, slightly retracting her head. Her cautious demeanor made Luo Chen feel a bit amused.
However, since it was a decision that had been made, it was not good to change it. Even if they were to participate, it had to be based
on the team. Is there a conflict with the team competition? Luo Chen asked softly.
Upon hearing this, Xia Yingyao slowly shook her head.
For the campus competition, there won't be any conflict. After all, it's all about selecting talent within the school, and the academy also hopes to see well-rounded talents.
Since it was an internal competition, Yenzhou University would naturally not be stingy.
If one person could take
all the rewards, it would mean that person had enough strength and was worth cultivating by the academy.
The academy would be happy, not to mention they wouldn't specifically impose restrictions. Hearing Xia Yingyao's explanation, Luo Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the school had no need to restrict the development of its students.
The next generation that grows up is the foundation on which the school can rely for survival.
Then, should I help you sign up?
No need, it's more convenient to leave this kind of thing to Xiao Pang.
Luo Chen waved his hand, rejecting Xia Yingyao's suggestion. As Jiang Fengming's nephew, there was no one more suitable than him.
He could handle the individual competition himself, but the team competition was still a problem. I wonder if Lu Qingping and the others have formed a team yet, Luo Chen pondered. But soon, he realized
a new problem.
He wasn't very familiar with Lu Qingping and the others, and he hadn't exchanged contact information when he returned. Immediately, Luo Chen turned to look at Xia Yingyao. He saw her shaking her head as well, clearly not having Lu Qingping's contact information either. Luo Chen didn't find it strange. After all, this situation was not uncommon. Forget it, I'll just ask Xiao Pang. Saying this, he opened the panel and found Pang Xian's contact. After a brief ringing, it was quickly connected.
Hua Ge, you finally woke up. You've been sleeping for almost a day and a night. I thought you wouldn't wake up. So, how is it? Is it because there's a beauty in your arms that you can't bear to wake up?
As soon as he opened the call, Pang Xian's chubby face popped up. He rambled on, making all sorts of nonsensical comments. While talking, he also
winked at Luo Chen. Hearing this, Luo Chen felt a wave of black lines on his forehead. What did he mean by a beauty in his arms, unable to wake up? He and Xia Yingyao were just ordinary friends. It wasn't as outrageous as he said. However, Luo Chen didn't think much of it, considering it just Pang Xian's teasing and not taking it to heart. It was just that the communicator was on speaker, and it seemed Xia Yingyao had probably heard what was just said. Luo Chen instinctively glanced over at her, only to find that she had completely disappeared. Suddenly, he felt a movement out of the corner of his eye. He clearly sensed a figure had appeared beside him. Luo Chen turned to look, and it was undoubtedly Xia Yingyao, who was now squinting at the communication interface.
The weakening of his mental strength had prevented him from noticing Xia Yingyao's approach in time. However, this wasn't a big deal. It was just unfortunate for Pang Xian on the other end.
Yingyao, long time no see. Cough, cough, it's really hot today. Why am I sweating? Ah ha ha ha, why are you all looking at me like that? I think I just went a bit crazy and don't know what I said. Pang Xian's ability to tell tall tales was truly remarkable. When he lied, he was completely unfazed, saying whatever came to mind. However, when faced with Xia Yingyao's murderous gaze, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Sweat was clearly visible on his forehead. By the way, I've already received the rewards above. Let me know when you're free, and I'll bring them over to you. Pang Xian's eyes darted around, eager to change the subject quickly. If looks could kill, he would have died more than 10 times by now. No need, just keep them for now, Luo Chen waved his hand, feeling powerless. Even if the rewards were in hand, he can only look at them and do nothing. It was better to leave them with Pang Xian, out of sight and out of mind, saving him the trouble. All right. Then, Pang Xian shrugged helplessly, suddenly remembering something. By the way, Brother Hua, what did you want to talk to me about? He had almost forgotten the important matter while just chatting. After seeing Xia Yingyao's expression ease a bit, Pang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't for nothing, he was genuinely scared. After Luo Chen finished discussing the registration matters, Pang Xian confidently patted his chest. These are all minor issues, Brother Hua, leave it to me. But for the teammates, you'll have to find them yourself. I don't have Lu Qingping's contact information. Who knows, maybe they've already registered. Pang Xian also felt quite distressed about this. He felt like a complete slacker in the team, unable to help at all. Alright, then can you help me take a look? After all, there are still a few days left for registration. If it really doesn't work, we can see if we can pull someone in after the freshmen arrive. Luo Chen nodded in response. Fortunately, the academy had extended the registration period to reduce the workload, allowing capable students with fixed teams to stagger their registration time with the freshmen. For the academy, freshmen were mainly about participation, laying a good foundation for the next year's competition. So, before the main event, there would be a round of freshman competitions. Luo Chen was unaware of this, only thinking about pulling in a couple of freshmen to make up the numbers. Regardless of how strong the teammates were, they certainly wouldn't be stronger than him. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and the others were still discussing the campus competition. On the other side, the matter regarding the Scorched Earth Territory dungeon was still brewing. Especially for the Lu family, their sensitivity to this issue far exceeded everyone else's. Are you saying that a suspected shadow awakened appeared in the dungeon? A chill came through the communicator, startling the Lu family member at Yenzhou University, who quickly bowed his head. He trembled all over, not daring to breathe. This was all just hearsay, and its credibility was questionable. But at this point he had to grit his teeth and continue. Yes, I heard from others that they saw a giant bull demon in the dungeon. I remember someone in Jiangqing saw it too. At that time, I thought it was an exaggeration. I think the shadow must have some connection to Luo Chen, otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared right after Luo Chen entered. Lu Zishi buried his head deep, sweating profusely. He quickly recalled all the details, trying to connect them as much as possible. Whether true or false, he figured it was better to say it first and let the family verify it later. However, he had to admire his own thoughts. Although slightly off, his overall guess was not far from the truth. If he were to guess bolder, like Luo Chen and the shadow being the same person, then he would have hit the nail on the head. However, Lu Chentian remained skeptical of his words. Heard? What about Lu Qingping? Didn't you say he entered the dungeon? Yes, it's just that he doesn't know what's going on. After coming out of the dungeon, he betrayed us. Lu Zishi didn't even dare to lift his head, lying through his teeth. He didn't know? How could he not know? The family had been cutting Lu Qingping's resources, and by the time it got to him, there was even less left. To put it bluntly, Lu Qingping's betrayal was only a matter of time, and he had long anticipated it. He just didn't expect everything to happen so quickly, especially at this critical moment. I didn't expect our Lu family to have raised such a white-eyed wolf for so long. Zishi, I now command you to execute that traitor. Also, investigate everything about Luo Chen and the shadows thoroughly. Better to wrongfully kill than to let anyone slip away. After saying this, the call was abruptly ended without waiting for Lu Zishi's response. Perhaps in their eyes, as long as an order was given, the personnel below must execute it immediately. Lu Qingping, the shadows, and Luo Chen, you all wait for me. Lu Zishi slowly raised his head, revealing a gloomy face. Days had already passed in a flash. Unknowingly, it was once again the annual enrollment time for new students. After a few days of rest, Luo Chen had mostly recovered his condition. It was time to return to the classroom and continue consulting teacher Wang about skills. Walking along the path, watching the endless stream of new students, Luo Chen felt a surge of emotions. If it weren't for Lu Hai's interference back then, he should have been one of them. In the confusion of his gaze, there was always a hint of curious exploration. It was a longing for a beautiful university life and an attempt to leave his hometown for a faraway place for the first time. For them, it was beautiful and the most unrestrained time. However, with Luo Chen's initial talent, he probably wouldn't even have been able to enter Yenzhou University, let alone a better one like Jingcheng University. One could only say that everything has its pros and cons. Without experiencing the lows, how could one understand the preciousness of the view from the peak? Unfortunately, Luo Chen was not there to experience university life. He always remembered the purpose of coming to Yenzhou University. The level 60 dungeon, the Infernal Demon Forbidden Land, was a place he had to enter. After experiencing the Scorched Earth Territory dungeon, he no longer acted arrogantly but became more restrained. Even dealing with a level 40 king-level boss was so difficult. If it were the Infernal Demon Forbidden Land, what kind of bosses would exist inside? He had no idea. Would there be Emperor level ones, or even higher? It was all uncertain. What's wrong? Xia Yingyao seemed to sense Luo Chen's unusualness and asked gently. With her caring sister-like demeanor, if the students from Elite Class 2 saw her, they would probably be shocked. In the past, they had only seen her cold and unapproachable demeanor. How come when it came to Luo Chen, she didn't even have the most basic airs? Comparing people makes one die, comparing goods makes one throw them away. Hearing Xia Yingyao's words, Luo Chen shook his head. He shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and forced a smile. Compared to a few days ago, his complexion had improved quite a bit. Aside from his lips still being a bit pale, everything else was completely normal. It's nothing. I was just thinking about what skill I should create first after getting the imprint scroll, Luo Chen chuckled, not revealing his true thoughts. After all, matters involving king-level bosses were quite significant. Although he hadn't been interrogated, he had learned a thing or two from online sources. I don't know about that, but if it were me, I would definitely choose something related to ice. Xia Yingyao had no relevant experience at all, and when asked, she appeared somewhat bewildered. The previous failure had already wasted a D-level imprint scroll, and her soul had suffered a heavy blow. Now, every time she thought back on it, she felt a chill run down her spine. However, despite this, Xia Yingyao's desire to try had not extinguished. After all, as long as one succeeds once, the subsequent attempts would be much smoother. If there was an opportunity and sufficient financial capability, she could also try C-level or B-level. Ice type, huh? Luo Chen slowly shook his head. That shouldn't be what I want. Initially, he had considered this aspect, but after thinking it over, he felt it wasn't particularly suitable. Although the ice type had a slowing effect, it probably wouldn't stack with the blood mark of the king-level Wolfang sword. With this in mind, Luo Chen quickly abandoned that idea. Moreover, he already had a frost impact on him. If he added another, the effects would overlap clearly. If that were really the case, it would be quite a waste of resources. Actually, the question you mentioned, I already asked Teacher Wang about it. Suddenly, Xia Yingyao turned to Luo Chen and said. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them paused momentarily. What did you ask? Luo Chen was taken aback by her nonsensical words. He scratched his head, somewhat confused. It's about what you mentioned before, wanting to know the types of sustainable damage. Xia Yingyao lightly bit her lip, considering her words. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen was stunned. He couldn't remember discussing this topic. How could she remember it so clearly? To this, Xia Yingyao quickly provided an explanation. Actually, you've brought it up more than once in the past few days, and I've heard it. I thought you might really need to know about this, so I took the liberty of asking Teacher Wang. Hearing Xia Yingyao's words, Luo Chen finally realized. It seemed he had mentioned it a few times, but it was always just a passing comment, never something he took seriously. He didn't expect her to take it to heart and specifically inquire about it. In that case, it saved him some trouble. Seeing Luo Chen nodding without any sign of blame, Xia Yingyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Wang told me that if the game were to descend into reality, the usual methods wouldn't work to deal sustainable damage. For example, the frostbite and burns we encounter while playing games are not very useful. Because in reality, wounds will scab over, and improved physical condition can resist heat and cold, so to cause sustainable damage, one must have very high magical strength. However, there are some negative effects that can only be purified by priest skills. As she spoke, Xia Yingyao slightly raised her cheeks. Her nose was held high, looking as if she wanted praise. Unfortunately, Luo Chen didn't notice at all. His full attention was on what she had just said. Just as she mentioned, this was indeed the case in reality. He could achieve high damage, but doing so would be somewhat counterproductive. He originally wanted to rely on sustainable damage for infinite passive effects. But if a skill came out and instantly killed the small monsters, what would he use to fight the boss? If the boss had too high of a resistance and couldn't take sustainable damage, then the skill would be wasted. As Luo Chen pondered, he nodded, affirming his thoughts. He slightly turned his head to look at Xia Yingyao, waiting for her to continue. Seeing this, Xia Yingyao could only glare at him in annoyance, thinking he was lacking in sensitivity. Then, with her lips slightly parted, she continued, there is a general category of skills that we usually refer to as curse skills. They are different from the common combat and support categories. Curse skills can be used by any profession. However, the curse skills
available to each profession are not the same. For example, the warrior's diminished battle intent, the archer's armor-piercing arrow, and the mage's slow all belong to the curse category. Of course, the professions with the most curse skills are definitely the priests and the shamans of the beasts. Upon hearing this, Luochen finally had a general idea. However, it seemed that the knowledge he most wanted was still not revealed. Just as he was puzzled, he happened to catch Xia Yingyao's expression seeking praise. Luochen's mouth twitched at the sight, unsure of what to say. Yingyao, thank you for your explanation. You explained it very well. Could you finish what you were saying first? Not being good at giving compliments, he could only awkwardly finish the words he could think of. Although it was quite perfunctory, Xia Yingyao found it very useful. She hummed a couple of times and then slowly continued. So according to you, only curse skills can cause stable sustainable damage. Luochen habitually rubbed his chin, frowning as he spoke. After listening to Xia Yingyao's explanation, he had a general understanding in his heart. To put it simply, most curse systems are based on reducing the opponent's combat power. Only a small portion have deviated from the original path, developing some insidious techniques. Besides the common ones like petrification and paralysis, they have further expanded the realm of poison damage. For others, it might be that what cannot kill me will only make me stronger. The poison damage path, however, goes against this notion. In short, if you can't take me down in one hit, be prepared to be kite, continuously lowering the opponent's status and health, quietly wearing them down. The strongest record once was a level 45 Awakener who managed to exhaust a level 59 top-tier first transition Awakener. Thus, the poison damage lineage gained fame. Unfortunately, it was a notorious fame, just as foul as the battles on the scene. However, battles between Awakeners are determined even without a visible battlefield. Winning is good enough, who cares about status or rank? This sentiment has been revered as a scripture by the poison damage faction, recited day and night. Sadly, being a faction born from self-created skills, it quickly fell into decline due to lack of successors. Only their deeds have endured through time. Poison damage? I really hadn't thought of that before. Luochen tapped his chin, a smile creeping onto his lips. He recalled the 7 major elemental mage systems: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, along with their derivative systems. Yet, there was notably no poison system. If it weren't for Xia Yingyao having researched the history of poison damage, Luochen wouldn't have considered this niche category at all. Of course, niche refers to its inherited legacy, not its danger. In dungeons, poison-type monsters occasionally appear. It's precisely because they are rarely seen among Awakeners that they tend to be subconsciously overlooked. Brilliant! Truly brilliant! Luochen clapped his hands, marveling. Hearing such words today opened his mind. Indeed, studying has its benefits, it can make one stronger. Having been at Yenzhou University for just a few days, his previous worldview had already been overturned time and again. Yingyao, I really don't know how your mind works, it's just amazing. If you hadn't specifically looked up the history of the poison damage lineage, I wouldn't have known this small system was so powerful. Having had one experience, Luochen now praised her with ease. It came out naturally and sincerely. Compared to his earlier stiff words, it was like night and day. A series of compliments made Xia Yingyao shyly lower her head. Her cheeks flushed, and her bashful demeanor captivated passers-by. A few new students who had just reported in were even mesmerized, not paying attention to where they were going. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as they all collided with a nearby bulletin board. What the hell? When did this thing pop up? Hiss. Yenzhou University is different. Even the bulletin board attacks people. This time I was careless, next time I'll take the initiative. They spoke in a somewhat dramatic manner, with one even treating the bulletin board as an opponent. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit, fitting the image of passionate youth. Unfortunately, they had misused their fierce tactics. They would rather believe the bulletin board moved than admit they had walked into it. This display of youthful bravado naturally attracted a lot of attention. Especially not far away, a pair of eyes glared fiercely. Kai Jisheng clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking, not being able to eliminate the two of them in the dungeon had already made him feel deeply humiliated. Now, seeing Xia Yingyao act like a delicate woman in front of Luochen only made him grind his teeth in anger. Hidden in a corner of the campus, what blocked him was not the leaves overhead but a green light. Damn it! That stinky Xia Yingyao! At this moment, words could no longer express his fury. His narrowed eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wished he could rush over right now and tear them to shreds. Just as his killing intent surged, he suddenly noticed Luochen's gaze directed towards him. Startled, he quickly hid away. His heart raced wildly, almost leaping out of his chest. Kai Jisheng pressed a hand against his heart, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had just begun to believe that the feeling he had moments ago was absolutely correct. How is that possible? Isn't he just a specially recruited freshman? Kai Jisheng's eyes widened, his pupils darting around, scanning the surroundings with a hint of vacancy. It wasn't that he was looking for something, rather, his mind was replaying all the small details from before. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were really that strong, he would have gone straight into Class 1, how could he still be in Class 2? He muttered to himself, forcing his mind to accept it. But that sharp gaze from earlier could not have been mistaken. It was clear that he had pinpointed his location through the emotional fluctuations he had just displayed. Such strength was definitely not something a level 30 awakener could possess. At the very least, it was level 40, and even that was far from enough. He had heard from the elders in his family that only those awakener who had been baptized in blood could develop such an instinct for killing intent. No, I've already been discovered, Kai Jisheng said with utmost certainty. Hesitation would lead to defeat. He had to find another way in immediately. The Xia family should be ready to close the net too. As long as you leave Yenzhou University and step onto our Kai family's territory, even a dragon must bow down. A cruel smile crept onto Kai Jisheng's lips, his eyes gleaming with lewdness. He couldn't believe that Xia Yingyao could really ignore the Xia family. By then, with the cooperation of Class 2's leader Su Qi, a little manipulation would surely make Xia Yingyao obediently climb into bed. If she dared to embarrass him like this, he would make her taste his methods. Afterward, he would toss her into the fallen street, making her regret her current decision. With these thoughts, Kai Jisheng's eyes had unconsciously narrowed into a slit. With no hesitation, he turned and left the scene. Meanwhile, Xia Yingyao had also sensed Luo Chen's unusual behavior. What's wrong? She asked gently, turning to look in the direction Luo Chen was gazing. However, no matter how closely she looked, there was nothing strange to be found. Nothing, just a fly, Luo Chen replied with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. However, a slight heaviness settled in his heart and his expression turned somewhat serious. Having spent years in dungeons, he trusted his judgment. Although he couldn't see anyone, that murderous gaze was unmistakable. But since he didn't know who the other party was, there was no need to say too much. Otherwise, it would only increase others' worries. He could only pretend that nothing was wrong and continue discussing the previous topic with Xia Yingyao. Walking side by side, the handsome man and beautiful woman drew envious glances from others. Not far from the teaching building, as Luo Chen and Xia Yingyao walked, they discussed the specifics of curse-type skills. Just then, they bumped into a large belly. Oh, Brother Hua, you guys are out for a walk together? Pang Xian asked curiously, glancing around. A place as conspicuous as the teaching building was hardly a good spot for a date. Why were they here? Only in front of Luo Chen could he make such jokes. Otherwise, if he caught Xia Yingyao alone, he would be in big trouble. You fat idiot, what are you talking about? We're not here for a walk. Xia Yingyao glared at him fiercely, scolding him in displeasure. In reality, the slight smile at the corner of her mouth had already betrayed her. As she spoke, she inadvertently glanced at Luo Chen. Seeing that he wasn't angry, she let out a small sigh of relief. But this indifferent attitude left her feeling quite disappointed. For a moment, her emotions became somewhat complicated. If you're not here for a walk, then what are you here for? But class is already over. I'm in a hurry to get back. Pang Xian scratched his head in confusion, his round head full of questions. Hearing this, Luo Chen finally noticed the time. I didn't expect to be delayed for so long. Class is already over. Luo Chen sighed, shaking his head with a smile. Indeed, good times are always fleeting. They had only chatted for a while about skills, and the entire morning had slipped away. By the way, I almost forgot something important, Pang Xian said, pulling out a brocade box from his backpack and stuffing it into Luo Chen's hands. Before he could voice any questions, Pang Xian explained, this is the reward from the academy, though I don't know what it is. But based on my estimation, it definitely isn't just a B-grade imprint scroll. There should be some other things as well. Although Pang Xian said this, it seemed to raise expectations a bit. If it turned out to be just a scroll, wouldn't that be embarrassing? It would make others think it wasn't worth it. However, since he dared to say so, he must be quite certain. Otherwise, the question of who would take the blame later would arise. Would it be Pang Xian? He certainly didn't have that capability. If it were his uncle Jiang Fengming, he would surely get a beating. Clearly, he had been instructed to speak so confidently. Really? Now that you mention it, I'm a bit curious, Luo Chen said, directly opening the box in front of both of them. Since there weren't many people around, he wasn't worried about being seen. As the brocade box slowly opened, it revealed two items lying inside. One was the B-grade imprint scroll he had been longing for. The other was a quiet collection of 10 irregular objects emitting a faint glow. What is this? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, grabbing one and holding it in his hand. The rest he directly stowed away in his backpack. Hua Go, what is this? Pang Xian's eyes widened in curiosity as he stared at it. The information displayed in front of him showed that it was merely an item and there was no reason to give away 10 of them. It seemed to have little practical use. Xia Yingyao also felt a bit strange and confused. Her eyes were blinking, not at the beads but at Luo Chen's face. She couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. Although this item was rare, it shouldn't be that precious. Because of this, she was curious why a smile spread across Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen, do you really like these faint glow fragments? Xia Yingyao asked curiously, but this thing seems to have no practical use. She had some understanding of this item, just as the information described. Faint glow fragments quality. B faint glow stores 97 layers of faint glow, which diminishes over time. Aside from describing the storage of faint glow, it has no practical function. Even with a B-grade quality, it felt like a deceptive item, completely lacking in utility. Simply put, it was a trap. It could be given as a gift or played with by children, but as a reward, it was rather embarrassing. Xia Yingyao even suspected that the school was pocketing the benefits, taking something useless from others to do this favor. This made Xia Yingyao both angry and amused. Just as she turned her head, glaring fiercely at Pang Xian and about to scold him, Luo Chen finally spoke up. Faint glow fragments, and there are a full 10 of them. Yanzhou University really is generous. Luo Chen was exceptionally delighted. Even without thinking, he knew who this reward was related to. Previously, in Jiang City, when he killed the dual-pupil demon general, Wei Juanjia had given him a faint glow pearl as a meeting gift. Throughout the entire process, the pearl had never passed through anyone else's hands. Even if others were curious, they couldn't guess accurately. And now, since Yanzhou University dared to present this as a reward, it was clear they had consulted opinions. Please thank Teacher Guo for me, I really like the gift. Luo Chen smiled slightly and turned to Pang Xian, saying, it doesn't matter if the item isn't good or expensive, what matters is that it's useful right now. As soon as the words of gratitude left his mouth, both of them were left speechless. It was clearly not a particularly important item. Was it really necessary to express thanks? Was it perhaps sarcasm? Pang Xian scratched his head, looking utterly confused. Only after seeing that Luo Chen's expression didn't seem fake did he slowly relax, choosing not to say more or think further. After all, there were so many things about to happen every day. There were many things in the world he didn't understand, waiting for him out there. So he really had no time to get tangled up in it. As long as Luo Chen wasn't angry, everything would be fine. If he accidentally annoyed him and made everyone leave unhappily, then his plan to cling to the big shot would be completely ruined. Alright, when I have time, I'll let Teacher Guo know. Pang Xian nodded in response. Hearing this, Luo Chen also nodded. Now that we have the item, we should look for suitable teammates. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, Xia Yingyao's communicator rang with a series of urgent beeps. The continuous messages were so annoying that she had to open the panel. The moment she saw the messages, her pupils suddenly constricted. I'm sorry, I have to leave for a bit. Something's come up at home. Xia Yingyao's face was filled with worry, her brows furrowed deeply, and the anxiety on her face was evident. Apologizing to Luo Chen, she turned to leave. Hearing this, Luo Chen suddenly paused. After thinking for a moment, he called out to her, wait, I'll go with you. For some reason, Luo Chen felt that the whole situation seemed a bit off. It vaguely felt related to the obscure glances they had received. For safety's sake, he decided it would be more prudent to accompany Xia Yingyao. Yanzhou City, Xianhua District. The vast main city was divided into 4 districts: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The Xianhua district, the farthest from Yanzhou University, was located in the western part of Yanzhou City. Above the city, a massive energy shield enveloped the entire area. Outside, there was a haze of heat and flying sand. While it wasn't quite that bad inside, it wasn't much better either. Walking on the streets, if one weren't a local, they would likely be drenched in sweat by now. However, for high-level awakeners, it wasn't a big deal. So, how's my driving? Not bad, right? Pang Xian said proudly, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. After all, his family wasn't exactly short on money, and driving a car was a simple matter. However, no one paid any attention to his show-off behavior. He was boasting, but no one was there to cheer him on. Xia Yingyao was filled with anxiety, her delicate hands tightly clenched, palms slightly sweaty. Without her even realizing it, her face was troubled, and her gaze kept unconsciously darting to the window. At that moment, she likely had only one thought: to make the car go faster. However, this was clearly just her wishful thinking. It was nearly impossible to achieve. Meanwhile, Luo Chen also ignored Pang Xian. He had his eyes closed, appearing to be resting. Yet no one noticed that he was doing something unimaginable at that moment. In his tightly clenched hand, he held a glowing scroll. If Xia Yingyao had looked at it for even a moment longer, she would have gasped in surprise. The faint glow was a sign that the imprinting scroll was activating. It should be noted that no matter who it was, even the talented scions of prestigious families, when using an imprinting scroll, they would be extremely cautious and focused.
A slight mistake could affect the success rate of the skill, which in turn could involve their entire soul. In fact, some people would even seek out a secluded place to ensure the process went smoothly. Whether it was a family secret realm or the wilderness, the fewer people that disturbed them, the better. Where can you find someone like Luo Chen, who bravely endures the bumps of the road and directly creates skills on the spot? Not to mention at Yenzhou University. Even looking across the entire Yenzhou city or the whole of Longhua, it is equally unheard of. But Luo Chen doesn't understand any of this. He is just a pure wildcard. The first time he created a skill was in a noisy classroom. Instinctively, he thought that as long as one felt something in their heart, they could proceed directly. No one had told him, nor had anyone guided him. Luo Chen relied on his own experience to navigate. After all, he had been doing it this way throughout the year of solo dungeon runs. Rather than asking around like a little horse crossing a river, ultimately not knowing the depth of the water, it was better to wade through the river himself to understand what was truly frightening. If it were any other time, Luo Chen would definitely not take such a reckless risk. Yet just a moment ago, the thought of merging the poison damage skill with his talents suddenly flashed through his mind. To prevent this sudden inspiration from fading, he immediately began to try it out. The scroll in his hand flickered with fluorescence, transforming into specks of starlight that drilled into his brow. The sudden change instantly pulled them back from their personal worlds. Especially Pang Xin, who could no longer be described as shocked. Gripping the steering wheel, he glanced at the rearview mirror and then turned halfway in terror. Within 5 seconds, he turned his head 4 times, at one point thinking he had seen it wrong. If it weren't for the awakened ones having senses different from ordinary people, with his frequent head turns, he could have been in danger of an accident. Just like that, Luo Chen straightforwardly began to create his skill. If it were an ordinary person, Pang Xin would have scolded him a few times for being reckless. Wanting to seek death is one thing, but doing it in his car, had he considered the feelings of his beloved vehicle? However, with Luo Chen as the protagonist of this matter, it was different. Even if he did something contrary to common sense, Pang Xin would only nod in agreement. What is this called? My brother Hua's way has always been this wild. What? You don't dare? That only shows you're weak. It doesn't prove anything. Just because I'm ordinary, does that mean others have to stop their progress to wait? Clearly, they had only known each other for a few days, yet Pang Xin's level of trust in Luo Chen had already reached a peak. Just because others couldn't do something, it didn't mean Hua Gu couldn't. Since he dared to do it, he must have a 90% certainty. As for why there was still a 10% margin, that 10% was called humility. Of course, these were just Pang Xin's personal thoughts. Luo Chen was unaware. In contrast, Xia Yingyao appeared much more worried. Originally thinking about matters concerning the Xia family, now with Luo Chen's sudden actions, she had completely lost her train of thought. Her hands, covered in sweat, hesitated to reach out, stretching forward and then retracting. She was afraid that the bumps in the road would affect Luo Chen and wanted to help him steady himself. But she was also afraid that her sudden movements would disturb him, so her outstretched hand quickly pulled back. Watching Luo Chen, her forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. It was as if the one taking risks at that moment was not Luo Chen, but herself. Her mind was almost blank. She had originally wanted Pang Xin to pull over to the side of the road first, but looking at Luo Chen's face, she forgot all about it. Luo Chen, you mustn't get hurt. Xia Yingyao whispered, from childhood to now, you are the only one who has cared about my feelings. Her voice was very soft, afraid to speak loudly, lest she disturb Luo Chen. At this moment, Pang Xin, who usually loved to eavesdrop on gossip, was not even straining to listen. His eyes were entirely focused on the road ahead. Observing all directions and listening carefully, he didn't miss the view in the rearview mirror. Driving cautiously, he was afraid that suddenly an old man or an old lady would dart out from the roadside. Even if he was usually foolish and clumsy, he now understood the seriousness of losing composure. There could be no accidents. Otherwise, if it involved the soul level, it would truly be disastrous. Luo Chen was completely unaware of their startled behavior. If he were still conscious at this moment, able to hear the sounds from outside, he would surely wave his hand nonchalantly, signaling them not to be afraid. Once again entering the mental space of his self-created skill, he felt a particularly unique sensation. Unlike last time, this time he was even more at ease. Had it not been for the tremendous shock that forcibly pulled his consciousness out, it would have been nearly impossible to sever his connection. Since they couldn't even interrupt the program of his self-created skill, how could there be a possibility of severely injuring his soul? In his mind, tens of thousands of skilled characters floated. Various colors of light flickered erratically, blinking as if they were breathing. From a distance, Luo Chen seemed to be amidst a sea of stars. He reached out gently, and it felt as if he could pluck the stars from the sky. Is this the poison damage skill? Quite interesting. Luo Chen waved his arm lightly, and countless skills swept past him. Unlike the urgency he felt last time, he was now more adept at using the familiar process. The skills rolled by, much like selecting products on an electronic screen. With a swipe of his hand, numerous boxes flashed before him. The difference was that the skill space had an automatic filtering function. By the time he eliminated the skills in front of him, the subsequent skills that emerged had already quickly filtered out the unwanted ones. What remained were all skills related to poison damage. The skills that Xia Yingyao had mentioned before were all present here. So, my skill library is quite large, Luo Chen said with interest, stroking his chin. He hadn't realized it before, but when he recalled what Xia Yingyao had said, he immediately understood. Since poison damage was a rare category, it was basically impossible to find related skills. Yet in front of him, there were at least dozens, clearly exceeding the normal range. It was evident that his skill library was large enough to accommodate so much information. It should be noted that this was excluding high-level skills, and there were still so many, which was quite telling. However, I need to speed things up a bit, otherwise, if they see me, they might worry. Luo Chen nodded, deciding not to waste any more time. Although he still carefully studied all the useful information like last time before making a choice, the current situation was different. He didn't have much time left. Even without considering other factors, he should reach the Xia family in less than 10 minutes. At that point, if his condition delayed their progress, he would truly become a burden. Unbeknownst to him, outside, Xia Yingyao and Pang Xian had already raised their hearts to their throats, fearing that something might happen to him. Fortunately, Luo Chen did not dawdle but consciously accelerated the process. In the skill space of his mind, Luo Chen suddenly spread his hand. In an instant, countless skills exploded. They didn't truly shatter but were magnified several times and arranged in an orderly manner. Dozens of sets of comparisons appeared before his eyes, becoming incredibly clear in an instant. The similarities and differences became apparent. Found it. Luo Chen's expression brightened as he began to extract them layer by layer. The essence remains unchanged. Although the distinctions between petrification and poison damage were significant, there were still many similarities at their core. However, in the subsequent vision, the poison damage skills would clearly develop towards a more harmful direction. Luo Chen's fingers tapped lightly, and symbols appeared before him. Almost instantly, the prototype of the poison damage skill emerged. However, this alone was definitely not enough. The reason self-created skills are self-created is that they integrate innate skills, achieving the greatest degree of compatibility. Of course, Luo Chen had already made plans for this skill. Since it's an area damage, a group instant type, it must be combined with the necromancy resurrection. Unlike last time, the soul devouring / also integrated the effects of eye techniques. After all, although the control was a bit stronger, the ability of necromancy would definitely be lowered somewhat. Fortunately, soul reaping was just a single target skill and wouldn't be significantly affected. However, the poison damage skill he was about to create clearly couldn't continue in the same way. For area skills, the damage would definitely be reduced significantly after being distributed among each target. If he continued to merge the talent skills into two, it would surely diminish the effectiveness of the skills. Poison damage, necromancy. With previous experience, he extracted the necromancy patterns almost effortlessly. Luo Chen operated with both hands, connecting the two skill patterns together. In an instant, a brilliant light shone, marking the successful fusion of the skill patterns. Seeing this, Luo Chen did not relax. Creating the skill patterns was merely the first step. His earlier experience told him that he still needed to go through a skill level assessment before he could imprint it as a complete skill. A flash of light illuminated the skill patterns. In a moment, the light burst forth. It must succeed on the first try. Luo Chen clenched his hands tightly, silently praying. The imprinting scroll in his hand was only C-level, unable to create skills above this level. So from the very beginning he had held back. If the level increased later, he would have to put in more effort to adjust it again. The current state of the skill patterns was exactly what he wanted. Anything beyond this might lose its original flavor. Pattern construction complete, level C. After confirmation, please use mental power for imprinting. The familiar voice was like a heavenly sound. It instantly lifted Luo Chen's spirits, making him feel completely at ease. With this voice, Luo Chen's fingers moved rapidly in the outside world. This scene left Xia Yingyao and the others speechless. If the last time in the classroom, those particularly long 6 minutes had given them quite a shock, then this time, they could only stare at Luo Chen with a look of existential doubt. If he remembered correctly, the whole process probably took less than 3 minutes. Pang Xian might not be aware, but Xia Yingyao certainly was. She was sitting close and didn't need to turn around. Therefore, she had already memorized the information about the imprinting scroll in Luo Chen's hand. A C-level imprinting scroll, completing skill creation in 3 minutes, what kind of concept was that? Not to mention seeing it, she had never even heard of it. Moreover, just look at the current environment.
Luo Chen was sitting in the car, completing the skill creation all by himself. Although he was still one imprinting step away from completion, to Xia Yingyao and the others, this skill was undoubtedly a success. Just by looking at the rapidly outlined patterns, they could tell how well Luo Chen had mastered it. Others, with their crooked attempts, had nearly an 80% success rate, while someone like Luo Chen could easily be said to have 100%. Swish, swish, swish. A bit of light danced along his fingertips. With each stroke, the illusory patterns before him lit up a bit more. As Luo Chen's movements became faster and the patterns more complex, the light became dazzling. A dreamlike green light seeped out from the white light, and a strange aura spread along with it. Just as he was about to complete the task, Pang Xian's foot moved, pressing down on the accelerator. His eyes, fixed ahead, narrowed as his pupils contracted. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and the entire car body was struck hard. Pang Xian's round face slammed against the steering wheel. Although the awakened one's physical quality was excellent, it nearly left him reeling. Suddenly, he was startled, wanting to turn back to check on Luo Chen's situation. Just as his head turned, a feeling of weightlessness hit him again. Unbeknownst to him, a small truck had crashed into them from the side, causing Pang Xian and the others, along with the car, to slide several meters sideways. However, that was not the end. Bang! 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 Continuous crashing sounds erupted, startling passers-by into a hurried escape just when they thought it was a chain collision accident. No one noticed that all the vehicles had precisely crashed into the car where Luo Chen and his group were sitting. The small sedan crumpled like it was made of paper. Thick smoke billowed from the car, obscuring the situation inside. On the road leading to the Xia family in the Xuanhua domain, the sound of car alarms echoed incessantly. Several cars had collided in succession, their fronts crumpled. Strangely, the drivers inside seemed unbothered. After exchanging glances, they opened their doors. They pretended to be shaken by some impact, stumbling towards a safer spot. They patted their chests in relief, embodying the feeling of having survived a disaster. However, the narrowed eyes that were fixed on Luo Chen's vehicle fully exposed them. This sensation of observing the scene of the incident was something they relished. At the center of the accident, flames flickered, and thick black smoke rose. Without a rescue team, if this trend continued, the people inside would surely be doomed. Just as the onlookers were filled with concern, a muffled sound echoed. Bang! The car door shook violently twice. The flickering flames trembled sharply in response to the impact. With this sound, the previously calm drivers suddenly froze in their movements. Two of them, who had taken out cigarettes to light up, even dropped them to the ground in shock. It can't be, right? Finally, someone spoke up, their tone uncertain. For some reason, an ominous feeling surged within them. Just as they still held on to a glimmer of hope, more muffled sounds followed. Bang! Bang! Compared to the previous sound, these were louder and clearer. With these two sounds, the car door was suddenly kicked open. Almost simultaneously, a figure burst out from within. The speed was astonishing, and hardly anyone could see what had happened. The crowd only felt a blur before they could see clearly again, and a pale-faced girl lay on the roadside. Immediately after, they saw that figure reappear next to the car door. It was none other than Luo Chen. At this moment, his face was as cold as water, his eyes filled with fierce intent. He raised his arm, preparing to strike. No way! Is he really going to smash the car door? Am I still dreaming? Why isn't he using a weapon? Or does he have brass knuckles that I didn't see? That shouldn't be possible, but it seems he has no better options. Who can go help him? Although the onlookers mocked Luo Chen for his overconfidence, some still encouraged those nearby to lend a hand. Just as they doubted and thought Luo Chen was doing something futile, his fist came crashing down. Boom! A sudden explosion rang out, deafening. It was as if someone had set off a firecracker by the roadside, the sound relentless. Those who were close felt as if their ears were about to burst. With that sound, the car door was deformed, and the internal lock was shattered. The immense force made everyone swallow hard. They had previously doubted Luo Chen's ability, but now that he had done it, they questioned whether they were seeing things. Just as they rubbed their eyes vigorously, someone screamed in terror. Wait! If he hits like that, won't the driver inside be killed? As soon as the words left his mouth, they immediately drew everyone's attention. His concern was not unfounded. They had no idea who was inside the car. They didn't know, but Luo Chen did. Over the past few days, Luo Chen had gained a preliminary understanding of the little fatty. Although the other party's strength was lacking, their defense was notoriously thick. To say nothing more, it was at least double that of an ordinary warrior. Otherwise, all that excess fat would have been for nothing. Just as that person voiced his worries, Luo Chen had already stepped forward and grabbed Pang Xian's shoulder. With a swift tug, he pulled him out along with the seatbelt. Although it was heavy, under Luo Chen's usual strength of over 5,000, it seemed no different from a thin person. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
Immediately, Pang Xian's cries of agony rang out. It wasn't from a collision or a fall, but from the force in Luo Chen's hand causing him immense pain. Seeing him so lively, it was clear he hadn't completely passed out earlier. The tremendous impact had just left him a bit dazed. Plus, with his large frame, getting down from the deformed car was a challenge. Now that Luo Chen had rescued him, he had returned to his boisterous self. Witnessing this scene, several drivers sitting by the roadside raised their eyebrows. In a quick exchange of glances, they understood each other's intentions. Attack! Suddenly, 6 people burst out from the crowd, weapons tightly gripped in their hands, except for one archer, all wielded melee weapons. Clearly, in their line of work, mages with obvious skill trajectories were the first to be eliminated. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. The onlookers only felt a blur before several figures darted towards Luo Chen. The archer flipped and crouched on the car roof, shooting an arrow directly at Luo Chen. From above, it completely blocked all possible escape routes. The remaining 5 charged towards Luo Chen and his companions in a 1-3-1 formation. Among them, Luo Chen, deemed the greatest threat, was sure to receive the most attention. A bunch of level 35s dare to make a move here? Are you looking for death? Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning cold. The arrow shot directly at him seemed to move in slow motion, as if a slow motion button had been pressed. With a slight shift in his gaze, he quickly grasped their movements. If they were only targeting him, that would be one thing. But since they weren't even sparing the unconscious Xia Yao, they were truly crossing his bottom line. His newly created skill was complete, but it was unnecessary against these people. With a wave of his arm, he deflected the arrow shot at him. Then, raising one hand, he clenched his fist tightly, as if grasping something in his hand. Frost impact! Luo Chen shouted softly, swiftly thrusting forward. In an instant, ice crystals danced in the air. The surrounding heat turned a few degrees colder with this action. A sudden chill swept through the air, rushing towards the attackers. What is this? At this sight, a hint of fear finally appeared in their eyes. Frost covered their eyelashes, hair, and even the whiskers at the corners of their mouths in an instant. Just as the question was about to escape their lips, they felt their movements becoming sluggish. Those with a bit of knowledge immediately recognized this as an ice-type skill, but shouldn't this be exclusive to mages? Before he could voice his thoughts, he felt the heat within him rapidly dissipating. His entire body was quickly enveloped in frost. Whether it was an illusion or not, vitality seemed to fade alongside it, and the fear of death surged in his heart. Please, the words hadn't fully formed before he suddenly halted, his body still reaching forward. Too late. You should have thought about this when you decided to attack me. Luo Chen's tone was icy, and he turned his head to face the archer on the car roof. The moment their eyes met, the archer felt his entire body go cold. Overwhelmed with fear, he trembled uncontrollably, his mind blank. In just one glance, all his teammates had been eliminated. His legs turned to jelly, but instinct still drove him to flee. However, just as the archer flipped off the car, he hadn't even taken 2 steps before bang! He felt a sharp pain in his back, and his body uncontrollably lurched forward. He landed face first on the ground, the pain rendering his entire back numb. With no time to ponder what had happened, he pushed himself up with his hands, trying to rise. However, just as he was about to make a move, he felt a tremendous force strike him, and he was heavily stomped back down. Speak! Who sent you here? Luo Chen's tone was icy as he asked in a deep voice. He glared down at the archer, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. This time, these people had crossed his bottom line. There was a limit to what he could tolerate. I don't know. The archer trembled like a leaf, stammering. After a day of hunting geese, he had ultimately been pecked in the eye by one. He never expected Luo Chen to be this strong, nor had anyone informed them. As for who the employer was, he had no idea. They were only responsible for taking on tasks. The liaison and the task takers were not the same, and besides, the person who took the task was already dead, so how could he know who the employer was? Not to mention the employer, he couldn't even find the liaison. It seems you have no value left. A cold glint appeared in Luo Chen's eyes as he slowly narrowed them. He exerted a slight force underfoot, preparing to stomp down. Stop! Luo Chen, stop! Hearing the voice, Luo Chen frowned. He turned his head to look in the direction of the crowd. Among the throng, a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples was pushing his way over. His nearly standard square face was lined with wrinkles, clearly not one of those who merely occupied a position without merit. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd tactfully parted to let the middle-aged man through. No joke. That outfit belonged to the law enforcement team, and it was not to be taken lightly. Director Wu, what are you doing here? Luo Chen asked curiously as he looked at the panting middle-aged man, but he also relaxed his guard, allowing the person beneath him to escape. The middle-aged man was none other than Wu Yun, the head of the Jiangqing law enforcement team, Beijiang branch. The distance between Jiangcheng and Yenzhou City was not trivial. In the wild, there could be demonic beasts, and one could only travel back and forth through the teleportation array. The costs involved were not small at all. Huff. I made it just in time. Wu Yun gasped for breath, his throat dry, unable to even swallow a mouthful of saliva. After several fruitless attempts, he slowly said, I was transferred here. Now all 4 districts of Yanzhou City are under my jurisdiction. Hearing Wu Yun struggle to speak, he showed none of the vigor expected of an awakened one. Luo Chen's lips curled slightly as he took out a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it over. Taking the water, Wu Yun gulped it down in one go, letting out a long belch. Phew, I'm back to life. He sighed deeply, then immediately realized, right. I almost forgot to mention the important matter. You can't kill this person, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble later. It's better to leave him to me, so I can take him back to record a statement, saving you the hassle of running around later and wasting your time. Listening to Wu Yun's words, Luo Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, as the other party said, while killing this archer would make him feel better, it would complicate things when trying to find evidence later. After all, bystanders are not saints. They wouldn't go out of their way to be witnesses for him. Alright, I'll do as you say. After saying that, Luo Chen turned to check on Xia Yingyao's condition. Wu Yun immediately restrained the archer, cuffing him tightly. He took out his phone to contact the law enforcement team from the Xuanhua domain branch, asking them to come and clean up the battlefield. Perhaps it was the new official eager to make a mark. Everyone was wary of stepping on any toes, and the law enforcement team's response was swift. In less than a minute, they had already arrived at the scene. Even using precious teleportation scrolls was worth it. Watching the archer being escorted to the vehicle, Xia Yingyao at that moment slowly regained consciousness. What is this? She held her head, feeling a wave of pain. Confused, she looked around. Abandoned vehicles were strewn across the road, and onlookers were pointing and whispering about them. She clearly remembered heading to the Xia family, and then Luo Chen was using the imprinting scroll in the car. After that, a tremendous force struck her, her head hitting the car, and she fainted. By the way, it seems that's exactly what happened. Xia Yingyao reconnected her memories, and a glimmer of clarity appeared in her eyes. When she looked around again, she realized she had been in a car accident. There was no time for her to think too much. Xia Yingyao propped herself up and sat up from Luo Chen's embrace. Although that warm feeling made her reluctant to leave, the situation at the Xia family was not optimistic, and this was certainly not the time for romantic sentiments. Where are you going? Let me give you a ride. At that moment, Wu Yun walked over. He glanced at the wrecked vehicle of Pang Xin and suddenly spoke up. Just as the law enforcement team arrived, they allowed them to take another vehicle, saving him the trouble of running back and forth, exhausting himself. Alright, thank you, Director Wu. Luo Chen had no intention of being polite. After all, it was a free ride. There was no reason to refuse. Now that Pang Xin's car was totaled, finding another one would only be time-consuming and laborious. It was likely that in the end, they would have to call for a car, which would be a hassle. It was better to let Wu Yun give them a ride and avoid a lot of trouble. Can you walk? After saying that, Luo Chen looked at Xia Yingyao. Seeing her try several times but still unable to get up, and her calf was swollen, he added, "Wait, don't get up yet." A serious expression appeared on Luo Chen's face as he focused intently on her calf. His expression was heavy. Originally, Xia Yingyao wanted to try standing up, but before she could move, he immediately pressed her down. Based on his past experience, he recognized right away that Xia Yingyao calf was already fractured. It seemed that the impact just now was quite significant. No need to try, it's already broken, Luo Chen said in a deep voice, his face dark and frightening. Although with the presence of a priest, as long as it wasn't too long, healing could be done easily. However, this injury was real and serious, and the murderous intent that had been suppressed before surged back again. No matter what, those who wanted to put themselves and others in danger could not be spared. Let's go, Director Wu, I'll trouble you again, Luo Chen said to Wu Yun with a hint of apology, then turned to look at Xia Yingyao. At this point, the numbness had faded, and the pain from the broken bone was causing her forehead to break out in cold sweat. Despite this, she gritted her teeth and endured it painfully. Seeing Xia Yingyao in such agony, Luo Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Contact your priest friend, and on the way, go to your Xia family, I'll cover all the expenses. As he spoke, he disregarded everything and directly picked Xia Yingyao up by the waist. Seeing this, Wu Yun was very perceptive. He said nothing, and immediately walked ahead to lead the way. Even Pang Xin, who usually talked the most, remained silent at this moment, saying nothing. This assassination attempt had given him a new understanding of the outside world. They passed through the noisy crowd, ignoring their pointing and whispering, and directly got into the law enforcement vehicle. The fact that the head of the law enforcement bureau was driving was quite a status symbol. However, at this moment, none of them took this matter to heart. Including Wu Yun, they were completely unconcerned. In the world of awakeners, strength was paramount.
In his view, Luo Chen's strength was far above his own, and he was only around 20 years old. Having such a genius as a driver was nothing to be ashamed of. Moreover, he was even more aware of Luo Chen's status above him. It seemed, however, that he was completely unaware of this. At this moment, Luo Chen was watching Xia Yingyao endure the pain, unsure of what to do. It's okay, when the priest arrives, he will treat you right away. As a friend, the only healing potions he had were some stamina and life potions. They were completely useless for setting bones. These highly practical potions had long been used up in past dungeons, one bottle at a time, until they were all gone. As for whether they were precious or not, that was not something he considered. For a lone wolf like him, potions were always most valuable when used on himself. It seems that from now on, I need to mind the dungeons myself and see if I can get some more regeneration potions. Luo Chen nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. Regeneration potions are not produced in normal dungeons. Only after conquering a dungeon and obtaining the mining rights can one acquire them. However, once his summoned creatures became powerful, he hardly needed to fight personally anymore. This led to a decreased demand for regeneration potions. Once he obtained the mining rights, he would just package them up and sell them. But now it seems that it would be better to keep some of these good items for himself. If there had been any left before, Xia Yingyao wouldn't have to endure this pain while waiting for the priest to arrive. It's okay, here, drink some life potions first. Luo Chen looked at Xia Yingyao's trembling lips and pulled out a bottle of potion, holding it to her mouth. Supporting her, he helped her drink it. Although it wouldn't heal her, at least it could keep her health points at a full state. Only in this way could the pain be somewhat alleviated, preventing it from being too unbearable. I can't believe you're so rich. Wu Yun, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and said something that left people puzzled. However, Luo Chen waved his hand dismissively upon seeing the life potion in his hand. Only usable potions are valuable, he replied nonchalantly, but his gaze remained fixed on Xia Yingyao. The care he had given her over the past few days had greatly changed his perception of this girl. Now that she was injured, he was merely returning the favor, nothing more. Wu Yun was also perceptive and didn't tease them too much. Young people might enjoy making a fuss, but as a 50-year-old veteran, he could easily see through it. If they were really a couple, they wouldn't be keeping their distance so deliberately. Not only Luo Chen, but even Xia Yingyao herself was the same. The way she wanted to lean into him yet felt shy was not how a couple should behave. Even at this moment, in such pain, being shy was ridiculous. Luo Chen, Wan Xiu said she wants to use a teleportation scroll and asked you. Xia Yingyao's lips were pale as she spoke softly. When mentioning the teleportation scroll, she even lowered her head in embarrassment. Such things are not cheap. While it might not cost 10,000 copper coins, it was close enough. The problem was, Xia Yingyao had run away from home and had almost no money on her, so she couldn't afford any expenses. She certainly wouldn't dare to directly ask Luo Chen for it, fearing how he might look at her afterward. Then she added, "Could you lend me a gold coin? I can pay you back however you want later." As she said this, her voice was so low it was almost inaudible. If it weren't for Luo Chen's good hearing, he probably wouldn't have understood what she was saying. No need to make it so complicated, he waved his hand and continued, "Just have her prepare to go, and I'll give her another scroll later. I already said that all expenses will be covered by me," Luo Chen said, looking directly into Xia Yingyao's eyes, slowly speaking. "Once something is said, there's no reason to take it back. Besides, a teleportation scroll is nothing significant to him. He definitely had over 100 in his bag, if not more. With the teleportation skill, exceeding limits, in hand, the scrolls were practically useless. But thinking they might come in handy, he hadn't sold them. Now, it just so happened that they were finally being put to use, which could be considered as making some use of them. Overall, it was not a loss. For Luo Chen, a casual remark felt particularly domineering in Xia Yingyao's ears. But this kind of dominance was what she wanted. Unlike the pretty words often spoken in public, once something is said, it must be done. For a moment, she seemed to temporarily forget the pain, her heart racing wildly. "Thank you, Luo Chen." Xia Yingyao's voice was very low, weak like a mosquito. On her pale face, there was a faint blush. However, no one at the scene noticed or paid any attention. Wu Yun was focused on driving, too busy to care. Looking at the navigation on his phone, his lips parted slightly. Everyone, we're almost at the Xia family. With his voice, Xia Yingyao finally came to her senses. Her gaze crossed the gap between the front seats, through the windshield, and fixed on the road ahead. Familiar yet strange buildings reappeared in her mind. In an instant, her original smile faded, returning to the cold, frosty demeanor she had when she first met Luo Chen. She had forgotten how long it had been since she last returned to this family devoid of warmth. Even though she was in Yenzhou, having recently been admitted to Yenzhou University, she had not gone home even once. Notifications or reports within the family were all done directly on her phone. Xia family. The two words popped out of Xia Yingyao's mouth. There was no hint of emotion, at most carrying a trace of nostalgia.
In her eyes, a surge of instinctive disgust suddenly emerged. In the Xuanhua district of Yenzhou City, within the Xia family, a group of elders in the family were kneeling before a young man, wagging their tails in supplication.
Young Master Kai, please have mercy. If we can't win this bid, our Xia family will really go bankrupt. The middle-aged man at the forefront kept knocking his head. Even with blood streaming down, he was completely oblivious. Clearly a level 50 awakened one, yet facing the younger generation sitting in the chair, he couldn't muster a shred of resistance.
Unless he wanted to go to war with the Kai family. But was that even possible? Naturally unrealistic, he didn't even dare to think about it.
The Kai family was powerful and prosperous, far beyond what their small Xia family could compare to.
A gust from above could make their little tree sway precariously. Not to mention, even within Yenzhou University, the Kai family held a certain status. And he, Xia Jinkuan, as the head of the family, naturally couldn't lead the entire family into the fire. Knowing
that the project crucial to the Xia family's lifeline was in the hands of the other party, he still didn't dare to make a move. Because right behind the other party stood a level 55 elder. If a fight broke out, it wouldn't necessarily be certain that they could win against the other side. That elder, whether in skills or talents, was above him. In a hard fight, perhaps they could take down Kai Jisheng, but it would definitely
cost the entire Xia family.
If you want to blame someone, blame Xia Yingyao for not knowing her place. Kai Jisheng scoffed, slowly standing up.
Seeing his movement, the Xia family members immediately buried their heads even lower.
They could only hope that he wouldn't get angry or blame the entire Xia family for Xia Yingyao's issues. Young Master Kai, our little sister doesn't know what she did to offend you.
She has long
been judged out of our Xia family. She is not one of us. Please don't hold it against us. Before Xia Jinkuan could speak, his eldest son had already distanced himself from the situation.
Although no one said anything,
from their slightly raised heads, it was clear they felt the same way. Xia Yingyao certainly had a beautiful appearance, but to them, she was merely a tool for marriage.
From childhood to adulthood, she had never been favored.
Even now, it was the same. When Kai Jisheng showed interest in Xia Yingyao, they desperately tried to matchmake, hoping to use her to climb the social ladder. Now that Xia Yingyao had made a mistake, they wanted to sell her off and conveniently clear all ties. However, clearly, this reasoning held no persuasive power for Kai Jisheng.
Noisy, did I ask you to speak?
He kicked out, sending Xia Yingsheng flying. With a loud bang, he crashed heavily against the wall. This level of attack, while not lethal, was certainly not pleasant. Xia Yingsheng fell from the wall, rolling over in pain, feeling as if his entire body was about to fall. Apart, the look of venting more than breathing seemed like it wouldn't ease up in half a day. His own kin was being bullied, yet none of the Xia family members dared to step forward to help. They just buried their heads
low, fearing that they would be the next target.
Even Xia Jinkuan, as the biological father, merely clenched his fists tightly but quickly relaxed them again. It was as if the one being beaten wasn't his own son, but
just some random street child picked up.
Although his movements were discreet, they were still caught by Kai Jisheng at a glance.
What's wrong? Not convinced?
Kai Jisheng raised an eyebrow and sneered. He shot a disdainful glance at Xia Jinkuan, his face full of contempt. However, he wasn't a fool and certainly wouldn't rashly slap the other person. If he did that, the nature of the whole situation would change. At the very least,
he couldn't do that.
No matter how arrogant Kai Jisheng was or how much he looked down on the Xia family, he would never act recklessly against them. If Xia Jinkuan were to explode in anger, he wouldn't even have time
to cry. To put it bluntly, it was simple.
He was afraid of death. No one is not afraid of death, and Kai Jisheng was no exception. At least for now, nothing could make him disregard life and death.
Leaving the other
party with hope was the only way to avoid being counterattacked at the moment of death.
Dare not, dare not.
Faced with the high and mighty Kai Jisheng, Xia Jinkuan could only repeatedly apologize. As for his poor son, he was completely ignored. No matter how much pain he was in from a distance, as long as he knew he wouldn't die, that was enough. Upon hearing this, Kai Jisheng smirked and scoffed.
Humph, I know you wouldn't dare.
Yes, yes, yes. Xia Jinkuan could only keep agreeing, his face full of flattery.
The head of the family, at this moment, was like a joke. Where is Xia Yingyao? Why hasn't she come yet?
Kai Jisheng's face was full of displeasure as he disdainfully swept over Xia Jinkuan, coldly questioning. His purpose for coming was to make Xia Yingyao recognize her position. If she dared to sneak behind him and get involved with Luo Chen, who had just arrived at Yenzhou University, she needed to realize her mistake. If he didn't punish her properly, how would others view him? Would anyone dare to ride on his head? As for the outcome, whether Xia Yingyao continued to live would depend on his mood at the time. Faced with Kai Jisheng's questioning, Xia Jinkuan trembled as he took out his phone. It wasn't that he didn't want to communicate directly, but he had long been blocked. by Xia Yingyao, and the only way to contact her was through his phone. After dialing, he only heard a busy signal. This ungrateful thing. How dare she not answer my call? Xia Jinkuan's face turned ugly, and curses slipped out of his mouth. It was just that the call couldn't get through temporarily. Regardless of the reason, he started cursing. Then his expression changed again, revealing a fawning look. Looking at Kai Ji-shang, he respectfully replied, "Young Master Kai, she didn't answer." "Didn't answer? Humph." Kai Ji-shang snorted coldly, his eyes narrowing into slits. He didn't know what he was thinking, but it certainly wasn't anything good. Since he had given enough time and she still didn't know how to appreciate it, he couldn't be blamed for his cruel methods. At this moment, he seemed completely unaware of what Xia Yingyao was enduring on the other side. In his view, as long as she didn't follow his wishes, it meant she was being rebellious. "Since Xia Yingyao doesn't care about your Xia family, then don't blame me," Kai Ji-shang said, slowly taking out his phone, preparing to send a message to the other end. Just then, a cold shout came from the entrance. "Kai Ji-shang, stop it!" As the voice fell, 3 figures slowly walked in. One of them was holding a woman in her arms. That woman was none other than Xia Yingyao, who had injured her calf. Kai Ji-shang, already in a bad mood, couldn't hold back upon seeing this scene. His eyes were almost bloodshot, and the redness on his face couldn't hide the green on his head. "Xia Yingyao, are you looking for death?" "Looking for death?" Hearing Kai Ji-shang's words, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of amusement. Who in this place could kill him? Was it the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, or the old man who stood there motionless? As long as he unleashed his magic hand, or the Chaos Wolf Shadow, who could stand against him? Not to mention, the spirit of protection was connected to the Chaos Wolf Shadow, with a health pool of a full 300,000. Just using the new skill alone could make them question their existence. Necromancer's Poison Fog LV.1 quality, C+ effect. Releases a poison fog that lasts for 10 minutes in a 10x10 area in front of the target, dealing 5% of spell power as poison damage. Necromancer's Resurrection link effect. Units that die in the poison fog will definitely transform into undead that exist for 30 minutes and gain a 30% damage bonus cooldown. 1 hour note. Poison damage ignores defense and can only be mitigated by poison resistance. With 10 minutes of poison damage, and still over 200 damage left. In less than 20 seconds, awakened beings below level 40 could be instantly killed in large numbers. However, Luo Chen had no time to consider these minor issues. This skill was originally meant for dealing with monsters, so why should he care about others' thoughts? More importantly, this was an upgradable skill. The specific upper limit was yet to be determined. Moreover, it seemed that the next upgrade condition wasn't too difficult. Lower level effect. Release range increased to 20*20. Upgrade condition. Kill 100 units using Necromancer's Poison Fog, 0 out of 100. Such a practical skill, casually hanging it on. The Xia family members would easily extend the blood mark effect. He could effortlessly beat that old man until his own mother wouldn't recognize him. "You think you can do anything? A bunch of soft-shell shrimp." Luo Chen scoffed, not taking them seriously. Confidence comes from strength, and he had that strength. This statement was undoubtedly a direct provocation to the Xia family and Kai Ji-shang. What can be tolerated, cannot be tolerated. The Xia family members, who had just suffered humiliation, seemed to have found an outlet for their anger. They suddenly stood up, pointing at Luo Chen and cursing loudly. "What kind of trash are you? Dare to point fingers here? Yeah, hurry up and put down that bitch Xia Yingyao. Don't ruin our Xia family. This shameless slut actually dares to hook up with wild men outside. A disgrace to our family. A disgrace to our family." A group of them pounded their chests and stomped their feet, standing on the moral high ground, accusing Xia Yingyao. They were completely unaware that their behavior was truly ridiculous. Some even maintained their half-kneeling posture. The cacophony of insults made Wu Yun awkwardly touch his nose. Just starting his new position, he was dressed in casual clothes and was treated like a passerby. "Are all the families in Yenzhou like this?" Wu Yun cautiously leaned over, speaking in a very low voice near Pang Xian's ear. As if afraid of being overheard, he might say something inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Pang Xian immediately became displeased and shot him a dissatisfied glare. "What do you mean all families in Yenzhou are like this? Even as the head of the law enforcement bureau, he shouldn't be slandering like this. What's going on? Shouldn't you know best?" "No, don't talk nonsense. Our Pang family is not like this." Without a second thought, Pang Xian directly denied it. Why should the Xia family's problems drag the entire Yenzhou city down? If that were the case, Pang Xian would definitely be the first to disagree. Accusations and denunciations continued to ring out as the Xia family members pointed fingers at them. Various foul words spilled out, completely disregarding their feelings. It was as if their insults were entirely justified. Even if there was a pit of fire in front of them, they would still push Xia Yingyao into it. The cold and heartless words made her heart ache.
Xia. Yao smiled sadly, struggling to get down from Luo Chen's arms.
Standing on one foot, every movement would aggravate the injury on her leg. Her face was pale with pain, her body swaying as if she might fall to the
ground at any moment.
Yet, despite this, there was still a glimmer of defiance in her eyes. Unlike the frailty she had shown in Luo Chen's arms before, the look she directed at Kai Jisheng now was filled with scorn.
If you think you can make me submit through the Xia family like this, then I can only say you are mistaken. Xia Yao's words were sharp, dripping with disdain for Kai Jisheng.
Using such despicable tactics would only make her look down on him even more.
Moreover, the Xia family's current behavior left her feeling extremely disheartened.
Shut up,
Xia Yao. Do you have any right to speak here? If it weren't for you offending
young Master Kai, would we have to suffer like this?
The Xia family raised you, and this is how you repay us. Truly a dog's reward.
A group of Xia family members reacted like mice whose tails had been stepped on.
In that moment, all pretense was completely torn apart.
They were clawing and gnashing their teeth, completely losing any semblance of normalcy.
Raised me? I really don't know how you can say such things. Xia Yao laughed self-deprecatingly, questioning them in return.
From childhood to now, despite being the daughter of the clan leader, she had never received any resources for leveling up her items to improve survival rates in
dungeons.
Even what Xia Yingxing didn't want would not come to her. It would be tossed out and given to the other direct descendants.
Even the collateral branches had a higher priority than her.
Xia Yao steadied her voice and continued. In other words, all the resources I received from the Xia family were paid back long before I finished my first year of college. Her voice was not loud, but it struck the crowd like a heavy slap to the face. To others, it might sound like exaggeration, yet no one dared to refute her, because they all knew that Xia Yao was speaking the truth.
She glanced around at the Xia family members, finally landing
her gaze on the pitiful Xia Yingsheng.
Is this the future successor you have cultivated? Xia Yao's voice was not loud, but it was deafening.
The crowd turned back, their faces filled with embarrassment.
Shut up, you jinx, what right do you have to speak here?
Xia Jinkuan's face was filled with anger as he scolded Xia Yao.
His expression was anything but fatherly, he looked more like a wolf ready to pounce. The malicious look made Xia Yao's heart chill.
She had thought that at this point, they might at least defend her a little, but what she received instead was this kind of demeanor.
In that moment, Xia Yao completely lost hope in the Xia family.
Previously, when she had no one to rely on, she could only adopt an attitude that kept others at a distance to ensure her safety. Now, with Luo Chen by her side, he could confidently tell these people, yeah, this is your Xia family's business, why should I, an outsider, get involved? Xia Yao smiled self-deprecatingly, supporting herself on Luo Chen's arm, and turned to leave. Her sarcastic words pierced the ears of the Xia family members like steel needles. Xia Jinkuan trembled with rage, the glow of his skills already surging, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, Kai Jisheng suddenly laughed mockingly.
Wait, did I say you could leave?
His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally arrogant.
Kai Jisheng's attitude was one of utter disregard, as if he had already secured victory over Luo Chen and the others. Upon hearing
this, Luo Chen and the others paused slightly.
Only Wu Yunqiu, who had just arrived, was unaware of the enmity between them and Kai Jisheng.
Seeing them stop, she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. She turned to look back, then fell into a brief silence.
Did I say you could go?
Kai Jisheng said in a deep voice, his gaze towards the four filled with malice. He then stepped forward, coming before them.
Hearing this, Luo Chen's
expression darkened slightly, and he discreetly lifted Xia Yao into his arms. If a fight really broke out, he needed to get her to a safe place first.
Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Such a blatant action made
Xia Yao's face flushed bright red, with a hint of shyness on her face. Her heart was filled with sweetness. In her eyes, it was only because he was worried about her safety that he disregarded the gazes of others and
picked her up again. Little did she know, Luo Chen simply found her to be in the way.
This scene made Kai Jisheng so angry that his face turned green. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly heard a voice from outside
the door. Yao, are you inside?
A figure in a snow-white pastor's robe instantly caught his eye. Before he could take a closer look, the figure had already stepped through the door. As she ran, her chest swayed,
making his eyes widen.
The woman, with her head down and feet unseen, was a stunning beauty. Not just him, but the other young people from the Xia family were equally mesmerized.
They say that heaven is fair. When it
opens a door for someone, it will close a window.
But why was it that this person in front of him had both a door and a window open?
Not only was she captivating, but she also had an adorable doll-like face. She had completely enchanted a group of young men full of vigor.
Wait, she is Mu Wanqiu.
Finally, someone reacted first, pointing at the pastor girl and screaming excitedly. The look on their face was as if they had seen a rare treasure, completely unable to control their emotions.
Mu Wanqiu? Isn't she the one ranked second on the school flower list? Wait, it really seems to be her. Isn't she the gem of the support department? How could she be here? Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Mu Wanqiu hurriedly searched for Xia Yingyao's position as soon as she entered. At first, she instinctively overlooked the person in Luo Chen's arms, but after glancing around, she pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and stared, somewhat uncertain. Yingyao? Mu Wanqiu called out tentatively, once thinking she had made a mistake. How could the usually aloof Xia Yingyao be so naturally nestled in a man's arms? Later, she heard that Luo Chen was just a new student at Yinzhou University. However, it seemed that Xia Yingyao had teamed up with Luo Chen and the others. If it wasn't her in front of her, then who could it be? 1. Wanqiu. Xia Yingyao nodded awkwardly, wishing she could bury her head in Luo Chen's embrace. At first, she felt a bit shy, but thinking that Mu Wanqiu would be a strong competitor, that shyness instantly vanished. Like a protective mother hen, she guarded Luo Chen, warily watching the other girl. The sudden change in attitude puzzled Mu Wanqiu, but the silly girl didn't think much of it. After all, she was here to treat her friend, and as for everything else, it seemed unrelated to her. Before she could think further, Luo Chen had gently set Xia Yingyao down. Only by letting her sit on the ground could he treat her better, otherwise holding her like this wouldn't work. With careful movements, Mu Wanqiu watched with a smile of amusement. She also squatted down, wanting to treat Xia Yingyao and tease her a bit. Suddenly, as she looked up, she met Luo Chen's gaze. For some reason, Mu Wanqiu felt a moment of daze. It was as if the one in his arms was not Xia Yingyao, but herself. That masked face unknowingly overlapped with the person before. Horror. Is it an illusion? Mu Wanqiu shook her head, immediately denying her thoughts. Despite the resemblance, she couldn't believe it was possible. The other person was just a sophomore who had just enrolled. How could he be that senior? Then, Mu Wanqiu stopped thinking too much and hurriedly helped Xia Yingyao treat her injuries. Phew! I almost got recognized. Seeing this, Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit, women's intuition could be truly terrifying at times. He was sure that Mu Wanqiu had definitely looked at him with suspicion just now. He just didn't know why she suddenly dismissed it. At that moment, the annoying voice came again. I've changed my mind. Kai Jisheng shouted with a lewd grin, rubbing his hands vigorously. The way he looked and moved was just like an enlarged fly, exuding sleaziness from head to toe. Suddenly, he extended a hand, pointing directly at Mu Wanqiu. Let him be my girlfriend, and I might consider being lenient and letting you all go. As he spoke, Kai Jisheng thought he was being quite compassionate. With his nose in the air, he glanced at a few people, meeting Mu Wanqiu's silly and cute expression. In that moment, it seemed he had even thought of what to name the child. His whole body trembled with excitement, completely unaware. Xia Yingyao made the Kai family lose face. For both emotional and rational reasons, she deserves some punishment. But if someone were to take her place, I could consider letting her off the hook. While speaking, he didn't even look at them directly. He merely felt that by giving them a choice, it was a form of charity. And as the recipients of this charity, they should be grateful. However, for Luo Chen and the others, it was simply self-indulgence. Aside from Xia Yingyao falling out with the Xia family and losing her protection, who among them feared the Kai family? Even Wu Yun, though somewhat weaker, at least had the backing of the Law Enforcement Bureau. As long as he didn't make mistakes within his organization, anyone daring to lay a hand on him would face serious consequences. Wu Yun also felt that since he wasn't afraid, Luo Chen had even less reason to be afraid. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the other party was someone to be cautious of. How could they possibly lack a background? Little did they know, Luo Chen only understood that the key was to harden his fists. Are you done? Luo Chen raised his eyes slightly, speaking coldly. As soon as he said this, Kai Jisheng unexpectedly felt a chill wash over him. He involuntarily shivered, his body trembling. Seeing this, the elder behind him also lost his composure. His eyes widened, flashing with a sharp glint. Suddenly, he lunged forward, blocking Kai Jisheng, and with a wave of his arm, an energy shield firmly protected both of them. Youngster, you're going too far. The elder snorted coldly, his gaze flickering with murderous intent. A surge of overwhelming pressure burst forth with his movement, seemingly trying to suppress Luo Chen through words and aura. However, this tactic might work on others, but it clearly fell short when it came to dealing with Luo Chen. Going too far? You know he's a junior? Luo Chen maintained a calm expression, his gaze sweeping over Kai Jisheng, his meaning clear. A 30-something awakened one like Kai Jisheng was, in his eyes, just a junior. If he wanted to use this to intimidate, he had to see if he had enough strength to back it up. Both Luo Chen and the elder tacitly chose not to strike first. The clash of their auras was also a contest of strength. Clearly, Luo Chen's earlier actions had alerted the other party. Being able to use skills with a weak effect without any visible movements was certainly not something a low-level awakened one could achieve.
The elder didn't act not because he lacked confidence in his own strength but because he sensed something strange about Luo Chen. Acting rashly could lead to him getting caught off guard, which would be a loss. If he ended up sacrificing Kai Jishang, it wouldn't be easy to explain to the Kai family. On Luo Chen's side, he too had his reservations. With so many people around, if a fight broke out, it would be easy to expose his identity. Whether he could win was still uncertain. In any case, there would definitely be a lot of trouble coming his way. For someone who had grown accustomed to peace, this was nothing short of a nightmare. But without using his magical hands in chaotic wolf shadow, he would definitely fall into a passive position. As the tension between the two escalated, the crowd began to feel something was off. At first, others thought they were just standing there, as if trying to kill each other with their glares. However, as time passed, the surroundings began to stir with flying sand and stones. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, causing everyone present to shiver slightly. The inexplicable movement made them exchange glances, revealing a sense of unease that was more than just a little. They had their doubts, yet felt it was unlikely, at most just a coincidence. Even Mu Wanqiu, who was treating Xia Yingyao's calf, couldn't help but look up, puzzled, glancing around. Her delicate brows began to furrow as she observed carefully. Suddenly, the tension dissipated, and everything returned to tranquility once more. The floating leaves fell in unison, as if a fierce wind had abruptly stopped. "You are the Luo Chen that the young master speaks of, right? You're quite something," the old man said, his eyes half squinted, with a hint of implication. Just now, he hadn't gauged the depth of Luo Chen's strength. Continuing like this was completely unnecessary. Although he believed that Luo Chen's strength could not surpass his own, he was also very certain of one thing. If it really came to blows, as long as Luo Chen wanted to strike at Kai Jishang, he would definitely be unable to withstand it. After all, when the time came, the punishment from the Kai family would surely be severe. In short, as long as Luo Chen realized the importance of Kai Jishang, he would have no chance of victory. If he truly wanted to make a move, it was definitely impossible here. Moreover, he could not entrust Kai Jishang's safety to the Xia family. Luo Chen naturally saw through the other party's thoughts, but unfortunately for him, he had the same intention. If a thief is eyeing something but does not kill, it will only lead to prolonged troubles. "Of course I'm doing great, old man," Luo Chen said, raising an eyebrow and mocking him in the face of his murderous gaze. Although he couldn't make a move, he couldn't lose in words either. Since others had already praised him, he had to climb up the ladder, taking any chance to provoke. After all, they were all enemies, so why be so polite? The members of the Xia family exchanged glances, unable to understand why Luo Chen had such audacity. How could he dare to confront someone who was over level 50, right in front of them? Wasn't he afraid the other party would explode in violence? Even Mu Wanqiu couldn't help but show a look of doubt. The bone-setting technique was nearing its end, and she had already split her focus to observe Luo Chen. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with his strange behavior. She did not connect it to the figure in the cave, as they were completely different in both language and profession. That senior was clearly a summoner, while he was a warrior. Yet for some reason, the aura that Luo Chen exuded felt oddly familiar to her. Is it really just an illusion? Mu Wanqiu murmured softly. Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. However, the closest person, Xia Yingyao, heard it very clearly. Suddenly, her heart tightened and a sense of crisis surged. Although she felt quite sorry for her friend, she still interrupted her speculation. "Wanqiu, what's wrong?" Xia Yingyao asked softly, a hint of anxiety on her face. This was not a pretense, she was genuinely anxious. Because if Mu Wanqiu discovered something, given her own appearance, it seemed she was still a bit lacking compared to her. It would probably be difficult to compete with her then. "No, it's nothing," Mu Wanqiu hurriedly shook her head, a hint of panic appearing in her eyes. Noticing the small movements of the other, Xia Yingyao was immediately startled. She pondered, her mind filled only with thoughts of Luo Chen. As for the trivial matters of the Xia family, they had long been cast aside. Since the Xia family did not care about her life or death, there was no need to think about how to repay them. That would only make her seem despicable. "Humph." Sharp-tongued, the old man snorted coldly, his killing intent almost palpable. But for safety's sake, he still chose not to act. This made Kai Jishang beside him anxious, but upon thinking that there might be some concerns, he immediately fell silent. However, the greed in his eyes towards Mu Wanqiu became increasingly evident. "Keep your eyes to yourself, if not, I can help you," Luo Chen retorted without courtesy, but he was not targeting the old man, rather Kai Jishang. He was very clear about where the problem lay. Only by making Kai Jishang feel fear could he fundamentally resolve the issue. The cold gaze startled Kai Jishang, making him shiver. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, feeling quite perplexed. What the hell, isn't he just a freshman? Why does it feel like his strength is not as simple as it seems? Out of fear of Luo Chen, he didn't make a sound. He could only watch helplessly as they gradually retreated towards the entrance without taking any action.
Although the distance was increasing, both sides appeared increasingly tense. Be careful.
I have a feeling that old man has bad intentions, Wu Yun whispered, extremely certain. With his years of experience in the enforcement team, he could basically read the information contained in the other party's eyes. It was clear that there was only one word, kill, in their eyes.
Moreover, it became more apparent as they retreated.
I know, Luo Chen replied lightly, glancing at everyone with the corner of his eye.
He needed to
ensure that everyone could leave unscathed. He was the one retreating the slowest, trying to prevent the members of the Xia family from getting too close. Additionally, he had to keep an eye on the old man from time to time, in case the other party suddenly attacked and caught him off guard. As everyone retreated further and stepped into the safe zone outside the Xia family, Luo Chen also had one foot on the threshold.
He was just one step away from exiting the door. However, he did not relax. Instead, he became even more tense.
I really haven't fought without relying on summon items, Luo Chen said with a calm smile, gripping the wolf fang long sword in his hand.
It was at this moment that the old man let out a low shout. Attack!
As soon as the words fell, the Xia family disciples charged forward recklessly, as if they had gone mad.
Attack? Do you really think I'm easy to bully?
Luo Chen sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over the group of Xia family disciples in front of him.
He switched the panel to sparring mode just as long as he didn't kill anyone outright.
The Xia family disciples didn't think that much. They naively believed that Luo Chen was truly a soft target. Although the old man and Kai Jisheng hadn't taken him down earlier, it was to give them a chance to show off. It must be said that sometimes, overthinking can be a terrifying thing. The Luo Chen that the old man feared was actually imagined by them in this way, with each of them crazily rushing forward, wanting to snatch the opportunity. Among those present, apart from the oblivious Mu Wanqiu, whose heart was already in turmoil, everyone else appeared unusually calm.
They looked determined, not fearing any unexpected events. Aren't you going to help him?
Mu Wanqiu adjusted her glasses, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Her gaze swept over, filled with great confusion on her small head. However, seeing that others had no reaction, she simply decided to ignore it. As just a little priest, even if she wanted to help, she wouldn't be able to do much.
In an instant, that bold guess resurfaced in her mind. Could it be? Is it really him? Knowing it was impossible, but the calmness and composure that Luo Chen exuded still made her suspicious. As soon as the thought emerged, she quickly dismissed it. On Luo Chen's side, as if to prove something, he suddenly raised a hand. Necrotic. Poison fog.
Unlike the previous azure color, a blinding green light flashed from his eyes. In an instant, a large area of poisonous fog surged towards the Xia family disciples in front of him.
In a moment, it enveloped
the vast majority of those who were closest. Unfortunately, the poison fog was only at level 1 now, and the range was too small to control everyone. Seeing the suddenly appearing mist, everyone was startled. Their pupils constricted sharply, eyes wide open in vigilance, some even taking defensive stances. But soon, they realized that all their defenses were utterly useless. The moment the poison fog made contact with them, it directly broke through their defenses and seeped into their bodies. Instantly, horrifying damage numbers began to float up. With the Wolf Fang longsword in hand, even without equipping any other gear, his power had reached
a terrifying 7670. What does that mean?
An ordinary level 40 awakened one only had a little over 7,000 health points under normal circumstances to in other words, Luo Chen could end the life of a level 40 awakened one at will without using any skills. And now, with the power boost of 7,670 applied to the necromantic poison mist, there was an average damage of around 383 every second.
This scene left everyone in shock. What is that thing? The massive continuous damage was something they had never heard of before.
If they had to think of where they had seen something similar, it would definitely be during dungeon runs.
No, to be precise, it should be when they were being wiped by a boss.
Moreover, the current damage showed no signs of stopping.
Compared to a boss, Luo Chen was far more terrifying.
In just a few breaths, those a few levels weaker had already seen
their health plummet. In an instant, fear engulfed their hearts. At this moment, they couldn't care less about any baseless family honor or Kai Jisheng's orders.
Fear shattered their psychological defenses, and they fell to the ground, crying and pleading.
No, save me. I don't want to die.
Please, really, I'm still young. I have so much time left. Luo Chen, you can't kill me, or the Xia family will never let you go.
Threats
and please echoed continuously. Xia Jinkuan's face turned ashen with anger, wanting to teach them a good lesson. But as soon as he took a step forward, he hesitated and quickly withdrew his foot.
It's better to be cowardly. The world is vast, but nothing is more important than one's own life.
As for the safety of the Xia family members, he felt powerless. Because at this rate, in less than 2 seconds, a large number of them would die. If there were a priest, it might alleviate the current predicament. Unfortunately, among the 50 or so members of the Xia family, not a single one met the conditions to be a priest. This meant that he had no way
to save anyone.
The only possibility was to defeat Luo Chen before the Xia family members succumbed to the poison. The idea was appealing, but reality was harsh. Just because others were foolish, it didn't mean Xia
Jinkuan was stupid.
Being a smooth operator, although he lacked any backbone, he was always able to navigate the path of risk avoidance with precision.
Clearly, he had also noticed Luo Chen's unusualness earlier. However,
fearing it would embarrass the elder and attract attention, he chose not to speak up.
Even if it meant sacrificing a few Xia family members, he was willing to do so.
As they looked on in despair, their health points
slowly dwindled.
In no time, they were completely empty. As their health points reached 0, they collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. But if one looked closely, they would still see a tiny sliver of
health remaining above their heads.
However, it was so minuscule that it rendered them completely incapacitated, with various negative statuses afflicting them.
They weren't dead, but they were not far from it. If the Xia family members ignored them and left them in the arena, they could very well lose their lives due to the aftermath of the battle. Quick, pull them back.
Some perceptive individuals had already noticed the signs. Their hearts sank, and they shouted loudly. With his voice, everyone finally reacted, hurriedly pulling out all those who had lost their combat ability. At the same time, their gazes towards Luo Chen were filled with
trepidation.
Just one move had taken down a large number of them. If a real fight broke out, would they really have a chance of winning? At that moment, they began to entertain thoughts of retreat.
Go! Everyone, charge! Kai Jisheng shouted in anger.
He suddenly stepped forward and kicked a recently retreated Xia family disciple to the ground. Such a humiliating act only made that disciple clench his fists for a moment. Then, as if afraid of something, he immediately relaxed, fearing being discovered.
Charge! As long as we can take down Luo Chen, I'll reward you with a bottle of intermediate experience potion.
Upon hearing this, the ears of the Xia family members perked up. Experience potions could directly grant experience when consumed. For those of them who were only in their 20s, not even reaching level 30, a single bottle could almost level them up. The experience potions are divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The highest level potion can even make a level 40 awakener feel tempted.
Without needing to enter a dungeon, one can gain
experience, which is incredibly safe. Unfortunately, after reaching level 40, experience potions become ineffective and one cannot escape the fate of having to enter dungeons. However, for some untalented disciples
within the Xia family, the existence of experience potions is a blessing.
With great rewards, there will surely be brave men. As soon as the experience potions were announced, some people went wild.
After all, with so many people dealing with one, perhaps good fortune would fall upon them.
In an instant, everyone seemed to go mad, completely oblivious to the meaningful cold smile on Kai Jisheng's face behind them.
Clearly, he seemed to be plotting something sinister.
People die for wealth, and birds perish for food.
For the resource-deprived disciples of the Xia family, experience potions are a deadly temptation. Even knowing they are no match, there remains a glimmer of hope. They naively believe they will be the favored ones by fate. As long as they rush in together, there will always be a chance to succeed. Watching the crowd in front of him, who seemed to be possessed, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow.
His gaze fell on the coldly smiling Kai Jisheng and the composed elder. In that instant, he understood something.
Do they want to use these guys to wear down my skills?
Luo Chen scoffed, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although he was unafraid of them, he was not a toy for others to amuse themselves with. If they wanted to see him make a fool of himself, they should first see who the real fool was.
Soul-severing slash.
With Luo Chen's low shout, the closest disciples of the Xia family trembled in unison. A chill spread from their feet, rushing straight to the top of their heads. Fear quickly filled their eyes. Such a familiar feeling.
Morong Wanqiu murmured as she felt the oppressive aura from Luo Chen.
He had used it before, but only to approach the altar. At that time, she was still in a state of unconsciousness, so it was normal that she hadn't seen it, but that aura gave her an incredibly familiar feeling. Exactly what was familiar, she couldn't quite say. Is it another illusion? She whispered. Before her words fell, she noticed that Luo Chen had already vanished. She hadn't even realized when he disappeared. Strangely, the disciples of the Xia family in front of her still maintained their forward charge. Yet their faces looked as if they had seen something terrifying. Confusion and fear were written all over their faces. What's going on? Morong Wanqiu looked up and saw deep in the hall that Luo Chen had already placed a sword
against Kai Jisheng's neck.
The wolf-toothed sword shimmered with a sharp aura, glinting coldly. At this moment, Kai Jisheng's legs were trembling, no longer displaying the self-satisfaction he had at the beginning.
Don't make a move,
he stammered, speaking cautiously. Under Luo Chen's control, the deterrent effect of the soul-severing slash intentionally avoided him. The aim was to make Kai Jisheng truly feel fear. "You brat! You dare!" The elder's eyes were about to burst. Just as he was about to step forward to rescue him, he was met with a cold glance from Luo Chen. Instantly, the step he had just taken came to a halt. He was not some clueless young fool, nor an ignorant child who couldn't discern the situation. Now, Luo Chen's sword was resting against Kai Jisheng's neck, allowing for no carelessness. "Young man, don't be impulsive. We can talk about anything." The elder tried to slow his speech as much as possible, fearing he might disturb Luo Chen. If the sword trembled, it could lead to disastrous consequences. As for whether Luo Chen could kill Kai Jisheng in one strike, he didn't dare to gamble on that. Yes. Luo Chen, you mustn't be impulsive. We are classmates, and you will have to explain to Yenzhou University later." Kai Jisheng raised his hands high, speaking with utmost caution. His gaze never left the tip of the sword. "Explain? Why do I need to explain?" Luo Chen said, pulling a stone from his backpack. The moment the stone appeared, images flashed rapidly. From within it Kai Jisheng couldn't see, but the old man not far away could see clearly. "The Shadow Stone. How do you have the Shadow Stone?" The old man was taken aback, his lips trembling, his beard shaking uncontrollably. The Shadow Stone was a product of the dungeon, clearer than a mobile phone's recording function. Most importantly, the segments within the Shadow Stone could not be edited. They could only be saved or deleted. In some respects, its credibility as evidence was absolutely higher than that of other things. "When did you record this?" The old man's face darkened, his heart already calculating. As long as Luo Chen had the intent to kill Kai Jisheng, with the Shadow Stone in hand, there was basically no chance of recovery. The only opportunity lay in snatching it away or destroying it. "Why should I tell you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking," Luo Chen said with a slight smirk, mocking him. He was someone who had crawled out of the dungeon, how could he be so naive? With a flick of his wrist, he directly put away the Shadow Stone. Just as the old man was in a daze, a sword had already sliced across Kai Jisheng's neck. Blood slowly seeped out along the smooth, mirror-like wound. Then Luo Chen simply shook the Wolf-Fang sword lightly, and the bloodstains were flung away. "You?" Kai Jisheng touched his neck in disbelief. The pain that came from there was rapidly dissipating. Not only that, he could even feel his entire body quickly losing sensation. With the dueling mode turned off, Luo Chen could easily slice open Kai Jisheng's neck, ending his life. "I don't like the feeling of being eyed by a thief," Luo Chen said coldly, giving a gentle push with his arm. With a bang, Kai Jisheng fell forward stiffly, without a hint of struggle. The old man watched this scene, his eyes filled with daze. Intense disbelief crept up his wrinkled face, like old tree bark. He couldn't believe that Luo Chen dared to actually make a move. Didn't he know that behind Kai Jisheng was the entire Kai family? Not just him, but Pang Xin and the others were also momentarily stunned. Is Brother Hua being a bit too impulsive? "Luo Chen actually did this for me." Xia Yingyao bit her lip, murmuring softly. All along, the concept of hierarchy within and outside the family had been deeply ingrained in her mind. Just as she hated Kai Jisheng but didn't dare to show too much dissatisfaction, she was overly concerned. Luo Chen's sword was both a death knell for the opponent and a remedy to break her faith's shackles. "Luo Chen, has it always been like this?" Mu Wanqiu covered her mouth, somewhat incredulous. As an awakener, and having just come out of the scorched earth territory, her acceptance had indeed increased a lot. Now, her mindset was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary little priest. Yet even so, seeing Luo Chen so recklessly end a life still made her feel a twinge of reluctance. "No." Wu Yun shook his head. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqiu's tense heart quietly relaxed. If her friend had been around such a person all along, she wondered if he would lead her astray. Mu Wanqiu patted her heaving chest, feeling a bit more at ease. But the next second, Wu Yun's voice rang out again. "Compared to some time ago, Luo Chen has indeed restrained himself a lot." Wu Yun said with a bitter smile. If others couldn't see through it, how could he possibly be unaware? Just after Luo Chen left, the shadow appeared in Yenzhou. Moreover, he had checked the records of the teleportation array and found no other suspicious individuals. The identity of the shadow was becoming clear. However, Wu Yun did not share this with others. He believed that some people must have already known, and the reason it hadn't been revealed until now must have its own rationale. Restraint, a lot? Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqiu's eyelids twitched as she looked towards the arena. At this moment, Luo Chen and the old man had already confronted each other. The old man was now trembling with rage. The anger in his heart was difficult to suppress, and his beard was quivering. "Kid, are you looking for death?" Filled with rage, it had almost materialized into substance, wishing nothing more than to execute Luo Chen on the spot. After all, Kai Jisheng was already dead. He certainly couldn't escape the connection. Moreover, Luo Chen had a recording stone in hand, which would allow him to continue drinking from the same cup later. With all these factors, his death could basically be declared. Since that was the case, it would be better to drag someone down with him before he died. Block! The old man's eyes turned fierce as he extended a hand. In an instant, the skill activated, enveloping Luo Chen. A powerful binding force surged from all around, firmly tying him at the center. Seeing this, Luo Chen merely scoffed. Is this your strength? Not much, is it? As soon as the words fell, the invisible force was instantly broken free. The old man was taken aback, his face filled with shock. After all, it was a control-type skill, yet it couldn't hold him for even a second. He had just released it, and he hadn't even connected with an attack skill yet. In such a short time, it had already failed. For a moment, he found it hard to accept. You have guts, the old man shouted, suddenly charging at Luo Chen. Unlike other awakened, he wielded a pair of dual swords, one long and one short, combining offense and defense. Unfortunately, in terms of skills, it was generally difficult to achieve compatibility. There were always trade-offs. However, against Luo Chen, there would only be losses, no gains. The dual sword struck with a sharp and vicious momentum. Luo Chen, however, merely glanced indifferently and slapped his long sword. In an instant, the attack aimed at him was deflected with a single strike, causing the old man's center of gravity to falter. What? The old man was startled, a rare look of panic appearing on his face. He quickly focused his gaze, pushing his long sword against the ground. Using the sword's resilience, he leaped to the side, instantly resolving his unstable center of gravity. In the blink of an eye, he had turned the situation around. After all, experience comes with age. This maneuver of the old man was not something those young ones could compare to. One could only wonder how many years of combat experience it took to develop such quick reflexes. Mandarin duck thrust. Just as he regained his footing, the old man shouted. He gave himself no time to breathe, nor did he allow Luo Chen a chance to break through. The speed of his skill connection even made Luo Chen secretly admire him. However, from his perspective, there were still many shortcomings. Sweep the 1,000 armies. Facing the sharpness of the dual swords, Luo Chen swept out with his sword. If you want to attack, then I will use area damage. Let's see how you break through this layer of defense. In an instant, a circular wave of energy surrounded him, attacking in all directions. Luo Chen was not particularly skilled with this warrior skill. For the time being, he couldn't wield it as freely as Frost. Impact. Naturally, he couldn't attack in just one direction, wasting most of the damage. However, with Luo Chen's super high strength backing him, it was still sufficient. Boom! The residual wave of circular energy collided with the old man's Mandarin duck thrust. In an instant, a powerful shockwave surged from the center of the two, sweeping outward. The strong wind stirred up chaos in the Xia family courtyard, causing the grass and trees to rustle. The old man could not withstand it and staggered back, crashing against the wall. Put! Ultimately, he was old and frail, with only attributes to show for it. This collision to his back caused him to spit out a mouthful of old blood, unable to withstand it at all. Old man, weren't you just boasting loudly? Why are you wilting now? Luo Chen scoffed, unceremoniously launching a verbal attack. Others had already humiliated him to his face, so there was no need for polite words. Kai Jisheng was just the first, but he would definitely not be the last. If possible, this old man, who aided the wicked, would also not be spared. Luo Chen's fingers moved slightly, suddenly clenching into a fist. In an instant, flames enveloped his entire fist. The crackling firelight made the old man's heart tremble. Even the members of the Xia family, who had just snapped out of their stunned state, couldn't help but take a step back at the moment they saw the flames. It was unclear whether it was the aftereffect of the shock or if they truly felt the terror of Luo Chen. All they knew was that Luo Chen was definitely not to be trifled with at that moment. Even Xia Jinkuan, upon seeing the firelight, couldn't help but tremble slightly with his palm. How is that possible? Isn't he just a student? He instinctively glanced in the direction of Xia Yingyao. He couldn't possibly be unaware of Luo Chen's situation. Long before Kai Jisheng vented his anger on the Xia family, he had already begun investigating. Upon discovering that Luo Chen was merely a new sophomore, he felt nothing but disdain. Little did he expect that the freshman he looked down upon would turn out to be such a formidable opponent. The flames burning on his fist were enough to send chills down his spine. After all, he was an awakened being over level 40. Each 10 levels for an awakened being represented a significant hurdle, and being over level 40 was practically a dimensional strike against a sophomore. But now, it was hard to tell who was striking whom. He was already a bit confused. Not just him, even Pang Xin and the others were left gaping in shock. No way! Brother Hua is level 40 already? No one told me. I don't know, Luo Chen didn't mention it to me, so I didn't ask. Ha? You all didn't know? I thought you guys were pretty close with Luo Chen. Among them, the most incredulous was Mu Wanqiu. As a junior, she was well aware of what level 40 meant. Even among her fellow juniors, at least 95% hadn't reached that level. Yet here was Luo Chen, just a sophomore, who had already achieved a level they could only dream of. Of course, if she knew that Luo Chen was not just level 40 but had now reached level 43, she couldn't imagine the scene that would unfold. Only Wu Yun in the crowd nodded from time to time. His expression showed no surprise. Instead, he felt it was only natural. I said there was no way he could only be in his 20s, something must be off. Wu Yun stroked his chin, very much in agreement. The claim that he had just passed the first transition test was clearly a cover-up. In his view, Luo Chen's strength had already far surpassed that of a first transition awakened being. Not only did he not need to rely on a job change, but he could also easily clear dungeons. It seemed that in the entire Jiang city there was only one person who could do that without anyone knowing their background. That was Shadow. No one had ever dared to confirm whether Shadow had transitioned because no one had seen it. If Wu Yun had only speculated before, he was now utterly convinced. Even if Luo Chen deliberately refrained from using related skills, he felt there was no way it could be mistaken. But wasn't it said that Luo Chen only had an F-level talent? What is going on? Everything had already connected, yet there was still one question waiting for him to solve. If he knew about Luo Chen's self-created skills, he probably wouldn't have any doubts at this moment. Immediately, Wu Yun's gaze sharpened, staring intently at Luo Chen. His eyes seemed to want to see right through him. In the arena, Luo Chen's expression slightly tightened, a wave of cold air sweeping toward the old man. In the Xia family courtyard, ice spikes whistled as they shot toward the old man. Seeing the fierce attack coming, the madness in the old man's eyes was already visible to the naked eye. Although Luo Chen felt puzzled and was on guard, he couldn't decipher the other party's thoughts. Since I can't live, no one else will have it easy. The old man's words carried a hint of madness. His gaze toward Luo Chen gradually became ferocious. The abnormal behavior made Luo Chen feel increasingly uneasy. He remained silent, staring fixedly at the old man, ignoring other actions. As the frost drew closer, the old man's face grew increasingly somber. Unintentionally, Luo Chen seemed to notice something. He saw the old man's eyes shift, glancing toward a certain member of the Xia family. The strange behavior immediately furrowed Luo Chen's brows. Something's not right. Although it felt very unusual, he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. In the next moment, an attack was approaching. The old man suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Charge!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the opponent rushed out at an incredible speed, heading straight for the young members of the Xia family without a hint of hesitation. In an instant, he had already broken through the range of the frost impact. What? Luo Chen was taken aback, not expecting that there was such a way to counter the skill. At the same time, his expression darkened instantly. His gaze followed the old man, locking onto the disciple who was the target. The charge skill was something Luo Chen was well aware of. It was one of the few advanced skills available to warriors in the early stages, and that distance was precisely the maximum range of the charge. What does he want to do? Luo Chen's face darkened, but his feet did not slow down at all. The moment the old man left the range, he had already begun to follow. Kid, it's too late. The old man suddenly turned back, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the young disciple of the Xia family was already sent flying in terror. With a crack, bones shattered. He crashed against the courtyard wall, his life unknown. No one stepped forward to help. They all stood there in a daze, unsure of what to do next. Luo Chen was equally preoccupied, his gaze fixed solemnly on the old man. The old man's fierce demeanor made Luo Chen feel a sense of vigilance. In the next moment, after knocking down that disciple, the old man continued to rush outward. And that direction was precisely where Xia Yingyao and the others were. Old thief! You dare! Luo Chen shouted coldly, reaching out towards the front. Yellow sand spread from his hand, quickly forming into a giant hand. Quick, block Luo Chen for me. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Hearing the voice, Luo Chen's heart sank. Because the command just now was not issued by the old man in front of him. Therefore, there was only one other possibility. Luo Chen's gaze swept over, and he saw Xia Jinkuan just lowering his arm, a cold smile still on his face. He looked as if Xia Yingyao had nothing to do with him, completely disregarding the other's life or death. Not only that, but it seemed as if the incident of the Xia family disciple being knocked away had never happened. The members of the Xia family, upon hearing Xia Jinkuan's command, immediately turned their bodies. They ignored the old man's actions and continued to attack Luo Chen. Knowing they were at a disadvantage, they still pressed on, without a thought for how to protect Xia Yingyao. Such ridiculous behavior sent a chill through Luo Chen's heart. The Xia family before him had become rotten to the core, beyond saving. Since that's the case, then don't blame me, Luo Chen murmured, his gaze shifting to a deep blue. As he looked up, one hand was already raised. If he really waited for Pang Xin and the others to fall into the enemy's hands, he would be put in a passive position.
At the very least, Luo Chen was not like Xia Jinkuan, who could ignore their lives or deaths. For those who truly wanted to change, he was still willing to lend a hand. Faced with the level 53 old man, he had only two choices. One was the all-powerful magic hand, and the other was the new summoned beast, the chaotic wolf shadow. But whichever choice he made, it came with the risk of exposure. However, at this moment, both Mu Wanqiu and Xia Yingyao instinctively cast hopeful glances at him. At this moment, Luo Chen seemed to be their only hope. Hesitation would lead to defeat, and the time left for him was already short. The closer he got, the more intense the madness in the old man's eyes became. It was as if all of Luo Chen's hatred was being directed at Xia Yingyao and the others. Transforming his palm into a claw, he reached out towards them. Seeing this scene, the light in Luo Chen's eyes brightened. In an instant, his entire pupil was replaced by deep blue. Ha! He parted his lips slightly, and a mist slowly drifted from his mouth. His palm gradually opened, black mist swirling in his hand. The restless emotions affected the nearest young members of the Xia family. For some reason, in that moment of approaching, they inexplicably felt a wave of irritation. As the black mist was about to break free, a golden light suddenly shone. Boom! In an instant, the old man seemed to be struck by lightning. Accompanied by a loud explosion, he appeared to be hit by something and fell straight to the ground. The stone floor was directly smashed into a large pit. Dust billowed up, and the old man lay within it, looking as if he was breathing out more than he was breathing in. Hanging on by a thread, he seemed like he could drop dead at any moment. Who on earth could possibly incapacitate an old man of over 50 levels with a single palm? Just as everyone was puzzled, a golden figure slowly descended from the sky. Behind him, a statue of a Buddha with 4 pairs of arms meditated solemnly. The newcomer was none other than Gui Juinjia, the 8-armed Vajra of Yinzhou University. Not too late, right? He said as the shadow behind him faded away. His gaze had never once lingered on the old man, as if for him, sending the opponent flying with a single palm was no different from swatting a fly. Upon landing, he turned to Luo Chen in the Xia family courtyard, while the others were selectively ignored. Wow! Uncle Gua, you scared me to death, Pang Xin exclaimed, his exaggerated demeanor rivaling that of Zhang Fengming. Hearing this, Wei Juinjia merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Perhaps because he was familiar with the temperament of the two, he didn't take it to heart. Seeing Gui Juinjia's arrival, Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The black mist in his hand had already been retracted the moment the other appeared. Thank you, teacher. Gua, Luo Chen said with a slight bow. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the other, the risk of exposing his abilities would have been unavoidable. Upon hearing Luo Chen's address and combining it with Gua Juinjia's current appearance, Xia Jinkuan instantly connected the dots. With a slight turn of his eyes, he hurriedly dropped to the ground. Xia Jinkuan of the Xia family, I pay my respects to Senior Gua. When it came to adapting to the situation, he was undoubtedly a master. Whatever the Xia family's leadership or the Kai family, he instantly cast them aside. Climbing up to the Kai family was nothing compared to climbing up to Gui Juinjia. If he could gain the other's protection, the Xia family could also rise to prominence. Seeing his demeanor, Luo Chen felt a wave of disgust. If it weren't for the others' interference, they wouldn't have encountered so many issues today. Just then, a cold laugh rang out. Xia clan leader, still as shameless as ever. Xia Yingyao scoffed, her face more self-deprecating than anything. Xia Yingyao's mocking words pierced Xia Jinkuan's ears like steel needles. In her view, Xia Yingyao was merely a discarded pawn of the Xia family. If she could attach herself to any family, it would at least serve her purpose. But now, the only deal made, Kai Jisheng, had already died at their hands, and this matter was surely connected. Just when he thought he was at a dead end, Wu Juinjia's appearance sparked new thoughts in his mind. Just as he was about to draw closer, Xia Yingyao appeared at an inopportune moment. Her sarcastic words not only embarrassed him but also threatened to tarnish his image in Gui Juinjia's eyes. Shut up! Do you have any right to speak here? Xia Jinkuan snapped, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At this moment he still believed he was the high and mighty clan leader from before. Little did he know that from the moment he issued that command to silence her, Xia Yingyao had completely lost hope in him. How could a father who always wished harm upon his daughter ever be acknowledged by her? As a father, he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities. As a clan leader, he had turned the entire Xia family into a bunch of cowards. A cowardly soldier leads a cowardly troop. This was the true portrayal of Xia Jinkuan and the Xia family. It seems that here, clan leader Xia, you are the one least qualified to speak. Xia Yingyao stepped forward, coldly addressing Xia Jinkuan. The actions of the Xia family had already left her utterly disappointed. It seemed that now, there was nothing left for her to cling to. Since there are no reservations, there is naturally no fear. Xia Yingyao's resistance undoubtedly provoked Xia Jinkuan's pride. The pawn he used to control at will was now slipping from his grasp. How could he endure that? You As he pointed a finger, he met Luo Chen's indifferent gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Chen had already left the Xia family's courtyard and approached Xia Yingyao and the others.
His eyes, filled with anger, collided directly with hers. In an instant, the words Xia Jinkuan was about to say were forcefully swallowed back. Even he, no matter how foolish, could discern the current situation. To dare to lash out at Xia Yingyao was because he naively believed that the Xia family was her foundation. But in the face of Luo Chen, he didn't even dare to make a sound. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Luo Chen merely cast a faint glance before retracting his gaze. Although it was their first meeting, he had already seen through Xia Jinkuan's nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. In contrast, he was more interested in the arrival of Guiju Enjia. "Teacher Gua, are you looking for me?" Luo Chen asked softly, a hint of confusion on his face. Normally, regardless of which prestigious institution, they rarely interfere with external family powers. Now that the other party had come directly, it was evident that it was not an ordinary matter. Moreover, being able to bypass Yenzhou University and intervene in the affairs of the Yenzhou city families was telling enough. Guiju Enjia nodded slightly, his arm gently sweeping across. With his movement, a golden energy shield enveloped the group. Instantly, the noise from outside was cut off. Seeing the function of the energy shield, Luo Chen and the others couldn't help but be amazed. Clearly, this was a soundproof barrier for discussing important matters. However, Luo Chen, upon seeing Guiju Enjia, did not avoid mentioning Pang Xian and the others and began to speculate. The only thing that seemed to connect them all was the car accident on the way here. But wasn't the culprit already dealt with? Thinking this, Luo Chen's gaze instinctively turned deeper into the Xia family. There, Kai Jisheng, who had once tried to take his life several times, had already fallen silent. As if guessing what Luo Chen was thinking, Guiju Enjia finally spoke up. "I know you are all puzzled, but I believe Luo Chen is not unfamiliar with this thing." Saying this, he took out a vial of potion from his pocket. The test tube-like container held a flowing black liquid. Just a glance made one feel an evil aura swirling, ready to escape at any moment. "What is this? I clearly have no impression of it, but I can't quite place it." Luo Chen stared at the black potion, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Although he was 100% sure he had never seen it, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Wait, this thing?" At that moment, Wu Yun's voice rang out. He stepped past Pang Xian and the others, coming to Guiju Enjia's side. "Senior, can I take a look?" Although he was also acquainted with Zhang Fengming, he had only met Guiju Enjia a few times, so he still needed to show the proper respect. Addressing as second turn awakened as senior was nothing to be ashamed of. Upon hearing this, Guiju Enjia silently nodded and handed it to Wu Yun. It seemed that for someone from the enforcement team, well-versed in various matters, this should not be a problem. Wu Yun examined the potion repeatedly, yet still could not discern its nature. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly asked, "Senior, where did you get this from?" Wu Yun asked somewhat stubbornly, clearly not willing to give up until he reached his goal. Fortunately, it wasn't a completely undisclosed secret. Guiju Enjia had no intention of hiding it and directly told Wu Yun and the others the details of the incident. "So, you mean it was found at the site of the car accident involving Luo Chen and the others, and it was hidden on one of those assassins?" Wu Yun pinched his chin, his brows furrowing into a frown. Not wanting to think about why Guiju Enjia had followed Luo Chen and the others, the details regarding the assassins alone were already enough to give him a headache. Although he had a relatively deep impression of this matter, there were still some inconsistencies. "By the way, didn't you just say, Senior, that you also find it very familiar?" Suddenly, Wu Yun slapped his forehead. It seemed that something flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly asked. Although he didn't know what it meant, Guiju Enjia still nodded in agreement. After hearing the answer he wanted, Wu Yun immediately turned to Pang Xian and the others. "What about you, little fatty?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yingyao and the other three shook their heads in confusion. Clearly, they had no impression of the black potion in front of them. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Wu Yun was not disappointed. Instead, he excitedly clapped his hands. His unusual behavior left everyone puzzled. Just then, Wu Yun exclaimed, "I remember now. If we all were present the last time we saw this thing, then there's only one place it could be." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chen also showed a look of realization. Memories from a few days ago surged forth with this statement. Even Guiju Enjia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "You mean, that's right. It's the southern branch of the Law Enforcement Bureau in Jiangcheng." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression darkened, as if he recalled some unpleasant memories. Not just him, but a serious look also appeared on Luo Chen's face. The two exchanged a solemn glance and said in unison, "The Twin-Eyed Demon General." The mention of the Twin-Eyed Demon General made Guiju Enjia's expression equally grim. To think it's such an evil entity. His eyes narrowed and his face darkened ominously. Although he had not witnessed Li Xiankai drinking the potion with his own eyes, he had heard about the entire incident. A level 50 Lord-level demon was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous existence. Although it was far from being his opponent, it was deadly for ordinary people. If it couldn't be eradicated completely, it would always be a threat. Just like today, if Luo Chen had been a bit softer, the entire street's populace would have suffered. There's no such thing as a thief for 1,000 days without a day of guarding against thieves. Any slight negligence could lead to an irretrievable situation. The safety of the people of Yenzhou City could not be compromised. Don't let me find out who it is. Wei Juanjia clenched his hand tightly, a terrifying aura bursting forth. His eyes narrowed, resembling a furious Vajra. His gaze swept over the elderly man in front of him, and the anger in his eyes was hard to conceal. Noticing his gaze, Luo Chen pondered for a moment. He looked at Wu Yun, this acquaintance from Jiangcheng, and then slowly shook his head. Teacher Gua, I don't think it was Kai Jisheng. Luo Chen said slowly. Ultimately it was his own speculation, and he didn't dare to be too certain. However, based on Kai Jisheng's previous behavior, it seemed that he had no surprise at all about them reaching the Xia family alive. This meant that he likely did not know about this matter. Subsequently, Luo Chen shared his thoughts with everyone. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Wu Yun had also been troubled by this matter last time. Although he had been promoted and transferred to Yenzhou City after dealing with the southern branch and capturing the twin-eyed demon general, not being able to uncover the mastermind behind it always felt like a thorn in his throat. Every time he thought about it late at night, he found it hard to sleep. As a member of the Law Enforcement Bureau, allowing these unstable factors to persist in Jiangcheng was unacceptable. So after hearing Luo Chen's words, Wu Yun instantly connected the dots. Could it be the Lu family of Jiangcheng? He speculated, not stating it too definitively. After all, matters concerning demons required caution. Accusing a family without evidence would surely backfire. Fearing that others might misinterpret his meaning, he took the time to explain. As far as I know, when we were investigating the southern branch, we found that they had a lot of dealings with the Lu family of Jiangcheng, whether it's providing convenience in transactions or helping them bid in secret. Wu Yun didn't elaborate on everything, but those present were not fools and generally understood his meaning. Clearly, if there were issues at the South City branch, the Lu family would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. But the question was, what qualifications did the Lu family have to reach so far? After all, this was Yenzhou City, quite a distance from Jiang City. If it really was the Lu family, what could be the reason for such elaborate efforts? They even risked exposure. Was it merely to eliminate Luo Chen? Wu Yun couldn't make sense of it, and no one provided him with answers. Only by uncovering the mastermind could the truth be known. The Lu family? It's possible. In contrast, Wu Juanjia nodded directly after a moment of thought. With arms crossed over his chest, he spoke coldly. Perhaps due to differences in strength, his approach to matters didn't require such caution. The Lu family? Luo Chen rubbed his chin, constantly recalling recent events. It seemed that everything had become strange since the deaths of the Lu father and son. For no apparent reason, he had been subjected to some unfounded targeting. This made Luo Chen feel a bit of a headache, although he wasn't afraid of trouble and was unbothered by others' petty tricks. Too many flies could still be annoying. The continuous small matters had made him somewhat irritable. If what Director Wu said is true, then this matter might be quite serious. Luo Chen frowned deeply, his expression growing colder. When it came to the issue of the evil potion, he couldn't help but look grim. The Lu family has been deeply rooted in Jiang City for many years. They must have developed quite a bit of power in secret. The South City Law Enforcement Bureau might be one of their forces, but it's definitely not the only one. Luo Chen made bold guesses, analyzing the relationships involved. While others were uncertain, he was sure that the Lu family definitely had motives to act against him. Moreover, this matter should have a direct connection to Lu Hai and the others, but the specifics remained unknown. The only thing he needed to worry about now was how to uproot the Lu family and its roots. He wasn't Wu Yun, nor was he a member of the law enforcement team. He didn't need to consider so many procedural matters. As long as he could gather evidence, he would immediately rush back to Jiang City. What the law enforcement team couldn't do, he would take it upon himself to accomplish. Whether it was the magic hand or the chaotic wolf shadow, as long as he could mobilize them, he would definitely not hold back. However, he knew that the surface work still had to be done well. Director Wu, I'll trouble you and the Law Enforcement Bureau to investigate this matter, Luo Chen said politely with a smile. No one knew what he was truly thinking at that moment. It was likely that everyone present couldn't imagine that Luo Chen already intended to uproot the Lu family entirely. If you want to put me to death, then let's see whose methods are more ruthless. Luo Chen thought to himself, his fists slightly clenched. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Yun was merely nodding in agreement, completely unaware that the entire Jiang City would soon undergo a major reshuffle. He also had no idea how much impact the exposure of hidden matters would have on innocent civilians. He only knew that if one didn't cut off the source, they would only suffer from the chaos. If the forces of the monsters were allowed to develop between Jiang City and Yanzhou City, the only outcome left for everyone would be death. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. If you discover anything else, be sure to inform me in a timely manner. Wu Yun frowned, a hint of heaviness on his face. The emergence of the evil potion capable of creating dual-eyed demons into the market would be a heavy blow to the entire awakened world. It was no wonder he looked so troubled. Any responsible law enforcer would likely not be able to smile at this moment. With a rough idea of the outcome in mind, Wei Juanjia waved his hand to dismiss the energy shield. Instantly, the chaotic wails from the Xia family could be heard. Are you preparing to deal with the Xia family? Wu Yun had already left, and Wei Juanjia turned directly to look at Luo Chen and the others. A casual remark could decide the fate of a family. Although the Xia family's influence was not large, they were not to be easily manipulated. However, in the face of Wei Juanjia, they clearly felt inadequate. At this moment, the old man was barely hanging on. The remaining members of the Xia family probably couldn't do anything against Luo Chen, let alone face a second-turn Wei Juanjia. With just a word, the awakened members of the Xia family trembled like leaves in the wind. In front of Luo Chen, there was only endless fear in their eyes. They had been so arrogant just moments ago, and now they were utterly embarrassed. They had never imagined that one day they would be judged by the very Luo Chen they had targeted. Even less did they expect that this day would come so quickly. Fear consumed their minds, and all they knew was to bury their heads low, hoping not to be seen. Xia Jinkuan was drenched in cold sweat, his back completely soaked. As the head of the Xia family, if it came to making an example, he would definitely be the first to be dealt with. It was impossible for him to say he wasn't afraid. Ying Yao, you should handle this. Luo Chen turned to Xia Ying Yao. After all, this was originally a family matter, and it was not quite appropriate for an outsider like him to make the decision. If Xia Ying Yao didn't know him and wasn't here, that would be one thing. As for the outcome, since Luo Chen had handed it over to her, he would no longer inquire. Even if Xia Ying Yao wanted to spare the Xia family, he wouldn't say a word or interfere. However, if she showed any signs of mercy, Luo Chen would have to withdraw his sympathy. From then on, it would be a clean break, each going their own way. This was not only an opportunity for Xia Ying Yao to retaliate against the Xia family but also a test for her. Luo Chen was very clear that since the Xia family wanted to force them into a dead end, why should they show them any understanding? If they thought human life was as cheap as grass, then they had to accept being treated in kind. Otherwise, how would these arrogant scions of noble families realize the value of life? Hearing Luo Chen's arrangement, Xia Jinkuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Hope sparkled anew in his narrow eyes. Ying Yao, hurry! Tell Luo Chen to let us all go. Xia Jinkuan was impatient, his words carrying a hint of reprimand. Perhaps in his eyes, Xia Ying Yao was still that naive girl, easily manipulated by him. Every action had to follow his puppet strings. Not just him, the other members of the Xia family also showed excitement. Hurry! Xia Ying Yao, get your priest friend to restore our status. What are you waiting for? Are you trying to show off in front of your uncle? We raised you with so much effort, aren't you going to think about how to repay us? In an instant, their ugly faces emerged. It was unclear who had given them the courage to shamelessly speak such lies here. Some even wanted to bypass Xia Ying Yao and have Mu Wanqiu restore their status directly. Everything felt so natural, as if being treated by them was a great favor to Xia Ying Yao. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was supposed to be the one begging and who was supposed to give orders. The incessant chatter was grating on the ears. Enough! Suddenly, Xia Ying Yao shouted coldly. Her gaze swept over the members of the Xia family, her eyes filled with endless coldness. With her shout, the once noisy Xia family courtyard fell silent in an instant. Those who had just moved paused for a moment. Clearly, no one believed that this sudden action was something she would do. After a brief silence, someone finally reacted first. Hands on hips, one hand extended, they looked like a shrew scolding in the street. Enough? What do you mean enough? We, the Xia family, raised you, and you're already impatient over such a small matter? Exactly. I see. This treacherous thing has no good intentions. Oh, I see, you've hooked up with some wild man outside, disregarding our Xia family. In an instant, a barrage of foul language erupted. They didn't even need to consider the cost of slander. It was all instinctive behavior. Accustomed to wielding power and authority, they had often scolded Xia Ying Yao. Now, their actions came out in one breath, without even needing to think. Naturally, they didn't even need to consider the situation. They had no clear understanding of who was truly at a disadvantage. They still believed that just by talking, they could make Xia Ying Yao submit. Little did they know, every word they uttered was causing her final shred of goodwill towards the Xia family to vanish. Although she had never had much affection for them, she had not wished to witness the decline of a family. But now it was different. Xia Yingyao shook her head in disappointment, revealing a hint of self-mockery. She parted her lips slightly and spoke slowly. I had thought about letting you go, and I had considered having Luo-chan give you a quick end. But now, I've changed my mind. As Xia Yingyao spoke, a cold glint appeared in her eyes. As soon as her words fell, the members of the Xia family couldn't help but shudder in unison. An inexplicable chill rose within them. Xia Yingyao, you can't repay kindness with enmity. After all, our Xia family has raised you for so many years. Right. If there's a grievance, go to Xia Jinkuan directly. I don't believe you really dare to do anything to the Xia family, you treacherous thing. You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. To avoid retaliation, they were now using every trick in the book. Some played the emotional card, some tried to shift the hatred, and some even spoke lies against their conscience, cursing Xia Yingyao. The filthy and ugly faces of each of them clearly surfaced before her. In that moment, all pretenses were brutally torn apart, and everyone stopped hiding. Even Xia Jinkuan himself, without shame, pushed the limits of his audacity. Yingyao, aren't you doing all this just for the position of clan leader? Look, I'll step back now and give you the position of clan leader. After saying this, he turned his head to look at his eldest son, Xia Yingsheng. Hearing those words, Xia Yingsheng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the focus to shift to him. It was one thing to be beaten for interrupting Kai Jisheng, but how was it that all the bad things seemed to fall on him? However, he quickly came to his senses. If he didn't express his stance now, the trouble would really escalate. He nodded vigorously. Yes. The next clan leader will be you. I'm more suited to being a free man. As he spoke, Xia Yingsheng had already lowered his posture as much as possible, fearing that if he displeased Xia Yingyao, she would execute him on the spot. At this moment, he wasn't just doubtful, he truly believed it. The next second, Xia Yingyao would prove that his guess was correct with facts. She let out a cold laugh, her lips parting slightly. Don't you think this is great? Don't you think you're above everyone else? Xia Yingyao spoke slowly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd in the courtyard. Her cold eyes sent a chill through everyone. I believe that with Kai Jisheng's death, the Kai family's revenge will come swiftly. If you are further stripped of your ranks, let's see how you will cope. As soon as these words were spoken, the Xia family members were all taken aback. The feeling of being able to only watch death approach, powerless to resist, was truly chilling. At this moment, they even thought that a swift death would be more merciful. At least, they wouldn't have to endure prolonged torment. You madwoman! Xia Yingsheng trembled, pointing at Xia Yingyao and cursing. The fear in his heart spread, and his trembling arms could no longer be controlled. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Xia Jinkuan's eyes as he suddenly looked up. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. You go die! With a sudden roar, he charged straight at Xia Yingyao. Xia Jinkuan's abrupt attack was completely unexpected for everyone, whether it was the members of the Xia family led by Xia Yingsheng or Pang Xian and others. None of them had ever considered this. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs, yet there was no trace of such a sentiment in Xia Jinkuan. Wei Juanjia was already glowing with golden light, clearly having reacted, and one hand was rapidly raised. Judging by his appearance, it seemed to be a suppression type skill. However, at such a close distance, all actions appeared somewhat hasty. Xia Yingyao forced herself to endure the pallor on her face, crossing her arms in defense. Unfortunately, all her movements seemed so slow at that moment. Perhaps before her defensive skill could activate, the attack would arrive. At only level 35, it would be quite difficult for her to block Xia Jinkuan's furious strike. Xia Yingyao's pupils flickered, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Luo Chen. In that fleeting moment, one could see the despair and reluctance in her eyes. Perhaps at that moment, she finally understood. What she truly cared about was not the Xia family, which had hurt her deeply multiple times, but rather Luo Chen, whom she had known for a short time. Only he would care about her feelings. However, when her gaze fell, she could not find Luo Chen's shadow anywhere. In that instant, a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. But just a second later, a cold voice rang out in front of her. Soul-severing slash. The words carried an endless chill. Just hearing the voice sent a wave of coldness through the air. On a hot day, she suddenly shivered. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Chen's soul-severing slash had long since completed its progress bar. From the moment he sensed Xia Jinkuan's abnormality, he had been on guard. As expected, the desperate Xia Jinkuan ultimately chose to take a risk. This was behavior he had anticipated long ago, completely escaping his watchful eyes. Noticing Luo Chen's movements, the golden light surrounding Gui Juanjia also began to recede. Before he could take action, he had already nodded in satisfaction. His eyes were filled with admiration for Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen was unaware of this, as he had focused his gaze on Xia Jinkuan from the very beginning. Even if he had known, he would likely not have cared. Years of leveling up alone had taught him that people were fundamental.
If a person died, no amount of fame would matter. Perhaps it wasn't the right perspective, but at that moment, Luo Chen felt certain he was not wrong. Just like Xia Yingyao's life, if it were taken by Xia Jinkuan due to a small oversight, Luo Chen would surely find it hard to let go for many days and nights. As the soul-severing slash descended, the long sword met Xia Jinkuan's fist. The skill had not yet been applied smoothly, and its intimidation effect could not work on a target that did not meet his gaze. Perhaps it was a flaw in the skill, or maybe it was because Luo Chen could not master it proficiently at that moment. Boom! In an instant, dust and stones flew. The effect of the soul-severing slash met Xia Jinkuan's furious strike. The strong wind caused Xia Yingyao to sway unsteadily, suddenly falling backward. Fortunately, the lethal move had been blocked by Luo Chen, sparing her from disaster. Even so, the feeling of teetering between life and death was still quite distressing. Sitting on the ground, Xia Yingyao looked at Luo Chen's back and felt an unprecedented sense of security. That feeling was something the Xia family could never provide her. Unconsciously, Xia Yingyao seemed to feel her eyes moisten, her vision becoming somewhat blurry. Frightened, she quickly wiped her eyes, pretending nothing had happened. On the other side, Xia Jinkuan's expression was far from pleasant. His all-out strike had been so easily blocked. This was not only a mockery of his strength but also a squandered opportunity to escape from danger. Regardless of which, everything had already become a foregone conclusion. A single sneak attack that failed would not have a second chance. Luo Chen, this time I admit defeat. If you are willing to let me go, I won't let you go. Before Xia Jinkuan could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Luo Chen. Opportunities have been given more than once or twice, but the other party has never learned to cherish them, still hoping for a stroke of luck. Now, when one wrong step leads to total loss, they finally think about wanting to take back their move. Unfortunately, there aren't that many good things in the world. Moreover, Luo Chen will not act according to the other party's thinking. Since a choice has been made, one must bear the consequences that come with it. You, Xia Jinkuan pointed with one hand, his words faltering. He wanted to curse, but the situation was pressing, leaving no room for him to be reckless. He could only silently clench his fists, searching for new opportunities. Sorry, I don't have time to waste with you. Luo Chen's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly charged out. He didn't give Xia Jinkuan any time to react, nor would he give him another chance. With one move, he aimed straight for the vital point. You brat, you have guts. Xia Jinkuan's pupils constricted as he shouted coldly. Although he was wary of Luo Chen's strength, in a real fight he might not be afraid. As long as Guo Juinjia, who was not far away, did not make a move, it was still uncertain who was stronger or weaker. However, it was clear that he was overthinking. Not to mention that Luo Chen had several skills at his disposal. Just based on his terrifying attributes and 300,000 health points, he was not someone ordinary could compare to. Even if Luo Chen stood still, he could still make Xia Jinkuan's arms numb from the blows. Deadly hammer. Xia Jinkuan flipped his weapon in hand and swung it fiercely. Who would have thought that a cunning person with no bottom line would actually be a dual hammer warrior? If others encountered him on the battlefield, they would probably take him for an honest person, neglecting to guard against him. But to Luo Chen, it seemed somewhat laughable. No matter what kind of hammer it was, it couldn't escape his eyes, nor was it qualified. As the attack came, Luo Chen simply extended one hand and pushed hard. Wolf King's Blessing. In an instant, a phantom of a wolf's head flashed by. In its place was a spherical ability shield that firmly protected him. Clang! Xia Jinkuan's two hammers struck against it, yet they couldn't shake it even a bit. In a battle of the same level, under the use of skills, it was impossible to break the shield at all. Not only that, but after releasing such a powerful defensive skill, Luo Chen showed no signs of even catching his breath. His ease made Xia Jinkuan's heart skip a beat. Before he could begin his next move, he saw Luo Chen holding a long spear. The chilling tip of the spear was aimed directly at him. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in Xia Jinkuan's mind, an ominous premonition spreading from his heart, instantly occupying his entire brain. Spear throw. As the words fell, whoosh! A long spear shot out from the energy shield, so fast that he had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the attack had arrived. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in the center of his chest. It was as if a tremendous force had suddenly slammed into him, sending the spear and his entire body flying backward, straight toward the wall. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed, leaving the Xia family members in a daze. They stared at the figure hanging on the wall, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. The spear was embedded in the wall, leaving a large imprint. Dense cracks spread outwards. On the spear shaft, Xia Jinkuan hung there, almost motionless. Only the occasional twitching of his body proved that he was still alive. The entire process happened too quickly for the Xia family. They completely failed to see what had transpired. They only felt that Xia Jinkuan had suddenly erupted and engaged in battle with Luo Chen.
Just as they began to react, everything in front of them suddenly blurred. By the time they came to their senses, he was already hanging on the wall amidst the roar, with his life unknown. Even the clan leader was not a match in a single exchange, and everyone had a new understanding of Luo Chen's strength. However, at this moment, it seemed a bit late to say anything. Luo Chen's spear not only showcased his strength but also served as a deterrent to them. Are you coming on your own, or should I take action myself? Luo Chen's indifferent gaze swept over them, showing not a hint of sympathy. After several encounters, he had come to understand the nature of these people. Given the slightest opportunity, they would turn against him like a weather vane. When faced with such individuals, showing even a bit of mercy was a sin. Though his words were cold, they sounded warm to Xia Yingyao's ears. Her heart inexplicably quickened. In contrast, the faces of the Xia family members were extremely awkward. Each one looked as if they had swallowed a fly, their emotions written all over their faces. Everyone, let's escape together. Luo Chen might not be able to catch us all, someone in the crowd shouted, their words filled with intense excitement, as if they had found confidence in them. The others' eyes brightened at this. Although the suggestion sounded ridiculous, no one thought it was a bad idea. On the contrary, they even felt that the one who said it was a genius. If they could escape, how could the Xia family not thrive again? However, one thing was clear, when it came time to act, they would only care about their own frantic escape. Brotherhood, family future, everything was cast aside in that moment. Only their own survival mattered, and that was the true reality. Want to escape? Luo Chen sneered. If these people managed to flee from him now, where would his face be? He raised his arm slightly, and a gust of cold wind swept through. All the Xia family members were horrified to find that a layer of ice had formed on their bodies, their movements becoming sluggish. Realizing something was wrong, their pupils constricted sharply. Before they could react, they felt a sudden pain, their bodies flying backward. Bang! 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 The continuous dull thuds echoed as figures were sent crashing back like ragdolls. In just a moment, the courtyard was left with nothing but wails. Not a single person had successfully escaped. Those who attempted to challenge Luo Chen's strength with their own understanding had all failed. Luo Chen didn't need to strip them of their ranks, he simply beat everyone down to their last breath, leaving them unable to resist. His strikes were decisive, showing no mercy. Even Gui Juinjia, a second-tier awakener, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, silently nodding. It was unclear whether it was recognition of his strength or admiration for his decisiveness, or perhaps a mix of both. Soon, only a group of near-death injured remained in the arena. Let's go. Let them fend for themselves, Xia Yingyao said slowly, fully aware of what this meant. Once they left this place, the Xia family's former enemies would tear them apart in an instant. They wouldn't even need to wait for the Kai family's revenge. Watching the once glorious Xia family rapidly decline, an indescribable sadness filled her heart. Yet, there was not a trace of sympathy in her eyes. The heavens are vast, and retribution is inevitable. Every decision the Xia family made led to their demise today. Everything was traceable, so how could they speak of innocence? It was merely a bit of regret, considering their kinship. But soon, Xia Yingyao composed herself. With her head held high, she strode toward the door. This step not only broke free from the cage that had bound her in the past but also drew a line between her and her weaker self. Xia Yingyao had no idea what her future self would be like. She only knew that at this moment, she was a proud peacock. Before long, only a group of Xia family members, unable to protect themselves, remained. It's him. It's all his fault. He harmed our Xia family. If I had known Xia Yingyao could get close to Gui Juinjia and the others, why did we target her? It's all Xia Jinkuan's fault. This demon is finished. It's completely over now. The Kai family will definitely not let us go. A group of Xia family members pointed at Xia Jinkuan on the wall, their arms trembling violently. They blamed all their problems on him. Their gaze shifted downward, looking at Kai Jisheng, lying in a pool of blood, along with the old man. They felt their legs weaken, as if the sky was about to collapse. Even at the height of the Xia family's glory, they were never a match for the Kai family, let alone now, with Xia Jinkuan's life hanging in the balance. At that moment, it felt as if a fierce wind had swept through, and the sky over the Xia family had unknowingly darkened. The oppressive darkness seemed to threaten a torrential downpour at any moment. It's over. This time it's completely over. Someone collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant and lifeless. After all, they were flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, still unaware of the need to adapt. Even if they had to drag their injured bodies to escape and find a place to hide, they could have done so. But here, they never thought of that. They only knew to quietly await the arrival of death. Crack! A flash of lightning illuminated the darkness. The white light revealed half of the faces of the Xia family members, all ashen and lifeless. At the base of the wall, Xia Jinkuan was impaled by a long spear, his head drooping, barely making a sound. It's him! It's all him! Kill him! The Xia family members' eyes were bloodshot, frantically pointing at Xia Jinkuan. Regardless of their current state, with that shout, nearly Everyone surged forward. Their eyes were almost frenzied. They yanked the spear away and recklessly struck at Xia Jinkuan with their weapons. In the darkness before the storm, the shadows surging in the courtyard sent chills down one's spine. Blood stained their clothes, splattering on their cheeks, reflecting fierce expressions. The patriarch of a generation, a figure of some ability within the Xuanhua domain. Just like that, under the gaze of those grim faces, he unwillingly breathed his last. How pitiful! Until the very end, he still believed that everything he did was for the good of the Xia family. Not far away, Xia Yingsheng curled up in a corner, wishing he could fold himself into a ball. In his dazed, gradually unfocused eyes, the ugliness of the crowd was reflected. They tore at each other, fighting over the last remnants of the Xia family's wealth, without any consideration of whether they could take it with them. Finally, the flames of greed ignited on him. In his vacant gaze, his body was dragged to the center of the courtyard. He stared blankly at the horizon, where lightning flickered among the clouds and the light drizzle began to intensify. Pitter-patter, raindrops hit his face. He felt no pain, his entire body numb, until his vision blurred completely, plunging into darkness. The downfall of the Xia family happened overnight. Inside and outside Yenzhou University, discussions were rampant, with all sorts of unreliable rumors circulating frequently. Some even speculated that this incident had a direct connection to Guizhu Enjia. To this, Guizhu Enjia was indifferent. After all, his own strength was evident. If they truly looked down on him, they could just say it to his face. But he probably wouldn't give others that chance, as they might not dare to speak up. In contrast, Luo Chen and his group appeared much quieter. The four of them walked along the path of Yenzhou University, each lost in their own thoughts. Aside from some trivial gossip, everyone else remained still. Perhaps they were waiting for an opportunity, or maybe brewing something. Either way, it allowed no room for negligence. The Xia family will probably cease to exist after today. What are your plans? Luo Chen turned slightly to look at Xia Yingyao. He tried to discern any different emotions on her face, but it was clear he was overthinking the pain the Xia family had inflicted on Xia Yingyao over the years had left her completely disillusioned with them. Rather than saying her family was collapsing, it was more like watching an unrelated family fall from the perspective of an observer. After crossing that threshold, there was nothing left worth paying attention to. I don't know. Xia Yingyao slowly shook her head, her thoughts a tangle. Plans could never keep up with changes. Just a few days ago, she was still thinking about how to break free from the Xia family's constraints and escape Kai Jisheng's control. In just a few short days, everything had changed dramatically. She still remembered that she teamed up with Luo Chen precisely for this matter. Now, the Xia family was gone, and Kai Jisheng was dead for good. The enthusiasm for participating in the campus competition seemed to have faded with the conclusion of the matter. Are you still going to participate in the competition? Just as she was lost in thought, Luo Chen spoke up first. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had only intended to help Xia Yingyao. However, after hearing about the imprint scrolls later on, it seemed to have strengthened his original intention. He could sense the confusion in Xia Yingyao's heart, but there was nothing he could do to avoid it. Luo Chen would not give up the opportunity to become stronger for the sake of one person. This was merely an inquiry. If Xia Yingyao decided to withdraw, he would have to find a suitable replacement. The campus competition, Xia Yingyao murmured, her confusion deepening. She understood Luo Chen's emphasis on the competition, but what she was thinking about now was whether her own strength was sufficient. Now that Xia Yingyao had no attachments, her participation or not would not make a difference. Therefore, she was contemplating whether to give up her spot. Only by integrating stronger awakeners into Luo Chen's team could they compete for a higher ranking. Just as she was pondering, Mu Wanqiu suddenly leaned over. The campus competition? Is there still a spot available? My roommate and I want to participate. No way. As soon as Mu Wanqiu's continuous inquiries fell, Xia Yingyao's reprimand rang out. Without giving anyone else time to react, she directly left Luo Chen at a loss. With a slight frown, her gaze shifted awkwardly between the two of them. Weren't they supposed to be good sisters? Why did the atmosphere seem so strange? Mu Wanqiu stared wide-eyed at Xia Yingyao, seemingly trying to read something from her face. But Xia Yingyao avoided her gaze, not giving her a chance to ask. The bizarre scene left Luo Chen somewhat bewildered. He had to reassess the composition of the team to avoid any mistakes. With his confidence in his own strength, who joined the team was of little concern to him. But now, the team was not just about him. There were also Xia Yingyao and Pang Xin, and he had to consider others' opinions to some extent. Strength wasn't the most important factor, the main issue was team harmony. At present, it seemed that Xia Yingyao was having a hard time accepting it. As for the reason, it appeared that the other party had no intention of explaining. In that case, let's ask Xiao Pang. Just as his gaze swept over Pang Xin, the latter wore an expression that clearly said, "Please don't ask." His contorted face was all scrunched up.
When he caught Luo Chen's gaze, he could only despairingly say, I'll follow the arrangements. Others might not.
No, but Pang Xin was very clear about the situation. At this moment, his heart was already screaming in frustration. What kind of team was this? It was turning into a battlefield. As the only one who understood Xia Yingyao's subtext, he felt like he wanted to end it all. Sandwiched between the two, he was almost becoming a meat bun. Perhaps the phrase wanting to cry but having no tears was meant to describe his current state.
Yingyao, do you feel that something is wrong? Luo Chen asked with a frown, not because he was considering himself.
He could care less about who joined the team, but having a healer would naturally be better. If Xia Yingyao and the others got hurt in battle, there would be someone to look after them. In any case, it was a worthwhile deal. He had seen Mu Wanqiu in the Scorched Earth Territory dungeon and knew her healing abilities were quite good. More importantly, her on-the-spot combat ability would definitely surpass that of other healers. While the other healers were still crying in despair, she had already analyzed the situation, listened to her instructions, and escaped from the Wolf Demon Cave. All these experiences had greatly changed Luo Chen's impression of her. It could be said that having Mu Wanqiu join the team was definitely a stroke of luck for both Xia Yingyao and Pang Xin. Clearly, it was a mutually beneficial situation, yet Xia Yingyao seemed somewhat reluctant. This made Luo Chen feel a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
Xia Yingyao, what's wrong with you? You must be up to something,
Mu Wanqiu said, hands on her hips, displeased. She pushed her glasses up as if trying to see through her.
No, absolutely nothing is going on, Xia Yingyao denied vehemently. How could she admit to such a thing? After thinking it over, she couldn't even come up with a lame excuse. Seeing this, the suspicion in Mu Wanqiu's eyes deepened. Without waiting for a response, she immediately added her thoughts. I see your team is just missing a priest, just take me along and it'll be fine with my roommate. Besides, although our strength isn't great, at least our levels are higher than yours. Most importantly, our support class is very sensible and won't hold the team back. Mu Wanqiu didn't think too deeply, she just wanted to find a suitable team to help her poor roommate. After witnessing Luo Chen's formidable strength, she felt that if she could join, perhaps they could achieve a better ranking. Listening to her introduction, Luo Chen nodded in agreement. Wasn't this exactly the teammate he wanted? They could provide support and, when the situation turned unfavorable, they could exit first, leaving him without worries, simply perfect. He then turned to Xia Yingyao, who was reluctantly pouting and sullenly nodded. Then it's settled, little fat. Got it. Leave the registration to me. A few days passed in a flash. On the team roster, a team that made everyone envious emerged. Aside from two unknown men, there were actually 3 school beauties in the team. Inside and outside the campus, the most discussed topic was this team. One was Mu Wanqiu, who possessed both beauty and figure, consistently holding the second place. Another was Xia Yingyao, who had just been replaced not long ago, cold as ice. Lastly, there was Jiang Xinyue, who had once shown briefly but was unfortunately remembered with resentment due to her glaring shortcomings. The school beauty rankings change every year, and those who make the list are certainly not lacking in ability. It's known that even being in the same team as one of them could make countless people envious. But what kind of virtue or ability did this captain named Luo Chen possess to have 3 beauties join his team? No one knew the reason, they could only stare in disbelief. However, at this moment, Luo Chen wasn't focused on that at all. What others envied, he merely saw as trivial matters. Right now, nothing was more important than the evil potion. Director Wu, are you saying that the source of the potion has been confirmed from Jiancheng? Luo Chen frowned as he looked at the communicator panel. For something as troublesome as this, it was safer not to communicate via phone. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yun's voice came through. Just as we suspected, this matter is definitely related to the Lu family, but we still don't have direct evidence. At this point, Wu Yun couldn't help but rub his temples. With panda eyes, he spoke with a headache. It seemed that he had been busy with this matter for several days. Although many incidents pointed directly at the Lu family, they couldn't catch any substantial evidence. If only we could just punch down like Teacher Gua, that would be great. Wu Yun suddenly exclaimed, sounding like he was venting. In reality, it was a true reflection of his inner feelings. It was absolutely impossible to say he wasn't envious. As a law enforcement officer, he couldn't act arbitrarily. Even if the evidence pointed to the Lu family, he still had to consider the possibility of someone framing them and couldn't directly place blame. But Luo Chen and the others, who were outside the system, could disregard so many concerns. If they disliked someone, they could just slap them without needing to think too much about it. How could he not envy such behavior that contradicted their law enforcement team? Don't worry, Director Wu, as long as we find the evidence, you can also slap them down. Lo Chen joked, then perhaps feeling it wasn't serious enough, he pondered for a moment before adding, of course, the premise is that you have the strength
As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Yun, who had just shown a smile, instantly wilted. With a sullen face, he rolled his eyes at Lo Chan and sulked alone. As the director, having such low strength was indeed hard to justify. Enough of that nonsense, do you know what else has been discovered? Wu Yun waved his hand and returned to seriousness. At this point he suddenly paused, giving Lo Chan a deep look as if he could see right through the communicator and directly into him. Lo Chan naturally knew that was impossible, but the other's gaze seemed to convey something significant, and it appeared to be closely related to the matter at hand. I don't know. Lo Chan shook his head, seeing no need to guess further. Often in such situations, if one really tried to guess the meaning, it would only waste everyone's time. Hearing this, Wu Yun nodded and said nothing irrelevant. With his mouth slightly open, he slowly spoke. Do you remember the jade pendant you just retrieved not long ago? Are you talking about this? Lo Chan asked, taking out the radiant jade pendant from his pocket. He couldn't understand how this small jade pendant could possibly relate to the entire situation. Sensing his confusion, Wu Yun immediately began to explain. We intercepted a directive regarding the acquisition of the jade pendant from the information of Li Xiankai. Unfortunately, we couldn't trace who sent the message, and the lead we just obtained was cut off. Wu Yun said, his tone tinged with regret. If they could capture the source of the information, it would certainly save them a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Lo Chan couldn't help but tighten his grip. As a relic left by his father, could it possibly have some other special significance? Soon, Wu Yun provided him with relevant explanations. As far as I know, this item should have been brought out from the Holy Light Ruins. Holy Light Ruins? Yes, that's a dungeon even more dangerous than the infernal demon Forbidden Zone. Even a powerhouse like Teacher Guo would only be able to watch helplessly if they went there. Fortunately, Mr. Luo Qingfeng managed to clear the dungeon before his death, dragging his severely injured body. Hearing about his father's experience for the first time, Lo Chan felt a tremor in his heart. Although the words were brief and the language plain, he could sense the feeling of impending despair from it. He also understood why his father was called the guardian of Jiangchang. Although over time, people had long lost their original reverence, that part of history would never be erased. Lo Chan would not speculate on his father's decisions at that time due to the injustices he faced. Human nature cannot withstand the test, everything is just an inevitable process. But, this radiant jade pendant doesn't seem to have anything special about it. Lo Chan hesitated, holding the pendant. Whether in textual description or appearance, it was not much different from an ordinary jade pendant. While experience boosting equipment was rare, it wasn't entirely absent, it just hadn't reached the point of being available to everyone yet. If one had to point out differences, it would only be the unactivated second attribute and the setting that it couldn't be placed in a backpack. Hearing this, Wu Yun shared his opinion. I think the reason we can't see anything special might be because we are awakened ones. Those monsters might possess information we are unaware of, including about the radiant jade pendant. Another significant possibility is that they haven't collected all their other items yet, so they dare not act against you to avoid alerting the snake. It must be said that Wu Yun, as the head of the enforcement team, considered things more comprehensively than Lo Chen. A simple piece of information, leading to the radiant jade pendant and the entire chain of associations that followed. Although Lo Chen wasn't entirely sure, he felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Unfortunately, we don't even have a shred of effective evidence. As the conversation drew to a close, it returned to the most fundamental issue. Without evidence, the enforcement team could only remain stagnant. Evidence? Why do we need evidence? Luo Chen suddenly flashed a charming smile and glanced at the date. With only 2 days left until the campus competition, there should still be time. Isn't the Lu family trying to capture me? Then I'll just go over there myself, that should work. Upon hearing this, Wu Yun showed a thoughtful expression. It seemed like she suddenly understood something, and her brows shot up. Jiangcheng, Lu family. Lu Chintian sat at the head of the table, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. His eyes were tightly closed, and he remained silent, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Below, the members of the Lu family all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. Did Lu Zishi really say that? The calm tone caused everyone to pause. Instinctively, they all looked towards the person at the end of the table. With so many gazes focused on him, the Lu family member couldn't help but sweat profusely. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, pooling together. They dripped onto the floor, and he didn't dare to reach out to wipe them away. Why yes, Luo Chen has already returned to Jiangchang. Although it was certain news, it came out sounding so lacking in confidence. He was afraid that if there was any mistake, he would be the one held accountable. In recent years, he had deeply felt that the patriarch's situation was becoming increasingly unstable. If things didn't go his way, he would fly into a rage. Of course, if it were just a matter of his temperament becoming erratic, the other members of the Lu family would certainly oppose him. How could Lu
Chen Tian remain in power and enjoy his privileges? Alongside the change in temperament, Lu Chintian's strength was also continuously rising. Clearly, he hadn't been seen entering any dungeons, yet his level seemed to be constantly increasing. Whether it was an illusion or not, that sense of oppression could not deceive his own senses. Just thinking about his possible fate made his voice falter. Upon hearing this, Lu Chintian slightly opened his eyes and coldly scanned the room. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated invisibly. Immediately, everyone buried their heads even lower, fearing to meet his gaze. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something amiss. Luo Chen suddenly returning to Jiangcheng must be planning something, Lu Chintian said, his tone suddenly pausing as he looked at a few middle-aged men near the head of the table. They all had slightly graying hair and appeared much older than Lu Chintian. In reality, they were all Lu Chintian's younger brothers, but their strength was insufficient to undergo a transformation. Everyone, keep a low profile. Recently, the enforcement team is investigating very strictly. If anyone drags us down, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. With that, the temperature in the room seemed to drop significantly. Suddenly, at that moment, bang! The door to the room was abruptly slammed open, and a beam of light pierced through the darkness. Everyone squinted against the sudden brightness, trying to see what was outside. Then, hurried voices quickly rang out. Not good. Patriarch, Luo Chen has come knocking. The newcomer rushed in, reporting in a panic. Upon seeing those pairs of cold eyes, he suddenly froze. His legs went weak and he collapsed onto the floor. In his terrified gaze, a flash of darkness suddenly surged towards him. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, it seemed something had exploded. In an instant, the floor and walls were splattered with red and white. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you? Lu Chintian snorted coldly and slowly stood up. The sound of the chair moving startled everyone into silence, not daring to breathe. Let me see what kind of virtue Luo Chen has that makes you all so afraid. As he spoke, a wave of black mist suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping him. The black mist came quickly and dissipated just as fast. By the time it vanished, Lu Chintian's figure had already disappeared from the spot. A long while passed. After confirming that Lu Chintian was no longer present, someone let out a heavy sigh of relief. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room gradually eased. Even so, upon seeing that segment at the door, they couldn't help but shudder. Although they had not experienced death, they could feel it so close to them. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces filled with sorrow. If they had been just a bit careless earlier, that person could have been their fate. Patriarch, has he already taken that step? It shouldn't be possible. He didn't even attend the job transfer. But the sense of oppression from him is clearly not something an ordinary person can achieve. The members of the Lu family discussed among themselves, their eyes filled with intense disbelief. When they met the gaze of the beast's head atop the main seat, they quickly averted their eyes in fear. It was merely a dead object, yet they dared not look it in the eye, as if looking one more time could lead to being swallowed whole. At this moment, outside the Lu family gate, a mountain of people gathered, with Luo Chen sitting at the top. He swung his legs nonchalantly, exuding a rebellious demeanor. Unlike before, he now completely displayed an air of arrogance. What? Is there no one in the Lu family? If no one is a match, then I'll leave and come back tomorrow. His demeanor showed no sign of restraint whatsoever, contempt for the Lu family written all over his face. Passers-by pointed and whispered, clearly familiar with Luo Chen. After all, this was the same person who had been labeled as the waste of Jiang City a year ago. How could he transform in just over 10 days? From a down-and-out boy to a powerful awakener. Could it be that Yenzhou University was really that miraculous? Moreover, judging by the current situation, it seemed that quite a few of the Lu family members were nearing level 30. The passers-by had low levels, so everything could only be judged based on damage. While not particularly accurate, it wasn't too far off either. Luo Chen, just wait. How dare you come to provoke our Lu family? You must be tired of living. We already sent someone in to report. Someone will come to deal with you soon. Don't think that just because you entered Yenzhou University, you can act with impunity. We have people like you in the Lu family too. Seeing they couldn't possibly defeat Luo Chen, the few Lu family awakeners in front of him didn't back down verbally. Ignoring the cries of their kin, they shouted at Luo Chen as if they could regain their lost face through words. As long as they could hold on a little longer until the others from the Lu family arrived, they wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. Little did they know, Luo Chen was waiting for just that. The Lu family was waiting, and he was also waiting for someone stronger to arrive. This was also the reason he had resolutely refused to step inside the Lu family gate. Right now, he was merely seeking trouble. If he went in, the situation could change entirely. He turned a deaf ear to the pointing and whispering around him. Oh, you really make me feel so. Before Luo Chen could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped. His gaze sharpened as he looked deep into the Lu family gate.
It was as if he could see through the door and walls to what lay beyond, his brows furrowing deeply. Such a familiar aura. He slowly narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself. Although that feeling was fleeting, he was certain he couldn't be mistaken. Jiang City. Law Enforcement Team, South Division. Ever since the incident with Luo Chen, everyone had been thoroughly investigated. The matter involving the demonic creatures was serious. Li Xiankai, as the division chief, had consumed evil potions, and naturally, the law enforcement officers under him could not escape the consequences. Those who should be dismissed were dismissed, and those who should be investigated were investigated. At this moment, Yi Tianyu looked at the case files, his brows furrowed into a shape. With documents piled high before him, he felt his head swelling, his processing ability declining rapidly. One person ascends, and the rest follow. Wu Yun was promoted, and he was transferred from the North Jiang Division to become the new chief of the South Division. However, he missed out on other good opportunities for promotion and instead took over a pile of wrongful cases, leaving him overwhelmed. Even now, there are still so many unresolved matters in front of him. He has ascended, but only in a physiological sense, and it feels like time is running out. Captain Yi, Captain Yi. Ugh, Director Yi. A noisy voice came from outside. Yi Tianyu, who was reviewing the case files, was startled by the sudden shout. His hand trembled, and the thoughts that had just been in his mind vanished. Sigh. I was just starting to get a clue. He sighed deeply and helplessly set the documents down. He looked up in confusion at his teammate who had come to find him, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. In the past, as long as he went out on a mission and returned to write a report, it was all that was needed. It wasn't so complicated. What? Are you here to make fun of me too? Yi Tianyu smiled slightly, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Being the director of the Southern City branch really isn't easy, and it has left him speechless. The burly man outside looked at his disheveled appearance and scratched his head, grinning widely. His honest demeanor resembled that of a big gorilla. Of course not. Chang Lei waved his hand, speaking quickly. Afraid of adding to Yi Tianyu's troubles, he hurriedly began to explain. I came over because of Luo Chen. Do you know that kid has returned from Yenzhou University, and he even went to cause trouble at the Lu family? Chang Lei's voice was deep, but his enunciation was exceptionally clear. He reported the situation he had heard outside at lightning speed. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had confirmed it multiple times before coming to report. In response, Yi Tianyu merely rolled his eyes and didn't say a word. This strange reaction left the burly man bewildered. He rubbed his hand over his thick beard, his face full of confusion. What? Aren't you even a little curious? Chang Lei asked, puzzled. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that his words might have been biased. He quickly slapped his own mouth lightly, the force so gentle it was akin to a massage. In simple terms, it was just a gesture. He immediately added, that kid Luo Chen is causing a scene right at their doorstep. If we don't catch him, things might escalate. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Yi Tianyu was looking at him helplessly. The expression on his face made it seem like he really thought of himself as a gorilla. Although he had a lot of body hair and a beard covering half his face, he only resembled one. Ugh. No, that's wrong. I'm a human. How could I look like a gorilla? After a whirlwind of thoughts, Chang Lei finally asked the soul-searching question with clear eyes. Why are you looking at me? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyu's mouth twitched slightly. He opened his mouth several times, but it ultimately turned into a sigh. Since things are going to escalate, let's just wait for it to escalate. Isn't that perfect? Yi Tianyu forced a smile, too lazy to explain further. But as he said, he wanted things to escalate. Although he lacked experience as a director, he had the awareness of being a team member. When the old director Wu Yun called, he just listened to the orders. He didn't need everything to be spelled out. He understood what it meant. Right now, the situation in Jiangchang was still too calm. No storms had yet arisen. What he wanted was someone like Luo Chen to break the deadlock. Otherwise, even if many cases pointed to the Lu family, without evidence, they couldn't be thoroughly investigated. The only thing he could do now was wait. Do we have to keep waiting? Chang Lei stepped forward and reached out to check Yi Tianyu's forehead. Temperature. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he showed a shocked expression. Strange, no fever. Yet why are you starting to talk nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianyu swatted his hand away. The force was not light at all, showing no intention of holding back, causing even the burly man to wince in pain. After a few moments of playful struggle, he finally met Yi Tianyu's gaze, which was filled with a look of disbelief. The timing isn't right yet, we just need to keep waiting. By the way, remember to quickly call the headquarters. It would be best to send someone from the Xian team for support. After saying this, Yi Tianyu buried his head back into the documents. He completely ignored Chang Lei's antics, as if the matter concerning Luo Chen didn't pique his interest at all. This strange behavior only left Chang Lei more confused. His head itching as if something was about to sprout. Strange, didn't he say he didn't care? Why report to the headquarters then?
Chung Lei shook his head and walked out of the office, muttering softly. However, he didn't forget his task because of this. On the other side, in the southern district of Jiangcheng, at the Lu family's entrance, a place that people used to avoid was now bustling with activity. Bystanders chattered incessantly, discussing as if they were haggling in a market. It wasn't until a figure stepped out from the Lu family's gate that the chatter momentarily halted. An inexplicable pressure suddenly enveloped them, making it hard to breathe. It felt as if someone was holding a knife above their heads. Confusion and fear intertwined, their eyes filled with helplessness. Just a casual glance was enough to extinguish any thoughts of resistance, making it hard to imagine the extent of the opponent's strength. Lu Chentian? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and murmured. He wasn't unfamiliar with the current head of the Lu family. After all, he was from Jiangcheng, so he had some understanding. However, what was strange was that the impression the other person gave him seemed vastly different from before. Although his memories had become a bit hazy, making it hard to recall someone's appearance. The essence of a person's aura is often very accurate. As the head of a clan, he surprisingly lacked the usual confidence and composure in his demeanor. On the contrary, there was a dark and ruthless air about him, almost like a rat afraid of the light. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, watching Lu Chentian approach step by step. Unavoidably, his eyelids twitched. What's going on? Luo Chen's frown deepened, and his heart began to race. Suddenly, a wave of palpitations hit him. It wasn't fear, but an instinctive sense of danger. Luo Chen? I didn't expect that while I wasn't looking for you, you would come looking for me. Instead, Lu Chentian said, his tone suggestive, with shadows in his eyes. A strange smile crept onto his lips. The crowd around them was left in a fog, trying to make sense of the exchange. A person once labeled as a waste had transformed into something remarkable. But no matter what, one couldn't have a direct grudge against the head of a family, right? To them, Lu Chentian's meaning was crystal clear. It was evident that the two had already formed a grudge before today. However, Luo Chen had once been an inconspicuous presence. What qualifications did he have to provoke the head of the Lu family? They couldn't comprehend it, nor could they make sense of it. Since that was the case, they simply chose not to think about it any further. What? I'm really here looking for you, and you're not happy about it? Luo Chen scoffed, casually shrugging his shoulders. He had the demeanor of someone who was saying, I'm right here, and you can't do anything to me. And that was indeed the case. Luo Chen had his own measure of the situation. He hadn't harmed a single Lu family disciple. At most, he had tied them up. He didn't believe that in front of so many people, Lu Chentian could do anything to him. If it really came to blows, even if their strengths were vastly different, he was sure he wouldn't be defeated. Yes, he was gambling, betting that he could walk away unscathed. Is that so? Then let me see what kind of strength you have to dare come to our Lu family to cause trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of darkness crossed Lu Chentian's eyes. It was as if, in that moment, his entire pupil turned black. If one didn't look closely, they would never notice. But this seemingly concealed moment was clearly captured by Luo Chen. From start to finish, Luo Chen's attention had been on the other person. It was impossible for him to miss it. Instantly, he confirmed something in his heart. That is, the matter of the evil potion was definitely related to the Lu family. After confirming the guess in his heart, Luo Chen's face showed no trace of joy. On the contrary, his expression gradually darkened, and he leaped to the side. Just then, a sinister wind brushed closely against his back. Whoosh! He heard something flash by. The next moment, his clothes were torn apart with a rip. His body was now covered with several bloody marks. It should be noted that this was still under the condition that he had dodged in time. If he had been even a moment slower, he would have had even more wounds. What a fast wind! Luo Chen landed steadily on the ground, glancing down at his injuries, murmuring, just a glance, and he immediately withdrew his gaze. Lu Chentian's strength had already far exceeded his imagination, and Luo Chen didn't even dare to divert more energy elsewhere. What's wrong? Can't you take a single hit? Lu Chentian's mocking voice came, but Luo Chen turned a deaf ear. His eyes were sharp, always on guard against possible attacks that might come again. At this moment, the shock in Luo Chen's heart was beyond words. He is a second-turn awakener? When did this happen? Although becoming a second-turn awakener didn't require reporting to anyone, the transfer ceremony was conducted at the Awakener Association, and there was no reason for such a significant event to go unnoticed. In a resource-scarce area like Jiangcheng, any additional powerful awakener would be widely publicized. But if Lu Chenfeng wasn't a second-turn awakener, how could his current skills be explained? The rumors stated that only by reaching the second turn could one freely use skills without many restrictions. That earlier sinister wind was clearly not a means possessed by an ordinary awakener. What's going on? Luo Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Opposite him, Lu Chentian's lips curled into a grin, seemingly mocking him silently. The smile on his face had an Indescribable strangeness. Grip of dust and sand. Luo Chen had no intention of wasting words with the opponent and directly raised one hand slightly. In an instant, yellow sand swirled. In less than a breath, a giant hand made of gravel reached out toward Lu Chen Tian. The spectacular scene drew gasps from the onlookers. The wind and sand whipped their clothes, making it hard to open their eyes. However, the seemingly fierce attack, as it approached Lu Chen Tian, suddenly seemed to be cursed. As the palm continued to close, its movements became increasingly sluggish. At this rate of rapid deceleration, it would come to a complete stop in less than 2 seconds. Humph! A cold snort was heard. Suddenly, the yellow sand scattered. The giant hand of the grip of dust and sand turned into a sky full of flying sand in an instant. At this moment, it seemed that not just an illusory palm had been blown apart. Even Luo Chen was shaken back repeatedly by the backlash of the skill. So strong. Luo Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his face grew even more excited. With the 300,000 health points of the chaotic wolf shadow as a cushion, this blow barely caused him any serious injury. It wasn't that he had a masochistic tendency, but because this was part of his plan. What I'm afraid of is that your strength isn't enough and you'll still have to act. Luo Chen revealed a hint of a smile, secretly thinking. As his smile spread, Lu Chentian's face gradually darkened. The worse Lu Chentian's expression became, the more pleased Luo Chen felt. It was precisely because of his unpredictable behavior that Lu Chentian felt apprehensive, wanting to end things quickly. When a person becomes anxious, many things become difficult to think through in detail. Luo Chen believed the same applied to Lu Chentian. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me, Lu Chentian said coldly, suddenly reaching out with one hand. In an instant, a sinister wind surged, and a claw made of iron filings shot toward Luo Chen. It seemed to carry an evil aura. In the air, there was an inexplicable sense of a sinister wind sweeping through. Some people couldn't help but hug their arms, shivering. Damn, didn't autumn just arrive? Why is the winter wind blowing? Achoo! Looks like my immunity has dropped. How did I catch a cold so quickly? Hey, are you all crazy? We are awakeners, how could we catch a cold so easily? A murmur arose from the crowd. Luo Chen listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the metallic giant claw, his face filled with seriousness. No one noticed that just as the attack was about to come, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Block it for me. Luo Chen gripped his sword, striking a pose as if to defend. No one at the scene knew his skills, they only felt that everything seemed very reasonable. His appearance was as if he was making a final struggle, but it looked like he had little chance of winning. Especially after seeing the expression on Luo Chen's face, they were even more certain of their thoughts. That look of straining to hold on, gritting his teeth, did not seem like an act, because only Luo Chen knew how difficult it was to resist with sheer force. He was indeed on the verge of being unable to hold on, and that was a fact. On the opposite side, however, Lu Chentian appeared to be strolling leisurely. It seemed as if the skill that Luo Chen was desperately trying to resist was merely something Lu Chentian could casually unleash. The comparison of their states made it immediately clear who was superior. In a spot where no one was paying attention, a small notch that had originally been in the middle of the sword began to spread, growing larger and larger. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering made everyone's ears perk up. The brief stalemate seemed to have a victor at that moment. Everyone was watching the excitement, and no one noticed the slight smile on Luo Chen's face. Clang! A clear sound rang out as the broken sword flew up. The sword tip spun, tracing an arc in the air, glimmering silver, capturing everyone's attention. Boom! The next moment, a thunderous sound erupted. The metallic giant claw slammed directly into Luo Chen. Under the gaze of the crowd, he was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground not far away. The force was so great that it cracked the cement surface. The onlookers winced, some unable to bear to watch. To be able to smash a pit into the cement floor showed how strong Luo Chen's physical quality was, as well as the ferocity of Lu Chentian's attack. Cough cough. As the dust settled, a disheveled figure was revealed. Luo Chen lay in the middle, turned on his side, coughing incessantly. From his appearance, it seemed that this blow had caused him significant injury. With this little strength, you dare to shout in front of my Lu family? Lu Chentian stepped forward, looking down at Luo Chen. He shot him a disdainful glance and said, "You really think you can challenge us?" He then crouched slightly, pretending to reach for Luo Chen as if preparing to search for something. At that moment, Luo Chen's intermittent voice broke through. I know what you're looking for, but I've hidden it in a place you can't find." As soon as the words fell, Lu Chentian's movements froze. His outstretched hand slightly clenched into a fist, his eyes narrowing. From the twitching of his lower eyelid, it was clear he was on the edge of fury. You dare to play tricks on me? Lu Chentian slowly stood up, looking down at Luo Chen as he spoke. He then suddenly swung his arm, snorting coldly. He raised his arm and beckoned behind him. Come. Carry him inside for me.
After saying that, he turned and walked into the Lu family residence, showing no intention of lingering for even a moment.
The onlookers began to point and whisper, some even mocking Luo-chun for overestimating himself.
They thought he had just learned a bit of skill and wanted to provoke the Lu family, wondering if he was just a reckless fool or simply stubborn.
No one
noticed the slight curve at the corner of Luo-chan's mouth, who appeared to be half dead as he was lifted up.
Before long, the news of Luo-chan's provocation of the Lu family and subsequent capture spread rapidly.
Whether it was the teachers from Jiangqing No. 2 High School or those who had previously been slapped in the face like Yan Yufeng and Gao Tianwen, they all involuntarily showed expressions of delight.
The depression
that had lingered for over 10 days seemed to be released at that moment. An F-grade waste who had always been at the bottom suddenly became the center of competition among various universities. How could they endure this? Jealousy had long since distorted their faces, but they no longer cared. As long as Luo-chen could suffer a blow, it was good news for them. Yet they were completely unaware of why a trivial matter of provoking a
prominent family would spread so quickly.
It was as if everything was so natural. But when something is too natural, it becomes worth pondering. At the Southern District Bureau, Chang Lei hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. His target was clear, heading straight for the director's office. Bang! He had just knocked once when the office door swung wide open. His gaze followed the door and landed on the figure inside, instantly leaving him in a daze. At that moment, Yi Tianyu was fully armed, holding a staff in his hand.
Captain, what is this?
Chang Lei instinctively called out the familiar title, the feeling of fighting together washing
over him once more. However, the only response he received was the familiar commands from Yi Tianyu. What are you still dawdling for? Notify the entire bureau to prepare for battle. Also, have you reported to the headquarters and contacted the Xin team? Yi Tianyu's soul-searching questions came one after another.
Yet, to Chang Lei's ears, there was not a hint of displeasure. Instead, he felt particularly excited.
Done. All done. I'll notify Xiao Rou and the others right away.
He nodded frantically, confirming that nothing was overlooked. Although he hadn't yet mentioned what he wanted to report, this time he surprisingly didn't bring it up
at all.
He didn't know if it was a sudden realization or some other reason, but Chang Lei was quite certain that what Yi Tianyu was about to do was definitely related to Luo-chen.
In an instant, the alarm at the Southern District Bureau rang out. Everyone immediately armed themselves and gathered towards the Law Enforcement Bureau square. Although they didn't know what they were about to do, they were already aware that there would be a very important task today. Therefore, their nerves were almost taut, waiting for the assembly call. Formation Masters, prepare.
Yi Tianyu's gaze was sharp as he raised one hand. Target:
Lu family. Unlike the
previous lethargy of the Southern District Bureau, this fresh batch of recruits exhibited exceptional execution. The moment his words fell, the formation beneath their feet lit up.
Unlike Jiang Xinyue's star formation,
formation masters, as the name suggests, are proficient in various formations and are truly supportive mages. Especially in a law enforcement bureau that is constantly on the move, more formation masters are
needed.
Otherwise, for group teleportation like this, the consumption of scrolls would definitely be a major issue.
As the light brightened, it enveloped them all.
The next moment, the members of the law enforcement
bureau vanished from their original spot.
Meanwhile, at the Lu family in the Southern District, by this time, quite a while had passed since Luo-chen's disturbance. The commotion had subsided and the Lu family's gate
had once again returned to its desolate state.
Only 2 bruised Lu family disciples remained, guarding the gate while applying hot eggs to their faces.
They couldn't afford the high treatment costs, and they were reluctant to drink potions to recover.
They could only grit their teeth and endure the pain, hissing in discomfort. Swish! A sudden flash of white light startled the 2 of them.
Immediately, a dense crowd appeared. At least 50 or 60 people.
They were fully armed, as if preparing to enter a dungeon.
Damn it! One of them couldn't help but curse, clearly frightened.
His hand trembled, causing the cooked egg to crack on the
ground.
When he focused his eyes, he realized it was the Law Enforcement Bureau.
You scared me to death. I thought more trouble was coming our way. Ah, I thought so too.
The 2 joked, not taking it to heart. Having experienced Luo-chen's disturbance, they were somewhat psychologically scarred. Who wouldn't be traumatized after being beaten up for no reason? Especially since their own strength was low, they felt even less secure. If they were stronger, they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. However, upon seeing that the newcomers were from the Law Enforcement Bureau, they felt a lot more at ease. At least the Law Enforcement Bureau
follows the rules. They can't just act arbitrarily.
That, Chief, what are you?
Slap. Slap.
Before the 2 could finish their words, they received 2 incredibly smooth slaps.
They didn't even have time to react, leaving them dazed. They hadn't said anything wrong, nor had they done anything wrong. Why was it always them who got hurt?
Just as the feeling of grievance surged in their hearts, they heard a cold shout. We received a report.
You are illegally detaining the orphan of the guardian of Jiang City. A report? How could anyone report them?
The reverence Jiang City had for Luo Qingfeng had long been worn down to a fraction. Who would
care about the trivial matters of Luo Chen and the Lu family?
On one side was the former glory, and on the other was the current top power in Jiang City, an existence that no one dared to offend.
In terms of the
situation, ordinary people could still tell the difference. Very few would offend the Lu family, which was in its prime, for Luo Chen. However, for the Law Enforcement Bureau, they could overlook everything else, but the detention of Luo Chen was very important. All they needed was a reason to search the Lu family.
Weren't you not leaving any evidence?
Well, sorry, we can only go into your Lu family and search slowly.
Wait. You can't go in.
Despite their stinging cheeks, the two guards still dutifully stepped forward to intercept them. What a joke, this wasn't just a job, it was their heads on the line.
If the enforcement team really got into
the Lu family, they would be in trouble. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered and outmatched. Yi Tianyu simply brushed past them, his large hand waving fiercely.
Boom!
There was no need for any organization. The door was smashed open with a combined effort.
The entire process took less than a second.
The sound of the door being smashed instantly attracted the attention of the Lu family members. A group of young heirs rushed in from all directions, their strengths varying, attempting to intercept the enforcement team. Unfortunately, facing enforcers of at least level 45, they were only there to take a beating.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sticks, wrapped in cloth, came crashing down on the Lu family heirs. It was as if all the grievances of the past 10 days were being vented onto them. The feeling of knowing the culprit was right in front of them but being unable to find evidence had troubled them for a long time. At that moment, they truly made every strike count.
I'll make you arrogant. I'll make you arrogant. Damn it.
It's all your fault that I have to work overtime every
day. You bastards, you like to provoke, huh? The members of the Law Enforcement Bureau showed no signs of personal grudges.
They all exerted their charm, blending in with the Lu family heirs. It was just that their deep affection made it a bit hard for them to hold back.
Don't forget the main issue. Remember, we are here to find Luo Chen. We absolutely do not suspect any collusion between the Lu family and the monsters,
Yi Tianyu said loudly, showing no signs of evasion. However, to everyone's ears, it sounded like a sarcastic remark. The enforcers exchanged knowing glances and immediately dispersed. With the main fighting force of
the Lu family absent, it provided them with considerable convenience.
Stop right now. You enforcement team are nothing but bandits. We will report you.
Quick, notify the clan leader.
The Lu family heirs were filled with righteous indignation, strongly condemning the actions of Yi Tianyu and the others. But when it came to calling for reinforcements, they hesitated in unison. It wasn't that they didn't want to go, they truly didn't dare. A simple search would suffice, at least they wouldn't die, and some even wanted to take them directly to the place where they were being detained.
But under the watchful eyes of everyone, no one was willing to be the one to stick their neck out.
Doing so would undoubtedly solidify their crimes, and then they would truly have no way to defend themselves.
Meanwhile, they felt even more frustrated. Damn it, weren't those people outside always calling Luo Chen a waste? Why are they so kind today? I'm puzzled too. The enforcement team seems a bit overly proactive today. Could it be that other families have teamed up to deal with us? In an instant, various speculations arose. The controlled crowd whispered among themselves, conspiracy theories abounding. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they remained completely unaware that the mastermind behind it all was Luo Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Tianyu had not mentioned it, and thus no one knew.
Meanwhile, the steward of the Lu family wore a pained expression. He could only silently plead for the law enforcement team's search operation to end quickly.
Stop searching. Please, just stop. That cabinet is off limits. How could such a large person possibly fit in there?
Steward Chi was so angry he was stomping his feet, complaining incessantly along the way. The way they were rummaging through everything looked less like a search for a person and more like a hunt for something. But he couldn't say anything, as there was no direct evidence. Moreover, they had indeed captured Luo Chen, which was an undeniable fact. However, if they continued searching like this, they might find some unsavory items. After thinking it over, Steward Chi gritted his teeth as if making a difficult decision.
Stop searching. I'll take you to find Luo Chen.
He thought to himself that at worst, he could take the blame and admit it decisively, which might earn him a lighter sentence. It was certainly better than the Lu family being implicated in something that would lead to him being held accountable as the steward. With that in mind, he called out generously.
But who would have thought that the next second, Yi Tianyu suddenly let out a cold laugh. You said there wasn't anyone before, and now you say you want to take us to find him. Who do you think you're fooling? No need to guess, we know you want to lead us into a trap.
Brothers, ignore this guy and keep searching. As soon as the words fell, Steward Chi was stunned. The several Lu family members being held captive were also taken aback.
Weren't you looking for someone? Why would you refuse to take the person back when we actually offered to return him? It was a blatant scheme. In an instant, they understood. You are trespassing. I'm going to report you. The law enforcement team in the south of the city is abusing their power. I'm going to report you. Luo Chen is in the woodshed. Hurry and search the woodshed. Once you find him, get out. Several Lu family members twisted and turned in a frenzy. Some even claimed to be clever and directly revealed Luo Chen's location. That person was convinced that as long as they found Luo Chen, the law enforcement team would have no reason to stay. After they left, they could find an opportunity to report them. However, they had ultimately been too well protected by the Lu family, and as soon as those words were spoken, Steward Chi knew things were going to go badly. As an elderly man over 60, he had long seen that Yi Tianyu and the others were not here for good. Unless he saw them searching with his own eyes, he would never expose Luo Chen's location. Sure enough, in the next moment, Steward Chi saw the corners of Yi Tianyu's mouth curve slightly, a smile of cunning success that instantly made his hair stand on end. He raised one hand and called out loudly, "Brothers, did you hear that? They said Luo Chen is in the woodshed." Although the law enforcement team did not understand his meaning, they still cooperatively shouted out. The uneven responses echoed in various courtyards. Hearing the noise, Yi Tianyu felt quite pleased. With his brows slightly raised, he provocatively glanced at Steward Chi and continued, "There must be a trick there. Everyone, don't go near." As soon as the words fell, the law enforcement team couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, revealing meaningful smiles. The Lu family members, however, were completely dumbfounded. The one who had shouted out Luo Chen's location was so furious that he twisted his body in an attempt to break free. "No? Are you all crazy? I already said Luo Chen is in the woodshed. Hurry up and find him. I'll take you there." He almost roared, but all he received in response was Yi Tianyu's cold laugh. "Very good. You're acting quite well. Indeed, your intentions are malicious. Someone, first, give him a set of major memory recovery techniques. Let him think it over properly." After saying that, several law enforcers grinned as they stepped forward. Their fists cracked ominously as they approached with a warm greeting. In the dark room of the Lu family, Lu Chentian slightly raised his eyes. "Why is it so noisy outside?" A look of displeasure appeared on his face. The crowd felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. "I'll go check right away, master." Someone immediately stood up. As he spoke, he buried his head as deeply as possible, fearing that he might be punished. Sweat had already soaked his hair, and his entire back was drenched. "Go ahead," Lu Chentian said lightly, his gaze never once focusing on that fellow clansman. However, this was exactly what the other party wanted. Upon receiving permission, excitement visibly spread across his face. He turned and left without a hint of reluctance, his expression hurried, even fearing that if he walked too slowly, he would be called back. As they watched him leave and close the door, envy filled the eyes of the crowd, though they dared only to express it through their gazes, completely refraining from showing it outwardly. On the other side, within the Lu family courtyard, clues were being handed to Yi Tianyu, all from various Lu family members, in secret communication with others. Among them was the former Southern City branch, which naturally had the most connections to the previous director, Li Xiankai. TSK. Yi Tianyu shook his head, looking at the Lu family members before him with pity. They probably never expected that he and his group would come barging in to search for evidence so directly. The records they had kept to control others had, at this moment, turned into powerful evidence. In an instant, the faces of the Lu family disciples turned ashen. What puzzled them even more was why, despite everything, their uncles and elders remained so composed. Did they really intend to just watch them get taken away? Little did they know, those elders had their own unspoken hardships. Being a family elder was truly worse than being a dog. Day in and day out, they were summoned for meetings, all huddled in that cramped little room. After this period, they felt like they were going insane. "How's it going? Still haven't found that thing?" Yi Tianyu asked in a low voice. For him, these matters were merely minor skirmishes, making the cases in the bureau easier to wrap up. In reality, they were not what he truly desired. Evidence was certainly important, at least it could shake the foundations of the Lu family and severely injure them. But compared to the evil potion, it could only be set aside for now. At this moment, nothing could be more troublesome than the lurking demonic entity. If this thing continued to hide, the entire Jiang city would face an unprecedented crisis. In response to his inquiry, several team leaders shook their heads. Helplessly, they had searched every possible place inside and outside the Lu family. Aside from a small portion, there should be no omissions. This naturally included the woodshed where Luo Chen was located. "There's still one place we haven't searched," someone suddenly said, though their expression was somewhat grim, "the Lu family ancestral hall." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyu raised an eyebrow, revealing a contemplative look. If
All went as expected. According to the other party's words, everyone from the Lu family who had not yet appeared should be there, including the head of the Lu family, Lu Chentian, who should be no exception. A group of people gathered together clearly wouldn't have any good intentions. But the problem was, Lu Chentian's strength was unfathomable. Relying solely on them, they might not even be a match. Have the people from the Xian group arrived? Yi Tianyu asked in a low voice. This operation was of great importance, and they needed the help of the Xian group to enter the ancestral hall and investigate. Otherwise, he had no confidence at all. Report, Director, the Xian group has arrived in Jiang City and is on their way here. The enforcers below responded, their words tinged with excitement. They had just started their posts, and now they could see the legendary Xian group. How could they not be thrilled? It was known that this was the organization they had longed for while studying at the specialized university for enforcers. Each member was a legendary figure. What? First-rate genius on campus. If they went there, wouldn't even be qualified to shine shoes. Those enforcers are merely individuals who passed their assessments after graduation and can start working as interns. But the Xian group is different. They need to select the top 3 from layers of elimination. The rest are all eliminated. Even if you come in fourth, even if you lose by just one move, that is still a failure. There are no ties, and professional counters do not matter. Losing is losing, with no excuses. Adhering to the principle of better to have none than to have a bad one, they only recruit a maximum of 3 people each year to send to a secret base for training. Only those who pass the tests and undergo a second awakening can become members of the Xian group. 2 conditions, neither can be missing. It can be said that any one of the Xian group members released is a human weapon. Looking at the history of the Xian group in Long Country, since its establishment, only one person has emerged from the vast Jiang city, Luo Qingfeng. One can imagine the level of competition is fierce. Director Yi, is the situation really that serious this time? Why has the Xian group been mobilized? After a brief excitement, their minds quickly returned to clarity. With just a slight turn of their eyes, they discovered the loopholes. They understood the power of the Xian group, and because of that, they felt even less confident. If the Xian group was mobilized, the other party must not be easy to deal with. Moreover, it was very likely that they were within the Lu family. Thinking of this, everyone's hair stood on end, and they stiffly turned their necks to observe their surroundings. You don't need to worry too much for now, just search, Yi Tianyu said, forcing a smile on his face. Although he lacked confidence, he still firmly believed that the other party wouldn't dare to be so blatant. After all, they belonged to the Enforcement Bureau under the management of higher-ups. Moreover, this operation had been reported in advance. If the other party dared to act recklessly and caused any accidents, then at that time, they wouldn't need any evidence. Although they only used the words suspected existence of demon race, it was enough to mobilize the Xian group, showing the importance placed by the higher-ups. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyu and the others were still busy searching. On the other side, in the Lu family's woodshed, the magic restraining handcuffs lay scattered, and Luo Chen casually sat on the stove. The handcuffs meant to limit abilities could not restrain his summoned beasts, so breaking free was quite simple. Perhaps this is the special nature of S-class talent. At this moment, Luo Chen looked at the cute girl on the communicator, a smile on his face. By the way, Shiyu, is uncle still in Jiang City? Luo Chen asked, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. It was unclear what he was thinking at that moment. Hearing his words, Han Shiyu immediately replied, yes. He keeps mentioning that you should go see him when you have time. Then, as if recalling something, she pouted, clenching her small pink fist. He won't move to the capital, then he could see brother Luo Chen. But he says he can't dare to part with those 6 little bugs. It drives me crazy. Sooner or later, I'll secretly throw those stinky bugs away. Listening to Han Shiyu's words, Luo Chen couldn't help but smirk. It's rare for someone to care about him, so he could only agree. All right, I'll visit uncle when I have time. I also have something I want to ask him. As for what that was, Luo Chen had no intention of explaining further. Just then, Han Shiyu's dissatisfied voice came again. I've been leveling up well recently. I'm already level 26. Damn it. How come no one told me that level 23 is just the average level for freshmen? Han Shiyu complained, making Luo Chen feel a headache. This was not that others hadn't told her, but rather that she hadn't bothered to understand, leading to her ignorance of even basic knowledge. It must be said that the capital university had protected her too well. After all, it was a top-tier institution. How could they let someone in to slack off? With Han Shiyu's level, she would definitely drag down the class average. He really didn't know what the capital university was up to before. It was one thing that Luo Chen had never attended university, but he had no idea what it meant that Han Shiyu was in the 23rd grade. Now, looking at it, she was simply as inexperienced as a novice. Even if placed in Yenzhou University, she wouldn't even qualify for the elite class. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of merit Han Shiyu had to be able to smoothly get through to her sophomore year at Capital University. If there was no trickery involved, Luo Chen would be the first to not believe it. And you actually leveled up to 40 in secret. I was worried about you all this time. Han Shiyu waved her small fists, looking as if she was about to hit someone. Only Luo Chen knew that even if she was right in front of him, she wouldn't really go through with it. At most, it was just for show, more like a little sister acting cute towards her. Brother. This made Luo Chen's heart warm. Then, as if he thought of something, his brows suddenly furrowed. How did you know I was level 40? It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with Han Shiyu, far from it. It was just that he hadn't told anyone else about this, so it shouldn't have spread so quickly. Yet now, not only did Han Shiyu, a student from Capital University, know, but she was also so certain about it. In response, Han Shiyu tilted her head in confusion and answered directly, my mentor told me. Your mentor? Yes, but you probably haven't met him. He seems to be a classmate of my dad. When asked, Han Shiyu could be said to know but not speak. However, she spilled all the little bits of information she had. Hearing the explanation, Luo Chen immediately understood what was going on. Since Han Shiyu's father was an old acquaintance of her mentor, it wasn't impossible for her to be sent to Capital University to be a slacker. Even if she had decent talent, as long as she wanted to slack off, no one would care. This explained why, just over 10 days ago, Han Shiyu was only at level 23 and still felt proud of herself. Tap tap tap. Outside, the noisy footsteps grew closer. Luo Chen hurriedly cut off the communication and slowly looked up. Bang! The door to the storage room was kicked open violently. What came into view were several members of the Lu family, along with the enforcement team. For a moment, everyone stared at each other in shock. See, this is the Luo Chen you were looking for. Take him away and get out of the Lu family. The middle-aged man at the forefront was filled with uncontrollable anger. Pointing at Luo Chen from a distance, he shouted loudly. The flames of anger in his heart surged, and he couldn't care about anything else. If the enforcement team continued to search, the entire Lu family would be doomed. Just a moment ago, Lu Chentang had just come out from the room next to the ancestral hall, and as he turned the corner, he hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Looking around, he was met with a scene of devastation. It looked as if it had just been raided by bandits, with hardly a place left unscathed. Fortunately, his strength wasn't low, which allowed him to stand and speak. After some understanding and weighing the situation, he decided to take the lighter option. Under his repeated obstruction and tough attitude, the enforcement team could only temporarily comply with his stance and choose to take Luo Chen away. Thus, the current scene unfolded. A dozen or so people stared at each other in disbelief. Yi Tianyu raised an eyebrow, looking at Luo Chen as if asking whether they should take him away now that they were already here. However, the only response he received was a roll of Luo Chen's eyes, as if questioning Yi Tianyu's intelligence. It was easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. Having finally managed to sneak in, how could they just leave? If they couldn't take down the Lu family this time, they would definitely be more vigilant in the future, and it would be difficult then. Understanding his gaze, Yi Tianyu suddenly furrowed his brows. In an instant, a look of anger appeared on his face. Slap! He suddenly slapped down hard. A big slap sent Lu Chentang reeling, his eyes dazed. Staring blankly at Yi Tianyu, he couldn't come to his senses for a long time. At that moment, Lu Chentang's mind was in chaos, unable to understand what was happening. Hadn't he already been brought here? The magic suppression handcuffs had also been removed, so what did it mean to slap himself just when he was at a loss? Yi Tianyu's voice finally rang out. What Luo Chen? Where did this Luo Chen come from? How dare you speak nonsense with your eyes wide open? After saying this, he felt a sharp pain in his right cheek. Another slap landed heavily on his face. This statement left everyone else dumbfounded. Wasn't Luo Chen sitting at the stove? Were you all blind, or was my eyesight failing? Before he could react, the door was suddenly slammed shut again. This old dog is quite unruly, thinking he can waste everyone's time. Someone, give him a good beating. With Yi Tianyu's command, the enforcers snapped out of their daze. Just moments ago, they too thought they were hallucinating. But upon seeing the director's mysterious smile, they immediately understood what was happening. In that instant, everyone reached a consensus. Luo Chen? What Luo Chen? Although our eyesight may not be great, we can't be easily fooled. Fists raised, they unceremoniously swung at Lu Chentang, making him howl in pain. This scene sent chills down the spines of the other Lu family members. The enforcement team could pretend to be blind, but how could they not see? It was clear they wanted to target the Lu family. However, now they dared not shout, fearing that the clubs would land on them next. They were confused, not foolish. They wouldn't make the same mistake of seeking trouble again. I've figured it out. You must have hidden Luo Chen in the ancestral hall. Yi Tianyu shouted loudly, immediately winning the support of the enforcers. Right now, that was the only place they hadn't searched, and it surely held some unspeakable secret.
If they could find it, wouldn't it leave a glorious mark in the history of enforcement? In an instant, everyone became excited. No, you can't go there, even with his body covered in wounds. Lu Chentang insisted on speaking out.
His concern was not feigned, but it wasn't for Yi Tianyu and the others. He was worried about being implicated, his eyes filled with fear.
Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyu's expression darkened slightly, a hint of indifference flashing across his face. He stared directly at Lu Chentang and retorted, "Do you think if we were afraid of death, we would still be enforcers?" The Lu family members moved towards the ancestral hall.
Yi Tianyu led the way, his brow furrowed the entire time. As they got closer, his heart began to race even more intensely.
What's going on?
Yi Tianyu placed a hand on his chest, feeling the unsettling aura that made his heart race. He even doubted for a moment whether he was hallucinating.
But judging by everyone's reactions, it seemed he wasn't the only one feeling it. You all feel it too. Director Yi, something seems off.
Yi Tianyu hesitated to ask, and immediately someone picked up on his words. Just as he thought, the others also sensed something unusual.
Even before getting close, it was already so alarming. The ancestral hall must be hiding something terrifying. Looks like my instincts were right,
Yi Tianyu said, turning to scan the Lu family members being held nearby.
In the moment he locked eyes with Lu
Chentang, he found the latter still wore that vacant expression. His eyes completely lost focus, as if he had nothing left to live for.
The other's demeanor further solidified Yi Tianyu's thoughts.
Clearly, the thing they were looking for was most likely inside. But that unsettling aura still made him hesitate. Search! After a brief moment of contemplation and weighing the options, he finally issued the command.
Instantly, the
enforcers below surged forward. Although they too felt a bit uncertain, their backbone was right here, and it wasn't their turn to panic.
They simply cleared their minds and followed orders. As for Yi Tianyu, he had much more to consider.
He needed to quickly connect with the personnel from the Xian team while also keeping an eye on the situation of his team members to prevent any unexpected incidents that could lead to casualties.
Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion rang out. Accompanied by the intense sound, several figures were sent flying. Yi Tianyu focused his gaze and was immediately shocked.
The ones flying past him, aside from his law
enforcement team, could only be those people.
The one flying the fastest held a massive shield in hand, his arm twisted awkwardly. Clearly, this strike had continuously shattered their defenses, and the shockwave even caused his hands to fracture.
Damn it!
Yi Tianyu cursed under his breath, his eyes shifting.
At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the broken door.
The newcomer appeared to be around 50, looking somewhat aged. However, his hair and beard were unnaturally black, giving off an odd impression.
The sinister look on his face was unmasked.
A deep voice emerged as the other party's gaze suddenly shifted.
Following the
direction of the corridor, his eyes landed on Yi Tianyu. The way he crossed his arms revealed calmness and composure, and the slight curve of his lips showed disdain for them.
Jiancheng Law Enforcement Bureau? Good. Very good. Lu Chentian suddenly laughed, and then his gaze shifted. It swept over the crowd and landed on Lu Chenting behind them. Facing this cousin, Lu Chentian showed no sympathy whatsoever. On the contrary, his expression began to turn fierce. I already said, if you drag everyone down.
Before Lu Chentian could finish his sentence, his right hand had already lifted.
The crowd hadn't even reacted when a flash of black light zipped past.
Yi Tianyu felt his hair being whipped by the wind, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Before he could even process what was happening, a dull explosion sounded from behind him. As if realizing something, he turned back in disbelief. Behind him, there was no longer any sign of Lu Chenting. All that remained was a charred body, severed at the waist. With just one strike, a level 40 awakened one had been
effortlessly eliminated. Moreover, the opponent hadn't even activated a skill, nor had a health bar appeared. Just like that, with a simple lift of the hand, a person was gone. If they hadn't been wearing the law enforcement uniforms, they would likely have suffered the same fate. This guy is at least a second transformation powerhouse, Yi Tianyu muttered, feeling an inexplicable pressure. This was not good news for them. Perhaps all the law enforcement personnel combined wouldn't even match half of the opponent's strength. At that moment, the other party's voice rang out. Law enforcement team?
This is not a place for you to come.
Lu Chentian grinned,
his voice low and hoarse. It seemed different from when he was outside earlier.
Lu Chentian, I now possess a large amount of criminal evidence against your Lu family. If you cooperate, you might be able to reduce your sentence. But if you remain stubborn, don't blame us for being merciless.
Although Yi Tianyu didn't have much confidence, he showed no fear in his words. Since the ship had already sailed, there was no
reason to turn back.
They had already begun searching the Lu family, so they had to see it through to the end.
Otherwise, their newly formed law enforcement team in the Southern District would earn the reputation of being bullies who prey on the weak.
This would not have a positive impact on future cooperation between officials and citizens. Once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. The search operation had to go all the way. No matter how strong the head of the Lu family was, he could not reach the heavens. However, Yi Tianyu still underestimated Lu Chentian's capriciousness. Just as his words fell, he felt a dangerous aura. His pupils constricted, and he crossed his arms in front of himself. The entire process didn't even give him time to think. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his hands, as if his chest had suddenly been struck by a hammer. Boom! The explosion sounded, and Yi Tianyu was instantly smashed against the corner wall. His feet were in the air, head down, his whole body flipped upside down. His back slammed hard against the wall, causing him to lose all sensation from the pain. All he knew was that his throat felt sweet, and suddenly, a mouthful of old blood spurted out. As a water mage, being able to withstand a blow and not die already counts as the opponent showing mercy. Even so, Yi Tianyu would not give the other party the slightest acknowledgement. The smile of a demon is always chilling, and Lu Chentian was no different. A private faction that develops black industries and may even collude with monsters. How could he possibly feel grateful for such feigned kindness? Gritting his teeth, he slowly stood up from the ground. In his gaze towards Lu Chentian, there was only disdain and mockery. Is this the power you've gained? It seems like it's nothing special. Yi Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, mocking Lu Chentian. Being tough might cost him his life, but he did not regret his decision at this moment. His words seemed to have touched Lu Chentian's sore spot, causing his eyes to narrow. It was not just contempt for his strength, it also contained an important message. Oh, it seems your enforcement team has found something. Lu Chentian raised an eyebrow and said slowly. His gaze, without him realizing it, became more frenzied, and with a slight movement of his feet, he instantly vanished from the spot. In Yi Tianyu's desperate eyes, his fist continued to grow larger. The shadow of the fist reflected in his pupils kept enlarging. As it got closer, a trace of despair finally appeared in his eyes. His broken arm could no longer be raised to defend, he could only let the attack fall. It seemed he had already faced death calmly as Yi Tianyu slowly closed his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the fierce wind tousled his hair. The imagined death did not come. Yi Tianyu opened his eyes in shock. In his line of sight, an arm stretched out horizontally, blocking in front of him. It firmly caught Lu Chentian's attack, saving him from disaster. Yi Tianyu's gaze followed the slender arm, and when he saw the person, his pupils constricted. Luo Chen. He found it hard to express his feelings at that moment with words. All that was in his eyes was disbelief. He even thought for a moment that he was seeing things or had already reached hell. How could a mere student, in just over 10 days, undergo such a transformation? It should be known that even he had no confidence in withstanding Lu Chentian's punch. Yet Luo Chen managed to do it. Although it didn't seem easy, with his teeth clenched, it was clear he had exhausted all his strength. Even so, it was enough to shock him. Luo Chen, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. This voice did not come from Yi Tianyu, but it was also a question from his heart. Lu Chentian spoke calmly, narrowing his eyes as he re-evaluated Luo Chen. To say he was evaluating would be an understatement. The killing intent in his gaze had never diminished, and the coldness at the corner of his mouth had not faded. It was unclear whether he was angry from being toyed with earlier or feared Luo Chen's growth would pose a threat to the Lu family. Regardless of the reason, it was enough for him to decide that Luo Chen could not live any longer. In the standoff, Lu Chentian increased the pressure in his grip. For a moment, the overwhelming force made Luo Chen struggle to hold on, retreating step by step. Leave! Luo Chen shouted in a low voice, gritting his teeth and struggling desperately. Without needing to name names, all members of the enforcement team retreated outside, including Yi Tianyu. Before leaving, they glanced back at the ancestral hall, seeing the high-ranking members of the Lu family standing at the door, their fists clenched slightly. The situation had changed, and they could not afford to linger. Even if they wanted to go up and arrest them all, they were powerless to do so. At this moment, they dared not be careless or hesitate. Every second of delay could hinder Luo Chen. As enforcers, discipline was the most important thing. Within just a few seconds, the enforcement team had completely evacuated the entire Lu family ancestral hall. It was at this moment that Luo Chen's slightly narrowed eyes became fierce. You are not a second-turn awakener. Luo Chen let out a cold shout, suddenly exerting force with his hand. In an instant, a blue light burst forth, colliding with the black light emitted by Lu Chentian. Boom! The energy clash sent shockwaves that instantly hurled both of them away. Ultimately, it was the overwhelming strength that gained the upper hand. In midair, Lu Chentian had already managed to control his body first. With a forceful twist of his waist and abdomen, he managed to alter his landing posture. The two of them traced arcs in the air before landing on the ground. In that moment, Lu Chentian had already steadied himself on both feet and suddenly exerted force. Crack! The floor beneath him couldn't bear his weight and cracked immediately. In the next moment he had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Lo Chen had just landed. The energy impact rendered him immobile and he crashed heavily to the ground. After rolling twice on the ground, he finally regained control of his body and turned over into a half-squat position. Before he could assess the situation around him, Lo Chen felt a blur in front of his eyes. Bang! A wave of numbness shot through the left side of his face. The next moment he was uncontrollably sent flying again. It turned out that Lu Chenfeng's attack had arrived at some point without him noticing. Is he also a warrior? Although Lo Chen was knocked away by a punch, he still couldn't stop thinking. His gaze fell upon Lu Chentian's cold eyes. Thoughts raced through his mind as he assessed the opponent's attack methods. When he was previously captured by the Lu family, the opponent had clearly displayed many long-range skills typical of a mage. But now he was directly engaging in close combat. It was evident that the opponent was unafraid of close-range suppression, otherwise he wouldn't take such risks. Little did he know, it was just that Lo Chen was still unfamiliar with second transformation awakeners, which prevented him from distinguishing their attack methods. Once he reached the second transformation, his physical attributes would change. The distinction between mages and warriors would no longer be particularly obvious, only some signature skills could differentiate them. Similarly, when a warrior used mage-type skills, they would still face significant suppression. Of course, this didn't mean Lu Chentian was already a second transformation awakener. It could only be said that he was very close, but there was still a long way to go to reach that point. To put it in the joking words of others, he was very close to becoming a god, but further away from being human. The threshold for the second transformation might be near or far. No one knew how long this path would take. It was precisely for this reason that some would take risks, getting lost in the pursuit of power. What do you think of this power? Lu Chentian asked with a sneer, looking at the flying Lo Chen. The shadow in his eyes seemed to always accompany him. Even when he wanted to laugh heartily, he still appeared beast-like, lacking much rationality. Pa! Lo Chen spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. This time it wasn't an act, he was genuinely hit. With his current strength, dealing with an awakener so close to the second transformation was still too unrealistic. Is that all? I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. Lo Chen smirked, mocking him. It wasn't that he was boasting, rather, this power gained through external means didn't pique his interest at all. If he guessed correctly, Lu Chentian's apparent strength now was likely due to that mysterious and evil potion. The violent nature of the opponent was probably a backlash from the drug, with his rationality slowly being eroded. When the opponent felt that the need for power outweighed everything else, it would likely be the moment of his downfall. At that time, another monster would take his place. Lo Chen had no interest in something gained by losing one's true self. Oh really? Let's see how long you can keep up that tough facade. Lu Chentian sneered, extending a claw forward. Buzz! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, that familiar metallic giant claw reached out towards Lo Chen once again. However, with the experience of having suffered losses, Luo Chen was very cautious this time. You like to use your claws, right? Then I'll give it a try too. Grip of dust and sand. Luo Chen shouted, and a giant hand made of yellow sand reached out towards Lu Chentian. Golden earth, black and yellow, collided in an instant. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions roared, deafening. The high-ranking members of the Lu family instinctively covered their ears. On one side was the patriarch of the Lu family, the current head of the household. On the other side was just a young brat who a year ago was nothing but a waste with no chance of even applying to university. Yet now, the battle between the two left them with no opportunity to intervene. The mere aftermath of the fight blew their clothes wildly, leaving their hair in disarray. Dust and stones flew around the arena, and even the ornamental potted plants were stripped bare, with hardly a few leaves left. Some larger, more wind-sensitive plants were nearly uprooted. Is this really the Luo Chun from before? Someone couldn't help but question. However, no one answered him. Regardless of the reason, they could not believe the reality before them. It should be known that situations like this had basically reached a point of no return, especially since some among them still remembered Luo Chen's true identity. He was the son of Luo Qingfeng, the guardian of Zheng City, and the Lu family was the one that should be most grateful to Luo Qingfeng, yet their current actions were completely contrary to that original intention. Since they had already embarked on a path of no return, they would walk it to the end. Perhaps some wanted to resist, but no matter what, even if Lu Chentian was hard to fathom, he was still a member of the Lu family. And Luo Chen, to put it bluntly, was no relation to them. As long as they forgot about Luo Qingfeng, they could act without guilt. Luo Chen, give it up. You are not Luo Qingfeng after all. Lu Chentian laughed loudly, his face becoming even more unsightly due to the wrinkles. His words were like mockery, but more like a declaration of war against the former Luo Qingfeng. However, Luo Qingfeng was long gone, and he could only vent all his frustrations on Luo Chen. Boom! The two giant claws collided. In just a moment, the grip of dust and sand had already crumbled to dust. It was ultimately a battle of different levels, and ordinary mage skills simply couldn't hold up for long. The yellow sand was sent flying everywhere, completely obscuring most of the view. The entire open space in front of the ancestral hall was almost entirely covered. Is that so? Suddenly, a retort burst forth from the yellow sand. Amidst the dust, a blue light seemed to flicker. Spirit attachment. Accompanied by this almost inaudible sound, the gravel in the entire area suddenly exploded. In an instant, it crashed against the walls and the sky. In the center, there was no trace of sand left. All that remained was a voice emanating a chilling aura. Ha! Luo Chen slowly exhaled, and the temperature in the air seemed to drop significantly. The blue light in his eyes had not faded since earlier. But in the next second, a strange red light flashed through his gaze. Unlike the previous purity, this time Luo Chen appeared much more irritable. His brows were tightly knitted, forming a deep furrow between them. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a row of white teeth. That expression was nothing like the smile of a sunny youth. Instead, it resembled that of a wolf guarding its food. Spirit attachment duration, 0 hours 5 minutes 23 seconds. The duration of the spirit attachment was evidently much longer than before in the wolf demon cave. Perhaps it was because he chose the chaotic wolf shadow. He sacrificed many skills in exchange for stronger attributes and a longer spirit attachment time. Of course, it could also be due to his level increase. As for whether that was the case, Luo Chen did not know. The reason for choosing the chaotic wolf shadow was also a consideration for the future. After all, the skills of the magic hand were too recognizable. If he used the magic hand, he would inevitably be recognized. But with the chaotic wolf shadow, he didn't need to think so much. What kind of power is this? Lu Chuntian narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of greed flashing in their depths. This explosive increase in strength made him want to claim it for himself. His obsession with power had nearly reached a pathological level. The power to kill you. The blue light in Luo Chan's eyes seemed almost tangible, leaping with excitement. His cold face was filled with disdain for Lu Chuntian. The wolf fawn's sword pointed slightly, its tip aimed at Lu Chuntian's direction. Arrogant! Lu Chuntian coldly shouted, and in the next moment he had already vanished from his spot. Luo Chen showed no hesitation either. The time for spirit attachment was limited. There was no time to waste on idle talk. He swung his long sword back and charged forward fiercely. Whoosh! Clang clang clang! In the arena, the two figures moved at breakneck speed. Another sound of drawing swords echoed, and their attacks continuously clashed against each other. Sparks flew, yet the movements of the fighters were completely invisible. Even the high-ranking members of the Lu family, with their eyes nearly bulging, still found it ineffective. One had the chaotic wolf shadow with a life force of 300,000, while the other was in existence almost at the second transition. For them, life points were practically just decorations. Not to mention that every successful hit could only inflict a tiny bit of damage. Just the sheer length of that health bar was enough to prolong the standoff. Clang! Another collision occurred. The crossing of sword edges sparked golden red flames. Luo Chen and Lu Chuntian each held a sword, engaging in a contest of strength. The two long swords clashed, producing a grinding sound. You can't win against me. If I'm not mistaken, you won't be able to maintain this state for long. Humph, killing you is enough, Lu Chuntian boasted, trying to undermine Luo Chen with his words. Little did he know, Luo Chen was completely unfazed by his tactics at that moment. After attaching the chaotic wolf shadow, his mind was solely focused on battle. Even the routine release of the necromantic poison mist before the fight was completely forgotten. Skills, techniques, all were wiped from his mind. Even the retort to Lu Chuntian's words only came after he struggled to regain a shred of rationality. Ha! Luo Chen suddenly sneered, and then the force in his hand abruptly increased. This unexpected power caught Lu Chuntian off guard. He had thought it was an evenly matched battle, only to discover that Luo Chen had been hiding a card up his sleeve. Suddenly blocked, Lu Chuntian found himself wide open. Battles between experts happen in an instant, and such a glaring flaw at such close range undoubtedly gave Luo Chen a tremendous opportunity. Rarely, a look of panic appeared on Lu Chuntian's face. He had always been high and mighty, seemingly in control of others. It had been a long time since he had shown any sign of panic in battle. For a moment, it threw him off balance. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Luo Chen would not speak of martial ethics. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed at least 10 strikes in an instant. The sharp blades cut through flesh, leaving deep wounds. You brat, you're dead! Lu Chuntian shouted coldly, enduring the pain in his chest. Taking advantage of the moment Luo Chen had just sheathed his sword, he struck out with a powerful palm. Wolf King's blessing!
It was as if it was an instinctive action. Luo Chen made no move, and the skill was already released. The voice was deep and resonant, sounding nothing like his own. This scene made Lu Qintian's eyes widen in disbelief. Originally, the battle had been difficult due to Luo Chen's increase in strength, and now, just when he thought he had the upper hand with a sneak attack, such a twist occurred. However, Luo Chen's gaze at that moment did not seem to be on his own palm. The situation was so bizarre that no matter how hard he tried to think, he couldn't figure out what was happening. When he wanted to retract his palm, he found that everything was a bit too late. A palm struck out, heavily imprinting on the shield raised by the Wolf King's protective spell. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Lu Qintian was sent flying. The recoil from the shield caught him off guard, and he fell heavily to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded. How could such a well-executed attack be countered in such a strange manner and even lead to a counterattack? Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly showing his confusion. Before he could ponder deeply, the instinct of battle urged him to act quickly. He swung his sword, thrusting it fiercely towards Lu Qintian on the ground. Seeing the tip of the sword aimed directly at his face, Lu Qintian's heart raced. Although he yearned for power and had little rationality, it didn't mean he was indifferent to death. This strike wouldn't take his life, but if it hit a vital area, it could render him unable to fight. At that point, he would be at the mercy of others. Clearly, this was not what he wanted to see. In a moment of desperation, he could only roll to the side. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the Wolf Fang's sword striking the ground made his heart leap. Each impact felt as if it were right next to his ear, constantly jarring his nerves. Fortunately, he rolled quickly and soon escaped Luo Chen's attack range. Suddenly flipping over, the anger on his face was evident. Too much bullying. Lu Qintian roared, suddenly swinging his sword. In an instant, the entire world seemed to dim. The sword light, imbued with an evil aura, flashed through, sweeping towards Luo Chen with overwhelming force. Crack! With one strike, the Wolf King's protective spell barely held for less than 2 seconds before crumbling under the assault of the evil aura. The two forces dissolved into each other until they completely vanished. Let's see what other tricks you have. Lu Qintian's face twisted in rage as he lunged forward with his sword. Luo Chen, of course, was not willing to back down, and a new round of close combat began between the two. The clash of swords rang out, the sounds of ding-ding echoing continuously. Sparks occasionally flew, and the shockwaves from the battle left several high-ranking officials trembling in fear. Whoosh! Crack! A wave of sword energy swept through, instantly shattering the cement wall. Dust flew, startling the nearby middle-aged man into a fit of shivers. His gaze shifted, stiffly turning his head. Looking at the deep gash, his legs nearly gave way, almost causing him to collapse. That previous attack had grazed past his ear, cutting some of his hair. He widened his eyes, struggling to swallow. If there had been even a slight deviation, he might have lost his head. Thinking of this, cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. At that moment, a loud shout rang out in the arena. Soul-severing slash. The voice was somewhat hoarse, feeling unlike Luo Chen. There was no time to think. Everyone who met his gaze trembled in unison. As if witnessing something terrifying, their already shaking bodies couldn't help but tremble even more. Among them, only one person remained largely unaffected. Just as Lu Qintian also fell into a state of shock, losing control of his body, his eyes suddenly moved, and both pupils were completely covered by black mist. As his eyes turned black, the confusion on Lu Qintian's face vanished in an instant. At the same time, a wave of energy suddenly appeared behind him. Luo Chen leaped, appearing out of thin air behind him. The Wolf Fang's sword was raised at a certain angle, slashing down diagonally. If this strike landed, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to his combat ability. In a flash, Lu Qintian turned around, sweeping his slender sword. Sweep the 1,000 armies. A ranged skill that almost every warrior would know. With a fierce sweep of his sword, his body turned along with it. As the skill swept through, the slender sword followed suit. Clang! The blades clashed together, sending a jolt that made everyone's scalp tingle. However, everyone remained in a state of shock, their actions driven by instinct rather than conscious thought. You're still too green to compare with me. Ah! Lu Qintian let out a sinister laugh, only to be met with a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Chen had already stomped down hard on his foot. The pain shot straight to his brain, causing him to cry out involuntarily. In his chaotic state, Luo Chen had completely unleashed his fighting style, becoming ruthlessly cunning. Dust and sand. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Qintian immediately became alert. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. This starting gesture? This skill? Hadn't it just been used? How could it be ready again so soon? Could it be that he's planning to trick me? Lu Qintian thought to himself, already convinced of this hypothesis. In his view, there was no way Luo Chen could use it again. And indeed, that was the case, but it had no real impact.
Luo Chen raised his arm, and grains of yellow sand flew out, heading straight for Lu Chentian's face. At such a close distance, there was hardly any room for reaction. He never even considered that Luo Chen would pull such a stunt. This was no battle of awakeners, it was clearly a child's fight. Lu Chentian was furious, but the sand had already landed in his eyes, leaving him no time to even close them. Ah! He suddenly roared, throwing his head back in anger. His body staggered backward, quickly increasing the distance between them. Damn it! How could you use abilities outside of skills? Lu Chentian swung his sword wildly, his words filled with disbelief. Clearly, Luo Chen's move had completely caught him off guard. It was far beyond what an awakener of this level could use. Although he could use it too, that was only after nearing the second transition, and he had barely grasped it. No matter how one looked at it, there was no way Luo Chen, a half-baked awakener, could compare. As his thoughts raced, Luo Chen's attack was already upon him. Although he couldn't see clearly at that moment, he could feel the chill in the air. Put! Just as he raised his sword to defend, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. The sound of the knife sinking into flesh froze him in place. The sudden attack caught Lu Chentian completely off guard. He couldn't comprehend how an attack coming from above could have pierced his side at an angle. Boom! Feeling the pain, he also confirmed Luo Chen's position. Lu Chentian swung out fiercely, unleashing a powerful energy that blasted apart a corner of the courtyard. Hearing the noise, he realized that his attack had likely missed its target. He shook his head violently, regaining his sight from the blinding state. Half opening his eyes, he barely caught sight of Luo Chen's position. He was unaware that the distance between them had already widened significantly. Standing not far away, one hand pressed against his forehead, he could vaguely see the struggle on the other's face. Everyone get out of here! Lu Chentian shouted at the Lu family members, issuing a retreat order. With so many people gathered here, it undoubtedly limited his ability to fight. As soon as he spoke, everyone exchanged glances, their eyes shifting from Lu Chentian to Luo Chen. After a brief hesitation, they immediately turned and ran. They feared that if they were even a moment slower, they would be sent to meet their parents. Each one wished they could grow a few more legs to run faster. Before long, only the two of them remained in the courtyard, and Lu Chentian's vision had returned. Looking at Luo Chen, who was giving him a headache, he slowly tilted his neck a couple of times, a strange smile appearing on his face. Luo Chen, you shouldn't have come looking for death, Lu Chentian said, his eyes now completely black. Veins bulged on his cheeks, subtly revealing hints of darkness. It was as if something was flowing within his veins. As his voice fell, Luo Chen seemed to have found his target, the look of struggle instantly fading away. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ground was stomped into a deep pit, the fierce wind swept through, and Luo Chen's figure had vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lu Chentian, his face filled with a violent ferocity. Clang! The two long swords clashed together, and a manic expression surfaced on Lu Chentian's face. His wild laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. Unlike Luo Chen, his rationality was evidently much higher. The connections between each of his moves were smoother. In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged blows over a dozen times. The weeds in the courtyard were completely shredded by the sword light. Even fragments of stone flew through the air, only to be struck by the sword energy and shattered again in the next moment. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions resonated throughout the area. Many residents from the southern part of the city were drawn to the spectacle. Some bold enough, unafraid of the Lu family, sought out closer spots to watch the fight. Being in the bustling market, without a manor or villa, naturally attracted many onlookers. However, at this moment, the Lu family was already struggling to protect themselves, with no time to manage anything else. Everyone, behave yourselves! Yi Tianyu shouted fiercely, pushing the Lu family members out. At this time, the high-ranking members of the Lu family were in a daze. They had just come out from the ancestral hall, and suddenly found themselves captured. Moreover, it seemed they were headed for jail. They thought they had escaped the cage of death, only to find themselves jumping into another deadlock. The feeling of falling from hell into another hell left them all feeling stifled and uncomfortable. The key was that Lu Chentian had no idea about their situation. By the time the battle was over and he turned back, he would be dumbfounded. No matter how stifled they felt, Yi Tianyu paid them no mind. Compared to that, he was more concerned about Luo Chen's situation. He occasionally glanced back towards the Lu family's ancestral hall, revealing a hint of worry. That evil aura was growing stronger. Having experienced the incident with Li Xiankai, he naturally understood what that meant, and it was hardly different from that aura. If he had to say, Lu Chentian's momentum was clearly stronger than that of the dual-eyed demon general. This kind of strength could no longer be explained merely by numbers. It was likely infinitely close to the second transformation, or even had crossed that threshold. Yi Tianyu's heart sank and he secretly resented his inability to help. He clenched his teeth, not out of pain from his broken arms and shins, but out of hatred for his own powerlessness. As the head of the law enforcement bureau, he could only engage in this kind of aftermath work.
Damn it. Who can help Luo Chen? Yi Tianyu cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do.
Even if the entire police station rushed in, they probably
wouldn't be able to subdue Lu Chen Tian.
On the contrary, it would only add to the casualties, something a bureau chief could not bear to witness.
Just as
he was engulfed in self-reproach, he suddenly felt a broad hand patting his shoulder. Looking up, he was surprised to see a rough-looking man in his 30s. However, Yi Tianyu had no recollection of the man's face. It was clear he was not from the nearby law enforcement bureau.
Once he realized, he immediately became serious, straightening his face.
"Comrade, this place is dangerous. Please leave immediately."
As he spoke, Yi Tianyu made a gesture to escort him away, the meaning unmistakable.
But the man seemed to ignore his words and actions, lightly patting his shoulder and walking straight inside, leaving behind a casual remark. "You law enforcement bureau are doing quite well. It seems someone is able to hold him off," the young man said as he walked,
not looking back.
His body brushed past the law enforcers, drawing their gazes. Scars were clearly visible all over him, varying in depth. The most striking was a wound that ran from his temple straight to the other ear, resembling a centipede. Just a glance made it hard to forget. As he continued to move forward, his figure began to expand, and in an instant he had already surpassed 2.5 meters.
"Stop him!" Yi Tianyu had just reacted, reaching
out to signal the enforcers to detain him when suddenly, his movements froze. He saw the opponent's aura erupting, a cloud of white smoke slowly exhaling from his mouth.
Boom! A sudden explosion echoed through the air.
In the shocked gazes of everyone, the trace of the young man had already vanished.
Second transformation. Yi Tianyu's pupils constricted as he murmured. He quickly realized that the opponent's identity was likely that of the mysterious Xian group. In the ancestral hall courtyard, after several consecutive clashes, Luo Chen could clearly feel his stamina gradually failing him. As his strength waned, his gaze began to clear up. This kind of combat beyond his level was still somewhat taxing for him. Why are there such monsters in Jiang City? Luo Chen's neck muscles bulged, and his forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. Watching the spirit summoning time that was already in its final countdown, his heart sank to the bottom. If this continued, he would soon be unable to hold on. Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A tremendous force struck him, sending him flying. Boom! The wooden door of the dim room was smashed open by him. As he flew in, a hint of panic appeared on Lu Chentian's previously frenzied face. Damn it! Lu Chentian cursed under his breath just as he was about to rush in. Suddenly, he felt a broad hand resting on his shoulder. Lu Chentian's pupils contracted, and as he turned to look, a strange male voice had already sounded. "Where do you think you're going, filthy little bug?" Lu Chentian turned back in terror. What met his eyes was a brown bear standing over 3 meters tall. No, to be precise, it should be a bear-like man. The broad hand was the distinguishing feature between man and bear. Druid. Lu Chentian, well-versed in various professions, immediately recognized the opponent's class, which was the most comprehensive and balanced among summoners. However, it was evident that the opponent's talent had already diverged. He had directly transformed into a bearman with explosive combat power. A second transformation awakener, combined with one of the most combat-oriented professions, added up to many factors. Lu Chentian instantly understood the situation. He had no chance of victory. However, that did not mean he would sit back and wait for his demise. Die! He coldly shouted, slashing his sword. Behind him, as the sharp sword light was about to descend, the opponent unexpectedly extended his palm. Buzz! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, Lu Chentian's full-force strike was easily caught by the bearman. After neutralizing the attack, the bearman grinned, revealing a row of sharp beastly teeth. Indeed, it's demonic energy. Tu Jingshan's beastly eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Then you can't be left alive." Without any hesitation, he raised his broad palm and slammed it down towards Lu Chentian. The attack was simple and unadorned, lacking even a hint of aura. But knowing the terrifying nature of druids, Lu Chentian showed no signs of relaxation. On the contrary, alarm bells rang in his mind, and he donned the hardest armor. From the initial attack gear, he transformed into heavy armor, demonstrating his seriousness towards Tu Jingshan. Buzz! Another buzzing sound followed, and a black shield enveloped him. The pitch-black energy shield was so dark that one couldn't see the situation inside. Just looking at it was enough to reveal the terrifying defensive capability of this shield, clearly not something an ordinary person could break through. But unfortunately, he had encountered a druid from the Xian group. Ordinary person? Could someone who entered the Xian group be an ordinary person? Perhaps Tu Zhangshan was not the strongest of his generation, but if placed outside, he would undoubtedly be a pure killing god. Boom! The strike fell, simple and unadorned. Yet the explosive roar was deafening. The crowd watching from afar even thought it was thunder from the ground, instinctively covering their ears, seeing that it was just an ordinary attack. His mouth gaped wide enough to easily fit an egg. The next second, the aftershock of the skill hit. Clang! Some buildings, made of inferior materials, swayed precariously, as if they could collapse at any moment. The terrified residents above fled in a frenzy, nearly clogging the stairwell. Fortunately, everything came quickly and left just as fast. Though it was merely a false alarm, no one dared to stay any longer. Speak! Where did you get the monster? Tu Zhangshan glared down at Lu Chentian, who lay on the ground. Unlike the others, impatience was already evident on his face. Judging by his appearance, he didn't seem like the type to linger in conversation. Perhaps if he didn't get the answer he wanted in the next second, he would act decisively. A monster? Ha ha ha, Lu Chentian murmured, suddenly bursting into laughter. He turned over, gazing at the sky, his laughter unceasing. The harsh sound made Tu Zhangshan frown. At that moment, Lu Chentian spoke again, his eyes losing their darkness, revealing a nostalgic glint. That's something that could make Luo Qingfeng falter. How could it be a monster? That's power. It's my breakthrough opportunity. The more he spoke, the more excited Lu Chentian became. It was visibly clear that madness was creeping onto his face, as if Luo Qingfeng were there, he would charge forward without hesitation to tear him apart. However, Tu Zhangshan was just an outsider and didn't know the inside story. But from his tone, it was evident that Lu Chentian was acting strangely. Without hesitation, he slammed down with his palm, not wanting to give him a moment to struggle. But at that moment, Lu Chentian unexpectedly started to laugh. The laughter made Tu Zhangshan furrow his brows, yet his movements showed no sign of stopping, heading straight for Lu Chentian's chest. Just as he was about to make contact, Lu Chentian suddenly spat out a false tooth with an empty slot. It looked like a last resort of some assassin organization. The specially made false tooth contained poison. If caught, it would be crushed. However, Tu Zhangshan had no intention of leaving any survivors, so Lu Chentian's action seemed somewhat unnecessary. But soon, he got his answer. In just a breath, Lu Chentian's aura surged rapidly, and his entire form began to change quickly. As his attack fell, a pair of claws also reached out towards him. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sent the unsuspecting Tu Zhangshan flying. In midair, he curled his body into a ball. With a thud, he crashed to the ground. After spinning rapidly, he charged back towards Lu Chentian. At this moment, Lu Chentian, now resembling a monster, suddenly flipped over and struck with both hands. Boom! When their attacks collided again, a shockwave swept out in all directions. The already shattered courtyard saw bricks and tiles flying everywhere. Both were forced to retreat repeatedly from the residual force. It was then that Lu Chentian's complete appearance was revealed. He stood as a monster at least 3.5 meters tall, resembling the previous dual-eyed demon general. The difference was that he had 4 eyes instead of 2. There was no unsightly fur on his body, and his physique was much more robust than that of the previous demon general. His muscular lines were pronounced, aligning more with the aesthetic of power. Is this the power of the second transformation? Lu Chentian examined his palms, a hint of obsession showing in his eyes. The rapid surge of power made him somewhat lose himself. If Yi Tianyu or Liang Wenda, the director of the Zhangcheng headquarters, were to see this, they would undoubtedly be shocked into silence. Because compared to before, the monster Lu Chentian had still retained a sense of rationality. Not only that, but his previously erratic temperament had also stabilized considerably at this moment. 4i Demon King level, 60 quality, King. Level health, 200W/200W strength, 5W defense, 2W agility, 4000 terrifying stats, far beyond the chaotic wolf shadow of Luochen. Such an outrageously high health bar and defense are enough to drive all first-turn awakeners to despair. To put it bluntly, even if he just stood there and let others attack, it would be difficult to break through his defenses. His formidable attack power means that even if the wolf shadow came, it would only take a few slaps. This is the difference between first turn and second turn, king level and king level. However, facing such an opponent, Tu Zhangshan showed no signs of tension. Oh, it seems you've obtained pure demon blood, but it's just the I-Demon clan. It's indeed rare to break through to king level at level 60, he casually said as he clashed his fists together. Then, as if he noticed something, he glanced curiously towards the dark room, quickly retracting his gaze. A surge of battle intent emerged in his eyes, fixating tightly on Lu Chentian. Tu Zhangshan and Lu Chentian stood facing each other, ready to fight. On one side was a druid bear transformation, and on the other was a monster corrupted by demon blood, neither resembling a human. Their towering
Figures, over 3 meters tall, were just blocked by the courtyard wall, yet still could not hide the view of the crowd watching from above. If it weren't for the fact that you are of the demon race, I would really consider going easy on you, so you wouldn't say I was bullying the weak later. 2. Genshin casually said as he stretched his muscles. If it weren't for being mortal enemies, he might have considered holding back. Unfortunately, the demon race also fell into that category, so he could only go all out. He aimed to ensure that he could kill, leaving no survivors. What a boastful claim. I am also at second turn now, and I have king-level abilities. Just based on you? You dare to act recklessly in front of me? Lu Chentian said with his nostrils flared, a hint of arrogance in his tone. The significant boost in strength made him very confident in himself. What second turn awakeners? What? Battle druids? Everything before him was simply not enough to compare. If they really started fighting, who would win or lose was still uncertain. Alas! Let me show you that there is still a gap even at second turn. Tu Zhengshan sighed, lamenting Lu Chentian's ignorance. With a movement of his foot, he instantly vanished from his spot. It was hard to imagine that such a large figure could move so quickly. Shocked, Lu Chentian hurriedly defended himself. A new round of battle was about to erupt. Bang! 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 The battle between the two giants had no flashy skill effects at all. It was all about the most straightforward clash of strength, fists hitting flesh. The dull thuds of their strikes echoed, like the beating of war drums. The aftermath of the battle spread in waves, nearly destroying the entire courtyard. The courtyard walls began to be pounded into dents during their fight, swaying precariously, ready to collapse at any moment. Inside the dark room, Luochen slowly moved his hands, feeling as if his bones were cracking. Although he was not seriously injured, the aftereffects of the spirit attachment left him temporarily unable to move. Compared to last time, it was much better. At least, he no longer felt that soul-rending pain. Perhaps it was also due to the benefits of automatically releasing the spirit attachment after fainting. Luochen forced himself to sit up a bit, looking around in confusion. What caught his eye was a long table. On either side of the long table, a dozen chairs were neatly arranged. Everything was in order, as if no one had been there just moments ago. Luochen looked on with some confusion, his gaze sweeping to the other end of the room. At the head of the long table, a grotesque head hung above it. 8 eyes, 6 angles, with protruding fangs. Just one glance, and he could feel the evil aura emanating from it. If one didn't know better, they might think it was a trophy from the Lu family, which is why it was hung above. But Luochen did not think so. With his keen intuition, he immediately concluded that this thing was related to demons. What on earth is this? Luochen raised an eyebrow, slowly standing up while leaning on his wolf-tooth sword. Suppressing the intense unease within, he cautiously made his way over step by step. Aware of the danger and knowing there might be no room for resistance, he still moved forward. It seemed to him that the so-called life and death were nothing more than this. As he thought about it, the steps that had originally felt weak due to his frailty became resolute at that moment. 1 step, 2 steps. Luochen showed no hesitation. Outside, the roar of battle continued, the aftermath of the fight sweeping in all directions. Yet, he could not step even a fraction into the dim little room. That broken door seemed to sever everything, protecting this small world. As he drew closer, the head hanging from above seemed to move slightly. Luochen sensed something and immediately raised his sword, his vigilance intensifying. He was certain that what he had just seen could not possibly be an illusion. Even though he now appeared fatigued and his gaze was somewhat unfocused, it was not enough to conjure such absurd fantasies. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came from above. Lu Chentian, you fool, why did you bring the radiant jade pendant directly? The words were filled with reproach. At the same time, they instantly jolted Luochen, whose head had been somewhat foggy. He shivered, realizing he had made such a significant oversight. He had disregarded the danger and gotten so close to this unknown head. But soon, Luochen reacted. Instinctively, he grasped the pendant at his chest, feeling alert. Because just now, the other party had not discovered his presence but had sensed the existence of the pendant. To put it simply, the radiant jade pendant had awakened its slumber. Moreover, from the other party's words, it seemed they were quite displeased with such an action. They believed that directly collecting the radiant jade pendant would disrupt some plan. As Luochen fell silent, the other party seemed to have noticed something as well. 8 eyes opened simultaneously, like a spider without limbs. The eyes were pitch black, completely devoid of any visible objects. Yet Luochen could clearly feel that all 8 eyes were fixated on him. Unexplainably, it felt as if ants were crawling all over his body, an extreme discomfort. No, you are not from the Lu family. Without Luochen needing to speak, the monster's head had already spoken first. Its gaze swept over him, as if trying to see right through him. This feeling made Luochen's heart race in alarm. He knew that ever since the Shadow Lord's skill had evolved, he had forgotten how long it had been since he felt such a sensation. This meant that the other party's strength far exceeded his understanding. The next moment, that voice rang out again. The bloodline of Luo Qingfeng. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly surged. The temperature in the room dropped to freezing point. Those few short words seemed to have triggered some switch, unleashing a wave of hostility. It rushed towards Luo Chen, wanting nothing more than to tear him apart. Feeling that terrifying aura, Luo Chen could only grit his teeth and struggle to resist. But that thing seemed to have turned into a solid form, pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Even Lu Qintian and Tu Zhengxian, who were fighting in the courtyard with almost no rationality left, could not help but stop their actions. The indiscriminate pressure nearly forced them to the ground. At that moment, the entire Jiang city, not just the southern district, felt a wave of heart palpitations among the awakened ones, regardless of what they were doing. They all thought it was an illusion, looking at each other in confusion. Inside a certain community, a middle-aged man playing with a small mantis suddenly changed his expression. The friendly demeanor vanished in an instant, and his gaze turned sharp as he looked towards the Lu family direction. I thought you had run off somewhere, but after staying for so long, you finally revealed your true colors. As he spoke, a mysterious smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. With a wave of his arm, the small mantis flew into his hand. Not only that, but it seemed that some other living creature also vanished from the somewhat cramped room. In the next moment, even the middle-aged man himself vanished without a trace. The terrifying aura lingered for a while before slowly dissipating. At this moment, Luo Chen, propping himself up with his long sword, struggled to hold on. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely collapsed to the ground under such pressure. But who was Luo Chen? He was no ordinary person. It was likely that the mysterious mental power was at work, allowing him to withstand such overwhelming force and remain upright. What kind of monster is this? No, it should be called a demon. Luo Chen murmured, reassessing the enormous head above him. The feeling he had just experienced was unmistakable. That aura was undoubtedly that of a demon. No matter how well it disguised itself, its essence would not easily change. Since the opponent had not attacked directly, it indicated that there must be some kind of restriction. Otherwise, how could he stand here unscathed? Luo Chen speculated in his heart and couldn't help but smile. Forget it, I don't need to know your identity anymore. With that, he leaned on his wolf-toothed sword and stepped toward the massive head. As he got closer, he gradually began to see the features of the creature emerging from the darkness. Its hair, sharp as steel needles, seemed capable of easily slicing through ordinary skin. This strange sensation was something he had only felt before with the dual-eyed demon general he had encountered. Even Lu Qintian, who had consumed demon blood, did not have such an intuitive experience. To be precise, Lu Qintian had never had much hair to begin with, and Luo Chen was also unaware of his current state. Without the interference of Lu Qintian's appearance, Luo Chen instinctively associated it with Li Xiankai's inhuman visage. The hair all over like steel needles sent a chill down his spine. It was almost identical to the bizarre head before him. The difference was that this head had 8 eyes and 6 angles, while Li Xiankai only had a pair of eyes. Yet even so, its attributes were still that of a lord-level dual-eyed demon general. Thinking of this, a heavy expression appeared in Luo Chen's eyes. If the dual-eyed demon general was already at the lord level, then how powerful must the monster before him be? It was highly likely that the potion the opponent had consumed was produced by this very monster. Luo Chen wanted to check its data, but all he received was a row of question marks. Quality, including level and quality, even its name was unclear. At that moment, he clearly felt that his talent was not omnipotent. Because of this, Luo Chen could more intuitively sense the opponent's strength, which was far beyond what an ordinary awakener could compare to. A single vial of potion could create a lord-level being and seize the original owner's consciousness. What level of power would it possess? As he pondered, a black light carrying a sense of destruction had already locked onto him. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was instantly alarmed. He had originally thought the opponent had no means of attack, but now it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Moreover, this method of attack had destructive powers that he definitely could not withstand. At this moment, Soul Sever. With no space to dodge, Luo Chen used his skill without hesitation. Accompanied by a sound, a heavy sense of dizziness suddenly hit him, causing his head to throb. This was the aftereffect of the vast disparity in their eye power, levels, and mental strength. However, compared to the certain death that awaited him, this was still far too light. Choosing one of the two, he opted for the lighter option. Knowing he couldn't escape, he would risk the backlash to seize a glimmer of hope. Boom! The dense black light shot out suddenly. It was hard to imagine that what radiated outward, eroding the surroundings like light, was actually black. The attack from the bizarre head crossed the space in an instant. In the next moment, it could strike Luo Chen at any time. Just then, as the dizziness washed over him, a fleeting moment of clarity returned to his eyes.
Humph, Luo Chen let out a muffled groan from the
pain, but his mind was still sharp. Taking advantage of the fact that his brain hadn't been completely engulfed by chaos, he had already activated his flicker ability.
At the same moment, the opponent's attack arrived.
Fortunately, Luo Chen had just vanished from his original spot, and the dark energy struck the ground behind him.
Boom! A sudden explosion rang out, sending chills down the spine. Within the Lu family, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly rose. It seemed the opponent had thrown caution to the wind, launching an attack without regard for the consequences.
Just one strike had blown away a small portion of the dim little room. A sliver of light peeked through the roof, illuminating a corner of the darkness.
In that light, Luo Chen could be seen hiding beneath a massive head. Coincidentally, it was right in the opponent's blind spot.
"Little mouse, where did you run off to?" the eerie head called out, its mouth not
needing to open at all.
It seemed that for it, communication could be done purely through thought, without the need to speak. Luo Chen didn't have time to ponder this. He gripped his wolf fang sword tightly, his gaze sharpening. With a sudden burst of strength, he aimed for what he believed to be a weak point and thrust upward at an angle. However, he felt a sense of helplessness
wash over him once again. Clang! The king-level wolf fang sword failed to penetrate even a fraction.
Instead, it barely pierced less than an inch before encountering a powerful resistance. It repelled him, preventing any further advance.
This,
Luo Chen's pupils constricted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Although he had anticipated this, he never expected the opponent's
defense to be so formidable.
What Luo Chen didn't know was that if he had seen Lu Qintian's attributes, he wouldn't have been surprised by the bizarre head before him.
In comparison, it
was merely a small witch meeting a great witch. If Lu Qintian was like this, the massive head that was the source of its power needed no further explanation.
"Found you, little mouse."
A triumphant voice rang out, and Luo Chen suddenly felt his entire body stiffen. In the next moment, an invisible force bound him, yanking him upward from below. That immense strength felt as if it would crush him, causing him to grimace in pain. As Luo Chen struggled, his body slowly floated upward, arriving at the center of the head. 8 eyes stared intently at him, sending
shivers down his spine.
"You, with the bloodline of Luo Qingfeng, should not have come here to seek death." The mocking tone slowly emerged.
Upon hearing this, Luo Chen not only felt no fear,
but instead smirked disdainfully.
"Oh really? So you were once defeated by my old man, huh?"
The words were undoubtedly a provocation to the creature. Even knowing he was facing death,
Luo Chen remained unafraid.
"You seek death." His words seemed to touch the opponent's sore spot. In an instant, the massive head gathered energy, dark mist swirling around.
It was poised to strike, ready to send Luo Chen on his final journey. Is this where it ends? Luo Chen took a deep breath, a hint of unwillingness on his face. He had just joined Yenzhou University and hadn't even explored the infernal demon forbidden zone.
He never expected that his arrogance and hatred for the creatures would lead to his demise here.
Just as the attack was about to come,
a sudden explosion rang in his ears.
Boom!
Dust billowed, as if something had fallen from the ceiling. Instantly, everything in the dim room was exposed to the sunlight.
Luo Chen glanced
sideways and saw a figure slowly rising from the dust. Dressed in a middle-aged man's double-breasted shirt, he looked just like the neighborly uncle. "I didn't expect there was an 8-eyed
demon lord hiding here. Just in time, my bugs are hungry too." Hearing the voice, Luo Chen felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He wanted to turn around to see the person's
face, but he couldn't move at all. He only felt a tightness in his breath, as if he might suffocate at any moment.
The 8-eyed demon emperor, just hearing the name, made Luo Chen aware
of the opponent's unusual nature. It's no wonder that facing the other's broken body, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. This indeed explains a lot.
"Uncle, can we stop talking?"
Luo Chen struggled to speak, his words light yet still heard by the other. His voice was somewhat hoarse, making it impossible to discern its original tone.
Upon hearing this, Han
Xian was immediately startled.
No wonder the 8-eyed demon emperor had been hiding so well. How could it suddenly be exposed?
It turned out it had been driven to its lair.
Not to
mention that the other party was a naturally violent demon. Even Han Xian himself could not endure it. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the young man before him. Although his strength was barely sufficient, his head was truly hard. If his two juniors dared to speak like this young man, they would surely receive a beating that would leave them with swollen heads. "Charge! 100 slashes mantis!" With a command, the white mantis that had been perched on his shoulder suddenly leaped out. With a swift flap of its wings, it flew
straight towards Luo Chen. Its entire form rapidly grew larger as it approached, and in an instant, it burst the small room apart.
Standing at a height of 3 zhang, it resembled
a small giant.
Even the two large figures outside the courtyard were only a third of its height. As soon as the 100 slashes mantis appeared, it executed a swift hand blade strike.
targeting the space between Luo Chen and the eight-eyed demon emperor. The speed of the movement left no time for the other to react. Swish! The sound was like a blade being drawn, and the mantis's blade struck the ground fiercely. Just when Luo Chen thought the attack had missed, an unbelievable event occurred. In his shocked gaze, that invisible force seemed to materialize. Transparent threads snapped one after another before his eyes, and the binding force on him quickly vanished. Bang! Immediately, the unprepared Luo Chen fell to the ground with a thud. Despite landing hard, he felt no dissatisfaction. Instead, he was filled with astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly distanced himself, fearing he might obstruct the battle between the giant mantis and the eight-eyed demon emperor. Damn it! You annoying humans! The eight-eyed demon emperor roared madly, dark, golden vertical pupils appearing in its eyes. At that moment, Luo Chen finally saw the true nature of its eyes. From the very beginning, whether it was this creature or the double-eyed demon general, they had presented themselves as completely dark. He never expected that just a single giant mantis would force out its trump card. What kind of power does this giant mantis possess? Luo Chen raised his head, gazing up at the massive body. If the silver-armored guardian were still around, it would likely be shorter than this creature. Perhaps only the evil-eyed bull demon could completely crush it, but that was merely in terms of size. In terms of strength, it was still far from sufficient. Don't worry, young man. Man, what the hell? While he was pondering, a calloused hand landed on his shoulder. He had been about to say some comforting words, but the next moment he seemed to see something that made him unable to hold back a curse. The sound caught Luo Chen's attention, and when he turned back in confusion, he found half of a very familiar face. It wasn't that the other had only half a face, it was that when he sensed Luo Chen's gaze, he hurriedly turned away, so only half was visible. Uncle, why do you look so familiar? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the other's flustered expression, he teased, Is that so? Han Xian laughed awkwardly, clearly not wanting Luo Chen to see his full face. Little did he know, the more he acted this way, the more it fueled Luo Chen's suspicions. In truth, he didn't even need to see, Luo Chen already had the answer in his heart. Eight-armed Vajra. Seven-faced feather demon. With each word that fell, Han Xian's eyelids twitched. He couldn't understand how Luo Chen could be so certain. If this was something he had heard, there was no need to say it at this moment. If he were a stranger, revealing his other side would definitely lead to being silenced, but Luo Chen's words were so confident and composed. This made him start to wonder what else he might know. Just then, Luo Chen's lips slowly parted, teasingly saying, "There are still 6 bugs." The moment the words slipped out, before he could finish, someone covered his mouth. Han Xian's old face flushed red, yet he still maintained a stern expression, seriously correcting him. "It's 6 spirit turtles." Clearly, he seemed to care a lot about this title. This was something that couldn't be seen from Guijuinjia. It seemed to be just him. "But uncle, you don't even raise turtles." Luo Chen spread his hands, expressing deep confusion. If Han Xian's family had even one turtle, it wouldn't matter what kind it was, even a soft-shelled turtle would suffice. The problem was, there simply wasn't one. You can't say you raised a golden turtle and insist it's a turtle. Luo Chen was quite helpless and hadn't expected Han Xian to care so much. This left him even more puzzled. As for his speculation, Han Xian didn't even seem to want to explain. He simply shot him a glance and huffed, ignorant. "Luckily my Shiyu isn't as foolish as you." After lightly scolding Luo Chen, a gentle expression finally appeared on his face when he mentioned his daughter. To this, Luo Chen felt equally helpless. With no one to explain, he could only sulk alone. Turning his gaze to the horizon, the eight-eyed demon emperor and the 100 slaying mantis were already locked in battle. Seemingly to avoid disadvantage, the demon emperor directly transformed into his entire form. Beneath his massive head, his body, covered in steel-like hair, had a somewhat ethereal quality as he suddenly clawed at the 100 slaying mantis. It seemed that for battles like theirs, pure attack was the most powerful force. Boom! 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 In less than 10 seconds, they had collided no less than 100 times. The battle between the two monsters left Luo Chen dizzy, completely unable to keep up with the speed. He could only see the powerful energy shockwaves, one circle after another, continuously spreading outwards. But at a certain point, they suddenly vanished, as if blocked by something. The main abilities of the Jade Gold Cicada are barriers and defense. Han Xian seemed to have noticed his confusion and slowly explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Before setting off, he had asked Guijuinjia for information about the others besides himself, the 8-armed Vajra. He learned that the 6 spirit turtles were indeed this uncle's abilities. Such bugs, there were a total of 6. But now, with only 2 bugs making a move, they had already completely controlled the situation, showcasing their immense strength. Today, Jiang Cheng was particularly unsettled.
Under the clear blue sky, the roaring sounds were incessant, like thunder rumbling. In the sky, a large area was shrouded in black mist. Even from a distance, one could feel the evil aura emanating from it. Is this the terror of the Imperial level? Luo Chen looked up at the sky and said sincerely. This was his first time witnessing a battle of this level, and for a moment he was somewhat lost in thought. It was a yearning for power that made it hard for him to extricate himself. The fierce energy shockwaves made the barrier hum, like an ancient bell. If any of it were to escape, the entire Jiangchang, inside and out, would likely suffer. Every district, one by one, would be flattened in an instant. Luo Chen had no doubt about this. Having witnessed the terror of the king level, although he hadn't seen the emperor level, he still had to take the battle at the imperial level seriously. Although this time he had Uncle Han Chen by his side, so he didn't have to worry about it. He couldn't guarantee he wouldn't encounter it in the future. He had to quickly enhance his strength to ensure he had the ability to protect himself. That was the most fundamental thing. Uncle, was my dad as powerful as you before? Luo Chen asked without turning his head, still watching the battle in the sky. His calm voice seemed to evoke unpleasant memories for Han Xian. After a brief moment of daze, Han Xian revealed a forced smile and shook his head helplessly, looking up at the horizon. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. As for us, our strengths vary, and we are not ranked by numbers. But one thing is undeniable, Qingfeng's strength is definitely the strongest among us. After saying this, the atmosphere fell into silence. It was unclear whether everyone was lost in thought or simply didn't know what to say. Sensing Luo Chen's surprise, Han Xian pursed his lips and carefully spoke up. The situation back then was far more dangerous than what people have been saying. Didn't you go to Yenzhou University? There should be answers left by Qingfeng in the infernal demon forbidden zone. He didn't say everything but chose to hold back at the right moment. Luo Chen also had no intention of pressing further, as he understood that if it wasn't said, it was surely for his own good. When Han Xian made his move, it was a battle above the second transition, among the imperial ranks. Given the current strength, wanting to get involved in the whole affair was clearly still beyond his qualifications. It would be better to follow the other party's intentions and continue the previous course of action. Starting from Yenzhou University, seeking the truth of the matter, he withdrew his gaze and looked back at the horizon. At this moment, the battle between the 100 Mantis and the 8-eyed Demon Emperor was nearing its end. Without the support of a true body, the Demon Emperor suffered greatly in close combat. Before long, after its illusory form was shattered, it gradually fell into a disadvantage. There was no need for the other bugs to intervene. Just the 100 Mantis could easily suppress it. The longer the fight went on, the more frustrated the 8-eyed Demon Emperor became. No matter how one looked at it, it was still an imperial-level demon clan, lying low in Jiangcheng for so long. According to the original plan, it should have been a steady development building up the demon clan's power. Yet, just after awakening, before anything could be accomplished, it was caught. The frustration was hard to put into words. Who could feel good about such a situation? In any case, the 8-eyed Demon Emperor could not endure it at all. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. It roared suddenly, its entire head swelling rapidly. It looked as if it had been inflated all at once, its shape completely distorted. Energy surged, as if it could explode at any moment. 100 Mantis quickly used the heavenly net. In the midst of Luo Chen's astonished gaze, Han Xian shouted loudly. His words were very natural, without a hint of shame. And Han Xian seemed to have noticed his gaze, rolling his eyes in annoyance. What are you looking at? This is how summoners fight. It seemed to him that this was an entirely normal occurrence. Commanding summoned creatures to battle loudly was nothing wrong. Luo Chen remained silent, although his way of commanding summoned creatures was somewhat different. He tacitly accepted his statement. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the words fell, in an instant, 100 Mantis had unleashed over 100 slashes of blade energy. The dense blade light almost covered the entire barrier, impenetrable. From a distance, it looked like a white curtain had lit up in the sky. If one had better eyesight, they could discern that it was merely a large net formed by the combination of blade lights. The speed was worthy of the name 100 Mantis. So strong. It was the first time Luo Chen had seen an imperial-level skill in action, completely beyond his imagination. Instinctively, he gasped in admiration. If it weren't for the barrier's protection, this strike could have directly obliterated a third of the southern district. The net of the 100 Mantis descended upon the 8-eyed Demon Emperor. Upon witnessing this scene, the Demon Emperor's 4 pairs of eyes widened in shock, almost ready to burst. Amidst the blackness, dark red blood vessels seemed to be visible. No! It cried out in despair, only to be engulfed by the endless blade light. At that moment, its entire body exploded. The explosive energy instantly swept outward.
the transparent giant barrier was struck with loud bangs, yet the 100 slashes mantis within remained almost completely unmoved. It stood firm against the energy onslaught, unshaken. Sigh, unfortunately, I'm just a summoner, I can only play support, otherwise, it wouldn't be this difficult. At that moment, Han Qian sighed helplessly. However, to Luo Chen's ears, it sounded like something else. It felt like Han Qian was showing off, but there was no evidence. What do you mean, just playing support? Does that sound like something a person would say? Boom! The second wave of the explosion hit again. With a loud bang, it violently struck the ground. Under the fierce energy, the tiles that were barely hanging on suddenly fell down in a flurry. Even Luo Chen was bent over by this attack, gritting his teeth and struggling to hold on. Seeing this scene, Han Qian's eyes flickered, and he waved his arm. In the blink of an eye, the raging energy that rushed towards them vanished into thin air. Not just here, even those a bit farther away were not spared. On a tall building near the Lu family, energy rampaged. It was as if a long whip had been swung, and in an instant the glass on the outer wall shattered. The sudden change startled the awakened ones working inside, who screamed in panic, thinking that monsters were attacking the city. Once they calmed down and saw the energy vortex in the sky, they were even more shocked, unable to close their mouths. Under everyone's gaze, a smoking shell quickly fell, heading straight for the ground. Boom! It landed squarely in the Lu family courtyard. This scared Yi Tianyu and the others enough, and they cautiously began to assess the situation. This is the monster from the sky just now. Yi Tianyu hesitated, poking it with the end of his staff. The massive head emitted a charred aroma, accompanied by an evil aura. Just the head alone was much taller than him. Tap tap tap. Just as they were in a daze, a giant bear over 3 meters tall slowly walked out. The 2-meter-high door had to bend down for it to squeeze through. In its broad palm, it held a humanoid monster, and one could vaguely recognize Lu Chintian's shadow. Commander! Yi Tianyu and the others stood up straight in unison. The respect flashing in their eyes was beyond words. To be able to defeat a monster like Lu Chintian and summon help to deal with another monster, it was clear that the Xian group was indeed a hidden gem. If it weren't for the prior request for support, the entire Jiang city might have suffered, and things would have truly spiraled out of control. Then, a hint of confusion appeared in Yi Tianyu's eyes. Since the commander of the Xian group had already come out, why was there still no sign of Luo Chen? Could something unexpected have happened? Yi Tianyu couldn't help but clench his fists, a trace of self-reproach surfacing in his eyes. In his view, no matter how strong Luo Chen was, there was no need to take such risks. Now, he had sacrificed his life. This was not just a loss for Jiang City, it was a huge loss for the entire dragon country. To be able to contend with someone like Lu Chintian at just the age of a sophomore, what kind of potential did that require? Thinking back to those who called him useless was simply laughable. Sigh. Yi Tianyu sighed softly, feeling a bit unsettled. Just then, a voice suddenly called out from deep within the courtyard. Brother Yi, you haven't left yet? Luo Chen waved his hand, greeting them warmly. He looked fine, except for a slightly pale complexion. You're still alive? Yi Tianyu almost blurted it out instinctively. After the words left his mouth, he realized the awkwardness and quickly shut his mouth, looking embarrassed. Hearing this, Luo Chen was left speechless, unsure how to respond. After all, he had been the one to hold the rear for them, why wouldn't they wish him well? Before he could speak, Han Qian had already caught up from behind, playfully patting his shoulder. This made Luo Chen feel even more awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Han Qian was about to say something, a sudden remark left him dumbfounded. This uncle. Leave the scene immediately, unrelated personnel. Yi Tianyu's face was serious as he shifted his gaze away from Luo Chen. This was the time to encircle the Lu family and the demon clan. There could be no mistakes. Moreover, there was a superior from the Xian group present, so they could not afford any negligence. Although the other parties seemed familiar with Luo Chen, rules were rules, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the higher-ups. But seeing Han Qian, who was equally stunned, Luo Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although they were technically uncle and nephew, it was still fair game for teasing. After all, he had been the one to poke fun at him first, and now it was time for a comeback. Fortunately, they were not the only ones present. The person involved was also there. This scene feels so familiar, Tu Zhengshan murmured with a strange expression. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought, and respectfully approached Han Qian to show his respect. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Tu Zhengshan had reverted to his human form, expressing his gratitude. He had already changed into professional gear to avoid any embarrassing situations. As a second turn awakener, he understood the terrifying strength of Han Qian even more. Although the entire process was very quick, even faster than when he took down the Four-Eyed Demon King, the Demon King and the Demon Emperor were not on the same level. the ability to easily annihilate a demon emperor without giving
them a chance to unleash their skills highlighted his formidable power. Tu Jingshan knew in his heart that without the assistance of this senior he might have been able to take down the Demon King, but facing the Demon Emperor would have certainly led to a dead end.
Moreover, it was precisely because of the Demon Emperor's death that Lu Chentian's mind, now demonized, began to waver.
It was during this brief window that he was able to deliver a fatal blow.
Otherwise, who knew how long the struggle would have lasted?
In simple terms, it boiled down to one thing: without Han Xian, they would definitely
have met their demise here today. Tu Jingshan's performance had also frightened Yi Tianyu and the others quite a bit.
What? The second-turn superior of
the Xian group actually called that Uncle Senior?
This was undoubtedly a huge shock for the mostly rookie enforcement team, and they were all sweating
profusely. Almost everyone wore a long face, looking at Yi Tianyu with a mix of embarrassment and disbelief, as if to say, "Boss, you got us into this mess. You deal with it."
Seeing this, Yi Tianyu could only brace himself and respectfully apologize. "Senior, I didn't know your identity earlier and have been
quite offensive. Please forgive me."
As he said this, he silently prayed that the senior would not hold a grudge against him.
Fortunately, Han Xian was not
the petty type. Upon hearing this, he simply waved his hand dismissively. Although he had been teased back by Luo Chen and was somewhat at a disadvantage,
he didn't take it to heart. All right, enough of the formalities.
I'm taking the items dropped by the eight-eyed demon emperor. You all have no
objections, right? Han Xian said, scanning the crowd.
His face was full of warmth, and his words were inquiring, showing no hint of arrogance.
Seeing such a friendly elder, Yi Tianyu and the others were secretly taken aback and quickly shook their heads. No objections. No objections. These are originally the
spoils of war for the senior. We in the Shen group just need the demon corpses to report back. Before they could speak, Tu Jingshan had already taken the lead. Here, he held the highest position, representing everyone, which was both reasonable and just.
Good. That's settled then. Han Xian nodded in satisfaction and then waved his arm. In an instant, a pearl suddenly shot out from the head of the eight-eyed demon emperor, floating in midair before landing directly in Han Xian's hand. Here, my dear nephew, this is a gift for you.
Looking at the familiar scene and the familiar pearl, Luo Chen raised
an eyebrow. However, this pearl seemed a bit different from the previous one.
Since it was a gift from his own uncle, there was no reason to be polite. Excessive words would only create distance. Luo Chen accepted it with one hand, curiously examining the information. The more he looked, the more black lines appeared on his forehead. In terms of attributes, although they had improved significantly compared to before and there were new changes, the name still
gave the impression that it was not quite finished. Great Shadowlight Pearl? Luo Chen held the pearl in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. From
the Dim Light Pearl to the Great Shadowlight Pearl. But this name sounded somewhat unreliable, and he couldn't quite figure out why.
Great Shadowlight
Pearl quality, a usage restriction, second transition dim light, absorbs shadowlight and dim light items to strengthen itself. Pearls can devour each
other active, deals 20,000 times damage based on shadowlight layers 100. The damage made Luo Chen's eyes glisten with envy. Unfortunately, it could only be used after reaching the second transition. At present, Luo Chen had no real concept of the strength required for the second transition.
If he had seen the living four-eyed demon king, he might have had a rough idea.
Not more, not less, just the health of a level 60 king-level creature. In other words, a single Great Shadowlight Pearl could annihilate a king-level monster.
But then again, considering it was dropped by a demon emperor, it would be a bit unreasonable if it had no use at all. His gaze shifted downwards, where there was a long list of small annotations.
1 Shadowlight equals 100 dim.
Light note, the Great Shadowlight Pearl does not consume layers but has a 20-minute cooldown. It has an additional cooldown for the same target, making any Shadowlight Pearl effects invalid within 1 hour. After a quick glance, Luo Chen understood the gist of it. The exchange ratio for dim light simply meant that the amount of dim light pearls absorbed would yield an equivalent gain.
The difference was that it could now absorb shadowlight, so the damage increase would be even faster. The only pity was that it couldn't be used right now. It was quite a feeling of powerlessness, holding a precious treasure, but not knowing how to use it. Just as he was in distress, Tu Jingshan, who had been standing dumbly to the side, seemed to have thought of something, suddenly clapped his hands and turned to walk towards the four-eyed demon king transformed by Lu Chentian. At this moment, the other party had completely fallen silent, leaving only research value. Watching Tu Jingshan's actions, even Yi Tianyu and the others were puzzled. They exchanged confused glances, their eyes filled with curiosity.
Put! Just then, a sudden sound erupted. Blood splattered, drenching several nearby enforcers. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tu Jingshan held a pearl in his hand. Taking a few steps forward, he presented it to Luo Chen.
For me? Luo Chen, still studying the pearl, looked up in confusion at the suddenly appeared object. He met Tu Jingshan's bear-like face. Yes, if it weren't for you holding him back, they would have been in trouble. Tu Jingshan's gaze was sincere as he nodded. Rather than being polite, it was more like stating a fact. Hearing this, Luo Chen no longer hesitated and directly took the pearl. The moment he saw the information, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Is it really like this? In his view, the descriptions of the pearl, the dim light pearl, and the great shadowlight pearl were identical. It could even be said to be a direct copy-paste. The difference was that the damage increase of this pearl was only 200 times and could only absorb dim light materials. The initial damage was only 10 times greater than the 2000 damage of the dim light pearl. Great dim light pearl? What a perfunctory name. Luo Chen was already too exhausted to complain. Although this pearl in his hand had decent effects, it was indeed a bit underwhelming. However, Luo Chen wasn't saying he had gained nothing, he had actually obtained a piece of information. It seemed that only the demon race, or perhaps just this race, would specifically drop such pearls. Moreover, there was a unique synthesis route between the pearls. But what exactly would this synthesis lead to? Luo Chen was at a loss. If he had the strength to defeat the Demon Emperor and obtain the Great Shadowlight Pearl, would he really feel happy just because the pearl could instantly kill a Demon King? Don't look at me, I don't know either. It seemed that Han Chen noticed his gaze and immediately waved his hand. He just felt that this thing was of no use to him. But it would be a pity to throw it away, so he handed it to Luo Chen. Moreover, if his precious daughter found out, she would definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, Han Qian immediately cleared his throat and pretended to be profound as he added, I only know that the I-Demon clan and your radiant Jade Pendant were both brought out from the Holy Light Ruins. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Qian himself was stunned. It seemed that everything was correct, but how had he not thought of such a simple thing before? However, upon reflection, it seemed that coming from the same dungeon didn't necessarily mean anything. But when it fell into Luo Chen's ears, it made him take it seriously. Another Holy Light Ruin, he murmured softly, a look of reminiscence on his face. This familiar dungeon was not the first time he had heard of it. However, there was no relevant record in the library of Yen State University. When he asked Guizhu and Jia, the other party also remained tight-lipped. The only response he received was a few short words, you are too weak. There was no evasion, just a straightforward criticism. Although this made Luo Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable, he had to accept this reality. Indeed, at present, whether it was his level or the talents he relied on for survival, both had not reached the heights they should have, and he needed to continue improving. The Holy Light Ruins, huh? I understand. Luo Chen nodded gently and said slowly. Seeing this, Han Qian was slightly taken aback, showing a look of confusion. Aren't you going to ask about the Holy Light Ruins? Will you tell me? No. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen rolled his eyes directly. Although he had anticipated it, he was still almost amused to the point of anger. Not going to say? Then why ask at all? Luo Chen retorted unhappily, not at all. Acting like he was facing a second-turn awakener. This exchange made Yi Tianyu and the others envious. Indeed, having someone backing you up was great. By the way, thank you both very much for assisting in killing the monsters. Once I return, I will definitely report the rewards for both of you. At that moment, Tu Zhengshan suddenly spoke up. His words were very sincere as he looked directly at Luo Chen and the others. Rewards? Luo Chen was slightly surprised. At that time, he hadn't thought much about it, he was purely in a fit of anger after being ambushed by the assassins. Originally, he just planned to wipe out the Lu family to prevent them from continuing their evil deeds. He didn't expect that the Lu family was indeed colluding with the Demon Clan, which was a fortunate coincidence. Therefore, Luo Chen hadn't considered the issue of rewards at all. But since the other party brought it up, there was no reason to be polite. He had put in effort, so it was only right to accept it. The Law Enforcement Bureau would just have to give it to him when the time came. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, rubbing his hands as he looked at Han Qian. Uncle, how about you? Get lost, get lost. Don't even think about it. The only response he received was a cold rejection. Han Qian waved his hand in disdain, showing none of the previous generosity. Just as Luo Chen was puzzled about why the other party's attitude had changed so quickly, Han Qian quickly provided an answer. He had a smile on his face as he looked at Tu Zhengshan and said, as for my reward, please give it to Han Shi from Capital University. After that, they heard Han Qian chattering away. He even listed out a row of items, prioritizing resources based on their importance. Such professional bargaining left Luo Chen dumbfounded. Silently, he gave a thumbs up. Luo Chen didn't find anything strange about Han Qian's behavior. In front of this daughter-slave, it seemed that anything could happen. Normally, are you sure you don't want to stay for a few days? Han Qian said in front of the teleportation array. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen just rolled his eyes and said irritably, I say, Uncle, can you not keep pushing me into the teleportation array when you say that? He truly didn't know how to evaluate the situation, feeling a wave of speechlessness in his heart. While saying to keep someone around, the body is very honest, fearing that he might stay a little longer. What are you talking about, dear nephew? Han Chen feigned reproach, but his actions never stopped. If Luo Chen believed his tricks, that would truly be strange. However, he also didn't express any intention of lingering. Originally, he returned to Jiang City to handle this matter, and since it was already taken care of, there was naturally no reason to delay further. He understood why the other party was so anxious. Alright, if Uncle wants to go to Jingcheng University, just go directly, no need to rush me. Luo Chen rolled his eyes, directly exposing Han Xian's disguise. He was well aware of what tricks the other party was up to. It seemed that Han Xian had also been hesitant to leave Jiang City due to the matter of the demons. But now, just like Luo Chen, he had resolved his concerns and naturally didn't want to stay any longer. After all, for Han Xian, what could be more important than seeing Han Shiyu? Since you've said that, then I won't be so polite, dear nephew. Having been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Scratching his head and laughing heartily, it seemed to be an attempt to cover up his embarrassment. Before Luo Chen could speak, he had already stepped into the teleportation array, eagerly handing over the silver coins. Whoosh! The teleportation array lit up, and in an instant he vanished without a trace. His movements were swift and decisive, causing the corner of Luo Chen's mouth to twitch slightly. So why bother pretending like that earlier? Luo Chen shook his head and entered the teleportation array as well. As for the matter of mining the dungeon, he would consider how to arrange it after the campus competition was over. After all, there was a 6-month mining right for the Snowy Bear Cave, so there was plenty of time to wait. Luo Chen, wait a moment. Not far away, the tall Tu Zhangshan called out anxiously. He charged over like a fierce bear, showing no signs of the druid's frailty. Of course, it could also be due to his combat-oriented nature. What's wrong, brother Tu? Luo Chen turned back, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The afterglow of the setting sun. Yanzhou City, Yanzhou University. The slanting sun stretched the shadows of the students long. The news of the Lu family's destruction spread much faster than before. After class, the students were discussing it with great interest. Although the Jiang City Lu family might not even compare to a small Xia family in Yanzhou City, the matter of Lu Chintian, the head of the Lu family, colluding with demons had attracted considerable attention. Is it true that Lu Chintian is really at the second transition? No, it said that when Luo Chen fought him, he was actually just close to the second transition, still far from it. But that's not the point. The key is that Luo Chen can actually fight against a level 60 awakened one? Is it a coincidence of names? I think it might be a coincidence, but the facts make me believe it. Right, the son of Jiang City's Luo Qingfeng, it said. That teacher Jiang mentioned this to others before, it can't be wrong. Some people had a mournful expression, feeling as if they had eaten a lemon. What? Second-year freshman? This was clearly a big shot. Being able to fight against a level 60 awakened one, that meant fighting them was like dealing with small fry. Wow, if he participates in the campus competition, what will happen? What I want to say is, he has already participated and he teamed up with the 3 former campus beauties. What? Participated? No way. You mean with 3 campus beauties? Damn, why isn't it me? Some people were pounding their chests in frustration, while others sighed with their heads down. Just thinking about possibly facing Luo Chen in the campus competition made them feel dizzy. Suddenly, it seemed that the campus competition wasn't that important anymore. It would be better to study more in their spare time. Don't worry, I checked, Luo Chen actually just brought 4 burdens. Moreover, it said that the things Luo Chen uses to enhance his strength have huge side effects and can't be used for a while. Right. I've heard that there should be at least 5 teams with a chance of winning on campus. They were analyzing with determination, as if they were the ones who had a grip on Luo Chen. However, given their strength, it seemed a bit difficult for them to achieve that. While they were lost in their endless imaginations, Luo Chen was already on his way back. In his hand, he held a document and a B-grade imprint scroll. That was not a reward he had earned, but something given to him privately by Tu Zhangshan. As for the reason, Luo Chen couldn't be bothered to ask. With one imprint scroll in hand and another in his backpack, he now had 2 B-grade scrolls. For the time being, he didn't have to worry much about skills. As long as he focused on participating in the campus competition and secured a spot in the university tournament, that would be enough. But this thing. Luo Chen fiddled with the document, flipping it over and over, feeling quite curious. Yes, it was merely curiosity, not much else. Xian Group intern? In simple terms, it was a pass for the Law Enforcement Bureau. Within the allowed scope, it could mobilize personnel from the Bureau. But the problem was, Whether in Jiangchang or Yenzhou City, Luo Chen knew a few people in the enforcement team. He usually didn't cause trouble, so what was the point of having this? Luo Chen couldn't figure it out, so he could only shrug helplessly and put it in his backpack. Hua Gu! Over here! Just as he was thinking, he saw Pang Xian waving his arms in the distance, calling out to him. Luo Chen looked in the direction of the voice and found that he was not the only one there. What struck him as odd was that not only was Xia Yingyao waiting, but the other two teammates had also come. Mu Wanqiu? Jiang Xinyue? Luo Chen murmured, in confusion, unable to grasp the behavior of the two senior sisters. Moreover, looking at their current expressions, they seemed a bit strange. Aside from Jiang Xinyue, who looked embarrassed and didn't know how to speak, Mu Wanqiu was turning her face away, appearing completely at odds with Xia Yingyao. Normally, in such situations, both parties should be in a bad mood, on the verge of an explosion. But Xia Yingyao, on the other hand, was avoiding eye contact with Mu Wanqiu as if she had done something wrong. What happened to you guys? Luo Chen stepped forward, frowning as he looked at the two, speaking with confusion. He seemed to want to glean some clues from their faces. Looking over at Pang Xian, he saw that Pang Xian was also shaking his head, awkwardly, clearly knowing the truth but too afraid to speak, worried about offending someone. At that moment, Mu Wanqiu finally spoke up. Luo Chen, was that person in the instance you? She pushed up her glasses, pouting her lips, and asked angrily. Ha? What are you talking about? Hearing Mu Wanqiu's question, Luo Chen chuckled. He thought to himself that he clearly hadn't given anything away, so how had he been exposed? Then he considered that Mu Wanqiu might be trying to trick him. At this point, all he had to do was not admit it. With that thought, Luo Chen silently nodded, feeling that he could definitely get away with it this time, because he always felt that the look in this senior sister's eyes was a bit off, like that of a neighborly housewife wanting to devour him whole. Unexpectedly, the next second, as Mu Wanqiu opened her mouth, she shot down his thoughts. Stop pretending. Your business in Jiangcheng has already spread to Yenzhou University. Mu Wanqiu said with a resentful tone, the evening glow casting a hazy light on her glasses. As soon as the words left her mouth, Luo Chen was stunned. Why didn't the Lu family build their walls higher? Upon hearing Mu Wanqiu's words, Luo Chen instantly thought of a certain possibility. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. The likelihood of the Jiangcheng enforcement team or Yi Tianyu leaking information was low, and Tu Zhengshan was even less likely to do so. People within the system generally wouldn't act like that. Upon careful consideration, it could only be those who stayed in the high-rise buildings. How could their eyes be so sharp? Calculating the time, it had already been several hours since the Lu family incident, and the sun was about to set. It was quite normal for the news to reach Yenzhou University. That no one else knows, right? Luo Cheng still held a glimmer of hope and tentatively asked. Although he knew the chances were slim, what if he really got lucky? Unfortunately, this was ultimately just Luo Chen's wishful thinking. What do you think? If others don't know, do you think Xiang Yao and that fat guy would tell me? Clearly, Mu Wanqiu was genuinely upset this time. The once close relationship with Xiang Yao had now devolved to her directly addressing her by her surname and name. What she didn't know was that Xiang Yao actually harbored other thoughts. Mu Wanqiu naively believed that this was merely Luo Cheng's secretive work. Ha ha ha, is that so? Luo Cheng shrugged and laughed, not expecting the matter to be exposed so quickly. Now, apart from feeling helpless, there was no other way. He hadn't anticipated that the identity he had hidden for a year would be revealed just like that. It seemed impossible to keep it under wraps any longer. Alright, I'm just afraid of trouble, Luo Cheng said honestly. Since it was already exposed, he might as well say it openly. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Mu Wanqiu pouting in dissatisfaction. I don't care, you have to compensate me, she said, hands on her hips, pretending to be angry. She looked just like a doll from an anime. Luo Cheng naturally knew she was putting on an act, and he wasn't bothered by it. What he feared was that someone would cling to the issue and not let go. He really disliked such people. However, it was clear that Mu Wanqiu was not like that. She might have a bit of a temper, but she was far from being overbearing. After all, they were a team, and it was quite necessary to calm down a teammate's anger. Alright, what do you want? Luo Cheng said, somewhat amused, wanting to see what she would come up with. At that moment, Mu Wanqiu smugly hummed a couple of times, her little mouth curling up. Her big eyes behind the frames rolled around, as if plotting something mischievous. The waves also swayed a bit with her movements. I don't care, I want to live in the Tianqing villa, Mu Wanqiu said, tilting her head proudly. It was as if she would throw a tantrum if he disagreed. To her, this demand sounded like an enormous compensation. Sure. No way. The two voices almost echoed simultaneously. Luo Cheng, who had just agreed, immediately shot a black line of confusion towards Xiang Yao.
Clearly, this was just a small matter for him. After all, there were so many empty rooms, so why? Was there such a big reaction? Noticing his gaze, Xiang Yao instantly felt embarrassed and lowered her head. Under her long hair, a faint blush slowly appeared. No way. Xiang Yao, you're wrong. Mu Wanqiu suddenly shouted as if she had discovered some astonishing secret. The louder her voice grew, the lower Xiang Yao's head sank, completely too shy to face anyone. This strange behavior left Luo Chen feeling utterly baffled. It shouldn't be. Luo Cheng seemed to think of something, then immediately shook his head. She just cares about her friend, it can't be overthinking. Having watched the video, he understood the reasoning behind it. If he thought too much, when someone said, "We're just friends," wouldn't that blow up in his face? Realizing this, Luo Cheng nodded in agreement, secretly lamenting that he almost fell for it. Alright, don't think too much, maybe Ying Yao just felt that the house isn't hers and answered instinctively. Luo Cheng waved his hand and explained. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was likely. Besides that, there seemed to be no more reasonable explanation. Is that so? Mu Wanqiu tilted her head, lightly furrowing her brows in thought for a moment. Her adorably clueless expression was far from what a third-year senior should look like. This made Zhang Xinyue, who had been observing the whole time, unable to help but cover her forehead, looking utterly unable to face the situation. Having watched everything unfold, she felt it was absurd to the extreme, even thinking she was watching a drama. You all are like this. Zhang Xinyue silently gave a thumbs up and said softly. It seemed that for her, this was already the best kind of sarcasm. Really? I think Luo Chen is great too. The only response came from Mu Wanqiu's earnest words, her eyes sparkling like little stars. Then, she quietly added to Zhang Xinyue, Xiaoye, you really have a knack for this. As she said this, the pure foolishness was clearly written on her face. Zhang Xinyue could only twitch the corners of her mouth, unsure how to respond. If the prediction was accurate, then wouldn't that mean? The more she thought about it, the more her scalp tingled. No. Even if a star array master can predict, they can't divine their own fate. Zhang Xinyue nodded secretly, feeling this thought was quite reasonable. At this moment, while everyone was lost in their own fantasies, only Pang Xian's wounded world had come to fruition. Why do I feel like I'm unnecessary? Pang Xian scratched his head in confusion, standing there in a daze. Looking at Luo Chen, who seemed completely unconcerned, he felt a sense of frustration. Without thinking, he blurted out, Brother Hua, why are you sitting on the toilet without doing anything? Damn! Xiaopang, if you say something disgusting like that again, I'll kick you out. Luo Chen, who was unaware of the truth, felt that Pang Xian's words were full of flavor. Everyone knew he usually spoke roughly, but no one expected it to be this rough. As night fell, the villa area was brightly lit. At the top of the mountain, Tianqing Villa. Wow. Am I dreaming? Inside the room, Mu Wanqiu's voice was filled with astonishment. In reality, the decoration of Tianqing Villa was not much different from those outside. It was merely a symbol of status and power, serving little practical purpose other than attracting jealousy. Yet, even so, it couldn't dampen Mu Wanqiu's enthusiasm. To her, it represented not just that, but also Luo Chen. Sorry to make you laugh. Zhang Xinyue covered her face, feeling a bit embarrassed as she spoke to Luo Chen. For some reason, she felt a sense of helplessness, as if she were dealing with a mischievous child. Mu Wanqiu seemed completely unaware, so this embarrassing situation was left for her to bear alone. As a senior in her third year, she acted just like a child, showing no signs of maturity at all. Not at all. I was just like this back then, Luo Chen said, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Seeing Mu Wanqiu's appearance reminded him of his own childhood. However, ever since that incident over a decade ago, those days had become distant memories. Although Uncle Han Xian had often helped him out, he was still just Han Shiyu's father, and there was a difference. What left Luo Chen speechless was that if it weren't for today's incident, he wouldn't have known that Han Xian was a hidden big shot. He had no idea how long this matter would need to be kept under wraps. He didn't know if it was out of fear of being discovered or if Han Xian simply wanted to live a laid-back life. Ha! Were you like this before too? Zhang Xinyue covered her mouth, slightly surprised. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, a place of residence for an awakened one is just an external matter. Someone like Luo Chen must have invested all his resources in cultivation, naturally having very low requirements for his living environment. So, it wasn't surprising that he was astonished upon seeing the villa. I didn't expect you to be such a cultivation fanatic, Zhang Xinyue exclaimed sincerely, secretly admiring Luo Chen. Little did she know their wavelengths had long diverged. However, it was precisely her misunderstanding that led to an unexpected outcome. A cultivation fanatic? Well, if I had slacked off a bit back then, I might not be who I am today.
Luo Chen nodded in agreement. The so-called S-level talent sounds easy to talk about, but in reality it was earned through nearly a year of brushing past death each time. Anyone who has completed a dungeon knows that the monsters in the dungeon don't play nice. A slight oversight can lead to a fall into the abyss. A team, a large mercenary group, had to fight so hard. Moreover, at that time he was just a lone wolf, with no one to take care of him. He could only keep killing monsters to gain experience. Repeating this until he became numb was the only way to gradually rise. One could say that today's ease and comfort were all earned through past struggles. Looking back at the past, there were no more words to say, only feelings of nostalgia. Seeing him like this, Jiang Xinyue pouted, unsure of how to speak. People are like this when it comes to heavy topics. The atmosphere inevitably falls into silence. Luo Chen, where do you live? I want to live next to you. At that moment, Mu Wanqiu's cheerful voice came through. She darted towards Luo Chen like a little swallow. Just as she was about to fall into his arms, a hand suddenly pressed against her forehead, preventing her from getting close. You can say what you want, but don't bump into me, Luo Chen said helplessly, not expecting this senior to act like a child. If she had collided with him just now, it would definitely have made Mu Wanqiu experience what it felt like to hit a steel plate. With his current physical condition, it would be difficult for an ordinary awakened person to break through his defenses. A collision like that would surely result in a bloody head. It seemed like he was protecting himself, but in reality, he was protecting Mu Wanqiu. Then, Luo Chen slightly raised his arm and pointed upstairs. At that moment, a stunning figure appeared at the staircase. She was steaming, wrapped only in a bath towel, her long legs exposed to the air. With both hands holding a towel, she was rubbing her damp hair. Her little face was slightly flushed, and it was hard to tell if it was from the steam or embarrassment. This scene left Luo Chen momentarily stunned, because the person was none other than Xia Yingyao. Usually a shy girl, today she had changed her demeanor and dressed so boldly. Little did she know, it was all because of Mu Wanqiu's presence that made her feel a sense of crisis. Luo Chen, take a shower and go to bed early. I've already filled the water. Xia Yingyao, not knowing where her confidence came from, actually said something slightly ambiguous. Clearly, they were in separate rooms, but saying that made it sound a bit off. Okay, thank you. Luo Chen didn't think much of it and nodded in thanks. This made Mu Wanqiu anxious. At this point, even if her mind was slow to react, she realized what was truly wrong with Xia Yingyao. Immediately, she raised her hand in protest, shouting, No, you can't steal him from me. Luo Chen can only shower with me. As soon as the words came out, the three of them were instantly stunned. Luo Chen was even more speechless, not knowing what was going on in her head and how she heard that Xia Yingyao wanted to shower with him. And what was this silly girl talking about? Only Jiang Xinyue, being the roommate, hurriedly stepped forward and covered Mu Wanqiu's mouth, fearing she would say something outrageous again. At that moment, she felt a severe headache. This love-struck brain, I really can't handle it. Jiang Xinyue regretted it now. She shouldn't have been impulsive and read Mu Wanqiu's fortune back then. Even if she begged her again, she would never use the star chart again. Dealing with such a top-tier love-struck person, she was reaping what she had sown. Fortunately, Luo Chen wasn't a bad person, otherwise, Mu Wanqiu would be in trouble. And she could only watch, unable to help at all. Luo Chen had clearly wiped out the Lu family, yet she still thought he wasn't a bad person, which was because the Lu family had colluded with the demon race and was indeed unforgivable. When unsure how to judge, one should first stand on the side of humanity, so Luo Chen naturally couldn't be considered a villain. Then Xinyue, I'll trouble you to take care of Wanqiu, Luo Chen said, walking upstairs under Mu Wanqiu's tearful gaze. His strange behavior left him with a headache. Just yesterday, she was a mature senior. How did she turn into a clueless, silly girl today? However, he didn't think too much about it. Today, the Demon King and the Demon Emperor appeared one after another, bringing with them a slew of information that was already enough to give him a headache. At this moment, he really just wanted to take a hot shower and then have a good rest. He didn't want to think about anything else at all. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. The campus competition was about to begin. Inside the arena of Yenzhou University, the crowd was buzzing. Everyone's gaze was focused on the thousands of people in the center. They were all students participating in the competition, including juniors and seniors, as well as events exclusively for freshmen. At this moment, Luo Chen and the others stood among them, standing out like cranes among chickens. In the team, apart from Pang Xian, everyone else was a handsome man or a beautiful woman, making it hard not to attract attention. Brother Hua, I always feel like their gazes are off, Pang Xian whispered, vigilantly watching the surroundings. However, they were all inside the arena, with no place to hide. Moreover, although his voice sounded small, quite a few people could hear it. Don't mind them, just focus on yourself. Luo Chen glanced at him and said casually. In fact, as he said, it was normal behavior to scan the opponents before the competition. Moreover, with Luo Chen's current level of fame, it was difficult not to attract attention. Just because he wasn't looking for trouble didn't mean trouble wouldn't find him. Kid, you're Luo Chen, right? A bald man with a scar slowly approached, towering over Luo Chen. His fierce expression was even more menacing than Lu Qingping's. That's me. What about it? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting someone to provoke him before the competition even started. And judging by the other party's appearance, it seemed they were not here with good intentions. Can you go easy on me later? I still have some face to keep as a senior, the bald man said quietly, glancing around warily, afraid his voice was too loud and would be overheard. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Upon receiving Luo Chen's response, the bald man was instantly overjoyed. He left with his little brothers, grinning. The bizarre scene made Luo Chen and the others twitch their mouths, somewhat taken aback. Fortunately, this was just a small interlude. The large screen in the arena was rolling, automatically assigning the competition teams. For a preliminary round of this scale, if they were to draw lots one by one, it would probably take a lot of time. It was quicker to leave it to the machines. As the images stopped one by one, Luo Chen finally saw his match. Arena number 79, Match 3. Luo Chen withdrew his gaze and looked around the arena's platforms. In such a large venue, it would take some effort to pinpoint his location accurately. Let's go. Luo Chen, let's rest for a while. Mu Wanqiu naturally wrapped her arm around Luo Chen's, catching him completely off guard. Even Xia Yingyao was momentarily stunned. She also wanted to join in, but she was much more reserved than Mu Wanqiu, unable to let go. She could only stare wide-eyed. The Thunderbird is the fastest in the sky, but the glasses are the worst on the ground. Xia Yingyao stomped her foot hard, secretly fuming. At this moment, in a corner of the arena, is that Luo Chen? He doesn't seem as formidable as the rumors say, Kai Jixian said disdainfully while picking at his nails. The arrogance in his eyes reflected his confidence in his own strength. Yes, young Master Kai, I can say with 100% certainty that he is Luo Chen. Lu Zishi replied, his eyes filled with resentment. Staring at Luo Chen's back, he wished he could swallow him whole. The downfall of the Lu family had greatly affected his status as well. Although he managed to muddle through with the excuse of not being in the Lu family and being unaware, he had become a target for everyone to attack. Of course, if it were just that, he wouldn't be so agitated. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and he even looked a bit deranged. Luo Chen? I guess he only has a maximum of level 50 strength. He might barely manage against those juniors. Kai Jixian said, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He immediately turned his head slightly, his greedy gaze fixed on Lu Zishi. Licking his thin lips, he extended his slender fingers and beckoned. Upon seeing this, Lu Zishi trembled violently, as if he had encountered something terrifying. However, constrained by reality, he could only grit his teeth and approach, tears glimmering at the corners of his eyes. If Lu Qingping saw him like this, he would surely shout in delight. It was likely that all the oppression he had suffered in the past would be released at that moment. Slap. Watch your attitude. Don't forget who pulled you out of the enforcement team. Just as Lu Zishi hesitated to step forward, a slap greeted him. With a loud smack, a red and white handprint slowly appeared on his face. Blood was faintly visible at the corner of his mouth, indicating the force of the blow. Despite being hit, he still had to put on a brave face and present it forward. However, what awaited him was not another slap, but a long finger gliding over his skin. Don't worry, I wouldn't really hit you. That was just a little punishment, Kai Jixian said, gently hooking Lu Zishi's chin and adjusting his head. At that moment, all Lu Zishi could feel in his eyes was fear and hatred towards Luo Chen. He allowed Kai Jixian's hand to roam over him without daring to resist, attributing all his humiliation to Luo Chen. On the other side, Luo Chen was also being harassed. A cute little hand occasionally reached for his abs, playfully teasing him. Don't touch. Luo Chen swatted his hand away, shooting a glare at Mu Wanqiu. But this senior seemed completely oblivious to the concept of shame, persistently reaching out. Hit? No problem. Just take a break and continue. Later, this scene nearly drove Xia Yingyao to explode. Clearly, she was the one who knew Luo Chen first. How could Mu Wanqiu get ahead of her? If she didn't take action now, it was likely that in a couple of days, the other party would successfully make their move. Thinking of this, a sense of urgency suddenly surged within Xia Yingyao. Without caring about anything else, she wrapped her arm around Luo Chen's other side. With a provocative look, she shot a fierce glare at Mu Wanqiu. The sudden change left Luo Chen in shock. What was going on? He had saved Mu Wanqiu in the scorched earth territory, so it was understandable that she clung to him. But what was Xia Yingyao doing now? Why? Were both of them holding on to him? Were they both possessed? Luo Chen cast a pleading glance at Pang Xin, but to his surprise, the latter turned his head away as if he saw nothing. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, he truly didn't dare to. Pang Xin felt a wave of sorrow, thinking that Hua Gu was really living in luxury without knowing it. However, Luo Chen was unaware of this and turned his gaze to Jiang Xin Yue. She also wore a confused expression, completely unsure of whom to help. How strange, does Luo Chen really have such great charm? At that moment, her mind was filled with one question, feeling as if her CPU was about to overheat. Just then, a sharp and sarcastic voice came from the side. "Oh, isn't this Jiang Xinyue, here to find a male model?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Xinyue turned her head sharply, her brows furrowing as she glared at the person in front of her. "It's you, Humph. This is something the instructor required everyone to participate in. It has nothing to do with me," Yang Xiaoman said with a sarcastic tone, deliberately provoking what should have been a normal situation. When she said it like that, had a hint of "there's no silver here" to it. But Jiang Xinyue was not foolish, she immediately understood what was going on. No wonder that day it was the other party who came to notify her. Looking back, if Yang Xiaoman hadn't meddled, Jiang Xinyue would never have believed it. "What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before?" Noticing everyone's attention, Yang Xiaoman suddenly found the courage to glare fiercely at Luo Chen and the others, speaking with disdain. A mocking voice didn't provoke Luo Chen and the others, instead, it made Jiang Xinyue laugh in anger. Others might not bother with it, but she wouldn't hold back. Immediately, she pointed at the other person's nose and unleashed a torrent of insults. What a case of ugly people causing trouble. With that pockmarked face, how dare you call yourself a beauty? You think you're beautiful and kind? Which one do you possess? You're just here all day whining like an old hag. Can you have a little dignity? Stop acting like you've got no one at home, biting at people like a rabid dog. Jiang Xinyue's words came out in a flurry, leaving Yang Xiaoman speechless. Stammering, she couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Perhaps even Yang Xiaoman didn't expect that the usually gentle Jiang Xinyue would be so fierce at this moment. Always one to bully the weak and fear the strong. She was momentarily stunned by the scolding. Although she couldn't retort, it didn't stop her from making threats. "Just wait, don't let me run into you in the preliminaries," Yang Xiaoman said fiercely, as if she had already secured victory over Luo Chen and the others. This statement not only failed to worry Jiang Xinyue but almost made her laugh out loud. A snort was the best mockery. Not just her, even the several teams watching silently gave a thumbs up, secretly admiring Yang Xiaoman's courage. Clueless about the truth, Yang Xiaoman, who was sitting in her own little world, could only flee in embarrassment under everyone's gaze. "So, are all of you from the support department this out of touch with reality?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, asking with a face full of black lines. He wanted to make his usual shrugging gesture, but he was held tightly on both sides, unable to move. At that moment, he didn't even know how to describe his feelings, nor could he fathom the thoughts of the two girls. Glancing at them, he realized their eyes were completely locked on each other, not paying him any attention. They neither answered nor let him pull his hands away, leaving him at a loss about what they were up to. Only Jiang Xinyue shook her head and replied, "The support department isn't entirely like this, but most of the time it's just small groups of girls, you know." She didn't finish her sentence, but the speechless expression on her face already conveyed everything. The fact that people from the same department could behave so oddly showed just how many bizarre actions could arise. At least, not knowing Luo Chen and still coming up to provoke him was probably the mildest of offenses. "That's true." Luo Chen nodded in agreement, trying to pull his hands out. Under the premise of not hurting them, he surprisingly couldn't get them free. "This is strange. They must be possessed," Luo Chen muttered quietly, feeling frustrated. This remark fell into Pang Xian's ears, making him feel as if his worldview had collapsed. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Was it really necessary to be so ostentatious? For someone like him, who had never been confessed to by a girl since childhood, this was a huge psychological blow. Why was Luo Chen so sought after, yet his mind was so dull? This wasn't just his thought, but a shared sentiment among the nearby male peers, a collective heartbreak. The girls they dreamed of were rushing to approach him, yet he was still being rejected. Watching this made them anxious, wishing they could step in themselves, but their own conditions were too lacking. Not only were they not handsome, but they were also weak in strength. Fortunately, there was still Jiang Xinyue who hadn't gotten involved, providing them with a final bit of comfort. Little did they know, although Jiang Xinyue didn't like Luo Chen at that moment, she also looked down on them. The 79th arena, the third match is about to begin. Please prepare, contestants. As the announcement fell, many eyes turned toward this side. To varying degrees, they had heard of Luo Chen's exploits and wanted to see how this rumored sophomore newcomer measured up.
Being able to compete with the Lu family head who was on the verge of a second transformation without falling behind even if it was with external help was enough to show that his strength was extraordinary. So this is Luo Chen? He doesn't look like he has 3 heads and 6 arms. I don't think it's a big deal. Just give me an item to enhance my strength and I can do it. 2. Just you? I think the top 20 on the battle power leaderboard are more capable. You can forget it. What do you mean by that? Can't I do it? People live in the Tianqing villa. I'm just asking, which alley? Do you live in? In the crowd, Luo Chen had unknowingly gained supporters. But if one looked closely, the clues would become apparent. Most of these people were actually second-year students, supporting Luo Chen simply because they felt he represented the entire second-year level. Or rather, he was the representative of the second-year level. However, Luo Chen himself didn't feel much about it. After all, this was how things had been. For years, the identity of the shadow had always been admired by many. Crossing over the crowd, Luo Chen and his group stood on the arena. On the other side was a team standing in formation. They had a shield warrior, a fire mage, an archer, an assassin, and most importantly, a priest, making for a very comprehensive configuration. This team, composed of third-year seniors, now looked ashen-faced. How to fight? They were already going to lose 1 point at the start. How could they continue fighting after that? In this end to 128 competition, losing 2 points basically meant saying goodbye to the rest of the matches. Facing Luo Chen, this formidable opponent, in the first match, what chance did they have? Are we all around level 39? Then let the werewolf play with you for a bit. Luo Chen stroked his chin, pondering. Since the exposure had already happened, and the Lu family, which had been eyeing him, had been dealt with, there was no need to hide anymore. It would be better to let the bloodthirsty werewolf, which had never been put to use, practice and accumulate some combat experience. As for the Nyogue, forget it. Not to mention that the opponent would only be instantly killed. The venue couldn't accommodate it either, at least not in the current situation with the small arenas. Oh whoa! With Luo Chen's action, a 2-meter-tall werewolf suddenly sprang out from his shadow. Bloodthirsty werewolf level 40 quality, Lord health 17,000/17,000 strength 1300 at the moment they saw the attributes. Several seniors were taken aback. Not just them, even Xia Yingyao and the others were equally shocked. Because, apart from Mu Wanqiu, this was the first time they had seen Luo Chen's summoned beast. Let's get started. Everyone, please don't hold back. Luo Chen's voice fell, and the people opposite were left stunned. Don't hold back? Is that even human language? It sounded as if they could defeat him if they went all out. They didn't even consider what kind of monster he had summoned. It must take a lot of respect for them to make them fight against a lord-level beast. Damn it! Let's go for it! The shield warrior gritted his teeth and charged forward with his shield. Seeing his action, the teammates didn't hesitate at all. The priest waved his staff, immediately casting a shield on him. Although it was far inferior to Luo Chen's Wolf King's protection, it had a short cooldown. Facing only a lord-level bloodthirsty werewolf, they still had some ability to counter it. Not only that, the mage and archer were also quick to act. They raised their weapons, aiming at Luo Chen, who was in the back. In their view, as long as they took down Luo Chen, his summoned creature would fall apart as well, and the remaining few would be no threat. The assassin was even faster, having already gone invisible a moment before the shield warrior made his move. They had no idea where he had crept up to, just waiting for a suitable opportunity. Unfortunately, the opponent's invisibility was rendered useless under Luo Chen's lord's eye. Watching the movements creeping along the edge of the arena made him want to laugh. However, he had to admit that the opponent's execution was extremely strong, and their coordination was quite perfect. The shield warrior single-handedly faced the bloodthirsty werewolf, creating space for the backline to output. In contrast, Luo Chen's side seemed like a group of scattered soldiers. They were all hastily assembled and each lacked experience in major competitions. Once busy, he didn't even know what he was supposed to do. What are you still dawdling for? This time, I will only summon one familiar. If it loses, I'll have to step in myself. Luo Chen scolded the few people who were in a daze. Although he was confident in securing victory this round, he couldn't let Pang Xin and the others continue to slack off. Such an attitude would bring them no growth at all, only wasting nearly half a month of time for no reason. Ha! Only one summoned? Mu Wanqiu, who was aware of Luo Chen's abilities, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. The implication was clear. If they didn't perform well, the only outcome awaiting them would be defeat. Unavoidably, Xia Yingyao and the others also showed worried expressions. Only the opposing team was filled with excitement, their cheeks slightly flushed. What? Luo Chen said he would only summon one. Great! I was worried he had other trump cards, but now that he dares to summon just one, he's undoubtedly giving us a chance. They exchanged words, seemingly convinced of their victory over Luo Chen. Even the observing teachers and students felt he was being overly confident.
Luo Chen is so self-assured he might just mess up soon. If he flops later, let's see how he handles it. I just wonder if he will shamelessly summon another one or if he will be embarrassed after losing a round. Everyone analyzed, summarizing two possibilities. However, both lean towards the reaction of the bloodthirsty werewolf losing. Little did they know, the bloodthirsty werewolf was not as simple as it appeared. Moreover, what Luo Chen said was only half true. He mentioned stepping in himself, but he never claimed his strength was weaker than the bloodthirsty werewolf. Taking down the 5 opponents was an easy task for him. It could be said that this battle was never a fair match from the very beginning. However, this made Pang Xin and the others extremely anxious. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air, heading straight for them. Reinforced the earth wall. With a loud shout, Pang Xin slammed the ground. In an instant, a solid earthen wall shot up from the ground. The rapidly approaching arrow was immediately intercepted. With a clang, it left a fist-sized dent. Having known each other for over half a month, this was the first time Luo Chen saw Pang Xin use a skill, Ice Blade Chi. At that moment, Xia Yingyao also moved. Swinging her long sword, a beam of swordlight shot out, carrying endless coldness, slicing straight towards the opponent's backline. This was a skill she had created after consulting Luo Chen. Although it was only the lowest D grade, its effect far exceeded that of a typical C grade, and it consumed much less energy. Explosive Fireball. The opposing fire mage was equally quick. The mage, who had been ready for a long time, made a timely counter as soon as he saw the Ice Blade Chi. Under the advantage of levels, the commonly known C-grade explosive fireball was directly hurled out. Boom! In an instant, ice and fire collided. With a loud explosion, mist rose. In that moment, the entire arena's visibility was obscured. The shield warrior was still struggling against the bloodthirsty werewolf, nearly reaching their limit. Luo Chen, you lost. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped up, a dagger aimed straight at the back of Luo Chen's neck. This was not an attempt on Luo Chen's life, but a normal attack method. A one-hit kill combined with a back attack's stunning effect. With the dual pressure of arena rules and communication wristbands, they would generally stabilize within the sparring mode, usually without worrying about unexpected situations. Facing the attack, Luo Chen remained calm. He knew that this level of attack posed no threat to him whatsoever. What he was more interested in was the performance of his teammates. Just then, a sudden, delicate shout rang out. Star sequence, analyze wood. Jiang Xinyue cupped her hands, aiming at the direction where the assassin appeared. In an instant, a strange phenomenon surged. Suddenly, a phantom seed appeared right in front of the assassin. Just as he was filled with doubt, the seed coat suddenly split open with a large crack, and a touch of tender green sprouted from within. In the blink of an eye, the tender green grew rapidly, transforming into a vine that twisted towards him, ready to strangle him. Not good. The assassin's heart jolted, and he immediately tried to escape, but unfortunately, the speed of the vine far exceeded his expectations. Just as the thought crossed his mind, before he could act, it had already coiled up his thigh. Swish! Swish! After all, they were a team that had fought for years, and their actions were extremely decisive. The moment the vine grabbed him, he did not hesitate to slash at the green vine on his leg. He even resorted to using double strike to break it, lest he be put in a passive position, which would affect the entire team. What a calm way to handle it. Luo Chen couldn't help but silently praise. Learning has no limits. If others can reach this level today, there must be something commendable about it. It's just a pity that the opponent's strength was insufficient, ultimately a hard flaw. Realizing that the assassin was not trapped, the bloodthirsty werewolf quickly returned to defense. As a summoned beast, it knew that Luo Chen had no intention of attacking for the time being, and now was its moment to shine. The bloodthirsty werewolf used pain suppression. With a whoosh, a shadow flashed by. Accompanying the unseen was the figure of the assassin. When they saw it again, the opponent was already pinned to the ground by the bloodthirsty werewolf, with continuous claw strikes raining down on him. For an assassin who was originally fragile, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Almost in an instant, a shield sprang up around the assassin. Immediately after, he was teleported out of the arena. By the time he appeared in the audience, he was still dazed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. In the arena, the bloodthirsty werewolf, having lost its target, snorted violently a couple of times. Its gaze shifted, and a pair of vertical pupils landed on the assassin. Outside the arena, the aggressive gaze sent a shiver down the assassin's spine, and he finally remembered how he had been sent out. Perhaps realizing what it intended to do, the bloodthirsty werewolf instantly withdrew its gaze and turned to the other few people. This is troublesome. This Lord-level opponent is completely unmanageable for us. The archer gritted his teeth, his expression grim. Just in a brief encounter, one of their own had been sent out, undoubtedly exacerbating an already unfavorable situation for them. Faced with the incoming bloodthirsty werewolf again, they quickly fell into a downward spiral. the defeat was as swift as a landslide. The werewolf completed its one-sided slaughter without even breaking a sweat. Oh whoa! Suddenly, a triple strike shattered the shield warrior's defense in an instant. The priest's healing had not yet caught up when he was taken out by a single blow. The shield activated and he was teleported away. With the front line gone, the remaining mage, priest, and archer naturally posed no threat. Relying on its extremely high movement speed, the werewolf sent them out one by one.
From start to finish, Pang Xin and the others didn't even manage to cast more than 2 skills. They truly embodied the meaning of lying down to win.
Arena number 79. Third battle, winner, Luo Chen's team. With the referee's announcement, it declared their victory.
Many teams from nearby arenas turned to look. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it had not lasted more than
a minute.
Whether the opponent was too weak or Luo Chen was too strong, they had not even tested their strength.
What a thrilling battle! Pang Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and said slowly, "It wasn't exhaustion.
It was the cold sweat from being startled by the sudden situation. Come on, you're just slacking off." Xia Yingyao shot him a glance, mercilessly striking back. She was self-aware, she knew very well who had been putting
in the effort during the battle,
and they were definitely among those who had been coasting. After saying that, she turned around and was instantly furious, jumping up and down. She didn't know when, but Mu Wanqiu had once again linked her arm with Luo Chen's. The movements were natural, and her flirtatious glances were like silk, completely disregarding Luo Chen's feelings.
Ah, the glasses girl is indeed the worst. Xia.
Yingyao's heart was raging, having lost her usual icy composure. Pouting, she stepped forward and grabbed Luo Chen's other hand.
Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, she linked arms with him and even shot a provocative glare at Mu Wanqiu.
Little did she know, the latter was completely uninterested, her attention fixed on Luo Chen from start to finish. This infuriated her to no end, as if she had punched a cotton ball, completely
ineffective. There's a certain order to things, so how could Mu Wanqiu be so shameless?
They were expressing themselves but had no consideration for others' feelings.
A group of 3rd and 4th year seniors, still solo
in their mother's womb, could only remain silent with tears in their eyes. However, a few were reactive, directly blocking Luo Chen and the others on their way to the audience seats.
"Kid, I advise you not to be too fickle." Yang Mumu, a senior in his 4th year, was currently blocking Luo Chen's path, flipping his sideswept bangs and striking what he thought was a cool pose. Yet, his words only added to Luo Chen's distress. It was already awkward enough, and now someone was stirring the pot. But just because he didn't know how to speak up didn't mean Xia Yingyao and the others would stay silent. "Who asked you? Single dogs are so nosy." "Exactly. Who are you, old man? We're happy. Does it concern you?"
Their words were like sharp swords, piercing straight through Yang Mumu. His fragile heart was repeatedly struck down.
"Single dog, old man." Yang Mumu's lips
trembled, his eyes vacant. He kept repeating the words echoing in his mind, suffering blow after blow internally. He wasn't old, just a bit disheveled. In his words, he was merely melancholic. Watching him lose focus, Luo Chen felt deep sympathy. At that moment, he was equally troubled, not daring to move. Who knew if what Xia Yingyao said was true? What if they were just joking at his expense? That would be quite the spectacle.
Luo Chen silently mourned for Yang Mumu, then, under the tugging of Xia Yingyao and her friend, he maneuvered around him.
Only the dazed person remained, standing like a wooden post.
It wasn't until Luo Chen and the others
completely passed by and settled into their seats that he barely came back to his senses. His brows furrowed, he suddenly pointed.
"Luo Chen, I challenge you!" Yang Mumu shouted, his finger trembling with anger. Soon, he realized he was all alone.
Only passing classmates looked at him with idiotic expressions, which nearly made him explode with rage.
This amused Luo Chen and the others in the audience. "That guy is so silly. Yeah, he thinks he can challenge our Luo Chen." "What do you mean, our Luo Chen?" "Mu Wanqiu, don't be shameless."
The two were ready to throw punches over a trivial remark from Mu Wanqiu that instantly set Xia Yingyao off. This left the classmates nearby enviously bitter, their mouths filled with nothing but the sour taste of lemons.
When would such good fortune come their way? Or could someone kindly tell them what brand of pillow to buy to have such dreams?
On the arena, various teams were competing fiercely. Different spells and skills burst forth, vibrant and colorful. Warriors and assassins charged in, dividing the battlefield, while there were also close-quarters confrontations.
Waves of brilliance flashed, belonging to the priest's healing skills, with numerous beneficial auras flickering.
This spectacle provided everyone with a visual feast.
Of course, some were just there for laughs.
They didn't deal much damage but nearly sent their teammates packing. Roars, battle cries, commands, mixed with some frantic voices.
The arena was bustling with noise, yet it couldn't dampen the participants' enthusiasm.
The battle raged on fiercely, with occasional injuries occurring due to unexpected mishaps that prevented the activation of protective measures. Fortunately, during the campus competition, all injuries sustained in the arena are treated for free, which relieved them of a significant burden.
Before long, the first round of battles was completely over.
Among the participants in the arena, emotions
were mixed.
Those who had managed to win 1 point were all beaming with joy, while those who had lost in the first match were downcast. Regardless of their mood, they all focused their attention on the big screen. The rankings rolled above, matching them with their opponents for the next round, page after page,
until Luo Chen appeared, causing an uproar in the audience. Luo Chen looked at his opponent's avatar, a hint of confusion in his eyes.
The opponent looked quite familiar, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen him before.
Yang Mumu. The second match on Arena 35 is about to begin. Please enter the arena quickly. As the announcement
fell, Luo Chen and the others jumped onto the stage one after another.
Suddenly, the disheveled bangs came into everyone's view. Oh, so it's that uncle. No wonder he looks so familiar. Yeah, that photo must have been taken when he was young,
Xia Yingyao and her companion said, not holding back their astonishment. They were completely unaware that the other party's face had turned as dark as charcoal. After all, relying on this image, he had attracted quite a few youthful beauties, yet today he was repeatedly referred to as uncle.
When enemies meet, their eyes turn red.
Of course, whether his resentment was directed at Mu Wanxiu and the
others or at Luo Chen remained unknown.
Senior Mu, keep your voice down, it seems like the other side is getting angry,
Pang Xian quickly whispered upon seeing this.
He felt it was unnecessary to cause Luo Chen too much trouble, so he kindly reminded him. However, he didn't expect the other party's ears to be exceptionally sharp. Almost instantly, anger flashed across his face and his cheeks turned red to the roots of his ears.
It wasn't embarrassment, it was pure rage. You fat pig, just wait for me, Yang Mumu roared, glaring fiercely at Pang Xian.
As soon as the referee's voice fell, he would strike at any moment. The few teammates beside him were also on high alert, ready to provide cover at any time.
For them, it didn't matter who they fought. Since Luo Chen couldn't be easily taken down, they would first clip his wings, leaving him isolated and helpless. At that time, in a one-on-one fight, how could they not win?
However, they were ultimately a bit too idealistic. From start to finish, Luo Chen had not taken them to heart. Although they were all seniors, averaging around level 42, to put it bluntly, they were merely at the level of the Wolf Demon Cave. Unless there were a few special professions, that would be another story. But the opponents were all of average talent, so there was really nothing to worry about.
In contrast, he gained a new understanding of Pang Xian's sharp tongue. Without needing any vulgarities, just this peculiar tone was indeed impressive. However, whether it was intentional or not, he couldn't tell. In any case, seeing him startled by Yang Mumu's roar clearly didn't seem like an act.
He probably hadn't anticipated that the other party would shift their hatred onto him.
How strange. Pang Xian scratched his head, somewhat puzzled.
Just then, the referee's voice suddenly rang out.
Fight! Begin! Boom!
With the command, a sudden explosion erupted from the opposite side.
Yang Mumu's feet were engulfed
in smoke as he charged forward. In just a moment, he covered the distance of over 10 meters.
Before Pang Xian could react, a long spear had already arrived first.
Cloud-piercing thrust. The furious shout followed,
accompanied by Yang Mumu's fierce expression.
Pang Xian, who had been lingering on the edge, had never seen such a display of force and hadn't expected that the primary target would be himself. A level 43 against a level 30 was basically a crushing defeat without suspense.
In a moment of panic, he couldn't react much. He clasped his hands together and suddenly shouted, "Ha!"
The sound was like thunder directly exploding in the venue. Many participants in the midst of their battles turned to look. Suddenly, a giant statue appeared on Arena 35. The giant was formless yet tangible, completely in a state of illusion, resembling a big bald man laughing
heartily while holding his belly.
Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the phantom of Guijuinjia. The difference was that the 8-armed Vajra exuded an air of authority, glaring with wide-open eyes.
In contrast, the one behind Pang Xian was laughing warmly, exuding a friendly demeanor.
There was no golden light surrounding it, only the earthy brown of the earth element.
Luo Chen observed this with a hint of surprise. He raised an eyebrow slightly, retracting the action he was about to take.
He too wanted to see what kind of power this talent, which Pang Xian had kept hidden, truly possessed.
Just then, the smiling Vajra gently struck out with a palm.
The movement was neither hurried nor slow, giving the impression that one could dodge it at any moment. However, Yang Mumu, who was at the center, was filled with dread, as he could clearly feel that
he could not escape the attack no matter what. Although the range was not large, any attempt to dodge to the side made his movements feel extraordinarily slow.
Seeing no way to evade, he gritted his teeth and thrust his spear towards the giant hand of his opponent.
Boom! The attack collided, instantly stirring up a whirlwind.
In the eye of the storm, energy rampaged.
Both Pang Xian and Yang Mumu gritted their teeth, struggling to Hold on. The fierce wind rustled the clothes of the onlookers, making it difficult to open their eyes. Only Luo Chen's eyes glimmered with a blue light as he silently watched the center of the storm. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and 2 figures were sent flying out. Yang Mumu's teammates were quick to react. The moment he was thrown out, before he even hit the ground, they had already caught him. Instead, it was Pang Xin who crashed down with a thud beneath the arena. His size shattered the wooden floor. It wasn't that Luo Chen didn't go to catch him, it was simply unnecessary. At this point, Pang Xin had exhausted all his strength, and all he needed now was a good rest. As for the height, it was completely impossible to kill him with a fall. With that in mind, Luo Chen couldn't be bothered to waste his energy. Ha ha ha, I defeated one. Yang Mumu pushed away his teammates' hands and stood up unsteadily. Laughing heartily, it seemed as if he had not just defeated a level 30 sophomore, but a worthy opponent. In the stands, the teachers and students looked at his performance with strange expressions. Indeed, Pang Xion's displayed strength far exceeded his own. But let's not forget, he was also the lowest-ranked member of Luo Chen's team. Don't celebrate just yet, I still have teammates. Luo Chen scratched his nose and pointed at Mu Wanqiu and Xia Yingyao. Since they were going to win anyway, why not let the other side send both of them out to save him the trouble? Damn it! How dare you look down on us? Hearing Luo Chen's words, Yang Mumu was immediately filled with anger. No matter how he heard it, it felt uncomfortable. He seriously suspected that Luo Chen was mocking him, but he had no evidence. He twirled his weapon, creating a flourish with his spear. He directly abandoned Mu Wanqiu and the others, charging straight at Luo Chen. Heart-piercing thrust. With a shout, the spear seemed to split into dozens of phantoms. The sharp edge pointed straight ahead, aiming to pierce through space itself. If it were an ordinary awakened one, they would have panicked the moment they saw this attack. But Luo Chen was different. He had been through this for an entire year, and there was nothing he hadn't seen. Ha ha ha. Luo Chen, you're not scared, are you? Where's your summon? Yang Mumu laughed wildly, closing the distance in an instant. Although the attack had yet to land, it felt as if he had already grasped Luo Chen, his face full of pride. Perhaps in his eyes, Luo Chen not summoning the bloodthirsty werewolf was a sign that he was intimidated. Luo Chen shook his head with a smile, then extended one hand forward. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he slightly parted his lips. I don't need to deal with you just yet. As soon as Luo Chen's voice fell, a giant hand of yellow sand surged up. Although it couldn't be said to block out the sun, it covered most of the arena. Not good, Yang Mumu exclaimed in surprise, wanting to retract the gun, but it was already too late. A yellowed spear shot straight towards Luo Chen's dusty grasp. Puff! The tip of the spear easily pierced through the surface of the yellow sand. Then, the entire person was engulfed by the long spear, sinking into it. Trying to pull back felt like a cow sinking into the sea, with no way to retreat. The others were startled at the sight. The archer suddenly threw out a rope, accurately lassoing Yang Mumu's waist. With a strong tug, he tried to pull him out. Soon, he discovered a terrifying fact. The seemingly immense strength did not budge an inch with that pull. Moreover, instead of pulling Yang Mumu out, it only accelerated his descent, flourishing branches and leaves. Seeing this, the wood mage in the team felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He shouted lowly, and countless seeds took root and sprouted, breaking through the ground. They wanted to fix the yellow sand in this way. However, they ultimately overlooked one point. Luo Chen's dusty grasp had never claimed to be a binding skill, it was merely a small inherent effect. The real effect was to deal massive damage with a powerful grip. Just as they were pondering how to rescue Yang Mumu, Luo Chen's attack had already arrived. Bang! A tight grip, just like pulling up wild grass by the field. With a sudden yank upwards, he firmly grasped several people. Not good. We're going to suffocate. I feel so uncomfortable. What the hell is this monster? Damn it, let me breathe. The few of them struggled madly, crying out in pain, making their last pleas for help, but unfortunately, it was competition time, and with protective measures on them, the referee wouldn't worry about their safety. And the only one separated from them, Yang Mumu, was the first to sink into the yellow sand. This meant that no one was there to save them. Whoosh! 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 Continuous flashes of light flickered through the gaps of the dusty grass. In an instant, under Luo Chen's attack, there was no one left. Outside the arena, Yang Mumu and the others were gasping for breath. Although they knew they wouldn't die under the arena rules, the feeling of teetering on the edge of life and death still left them somewhat frightened. Damn it, whoever tells me Luo Chen is just a sophomore from now on, I'll get mad at them. Exactly, wasn't it said that a summoner could take us out with one skill? What's up with this? You think I know? Who should I ask? Someone even told me that Kid is a warrior. In the audience, people were almost in an uproar. The biggest controversy was about what profession Luo Chen actually belonged to. What kind of profession could simultaneously use summoning, warrior, and mage skills? Just as they thought, Luo Chen indeed did not have three professions.
The summoning skill was inherent to the Shadow Lord.
The warrior and mage skills were all thanks to the magic warrior profession. He can't be a jobless person, right? Did a donkey kick your head?
Without a profession, you can't change jobs, and if you haven't undergone the first job change, you can only reach level 40 at most.
You have a point. Although they couldn't see Luo Chen's level, a teacher had already announced his level information, so they weren't completely in the dark. As for who it was, who else but Zhang Fengming, who was at the highest point of the audience, laughing proudly.
Of course, with his slight advantage of being level 45, he couldn't see through Luo Chen. But who made him know so many talented people?
Your nephew seems to be a bit dead. Aren't you going to check on him? Beside him, Wei Juanjia said nonchalantly.
However, paired with his expressionless face, it didn't seem like an act.
Hearing this, Zhang Fengming merely rolled his eyes indifferently.
Looking at Gui Juanjia with slightly raised eyebrows, he retorted, "He's still your student. If you don't care, why ask me?" To this, Gui Juanjia showed no sign of fluctuation. On his face, after glancing at Zhang Fengming, his thick lips parted slightly.
He won't die. And I've already said he's not suited for the path of the eight-armed Vajra.
His tone was flat, as if stating a fact.
It was as if Pang Xian's impressive performance just now had never caught his eye at all. I've taught everything that should be taught. My brother told me long ago, it's better to learn the spirit than the form. Wei Juanjia's words were sharp yet always hit the mark.
Zhang Fengming, who had never learned this, naturally didn't understand what it meant and could only pat his belly in confusion.
The two of them quietly watched, staring at the battle below. Before long, the second round of battles had concluded.
Luo Chen and the others also began their third round as expected. Similarly, it was still a one-sided slaughter without any suspense.
Zhang Fengming,
watching from the sidelines, felt a bit drowsy, but Gui Juanjia remained wide awake, his eyes shining brightly. With his arms crossed over his chest, he fixed his gaze on Luo Chen. His bronze skin still had a shiny appearance even in the areas where there was little sunlight or artificial light. His technique is quite weak, mostly rough and unrefined, but his lethality is beyond doubt. This is probably due to his years of solo dungeon runs, honing his skills like this. Wei Juanjia nodded, showing admiration for Luo Chen. The shortcomings were also blaringly obvious. "I really don't know what's up with that guy, Wold 6. The words sounded like a reproach, yet also like something he had long gotten used to. Zhang Fengming was left even more puzzled. He understood the earlier parts, but once it involved people related to Luo Qingfeng, he was completely lost. As of now, he only knew Gui Juanjia and Principal Baiyu. The rest of the people he still had no clue about. However, he wasn't discouraged. After all, even if he knew, it wouldn't bring him any benefits. The only thing he could be sure of was that the foundation Luo Qingfeng left behind was definitely far more powerful than he could imagine. What else could he do besides envy? Oh right, he could also hope for his nephew to become a dragon. As long as Pang Xian could keep up with Luo Chen, he might just become Wei Juanjia's true successor. Unbeknownst to him, the third round of battles had already ended, and the list of the top 128 had appeared. At this moment, Pang Xian, whom Zhang Fengming had high hopes for, was scratching the back of his head with a silly grin. Hee, brother Hua, after the top 128 comes out, the next 2 days will be the auditions for the solo group, he said, pulling out his notes to confirm he hadn't made a mistake. The solo group competition was where individual strength truly shone. For a powerful awakened one like Luo Chen, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to showcase his abilities. I heard that this year the Academy has no idea what they drew, and they actually increased the reward for first place, Pang Xian said, his eyes revealing envy. The solo group was a showdown among experts, and someone like him, who was just slacking off, could only watch helplessly. He didn't know who would ultimately receive the final reward. The next day, at the competition hall, the vast venue was filled with a tense atmosphere. The auditions for the solo group were bound to have much greater conflicts than the group matches. Everyone was out for revenge, settling scores from the past or from yesterday's group matches. Regardless of whether it was old grudges or new ones, all would be avenged today. Of course, the premise was being able to encounter their rivals. With so many participants, it felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Damn, this atmosphere seems a bit off, Pang Xian shouted, looking around anxiously. The entire venue gave off a feeling of tension, as if they were not classmates who loved each other, but bitter enemies with deep-seated grudges. Indeed. Luo Chen nodded, fully agreeing with him. As a new transfer student in his second year, he didn't understand the previous campus competitions, but his first instinct was that it resembled mercenary groups competing fiercely for dungeon ownership rights before entering a dungeon. The difference was that here, there were teachers' restrictions, and no one dared to act rashly, but the people outside are much more straightforward. Their motto is to do as they please. Sorry, you took my stuff?
then I can only chop your whole family. Luo Chen had no idea what kind of life this group would lead. Outside, if they could only show their fangs in a cage, then it would ultimately be of no use. The outside world is not like these domesticated cats. Luo Chen, you need to be careful, Mu Wanqiu said softly, a hint of worry showing behind her gold-rimmed glasses. It wasn't that she didn't trust Luo Chen's strength, but in this situation it was safer to have a backup plan. After all, the arena rules are not all-encompassing. Some people might resort to underhanded tactics. At this moment, any slight negligence could lead to lifelong regret. Yes, you should be more careful. Xia Yingyao nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with concern. Compared to Mu Wanqiu, she was more at ease, allowing Luo Chen to go ahead. Although both of you make valid points, but, Luo Chen said, rolling his eyes. He looked down at his hands on either side, his eyes filled with helplessness. Can you please let go of my hands first? I'm really tired like this. No, I won't. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard two immediate negative responses without any time to react. Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Once close friends, neither was willing to yield on this issue. Then, perhaps realizing that her actions were indeed a bit inappropriate, Xia Yingyao pouted and chose to speak first. You let Mu Wanqiu let go first, and I'll let go. In comparison, she was a bit more rational than Mu Wanqiu, who was lost in love. However, she didn't want to let the other party have the upper hand, thus avoiding her nature in making a move that felt somewhat shameful to her. Unexpectedly, Mu Wanqiu was completely unaware of this. She stuck out her little tongue at her eyes full of pride. Shaking her head with a victorious demeanor, she replied, I won't. I just won't. This made Xia Yingyao, who was about to take a step back, laugh in anger. Immediately, she no longer held back and tightened her embrace even more. She even shot a slightly provocative glare back at Mu Wanqiu, her eyes full of defiance. You too. I really give up. Luo Chen was exasperated, wanting to facepalm but realizing he couldn't use either hand. Many habitual actions were greatly restrained after encountering the two. Things like scratching his chin, rubbing his head, or facepalming were all completely abandoned. It wasn't self-discipline, it was passive discipline. Why are you two dragging me into your feud? I'm just innocent. Mind your own business. Right. Mind your own business. Luo Chen's words immediately drew extreme dissatisfaction from both of them. For some reason, they reached a consensus on this point and retorted in unison. Fine. Hearing their responses, Luo Chen could only shrug helplessly. Since they weren't willing to listen, he didn't bother to say more. Just then, the referee's voice finally rang out. Ring 134, round 5 of the competition is about to begin. Please enter the arena quickly. As the words fell, Luo Chen's gaze lifted slightly. After waiting so long, he finally heard this sentence. Taking advantage of the moment when the two were stunned, he quickly pulled his hands away without a moment's hesitation and dashed toward the arena. This action left everyone both amused and exasperated. Even someone as strong as Luo Chen had things he feared. Pang Xian silently wiped the sweat from his brow, sighing that Hua Ge had finally temporarily escaped this hellish arena. Now, it seemed they were only a step away from celebrating with fireworks. But what made them laugh and cry was that such good fortune would never come to them. It was truly a case of droughts and floods. They could only watch enviously, with no fate to enjoy it. Are you Luo Chen? As soon as he stepped onto the arena, he realized that his opponent had already been waiting there for over 10 seconds. It wasn't that the opponent was faster than Luo Chen, but rather that he had been held back by the two girls, unable to escape for a moment. Only after the referee's signal did they finally release their grip, giving Luo Chen a chance to break free. It's my brother. Yes. Luo Chen, now free, didn't care about the other party's attitude. All he felt was a thirst for freedom. He didn't want to stay down there for even a moment. That feeling was unbearable. Of course, if others knew what he was thinking, they might just beat him to death. Don't try to get close to me, I just want to see what kind of strength the rumored Luo Chen really has. The buzzcut man snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. For Luo Chen. As a senior, he was tired of being compared unfavorably to Luo Chen. Now that they were facing off in the first match, he was eager to see just how far the rumors could go. Just a hollow name. Just a hollow name. Luo Chen humbly nodded in response, then glanced around. He turned back to look at Mu Wanqiu and the others, deliberately lowering his voice as he said, Brother, let's discuss something. Let's make this fight last a bit longer. I promise. I absolutely won't use any minor skills. Luo Chen spoke in a negotiating tone, but when he met the urgent gazes of the two girls, he suddenly felt a shiver run through him. What he was thinking about was how to extend his time in the arena, trying to avoid going back down too quickly. Unfortunately, what he thought was a negotiation sounded more like a provocation to others. The senior on the opposite side felt his eyelids twitching, teetering on the edge of rage. His gaze was fixed on Luo Chen, even the lines on his face were twitching, clearly suppressing his anger.
He was just waiting for the referee's command to unleash his most ferocious attack. Match. Start. Just as Luo Chen, who thought he had negotiated well, was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the referee's command. Before he could react, his opponent was already fully armed, clad in mage gear, staff raised high. Die! Luo Chen! A thunderous shout erupted from the other side, and Luo Chen looked up at the sky in confusion. Above the arena, fire clouds swirled ominously. The dark red cloud seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Explosive nebula! The senior shouted furiously, his eyes filled with rage. That anger seemed almost tangible, as if it was pressing Luo Chen down. Under his attack, which was his ultimate goal, he was very confident this was his trump card. The explosive nebula, while not a self-created skill, was indeed a B+ level skill. Even in team battles, it could rival most A-level skills. Unfortunately, using it on a single target was quite wasteful, as it consumed an enormous amount of stamina. Moreover, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the subsequent battles. What the hell? Didn't we agree to take it slow? Seeing the opponent's display, Luo Chen's mouth dropped open in surprise. Hadn't they just agreed on that? Why start with a big move right away? Even if the adjacent arena was filled with deep-seated grudges, it didn't mean they would start with a big move that was easily dodged. In most cases, both sides would fight until their stamina was nearly depleted before using their last resort. It was hard to imagine anyone being foolish enough to go all out like this. Just one skill thrown out there, and whether it worked or not was left to fate. If it was dodged, then it was a lost cause. Was it really just one skill that determined the outcome? Sigh. Forget it. Luo Chen sighed helplessly, completely unaware that it was his earlier comment that had triggered this change. The reason his opponent had come out swinging was entirely due to their frustration. However, fortunately, Luo Chen had no intention of being dishonorable this time. Since the opponent wanted to use a big move to determine the outcome, he had no intention of disappointing them. Otherwise, if he dodged with a soul-severing slash, someone would definitely have trouble sleeping tonight. Fire element, huh? Then I'll use ice. Luo Chen shook his head and raised one hand. Unlike during the previous battle, his attack was not directed at the opponent but straight at the clouds in the sky. Above the explosive nebula, flames seemed to be rolling continuously, flickering dark red. Like a fierce beast, it was about to pounce towards Luo Chen. Within the nebula, a massive fireball was brewing. In an instant, it broke through the nebula's constraints and came crashing down. Judging by its size, the fireball had a radius of over 3 meters. It was incredibly fast, leaving little room for reaction. Of course, this was relative to awakeners without displacement skills. But facing Luo Chen, not to mention he had means to escape, even his reaction speed was enough to dodge in that time. However, Luo Chen did not choose to do so. The moment he raised his arm, a chill seemed to sweep across the arena. Not only did the senior from the fourth year shudder, but even the referee instinctively trembled. What the hell? The teachers who served as referees at Yenzhou University, a school of prodigies, were naturally not weak. They were all at least level 50 or above. Yet even so, facing Luo Chen's cold wind, they still felt a hint of chill. The next moment, shards of ice surged forth. The explosive nebula in the air seemed to encounter something terrifying, beginning to show signs of collapse. Fortunately, the attack had already been brewed, and the damage to the nebula would not affect the fireball. Under the cold wind, a thick layer of mist condensed between the nebulae. The massive fireball rushed through, quickly heading towards Luo Chen. Just as it was about to get close, countless ice spikes appeared in succession. Unlike the previous large ice spikes, these smaller ones looked unassuming, but upon closer inspection, they were quite dense. They wouldn't be like before, large but ineffective. Under Luo Chen's command, they flew like little birds made of ice, crashing towards the fireball. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions rang out. The collision of ice and fire produced brilliant sparks. The entire arena was filled with mist. However, fortunately, neither the two nor the referee were low-level awakeners. This bit of mist that obscured vision was not enough to severely affect their sight. Without activating the Monarch's Eye ability, Luo Chen could still vaguely see the opponent's figure. However, he did not rush to make a move. He didn't want to send the opponent off the stage so quickly and return to that strange place he didn't understand. What? How could you be fine? At the same time, the senior from the fourth year exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, he never expected that his proud strike would not cause any real damage to Luo Chen. On the contrary, judging by his appearance, he seemed to still have plenty of strength left. The senior was filled with confusion, and what puzzled him even more was that Luo Chen did not take the opportunity to strike him. Clearly, this was the moment he was at his weakest. A simple advance could kick him off the stage. Yet Luo Chen, still with strength to spare, actually looked down on doing such a thing. Luo Chen, I underestimated you. Not just your strength. The senior sighed, feeling a bit ashamed of his earlier actions.
He had come in with the intention of defeating Luo Chen to avenge his humiliation. But Luo Chen's demeanor clearly indicated that he had misunderstood the opponent. While feeling ashamed, he felt more self-reproach. Referee, I concede. The sudden voice stunned Luo Chen, who was still waiting for the opponent to recover. No, dude. I was waiting for you to recover so we could fight a bit longer. How can you just concede like that? Luo Chen stretched out both hands, somewhat confused. Clearly, he had no intention of forcing the other party, so why did they suddenly stop fighting? However, in the eyes of the other person, this gesture seemed like a plea to stay. Luo Chen, I underestimated you. The senior from the fourth year made a stopping motion, signaling Luo Chen not to hold on any longer. Then, without needing any further prompting, he jumped down from the stage. A powerful move charged up, but not being able to gauge Luo Chen's strength had already proven his defeat. Luo Chen's refusal to take advantage of the situation made him lose willingly. The entire act of retreating was smooth and flowing, with not a hint of reluctance towards the stage. It was as if losing this match was not something to be ashamed of, but rather carried an unparalleled honor. What is going on? Luo Chen's lips twitched slightly, instinctively, wanting to scratch his head. But upon realizing his hands were free, he reluctantly lowered them. For a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just then, as he turned to prepare to leave the stage, he found Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu waiting below for quite some time. I think I'll just cry. Luo Chen's lips curled slightly, unsure how to describe his current feelings. Inside the competition hall, the crowd was bustling. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The 2-day solo group preliminary rounds had come to an end today. During this time, it could be said that strange events occurred one after another. Originally, Luo Chen had planned to use the time on stage to drag things out as much as possible. According to the plan, there shouldn't have been any surprises. But after the first match, those opponents seemed to have been bewitched. The rules of the solo group stated that each person must fight 10 times. After that, the top 128 contestants would be selected based on their victory points to enter the next round. But strangely, ever since the first match, it seemed everyone knew about his strength. The seniors who had been the loudest in boasting suddenly chose to surrender decisively when facing him. To back down before even fighting is something that would be talked about in any university. Yet, they seemed to not care at all, surrendering extremely quickly. They didn't even give Luo Chen a chance to strike, although he himself wasn't prepared to attack either. Even more bizarre was that their act of surrendering did not provoke any uproar from the classmates. On the contrary, it seemed they thought they were doing the right thing. This is strange. Luo Chen wanted to scratch his head but found both hands immobilized. Beside him, Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu were staring at each other, completely ignoring him. Goodness, had he become a part of these two women's play? So tiring. Just end it. Tomorrow is the group matches again. I wonder if Brother Hua has any thoughts to share? Pang Xian said from the side, enjoying the spectacle. At first, he might have felt a bit out of place. Who would like to always be the third wheel? However, he had completely gotten used to it now. As long as he ignored Xia Yingyao and the others and spoke directly to Luo Chen, everything felt natural. The key point was, following Brother Hua meant there would really be food. This was an absolute temptation for him. In the past, he didn't know, always hearing Jiang Fengming say that Luo Chen was quite impressive and strong. But he never mentioned that he was so wealthy. This little follower was living quite the life. Pang Xian directly ignored the gazes of passers-by. They didn't understand. If they knew about his treatment, they would probably rush to take his place. Thoughts? What thoughts could I have? Luo Chen wanted to shrug, but it helplessly turned into a shoulder raise. Pang Xian wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. How could he not know what Pang Xian was thinking? He rolled his eyes. Fine, if you want to laugh, go ahead. Anyway, I really have no thoughts. 2 days, 10 battles, and I only fought 1 match. You want me to share my thoughts? What thoughts? Luo Chen felt frustrated, others surrendered, and he couldn't feel even a bit happy about it. Now, he was only thinking about how to get rid of the 2 women in front of him. By the way, how are you 2 going to find boyfriends with talk like that? Luo Chen looked at the 2, posing what he thought was a soul-searching question. But the next second, he was disappointed again. Find what? If we can't find anyone, we'll just find you. Humph. Are you trying to take advantage and act innocent? Their words sounded to Luo Chen like nothing more than a dismissive response. He could only roll his eyes in resignation, completely pretending he hadn't heard. Brother Hua, you really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Nonsense. Do you want it or not? Pang Xian said earnestly, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a retort from Luo Chen. He didn't believe in the women's nonsense. The heart of a woman is as deep as the ocean. 2 women competing for 1 man? It sounded so unreliable to him that he would rather believe he was just a link between the 2 of them than accept that notion. Don't look at me. I don't know.
Jiang Xinyue noticed Luo Chen's gaze and immediately made a zipping motion at her mouth. It was like guarding a secret, but everyone knew there was no secret at all, because everything was normal, including what Xia Yingyao and the others said, which was all true. It was just that some things seemed so absurd that they became distorted, making them appear fake. So fake that Luo Chen would rather think they were lying. Forget it. Not a single reliable one. Luo Chen rolled his eyes and directly ignored them. The moon rose in the east and set in the west. In the blink of an eye, another night had passed. Luo Chen, with two panda eyes, led the team into the competition hall. He initially thought that the two of them crossing their arms was already outrageous enough. In the middle of the night, Mu Wanqiu came knocking on the door, saying she was too scared to sleep. He had planned to send her away, but for some unknown reason, Xia Yingyao was also affected in the same way. If Jiang Xinyue hadn't stepped in and pulled them both away later, Luo Chen couldn't imagine what the whole night would have been like. Hiss. Luo Chen took a deep breath, unable to even rub his forehead. With two charms hanging from his hands, he couldn't move freely. Just when he was feeling troubled, a sudden aura fell upon him. Mental aura. Restores mental state. Mu Wanqiu raised her little face, looking quite pleased with herself. Of course, if she would just let go, Luo Chen would be even happier. Thank you. Luo Chen felt utterly exhausted. Didn't the two of them have any other tricks? Holding their arms all day long wasn't a solution. No way. We must find a good time to talk today. Luo Chen secretly made up his mind. If things continued to develop like this, the one who would break first would definitely be him. He now felt like he had the body of a 19-year-old but the soul of someone in their 40s. Oh, isn't this Luo Chen? Just as he was feeling troubled, a strange voice suddenly came from beside him. Luo Chen turned his head to see a man with a feminine appearance walking towards him, pinching his fingers like a flower. Every movement exuded a certain eunuch-like quality. Luo Chen frowned slightly and searched his mind for a moment. He couldn't recall having any impression of this person. Why did the other party seem so familiar right from the start? Behind him followed another man, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at him. Strange. Luo Chen's frown deepened. He truly had no impression of the two. With such distinct features, there was no reason he shouldn't remember them. My name is Kai Zhixian. Surely you've heard of a certain name? The feminine man covered his mouth and chuckled, showing no masculine traits at all. The whole act was very natural yet extremely pretentious, clearly not something learned overnight. Kai Zhixian? I see. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding what was going on. When he went to the Xia family before, he had taken a life, and that was Kai Jisheng. Hearing the names of the two and noticing their somewhat similar appearances, Luo Chen instantly understood. So, are you here to take revenge on me? Revenge? Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Kai Jisheng suddenly burst into laughter. His expression was as if he had heard the greatest joke. He cackled, sounding like a hen. Luo Chen frowned at the sound, but being in the arena with everyone watching, he couldn't just hit someone. I think you misunderstood. That Kai Jisheng, who only relies on others for power, isn't worth my effort. Kai Jishian's words were quite rude, showing no pity for the death of a fellow clansman. On the contrary, from his tone, one could sense his disdain for Kai Jisheng. It was unclear whether he had been oppressed in the past or treated unfairly within the family. The hatred he felt for Kai Jisheng was almost overflowing. Seeing this, Luo Chen and the others silently distanced themselves, unwilling to get too close to such a person. Only the person behind him had not taken his eyes off Luo Chen from the beginning. That inexplicable hatred left Luo Chen feeling quite baffled. He couldn't remember ever offending such a person. It wasn't that he was afraid, it was just that this feeling of not understanding the cause and effect was quite unpleasant. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave, Luo Chen said slowly, having no desire to engage with such a person. Moreover, the immediate impression he got from the two was that they were definitely not good people. Perhaps, this is what reputation is. In any case, from what he remembered, the word of mouth among classmates had always painted the Kai family in a bad light at Yenzhou University. Wait! Just as he turned, Kai Zhixian suddenly called out. Under Luo Chen's puzzled gaze, he spoke softly. His thin lips parted slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into what he believed was an alluring arc. With his hand positioned behind him, he gently brushed his fingers across his cheek and said slowly, "Do you lack a boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyelids twitched violently. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said in a low voice, "You better hope not to meet me in the arena." Luo Chen enunciated each word, almost gritting his teeth. One could vaguely see the veins on his forehead gradually bulging. It was on. His fists were clenched. Others might not have noticed, but for Xia Yingyao, the feeling was most evident. In the past, Luo Chen had always given her a relatively gentle and reserved impression. But today, it was clear that Kai Zhixian was provoking his orientation, something no normal man could tolerate.
Moreover, he was saying such things in front of Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu. The provocative meaning was self-evident. The girls might not understand, but Pang Xian felt the same way and was extremely indignant. Oh, if you don't lack one, then you don't. Why are you being so fierce with me? Kai Jixian pouted, looking quite aggrieved. Seeing this, the murderous intent in Luo Chen's eyes was evident. It was simply a matter of rationality. Sometimes, just one reason is enough to hit someone. In the high seats of the audience, two figures, one tall and one stout, were sitting close together. Hey, that guy actually dared to provoke Luo Chen. I bet it's Kai Jingyuan's idea. Jiang Fengming clapped his hands, looking as if he had seen through everything. Clearly, he had long suspected Kai Jixian's actions. Let them fight. The only response he received was a cold remark from Wei Juanjia. It seemed no extra words were needed. Your words are enough. Then let them fight. Jiang Fengming patted his belly, looking quite pleased. He also wanted to see what kind of outcome the Kai family's scheming revenge would lead to. He had no interest in the factional disputes of others. However, daring to provoke Luo Chen in this way, it seemed that this Kai Jixian was in for a big trouble. Watching the few people in the arena, Jiang Fengming's eyes revealed a meaningful smile. Oh, wait. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes in surprise. After observing for a while, it seemed that a certain conclusion had been reached. Is that from the Lu family? Aside from Lu Qingping, who has distanced himself from the Lu family, is there really someone who has taken it upon themselves to protect a member of the Lu family? Jiang Fengming rubbed his belly a couple of times, a thoughtful look in his eyes. However, the malice on his face was not something he could hide. After all, this was a significant disturbance involving the demon clan, and no one could remain uninvolved. Let's just watch for now. At that moment, Wu Juanjia, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fengming could only nod. Yeah, let's just watch for now. After all, his strength was low, and he couldn't intervene in the battles between students. Since Gui Juanjia, a second-turn awakener, had spoken, it was best to comply. In the arena, Luo Chen and Kai Jixian stood facing each other. This was the first time Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu felt so helpless. It was that feeling of enemies meeting, while they, as bystanders, were being forcibly drawn into the situation. On the big screen, the 128 teams were divided into 64 screen sections, all rolling simultaneously. Those who noticed that something was off with Luo Chen and the others were now intently watching the screens. They paid no attention to the usual favorites for the championship. It's happening. It's happening. Luo Chen is on the defending side. Kai Jixian's team hasn't appeared yet, which means they are on the challenging side. It looks a bit precarious. After all, the challenging side also has 64 teams. In the audience area, whispers filled the air. The commotion from Luo Chen and Kai Jixian had already attracted a large wave of attention. Those teams that had passed grievances were now too distracted to care. Looking around, the strength was actually quite similar. They had a general idea, and there were rarely any major upsets. But Luo Chen's side was different. Although they had brought along 4 deadweights, their strength had always been a mystery. On the other side, Kai Jisheng was visibly annoyed. They also wanted to see whether Luo Chen could pull off an upset against the senior or if Kai Jixian would assert his dominance as a senior. Stop! Stop! Who is it? Show me your dead eyes. Holy crap! It's really against Kai Jixian. With a gasp, others quickly followed suit, finally seeing the battle list above. Suddenly, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Wow! Many people clenched their fists, excitedly standing up. Among them were those who had become fans of Luo Chen due to his consecutive wins in the individual rounds. Others genuinely wanted to see the matchup between the two teams, as if they were betting on a treasure. The arena was in a frenzy, the cheers like a tsunami. Oh my! The junior's gaze scared me to tears. Kai Jixian pinched his fingers delicately, pretending to be frightened. His exaggerated demeanor almost made people regurgitate their dinner. In response, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He moved his body, his bones cracking as he stretched. Pointing a finger, he coldly said, You're dead. Luo Chen's words left no doubt in Pang Xian and the others. His serious demeanor made it clear that he was genuinely angry. Advising someone to be magnanimous was futile. Pang Xian would never do such a thing. If it were him, his reaction would be even more extreme than Luo Chen's. Oh, just a joke, and you're getting all worked up? Kai Jixian lightly covered his lips, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Unfortunately, the mocking words fell on Luo Chen's ears, who had already made up his mind, leaving no room for extra emotions. At that moment, he had only one belief in his heart: to make this sarcastic person shut up. A joke? Soon, he would turn you into a joke. However, perhaps he would have to wait a little longer. To give the participants entering the preliminaries more room to perform, the number of arenas was reduced from over 100 to just 4. The extra space was consolidated, making each arena more spacious.
the team combinations could also be more flexible. Arena number 4. The third round of the competition is about to begin. Please. Almost before the referee could finish speaking, the 10 members of each team had already appeared on the stage. On Luo Chen's side, he wore a calm expression, while the others seemed somewhat at a loss. In contrast, Kai Jixian's side was full of mocking expressions, except for the man who was always filled with hatred. What's wrong? Are you getting anxious already? A hint of disdain appeared on Kai Jixian's effeminate face. Anyone who saw this expression could guess that all the previous provocations were intentional. With a flick of his arm, a staff embedded with precious gems was instantly in his hand. The others, as if receiving orders, were fully armed. Mu Wanqiu and the others were not slow either. Their priest robes were donned in an instant and they raised their respective equipment. Jiang Xinyue waved her arm, and immediately starlight enveloped her, transforming into a fitted training outfit adorned with blue cloud patterns. Both sides were on edge, the fighting spirit evident in their eyes. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Luo Chen smirked coldly, then raised one hand. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Almost 30% of the 400-square arena was occupied. What is that? The commotion here was impossible to ignore. Almost everyone's gaze was drawn to it at that moment. Some freshmen even pointed directly at the shadow, their fingers trembling slightly. Is it about to start? This is the first time I've seen his ability. Jiang Fengming patted his stomach, watching below with great interest. After listening for so long, he almost thought it was false information. Finally, he was going to see the real ability today. How could he not be excited? On the other hand, Hua Juanjia, who was slightly closer, merely nodded slightly without saying much. However, his eyes, like torches, were fixed tightly on the stage. Moo! Suddenly, a cow's roar echoed out, resonating like a great bell within the arena. The next second, a figure shot up from the ground. The enormous shadow instantly blocked everyone's view. Holy crap! Holy crap! Isn't that from the scorched earth territory? I thought it was Zhang Chen. Bragging. I didn't expect the clown to be me. It's him. He caused my fracture. I want him to pay. The world is always uneven. While some people sighed at the giant figure, others were already ungrateful, preparing to take advantage. For the audience who had just seen the evil-eyed bull demon, it was undoubtedly a tremendous shock. Both visually and spiritually, they were greatly impacted. Hey! Someone tell me this is a joke. How could Luo Chen possibly be a summoner? Is this really that weak summoner? Put. No way. Can this summoner summon a lord level? Thank you, Luo Chen. You let me clear the dungeon and still have a boss to fight. Good thing it's not me facing him. Kai Jixian is in for a tough time. As everyone discussed, Kai Jixian was not in a much better position. Looking at the figure that nearly touched the ceiling of the arena, he silently swallowed. God knows what he was roaring inside at that moment. However, the harsh words had already been spoken, and the enmity had been established. There was basically no chance of resolution. Luo Chen, calm down, I was just joking earlier. Kai Jisheng's effeminate face revealed a forced smile, trying to avoid his own miserable fate. Unfortunately, Luo Chen had made up his mind. What joke? You like to be sarcastic, pretending to be a yin-yang person, right? Today, if he didn't beat that out of him, he would consider it a clean slate. Moo! The bull demon suddenly roared. Looking down from above, it was filled with a brutal aura. With a movement of its arm, two giant axes were gripped in its hands. A person might hesitate, but the bull demon would not. Buzz! The axe light leaped through space, sweeping directly towards Kai Jixian and the others. Defense! Quick, give me defense! Kai Jixian screamed, his voice trembling like a duck's. His eyes were filled with panic, only a desire for survival. Mountain moving shield. With a sudden roar, his team sprang into action. Their eyes were resolute and powerful, charging forward against the unstoppable axe light. It was as if nothing in his sight could bring him down. In an instant, the massive shield in his hand swelled up. A gigantic shadow of a mountain surged forward, directly colliding with the attack of the evil-eyed bull demon. Boom! The explosion left everyone's ears ringing, the pain causing their eyes to shut instinctively. Even the guardians at the nearby arenas, protected by shields, felt the impact. The contestants engaged in duels turned in astonishment. Above arena number 3, thick smoke billowed. A figure plummeted from mid-air, flipping over and landing on its feet. After stumbling back a few steps, it barely managed to stop. Put! The shield warrior spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. Despite his full defense, that last strike had still taken away a quarter of his health. Brother Jifeng, are you okay? Kai Jixian gasped, covering his mouth in shock. He didn't even notice whether they were still in battle, stepping forward a few paces to wipe off the armor. Get lost. Come any closer. If my second uncle arrives, I'll kill you too. However, all he received in response was a sharp reprimand.
Kai Jifeng's gaze turned cold as he glanced back. That murderous look frightened Kai Jixian into silence, paralyzed with fear. Kai Jifeng felt equally frustrated.
As a level 50 awakened one, he ranked among the top 20 in solo groups. Yet here he was, stuck with a useless Kai Jixian. Who would have thought he would provoke Luo Chen right from the start? It seemed this time he could only stop at the top 128. Just thinking about it made him furious. If only he were with a normal team, it wouldn't be like this. But Luo Chen wouldn't listen to his complaints. He had only one goal at the moment.
Have you blocked it? Then let's see how many times you can block. Luo Chen smirked, making a downward motion with his finger. The evil-eyed bull demon seemed to sense something and began to move. Not good,
Kai Jifeng exclaimed, his eyes filled with dread.
Although he had anticipated this, experiencing it
firsthand still left him drenched in cold sweat.
Did Luo Chen's summoned beast have no skill cooldowns?
What he didn't know was that this was not a skill at all, just a normal attack from the evil-eyed bull demon.
However, with the aid of its weapon, its power had reached an unprecedented peak.
Without needing the damage from the Eye of Destruction, it could easily shatter his defenses. This time, he completely lost his composure.
Boom!
In the incredulous eyes of the teachers and students, the bull demon swung its axe down hard onto the ground. In an instant, the tiles shattered into pieces.
A deep pit appeared on the ground, the axe blade embedded directly into the gap. What terrifying power! Kai Jifeng glanced back, feeling a lingering fear. Although the evil-eyed bull demon was large and its movements appeared somewhat clumsy, that was only relative.
Its attack range was vast. A single normal attack covered an area equivalent to other skill ranges.
Not just him, even Kai Jixian was trembling in fear.
Even from a distance, he couldn't help but show signs of terror. And the most crucial point was why it was called relative. Because the bull demon's speed far surpassed his, a casual swing of its axe was quicker than his ability to escape. How could he not be alarmed by such a
scene? Luo Chen, are you insane? Kai Jifeng couldn't help but curse loudly.
At this moment, he didn't care about how others perceived him, directly entering a mode of a scolding shrew. This attack hadn't hit him, hadn't broken his defense, yet it still left him defenseless.
Damn it!
After working hard to level up from the dungeon, he had thought to relax by participating in a tournament. Unexpectedly, he got caught up in the family's
feud and became a thug for a while. But now, who is the thug and who is the punching bag? It's really hard to tell.
Anyway, he just feels incredibly uncomfortable. Why is it that after leaving the dungeon, he still
has to fight the boss? And isn't this boss's attributes a bit over the top? Damn it! Who puts a lord-level boss in a competition?
Kai Jifeng cursed loudly, his usual composure in front of his juniors completely
vanished. Anyone in his position would have cracked under the pressure. However, Luo Chen didn't care at all about what he was saying.
At this moment, all his attention was focused on Kai Jixian's side.
What boss? Where's the boss? Luo Chen rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, so what if it's a lord-level boss? If I can't beat it, can I still tame it?
His words, which sounded like a humble brag, left everyone momentarily
breathless.
They almost choked on their own words.
But then they thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. If they couldn't defeat it, how could they tame it?
With that thought, everyone collectively gasped.
Whether
they were students or teachers, they all realized a terrifying fact.
Just one summoned beast was already ridiculously strong. What kind of power did Luo Chen possess? They didn't even dare to think further.
What you're talking about doesn't concern me anymore. I just want to get rid of this disgusting guy. Luo Chen pointed at Kai Jixian, his eyes narrowing, flashing with a dangerous light. If he had said this before, others might have thought it was just a joke. But now, with the evil-eyed bull demon in play, no one doubted the truth of his words.
And no.
Before Kai Jixian could finish his sentence, he felt a gust of wind howling.
The bull demon's giant axe was already swinging fiercely towards him.
As the sharp edge loomed larger in his eyes, he finally showed a look of terror, his soul nearly escaping him.
Guardian water element. Kai Jixian knew he couldn't evade it and suddenly raised his staff.
In an instant, columns of water shot up into the sky. In just a moment, they had gathered into a rippling shield.
Boom! The giant axe fell, directly cleaving into the water shield.
In just one encounter, it was completely split apart.
It couldn't even hold for a moment before the attack landed on Kai Jixian. Ah! His scream echoed in the arena.
Everyone turned to look, too late
to defend themselves. The towering figure of the evil-eye bull demon was practically a bug-like existence.
From its high vantage point, it could casually swing its axe, smashing whatever it wanted, leaving no time for
others to assist. Damn it! Useless guy who only makes things worse.
Kai Jifeng cursed under his breath, feeling utterly helpless. At this moment, he wished he could beat Kai Jixian to vent his frustration.
Moo! The bull demon's voice came from above. The giant axe lifted, revealing the lifeless Kai Jixian below.
It was unclear whether the protective mechanism had failed or if it hadn't reached the trigger threshold.
Even the Referee felt a tightness in their chest.
But upon seeing Kai Jixian's fingers twitch slightly, they slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although injuries and fatalities were inevitable in campus competitions, if such a thing truly happened, they would be laughed at by their fellow teachers for a long time. Not only would it reflect poorly on their ability to protect students, but it would also show their own incompetence.
In the audience, many teachers and students stood up abruptly, straining to see more clearly. Just as they were filled with doubt, wanting to check on Kai Jixian's condition, someone suddenly moved in the arena.
A man from Kai Jixian's team, who had been hiding at the back, quickly stepped forward and helped him up. Just as they were touched by the depth of friendship, the man smiled subtly, unnoticed by anyone. Beneath the disheveled hair, a meaningful smile emerged.
Hey, Luzishi, what are you doing? Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and pull Kai Jixian back. The teammates urged, their eyes filled with anxiety.
As they spoke, their gazes remained fixed above, fearing another attack from the monstrous creature.
He.
Suddenly, Luzishi let out a chilling laugh. The sound was deep and hoarse, like an old wooden door creaking.
The two teammates, including Kai
Jifeng, froze the moment they heard the laughter.
An inexplicable sense of foreboding rose within them. What the hell are you doing?
Kai Jifeng shouted angrily, his brows furrowed. Sensing something was off, he
charged towards the two.
He swung his massive shield, slicing through the air with a whoosh. This sudden turn of events left the teachers and students present momentarily stunned.
They didn't even understand what was
happening, only vaguely sensing that the atmosphere felt wrong.
Even in the audience, Zhang Fengming suddenly stood up. I knew it. Not a single one of these people is clean. Don't rush. Just watch. Compared to Jiang Fengming, Gui Juanjia appeared much calmer.
With little change in demeanor, it seemed he had long anticipated everything that would unfold. Though his face showed no emotion, his eyes were constantly scanning the audience,
as if on guard against something.
Gradually, his expression grew serious, and his full attention was finally focused on Luzishi.
Ha ha ha!
Luzishi suddenly burst into laughter. He abruptly pulled out a pill-like object and shoved it directly into Kai Jixian's mouth. The unexpected turn of events left Kai Jifeng unable to react in time. By the time he completed his move, he had only covered half the distance.
On the other side,
Luo Chen furrowed his brows tightly. He had no idea what was going on across from him.
Not only that, but he didn't even know Luzishi's true identity.
He was just a sophomore, rarely interacting with others in the school. Let alone Luzishi, he didn't even know Kai Jifeng's full name or that he was from the Kai family. Seeing the other party's demeanor, he only vaguely felt that something was off. What exactly it was, he couldn't
quite put his finger on. Strange? It's like that person has a grudge against me. Luo Chen thought deeply, his brows knitted. Just then, Kai Jixian's eyes suddenly widened. Fear flashed in his black eyes.
His pupils constricted as he stared blankly at the ceiling, his hands gripping his own neck tightly.
No!
His voice was low and hoarse, trembling with fear. Just as everyone was puzzled, a surge of black energy suddenly rose up. In the next moment, it enveloped him completely.
What is this? Luo Chen's pupils shrank, uncertainly exclaiming.
He was all too familiar with this aura.
Could it be the Lu family?
A possibility struck him, and he immediately turned his gaze to Luzishi. Sure enough, at that moment, the other party suddenly changed from a hateful glare to a cruel smile.
Luo Chen, didn't expect this, did you? This is the gift I prepared for you.
Luzishi sneered, his murderous gaze almost devouring Luo Chen. At this point, even if Luo Chen were dull, he would realize which faction Luzishi belonged to.
You are from the Lu family? He asked in a deep voice. Although he knew it sounded somewhat redundant, some things still needed to be confirmed. Otherwise, having an unknown force lurking in the shadows would be psychologically unsettling. Exactly. Luzishi's eyes
were filled with hatred, his animosity almost palpable. If it weren't for Luo Chen, he would still be the lofty young master of the Lu family. Even if he wasn't among the best off, he still lived a relatively comfortable life. But because of Luo Chen and the decline of the Lu family, he had no choice but to be subordinate to others. Every time he thought of this, he felt a pain in some part of him.
Did you not say I colluded with the demon race?
Luzishi slowly stood up, surveying the surroundings. When he spoke these words, the reactions of the crowd all fell into his eyes.
He was completely indifferent to it.
With a disdainful smile on his face,
he continued, let me show you what the demon race is. This powerful force will make you obsessed.
As soon as he finished speaking, the teachers present became anxious.
Not only them, but even Zhang Fengming was the same.
He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, yet he was powerless. Old Gua, why are you still dazed?
We can't let the students see this. Everyone wants to pursue power. What if they go astray?
In the face of his persuasion, Gui Juanjia remained unmoved. He merely cast a faint glance at him before slowly speaking, I know, but I want them to understand that so-called power will devour their reason. If they Insist on becoming puppets of power. It won't be too late to send them on their way later. No one would question his decision. This was the confidence that came from being strong enough.
Wei Juanjia had indeed long since made plans, as he said.
After all, once they left Yenzhou University, if they were fortunate enough to step onto the front lines, they would eventually encounter the demon race.
In that case, it was better to let them see it early and understand its dangers.
Otherwise, when the time came, everyone would only see the superficial benefits and ignore its core evil.
Zhang Fengming was furious, but seeing Wei Juanjia's resolute attitude,
he knew that continuing to argue would be futile.
Forget it. I hope you are right.
After saying that, he simply chose to ignore it. After all, he was destined to be cannon fodder. Someone in the arena would
naturally deal with this trouble.
Just then, the referee suddenly shouted, "What courage! You dare to collude with the demon race,
and even sneak into our Yenzhou University."
As he spoke, a streak of light flashed by. The referee suddenly charged forward, heading straight for Lu Zishi. As the attack was about to land, the opponent showed no intention of dodging at all. In an instant, a smile appeared at the corner of the referee's mouth,
thinking that Lu Zishi was frightened by his attack and couldn't even muster the thought of resistance.
But soon, he realized a huge flaw.
He had only remembered to attack Lu Zishi and had overlooked Kai Zhixian,
who was lying on the ground. At this moment, the latter was completely motionless, clutching his own neck, looking like a dead person. Dense black energy continuously surged from Kai Zhixian, almost wrapping him up like a zongzi, making it hard to see clearly.
Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded, and a pitch-black fist burst out from within. With an unstoppable momentum, it fiercely struck towards the referee. Not good.
The referee barely had time to exclaim before he was hit squarely by a punch.
The powerful attack landed on his chest, instantly sending him flying.
A level 50 awakened one was directly knocked away after just
one encounter.
Although there was an element of surprise, it was enough to witness the terrifying strength.
Roar! The double-eyed demon suddenly roared, its gaze locking onto the largest evil-eyed bull demon in the arena.
Using Kai Zhixian as a vessel, the awakened demon was also over level 40.
The two monarch-level monsters instantly locked eyes.
In midair, the evil-eyed bull demon's gaze was like a torch, appearing from
afar like two large lanterns. The brutal aura on its body grew denser, a sign of excitement at meeting a worthy opponent.
Luo Chen, I didn't expect you to have some backbone, still not surrendering at this time.
A sneer
appeared on Lu Zishi's face, a mockery of Luo Chen's overestimation of himself. Because on the arena, as long as one side surrendered, the protective shield would be lifted, and now, Luo Chen's refusal to surrender undoubtedly gave him a chance for revenge.
Lord level?
I'll show you that there are differences in strength even among lord levels. Lu Zishi sneered, his gaze burning as he stared at Luo Chen.
In response, Luo Chen
returned his words.
Is that so?
There are indeed differences in strength among lord levels.
Luo Chen didn't finish his sentence.
However, those who heard his words all shared a common question.
Could it be? The strength of the evil-eye bull demon was stronger than that of the monster?
But more than that, what shone in their eyes was excitement. With the protection of the arena's shield, they could watch this battle up close.
After all, this was a rare and sought-after duel. 2 lord levels? What kind of school could host such a match?
The key was that this wasn't just a performance, it was a real life and death confrontation.
I hope the teachers don't come too quickly. I want to keep watching. What the hell are you talking about? If Luo Chen gets killed by the monster, won't that be a loss for the academy?
What loss? He chose not to surrender. If he dies, it's his own fault.
Oh, if you say that, if Luo Chen surrenders and the monster comes out, will it be okay for it to kill you first? Go for it, Luo Chen. You have to hold on.
Amidst the noise, a weak voice of support sounded jarringly. Just as the students were still debating which side was stronger, someone finally saw through the surface of the situation and grasped its essence. Hearing this, Luo Chen turned his head slightly
and looked in the direction of the voice.
There, in the audience, a quiet girl with braided hair and black-rimmed glasses was shouting with all her might. Her voice was so small that it could be drowned out at any
moment by the crowd. Yet Luo Chen still recognized her at a glance.
He smiled slightly and made a reassuring gesture. Everyone thought he was overestimating himself. It was rare for someone to genuinely support him, so how
could he remain unmoved?
What others didn't know was that what they considered his strongest combat power could only rank third. He might not be able to handle the 4-eyed Demon King, but dealing with a double-eyed
Demon General wouldn't require much effort at all. Luo Chen, you must die today.
Lu Zishi's eyes were filled with malice as he fixed his gaze on Luo Chen. The sight made his 2 teammates feel a wave of fear.
Instinctively, they edged closer to the edge of the arena.
After several moments of contemplation, they decisively pressed the surrender button on the protective device. Instantly, a white light enveloped them, teleporting both of them away. Meanwhile, Kai Jifeng's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. He withdrew his gaze from where the two had disappeared and glared fiercely at Lu Zishi, gritting his teeth, but it was futile.
Luo Chen. This time I lost,
Kai Jifeng said, clenching his fists, but his eyes never left Lu Zishi.
Though extremely reluctant, he still uttered the words of surrender.
He then triggered the button and his entire being was teleported away.
You guys, leave first,
Luo Chen said in a deep voice, making a retreat gesture towards Pang Xian and the others. As his words fell, Mu Wanqiu and the others couldn't help but show worried expressions.
But you.
Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Xinyue pulled her back. Seeing her best friend shake her head, Mu Wanqiu could only helplessly leave first.
In an instant, only 3 people remained on the
arena, along with the half-dead referee.
Sorry, teacher, Luo Chen murmured, having no intention of surrendering directly.
Because once the battle ended, the protective shield would be removed. He wouldn't take that risk.
Until reinforcements arrived, the destructive power of the bull demon was not something that could be easily blocked.
So, he could only let this referee teacher suffer a little for now.
Luo Chen then turned his head
slightly to look at the smug Lu Zishi across from him.
You don't even know you're facing death?
He shook his head helplessly, lamenting the other's ignorance.
Dealing with the demon race was no different from seeking
skin from a tiger. Now there were only 4 people in the arena, and it was really hard to guess who the dual-pupil demon general would attack first.
Sure enough, in the next second,
in Lu Zishi's incredulous
gaze, the dual-pupil demon general instantly pierced through his body.
Despite being at the same level of over 40, he couldn't withstand even 2 hits from the opponent. Although there was an element of surprise attack, achieving this required extremely high attack power.
Lu Zishi's pupils widened, filled with regret.
Although he had already resigned himself to death, he never expected that the opponent would target him first.
Idiot.
You don't even know the nature of the demon race, yet you dare to deal with them. Luo Chen chuckled, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. To dare collude with the demon race, even having 10 lives wouldn't
be enough to waste.
Lu Zishi had calculated everything, but he never thought that the demon race looked down on teaming up with Awakeners. Even if they formed an alliance, it would only be temporary.
Once they lost any value, they would be decisively abandoned, snuffed out in the cradle.
Clearly, Lu Zishi was in such a situation now. After being completely drained of value, he was successfully sent to his grave.
Why? Lu Zishi still stubbornly asked. The only response was the cold words of the dual-pupil demon general.
You fool, you actually summoned me from this place, I'll drag you down with me even in death.
Unlike the previous Li Xiankai
and Lu Qintian, this time the consciousness of the demon general had the upper hand. It was a complete demon race mentality, yet it could still maintain rationality.
Probably because no one was competing for its will.
It allowed for such smoothness.
Put.
Another sound, as the demon general's palm suddenly clenched. In a daze, it seemed something exploded from Lu Zishi's body. The already low health instantly dropped to 0, completely extinguishing his breath. This scene made some timid students cover their mouths, their cheeks puffing up as if they might vomit at any moment.
Next is you, Luo Chen. Then, the dual-pupil demon general turned its head, staring directly at Luo Chen.
It looked as if it had completely locked onto him.
Oh, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow.
He didn't expect the opponent to remember his name so quickly.
However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was, no matter what demon race you are, you must die now. Big Eye, kill him. Luo Chen moved his muscles and bones, commanding sharply. Upon hearing this, the evil-eyed bull demon let out a roar. Moo! In its eyes, dark golden light flickered. In an instant, a hurricane suddenly swept through the arena.
An invisible energy slowly spread out, making everyone struggle to breathe.
What is that? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. As the sound fell, everyone saw the bull demon's eyes flashing with electric light.
Below, the dual-pupil demon general was also trembling. Gritting its teeth, it roared fiercely, "Isn't it just a pupil?
Technique? How could our pupil demon clan lose to you?" With a sudden explosion, a terrifying aura brewed in its pitch-black eyes.
It tilted its head back, staring straight at the bull demon.
It seemed like a showdown of pupil techniques was about to take place.
However, it completely failed to notice that Luo Chen in the distance had suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. The smile carried a hint of intrigue, as if he sensed the
aura of the dual-pupil demon general. The evil-eyed bull demon suddenly lowered its head, its eyes glowing with golden light. Boom!
Without any warning, 2 beams of light shot out. The momentum was overwhelming. Even the surrounding air was scorched, creating transparent heat waves. The attack instantly crossed space, directly targeting the dual-pupil demon general.
With a protective shield around the arena, they could unleash
their full power without worrying about the consequences.
What? Accidentally broke the protective shield? No problem, that's the school's fault for inadequate support. Don't think you're the only one who can. Facing the attack, the demon general on the ground gritted its teeth and roared.
Its two eyes were filled with a chaotic evil energy and the next moment a black pillar formed and charged towards the attack of the ox demon. The terrifying demonic energy emerged, causing even the air to chill slightly. However, facing the sinister-eyed ox demon, it seemed somewhat lacking. Boom! Suddenly, the two attacks collided. A wave of terrifying energy surged outward. The sturdy protective shield of the arena began to shake at that moment. It creaked and groaned as if it could crack open at any moment. Luo Chen stood in the midst of the howling wind, his clothes clinging tightly to his skin. He looked as fragile as a floating weed in the wind. Yet in reality, he stood as resilient as a pine tree in the cold winter. No matter how the energy rampaged, it could not shake him in the slightest. Instead, he watched the battle between the two monsters with great interest. Although he was pleased, it did not mean everyone else felt the same. At this moment, everyone had forgotten that there was still a fainted person on the ground, rolling around from the energy blast. The sight was reminiscent of tumbleweeds drifting past during a showdown with a desert cowboy, casual, not knowing where it would roll off to next. The poor referee was unnoticed by anyone present. At this moment, everyone's attention was entirely focused on the dual-eyed demon general. Some senior students had already taken this opportunity to analyze Luo Chen. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Although they looked down on Luo Chen, a sophomore, they had to admit that the battle at this moment had some substance. This Luo Chen has some strength, but it's all thanks to his summoned beasts. Indeed, if he doesn't have enough time to summon, their entire team has no combat power at all. Is that it? He can only take advantage of Kai Jifeng. Compared to us, he's still far behind. There are differences in strength even among the top 10, let alone Kai Jifeng, who just entered the top 20. What a pity, that guy ran away before we could test Luo Chen's strength. In a corner, a group of well-dressed students were critiquing Luo Chen below the arena. Their words dripped with disdain. It seemed to them that Luo Chen's impressive performance at that moment was not enough to prove anything. Instead, it only reinforced their belief that he was a weak summoner. Not necessarily. I heard our school once had a summoner who was said to be very strong, with decent close combat abilities. Summoner? You must be talking about that guy named Han or something? You compare Luo Chen to him? Are you joking? What qualifications does he have? Just because his last name is Luo? As soon as the words were spoken, it sparked a burst of laughter. Their disdain for Luo Chen only grew. In their view, the path to success for a summoner was fraught with difficulties, and replicating that success was even more impossible. Indeed, they held some respect for Luo Chen's surname, but that was in relation to Yanzhou University. It didn't mean that they would recognize just anyone who came along. With his strength, he even dares to live in the Tianqing Villa? Indeed, I think the school has gone mad. I could accept the one who lived before me, but they gave this spot to that yellow-haired kid Luo Chen. As they spoke, a man with earrings stood up, his spiky hairstyle very noticeable. Could be a connection. Chen Xiaodian mocked, then his gaze fell on the battle below. Watching the fight in the arena, he chuckled. Just a level 45 lord, I can handle that. As he spoke, he even flexed his wrist. Unlike others who merely belittled Luo Chen, he dared to boast, claiming he could reach the same level. Given his relaxed demeanor and familiarity with the lord level, it seemed this was not his first encounter. Since he dared to say such things, he must have some backing. The crowd nodded in agreement. Aside from the first one, the strongest here is Chen Xiaoyang in front of me. As for why the other party hasn't appeared, it's because the school has long given the spot to that person. For a dungeon fanatic, all it takes is to inform them during the college competition. With that person stationed in the solo group half zone, Chen Xiaoyang, and the others just need to strive hard to secure their spot in the group matches. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out, and everyone looked on in confusion. Below, the second attack from the evil-eyed bull demon had already launched. The giant axe was aimed straight at the double-eyed demon general. However, unfortunately, the opponent's agility was clearly not something it could compare to. With just a roll, it easily dodged the attack. The powerful strike, unsurprisingly, veered off its original path and crashed heavily into the ground. Dust and debris flew up, a mix of stone chips and dust from the shattered concrete slab. Ha ha ha! You, such a fool, dare to duel with my great demon clan? The double-eyed demon general twisted and turned, laughing recklessly. Its gaze towards the evil-eyed bull demon was filled with disdain. No matter how big or strong the attack, if it couldn't hit, what was the use? In the next moment, its gaze shifted to Luo Chen. That seemingly frail figure instantly caught its attention. It was already in a doomed situation. If it could take down a human genius before dying, it wouldn't be a loss at all. With that thought, its expression grew increasingly sinister. Ha ha ha! The best way to deal with a summoned beast is, of course, the cunning double-eyed demon general hadn't finished speaking when it suddenly charged at Luo Chen. The murderous intent was fully written on its face. As it sprinted, its pitch-black pupils were entirely focused on Luo Chen. As the distance
closed, the audience couldn't help but feel their hearts race. Below the stage, Mu Wanqiu and the others clenched their fists, their palms sweaty, completely unaware. The worry was clearly etched on their faces. They knew Luo Chen's summoned beast was powerful, but they had no idea how strong his close combat abilities were. As danger approached, there was not a hint of panic on Luo Chen's face. His eyelids lifted slightly, revealing a cold smile. His lips parted and a few words escaped his mouth. Soul sever. With Luo Chen's declaration, it seemed a storm had risen in the arena. A sudden chill swept through, causing the referee lying on the ground to shiver involuntarily. It was a fear that stemmed from the soul, with not a single sign of warning. The double-eyed demon general charging at Luo Chen had its eyes fixed on him the entire time, lacking the time to react. It directly faced the intimidation of the soul sever, and its entire movement suddenly halted. The forward momentum faltered, and it stumbled forward. Bang! Without any adjustment to its body, it crashed directly onto the floor. The audience was left in shock. Due to the distance, they felt no intimidation from the soul sever. It felt like an internal duel where the opponent was holding back. But the situation before them was different. The opponent was a true demon, and there was no way it would show any mercy to an awakened one. The first strike would definitely be aimed at taking the opponent's life, not like now, where it just fell asleep, leaving so many openings. The only explanation was that Luo Chen must have used some kind of trick. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve this. But what kind of trick it was, they were completely in the dark, unaware. Aside from the witnesses from Elite Class 2, no one knew what was happening. Even so, Pang Xian and Xia Yingyao exchanged incredulous glances. They knew this was a D-rank skill, yet it could control a level 45 Lord-level demon general. It's the Soul Sever. I told you I wasn't lying. You bunch of thick-headed fools. What are you still doing as teachers? Bah! Suddenly, someone in the audience stood up. On a Mediterranean shore, a few strands of hair fluttered with his movements. It was none other than the first-hand witness at the time, Teacher Wang. He was the one who directly reported to the school when he became aware of Luo Chen's unusual traits. Although Jiang Fengming and the principal acknowledged his claims, many present still felt he was exaggerating. Though it was just a small matter, it was enough to weigh heavily on his mind. This was not only a question of his integrity but also a flaw in a part of the educational system. His excited voice undoubtedly attracted the attention of many. Some teachers present at the time lowered their heads in shame, but one person stood out. So it's you who's close to Luo Chen, right? Kai Jingyuan's eyes were filled with malice, his fists clenched tightly. Yet on the surface he still maintained a semblance of gentleness. Old Kai, what's wrong with you? His actions drew puzzled looks from the teachers nearby. Following his gaze, they only saw the excited teacher Wang, leaving them even more confused. You can't be upset about your family's younger generation, can you? It's quite a pity. After all, he's a level 45 awakener. But thankfully, that A-grade talent Kai Jifeng is fine, said a nearby teacher, patting his shoulder in consolation. What the other party failed to notice was that as he spoke, Kai Jingyuan's eyelids kept twitching. Deep in his eyes, a barely perceptible coldness was fixated on Luo Chen. Yet, there was no expression on his face. After a brief silence, he forced a laugh, sounding somewhat stiff. Yeah, but after all, it's still a family matter. It's hard to let go of a loss. That smile seemed quite cheerful, but the underlying malice went unnoticed by anyone. Only he knew that Kai Zhixian was not just some younger member of the Kai family. He was actually the illegitimate child of a certain branch, a fact that had remained unknown to outsiders from the beginning. The key was that he couldn't show excessive concern, otherwise, his position in the Kai family would be threatened. Even in the current situation, he could only feel a bit of anger, especially since the murderer Lu Zishi was already dead. This also led to the past Kai Zhixian naively believing that his talent had caught the family's attention for special training. Little did he know, it was all part of Kai Jingyuan's behind-the-scenes manipulation. Otherwise, with his dual-natured personality, he would have long been pushed to the margins by the direct line, with no resources left. Kai Jingyuan hadn't expected that what he thought would be an easy revenge battle to claim the family's bounty would turn into a mistake that cost him his son's life. Luo Chen and Kai Jingyuan's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the secretly pleased teacher Wang. The murderous intent he harbored was well concealed, unnoticed by anyone. Luo Chen in the arena seemed to sense something, looking up in confusion towards the audience. However, due to the crowd, he had no idea where the malice was coming from. Just then, the attack from the evil-eyed bull demon had already descended. Boom! A sudden axe strike was unleashed, its momentum thunderous. In an instant, waves of energy rolled outwards, layer upon layer. The referee, still in a baby-like slumber, was swept off the stage and crashed against the edge of the protective barrier. Roar! The heavy blow instantly awakened the dual-pupil demon general. Feeling the pain in his back, he let out a direct roar. The primal aura of the demon race swept outwards.
but it was merely an aura. Whether facing Luo Chen or the evil-eyed bull demon, there was no real threat. At most, he felt that this aura was a bit more sinister than before. However, compared to the 8-pupil or 4-pupil demon kings, it still fell short. What is that aura? So terrifying. Hiss, just this aura from a monarch level is enough for me to drink a pot. Indeed, I really can't imagine how terrifying Luo Chen's strength must be to have subdued it. Among the audience, a polarization had already emerged. Those who looked down on Luo Chen still thought that the previous strike was merely a fluke. They didn't even consider how the dual-eyed demon general had fallen. How could a level 45 monarch possibly trip while walking? It wasn't as if it had no status, or was on the brink of death. Meanwhile, the first and second year students had almost all become Luo Chen's little fans. This immense power left them mesmerized. They couldn't help but wonder when they would reach such a level. Unknowingly, they had begun to see Luo Chen as their direction for progress, hoping that one day they could catch up to his pace. This scene infuriated class leader Su Qi. Watching the second-class students betray him collectively, he suddenly felt a sense of helplessness and isolation. Ma Dafu, which side are you on? Seeing his former underling cheering, Su Qi nearly choked on his breath. Upon hearing this, Ma Dafu quickly silenced himself. He closed his mouth and cautiously sat back down. His face was glowing with excitement, seemingly having forgotten the fact that he had just been kicked in the leg. His eyes filled with admiration for Luo Chen. Luo Chen is someone who dares to stand against the demon race. Ma Dafu muttered quietly, stealing glances at Su Qi's expression. After realizing that the other party hadn't noticed, he quietly sighed in relief. Roar! On the stage, the dual-eyed demon general, struck at a vital point, still attempted to resist. However, Luo Chen had never had the habit of letting a tiger return to the mountain. He directly made a downward gesture towards the bull demon. In an instant, a sharp axe light surged forth. A beam of light shone from above. Suddenly, the sharp axe light came crashing down. Boom! The attack arrived in an instant, landing heavily on the dual-eyed demon general. In a moment, the energy rampaged, completely engulfing it. The demon general, unable to evade due to its injuries, could only endure this attack, struggling to hold on. Roar! Amidst the light, a piercing scream could be heard. Gradually, it was hard to tell if it was an illusion, but the crowd seemed to hear that voice growing weaker, as if it could vanish completely at any moment. Until the energy dissipated completely, they stared at the empty pit, finally confirming this terrifying fact. Hiss! Am I hallucinating? Someone pinch me! I must be dreaming! Slap! Several sounds of slapping echoed from different parts of the audience. Some even seemed to have lost a couple of teeth. Damn it! Can you be gentler? After this, I'll have to spend money on those support girls. A wave of frustrated voices rose from the crowd. However, they finally confirmed a terrifying fact. That demon had completely perished under Luo Chen's attack. It seemed to validate their suspicions as the arena's protective shield slowly faded away. This meant that Luo Chen truly had the strength to challenge a monarch level. They knew that this was 100 times more painful than being completely crushed by a boss. Only the freshmen still naively held on to their fantasies, believing that the seniors should possess such strength, making everything seem very reasonable. Throughout it all, no one noticed anything amiss. It was as if not a single teacher had come to provide support. They didn't know if it was because they had anticipated this or if they were tied up with urgent matters. Luo Chen! Luo Chen! Luo Chen! The freshmen stood up excitedly in the audience. As soon as one person took the lead, everyone else, no matter what, would follow suit with a little impulse. In an instant, the cheers erupted like a tsunami, spreading throughout the entire arena. This commotion even made some fourth-year seniors feel envious. In their years at Yenzhou University, they had never enjoyed such treatment. Every year, someone takes first place, receiving the cheers of everyone present. However, almost every time, it's a senior. They all represent Yenzhou University in the competition and then leave campus the following year. This means that among the students still in school, the chance to enjoy this is almost non-existent. Hey, Xiaoyang, what do you think? Just as Chen Xiaoyang was lost in thought, a companion's voice suddenly broke through. Pulling his thoughts back, he shrugged indifferently. I will have my turn too. Then, perhaps feeling that his reasoning was not rigorous enough, he pinched his chin and frowned in contemplation for a moment before slowly speaking up to add, but that's receiving the cheers of victory, it's different. His inexplicable words left his companions puzzled. After exchanging glances with no resolution, they decided not to dwell on it any longer. Alright, it's our turn to go on stage. Let's go, I just hope to meet Luo Chen soon. After watching a match, excitement was all that remained in his companion's eyes. Chen Xiaoyang also showed a hint of a smile in response. Indeed, I think that would be very interesting. As he said this, his face was filled with an indescribable ease, completely different from the earlier disdain he had shown towards Luo Chen. At this moment, Luo Chen had already stepped down from the arena.
Kai Jixian's death announced his victory in this battle.
To be precise, he had already won when Kai Jifeng exited the stage. However, it was his decision not to distance himself and to deal with the dual-pupil demon general that truly earned him respect.
Luo Chen, you're amazing.
As soon as he stepped off the stage, Luo Chen saw Mu Wanqiu rushing towards him with her arms wide open. Upon seeing this, his expression darkened instantly.
He only remembered the enjoyment of the
battle, completely forgetting about this encounter. Just when he felt like the sky was falling and didn't know what to do, Mu Wanqiu, who had been rushing forward, surprisingly stopped and walked up to him with small steps. Unlike before, she didn't directly wrap her arms around him.
This unusual behavior made Luo Chen raise an eyebrow, and he instinctively blurted out, "Are you possessed?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his rudeness and quickly covered his mouth.
Fortunately, the other party didn't mind at all and instead lowered her head.
Not far away, Xia Yingyao frowned slightly, feeling a hint of unease. This enchanting beauty, who was both attractive and reasonable, was simply her competitive rival. How could she not be on guard? Your performance in killing the demon race today was as brave as it was in the scorched earth territory. Mu Wanqiu tilted her head slightly, meeting Luo Chen's gaze.
In those clear eyes, it seemed like ripples were flowing, making Luo Chen feel a bit uncomfortable.
Those damn peach blossom eyes really do look affectionate even when looking at a dog.
Luo Chen cursed silently in his heart, but he didn't dare to voice such negative thoughts.
Mu Wanqiu's eyes made him want to look away.
Yet, she appeared to be hesitating to speak, making him feel embarrassed.
Even past experiences were being
brought up now, which surely indicated something unusual was happening. Just as he was puzzled, Mu Wanqiu suddenly spoke up.
Zhang Xinyue told me that he calculated that, and then I went over and encountered the instance.
As Mu Wanqiu spoke, her voice grew quieter.
Zhang Xinyue's brow twitched, feeling an ominous premonition.
Saying it was one thing, but exposing herself was another matter entirely.
Moreover, this plot seemed somewhat familiar. Not
just her, but others felt the same way.
Among them, Luo Chen, the central figure of the event, went from confusion to hesitation.
He didn't know whether to interrupt Mu Wanqiu or how to respond. Then, Mu Wanqiu suddenly shouted, "So,
I like you." What?
The sudden commotion left Luo Chen momentarily stunned, having never experienced a confession before. His first
reaction was that he must be hallucinating.
Secondly, he thought he might have misheard due to his poor hearing.
Just as he was lost
in confusion and voicing his doubts, he suddenly felt something soft against his lips, as if something had pressed against him.
Boom! In an instant, Luo Chen's mind went blank.
His pupils constricted sharply as he looked around in a daze.
But at that moment, all he could see was Mu Wanqiu's cheek and her peach blossom eyes behind her glasses. After a long pause, his lips parted. Luo Chen was still in a state of shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. How had he suddenly been ambushed? Meanwhile, Mu Wanqiu's face was
as red as a ripe apple, her head bowed in silence. This scene made everyone else feel sour, wishing that the person in that position was
them instead.
Except for one person, and that was Xia Yingyao. Crack! The iron railing within the safe zone was suddenly crushed.
Startling Pang Xin.
With a flushed face, he avoided looking sideways, cold sweat dripping down.
He feared that in the next moment he would become like that railing.
After experiencing the emergence of the demon race and then being showered with dog food by Mu Wanqiu, no one in the group stage was paying attention to the competition anymore. Originally, Chen Xiaoyang and his teammates had wanted to perform well, but now they could only stand with their hands on their hips in helplessness. No matter how flashy the attacks were or how quickly the opponents were dealt with, no one was focusing on their arena.
I really can't believe this. Damn it, could it be that we just talked bad about that kid, and that's why we're not getting any attention now? Forget it, why does it feel so unsatisfying to win? What's going on?
The few of them exchanged words, all wearing dark expressions. On the contrary, Chen Xiaoyang had a smile on his face.
That single earring looked so dazzling.
This guy does seem quite interesting. If he weren't a summoner, it would be even more
fun.
Saying this, Chen Xiaoyang shook his head again. It wasn't that he looked down on summoners, at least he wouldn't look down on a
summoner like Luo Chen.
However, the fact remained that throughout history, very few people had been able to walk the path of a summoner
to the end. Of course, that one senior was an exception.
They didn't believe that Luo Chen could reach that level either.
The most important
point was that summoners had weak bodies, which was a significant hurdle to overcome.
No matter how strong the summoned creatures
were, this was an undeniable fact. But what they didn't know was that Luo Chen wasn't really a summoner at all. His true profession was
a demon warrior.
It's just that he currently had few skills, and if he could avoid getting his hands dirty, why would he need to?
As for being physically weak, the chaotic wolf shadow shares 300,000 health points, just to let you know.
Perhaps the
strongest tank in the academy, didn't even have a tenth of his health. However, Luo Chen was unaware of their thoughts. At that moment, he felt even more troubled.
Although Mu Wanqiu and the others had stopped holding onto his arm, new problems arose one after another. Sitting on the preparation bench, watching the two of them stare at each other, he felt like his head was about to explode. If Mu Wanqiu had ambushed him with a kiss, it could be said that she liked him.
But what was Xia Yingyao's deal now? That gaze seemed to question
him, asking why he was getting along so well with Mu Wanqiu. In response, Luo Chen was also filled with confusion.
What the hell? Am I the scumbag here?
He felt like his head was about to burst, unsure of whom to defend.
Or rather, whether he should even try to justify himself.
But he was innocent with Mu Wanqiu. This sudden turn of events left him completely at a loss. Looking around, he just
hoped someone could help him out of this predicament. Teacher Gua, where did you all go? Luo Chen's face was full of bitterness, wishing desperately for an urgent task to fall into his lap.
At the same time, he regretted showing off earlier, since the teachers are pretending not to be present. I should have directly released the dual pupil demon general instead of thinking about dragging it out, only to end up resolving it myself. Now, having dealt with a small trouble, a big trouble is coming right after.
Little did I know that.
At this moment on the high platform, Zhang Fengming was slowly nodding in my direction, his face full of admiration.
Hey, truly impressive. And good looking. Always popular wherever you go. Don't you think so, old Gua? I've always felt this kid has potential since he was little.
As Zhang Fengming spoke, he awkwardly put his arm around Gui Juinjia's shoulder.
That plump figure was completely overshadowed by the absolute robustness in front of him.
As for his words, Gui Juinjia had never been one to dampen the mood.
You've known him for less than a month.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Fengming's expression suddenly stiffened.
Did the slap in the face have to come so quickly? It's enough to know such things, why say them out loud?
Fortunately, there were only the two of them in this space, so it wasn't too embarrassing. He was already used to it anyway.
The next second, Wei Juinjia added in agreement, but Luo Chen is indeed much more perceptive than my brother.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengming looked as if he had received recognition, his face
beaming with pride, as if to say, look, that's my specially recruited student.
In reality, the whole matter had little to do with him. The two were a bit mischievous, clearly aware that Luo Chen was distressed, yet still chose not to show up.
Luo Chen looked as if he were suffering a fate worse than death, caught between the two.
In response, Zhang Xinyue could only clasp her hands together in silent
mourning for him,
because she knew very well that once Mu Wanqiu had set her sights on someone, there was almost no chance of change. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed into the Scorched Earth Territory dungeon just because of her casual remark.
As for Pang Xin, at this
moment, he seemed to have lost his mind. Suddenly, he leaned in closer and whispered, Hua Gu, you really don't need to be troubled. It's normal for strong people to have multiple partners. My grandpa does, and so does one of my aunts in the clan. After he finished speaking, he felt Luo Chen's murderous gaze. It sent a chill down his spine, and he quickly shut his mouth, retreating sulkily.
Strange? Is it that I opened the conversation the wrong way? Pang Xin muttered softly, still oblivious to his own mistake. At this moment, Luo Chen was not troubled by that at all. He would rather there were no such petty rules and everything could just go according to appearances. What bothered him was that he had never experienced such a situation and didn't know how to handle it. He felt that Mu Wanqiu must have mistaken gratitude for affection while he was unclear about what was going on with Xia Yingyao. There was no reason to stir things up, right? As for Pang Xin's suggestion, he had no intention of considering it at all. Ugh, headache. Luo Chen felt like his head was about to explode.
If possible, he just wanted to return to the days of diving into dungeons.
That way, he wouldn't
have to think so much, he could just focus on fighting.
How nice it would be to interact with summoned creatures. To this, Pang Xin had his own response.
He first cautiously glanced at Mu Wanqiu and the others, confirming they were not moving before he opened up the
conversation with Luo Chen again. I say, Hua Ge, why are you thinking so much? Others are envious and still can't catch a break, yet you're the one worrying.
Though it sounded like persuasion, there was a hint of sourness in his tone.
Even when Luo Chen shot him a glare, he merely pouted, somewhat annoyed.
I say, life is short, why not give it a try? Maybe after a while the relationship will fade, or
perhaps you'll get used to it?
Upon hearing this, Luo Chen, who had been somewhat irritable, suddenly paused.
He opened his mouth, originally wanting to retort but suddenly held back.
It wasn't that he agreed with Pang Xin's words, but he felt there was some truth
in what he said.
Rather than being troubled and exhausting himself, it would be better to keep a calm mindset. Perhaps it is just as the other party said, after a while, everything will pass. It might just be a temporary surge of emotions, and once this heat fades,
calmness will return.
In short, go with the flow.
The campus competition is in full swing. After the incident with the dual pupil demon general, everyone has gained a preliminary understanding of Luo Chen's strength. As soon as the individual matches began, upon seeing him as their opponent, many simply surrendered without hesitation. Some, a bit naive, thought they could launch a sneak attack before Luo Chen summoned the evil eye bull demon. Little did they know, Teacher Wang had already explained to many yesterday. The fact is, the ability to control a demon general is only D rank. This means its skill cooldown isn't going to be long. At least, as long as the previous contestant hasn't exhausted that skill, the next one definitely won't have the thought of taking a risk. Because of this, they fell into a vicious cycle. Upon seeing a fully powered Luo Chen, they didn't hesitate at all. If they could surrender, they did so without a second thought. What? You say surrendering would lead to ridicule? We are merely showing respect to the warriors who slay demons. What? Surrender? That sounds really harsh. As for those who enjoy the spectacle, they simply replied, if you can do it, then go ahead. Once those words were out, even the tough-talking ones began to stutter. They only dared to talk big. If it really came to a fight, they would be the first to switch sides. So what am I here for today? Luo Chen stepped down from the stage, feeling a bit dazed. Yesterday's group matches had ended. After defeating the demonized Kai Jixien, he made it into the top 64 and then played another match. Now, he had also entered the top 32 in both competitions. Both matches were scheduled for the morning and afternoon, and the school arranged it quite reasonably. However, what frustrated Luo Chen the most was that all three of his opponents, without exception, chose to surrender. After all that, he almost forgot whether he was there to compete. The key was that the opponents didn't want to fight at all, yet he had to, or it would count as a failure. Hey, Brother Hua, why are you worrying about this? Others are envious and can't even compare. Pang Xin patted his chest, speaking with a tone of frustration. If he had such strength, seeing one opponent surrender after another, he would be overjoyed. That's right. Luo Chen, you're the best. Others just know their limits. Mu Wanqiu waved her little pink fist, pouting as she spoke. Behind her golden-rimmed glasses, her watery eyes were filled with support for Luo Chen. Exactly. If you can make it to the finals in both rankings, then you would definitely be the campus hero. Compared to the others, Xia Yingyao appeared much more reserved. However, her confidence in him was no less than that of Mu Wanqiu. Listening to the two as if they were coaxing a child, Luo Chen only felt his head throb even more. Although Pang Xian's words seemed reasonable, in practice, he still felt somewhat out of place. Listening and taking action are two completely different things. At least for him right now, he still couldn't achieve the unity of knowledge and action. Hey, Brother Hua, when did you start thinking about such nonsense? Seemingly noticing Luo Chen's troubles, Pang Xian reached out and patted his shoulder, smiling as he spoke. It was as if he was saying that the Luo Chen he used to know wasn't like this. Hearing this, Luo Chen rolled his eyes directly. After glancing at the two girls, not caring whether they were listening or not, he said somewhat irritably, "Stop with the sarcastic remarks. If it were you, you'd be even more annoyed. Then, I would accept it calmly." As soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, Pang Xian naturally took over the conversation. With that one sentence, he left Luo Chen speechless. The two stared at each other, and for a moment, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Luo Chen's gaze seemed to say that he wasn't there to create problems, but to solve them. In contrast, Pang Xian appeared genuinely sincere, clearly indicating that if he were in such a situation, he would definitely be very happy. They stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Put. Watching the two acting like clowns, Mu Wanqiu and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. This only made Luo Chen feel even more awkward. For someone who was completely emotionally clueless, he could handle a fight, but when faced with such situations, he was utterly lost. If he had any social skills or knew how to curry favor, he wouldn't have ended up like this. One could say, you gain some, you lose some. Alright, Brother Hua, why do you have to think so much? Let's go. Let's eat out tonight. I know a super delicious place. Noticing that Luo Chen seemed a bit down, Pang Xian directly suggested. As he spoke, one could hear him gulping, as if he was about to drool. For a top foodie like him, a place that could be called delicious must be quite good. Luo Chen, who could relate, felt a bit tempted. After getting everyone's agreement, they began to get ready to leave. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed, except for Luo Chen, who seemed a bit reserved. Mainly, the enthusiasm of the two girls was a bit overwhelming for him. If possible, he would still prefer to be alone and quiet. By the way, Luo Chen, what skill are you planning to use with that imprint? Scroll? Seemingly sensing his awkwardness, Xia Yingyao always tried to find topics to discuss. Hearing this, Luo Chen pondered for a moment. After a while, he shook his head, still somewhat at a loss. I haven't figured it out yet. It would be best if it were something That could help me a lot. Otherwise, I might as well just keep it for now.
The imprint scroll was incredibly precious, one could
only obtain one after completing a dungeon. Adhering to the principle of better to have none than to have a bad one, there wasn't a skill he particularly desired at the moment.
Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqiu pouted her lips and thought for a moment.
Suddenly, she tilted her head and asked in confusion, "So what is your profession? Is it a warrior, a mage, or a summoner? If you can't specify, it might be a bit difficult to find what you need."
As soon as she said this, everyone perked up their ears. Inside the arena, they wouldn't dare to ask such questions, but outside it was different.
If it weren't for Mu Wanqiu's reminder, they might have almost forgotten about this matter. The specifics of Luo Chen's profession had not only puzzled the students of Yinzhou University, but they were also very curious about it.
Now that it was brought up, they immediately showed interest.
"Well, I'll tell you when we get back. It's too noisy with so many people around." In response, Luo Chen just smiled mysteriously.
These were all surface-level questions, nothing
too sensitive.
It was the specifics of the Magic Warrior and Shadow Lord talents that were truly off-limits.
As the focus shifted, Luo Chen also joined in their conversation, laughing and chatting.
Meanwhile, in a corner, a pair of watchful eyes peered out from a hidden spot. There stood an ordinary student, so plain that he would be lost in a crowd.
He watched the direction the group left in and silently opened his communicator.
No one noticed his actions, nor would anyone care what an ordinary student was doing.
"Luo Chen and the others have left Yinzhou University." A message was quickly edited and sent out.
After a hearty meal, the group strolled along the
street. The sky in Yinzhou City always carried a hint of heat. Perhaps influenced by the Inferno Demon Forbidden Zone, it remained warm, even at night. "Fatty, I didn't expect you to be so good at finding food, even if you're lacking in other areas." Feeling the warm breeze, Xia Yingyao generously praised him. Hearing this, Pang Xian's face fell. He had been in a good mood today. Why did she have to say something like that? "Sister, I know my level is low, can't you just not scold me?"
Indeed, within the team, he was the one with the
lowest strength.
And it wasn't just a little low, he was only at level 30. In the campus competition facing any team, he was merely
a presence that dragged the team down. But that aside, why bring up such discouraging words when everyone was enjoying their meal? His low strength was not something he desired. "Ah, little fatty, look at you today."
In contrast, Luo Chen was in an exceptionally
good mood.
After teasing Pang Xian for so long, he finally got a taste of his own medicine. The group laughed and chatted, completely
unaware of the abnormality beneath their feet.
Just as they stepped over a certain line, a faint glimmer flashed across the ground. It was very subtle, just the width of a line, and if one didn't look closely, it was almost imperceptible.
"Phew! This wind is really refreshing." A cool breeze swept by, and Pang Xian let out a long sigh of relief. In Yin Province, one would have to wait until winter to feel such a cool breeze.
Being naturally plump, he felt it the most.
Yeah, if only the weather in Yin Province wasn't always so hot.
The others nodded in agreement, hoping for a few more gusts of wind.
Wait! Suddenly, Luo Chen stopped in his tracks. He furrowed his brows and looked around, feeling the cool wind brush against his body.
The sudden change made him sense something was off.
The surroundings
were unnaturally quiet.
There wasn't a single figure on the entire street. As he spoke, the others also noticed the unusualness. Thud, thud. Luo Chen stomped his feet on the ground.
The sound that came out was not that of solid flooring but rather like stepping
on cotton.
The abnormal sound made him frown deeply.
"What's wrong?" Mu Wanqiu asked worriedly, but her movements didn't slow down at all.
In just a moment, they were fully armed, vigilantly scanning their surroundings.
Their eyes quickly moved, searching for everything nearby. "No need to look. We've already stepped into someone else's space," Luo Chen said calmly, directly.
He held one hand out, shielding the others behind him. In his view, since someone had the ability to create an independent space and had stealthily led them in, their strength must be considerable. At the very least, it was beyond what he could handle at the moment. And as for Xia Yingyao and the others, it went without saying. What worried him was that if the other party had any intention to strike, they wouldn't be able
to withstand even a single blow. Clap, clap, clap.
Just as his words fell, a sudden round of applause erupted.
The group looked up, gravely following the sound.
They saw a figure in a black robe standing on the rooftop, gently clapping. A full moon hung behind him, casting him in shadow.
He, the aura of a human genius. No wonder Yen Province University has its eyes on you. With this level of insight, you're not someone ordinary can compare to.
The other party spoke slowly, without a hint of urgency.
It seemed to
him that Luo Chen and the others were already in a hopeless situation, and there was no need to rush.
Hearing this, Luo Chen's pupils
constricted, and his fists clenched slightly. The other party's words clearly contained a wealth of information.
They knew he was from Yen Province University and still dared to act so openly, clearly unafraid of the consequences. Further speculation suggested that their strength was likely much greater than what appeared on the surface.
Most importantly, the initial statement undoubtedly revealed the
other party's background. You are not human. How did you get into Yen Province City? Luo Chen said sternly, reprimanding. However, it was unlikely that a single sentence would be enough to deter the other party. Do you think I would leak information and cut off my own clan's retreat? However, the only response to Luo Chen was a sneer.
As if having discovered his little thoughts, the other
party leisurely continued. What? Want to drag this out? Waiting for that Gua to come and save you?
As soon as the words were spoken,
Luo Chen's pupils constricted.
The other party not only knew Guijuanja but also seemed quite disdainful about it.
This meant that the figure above was at least a level 60-second transformation awakened one. The key point was that the other party was aware of the close relationship between Guijuanja and himself, which was rather intriguing.
Just as Luo Chen's mind was racing with thoughts, the other party spoke. He saw the figure's arm move slightly, and a cold gleam seemed to light up at the fingertips, pointing directly at Luo
Chen. I'm afraid they won't have that chance anymore. As the voice fell, Luo Chen's pupils shrank suddenly like pinholes. The cold light reflected in his eyes, descending from above, was aimed straight at his face. Instinctively, Luo Chen tilted his head and dodged to the side. Bang! Ah!
Just as he dodged, a scream erupted behind him.
Hearing the sound, Luo Chen was instantly alarmed and turned back sharply.
He saw that Pang Xan's thigh had been blown out with a large hole, blood gushing everywhere.
Reflecting on what had just
happened, the attack was indeed fast, but it was still within the range he could evade.
Clearly, it did not match the other party's level.
This meant that the figure in the black robe was merely testing his reaction, deciding how to choose.
Or perhaps, he simply enjoyed
watching such moments of choosing between two options, a bit psychologically twisted.
Wanqiu, quickly heal, Luo Chen said coldly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as they landed on the figure in the black robe.
His fists clenched, his expression
terrifyingly calm.
You dodged quite fast, but what about this time?
Even through the shadows, Luo Chen could sense the other party's sneer.
The next moment, he saw the black-robed figure raise his arm, slowly aiming at Mu Wanqiu, who was still casting healing spells. Upon seeing this, Luo Chen's expression froze. He suddenly charged towards Mu Wanqiu, extending one hand forward, shouting loudly,
"Get out of the way!"
As the words fell, everyone was still in a daze, unable to react to what was happening.
In an instant, the attack
had crossed the space and reached Mu Wanqiu.
In this urgent moment, Luo Chen couldn't care about anything else. A faint blue light
flashed from his eyes, and the next moment the space ahead suddenly rippled.
A sudden wolf howl rang out.
At that moment, as Mu Wanqiu was momentarily stunned, a massive shadow blocked her path.
Boom! In the next instant, an explosion sounded. The powerful residual energy blew her hair into disarray.
The tall figure in front of her swayed twice, and a massive amount of damage slowly rose.
The chaotic wolf shadow's enormous body firmly took the hit.
The damage floated up, causing everyone to tremble.
Minus 3,283. What seemed
like a very casual attack could easily deal such damage.
Moreover, this was under the condition that the chaotic wolf shadow had extremely high defense, yet it was still so.
If it had landed on Mu Wanqiu, given her frail body, she would have been left with barely any
health. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. This is... Mu Wanqiu looked up at the enormous body of the chaotic wolf shadow, revealing a hint of fear. Perhaps it stemmed from the incident in the Scorched Earth territory, the Wolf Demon Cave, which made her instinctively afraid of werewolves. The violent aura surrounding the chaotic wolf shadow also brought her considerable shock.
Vaguely, it seemed like countless werewolf phantoms wanted to break free but were all bound within the wolf shadow's body.
Mu Wanqiu
instinctively took a step back, helplessly looking at Luo Chen. However, just as she turned her head, a figure flashed by. Before she could react, she had already crashed into a warm embrace. The sudden change startled Mu Wanqiu, causing her to exclaim. When she realized it was Luo Chen, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief and a blush crept up her cheeks.
Luo Chen had no time to care about that. Taking advantage of the black-robed figure not launching a second attack yet, he quickly carried Mu Wanqiu away. As the only healer in the team,
she had to be protected first.
At that moment, the brutal aura spread out, the chaotic wolf shadow suddenly let out a roar, and its body bizarrely transformed.
The originally 3-meter-tall figure directly surged to 5 meters. Its fur flowed like satin, casually draped, with wisps of black mist swirling around. Luo Chen, who had just pulled Mu Wanqiu to a safe distance, felt his pupils
constrict sharply when he turned back to see this scene. It actually triggered the replication effect, which means he immediately raised his head with a serious expression, looking at the figure in the black robe. With a year of experience in dungeon runs, he recognized it at a glance. Silver Wolf Clan. Luo Chen's face turned grave, the words squeezed out with difficulty between his teeth. The Silver Wolf Clan is a type of wolf demon, skilled in group attacks and hunting, and is an extremely proud race. However, to overlook its individual hunting capabilities just because of its outstanding group combat ability would be a grave mistake. With exceptionally high agility and the ability to switch freely between human and wolf forms, the only difference is its silver pupils, which are unlike those of humans. But this difference, which is hard to distinguish when wearing small sunglasses, is of little consequence. As long as it mingles with the crowd, it becomes a presence that even powerful human beings would find troublesome. It's no wonder that the other party, clearly a demon race, could still blend into Yenzhou City, with someone providing cover as long as they keep a low profile and avoid activities during the day. The risk of exposure is minimal. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's heart sank to the bottom. Such a prepared ambush is the hardest to guard against. Who knows how many human geniuses throughout history have suffered from such betrayal? I didn't expect you to hide such a monster. As Luo Chen's mind raced, the voice of the figure in the black robe came from above. Silver Jia's tone was chilling, his eyes filled with killing intent. However, for Luo Chen, who knew he couldn't escape, he felt no fear from the other's gaze. Still thinking about how to run away? Silver Jia sneered, suddenly waving his hand towards Luo Chen. In an instant, several cold beams shot straight at him. Awah! The chaotic wolf shadow let out a sudden roar. Its figure moved and instantly vanished from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was already blocking Luo Chen's front, also swiping a paw towards Silver Jia. Clang! 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 Several attacks collided in mid-air, producing sounds like clashing metal. The crowd had no idea what was happening, and they hadn't even had time to react. The next moment, they felt a gust of wind sweep through, knocking them off balance and making it hard to stand. What kind of monster is this? It can even replicate my skills? At this moment, Silver Jia finally voiced his doubts. His words revealed a hint of shock. It seemed that in his limited wolf life he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. A creature of unknown composition, neither wolf nor lifeless. Moreover, strangely, the moment it saw him, it could directly see through its disguise and recognize its identity as a silver wolf, even replicating it. It could even use its existing skills. Although the strength gap between the chaotic wolf shadow and him was not trivial, this mirror-like feeling made him feel humiliated, and his killing intent was hard to conceal. I don't believe you can replicate this. Silver Jia narrowed his eyes and suddenly clenched his fist. The next moment, a silver wolf phantom soared into the sky, followed by a continuous rise in its momentum. Not only that, but Silver Jia had completely shed his disguise. His werewolf form was fully exposed to everyone, and it was still expanding. In the blink of an eye, his entire body had broken through to 10 meters, and at this point, there was still no sign of stopping. This was a bloodline skill belonging to the Silver Wolf clan, far surpassing the human form. In this form, combat power could be maximized, but the drawbacks were also evident. A slight decrease in mobility and rationality. It's hard to say whether it was the pride of the Silver Wolf clan that made it feel that having its skills copied was a deeply humiliating matter. Thus, it sought to regain its dignity in this way. Unexpectedly, the next moment, something even more shocking happened. The chaotic wolf shadow howled at the sky, and a similar silver wolf figure emerged. The difference was that the other's appearance was pure white, exuding a noble aura. However, the silver wolf phantom summoned by the chaotic wolf shadow was a mix of silver and black, with faint blue patterns intertwined. As the silver wolf phantom appeared, the chaotic wolf shadow's form also began to swell. In less than a moment, it broke through the 10-meter mark just like Silver Jia, and both sides continued to expand. Unfortunately, among the 3 skills copied by the wolf shadow, this one happened to occupy one of the slots. Looking at the form of the chaotic wolf shadow, Silver Jia's pupils twitched wildly, as if feeling humiliated. Bang! The next second, a punch was thrown directly. The gap in strength left the wolf shadow with no chance to resist at all. With just one strike, it was sent flying, crashing into a building. The massive creature, over 10 meters tall, flew out like a plow. Those houses created by Silver Jia to confuse the vision were directly flattened in a large area. Dust and strong winds swept around, making it hard to see. Luo Chen, are you okay? The crowd shielded their faces with their arms while keeping an eye on each other's safety. Mu Wanqiu and Xia Yingyao, braving the swirling sand, managed to reach Luo Chen's side. As the 2 giant wolves fought,
each other, they couldn't help but show concern for Luo Chen. After all, this was his summon creature.
I'm fine. I'm just thinking about how to get out of this space.
Luo Chen looked up at the battle of the chaotic wolf shadow, his brows furrowed into a shape. Based on his understanding of the self-contained space, it seemed a bit difficult to escape.
Sensing Luo Chen's calmness, the previously panicked crowd began to think as well.
Even the injured Pang Xin, who was waiting for the next support, started to frown in contemplation. Rather than focusing on the pain from his broken leg, it was more important to think about how to escape this space. That was the priority.
No, this is very difficult to achieve.
Jiang Xinyue, who had been on the fringes, suddenly spoke up. She slowly shook her head, her face full of helplessness. From her expression, it was clear she seemed to know some methods but felt they were too impractical
to consider.
In the arena, the chaotic wolf shadow was still fighting, thick smoke rising continuously.
With its 300,000 health points, it simply couldn't last much longer.
It was important to note that the opponent was still playing around, even
so, its health was visibly declining. Every second posed a risk of imminent annihilation. There's no time to think. Speak quickly, Luo Chen said coldly, reprimanding her.
This wasn't him losing his temper at Jiang Xinyue, but rather a response appropriate for the
situation. Any chance of survival couldn't be given up, and it was not the time to dismiss possibilities. Clearly, Jiang Xinyue's approach of giving up before even trying was extremely inadvisable in this context.
All right.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyue nodded blankly.
Then she snapped back to reality and began to patiently explain to the others. Through the profession of Star Array Master, I've discovered that many spatial skills actually have loopholes. The larger the space, the higher the probability of loopholes appearing, and the greater the possibility of breaking through. As she spoke, she glanced around quickly before retracting her gaze. It seemed she was measuring the approximate size of this space. By assessing the height reached by the smoke rising from the battlefield and the range of its spread, one could make a rough judgment. Especially in a situation like this, where such a large space is being supported,
the potential for breakthrough will be even higher.
Originally, it seemed like the more they analyzed, the more advantageous it became.
Even the onlookers' eyes brightened.
But upon a second thought, it felt somewhat off. Clearly, they were discussing favorable news.
Yet why was Jiang Xinyue's attitude so negative?
Moreover, from what she implied earlier, it seemed impossible to get out of here. Sure enough, just as their thoughts emerged, Jiang Xinyue continued from where she left off. However, this so-called breakthrough is only relative to space-type awakeners. For people like us, we can basically only wait for external support, or defeat that demon clan with our own strength. As she spoke, Jiang Xinyue's gaze gradually dimmed, her words filled with helplessness.
At this point, everyone finally understood what was going on.
Just as she said, they had no possibility of meeting any of the three conditions mentioned.
Space-type awakeners? Waiting for rescue? Defeating the Silver Wolf clan? Each point basically led to a fate of waiting for death. Just as despair appeared on everyone's faces, they saw Luo Chen already pinching his chin, frowning in thought. Do you think it's possible to create a B-level area teleportation skill? At that moment, he spoke up.
When those words were uttered, everyone was stunned.
What? Does it mean to create a B-level skill? Are we really going to try it now?
Unlike the others, Jiang Xinyue provided her answer.
According to the records I found in the library of Yinzhou University, it is possible. She nodded heavily, showing a look of affirmation.
But more than that, there was still negativity.
But the problem is, to create a B-level teleportation skill, this not only requires
your innate talent to meet the standards, but you also need to have an understanding of teleportation skills, and this understanding.
Jiang Xinyue didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already crystal clear. Relying solely on a B-level imprint scroll,
one could accomplish nothing.
Is that so? How would we know if we don't try? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen smiled indifferently. He hadn't told anyone that he didn't have a teleportation skill, so how could he possibly be unaware? Yet, that casually revealed confidence was enough to daze people.
For some reason, as a Star Array Master, Jiang Xinyue found herself harboring a thought that she found
ridiculous. She actually believed that Luo Chen could definitely do it.
As soon as this thought emerged, she shook her head vigorously,
completely dismissing it.
Because the so-called impossibility was not her subjective thought, but an objective reality summarized
after countless experiments by predecessors. And now, Luo Chen was preparing to repeat this seemingly impossible task once again. However,
before doing this, he had something more important to address.
Magic Hand.
He slightly raised his hand, summoning the magic hand.
In the next second, a figure appeared before everyone.
When they saw it appear, all their pupils instantly constricted.
Because the
attributes of the magic hand were not concealed at all, but rather displayed openly.
Almost without any communication, Pang Xin and the
others instinctively glanced towards the chaotic wolf shadow. When they withdrew their gaze and looked back at the magic hand, they were already shocked beyond measure.
Two king level? At that moment, they finally had a rough understanding of Luo Chen's strength. To be able to control 2 king-level summon beings, what kind of strength must that be? No wonder Luo Chen always appeared confident.
With such strength, it was hard not to be.
Whether facing the Xia family or confronting the elder of the Kai family, he never showed any signs of retreat. It turned out that the so-called temporary retreat was merely leaving the opponent a way out.
No wonder, despite the campus competition being highly valued by everyone at Yenzhou University, Luo Chen could casually pull a few people together to
make up the numbers.
It turned out that from beginning to end, he didn't need any teammates. His own strength had already reached its peak. If it weren't for the appearance of the Silver Wolf clan today, they wouldn't have known just how powerful Luo Chen truly was. It was all just the tip of the iceberg.
Sigh. The unscrupulous boss wants me to work for free again. In a battle of this level, my little
body would shatter at a single touch. The moment magic spoke, it shattered their illusions about the king level.
Shouldn't a king level be a fierce combatant like the chaotic wolf shadow? How could it be someone who only knows how to complain? However, Luo Chen didn't respond at all.
Long before magic even opened its mouth, he had already taken out a B-level imprint scroll and slowly closed his
eyes. Luo Chen didn't even instruct magic on what to do because he knew this guy would understand everything. What he needed to do was
find a glimmer of hope in this space.
Is Luo Chen okay?
In the shadowy corner of the room, Mu Wanqiu's eyes revealed a look of
concern.
She grabbed her sleeve and gently wiped the sweat from Luo Chen's forehead. At this moment, Xia Yingyao's expression was equally not good. However, it wasn't worry for Mu Wanqiu but for Luo Chen. She supported him from behind to prevent him from collapsing, carefully tending to him.
Sigh. The boss really has a lot of luck with women, but why can't he just get it together? Magic, with its
white gloves, pinched its chin, looking like it was about to complain.
If it weren't for the blue patterns and black smoke all over its face, it would have looked just like a real person. However, the two women completely ignored its complaints. Their thoughts were entirely on Luo Chen and they had no mind to consider anything else. I think so too. Brother Hua is really too stubborn. In contrast, the
already legless Pang Xin, lying flat, began to complain as well. Upon hearing this, Magic's face lit up as if it had found a kindred spirit, and it quickly turned to look. There, in the corner, lay a large lump of flesh. If it weren't for the glaring severed edge and the pale complexion, Magic might not have recognized it. After confirming it was indeed a person, Magic began to curiously examine him. It took a few steps forward and reached out to poke Pang Xin. Poking here and pinching there, it completely disregarded the feelings
of the injured. It looked as if it had encountered something novel and couldn't help but start to play with it. However, in front of the king-level Magic, Pang Xin didn't dare to voice any objections. Although it was summoned by Luo Chen, the problem was that the other party had its own thoughts. Who could guarantee it wouldn't suddenly go berserk? In any case, Pang Xin didn't dare to take that risk.
After all, his life was at stake. After a little while, finally, when he was getting a bit impatient, Magic finally spoke.
It first glanced at the condition of the chaotic wolf shadow, confirming it hadn't worsened before addressing Pang Xin. Oh, your path is really
strange. No wonder leveling up is so difficult for you. I really don't know where you learned this stuff, although it's strong. If you don't carve out your own path, you'll ultimately just be a burden.
Magic stroked its chin and poked Pang Xin again. It seemed to be confirming its own thoughts. Then, it nodded, looking quite approving. Upon hearing this, Pang Xion's face lit up with joy, just as he was about to ask a question when Magic's next sentence poured cold water over him. Stop. I know what you want to ask, but your path has already been set. There's no turning back. This sentence was equivalent to pronouncing his death sentence. However, fortunately, there is always a way out. As expected of the uniquely existing Magic, it seemed to understand quite a bit in this regard. Just as Pang Xin was still wearing a mournful expression, it slowly added, but that being said, the reason is simply that you have yet to master the connection. You can learn from our boss, as long as you master the technique of creating your own skills and turn others' things into your own, you can digest them. The magic hand didn't finish clearly, but it pointed out a clear path. After hearing this, Pang Xion's expression changed from sorrow to joy. Despite his pale face, a broken leg, and not having escaped this space yet, he had already secretly made up his mind and planned what he should do next. On the other side, Luo Chen gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. His brows were deeply furrowed, and his face looked somewhat grim. Inside the skill space, Luo Chen's face was filled with anxiety. For a moment, his palms trembled slightly, hard to control. It wasn't fear, it was a natural reaction to the urgency of time and excessive anxiety. Unlike Pang Xin and the others, even though he was in the skill space, he could clearly feel the chaotic wolf shadow's health declining. He knew better than anyone the urgency of time, and thus the pressure was greater. Although he had 2 B-level imprint scrolls, he only had one chance left. With the chaotic wolf shadow's current state, it definitely wouldn't last. For a second attempt. Calm down. Calm down. Luo Chen continued to take deep breaths, but the speed of his hands didn't slow down at all. In fact, compared to before, it was even 3 times faster. At this moment, he couldn't care less about whether there would be any erroneous information seeping in. He only knew that he had to find the common points of the skills as quickly as possible. Even if there were incorrect skills mixed in, he could immediately exclude them through the mismatched points. Wasting a second was a disrespect to life. Exceeding limit mark. Teleportation skill. Luo Chen's fingers quickly swiped, bringing out his only teleportation skill. This was a method he often used to evade others' tracking while in Jiang City under his shadow identity. However, after arriving in Yenzhou City, he was less familiar with it. Although he hadn't used it for a while, he was still incredibly familiar with it. As a derivative skill of the Shadow Lord, it also had close points in terms of patterns. By summoning the other teleportation skills, Luo Chen instantly pinpointed the same location among them. However, finding it was one thing, extracting it and then integrating it into the desired skill was still quite challenging. Not to mention, this was the first attempt at a B-level self-created skill. Just transforming from individual teleportation to group teleportation was a huge challenge. Additionally, it had to be combined with talents and professions to maximize its functionality. This was Luo Chen's conclusion after several attempts. He found that his skills were significantly different from those recorded in the library. Comparing it to Xiaoying Yao's Ice Sword Qi, it was the same. To a large extent, it should be because he considered the effectiveness he could exert. It was also because of this that he could exceed the original power. Calm down. Calm down. Luo Chen took a deep breath and quickly began to conceive in his mind. He needed to think of all the elements of the skill in a very short time. He had to ensure that once the skill was created, it would be foolproof, and he would definitely escape. Clearly, he also considered the imperfections in Zhang Xinyue's words. Strictly speaking, it wasn't that a B-level teleportation skill could achieve this. It had to be able to cross 2 different spaces, just like inside and outside a dungeon. However, most self-contained spaces were definitely not as stable as dungeon spaces, so that was something he didn't need to worry too much about. Lords. Exceeding limit mark group teleportation. Luo Chen murmured, and one by one, the patterns were being dismantled. They quietly floated, just waiting for him to blend them together. And spell link. Dragon capture hand. As the skill patterns continued to be dismantled, Luo Chen finally found the most core element. Despite the fact that this fusion involved at least 5 types of skills, the patterns were surprisingly streamlined. It even looked like an ordinary C-level skill. Luo Chen stared at the template in front of him, his expression momentarily dazed. However, there was no time for him to stop and think. Teleportation, techniques, group, spell, link, and dragon capture. Aside from the first 3 being necessary, the latter 2 options were concocted based on his own job characteristics. Since he had already used a B-level imprinting scroll, why not go bigger? Directly combine it with the magic warrior profession to create an all-encompassing teleportation skill. This was not only a bold attempt but also a reflection of Luo Chen's confidence in himself. So, here we go. With Luo Chen's voice falling, a brilliant light flashed by. That was the skill space, testing the patterns constructed by Luo Chen. Although it wasn't his first time, he still felt a bit nervous, because he wanted to see just how far he had come. Pattern construction complete, level B+. After confirmation, please use mental power for imprinting. What? Luo Chen's expression froze, somewhat unexpected. Self-created skills were different from ordinary skills, having a very clear skill definition. Range. Usually, there wouldn't be a situation of B+ or B-. If the standard for that level wasn't met, it would drop a level. If it was met, it would rise a level, up to the capacity of the imprinting scroll. In short, it either works or it doesn't. And a situation like Luo Chen's basically only existed in historical records, with no way to verify. But now, it had truly appeared before him. This meant he had achieved something that ordinary people could not, completely comprehending this skill. Great! Once he realized it, a smile appeared on Luo Chen's face. At a time like this, even a small increase in skill level would be a tremendous help. It could even significantly improve their chances of survival. Glancing at the Chaos Wolf Shadow, he noticed its health had already dropped to half. At any moment, it could enter the opponent's kill zone. Although he had some reservations about the Wolf Shadow due to the silver-armored
Guardian incident, its loyalty on a daily basis was beyond reproach, executing commands faster than the evil-eyed bull demon. Even last time at the Lu family, when facing Lu Chuntian, it had actively helped Luo Chen adjust his defensive skills. Come on, Luo Chen. Slowly calmed his mind. In an instant, all the colors around seemed to vanish, leaving only the skill patterns in his eyes. His gaze slightly lifted, as if starlight was reversing within. His arms moved swiftly, silver points swirling at his fingertips. In that moment, Luo Chen felt as if he had divine assistance, each stroke carrying an inexplicable charm. The tips of his fingers sketched, as if the skill patterns were not just patterns but a painting. It was a wondrous state that Luo Chen found hard to describe in words. He only knew that at this moment he felt as if imprinting the skill patterns was not a difficult task at all. On the contrary, he even began to entertain the idea of perfecting it. Luo Chen was well aware that this behavior was inadvisable, but at this moment his thoughts couldn't keep up with his fingers. The momentary inspiration was hard to capture. Once missed, he could only regret it in silence. It was completely a state of mental emptiness, allowing instinct to operate freely. At this moment, outside the skill space, suddenly, a wolf howl echoed, and the Chaos Wolf shadow was sent flying dozens of meters away. Its massive body crashed heavily against the spatial barrier. Fortunately, it had no idea what pain was, only knowing to execute commands relentlessly. The moment it landed, it quickly flipped and charged again towards Silver Jia. Humph, overestimating yourself. Silver Jia sneered, then threw a punch. A casual strike from a second-turn demon was far beyond what the Chaos Wolf shadow could withstand. With just a single encounter, it was easily sent flying again. Its health was visibly dropping at an alarming rate, leaving no chance for resistance whatsoever. A level 40 king level boss was treated like a little chick, being ruthlessly squeezed. I really don't know how a monster like you was created. Silver Jia stretched and grinned as he stepped forward. His towering figure, over 10 meters tall, exuded immense pressure with every movement, making Pang Xin and the others feel like mere mayflies under the vast sky. Just as Silver Jia was speaking, his expression suddenly froze. His pupils constricted as he turned sharply towards them. That intimidating gaze sent chills down their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. You dare to create a skill at this moment? Silver Jia suddenly howled, not sure if it was out of anger or excitement. Was it because he was infuriated that Luo Chen had ignored him and directly entered the skill creation state? Or was he thrilled to catch a human genius who could rapidly create skills? Amidst Pang Xin and the others' terrified gazes, Silver Jia licked the corner of his mouth and charged towards them. In his werewolf form, he moved on all fours with incredible speed. This is bad. I can't stop this. The magician slightly lowered his hat's brim and snapped his fingers. A staff appeared, gripped by a white glove. As both sides were about to collide, the magician's arm was raised. Just then, it seemed a massive shadow flashed by. Before anyone could react, that shadow crashed hard into Silver Jia. Caught off guard, the still-running Silver Jia was struck from the side. In such a state, it was difficult to fully stabilize his center of gravity, making it the most unstable moment, and it just so happened to collide with his weakest point, the waist and abdomen. Boom! In an instant, stone chips flew everywhere. The previously charging Silver Jia was sent flying. He crashed violently into the buildings lining the street, toppling a large area. What was that? Pang Xin and the others were momentarily stunned, not having seen what had happened. The next second, they saw the shadow flash by, chasing after Silver Jia. It was all about taking advantage of his weakness, giving no room for a response. Suddenly, a wolf howl rang out, seemingly confirming the identity of that shadow. It was undoubtedly the Chaos Wolf shadow, but it appeared to be moving at an incredible speed, likely replicating Silver Jia's third skill. At this moment, it was also being used, and at the most critical time. Knowing it was outmatched, it still fought to the death. As expected, this guy is as loyal as ever. The magician turned his head slightly, looking in the direction it had disappeared, and sighed softly. Suddenly, another furious roar erupted. You despicable stitched monster! On the other side of the building, out of Pang Xin and the other sight, was Silver Jia's furious shout. As a noble second transformation being, how could he endure being bested by this mere level 40 king? Clearly, he was genuinely enraged this time. Just then, Luo Chen behind them also moved. His fingers moved with incredible speed, sketching out exquisite patterns that were mesmerizing. The fluctuations from the skill drawing instantly caught the magician's attention. While everyone else was captivated by the Chaos Wolf shadow, their gazes following it, only the magician turned back alertly. After seeing Luo Chen's actions, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Then he directed his gaze forward, ready to support the Chaos Wolf shadow at any moment.
With a sudden roar, the wolf shadow struggled to stand. Although in shadow form it could avoid pain and fatigue, the dwindling energy was an undeniable fact. Boom! Just as it stood up, it was met with a punch to the face. In an instant, the Chaos Wolf shadow was sent flying. Its massive body rolled across the street, with dark mist showing signs of dissipating. Silver Gia's face was filled with fury as he slowly retracted his fist. The corners of his mouth, connected to the eyelids, were twitching wildly, clearly indicating genuine anger. "You lowly ants dare to ruin my good fortune!" Yin Jia coldly shouted, then turned to look in Luo Chen's direction. The pulsating aura over there made it feel a hint of something unusual. If not stopped, there was a high possibility of an accident occurring. Not good. He has discovered us. At the moment of locking eyes with that scorching gaze, Pang Xian suddenly shouted in alarm. He then turned to look at Luo Chen, only to see that he had not yet exited the state of his self-created skill. His hands were continuously gesturing in front of him, and magnificent patterns were being constructed, looking quite intricate. But upon closer inspection, one would find that the essence of it was extremely simple. It seemed to be just a few unremarkable things that formed this magical design. Not only him, but even Xia Yingyao and the others felt the same way. Of course, the more they indulged, the worse Yin Jia's expression became, because he simply could not understand what kind of power Luo Chen was creating at that moment. Like the demon race, the monster race also possessed a strong physique and inherited skills through their bloodlines. The weak human race, wanting to survive in the cracks, relied on self-created skills as one of their means of survival, just like wearing equipment. But similarly, don't think about pulling any tricks in front of me. A cold light flashed in Yin Jia's eyes, and a large hand suddenly reached out towards Luo Chen. With an unstoppable momentum, it aimed to compress the surrounding air. Seeing this, the magician's expression darkened slightly, and he glanced back at Luo Chen. The glow of the skill patterns grew stronger, ready to complete at any moment, but it was still just one step away. Sigh. This time the boss isn't giving me a raise, it's really a bit unreasonable. The magician sighed deeply and took off the hat from his head. He grasped his staff and gently tapped it against the brim. Magic hat trick. As the words fell, the aura around him diminished significantly. The black mist was almost thin enough to dissipate, as if it could vanish at any moment. Just as everyone was puzzled, wondering why nothing was happening. Boom! In the next moment, a plush giant hand suddenly burst out from the hat. Its shape was almost identical to Yin Jia's. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, it collided fiercely with the silver wolf. Boom! The energy swept through, nearly blowing everyone away. Fortunately, the magician was quick-witted, and at the moment the attack's aftermath dispersed, he had already raised a protective shield. The black mist around him also became flickering and unstable as the energy wore down. Luo Chen seemed to sense something, and the speed in his hands increased rapidly. With each movement, a bit of starlight lit up at the tips of the patterns, and because of carelessness, Yin Jia, caught off guard, was even more furious. As a second transformation being, he had thought that by holding back his strength, he could easily deal with this group of little ants. Yet unexpectedly, he had been continuously at a disadvantage. How could a proud silver wolf clan tolerate this? Damn ants! You all must die! Yin Jia howled to the sky, gathering cold light on his claws. The sharp aura, even from a distance, seemed to be able to cut through the cheek. At that moment, suddenly, they heard Luo Chen's excited voice. It worked! Everyone turned back to look, and in an instant, brilliance erupted. The skill patterns burst forth with starlight, transforming into an imprint burned into Luo Chen's mind. In that moment, everyone was both shocked and delighted. They were happy that Luo Chen had finally completed this step and successfully created the skill, but shocked that the wolf had definitely heard that shout. Sure enough, a mocking expression appeared on Yin Jia's face, revealing sharp teeth as he laughed derisively. It worked? But it's already too late. As he spoke, he raised his claws high, ready to strike down fiercely. The cold light on his nails was fully exposed, carrying the momentum to break through everything. Soul slash. However, the only response to him was Luo Chen's cold shout. Knowing the vast difference in strength between the two sides, he still chose to use the skill. The moment the words fell, Yin Jia's movements paused. Luo Chen, after shaking a couple of times, quickly steadied himself. After forcibly enduring the aftereffects of the soul-cutting slash, his gaze shifted and he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the rooftop behind Yin Jia. However, he did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he began to chant in place. Amidst the puzzled and confused gazes of the crowd, he suddenly slapped his palm down towards the ground beneath him. Just at that moment, Yin Jia had already regained consciousness. The entire process took less than a breath. It could be said that Luo Chen's soul-cutting slash, which had always been effective, was now merely serving as a pause. and it was just a fleeting moment. But for him, that was enough. The Silver Wolf clan was not like the I-Demon clan, which had a significant resistance to I techniques. To achieve such an effect on a second transformation, Silver Wolf was already an unexpected outcome. Where did that little bug go? The instant he regained his senses, Inja noticed that Luo Chen was no longer in front of him. The sudden disappearance of this significant variable filled him with a sense of urgent unease. He immediately twitched his nose and sniffed the air vigorously. Just then, he suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation coming from behind. It seemed to be the breath of spatial traversal. Inja was startled and quickly turned around. At that moment, he saw that the magic circle beneath Luo Chen's feet had formed, and the power of space was continuously spilling outward. You won't escape from me. Injia's face twisted in rage as he turned and clawed at him. Facing the incoming attack, Luo Chen's expression only slightly darkened. But there was no sign of panic on his face. His eyes sharpened, and he quickly uttered a few words. Exceeding limit traversal. As soon as the words fell, a spatial aura similar to the exceeding limit mark instantly radiated out. At the same time, the same force shot out in all directions with a speed dozens of times faster than Inja. It directly locked onto Pang Xin and the others, as well as the two summoned beasts. The next moment, as Luo Chen's gaze lifted, it seemed as if the outside world was reflected in his eyes. It was not Yenzhou City, nor the university, but the familiar Jiang City. Just as Injia's claws were about to descend, the light had completely enveloped him. Whoosh! Boom! At the moment the white light vanished, the attack had already landed. Looking at the empty spot where the attack had struck, Injia's eyes turned red, with blood vessels clearly visible. Luo Chen! The furious roar pierced through the entire space. In Yenzhou City, on a certain food street, the space suddenly rippled, and a figure dressed in a black robe stepped out. Silver pupils surrounded by red blood vessels. His eyelids twitched violently, as if on the brink of rage at any moment. This person was none other than Inja, who had just disguised himself in human form. In the noisy street, his unique figure appeared strikingly out of place. He swayed slightly and then vanished from the spot. Shortly after he left, another figure arrived. He reached out to touch the ground where Inja had stepped, frowning in deep thought for a long time. How could this thing get in here? Looks like I need to contact someone from Yenzhou University, the person muttered, then took out his phone to make a call. On the other side, in Jiang City, the night shrouded everything, making it hard to see the surroundings. Suddenly, the space rippled, and several figures fell out. They were sprawled in disarray, with only the elegant magician still maintaining a standing posture. Hurry! Get into the instance! Luo Chen urged, his breath in disarray. His pale cheeks even showed a slight tremor in his lips. Crossing two cities at once was undoubtedly a huge drain on physical stamina. The others were momentarily stunned. Although they were unclear about where they were, just from the cool climate, they knew it was not Yenzhou City. Looking around, the light surrounding the instance was dim, with a white halo swirling. This is a sign of a territory that has already been conquered, and it is still in the mining phase. For a moment, Xia Yingyao and the others were a bit confused and couldn't react in time. Just at that moment of distraction, the magician's hand had already moved first. Grabbing one without any intention of showing mercy, they were directly thrown towards the entrance of the dungeon. Just as they were about to collide and trigger the dungeon's automatic defense mechanism, unexpectedly, in the next second, the whole person passed right through. With Luo Chen having opened the permissions, they faced no obstruction whatsoever. Zhang Xinyue watched this scene, her small mouth covered in astonishment. But before she could think further, she was suddenly flung out, with no time to react. Ah! In the silent night, her panicked scream echoed. But just a moment later, there was no more sound. Stop, boss! I'm still injured. Ah! Pang Xin hadn't finished speaking when he was similarly thrown out. The large ball of flesh arced through the air, landing precisely at the dungeon entrance. Injured or not, as long as they didn't die, they could go all out. Boss, hold on tight. With the magician's last shout, the place fell silent once more. Inside the dungeon, the cold wind howled. A group of people suddenly burst into the level 40 snow bear cave, crashing down one after another, leaving several craters in the snow. Violent coughing sounds broke the tranquility of the area. Snow Bear Cave? Isn't that a dungeon in Zhangcheng? Finally, someone caught the key point from the prompt. They couldn't possibly remember every detail, especially for dungeons across cities. But if it was successfully conquered by Luo Chen, that was a different story. Once they realized this, everyone was taken aback. Just then, the space rippled again, and Luo Chen and the magician's hand entered the dungeon. Luo Chen, classmate Luo Chen, Mu Wanqiu and Xia Yingyao were both startled and hurried forward to support him. Fortunately, with the magician's hand as a base, he didn't fall directly to the ground. without anyone to catch him. For now, we're safe. Luo Chen's pale lips parted, revealing a hint of a strong smile. The reason for all this trouble was twofold. First, he was worried that Yanzhou City was not a safe place, and second, the new skill was a shared passive of the Overlimit mark. Overlimit shuttle quality, a forced link, can lock onto friendly targets within a range of 582 meters. 10% magic power and pull them into the teleportation range. Dragon capture suppresses enemy units and can forcibly pull right side units. Success rate depends on the power difference between both sides. Overlimit shuttle gains an additional 20 overlimit marks. Can check the situation around the marks during teleportation and ignores distance for teleportation. Note: the more linked targets, the longer the teleportation distance and the greater the stamina consumption. Due to previous oversight, Luo Chen had only placed the mark in the villa. This meant that the only available safe area was Jiangcheng. Moreover, he seemed to feel it wasn't safe enough, so he immediately entered his own dungeon. Little fatty, contact teacher Jiang and the others first. Luo Chen took a deep breath, the cold air rushing into his chest through his nostrils. That uncomfortable feeling made him cough heavily twice. Cough, cough. Fortunately, his body was supported by the two girls, so he didn't feel dizzy and collapse to the ground. Hearing this, Pang Xin immediately stopped hesitating. In the current situation, it was crucial to let his uncle and the others know that he was safe. He quickly opened his wristband and dialed the communication. Almost instantly, the call was connected, and Zhang Fengming's almost equally plump face appeared on the virtual screen. Little Xin, are you guys okay? Zhang Fengming leaned forward, trying to see everything around. But unfortunately, the communication could only face forward, and any other movements would be unnecessary. Don't worry, Brother Hua and the others are fine too. Pang Xian's lips curled slightly. He naturally knew that the other party was concerned about Luo Chen. After all, he was his own nephew. Couldn't he care a bit about his own life before worrying about others? Alright, as long as nothing's wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Xian was momentarily stunned. He looked at Luo Chen and the others, then back at his uncle, his eyes filled with disbelief. In an instant, he seemed to connect many dots. Then he thought about why Luo Chen had directly teleported back to Zhang City instead of the closer Yanzhou University. Lost in thought, he unconsciously took a step back, as if he had seen something incredible. Uncle, you! Pang Xian's teeth chattered, his hand trembling as he pointed at Zhang Fengming on the screen, stammering. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengming frowned slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly erupted into a stream of curses. Damn it! What the hell are you thinking? Colluding with the demon race? That's something I wouldn't even consider. When you come back, I'll definitely beat you to death. Zhang Fengming rarely showed such a side, furious as he was. He was ready to threaten to kill Pang Xian, giving him no chance at all. Being uncle and nephew, how could they not know what was on each other's minds? A few words left Pang Xian too scared to speak. After a moment, he realized his own loss of composure and slowly gathered his emotions. It just so happened that some members of a certain organization passed by at that time and informed Dean Bai Yu about this. With his words, Pang Xian finally understood what was going on, instantly revealing a look of embarrassment. He actually suspected his own uncle of colluding with the demon race. He must have been getting too comfortable after not being beaten for a few days. Zhang City, Snowy Bear Cave. A large hole had been dug into a small hillside. Flickering lights danced within. Are you saying there's not just one demon race this time? An uncertain voice came from the communicator, as if it had heard something unbelievable. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen gently nodded, a hint of weakness on his face. His slightly pale lips parted as he took the roasted meat handed to him by Xia Yingyao, still lying on Mu Wanqiu's lap. This kind of imperial treatment made Pang Xian extremely envious. After all, he was also an injured person with a broken leg. Couldn't they care a bit about his feelings? It made him want to find someone at Yanzhou University and have a sweet romance. But after glancing down at his belly, which obscured his feet, he fell silent again. However, in the end, it was just his own loneliness. In the communicator, Zhang Fengming and the others wouldn't feel the slightest envy, because their focus had never been on these matters, but rather on the demon race. On the contrary, Wei Juanjia had a look of someone who could be taught, leaving Luo Chen puzzled. Seeing Luo Chen's reply, he slowly voiced his doubts. Why are you so sure? Did you find traces of other demon races at that time? As one of the few top combat powers at Yanzhou University, he found it very necessary to pay attention to these things. Hearing the question, Luo Chen had no intention of hiding anything. Although he wasn't particularly certain, he boldly expressed his opinion. No, because what I saw was the Silver Wolf clan. From the Academy's records, I learned that this group usually fights in packs. Although we only see one now, it likely means there's a nest nearby. Moreover, since they have insiders, they will probably be even bolder. Luo Chen stroked his chin, sharing his insights. From time to time, roasted meat was handed to his mouth, and he could eat it as soon as he opened up. Upon hearing this, Wei Juinjia nodded along, seemingly in agreement with his statement. His gaze grew colder, his eyes narrowing. Whoever it is, anyone daring to collude with the demon race will definitely have no place to be buried. Wei Juinjia's tone was icy, each word pronounced clearly. Anger surged from the depths of his heart, making him look like a furious golden-eyed deity, intimidating enough to make one not dare to look directly at him. You don't need to worry about the campus competition. I know your strength. Even if you don't come back to participate, I will reserve a spot for you. But if you ultimately can't make it, I won't be able to arrange the rewards. It seemed that Gui Juinjia noticed Luo Chen's current situation and added this remark, allowing him to temporarily set aside his concerns about the campus competition. However, there still had to be rules in place. Even though Luo Chen's strength was recognized by everyone, if he didn't participate, the rewards wouldn't fall to him. Perhaps he could secure the qualification to represent Yinzhou University, but for everything else, the chances were not particularly high. Hearing Gui Juinjia's words, Luo Chen simply nodded in agreement. The opportunity given to him was already generous enough. There was no reason to burden him with everything. On one hand, it would be extremely unfair to the other students who were fighting hard. On the other hand, he didn't approve of the feeling of receiving something without effort. If he was going to take something, it had to be the best, and he needed to dispel everyone's doubts. Otherwise, wouldn't all his hard work over the past year be in vain? After hanging up the communication, Luo Chen closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Right now, there were still demon forces lurking outside, watching closely. If he returned directly to Yinzhou City, he would definitely encounter danger again. At the very least, he needed to have a backup plan in place to ensure his safety before going back. Luo Chen furrowed his brows, counting the cards he had up his sleeve. There weren't many, just a B-grade imprint scroll and the ability to teleport. However, this time, the other side was on guard, and no matter how strong his teleportation skills were, it would be difficult to escape. He had to make good use of the other scroll to create skills that could either coordinate with others or allow for a direct escape. In terms of combat power, he also had the Magic Hand and the Chaotic Wolf Shadow. However, while both were not weak, if he encountered Injia again, he would still feel somewhat powerless. The skill replication of the Wolf Shadow was completely random. Perhaps next time he wouldn't be so lucky. Looking at the other summoned beasts, they seemed more like decorations. Alternatively, he could wait for Gui Juinjia and the others to come pick him up. But if he did that, it would undoubtedly reveal his location to those hiding in the shadows, exposing the figure he had worked so hard to conceal once again. Now that the demon clan is watching in Yinzhou City, how can we safely return to Yinzhou University? Luo Chen rubbed his temples and asked everyone. He could use the teleportation to go directly back to the Tianqing villa, but doing so would completely exhaust his stamina. At that point, even with Gui Juinjia's support, safety would be hard to guarantee. As long as the other side was determined to kill him, they could easily take him down. It wasn't that Luo Chen was being overly cautious, it was just that the demon clan had such resolve. As long as they wanted to kill someone, they would never miss any opportunity. Because of this, the path for the human race to awaken was fraught with difficulties. Even the talented individuals who had already grown and successfully reached the second transition had records of being besieged and killed by the demon clan at all costs. Moreover, this was not a rare occurrence. Going back to Yinzhou University? I wish I could, Pang Xian said with a bitter smile, looking at his severed leg. Although Mu Wanqiu had successfully stopped the bleeding due to his insufficient level, he couldn't learn the skill of regrowing limbs. He could only manage to set the bone. This meant that for now, he could only be a temporary cripple. This made it even more difficult for him, who already struggled to walk due to his weight, and he wore a face of bitterness. Indeed, if what you say is true and Yinzhou City is unsafe, if we appear at the teleportation array, we will definitely attract immediate attention. As long as the other side is willing to take the risk, they might even wait at the entrance of Yinzhou University, since that's our only way through. No way. My uncle said that Teacher Guo and the others are very powerful. Those demons waiting there for us would be asking for death, right? You're right, they are looking for death. Yes, if a few elderly demon clans can be exchanged for a newborn human genius, it's definitely a profitable deal. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Luo Chen. Even Mu Wanqiu lowered her head, but she could only see half of her face, as her own surging emotions obscured most of her view. Genius? Me? Seeing the gazes directed at him, Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered himself a genius, he simply had potential for growth coupled with the tedious grind of leveling up. All his efforts had led to the person he was today. How could the hard-earned results of his labor be overshadowed by a mere label of genius from others? However, this was not the time for emotions. Luo Chen pondered, pinching his chin, as the words of the others were not without reason. Since everyone viewed him this way, the demon clan must see him similarly. It seems the situation is even more severe than I imagined. Luo Chen murmured, his expression gradually darkening. There's a saying, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, but a victim can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If the demon clan was lurking at the entrance every day, how could he always be on guard? For days had already passed in the blink of an eye. The competition at Yenzhou University had reached its critical juncture. Everyone was astonished by Luo Chen's absence. Upon hearing that Luo Chen could secure a spot without any effort, anger spread across the faces of the crowd. Why should they, who worked so hard, watch as Luo Chen and his group could simply show up and claim a spot? Discontent quickly spread among the participants. Aside from suspecting that Yenzhou University was engaging in underhanded dealings, there was no other explanation. But the school's attitude was even more direct. We are indeed engaging in underhanded dealings. What are you going to do about it? In an instant, all the students were furious. They felt directly oppressed. How could they endure it? However, upon hearing that Luo Chen was targeted by the demon clan, everyone calmed down a bit. Although they felt indignant, they could still hold back. Only those who were neither high nor low, naively believing that as long as Luo Chen was absent, they could easily secure rewards in the top 20 or top 10, were the loudest, constantly stirring up emotions. They were particularly skilled at embellishing the situation. Gradually, the campus discourse began to split into two sides. This undoubtedly played right into the hands of the Silver Wolf clan, who didn't even need to act themselves, as someone had already laid the groundwork. All they had to do next was to fish in troubled waters, without worrying about being quickly exposed. This had the higher-ups at Yenzhou University in a panic. They weren't afraid of bad people racking their brains, they were afraid of foolish people having a sudden inspiration. According to the original plan, they only needed to catch the person creating the public opinion and follow the clues to find out who was behind it. But now, Yenzhou University had become a murky pool. Anyone, whether human or demon, could come in and take a share. Fortunately, several universities that usually didn't get along didn't take the opportunity to kick them while they were down. For both public and private reasons, they had to prioritize resisting the alien races. Especially now, with the demon clan mingling among the crowd, it was an enormous threat. If things went wrong, the entire Yenzhou city could be lost. Under a collapsed nest, how could there be unbroken eggs? If Yenzhou city fell, wouldn't the other universities and cities be far from destruction? The school staff was overwhelmed with anxiety. Meanwhile, in the conference room, a few people sat in silence. They all wore expressionless faces, as if nothing could stir their emotions. Among them, Wu Juinjia, one of Yenzhou University's top combatants, sat in a secondary position, deep in thought with his eyes closed. Even Jiang Fengming, who was almost inseparable from him in the past, was absent. Aside from Bai Yu, there were only unfamiliar faces, or rather, a few masked individuals. However, there was an unexpected figure in the room, someone whom Luo Chen would definitely recognize at a glance if he were there. Sixth brother, it seems we need to rely on your bugs this time, Principal Bai Yu said, turning to look at the middle-aged man. The man was none other than Han Xian, the father of Han Shiyu, whom Luo Chen was familiar with. One appeared to be an exceptionally young and handsome man, while the other was a kind and approachable neighborly uncle. They referred to each other as brothers, which created a somewhat inexplicable awkwardness. However, neither felt anything amiss. Instead, it felt quite natural. Yet, Han Xian slowly shook his head. The matters over in Yenzhou City can only be resolved by you all. I still need to attend to things here with the third brother, so I'm afraid I can't spare the time. Moreover, with Luo Chen over there, I believe this kid will surely create some miracles for me. His words were quite strange. Although he was sitting in the chair, his tone of voice felt as if he were far away, as if he wanted to help but was completely unable to do so. Senior brother, I also think sixth brother makes a lot of sense. At that moment, Wu Juinjia, who had been silent, spoke up. Her gaze was intense, as if she had seen some solution, radiating with brilliance. This confident demeanor made Bai Yu raise an eyebrow slightly. All right, he didn't say much more, just responded lightly. With his words, Han Xian also nodded slowly. Then, Bai Yu simply waved his hand, and Han Xian's figure vanished from the conference room. In his place stood another figure wearing a mask. It seemed this was one of Bai Yu's abilities. However, it was strange that, despite having communication wristbands that were much more convenient, he still went through such elaborate measures. Perhaps only the parties involved could understand what was going on. On the other side,
Jiang City, Snow Bear. Cave instance. Since the instance formed, the snow here had never stopped, and the snow accumulation on the ground had remained at a roughly constant level. No one knew where the snow came from or where it would gather next. All that was known was that the rules of the instance had always been this way. Luo Chen stood at the cave entrance, gazing out at the world beyond. Days had passed, and his physical strength had fully recovered. Without any soul injuries, he hardly needed to take potions to recover quickly. However, at this moment, he wasn't in a hurry to return to Yenzhou University. Instead, he stared at the snow, lost in thought. What's wrong? Seemingly sensing his distress, Xia Yingyao slowly walked out from the passage. In the mountains, there was no day or night. The Snow Bear Cave instance always maintained a state of dawn. The daily routine was almost completely disrupted. I'm thinking, where exactly did the Silver Wolf clan come from? Of course, they infiltrated from outside the wall. Hearing Luo Chen's question, Xia Yingyao answered, almost without thinking. This was knowledge every student knew, and she spoke about it with ease. A century ago, the game descended into reality. The demon and monster clans invaded Blue Star, and humanity survived in the cracks. In the face of the two powerful clans, humans were merely objects of captivity and servitude, living in dire straits. Heroes emerged in chaotic times. During humanity's darkest hour, nearly 100 exceptionally gifted awakeners appeared. With their fists, they fought to carve out a piece of land where humanity could thrive. Unfortunately, they were like shooting stars in the sky. Their lives were brilliant but fleeting. The protective shield was the last trump card left by those strong individuals. The world outside the shield was referred to as outside the wall. It was a bitter chapter in human history that no one would forget, including Luo Chen and the others. Yes, outside the wall. Luo Chen nodded, his gaze somewhat profound. But have you ever thought about where the demons outside the wall came from? As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yingyao suddenly froze for a moment. It wasn't that she didn't know, but these things seemed a bit vague. Is it in the instance? Xia Yingyao said uncertainly. At the same time, a question also arose in her heart. She didn't understand what special significance there was in Luo Chen asking these questions. Could it be that by figuring this out, they could successfully shake off the pursuit of the Silver Wolf clan? Luo Chen was unaware of Xia Yingyao's speculation, he only heard her words. Upon hearing this, he slightly shook his head. A hint of contemplation appeared in his eyes. No, they do not come from the instance. They have their own world. But the existence of instances allows them to connect with another world and initiate plunder. Luo Chan's lips parted slightly as he spoke words that overturned Xia Yingyao's understanding. At first, he was like the vast majority of people, believing that if an instance was newly born and had not been successfully conquered for too long, the demon and monster races inside would materialize and come into the real world. After all, this was how he had been educated and what he had come to understand. It wasn't until later, when he encountered the Wolf King in the Scorched Earth territory and the vague records in the library, that he finally confirmed one thing. Instances were not places where the demon and monster races were born, but rather bridges that connected their existing worlds. In other words, it was the existence of instances that allowed demons and monsters to reach the other side without risking traversing unknown territories. This also explained why, despite the differences in instances, one could still see the same demon races in different places. Conquering an instance was essentially guarding this door until it was completely mined out and vanished from the real world. Are you saying that they are a real existing race and have a complete world? Xia Yingyao covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. But then she thought again, realizing that this was merely Luo Chen's speculation and had not been validated in any way. Moreover, she believed that this idea must not be the first time it had been proposed, and Luo Chen would not be the first person to think of it. Yet to this day, no one had been able to prove it. Didn't this just indicate that Luo Chen's speculation was merely speculation, without any factual basis? Luo Chen, I know you want to go back now, but what does this idea have to do with us? No, it matters. Xia Yingyao was about to offer some comforting words, thinking that perhaps Luo Chen was overthinking it. But as soon as she spoke, she was immediately countered. He pulled something out of his backpack and shook it in front of Xia Yingyao. Do you know what this is? Instance crystal. As he spoke, he waved it around in the air a couple of times, but it had no special effect. Seeing that there was no effect, Luo Chen stubbornly took out another one. Then, he busied himself with it on the ground. Instance crystal? What is that? Seeing this, Xia Yingyao felt a surge of curiosity. She leaned forward, examining it with interest. This was something that only dropped from instances of level 40 and above, completely unfamiliar to her. However, this time, Luo Chen did not answer her very carefully. He was just gesturing on the ground, not revealing what was significant about it. Instance crystal.
the product that drops after conquering an instance, Luochen said, licking his slightly cracked lips. His gaze never left the instance crystal. To an outsider, it might seem like some rare treasure that captivated him so much, but if a team that had successfully conquered instances saw it, they would definitely not think much of it. Instance crystals could be said to be completely worthless. Initially, when someone first discovered this item, they thought it was something good. However, after a period of research, they sadly found out that this item had no experience value and no ability to enhance combat power. Aside from being a decoration, it had no better use. Of course, some people thought about seeing if they could sell it as a souvenir. But soon, they realized that this item was not rare at all. As long as you conquer dungeons above level 40, you can drop thousands or hundreds of items, evenly distributed. Everyone will have more than enough. But now, such a worthless thing. Luochen was fiddling with it enthusiastically, somewhat lost in his own world. Oh, I remember. Xia Yingyao suddenly realized, then didn't forget to remind Luochen in a low voice. But I remember this thing is completely useless. However, Luochen seemed to have not heard her at all. With a movement of his hand, he repeatedly took out crystal stones from his backpack. As the number piled up, something incredible happened. Zzzz. A wave appeared in the space ahead. The next moment, a small crack suddenly appeared. Through the crack, one could vaguely see the scene on the other side. It was also a snow-covered world, but the difference was that there were traces of many violent bears moving around. In addition, there seemed to be sounds of fighting. Seeing this scene, Xia Yingyao immediately closed her mouth. Holding her breath, she carefully watched with Luochen. Whoosh! Just as they wanted to take a closer look, the image disappeared again. Accompanying it was the crack that had just opened, now closing up. What was that just now? Xia Yingyao asked Luochen in disbelief. Her big eyes were filled with questions. It seemed that if she didn't get an answer today, there would be a great chance she wouldn't be able to sleep. In response, Luochen thought for a moment and had already completed his analysis. Yes, what we just saw was an untouched snow bear den. But this dungeon has already been conquered by you, right? And the mining rights are in your hands. No, I'm talking about the snow bear den in another world. Facing Xia Yingyao's inquiry, Luochen's eyes were filled with gravity. The earlier experiment undoubtedly confirmed his suspicion. And now, having conquered the dungeon first, he would enjoy the privilege of crossing dungeons first. A step ahead, every step ahead. This is the true use of dungeon crystals. The struggle between races has always been brutal. Are we going to go back to Yinzhou City through their world? Xia Yingyao covered her mouth, expressing her guess, her eyes filled with disbelief. In a completely unfamiliar world, accurately finding a dungeon within the range of Yinzhou City was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, this was without considering other factors. However, the only response to Xia Yingyao was Luochen rolling his eyes. Who told you that? I was just verifying my guess. Ha? Then why did you say so much? I was just thinking, since the worlds are connected, why can't I create the illusion of entering their world? Hearing Luochen's words, Xia Yingyao's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the enemy is hard to shake off, why not let the enemy stumble into a dead end themselves? By the time they realize it, wouldn't they have already safely reached Yinzhou University? When they react and find out they've been played, wouldn't they be furious? Just thinking about it made Xia Yingyao show an excited expression. Then, she scratched her head in confusion. Since you think this way, why didn't you open the passage just now? Isn't that wasting the dungeon crystals? Upon hearing this, Luochen could only shake his head helplessly. Because I opened it wrong just now. I'm not familiar with it. Luochen shrugged helplessly, informing Xia Yingyao of everything he had seen, including the aura he felt, which, if nothing went wrong, must belong to the demon race. As for which demon race it was, whether it was the old friendly eye demon, that remained unknown. However, it could be confirmed that the other party definitely hadn't reached the monarch or lord level, and it was even possible they were elite level below the leader. In other words, besides those demons he was familiar with, there were also some inconspicuous little minions, just like average awakened ones. It seemed that the demon race wasn't as strong as it appeared on the surface. There were many old, weak, sick, and disabled among them. Hearing Luochen's explanation, Xia Yingyao suddenly realized it wasn't that she didn't want to go in, but that she had opened the wrong door. I'll go with you, Xia Yingyao said, staring intently at Luochen. You? Luochen was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. You all stay here. The dungeon across is also level 40. I simply don't have the energy to protect you. His words were very straightforward and quite harsh. It was simply that he felt Xia Yingyao's strength was too low, and accompanying her into another world's dungeon would require him to divert his energy to take care of her. Upon hearing this, although Xia Yingyao felt unwilling, she had no choice but to comply. because what Luo-chan said was the truth, and she was well aware of it. But she just didn't want to see Luo-chan venture alone. She wanted to see if she could be of any help. Her intentions were good, but she overlooked her own lack of strength. By the way, take this first. Suddenly, Luo-chan seemed to think of something. He pulled out a large stack of dungeon crystals and placed them in front of Xia Yingyao. Having never been to the outside world, I don't know what the situation is like. If I haven't returned in 2 hours, you can use the dungeon crystals to break open a passage. Remember, Luo-chan's expression was serious as he instructed. Facing the unknown world, he had to be fully prepared, in case he couldn't come back. It was better to prepare in advance than to scramble at the last minute. Xia Yingyao nodded obediently, gently biting her lip. Her round eyes stared straight at Luo-chan as she spoke. If you don't come back, I'll go over to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Luo-chan was slightly stunned. He wanted to say something, but suddenly hesitated. What are you thinking? Even if I don't come back, I definitely won't be in any danger. His words revealed a strong confidence. He reached out a hand and ruffled Xia Yingyao's hair, almost wanting to mess it up like a bird's nest. Remember, if you use up all the dungeon crystals and still don't see me return, you should take Wanqiu and the others back to Yenzhou University. Do you understand? As long as I don't show up, they won't take that risk. Their target is only me. Looking at the little girl like Xia Yingyao in front of him, Luo-chan suddenly smiled knowingly. The way her eyes were glistening with tears, as if she was about to cry at any moment, made his heart ache a little. Don't worry, it's not like we're parting for life and death. Luo-chan chuckled, but with that smile, Xia Yingyao couldn't help but burst into tears. This left him, who had never encountered such a situation, flustered and unsure how to comfort her. Just then, Xia Yingyao threw herself into his arms and began to sob softly. Luo-chan held his hands up, feeling a bit at a loss. Unconsciously, his gaze softened, naturally. Resting on Xia Yingyao's back, he gently patted her, comforting the little girl who cried easily. After a long time, whether it was from exhaustion or the tension she had been under, Xia Yingyao actually fell asleep in his arms. Looking at the beauty with tears still clinging to her eyelashes, Luo-chan smiled helplessly and slowly wiped her tears away. Alright, you've all seen enough. Take Yingyao back. Suddenly, Luo-chan called out softly. It sounded a bit inexplicable, but the next second, several figures emerged from the cave entrance. Pang Xin, who had a broken leg, leaned against the rock wall, a teasing expression on his face. Jiang Xinyue shrugged helplessly, as if to say this matter had nothing to do with her. And indeed, it was true, as the person involved had already stepped forward. Luo-chan, I believe in you. Just leave Yingyao to me. Mu Wanqiu said little else, taking the sleeping Xia Yingyao into her arms and slowly nodding at Luo-chan. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with reluctance, but on her lips she still forced a look of complete trust. The others present were not foolish, their emotions were clearly written on their faces, and they naturally knew she was lying. However, Luo-chan did not expose her, because even he didn't know what the outcome would be when stepping into the unknown world. He only knew that the way back would definitely not be so easy. Well then, I'll start now. As the words fell, Luo-chan's gaze suddenly became sharp. With the experience of the last failure, he had a rough guess. With a flick of his hand, the crystal of the instance dropped. There were no complex formations, nor any flashy things. Just as his thoughts moved, the crystal shattered in an instant. The next moment, a crack opened up before him. Is it true? As long as I know what's on the other side of the instance, I can pinpoint the location accurately? Luo-chan murmured, feeling the aura coming from the opposite side. It was very familiar, like the Wolf Clan, but it was hard to tell which lineage it belonged to. Great! It's actually the Wolf Clan. Luo-chan's lips curled slightly, revealing a cruel smile. What a coincidence, he had exchanged a few moves with the Wolf Clan before. Whether it was the previous wild wolves or the silver wolves that were now eyeing him, they were all enemies. After a brief excitement, Luo-chan regained his composure. The situation was special now, and he couldn't let other emotions sway him, as it would easily disrupt his plans. After taking a deep breath, Luo-chan continuously poured the instance crystal into the crack. As he moved, the crack gradually widened. Before long, a space large enough for one person to enter was opened. On the other side, countless wolves raised their heads, looking at the crack suspended in midair, all showing expressions of confusion. They had long forgotten how long it had been since they had seen such a scene. So much so that these newcomers had no idea what was about to happen. Will you come back? Just as Luo-chan was about to step in, Mu Wanqiu suddenly asked, perhaps because she was supporting Xia Yingyao, which prevented her from doing anything else. Upon hearing this, Luo-chan's footsteps suddenly paused. He had never seriously considered this question. However, it would not be a reason to stop him, even with unknown dangers ahead. It was the same. I will. Luo Chen's gaze was intense as he answered firmly. After saying that, he took a step into the crack. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Behind him, Mu Wanqiu suddenly spoke. But before she could finish her sentence, the crack had completely closed. It was unclear whether Luo Chen had heard what she said. In the snowy bear cave, it was bustling with activity. Chiefling, hold it. Shaman, quickly use your skills. The command rang out, and a group of werewolves howled as they pounced on the raging bear. Claws and flames were all desperately striking at it. In less than half a moment, a small monster was beaten to low health. The wolves showed greedy expressions, eager to rush in and snatch the experience. But as soon as they saw the leading Chihuahua wolf, they all retracted their bad thoughts. Wolf nature was like this, they should be insatiable, but if the leader was still present, they could only reluctantly give way. You guys are quite sensible. The Chihuahua wolf leader raised its head high, its eyes full of self-satisfaction. There was not a hint of gratitude, only a sense of entitlement. And the Chihuahua wolf elites present also showed no intention of refuting, as if it were only natural. Zzzz. Suddenly, a sound like something corroding rang out. The wolves looked puzzled, their ears twitching, and then they all turned to look at the source of the sound. Suddenly, a crack opened in midair. What is that? The Chihuahua wolf leader exclaimed, its beastly eyes narrowing. Its eyes moved slightly, revealing a hint of dangerous light. Before they could react to what was happening, they suddenly saw a figure falling. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the raging bear, which was still in a low health state, instantly had its health cleared. The newcomer was none other than Luo Chen, who had just come from the previous world. At this moment, he was wrapped in a black robe, restoring his previous shadowy appearance. Bold! Who goes there? Damn it! How dare you steal our Chihuahua wolf clan's wild monster? You must be tired of living. Where did this wild brat come from? He's really got some guts. The pack of wolves shouted, baring their teeth. A low growl emanated from their mouths, as if they were ready to attack at any moment. Hearing this, Luo Chen slowly raised his head. First, he surveyed the somewhat familiar environment, then began to mutter to himself. The instance as a medium, and yet there's no language barrier. Truly, heaven is helping me. In his words, one could faintly detect a hint of excitement. Upon hearing this, the crimson flame wolves grew even more impatient. Their faces wrinkling in displeasure. Their fangs bared, they displayed their ferocity. Sensing the malice, Luo Chen finally turned his head slowly. Looking at the pack of werewolves, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Aren't you the Silver Wolf clan? What a pity! As his voice fell, the crimson flame wolves immediately showed signs of anger. Their eyes fixed on him, they looked as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Who are you? How dare you provoke our Silver Wolf royal clan? The leader of the crimson flame wolves asked warily. However, Luo Chen had no intention of answering him. With a wave of his hand, another wolf appeared. The bloodthirsty werewolf, reeking of blood, slowly stood up, greedily twitching its nose. As Luo Chen's summoned creature, it only wanted to grow stronger, to become his absolute backbone. And its way of gaining strength was by continuously devouring bloodlines. In a place like this, filled with wolves, it was simply its utopia. Awooh! With a howl, the bloodthirsty werewolf surged with blood energy. Its bizarre appearance sent a chill down the spine of the crimson flame wolf leader. He could clearly feel the pressure coming from a higher being. Not good. It's a lord level. His eyes filled with terror. This was a being of a higher quality than him. Moreover, just by looking at the bloodthirsty werewolf and Luo Chen, he knew they were definitely here to cause trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and ran on all fours towards the distance. The sudden action caught all the crimson flame wolves off guard. They hadn't even figured out what was happening when their leader had already fled. At this moment, they couldn't care less. They too took off running. Regardless of the reason, if the leader ran, there must be a good reason for it, and they just needed to follow suit. Not a single one will escape. As Luo Chen's words fell, the chaotic wolf shadows also emerged. In an instant, the suppression from the royal bloodline rendered all the crimson flame wolves immobile. In that moment of daze, the bloodthirsty werewolf had already made its move. Its sharp claws slashed across the throats of the werewolves. Elbow strikes, bites, every part of its body that could be used as a weapon was directed at the crimson flame wolves. In less than a moment, all the elite level wolves and the leader of the crimson flame wolves were eliminated. Magic hand, go conquer the instance first. Wolf shadow, assist the bloodthirsty werewolf and eliminate all the remaining wolves in the instance, leave not a single one alive. In an instant, Luo Chen issued his commands. Wolf shadow and the bloodthirsty werewolf, with their bloodline advantages, would easily encircle and eliminate the wolf pack. Besides venting his anger, he also had to consider the bloodthirsty werewolf's advancement. Therefore, he assigned the stronger wolf shadow to assist. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 summoned beasts quickly split up. 2 keen-nosed wolves, one in front and one behind, headed towards the entrance of the instance. Luo Chen's expression darkened as he sat silently on the back of the jungle tiger. He wasn't sure exactly why, but ever since entering the wolf world, his mood had soured. It could be a mix of new grudges and old hatred, the grudge against the silver armored guards, and the ambush from the silver wolf clan. Regardless of which point it was, he felt a strong urge to strike at the heart of the matter. The Wild Plains Wolf Demon Clan, along with the Wild Plains Wolves behind them, and the Silver Wolf Clan that had nearly pushed him to the brink. Finding these 3 clans and exterminating them was his goal. Of course, the former seemed to have a higher possibility, but the Silver Wolf Clan, from what those little wolf cubs just said, seems to still be royal. Right now, dealing with the royal family is already a bit challenging for him. Wanting to approach the Silver Wolf Clan might be akin to seeking death. However, that doesn't mean he will let the other wolf clans off the hook. Time is running short, but one by one, none of you will have it easy. Luo Chen tightened his grip on time, his gaze darkening. He looked towards the direction of the dungeon entrance, revealing a hint of a cold smile. Now he just needed to wait for the magician to finish the dungeon and wait for the wolf shadows to finish their cleanup. This was also the reason he hadn't directly released the evil-eye bull demon, as he feared it would alert the enemy. Since the Silver Wolf Clan could infiltrate Yanzhou City, he could also infiltrate their world. The human cities were precarious, with a much higher level of vigilance, and they could be infiltrated. In this leisurely and ideologically rigid Wolf Clan world, it should be much easier. With this thought, Luo Chen had already devised a complete plan. Just then, a prompt sound suddenly rang out. Kill the Lord level Earth. Violet Bear, gain experience. Player Dark Knight leveled up to level 44, gained. Finally, I can act. Luo Chen smiled coldly, pulled up the player interface, and chose to exit the dungeon. In the Wolf Clan world, Snowy Bear Cave, a group of werewolves looked up in confusion, listening to the prompt announcement. In an instant, all the werewolves showed expressions of bewilderment. Shadow? Who is that? Is it from the Shadow Wolf Clan? Or is it from the Dark Wolf royal family? It should be from the Shadow Wolf Clan. As a royal, how could they choose such a controversial name? The werewolves all showed speculative expressions, stroking their chins. However, what they never expected was that the one who cleared the dungeon was not any Wolf Clan member but Luo Chen, who had come from the human world. So that's how it is. The wolf clans below the royal family all have at least 2 character names. After leaving the dungeon, Luo Chen mixed in among the werewolves. Fortunately, there were quite a few shorter werewolves, so his human stature wouldn't attract much attention. After leaving behind an extraordinary mark, Luo Chen quickly departed. He headed towards a direction with a higher concentration of werewolves, and he should soon find their town. Unlike the human world, where one could see a faint protective shield overhead, here, such things were completely invisible. Perhaps it was because they were powerful and had never suffered invasion, which is why there were no special protective measures. For a moment, Luo Chen didn't know whether to feel envious or resentful, because it was his world that was currently suffering, and he could only envy the constant protection here. With this thought, a surge of killing intent welled up within Luo Chen. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable murderous intent. Every time he passed by a werewolf, he felt an impulse to annihilate them. But reason told him that now was not the time. If he disrupted the plan and ended up retreating hastily, he would definitely want to slap himself. At the very least, he needed to reclaim some interest from the Wolf Clan, otherwise, it would truly be a bargain for them. Hey, where did this little furball come from? Can't you see? Suddenly, a cold shout came from beside him. He saw a werewolf raising a whip in hand, striking down fiercely. Crack! Ah! A loud sound erupted, accompanied by a bone-chilling scream. Luo Chen turned his head, instantly furious. He saw a werewolf excitedly whipping a human man on the road. How could there be a human here? After the anger, he quickly calmed down, choosing not to rush forward recklessly. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but he didn't understand the situation at all and absolutely couldn't take action. Moreover, even if he saved the other party, it would be of no use. Was he supposed to take this human back with him? That was absolutely impossible. Luo Chen would never allow himself to do that. Just then, a small werewolf was rubbing its hands, licking its face as it approached. Sir, I apologize. It was my family's servant who offended you. I hope you can show mercy, said the short werewolf, handing over 3 copper coins. The tall werewolf, who had been fuming, raised an eyebrow at the sight and silently accepted the coins. Consider yourself lucky this time. If we meet again, you won't be so fortunate. After saying this, the tall werewolf turned and left. The short one was left with a gloomy expression, his eyes filled with malice. Humph, lowly servant. If I hadn't spent 20 copper coins, I wouldn't have cared. With your worthless life, you should have died today.
The short werewolf scolded, pulling out a whip and striking fiercely. In the corner, Luo Chen listened to their conversation, his brow furrowing beneath his mask. That guy is over 40 years old and still not an awakened. As far as he knew, in the original world, the awakening ceremony was a mandatory task. Even if one wasn't a student, they should report to the Awakened Association to participate in the awakening. Such a situation simply shouldn't exist. This meant that the man before him was either a native of this world or had been captured since childhood. Luo Chen had no intention of stepping forward to investigate. He was well aware of the precariousness of the situation. If the one he saved turned out to be someone who couldn't awaken, it would truly be a disaster. His gaze shifted slightly as he silently brushed past the man. Stop! Where did this wild brat come from? Suddenly, the short werewolf shouted, his eyes gleaming with hostility, as if he wanted to vent all his anger on Luo Chen. Do you know? In this patch of land in the Gur Desert, our Black Sand Wolf clan has some status. Whoever sees us should show some respect and steer clear. You! Where did this little wolf demon come from? Kneel down and admit your mistake. The short werewolf, who had just been bullied by the tall one, saw Luo Chen and immediately looked at him like a punching bag. He babbled a bunch of things that Luo Chen had never heard before. However, this was just what Luo Chen wanted. Gur Desert? Black Sand Wolf? Interesting. Beneath the mask, Luo Chen revealed a hint of interest. It seemed that the Black Sand Wolf clan dared to openly trouble him because they mistook him for a wolf demon. It appeared that wolf demons were the lowest existence in the wolf clan world. Of course, this excluded the enslaved human race. It was as if any wolf or ghost could come and bully them. Even without seeing his face, they could come and curse at him. Borrowing the power of the bloodthirsty werewolf shouldn't be a problem. Luo Chen murmured he was not the kind of person who would let others bully him. As he activated his spirit attachment, a powerful energy suddenly burst forth. It wasn't the power of the werewolf, but his own attributes. However, the aura of the bloodthirsty werewolf concealed it, preventing him from being exposed. The combination of the two allowed his aura to reach a new peak. King, it's the king! The Black Sand Wolf trembled, unable to hold back, and immediately knelt down. Not just it, but even the other werewolves on the road dropped to their knees with a thud. The authority of a higher being allowed no room for resistance. In terms of levels, they were all around 40, not much difference. Yet, the bloodline aura from Luo Chen was suffocating to them. Among them, the Black Sand Wolf looked the most miserable. Its tail drooped, tucked between its legs, appearing utterly hopeless. It was known that the strongest in their clan was only a monarch level, and even that one was on the brink of death. How could it compare to the lord before them? Realizing this, it fell into complete despair, its face ashen. So, my ability is at the monarch level? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering to himself. He had never understood the classification of awakened ones, feeling that the distinction was too great compared to bosses. Now, revealing his strength in front of the wolf clan has given him a new perspective on his own level. However, Luo Chen is still self-aware. Among those of the same level, his strength is still far weaker compared to the Magic Hand and Wolf Shadow. He doesn't know where the problem lies. Not wanting to dwell on this, Luo Chen quickly turned his head to look at the Black Sand Wolf. By the way, who did you just ask to bow and apologize? As soon as Luo Chen's words fell, without exchanging a single word with the other party, his figure suddenly moved. When he reappeared, he was already holding an arm. The mixed black and brown fur, along with the sharp claws, all indicated that its owner was not human. Oh whoa! The Black Sand Wolf cried out in pain, covering its severed arm with one hand. Despite the excruciating pain that made its face twitch, it still showed no intention of resisting. Lowering its head, it gritted its teeth, almost crushing its own wolf fangs. It was unclear whether it was trying to plead for Luo Chen to let it go or if it didn't want to implicate its family behind it, choosing to silently endure. Regardless of the reason, its behavior was far better than that of some young scions from other families outside. At least it knew it couldn't win and couldn't afford to offend. It wouldn't stubbornly shout for its family to take revenge on Luo Chen. Doing so would not only make it look ignorant but also leave trouble for its bewildered family. Moreover, it would only hasten its own demise. Who among the good people would still hold on to others' mockery while being angry? Any of these points were extremely undesirable behaviors. However, this did not mean that Luo Chen acknowledged the Black Sand Wolf, because this was merely a cultural aspect among their kind, and as a human, why should he care? It is precisely because of diversity and an indomitable spirit that humans can emerge in chaotic times. Relying on nearly 100 sages, they forged a piece of sky. They built cities that provided survival for future generations. Unlike the Wolf Clan, which only looks up to the powerful, even when beaten, they can only grit their teeth and endure. Not
daring to show any resentment. Today you are lucky and you brought a human, otherwise, you would be dead, Luo Chen said half-jokingly. In truth, he wasn't concerned about that human. The two were strangers and didn't even know if they were natives. At most, it was just giving him a chance to continue living. In reality, it was simply because he hadn't forgotten his main objective. Killing a black sand wolf might not be considered a big deal in the eyes of the wolf clan, but if he really did that, he wouldn't know if he would be under constant scrutiny along the way. At that point, it would feel like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons, seeking the trivial while neglecting the essential. That was not what he wanted. Looking at the time, Luo Chen felt a sense of urgency. Just 2 hours, and he wondered if he could still cause a stir in the Gur Desert. Thinking this, Luo Chen moved his hand in directly through the severed arm on the ground. Is there a place nearby with more of your kind? He slowly asked, carefully considering many words since he was unfamiliar with the area. He didn't dare to directly refer to the wolf clan or inquire about towns or gathering places, because he wasn't clear on what kind of model this place operated under. If he slipped up in just a few sentences, it would be troublesome. However, what Luo Chen didn't know was that he was overthinking it. Not to mention that no one was paying attention to his wording at the moment. Just this one sentence made countless wolves eager to curry favor. Among them, the black sand wolf was the most eager. My lord, I know. It hurriedly raised its hand and rushed forward. Its eyes flickered, subtly glancing at the severed arm before quickly averting its gaze. In comparison, the severed limb it had accompanied for many years was nothing compared to the importance of currying favor with the powerful. Without waiting for Luo Chen to speak, it had already poured out all the information it knew. My lord must have just arrived in our Gur Desert. Our little town is right over there, and that's Gur City. The lord of the city is just like you, a noble king. Maybe a bit higher in rank than you, but he's already an old wolf, so it doesn't count for much. The black sand wolf spoke passionately, afraid of missing any important information. However, what he couldn't see was that at that moment, Luo Chen had revealed a strange smile. Gur City, huh? Great. That's just wonderful. Luo Chen's inexplicable praise left the black sand wolf confused. But after a brief moment of daze, he quickly chimed in, yes, great. That's just wonderful. While saying this, he thought Luo Chen was complimenting him. The smile on his face was almost uncontrollable. Suddenly, he heard a phrase he completely didn't understand. Only a king level. This is simply amazing, Luo Chen said, his figure suddenly moving. He dashed towards the direction the black sand wolf had just pointed out, leaving behind a group of puzzled wolves and the equally bewildered black sand wolf. In the end, he muttered to himself, trying to analyze something from it. Did he just compliment me? The black sand wolf remained naive, but after thinking for a moment, he felt the possibility wasn't particularly high. Anyway, he had survived and even retrieved his severed arm, which was already enough. He didn't dare to continue to wish for anything more, like receiving the favor of a king. On the other side, Luo Chen's expression was filled with excitement. All the way, the corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears. A king level, whose strength was not much stronger than his own, didn't even qualify to be a shadow opponent. The entire Gur City was nothing but his to take. Silver Wolf Clan? You will collect your interest from your companions first. Luo Chen's heart hardened, and his pace quickened. After all, the spirit attachment state was based on the strength of the summoned beast. In a situation like this, merging with a bloodthirsty werewolf weaker than himself posed no burden at all. In fact, he could use the spirit attachment state throughout the entire process without any issues. As he continued forward, the outline of a city appeared before his eyes. The yellow stone walls looked just like those of ancient cities. There were even traces of bricks and tiles. It didn't seem like something this group of muscle-bound wolves could have built. Rather, it looked like human slaves? Luo Chen's expression darkened, his eyes half squinting. Upon hearing such a term, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. If it weren't for the ancestors of the human race, he might have ended up in such a fate himself. In fact, he might not have even had the chance to be born. But what should be returned to the human race? It will eventually be returned, Luo Chen said, his heart stealing. His steps quickened, and before long he had arrived at the edge of the city. Looking at the towering city walls, which reached several dozen meters high, Luo Chen felt a sense of shock for the first time. But it was only for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he had composed himself again and hurried into the city. With the aura he exuded, even if the guards saw him, they didn't dare to stop him, allowing him to enter the city freely. King level. Where is the king level? Luo Chen activated his monarch's eyes, following the strongest aura in the city. As long as he dealt with it first, there would be nothing in Gur City to hinder his steps. Suddenly, Luo Chen paused, looking in a certain direction. Found it. He then grinned, a cruel smile appearing on his face. This was just the first step of revenge. Next, it was time for the wolf shadow to make its appearance. I've found you. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened as he stood on the rooftop, staring down below. There stood a werewolf at least 4 meters tall, larger than any he had seen before. Of course, this was only in its normal state. Who is it? As if sensing Luo Chen's arrival, the old giant rock wolf slowly lifted its eyelids. Upon feeling his strength, it showed a hint of surprise. Where did this kid come from? On the street, Rock Law suddenly snorted coldly. In an instant, the unique aura of a king level spread out. The overwhelming momentum left some werewolves gasping for breath. The pressure from their bloodline was the hardest thing for the demon race to resist. Giant Rock Wolf King level, 46 quality, King level health, 170,000/400,000 strength, 7, 500 magic power, 1000 defense, 3000 agility, 800 Giant Rock Wolf King talent skill quality, a passive. For every Giant Rock Wolf within a 1000 meter radius, gain 10 defense and 1000 health. Increase active, gain an equivalent health shield. Bloodied Wolf King? Interesting. Luo Chen sneered, his hatred for them reaching its peak. He reached out, and a shadow suddenly darted out. Before the Giant Rock Wolf King Yen LV could react, a claw struck fiercely at its chest. The powerful attack directly tore away a large chunk of stone debris from its body. Faintly, one could see the blood-soaked appearance beneath its petrified skin. What wolf? The Giant Rock Wolf King roared in anger, dropping to all fours and chasing after the shadow. As it got closer, its beastly eyes suddenly narrowed. It finally saw the information about the shadow, which was also a wolf king, and its strength was quite formidable. However, the figure wrapped in black mist instinctively made it wary. It resembled the Shadow Wolf clan, but there were obvious differences. At least the Shadow Wolf royalty wouldn't have such dense blue patterns. The shadow was none other than Luo Chen's Chaos Wolf Shadow. Where did you come from? Yen LV asked, warily, keeping his distance from the wolf shadow. He could clearly sense a malevolent aura emanating from it. The chaotic and violent energy constantly interfered with his mind, forcing him to remain on high alert. You might as well ask me. At that moment, Yen LV suddenly heard a young voice. Without thinking, he knew it was the young werewolf who had been standing on the rooftop earlier. Instinctively, he looked up, wanting to ask something. Just then, the wolf shadow suddenly moved. Its speed was astonishing, leaving no room for him to react. He only caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing by, and by the time he tried to defend himself, it was already too late. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Before the dust settled, the outline of Yen LV's massive form was already visible. He was sent flying by the sudden ambush, with no chance to resist. Cough cough. The already frail old werewolf struggled to withstand the impact. A violent coughing fit erupted, but the Chaos Wolf Shadow paid no mind. It approached Yen LV slowly, moving with a hunter's gait. Its path was not a straight line but rather curved, designed to avoid a sudden counterattack. The Chaos Wolf Shadow, familiar with its own body, had taken vigilance to the extreme. Even when the opponent was at a disadvantage, it did not act recklessly. It was unclear whether its excessive caution caused Yen LV to finally lose control. Oh, suddenly, the Giant Rock Wolf King, dragging its weary body, lunged out. The dust quickly dispersed to the sides with its movement, revealing its form. Giant Rock Slash. With a shout, a fierce blast of energy surged toward the Chaos Wolf Shadow. However, in the face of the attack, the Wolf Shadow simply dodged calmly. The next second, the Giant Rock Wolf King's attack brushed past it. Boom! A sudden explosion reverberated, startling the city of Gear. This was the second explosion they had heard today. Upon sensing the presence of the city lord, the Giant Rock Wolf King, their curiosity was immediately quelled. Meanwhile, on Yen LV's side, the mist strike had demolished a large portion of the building. Smoke filled the air, obscuring half of the street. Put! Just as he was startled and wanted to retract his offensive, a crisp sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The chaotic wolf shadow had unknowingly approached, its claws sinking fiercely into its chest. Blood drained rapidly, and Yen Lu couldn't help but cry out in pain. Realizing the situation was dire, it hurriedly withdrew, suddenly letting out a long howl towards the sky. In an instant, within Gear City, a group of giant rock wolf troops abruptly looked up, gazing in Yen Lu's direction. Not good. The city lord is in trouble. Quick, hurry over to support. The wolf soldiers rushed forward, causing the other wolf clans in the city to retreat. These were the city lord's personal guards, not to be trifled with. If they accidentally disturbed their work, the city lord would hold them accountable, and none could escape that responsibility. Not just them, even Luochen, in the distance, noticed their arrival. He looked up. Seeing the dust cloud approaching, he knew something was coming closer. He
then turned to look at Yen Lu. He discovered that the king of the giant rock wolf clan was currently experiencing a continuous increase in defense and health points, and he immediately understood what was happening.
Oh, you actually summoned the giant rock wolf clan to boost your tankiness?
Luo Chen scoffed with a smile, then waved his arm.
In an instant, two shadows shot out, one in front and one behind.
Oh whoa!
Sigh. Working for free every day and not even getting a few fruits. Just from the sound, one could tell who it was. The bloodthirsty werewolf charging at the forefront was now trembling with excitement. The crimson flame wolf absorbed in the dungeon was still not enough for him to activate a complete bloodline.
But now, it was completely different.
The entire city was filled with wolf clans, igniting his primal bloodthirsty desire in an instant.
One could vaguely see a drool-like black mist flowing from its
mouth.
The bloodthirsty greed had been passively activated, and at this moment it only wanted to kill freely on the streets.
However, he had not forgotten the task at hand.
Only the giant rock wolf clan at the forefront was his target this time. He believed that as long as he completely dealt with them, even without relying on the Wolf King's bloodline, his strength would still advance a level.
Behind him,
the magic hand was lazily hanging around.
Its pace was neither fast nor slow, seemingly reluctant to take action. It was still muttering something about unethical bosses exploiting employees.
To this, Luo Chen said nothing more. After all, this main battle was not for the magic hand, it only needed to be responsible for the skirmish. This was a great opportunity, it would be unreasonable not to let the wolf shadow and bloodthirsty werewolf develop a bit. At this moment, the giant rock wolf king also sensed something was wrong, its eyes filled with terror. Feeling the giant rock wolves being intercepted by Yen Lu, panic finally appeared in its eyes. Moreover, it could clearly sense the killing intent emanating from Luo Chen. Most importantly, it finally noticed something unusual. You are not of the wolf clan. Who are you? Yen Lu exclaimed, his sharp claws pointing directly at Luo Chen.
It was unclear whether it was
the exposure of the summoning ability or the moment the bloodthirsty werewolf emerged from his body that caused the spirit state to
change slightly.
Yen Lu's gaze sharpened, seemingly trying to see through him.
Little did he know, Luo Chen had no intention of wasting
words with him. He lightly moved his fingers, issuing an attack command.
Oh whoa! The chaotic wolf shadow, receiving the signal, immediately howled to the sky.
In an instant, a shadow flashed by.
Swish! Clang!
Yen Lu hurriedly raised his hand to block, claws
colliding.
In that moment, the powerful attack forced him to retreat repeatedly. In the initial clash of strength and speed, he declared himself at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, this was not a competition ring. There were no rules of mercy or surrender.
In a life and death duel, there was never any talk of kindness or righteousness. Take advantage of its weakness to claim its life. The chaotic wolf shadow
moved as swiftly as a shadow, darting through the streets. Yen Lu had not yet recovered from the recoil when a new wave of attacks had
already arrived.
Put. The successive injuries made him feel life slipping away rapidly. He wanted to retaliate, but he had
no idea when the next attack would come. What frustrated him even more was that even the giant rock wolf clan had been completely intercepted. The distance of 1,000 meters is neither close nor far. Despite issuing commands for so long, not a single giant rock wolf tribe has broken through. This has led to the fact that its current innate skills have completely become mere decorations. It cannot
add even a bit of health or defense, and even the active shield cannot be activated due to the lack of giant rock wolves. It seems as if everything has been seen through by this mysterious figure before him. How is that possible? Did a wolf leak our tribe's secrets? Or perhaps, did another tribe specifically hire help to deal with me? In an instant, Yen Lu thought of many things, but all of them were inconclusive speculations. He only knew that the figure under the black robe was not an ordinary person.
Poof! The chaotic wolf shadow's attack continued.
The stone skin on its surface was almost completely cleared, leaving it drenched in blood.
You forced me! With no way to retreat, Yen Lu suddenly roared.
In an instant, rocks covered his body, and a petrified armor was donned.
But Luo Chen knew that it was not equipment. Because among the wolf tribe, they could not wear equipment like the human awakeners. Due to the size
differences among individuals, it was already difficult to adapt to all equipment.
Moreover, given their own attributes, they indeed did not need external force to crush human awakeners. Sometimes, equipment could even be a burden.
Of course, the dungeon still granted them the right to use equipment, but whether to use it depended on the individual.
And at this moment, the armor Yen Lu was wearing was created using his own abilities. Clad in it, he was powerful and robust. Just a glance could feel its extraordinary defensive power. But so what? Oh whoa! With a roar, the chaotic wolf shadow also rose up in a pile of rocks.
In Yen Lu's shocked gaze, it was instantly
armed.
However, the armor still followed the color scheme of the wolf shadow, a mix of black and blue. It surprisingly exuded a kind of elegant beauty, not as heavy as that of the giant rock wolf king. You are a giant rock. No, what kind of monster are you? Feeling the change in the wolf shadow, Yan Lu's pupils suddenly constricted. The words just slipped out, but he immediately denied them. He was absolutely certain that the chaotic wolf shadow before him could not possibly be a giant rock wolf tribe. It might not even be a wolf tribe, as there was nothing so bizarre among them. However, the wolf shadow had no intention of answering his questions. A flash of brutality crossed its eyes as it charged towards Yan Lu again. Damn it! Sensing the danger approaching once more, all he could do was grit his teeth and curse. Besides that, he could do nothing practical. The aging giant rock wolf king facing such a monster was destined to be bullied. Boom! With a loud bang, Yan Lu was sent flying again. At this moment, his heart could no longer be described by fear alone. In the vast Gur city, he was the strongest, which also meant a very sad fact. Even when danger approached, no one could help him. In fact, he could only obediently endure the beating, with no way to escape. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Yan Lu's eyes turned a dead gray, and even the thought of resisting stubbornly could hardly rise. The chaotic wolf shadow would not speak of any martial ethics to him. Its only thought was to obey Luo Chen's orders and eliminate him. As for the enemy's attitude or state, it did not care at all. As long as it knew the opponent was still alive, it would find a way to kill him. With a movement, it quickly approached the barely breathing Yan Lu. Grabbing him, it threw him out like a cannonball. Boom! Another loud noise echoed, causing the hearts of the wolves in Gur City to skip a beat. They did not know what day it was today that several great figures would be fighting in the city. With such a commotion, it seemed that the entire Gur City would not find peace. What they didn't know was that soon, Gel City would not only be in turmoil but would also face even more terrifying events. Ah! Mountain collapse, rock shatter. Yan Lu shouted and slammed the ground fiercely. Instantly, the earth shook as if the entire world was about to turn upside down. The next moment, the shockwave reached beneath the feet of the chaotic wolf shadow. With a loud bang, rocks burst forth from the ground, charging towards the disordered wolf shadow. Unfortunately, such a slow and overly telegraphed attack had no chance of hitting it. The wolf shadow pushed off the ground and leaped into the air in an instant. It arched gracefully, landing a foot against the wall, then pushed off again with a powerful kick. Crack! The sound of the wall shattering was distinctly audible. Two paw prints from the wolf were deeply embedded in it, resembling plum blossoms. In Yan Lu's terrified gaze, the sharp claws were already reaching for him. The chaotic wolf shadow was far smaller than him, yet at that moment he felt a profound fear. Put! The next second, a sharp pain shot through his neck. The giant rock wolf king, whose health was nearly depleted, could no longer resist the injury with mere numbers. As blood flowed from his neck, Yan Lu's eyes gradually lost focus. He still had many skills left unused, but there was no opportunity to use them now. In his old and frail state, he couldn't find the chance to fight back against the relentless assault of the chaotic wolf shadow. Helpless, he could only meet his end with resentment. Finally, the wolf shadow has successfully evolved once. Luo Chen smirked, his eyes devoid of any pity. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. He had never forgotten the crimes the wolf clan committed in his world. Next, it's time to settle the score with Gel City. Summon, the chaotic wolf shadow has leveled up to 42, health plus 10,000, strength plus 200, agility plus 100. After leaving the scorched earth territory, the chaotic wolf shadow finally welcomed its first upgrade. It jumped up 2 levels in a row, and its attributes saw a slight increase. With an additional 20,000 health points, it became a bit tougher. However, this was not the end. With the death of the giant rock wolf king, the body of the chaotic wolf shadow suddenly swelled. Endless shadows stretched out like a pair of large hands from its body, instantly grabbing hold of the still warm corpse of Yan Lu. In just a breath, the black, gooey substance had completely covered it. Pulling and deforming, it was impossible to discern any biological form. The towering body over 4 meters tall was wrapped in shadows, feeling like jelly, without the sensation of broken bones. The next moment, the large hands suddenly contracted. Along with the giant rock wolf king, everything was pulled into the wolf shadow's body, shrouded in black mist. After everything ended, the wolf shadow returned to its original appearance. What is this? Luo Chen's brow furrowed slightly, puzzled. This was the first time he had seen the wolf shadow in this form, and he was momentarily unclear about the situation. Just as he was feeling confused, the next second, the notification sound rang out again. The chaotic wolf shadow has won the life and death duel, depriving the opponent of a certain amount of defensive growth. Gained, defense plus 2000. The chaotic
Wolf Shadow devoured the giant rock Wolf King, retaining skill, giant rock armament. 2 consecutive notifications were completely within reason yet unexpected. Even Luo Chen hadn't anticipated such a significant increase. This was a substantial lead over others of the same level, wasn't it? In terms of attributes, it had also entered a new dimension. Chaotic Wolf Shadow, unique, level 42 quality. King level health 320,000/320,000 strength 8400 magic power 3000 defense 3000 agility 1200 chaos simulation trait. Giant rock armament chaos active summons a giant rock armament lasting 40 minutes. During the existence of the armament, defense is doubled cooldown 12 hours. The increase in attributes was considerable, but the skill was just a simple one. However, upon seeing the description, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a chill. The description was only a short line, yet it was not to be underestimated. The percentage defense enhancement, as long as the Wolf Shadow continues to devour, will stack the defense to a terrifying value. Most importantly, it has an extremely long duration and only a 12-hour cooldown. Moreover, Luo Chen is well aware that the skills used by the giant rock Wolf King at the beginning are definitely not like this. Another chaos? Luo Chen clicked his tongue in wonder, then turned to look around Ger City. The only king-level being was already dead, and there would be no one in the entire city to stop his advance. With a wave of his hand, the evil eye bull demon rose from the ground. Boom! The momentum of the lord-level creature suffocated the wolves in the city. They all looked up in terror, their eyes filled with confusion. How could a monster of this level sneak into the city without anyone noticing? Without the rock law, the bull demon became one of the top combat powers in Ger City. Moo! Suddenly, a roar erupted. Golden lightning flickered in the bull demon's pupils, dyeing its entire gaze a dark golden color. Raising its hand, it unleashed a powerful move without any hesitation. What is that? A wolf looked up in fear, staring at the massive shadow. A body over 100 meters tall, blocking out the sun. Isn't that the bull demon? How could it come out of the dungeon? Who let it out? Wait, don't you wolves care about how it grew so big? Don't mind those irrelevant things. It's about to attack. The wolves were in a panic, their eyes nearly bursting. In their line of sight, dark gold spread, almost occupying all their vision. Boom! Destructive energy suddenly surged, completely engulfing them. The roar echoed through every corner of Ger City, deafening. The energy shock raised a massive light screen at the explosion site. It's time to settle old scores. Luo Chen grinned, commanding the chaotic wolf shadow to charge out. The wolves were blown apart, still reeling from the explosion. Just then, they suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past in the corner of their eyes, moving at an incredible speed. Before they could turn their heads, they already felt a sharp pain in their necks, wanting to scream but unable to make a sound. Not good. Enemy attack. Finally, one wolf was the first to notice something was wrong. How could their own kind die so quickly? Especially those werewolves on higher ground, who were now trembling in shock. They could clearly see a gust of black wind sweeping through the street, followed by their kin falling one after another. The bizarre situation frightened them to the point of weakness in their legs. They barely had time to sound the alarm before feeling as if something filthy was targeting them. At this moment, they didn't care how high the watchtower was. They scrambled out through the gaps and jumped down. Just as they were slightly relieved, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their hearts. Looking down, they found a bloody hole there. When did this happen? The werewolf was in extreme panic, still able to feel the rapid loss of vitality. Unlike those weak humans, it had nearly 10,000 health points. Yet, even so, it didn't even see who the enemy was before being killed in one hit. Bang! Its body fell from the watchtower like a ragbag. The muffled sound stirred up the dirt on the ground. Strangely, at that moment, not a single werewolf below was disturbed. Upon closer inspection, they were all leaning against the wall in disarray, completely silent. This is the terror of king-level power. Even the most ordinary attack can easily take someone's life without a trace. Compared to the grand attack of the evil eye bull demon, the chaotic wolf shadow seemed like the most inconspicuous corner of the battlefield. However, its impact on the wolf clan far exceeded that of the bull demon. Go! Luo Chen looked at the masterpiece of his summoned beasts, grinning. He patted the jungle tiger beneath him and commanded. On the other side, the bloodthirsty werewolves were equally impressive in battle. With the magic hands sweeping through, any lord-level or monarch-level beings that came close would be annihilated. The remaining small fry couldn't possibly block this lord-level being that could continuously evolve. Awooh! It let out a roar towards the sky, activating the skills it had absorbed. The bloodline of the Wasteland Wolf King was summoned, and in an instant, a headless yet equally ferocious wolf demon appeared out of thin air. Although its health
was only 10% of the original and its attack was merely half. It was clearly more than enough to deal with these ordinary werewolves. In an instant, 6 werewolves shrouded in black mist charged into the pack. The battle between wolves was filled with the most primal bloodshed, the bright red staining the entire street. In a corner, a werewolf trembled in a wall nook, quietly pulling out a communicator. Elder, I seem to have spotted traces of the human race. Their abilities are very similar to that guy named Luochen. In a tavern in Yenzhou City, the dim light made no one pay attention to what they saw. Even if they encountered something incredible, they would merely think they had drunk too much and were hallucinating. What? You say Luochen has entered our wolf realm? Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Silver Jia stared at the communicator, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the werewolf on the other end immediately cowered to the ground. Trembling, it raised half its head and said in a panic, Lord Silver Jia, it can't be wrong. News from Gear City says he is rampaging through the city, and I heard this news and hurried to report to you in Blue Star. The more it spoke, the lower its head sank, lacking even the courage to look up at Silver Jia. It didn't even know how Luochen had discovered this secret and had the audacity to enter alone. If he had sneaked in, that would be one thing, but to boldly make a grand entrance, did he not fear not being able to return? I understand, Silver Jia said flatly, his face revealing no emotion. Upon hearing this, the other party merely buried its head lower, not daring to say more. Until the communication was cut off, it finally breathed a sigh of relief, the chill in its heart diminishing significantly. I have to take a long detour to find another dungeon to return. The werewolf glanced back at the dungeon and sighed helplessly. Dungeons were one-way passages, only the world that first conquered the dungeon had the initiative. Therefore, if he wanted to go back, he could only find another entrance. On the other side, in the wolf realm, the walls of Gear City towered high, providing excellent defense against external enemies. However, at this moment, it had become a cage that bound them. Bang! A sudden explosion echoed. A figure slowly slid down the wall. The Lord-level werewolf was thrown against the wall like a ragdoll. Its health bar was instantly emptied, with no chance to resist. The entire Gear City was shrouded in smoke. It was unclear whether they had offended the designer or if the wolf clan was inherently suspicious, but Gear City had only 2 large gates. Luochen stood at one of the gates, waiting for the wolves to come to their doom. Then, the bull demon stood at the other gate, leaving the rest as sitting ducks. 2 king-level and 1 lord-level bloodthirsty werewolves could easily slaughter them all. Gear City was filled with a chilling atmosphere of slaughter. On the city walls, vultures perched, occasionally letting out piercing cries. Cawing, it was exceptionally annoying. Ha, finally done. Looking at the ground stained with bright red, Luochen felt a rush of satisfaction. He had no mercy for his enemies. They had shown no compassion when invading his home, so why should he be polite? The experience from a wolf clan city, even if mostly from low-level werewolves, was enough to elevate his level to a whole new height. At this moment, he was just 1 level away from the second transition. Indeed, slaughtering is the fastest way to level up. Luochen clenched his fists slightly, feeling the surging power within his body. But there was always a feeling that something was missing, preventing him from advancing. Could it be that I'm stuck here? It seems that without transitioning, I can't take that step. Luochen murmured, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The same transformation, yet different. Even without a job change, one can still reach level 40. This can be considered a form of assurance for ordinary people. However, the second job change is different. If one hasn't reached that step, then it's simply not possible. 2. Further improve is completely out of the question. It seems that a visit to the Awakeners Association is necessary. Awah! At that moment, a sudden howl echoed. The blood-soaked bloodthirsty werewolf howled to the sky. Its entire body began to swell, as if it were a balloon being inflated. Seeing this, Luochen showed no signs of panic. Instead, he wore a faint smile. The continuous slaughter had allowed him to accumulate a significant amount of bloodline power. Now, it was merely a process of evolution. Unfortunately, the giant rock wolf king had already been devoured by the wolf shadow, making it impossible to extract the bloodline as before. This was something Luochen had not anticipated. It seemed that it had been taken for granted before. On the ground, the bloodthirsty werewolf's body continued to grow larger. From its previous height of 2.5 meters, it expanded to about 3.5 meters before slowly coming to a stop. Roar! A long howl, somewhat deep. Unlike the previous wolf howls, it resembled the sound made by canines when defending their territory, emanating from deep within the throat. Bloodthirsty werewolf level, 59 quality, king level health, 61W/61W strength, 17,000 defense, 5,000 agility, 2,800. Hiss! What terrifying stats! Seeing the 59 king level stats for the first time, Luochen finally had an intuitive understanding. No wonder he felt so powerless when facing the four-eyed demon king. It turned out that from the very beginning, it was not a battle of the same magnitude at all. Even if he had exhausted all his efforts, it was merely delaying the arrival of death. If it weren't for the timely appearance of Tua Zhengshan from the Shen group who saved him, he would have likely been lying dead by now. Not only that, Luochen knew that the strength of the bloodthirsty werewolf had never been in its attributes. On the contrary, the seemingly terrifying stats were actually its weakest point. Its talent, the ability to absorb bloodlines, brought it many impressive skills. Savage Wolf King Bloodline LV.2 Summon 7. Savage Wolf Demons with 30% health and 60% strength to fight. No-cost Giant Rock Wolf King Bloodline LV.3 within 1000 meters for each friendly unit. Health plus 1%, defense plus 1%. Black Sand Wolf King Bloodline LV.2. Enter a sandification state lasting 6 minutes. Damage taken halved. Cooldown 2 hours. Thunder Horn Wolf King Bloodline LV.3. Enter a thunder state lasting 10 minutes. Attacks deal an additional 20% thunder damage. Cooldown 2 hours. In addition, there were some less practical minor skills. This was partly due to the small number of their kind, or the thinness of their bloodline, rendering their bloodline abilities rather weak. But it cannot be denied that it was precisely because of the accumulation of their bloodline power that the bloodthirsty werewolf was able to break through. However, with the support of the four major bloodlines, the combat ability of the bloodthirsty werewolf was greatly enhanced. Perhaps even the Thunder Horn Wolf clan did not expect this. As the second largest clan in Gear City, next to the Giant Rock Wolf clan, it had developed to such a massive scale. Yet in the end, they did not wait for the retirement of Yen Lu and the replacement of the new city lord. Instead, they were annihilated first, making a wedding dress for the bloodthirsty werewolf. If the clan leader were still alive, he would probably have spat out blood and fainted on the spot. Unfortunately, now, even without spitting blood, they could die without any chance of revival. Looking at the newly advanced bloodthirsty werewolf, a satisfied expression appeared on Luochen's face. Just then, he suddenly felt a flutter in his heart. This is Luochen's pupils contracted, joy difficult to conceal. He looked at his hands filled with disbelief. He had just raised his level, and his attributes had reached a whole new dimension. But now, it seemed to be because the bloodthirsty werewolf had advanced to king level. A surge of power flowed from the summoned beast back to him. This feeling was one he was all too familiar with. For an entire year he had been reminiscing about this sensation until he got stuck at S4 nearly half a year, making no progress. Luochen had once doubted whether this was already his limit, but now the truth lay before him. Shadow King quality, S illusion breaking royal eye passive, see through all disguises below royal level, with a chance to see through royal levels not exceeding his own by 10 levels. Active, enhances royal eye abilities by tenfold and can be applied to his own eye techniques. Lord of the Dead passive, killing units below king level will automatically transform into shadow undead that exist for 10 minutes to fight. Active, can choose shadow undead to appoint as a summoned beast or summon from dead units, retaining all units' original levels. Formless Fist passive, deals 100% mixed damage. Active, charge to deal 200 to 400% mixed damage. With the upgrade of his talents, the three skills also welcomed a new round of enhancement. Illusion breaking royal eye, Lord of the Dead, Formless Fist, Luochen murmured, repeating them once more. This was the height that an S level should possess, and his abilities were materialized. At this moment, in the depths of his eyes, it seemed as if golden light flickered, allowing him to see through all illusions. Silver Wolf Clan, let's see how you hide in Flame State City now. Luochen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. His fists clenched tightly, eager to take revenge on Injia right away. However, he was not blindly arrogant. He knew all too well the strength of Injia. Previously, even the full-force Chaos Wolf Shadow was merely a matter of a few slaps from it. Now that his strength had improved, he still felt slightly inadequate. Facing Injia, he was very clear and understood that it was time to retreat. Silver Wolf Clan, consider this my gift to you, Luochen said, casually recording this statement. A long banner hung at the highest point of Gear City. From the top of the watchtower down to waist height, it was perfectly displayed. Written in the language of the Dragon Kingdom, he wasn't worried that Injia wouldn't understand. Anyone who could enter Blue Star and lurk within Flame State City had no reason to be illiterate. After doing all this, Luochen directly activated Limit Mark. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow and burrowed underground, disappearing within Gear City. Not long after he left, a terrifying aura suddenly swept through. Several figures stood atop the city wall, varying in height and build. The only commonality was that they were all from the Wolf Clan. Damn humans, did we arrive too late?
How did he discover the secret of the dungeon passage? Who told him? The faces of the werewolves were all grim. Among the dead wolves were not only their offspring but also their most loyal kin. But now, they had all perished at Luo Chen's hands. Anyone who had been in the city at that time was not spared. With 2 doors blocked, it was a one-sided massacre. Even though the news had already spread, it was too late to regroup. Boom! Suddenly, a more powerful aura erupted. A silver wolf over 10 meters tall descended from the sky, only shrinking to human size once it stood on the city wall. Silver Wolf King, we greet the Silver Wolf King. The Wolf Kings all bowed their heads, their faces filled with respect. In the Wolf clan, reaching king level meant having some status. Upon seeing the royal family arrive, they didn't have to grovel like ordinary wolves. However, the necessary attitude of respect could not be lacking. Otherwise, it would be seen as disdain towards the royal family and they would have to bear the consequences. For the sake of their wolf lives, even if they were angry, it was best to remain polite. However, Yin Jia seemed to ignore them entirely. His eyes were fixed directly on the banner at the watchtower. With just a glance, it was clear that this was the masterpiece of Luo Chen. A gift? Good. Yin Jia laughed in anger, baring its fangs. Suddenly, it threw a punch through the air, and a flash of silver energy surged forth. In the terrified gaze of the Wolf Kings, the sturdy watchtower exploded directly. In an instant, dirt and stones flew everywhere. Even when some debris flew over a great distance and struck their faces, none dared to make a sound. Each one was as silent as a cicada in winter, not even daring to breathe. Their eyes flickered, secretly glancing towards Yin Jia, always attentive to its movements. The goal was to prevent it from getting angry again and inadvertently directing its wrath towards them. Fortunately, it was all just a false alarm for them. After Yin Jia completed all of this, it returned to its calm demeanor. However, the cold light flashing in its eyes still made them too afraid to act. Yin Jia's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the still fresh bloodstains on the ground. It stepped forward, touched it, and rubbed it between its fingers to feel it gently. Suddenly, its eyes narrowed into a slit as it sensed the lingering warmth of the blood, as if it had guessed something not far away. A cruel smile crept onto Yin Jia's lips. Then it closed its eyes, its nose twitching slightly. It seemed to be blocking its visual senses to better discern Luo Chen's current position. This time you can't escape, even if you use that skill from before, the one that crosses a big city. There's no way you can escape, Yin Jia said in a deep voice, sounding very confident in its abilities. And indeed, it was true. Because this place was nothing like Blue Star, completely devoid of protective barriers. With its racial advantage in hunting, it believed it would soon find the direction in which Luo Chen had fled. The surrounding Wolf Kings watched its movements, not daring to interrupt, until Yin Jia suddenly paused, as if it had found something. Found it! With a sudden exclamation, its eyes widened. The silver pupils were filled with madness. It was as if it had just seen itself about to annihilate a human genius, feeling a surge of intense excitement. In comparison, the death of its kin seemed insignificant in its heart. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had already hidden himself in the instance. No way! How could it have failed? He held numerous instance crystals in his hand, continuously trying. However, the method that had previously allowed him to break through space was now ineffective here. Where did it go wrong? This instance clearly also rewarded instance crystals. Luo Chen's mind raced with various possibilities. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had already begun to drip down his forehead, and he was completely oblivious. It's fine. Luo Chen kept reassuring himself, calculating the time on the interface. As long as 2 hours passed, Xia Yingyao would try on her end. Could it be that if he couldn't open it, they wouldn't be able to either? Blue Star, Snow Bear Cave. Time ticked away slowly. At this moment, Xia Yingyao had already been awakened. Except for Pang Xin, the other 3 stood in the snow. Looking at the instance crystals before them, their faces showed a serious expression. Are you ready? There shouldn't be any surprises, right? Not sure. Luo Chen taught me the method, but I haven't tried it yet. Hearing the inquiries from the 2, Xia Yingyao slowly shook her head. However, the determination in her eyes had not faded. It seemed to tell others that even though she had never done it, she was sure she could succeed. It's starting. Xia Yingyao took a deep breath, feeling the cold wind rush into her lungs. Instantly, she felt a bit more awake. Then her hands moved slightly, issuing one command after another to the instance crystal. At the same time, she kept recalling Luo Chen's words in her mind. Wolf Clan world. Xia Yingyao's will was incredibly firm, her mind focused solely on one place. In the next moment, the instance crystal beneath her hands began to shatter into fragments. The energy following her commands continuously gathered forward. In an instant, a rift of energy suddenly formed. It's open. It's open, Mu Wanqiu exclaimed, excitedly hugging Jiang Xinyue beside her. The impressive sight in front of her almost suffocated the dazed Jiang Xinyue. I see it. I see Luo Chen. Suddenly, they screamed in delight, their eyes filled with joy. However, at that moment, Luo Chen seemed to be in a rather strange state. In the wolf realm, Luo Chen stared at the crystal from the dungeon in his hand, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. His eyes widened in confusion. How could this be? It can't be a coincidence. There must be some restrictions within the dungeon I just haven't discovered them. Luo Chen furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Until he figured this out, it would be hard for him to smile. The agreed time has arrived. He instinctively glanced at the panel, then turned to look at the horizon. That was the position he had come from, so it shouldn't be too far off. Sure enough, just as he looked up, he immediately saw the opening in midair. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen raised his hand and made a move. The next moment, the evil-eyed bull demon burst forth from the ground, dragging his figure and delivering him to the opening. I'm back, Luo Chen grinned and said. Looking at the two girls cheering on the other side, he felt a sense of comfort. It was rare for someone to care about him so much, it was hard not to feel touched. However, just as he stepped forward, he froze. Thud! A muffled sound came from the crack. He saw that his outstretched foot seemed to have kicked against glass, unable to penetrate it. What's going on? Luo Chen was taken aback, reaching out to feel around. The moment he touched it, he clearly felt a strong barrier. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get through. This isn't right. What is happening? Luo Chen's heart sank, and he threw a punch. Yet, despite his level 59 strength and the rights to mind the dungeon, he couldn't even break through an invisible wall. Seeing this, not only was he stunned, but even Xia Yingyao and the others were also taken aback. What's going on? Why can't Luo Chen get in? Is something wrong? Xia Yingyao and Mu Wanqiu exchanged worried glances, their anxious expressions evident. They hurriedly rushed forward, reaching out to grab Luo Chen. Their arms passed through without any obstruction. But just as they tried to pull back, both of them froze. Their arms could retract, but the moment Luo Chen's arm touched the invisible barrier, he couldn't move at all. No matter how hard they pulled, they still couldn't bring Luo Chen back from the other side. Luo Chen, what's going on? Don't scare me, Xia Yingyao said urgently, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. She was already homeless. If Luo Chen couldn't return, she would truly be left with no support. The thought of that possibility made her tears well up uncontrollably. Even Mu Wanqiu, who usually loved to compete for attention, kept her mouth shut at that moment. Suddenly, Xia Yingyao seemed to think of something and made a move to squeeze towards the opening. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. Jiang Xinyue and Mu Wanqiu wanted to reach out to grab her but were completely too late. As for Pang Xin, he was a top-tier injured player, just trying to support his weight on one leg was a struggle, let alone in such a sudden situation. However, no one expected that just as Xia Yingyao squeezed through a little, she felt a push. As her body emerged slightly, Luo Chen pushed her back. The force was neither gentle nor harsh, directly knocking her to the ground. Before Xia Yingyao could stand up again, Luo Chen's angry voice rang out. Xia Yingyao, are you trying to do something stupid? Hearing this, Xia Yingyao could only look at Luo Chen with a wronged expression. She wanted to go over and keep him company but was afraid of making him angry. On the other side, Luo Chen was still fuming, but upon seeing Xia Yingyao's expression, he momentarily didn't know how to respond. He understood that her impulsiveness was entirely due to him. It was because he could no longer return to Blue Star that she had the sudden idea to rush over and accompany him. However, Luo Chen was definitely not going to allow this situation to happen. The fact that he couldn't go back had already become a reality. The only thing he could do now was to stabilize everyone's emotions and find a way back. With this thought, his tone softened considerably. Yingyao, listen to me. He looked directly at Xia Yingyao, his face serious. Seeing her tear-filled eyes, something in his heart seemed to be touched. Nevertheless, he forced himself to say, just because I can't go back now doesn't mean I can never go back. The fact that that guy from the Silver Wolf clan could appear in Blue Star is the best proof. But if you come over here now, you'll only hold me back, and then it will be difficult for us to return. Luo Chen slowly laid out the facts, half comforting, half scolding. They were all adults. As long as he analyzed the pros and cons with Xia Yingyao, he believed she would understand. Looking at the pitiful Xia Yingyao and then at the equally worried Mu Wanqiu, Luo Chen could only sigh helplessly, feeling for the first time as if he owed them something. Yet, he clearly had never owed them anything. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. I understand your intentions, but I have more important things to do, including matters concerning my father. I will give you a response then. As soon as he finished speaking, the crack began to slowly show signs of closing. Luo Chen quietly watched the two who were in a daze until the instance completely shut down. Ha! Wolf Clan. He took a deep breath, redirecting his gaze to the entrance of the instance. The path back was already blocked, and he believed that with the speed of that Silver Wolf Clan, it was already on its way. At this moment, the time left for him was running short. At the entrance of the instance, Luo Chen looked around, his eyes filled with a hint of vigilance. Before that old thing from the Silver Wolf Clan arrives, I need to make a quick escape, he murmured, heading in the opposite direction of Gear City, as far away as possible. Although he wasn't sure, he always felt that the other party had a way to locate him. No matter what, he couldn't take any risks. However, before he could escape too far, a terrifying aura suddenly approached. Luo Chen, you can't escape. Yin Jia roared, his nostrils flaring. Twice. He seemed to be trying to pinpoint Luo Chen's location. He could clearly sense that the aura had become extremely intense, likely just having left not long ago. The thought of the other party coming to their wolf realm and slaughtering a city while he was in Blue Star made him furious. He didn't know how the other wolf clans would blame him. After all, it was because of his negligence that Luo Chen had managed to escape to the wolf realm. Found you. Suddenly, Yin Jia's gaze sharpened as he glanced in a direction. His silver white eyes emitted a dangerous light, as if piercing through layers of spatial barriers to land on Luo Chen. On the other side, the fleeing Luo Chen showed no signs of panic on his face. Suddenly glancing back, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed he also sensed Yin Jia's scrutiny, and he suddenly grinned, a hint of triumph in his expression. If you have the guts, come chase me, he murmured, quickening his pace. The faster he ran, the better. He just hoped to create enough distance to give himself ample opportunity. Just then, a light finally appeared on the horizon not far away. Yin Jia transformed into his beast form, a massive shadow emerging behind him. With this power, it actually soared into the air, charging straight at Luo Chen. Its form drew closer, allowing for a more careful observation. Oh, this old dog has some tricks up his sleeve. Luo Chen sneered, his face filled with disdain. Without the burden of Xia Yingyao and the others, he could fully unleash his strength and go all out. A mere Silver Wolf Clan was not enough to halt his advance. If that's all you've got, then it's not quite enough. The corners of Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly as the surging aura behind him grew ever closer. The terrifying momentum made him involuntarily break into a cold sweat. It wasn't fear, just a natural response from his body. Luo Chen wiped it away gently and glanced back. Suddenly, he halted. The once frantic pace slowed to a stop. Seeing this, the Silver Wolf, Yin Jia, who had been relentlessly pursuing him, also slowed down a bit. It couldn't quite grasp what Luo Chen was planning at this moment. After the previous encounter, it no longer underestimated Luo Chen and cautiously stopped not far away. Run! Why aren't you running? Yin Jia laughed wildly, as if it had already secured the upper hand. Yet, it still didn't dare to advance recklessly, fearing that Luo Chen might pull a trick. Watching the others' movements, Luo Chen flashed a confident smile. The Wolf Clan was highly vigilant, but that was also their weakness. If utilized well, it could lead to unexpected results. Just that one smile made Yin Jia instinctively adopt a defensive posture. Logically speaking, a second transformation Royal Silver Wolf should have no reason to fear a level 59 awakened one like Luo Chen. But for some reason, its instinctive defense told Yin Jia that something was amiss. The appearance of the opponent aligned perfectly with Luo Chen's current calculations. He opened his lips and suddenly shouted, "You trash of the Silver Wolf Clan, take your grandpa's strongest blow." The voice boomed like thunder, carrying a force that seemed to stir the very sands and stones. Hearing the sound, Yin Jia's heart jolted, and it quickly took a defensive stance. Although it didn't know the strength of the attack, the situation clearly indicated it wouldn't be small. However, time ticked by slowly. 1 second, 2 seconds. The attack still hadn't landed, and the air was surprisingly quiet. Realizing what was happening, Yin Jia's face turned furious. Even if it was foolish, it understood it had been played. Lowering its arms, it quickly scanned the surroundings. At this moment, there was no sign of Luo Chen in the area. Yin Jia frantically twitched its nose, but still couldn't sense that aura. How is this possible? Yin Jia's heart sank, its pupils widening in shock. Then, it stubbornly sniffed again. Impossible. How could this guy just vanish into thin air? Yin Jia's eyes were filled with disbelief, and the anger in its heart was no longer containable. With a sudden swipe of its claw, it struck the small hillside ahead. Boom! A sudden explosion rang out, flattening a large portion of the hillside. Unbeknownst to it, Luo Chen had already circled around and returned to the original spot. Having learned from the previous experience, Luo Chen no longer hesitated to use the limit markers. After all, he had plenty of them now, and it was always good to keep a backup, including the markers he left behind while slipping away right under Injia's nose, this was already the third one. As soon as he appeared, the pungent smell of blood rushed towards him, hitting his brain and making him feel a bit nauseous. But for Luo Chen, it was nothing significant. Not to mention he had long since adapted, but considering this was the wolf clan he despised, he felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, seeing part of his revenge fulfilled brought him a sense of satisfaction. You idiot of the Silver Wolf clan. Didn't expect me to come back, did you? Luo Chen smiled triumphantly. Everything was within his calculations. The area was thick with the smell of blood, and since he had appeared out of nowhere without any path leading here, he was confident that his aura would not leak out. Next, all he had to do was escape in the opposite direction, and Injia would be unable to pinpoint his location. Thinking to himself, Luo Chen nodded. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly stiffened. Not just him, even several wolf kings were taken aback. Staring at this human who appeared out of nowhere, they momentarily wondered if they were seeing things. Wasn't Lord Silverhorn confidently chasing after something? How could there be a human hiding here, and so obviously at that? Was it a mistake? The same question arose in their minds simultaneously. They stared blankly, preferring to believe that what they saw was an illusion rather than admit that the Wolf Emperor had made a mistake. Wolf Shadow, Werewolf, Magic Hand, take them down. Luo Chen, the first to react, took the initiative. Forget about martial ethics, he couldn't be bothered to explain so much to these wolves, they weren't worthy of listening. In an instant, 3 king-level beasts sprang forth. They were all at a level above, far ahead of the wolf kings on the fringes of their status, all touching the threshold of the second transformation. Oh whoa! The piercing howls of wolves broke the silence of Gel City. Oh dear. So sorry about that. Luo Chen stretched his limbs, glancing at the wolf kings lying in pools of blood, and offered an apology. However, there was not a trace of remorse on his face. On the contrary, it was filled with exhilaration. 2 summoned wolf kings slowly stood up, their claws stained with blood, fierce and ruthless. The magic hand stood disdainfully on the rooftop, trying to avoid contact with the sticky filth as much as possible. 5 vials of bloodline potions. Just enough for the bloodthirsty werewolves to level up a bit. Luo Chen smiled slightly, looking at the items in his backpack. Although it wasn't enough to promote to royal level, it could still provide a small boost. Additionally, on the Wolf Shadow side, he targeted the strongest Wolf King and took it down. In terms of attributes, he also gained a certain enhancement. Chaos Wolf Shadow gained agility plus 2000. Chaos Wolf Shadow devoured the Gale Wolf King, retaining skill. Gale Pursuit. Gale Pursuit Chaos active, double speed for 30 minutes. Agility is not affected by enhancement. Cooldown 10 hours. Seeing the skill effect, Luo Chen suddenly raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Just when he was evading pursuit, he unlocked this kind of skill. Moreover, the attributes of Wolf Shadow had also received a significant boost. Agility was as rare as defense, both being invaluable attributes. Every point of enhancement was enormous for a summoned beast. We should go. Otherwise, that old furball will catch up. Again. Luo Chen's eyes shifted as he glanced back in the previous direction. He believed that as long as the other party wasn't foolish, they would definitely suspect something. He couldn't stay here for long. Besides, with such a large city being slaughtered and several wolf kings killed, if it were him, he would certainly have suspicions. The higher-ups of the wolf clan would also grow wary. They might even send stronger wolves to hunt him down. By then, he would be facing more than just the Silver Wolf clan. If he encountered a proficient hunter, there would be no way to escape. The best course of action was to find a dungeon that had not yet been conquered. Moreover, the newer the dungeon, the better. After the incident at the Snowy Bear Cave, Luo Chen had already begun to suspect that was his time to conquer the dungeon was earlier than others. When he opened the passage, both the Wolf Clan and the Demon Clan were still in the process of conquering. It could be said that he had stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. He had intended to experiment, but all the prerequisites were just right. Yes, I must conquer it first and let the one with mining rights lead the way. And the other entrances to the dungeon must not have been conquered. Or they were just conquered not long ago. As Luo Chen hurried along, he pondered. Sitting astride the Chaos Wolf Shadow, his speed was lightning fast. Currently, there were no signs of any wolves nearby, so he didn't have to worry about the risk of exposure. On the contrary, he needed to move forward at full speed, quickly increasing the distance between himself and Yin Jia and the others. No, it shouldn't have been long since it was conquered. Luo Chen shook his head, quickly denying his own speculation. Although it sounded quite reasonable and explained why the instance could still be opened earlier, upon closer thought, it still didn't hold up. The reason it could be opened just now is likely because the ownership also belongs to Blue Star. Yes, it must be like that. This successfully opened a one-way passage. Luo Chen
clapped his hands as if he had figured something out. Since the instance did not belong to any one world but served as a bridge, it couldn't possibly lack even this basic identification function, otherwise, how could it all be one-way passages? This passage would exist until the mining rights ended and the instance disappeared. In short, he just needed to find a brand new instance and clear it. Got it. Luo Chen nodded. He didn't need to understand everything, just the basic principles would suffice. Of course, only wild instances counted. Resource instances and experience instances were not included, nor were job change instances. These instances had countless independent spaces with wild monsters endlessly spawning, and there was no such thing as conquering them. Even if he successfully cleared it, it would still generate again next time, and he wouldn't have mining rights. In summary, only instances that could grant mining rights qualified for one-way passages. But what exactly is the Flame Demon Forbidden Land? And that Holy Light Ruins? Even though it seemed he had figured everything out, Luo Chen felt even more confused. These two instances did not belong to strategic instances, they were purely wild instances. Yet, why had he not heard of any alien races descending until now? The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. He simply shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. Unknowingly, he didn't realize how far he had traveled. At this moment, the outline of a city reappeared before him. Another city? I like this too much. Seeing this, Luo Chen immediately retracted the sitting wolf shadow. He changed into a black robe, using the aura of a bloodthirsty werewolf to mask his own scent. After doing all this, Luo Chen calmly walked towards the city. As he got closer, the bustling city was filled with waves of discussion. Hey, have you heard? Another human has come to our wolf realm. Hiss. Are you talking about that guy named Luo Chen? Another one with the surname Luo. But didn't they say they had sent several wolf emperors to hunt him down? Shoo, lower your voice. Are you looking for death? What's wrong? I heard that several wolf emperors still haven't found that human shadow, and they're so angry their mouths are crooked. Hearing this, Luo Chen's footsteps suddenly paused. He had caught very important information that he had to take seriously. His brows furrowed beneath the mask as he murmured softly, another one with the surname Luo. Luo Chen was taken aback. He didn't think it was just a coincidence. His intuition told him that the previous one must undoubtedly be his father, Luo Qingfeng. His surname wasn't a common one, and if he had been mentioned by the aliens, it couldn't possibly be without some strange reason. However, it was clear that this matter must have happened a long time ago. After all, his father had already died in battle and even received a posthumous title. There couldn't have been any surprises. I didn't expect that my old man had already fought his way here. Back then, Luo Chen sighed lightly, thinking to himself. In comparison, those who were merely occupying positions and colluding with aliens were simply despicable. But since I have come as well, there's no reason for you to have it easy. Luo Chen clenched his fists, feeling fierce inside. Whether for public or private reasons, he wouldn't let them off the hook. First, I'll gather information about the instances, and then I'll deal with them later. With this thought, his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked up at the towering buildings in the city, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. On the other side, Yenzhou University, Pang Xin and the others had already been brought back from Jiangchang by Gui Juanjia. As he had said, the demon clan did not spare any effort to act against them once they learned he was in the wolf realm. The journey was quite smooth, without a hitch. Teacher Gua, Brother Hua opened a gap through the instance and has entered another world. Really? I'm not lying to you. Got it. Along the way, Pang Xin hurriedly reported, highlighting the key points. However, strangely, Wu Juanjia responded with little interest, as if he were only half listening. This scene made Pang Xin anxious. This was important information. Why did Teacher Gua not seem curious at all? If he reported directly to his cheap uncle, that guy would probably be overjoyed. But after thinking it over, Pang Xin still felt something was off. Scratching his head, he asked in confusion, Teacher Gua, aren't you worried about Brother Hua's safety? To his surprise, Wu Juanjia showed no sign of concern. In the past, he would have already been thinking about how to rescue him. The same was true during the incident at the Xia family. It didn't seem like a coincidence. But here was the strange part. Despite having crossed two worlds, he was unusually unconcerned. Something's not right. Definitely not right. Pang Xin shook his head, recalling the useful information. He thought there must be something important he had overlooked. Otherwise, why would Teacher Gua have this attitude? Instead of worrying about Luo Chen, you might as well think about getting someone to treat your leg. Faced with Pang Xin's incessant buzzing like a fly, Wu Juanjia finally cast him a faint glance. This was probably the longest sentence he had said in recent days. Feeling the concern, Pang Xin finally showed a hint of emotion. After all, he was considered half a master, usually indifferent. Why was he
Suddenly so nice today? Wait. No. Pang Xin suddenly jolted, breaking out in a cold sweat.
No good deed goes unpunished, he muttered under his breath. Although it wasn't quite appropriate to use it on his own teacher, it was the best description at that moment.
Pang Xin seriously suspected that this was Gui Juanzhou's way of distracting him.
He must be afraid of something being discovered.
As if sensing his thoughts, Juanzhou couldn't be bothered to refute him. He walked directly towards the door, his light words drifting back. Anyway, he's not someone I need to worry about. Upon hearing this, Pang Xin was momentarily stunned. This abrupt statement left him in a fog. It felt like something was said, yet nothing was said at all.
At this moment, in the wolf realm, the sky was gradually darkening.
Luo Chen stood by the window of the inn, gazing down at the street.
Aside from the black robe, everything on him, including the coins, was stolen.
Instance lockdown. It seems
the old rascal of the Silver Wolf clan has caught wind of something.
Luo Chen squinted, murmuring.
He was merely speculating and had not
yet taken any actual action. In contrast, the Wolf Realm had already locked down all unexplored instances, requiring identity checks for entry and exit.
This made it quite difficult for him to return to Blue Star. At the very least, it was impossible to sneak back in unnoticed. I just wonder how long this situation will last. Luo Chen frowned in thought, his expression grave. He was certain that no matter which city
he went to now, the result would be the same. It would be better to turn the situation on its head. Since this place was close to Gear City, he decided to stay here for a while and wait for the storm to pass. Just as he was thinking, the outside suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, Luo Chen's brow furrowed and he became alert.
He tiptoed to the door, pressing against the wall to listen carefully.
My lord, just ahead. That person in the black robe is in the room right ahead. Very good. Are you sure the other party is human? No doubt about it. Absolutely. No doubt. If he were from the Wolf Clan, he wouldn't be wrapped up so tightly. Good. Someone, set up the formation. Everyone, be careful. Don't let that guy escape through teleportation. Luo Chen's ears twitched, and his expression turned grim. He had never anticipated that being wrapped up tightly could be a mistake. If he hadn't secured himself so well, he would have been recognized immediately. Now, dressed in a black robe, he had become a suspect. Upon hearing that the other party was going to set up a formation to prevent him from using teleportation skills, Luo Chen immediately stopped hesitating. Exceeding limit mark. The skill activated instantly and he slipped into the shadows. If he didn't run now, when would he? If he waited until they had everything prepared, he would probably find it impossible to escape. Adhering to the principle of running as far as possible, Luo Chen appeared at the spot where Jia had lost track of him. Looking around at the desolate surroundings, devoid of any life, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully, no one is lying in wait. He patted his chest and sat down on a rock to rest. He had been worried that Jia might be stubbornly waiting for him to show up. Now it seemed that the worst-case scenario had not occurred. However, just as he was relaxing, a sudden, crisp sound of footsteps slowly approached. Crack, crack, crack. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, as if it was deliberately made to catch his attention. Who? Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, and he turned around sharply. He saw a figure slowly emerging from a backlit area not far away. As the sun set, the faint moonlight couldn't illuminate half of the figure. In response to Luo Chen's inquiry, the figure showed no intention of rushing to attack. With a slight lift of the eyes, a golden glimmer flickered within them. At first glance, Luo Chen determined that this person was not a scruffy old member of the Silver Wolf Clan. The pupils of the Silver Wolf Clan could never be this color. If they could change, they would have already used it in their human form to completely infiltrate Blue Star. Without waiting for Luo Chen to ask again, the figure spoke first. Luo Chen, I recognize you. As they spoke, those golden pupils fixed directly on Luo Chen. Although the other party showed no malice at the moment, it made him feel uneasy. Who are you? Luo Chen asked in a deep voice. He raised one hand to summon the Chaos Wolf Shadow. But soon, he was stunned, staring in disbelief at the skills of the Wolf Shadow. Aside from the skills he had already absorbed, everything else was empty. This meant that the copying effect had not been triggered. You are not from the Wolf Clan. Who exactly are you? Instantly, Luo Chen's brows furrowed even deeper. He felt no joy at the fact that the other party was not from the Wolf Clan. Instead, his mood became more serious. Me? You shouldn't be too unfamiliar with me. As he spoke, the figure completely stepped out of the shadows. Under the moonlight, a human face was revealed. Looking at the other person's appearance, Luo Chen's brows only furrowed deeper. He had heard the other party's words, but he had no impression of that face at all. A chiseled face was hard to forget after just one meeting, especially the scar over the right eye, which was striking. It was important to note that in a world where priests could heal all non-lethal injuries, such a conspicuous scar was almost impossible to see. Who exactly are you? I don't know you. Luochen searched his mind carefully, but indeed he had no impression whatsoever. He couldn't even find anyone with a similar appearance. Hearing this, the other party was not angry. Instead, they smiled calmly. From the 4 great families of Jiangcheng, I am Feng Baizhong of the Feng family. As he spoke, the golden light in his eyes circled around, exuding a confidence that radiated from within. Upon hearing this, Luochen's pupils suddenly constricted. The 4 great families of Jiangcheng, Lu, Feng, Xian, and Chen. No. Now it should be said that there are only 3 great families others may not fully understand. The 3 major families, but Feng Baizhong is undoubtedly one of them. It can be said that if Feng Baizhong had not mysteriously disappeared at that time, the current top genius of Jiangcheng University would not have been Chen Shoujuan. Moreover, Feng Baizhong was leading by a significant margin, surpassing even the geniuses of top-tier academies. Aren't you already dead? Luochen frowned deeply, looking at the person before him in disbelief. Although he had never seen Feng Baizhong, he had heard the name. What puzzled him was that it was clearly said he was missing, yet it seemed a body had already been found. Even if he had mixed up the details, surely the entire Jiangcheng couldn't be confused. The fall of Jiangcheng's top genius over the past decade had left his mother crying inconsolably. How could it be said to be a joke? That he had come back to life? Dead? Feng Baizhong suddenly smiled. If I were dead, do you think the beasts of the Wolf clan would let the Feng family off? His words were filled with disdain for the Wolf clan. The Wolf clan? The Feng family? Upon hearing this, Luochen's heart stirred. Are you saying you faked your death? Used death to deceive the Wolf clan and then hid in the Wolf clan? Not entirely. Feng Baizhong shook his head, his gaze fixed directly on Luochen. In his eyes, a light flickered. He seemed to want to say something but abruptly held back. I am definitely dead. It's just a fake person wearing my identity. That senior told me, since we are to kill the alien races, we might as well block their spring and kill them without bringing the flames of war to Blue Star. Hearing this, Luochen's heart trembled slightly. He hadn't expected that there were still people lurking in the Wolf clan, silently contributing to humanity without seeking fame. Feng Baizhong was one, and the senior behind him was another. At that moment, Luochen finally felt the gap between himself and them. He was here for personal revenge and to return to Yenzhou University, accidentally stumbling into the Wolf clan. Compared to them, in terms of awareness and thought, he was still far behind. Suddenly, he felt a sense of shame. Let me join you. I'm not weak, I should be able to contribute. Luochen looked directly at Feng Baizhong and said sincerely. However, just as he finished speaking, the other party slowly shook his head. A meaningful smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, leaving Luochen puzzled. Was it because he was too weak? So they didn't need him? But then he thought again, and it didn't seem quite right. He clearly remembered that when the news of Feng Baizhong's death spread, the other party was only a little over level 40. Compared to his current self, he was still much weaker. Because of this, Luochen was even more confused. At that moment, Feng Baizhong spoke. The senior has said, you have a more important task. Yenzhou City needs you. Hearing his words, Luochen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that even while in the Wolf clan, the other party still cared about everything on Blue Star. Indeed, although Yenzhou City appeared calm on the surface, it was already riddled with problems behind the scenes. The pests of humanity had secretly colluded with the Wolf clan, placing the entire Yenzhou City in peril. But could he really change the current situation by himself? Let's go. You should return. As he spoke, Feng Baizhong's hand had already landed on his shoulder. Everything happened too quickly, even Luochen didn't have time to react. Clearly, the other party had just been under the boulder a second ago, yet in the next moment he was by his side. Moreover, throughout the process he hadn't noticed anything, nor felt the rush of wind. It was so natural yet abrupt. I should go back now? I haven't even found. Before Luochen could finish his sentence, he felt the world spin before him. All he could see was golden light. A slight sensation of weightlessness came from his feet, as if he were about to float away. But this feeling didn't last for more than a few seconds before his feet landed back on the ground and the solid feeling of the earth instantly returned. This is. Just as Luochen was still puzzled, he discovered that a dungeon had opened up in front of him without him noticing. The white light flickered, clearly showing signs of having been cleared before. Once you exit the dungeon, you'll arrive at Yucheng, right next to Jiangcheng. On the Blue Star side, the dungeon opens not far from the teleportation array. Once you go out, make sure not to contact anyone else. Just head straight back to Yenzhou University. Feng Baizhong said seriously, his words filled with reminders. While Luochen was still marveling
At his immense strength, wondering just how many levels of a second transition expert he was, he displayed a brotherly demeanor. After speaking, he seemed worried that Luo Chen wouldn't remember, so he repeated it once more. Did you remember? Make sure not to contact anyone. If there's any movement from Yenzhou University, it will immediately attract their attention. Hearing this, Luo Chen could only nod. He glanced at Feng Baizhong and smiled warmly. This brotherly concern was something he had never felt before, so he didn't quite know what emotion it was. He instinctively felt that it was merely a sign of approval from his kin regarding his abilities. Aren't you coming back to Blue Star with me? After thinking for a moment, he still asked. Upon hearing this, Feng Baizhong simply shook his head and then turned to look in a certain direction. No need. Yenzhou City will be left to you. I still have a fly to swat here. After saying this, he pushed Luo Chen towards the entrance of the dungeon. Just then, a streak of light flashed across the distant sky. A werewolf made of giant rocks suddenly crashed to the ground. With a loud boom, it kicked up countless clouds of dust. Amidst the yellow sand, a pair of earthy yellow eyes glimmered, locking directly onto Feng Baizhong. You're not Luo Chen. Upon hearing this, Feng Baizhong smiled. His fingers cracked as he flexed them, and a cruel smile slowly spread across his face. That's not important. What matters is that you're going to die. The giant rock wolf Clan's emperor. Arrogant. The giant rock wolf emperor suddenly snorted coldly, and a massive fist slammed towards Feng Baizhong. Back on Blue Star, Luo Chen headed straight for Yenzhou University without a moment's hesitation. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This time, it was not Guo Juinjia who welcomed him, but rather the principal, Bai Yu. In addition, there was also a middle-aged man. The two seemed to have guessed everything, waving their hands. The next moment, Luo Chen felt himself transported into the dungeon. Second transition. Assessment now starting. Understand your talent. Clarify your heart. Hearing this, Luo Chen quickly closed his eyes. He attempted to merge his talent and profession together. On the other side, the members of the Xian group were continuously gathering. The atmosphere in the entire Yenzhou city seemed to become a bit off. Old Seven, aren't you going to summon your true form back? How long do you plan to use this demon race body? As soon as the words fell, Principal Baiyu's body became ethereal. The next moment, a middle-aged man crossed space and directly arrived in Yunzhou City. If the people from Jiangcheng University saw this, they would surely be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws, because before them stood their new principal from 3 years ago. But who would have thought that the principals of the two universities were actually the same person? Time passed bit by bit, and the campus competition had quietly ended. Even the intercollegiate competition was nearing its conclusion. Without Luo Chen's participation, Xia Yingyao and the others could only go through the motions. Moreover, they were all absent-minded, as if they had lost their souls. It had been nearly a month without any news from Luo Chen. Even the avatar on the communicator was completely gray. Trapped in the wolf realm, they had no way of knowing life or death. They could only grieve in silence. What they didn't know was that Luo Chen was already back on Blue Star. However, due to the dungeon's peculiarities, no signals could be received, which led to the illusion that he had not returned. One day, the air rippled. Bai Yu, who was guarding outside, and another middle-aged man suddenly opened their eyes wide. A terrifying aura spread out invisibly, even they dared not look directly at his brilliance. What a powerful aura! Even more so than my elder brother back in the day. Bai Yu murmured, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, Luo Chen slowly descended. Feeling the surging momentum within him, he found it somewhat unbelievable. After the second transformation, his original level had completely vanished. The previous method of leveling up through experience was now utterly ineffective. Demon Scythe Martial. God! Luo Chen raised his gaze, his eyes shimmering with a blend of red and blue. Let's begin. It's time to sound the horn of counterattack, Bai Yu said, waving his arm. The protective system of Yenzhou City was instantly activated. After building up momentum for so long, they had finally gathered the demon and monster clans in Yenzhou City. It was time to catch them all in one sweep. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chen felt the fluctuations of teleportation, and in a flash, he was back inside Yenzhou City. Just as he was wondering what to do next, he suddenly froze. So many wolf demons. The breaking illusion royal eye activated, giving him a clear view of the entire courtyard. Good. I knew the Kai family was up to no good. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand to suppress. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread out, suppressing everyone without exception. Who is it? Who dares to trouble the Kai family? Suddenly, a figure shot up, breaking through the ground. The aura of the second transformation radiated, suffocating Yenzhou City. However, before the opponent could revel in their arrogance for long, Bai Yu crushed them with a single palm.
With the death of the Kai family's ancestor, Luo Chen instantly sensed several auras fleeing at high speed. Watching this scene, he quickly understood. So that's how it is. But no one gets to escape. As he spoke, an astonishing aura surged into the sky, locking onto several figures. Without exception, aside from a few disguised Silver Wolf clan members, the rest were all spies from the demon or monster clans. But under Luo Chen's breaking illusion royal eye, they had nowhere to hide. Humph! With a cold snort from him, all the figures exploded in an instant. This action undoubtedly alerted a certain figure. The Silver Wolf King was startled, and the entire wolf clan fled in panic. It could clearly sense a powerful aura delivering a devastating blow to its kin. No matter how well they disguised themselves, they were easily seen through. It was utterly shocking. Where do you think you're running to, old rascal of the Silver Wolf clan? Just then, a voice suddenly came from in front of it. Before it could react, it felt a sharp pain in its cheek, as if gripped by a pair of large hands, unable to resist. It knew it was a royal-level being. What kind of energy could easily control it? Could it be that the legendary Imperial level has made a move? The Silver Wolf King was shocked, its pupils widening. Before it could think further, its entire head exploded. Luo Chen raised a barrier, wrapping all the scattered blood and condensing it into a mass. With a thought, he tossed it to the bloodthirsty werewolf in the summoning space. Commander number 3. The Xian group has assembled, please give instructions. At this moment, a vast number of figures rushed over, reporting to the middle-aged man beside Bai Yu. Hearing this, Luo Chen raised his eyelids slightly and turned to look at the other party. To his surprise, this unremarkable man was actually the newly appointed Commander number 3 in recent years. Let's go. Let you see the research results of my dual realm master in recent years. With that, he waved his arm, and a large number of instance crystals surged out. In an instant, a gap suddenly appeared. On the other side, in the ancient city, the Wolf Clan, still engaged in trade, was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the passage, unable to react. Compared to the opening in the instance, this gap appeared very stable. It looked like it could last for several years at least. Brothers of the Xian group, kill for me. With a command, countless second transformation awakeners surged out. Facing a crowd of ordinary Wolf Clan members, it was like cutting vegetables. Even the city lord couldn't withstand a single blow. Good. Finally, I've waited for this moment. Luo Chen felt a stir in his heart, his body subtly trembling. It was not fear, but rather all his battle cells were cheering and rejoicing. The body surged forth, towering above the Wolf Clan city. From this high vantage point, it looked down indifferently. Human race, this is not a place for you to come. Perhaps due to the fluctuations in the passage, a werewolf immediately transmitted the information. Soon, the teleportation array lit up with beams of light. Countless wolf emperors appeared, an unprecedented sight. As the original inhabitants of this city, they also realized the gravity of the situation. In this battle, whether they won or lost, they had no chance of survival. The aftermath of the fight could instantly obliterate them. Moreover, leading them was a werewolf over 30 meters tall. Its gaze was indifferent, as if nothing could catch its interest. Is this the Imperial level? What an astonishing aura! Luo Chen furrowed his brows, putting aside his contempt. At this moment, the opposing side seemed to sense something and shifted its gaze from Mr. Shuangjie to him. I didn't expect the human race to have such a young Imperial level, but it seems you will fall here today. The Wolf Emperor slightly parted its mouth, and its predatory words emerged. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The members of the Xian group were all outstanding talents from various prestigious universities. Yet even so, they had barely reached the royal level, struggling to advance further. What are you thinking, old furball? Even if you die, I won't be affected. Luo Chen shouted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain for the Wolf Emperor. Although he might be slightly weaker in strength at the moment, he felt he still had a chance. Well said. No wonder you are the son of Luo Qingfeng. A loud roar echoed, and in the next moment, a wave rippled through the air. Then, a dozen figures appeared one after another. Dad! Mom! Luo Chen's pupils constricted, and his eyes seemed to mist over. Besides the two figures he had longed for over the years, there were many familiar faces. 6 spirit turtles, Han Qian and Feng Baizhong, were among them. You've suffered these years. Luo Qingfeng nodded slightly. He was well aware of Luo Chen's situation. Due to the special circumstances, he had to hide temporarily, but that was no longer necessary. Luo's mother looked at Luo Chen, tears in her eyes, wanting to step forward but remembering where they were. Then, Luo Qingfeng's expression tightened as he raised his arm and shouted, as a diviner, I have been waiting for this moment. Now, the blue star should be returned to us. With that, he directly struck out with a palm, sending the Wolf Emperor flying.
Seeing him take action, everyone no longer held back and began to unleash their full strength.
Before long, the wolf clan was swept away like a river bursting its banks. This battle, under the overwhelming pressure of strength, lasted a full 3 months. With the death of several wolf emperors, the remaining cities could not withstand the Xian group's siege. Moreover, the forces under Luo Qingfeng were even stronger than the Xian group.
The wolf realm is just the beginning. There are still the demon realm
and the great demon realm.
In the conference room, Luo Qingfeng said calmly. In comparison, the wolf realm was the least significant.
They could completely take it down even without waiting for Luo Chen to break through. However, the role of Luo Chen in eliminating hidden dangers should not be underestimated.
The effect of the Lord of the Dead in large-scale battles was like a single man holding back 1,000 foes. Even the wolf clan did not know that their fallen companions could still rise and strike them a few times.
Counterattack the demon realm. Counterattack the great demon realm.
In the past, they wouldn't have dared to even think about this.
War is the best way to temper a person. Pang Xian, with bandages wrapped around his head and hands, revealed determination in his eyes. The aura emanating from him was palpable, though he was still some distance from the second transition.
Compared to a few months ago, when he could only follow Luo Chen around. With a silly grin, he was now considered a main force on the battlefield. I feel an abundance of energy within me, as if I've touched some
barrier.
Luo Chen murmured, slightly clenching his fist. Beside him, Mu Wanqiu was tenderly treating his injuries, while Xia Yingao gently wiped the dust off his face. Only Han Shiyu was pouting, as if her beloved toy had been snatched away.
Han Xian shook his head, lamenting his old age. Girls grow up too fast.
After a few days of rest, everyone had more or less recovered.
Looking at the mountain of dungeon crystals before them, everyone felt a surge of excitement. The counterattack battle was set for today. The passage between the two realms opened wide, and everyone rushed in.
Unlike the demon and monster races who only knew how to charge recklessly, it was the human race that dedicated itself to research. They managed to open up space completely without relying on dungeons. This battle was chaotic and fierce.
Years passed in
the blink of an eye, with the human race gaining the upper hand, and then they directly tore open a breach. The strong thrived, while the weak perished.
With the dungeons providing support, the front line grew stronger, allowing them to conquer even more powerful dungeons.
For the human race, it had formed a virtuous cycle.
Humans,
you have crossed my bottom line. A grand voice echoed from the depths of the demon
realm.
Everyone looked up in panic, only to see a figure that blotted out the sun.
A towering body, 1,000 feet high, with eyes like the sun and moon. The terrifying aura left everyone gasping for breath. All the royal-level powerhouses couldn't muster even a hint of resistance,
and fell to the ground.
The demon god,
the deity of the demon realm. Luo Qingfeng and the others narrowed their eyes. Even at the imperial level, they felt incredibly small. However, they did not retreat,
because they all knew that Luo Chen was on his way. Old thief, I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and a blue-red aurora was flying toward them.
In the void, it seemed as if a
shadow wielding a giant scythe was present.
How is this possible? Didn't your human race already decline? How can there still be deities? The demon god looked horrified but quickly regained composure.
No matter how strong the person before him was, they had only just broken through.
The demon scythe martial god, Luo Chen, stood in midair, locking eyes with the demon god from afar.
The terrifying auras clashed against
each other. After years of fighting against the demon and wolf races, he was no longer the naive young man he once was.
With a wave of his
arm, the two instantly entered a different space.
All that could be heard were explosions in the sky, yet not a hint of energy spilled
out.
No one remembered how long that battle lasted. They only remembered the sun and moon in the sky rising and falling repeatedly.
Seasons
changed, as if they had experienced 2 snowy winters.
Until one day, boom!
The earth erupted with a roar, and the 1,000-foot-tall
demon god crashed down.
The station's soldiers were all stunned. After a good 10 seconds of shock, they excitedly looked up at the figure in
the sky. Fellow humans, next stop, Holy Light Ruins, Demon Realm.
Luo Chen raised his arm and shouted, instantly garnering 1,000
responses.
The army, which had been reorganizing for over a year, set off once again at that moment.
It was clearly a war, yet every face was filled with joy. Hey, little princesses, this is the story of the human hero Luo Chen. Although the war has ended, he still set up countless protective shields for Blue Star, ensuring the safety of future generations.
Under the big banyan tree, an old man with white hair spoke slowly. The little girls gathered around listened with great interest. But soon, one little girl pouted and said, "Grandpa is lying. Look how blue the sky is. It doesn't look like there's a protective shield at all."
Exactly. It's not like what you said in the book. The
Little girls argued and ran home to prepare lunch. Only the candies left for the old man remained, accompanying him.
The old man could only
Shake his head helplessly, looking at the sky and letting out a deep sigh. He didn't know whether to lament that children were hard to fool, or if there really were protective shields in the sky.
Until a voice rang out. He turned around with joy. "Teacher Wang, we came to see you."